Li Shuyang inexplicably found himself in an unfamiliar world, and before he could grasp the situation, he was compelled to sever ties with his family. It was only after Li Shuyang began to comprehend the circumstances that he realized he had traversed into the pages of a book. Initially disheartened by the prospect of life in this realm, he was taken aback by the unexpected offer of a wife. For a man who had been single for over 30 years, this was an irresistible temptation. Chapter 1. Transmigration. What hour is it? The rooster has crowed thrice, yet you remain in bed like a corpse. One might think you were a young master from a wealthy household. A woman's scolding voice emanated from outside the door. Second brother is ill. Let him rest at home today instead of going to work. Illness is no excuse for shirking work. When I gave birth to the pup, I was back to work on the third day. I suspect he has grown wings and believes he is suffering alongside us. Tonight, summon second master to divide the household. If we must live apart, let it be so. We cannot allow rumors to circulate. Otherwise, people might think we, as brother and sister-in-law, have mistreated him, the woman said with evident resentment. The man hesitated, uttering a single word before falling silent, not out of reluctance to part ways, but due to his unwillingness to share the family home with his younger brother. What do you mean by that? Are we expected to support him in his old age? We have raised him since he was 9. Our kindness has reached its limit. He has already come of age and cannot linger at home indefinitely. The woman glared at the man and replied, If we divide the household, must we not allocate him a room in this house? We built this place together, brick by brick. I cannot bear to part with it. At last, the man voiced his true thoughts. You're foolish if you believe I'm being unreasonable. Just given the house our parents left us, we can forego the courtyard and the firewood shed entirely. The villagers will find no fault in us. By the way, that wretched girl should be given to him too. We have cared for her for 9 years, and it is only fair that he looks after her for a few years in return. After all, you were the same age when you took on the burden of this family. The woman thoughtfully analyzed the situation for the man. Let it be so, he nodded in agreement, convinced by her reasoning, which seemed entirely flawless. Lying in the room, Li Shuyang's mind was clouded, staring blankly at his surroundings. The room contained nothing but a tattered quilt, and the walls were stacked with firewood, resembling a woodshed. While one might suspect abduction, the vivid clarity of memories that did not belong to him indicated a clear case of transmigration. Others who transmigrated often became princes or emperors. How was it that he found himself in a situation not much better than that of a beggar? Sighing in resignation at the tattered clothing beside him, Li Shuyang lamented. This ragged attire would have been discarded in a refuse pile in his previous life, yet it was evidently the finest outfit the original owner possessed. The voices outside belonged to the original owner's older brother and sister-in-law. Now nearing 18, it was indeed time to divide the household. According to the memories of the original owner, both parents had tragically passed away when he was just over 8. Although the elder brother and sister-in-law had not treated the original owner and his sister particularly well, they had cared for them for 9 years. Despite the need for him to work to support himself, at least there was someone to prepare meals, preventing them from starving. Therefore, the current Li Shuyang did not feel that the couple had been excessively cruel. He was uncertain how much time had elapsed when a frail little girl entered with a bowl of watery porridge that could hardly be called such compared to the rice water of his former life. Second brother, the sister-in-law wants to drive us out, the little girl said pitifully, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the now-awake Li Shuyang. Maisie, elder brother and sister-in-law have fulfilled their obligations. This is not a mere departure, but a division of family. She is not our mother and bears no responsibility to care for us. After 9 years of nurturing, they have done their utmost, and we must learn to be grateful. Li Shuyang gently wiped the tears from the little girl's face and smiled. In this era of scarcity, not allowing the siblings to perish from hunger is akin to the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Although Li Shuyang did not experience this time himself, the elders at home often recounted tales of this arduous period. According to the memories of the original owner, having a morsel to eat during those years was already considered fortunate, even though they were never fully satisfied at mealtime. At least they did not starve to death. Shouldn't the money left by our parents be shared with us? Li Mei cautiously glanced at Li Shuyang and inquired. Silly girl, it has been 8 or 9 years. Back then, you were merely 1 year old and unable to work. Everything you consumed required money. You were nourished by her milk. How do you reckon this? Haven't we eaten and drunk without spending money in elder brother's house all these years? Maisie, our elder brother and sister-in-law bear an overwhelming burden. As I approach the age of marriage, and you will soon follow, the division of the family is perhaps their only viable option. Li Shuyang gently tapped the little girl's forehead with his index finger. He did not harbor any animosity towards the elder brother and sister-in-law. Although their parents left behind a little over 100 yuan, it might last a few years at best. To put it bluntly, those funds would vanish in no more than 2 years. That little over 100 yuan was compensation for a road repair accident. When Li Shuyang was 9 and Li Mei 1, they had no labor to offer, although the original owner contributed by cutting pigweed for the production team. Earning enough work points to sustain oneself was a considerable challenge. To support every member of the family, the elder brother and sister-in-law incurred substantial debts in work points to the production team each year. Now, with several more children to care for, although Li Shuyang could be considered a strong labor force, he was still a burden. Shouldn't a room be allocated to Li Shuyang as he prepares for marriage? In a few years, when Li Mei marries, she will require a complete set of wedding attire. How could a family already struggling to make ends meet afford additional expenses for two? Such a life left even Li Shuyang, lying in bed, feeling helpless. This was not a time when one could casually seek employment. Regardless of the job, one could at least ensure basic subsistence in later times. Nowadays, leaving the village without a letter of introduction renders one akin to a refugee. Wherever one goes, begging is the only option, and if luck is not on one's side, one risks being sent back. Observing the current situation, Li Shuyang felt as if he were in the depths of hell. System, Li Shuyang silently chanted, yet after a long while there was no response. Could it be that the incantation is incorrect? Open sesame. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Ding dong, ding ding dong. Li Shuyang, having called out for a long time, gazed despairingly at the ceiling. It seemed that even the essential artifact for traversing worlds was absent. Heaven, are you toying with me? Li Shuyang declared in despair. Elder brother, what troubles you? Li Mei, noticing Li Shuyang's expression, hurriedly asked in alarm. It's nothing. Elder brother is merely reflecting on how we will rely solely on each other from now on. Li Shuyang forced a smile. Faced with such circumstances, he wished for a swift end, contemplating whether he could traverse once more, yet the concerned gaze of the little girl before him extinguished that thought within. Since I am here, I must accept my fate. Perhaps it is a punishment from heaven for having wasted food in my past life. Elder brother, please drink your porridge and recuperate soon. Li Mei hurriedly brought the now cooling bowl to Li Shuyang. You should drink it yourself. Elder brother is already well. Li Shuyang shook his head. The impending division of the family had become an inevitability, and after leaving this home, how would he ensure that his dear little sister was well fed and warmly clothed? Chapter 2. The Sale of Stones. However, Li Shuyang was somewhat intrigued as to how this little girl had learned that her parents had left behind more than 100 yuan. Given that she was merely 1 year old when the unfortunate incident occurred, it seemed improbable that she would possess any memory of it. Naturally, her elder brother and sister-in-law would not voluntarily divulge such information, and in Li Shuyang's recollections, the original owner of this body had never mentioned it either. Moreover, the original owner could not clearly recall the exact amount of compensation received, only vaguely remembering that it had indeed transpired. It was also apparent that incidents occurring at places like the Reservoir Road would yield minimal compensation, often merely a few dozen yuan for burial expenses. Under better circumstances, the children might be able to arrange for a temporary worker to support the family, thus the compensation money would assuredly be meager. After finishing the thin porridge in her bowl, the little girl carried it out of the room to wash it in the kitchen, and at that moment, Li Shuyang also rose from his bed. He made his way towards the village team, which was merely a colloquial term used by the villagers. The actual team was located in Zhangjiakan, whereas Li Jia village was merely a small subdivision. Dan has arrived. Why are you late by several minutes today? An elder with a goat-like beard remarked with a grin at Li Shuyang. At that moment, Li Shuyang was mentally lamenting, to hell with you, Dan. Your whole family is Dan. From now on, please call me by my full name, Li Shuyang or Shuyang. He half-joked, for he was aware that at 18, being addressed as Dan would hinder his prospects of marrying. Deep down, however, he held a distaste for the elder before him, as the original owner's memories painted this person as a scheming deceiver. Good lad, then I shall call you Shuyang from now on. Since you're late, come along with me to the city to pick up the educated youth, and I'll count it as 8 work points for you, the elder chuckled, patting Li Shuyang on the shoulder. To onlookers, it seemed like a friendly greeting, but the force of his slap was far from gentle and left Li Shuyang wincing in pain. Indeed, this man was not only petty but also enjoyed masquerading as a good-natured individual. Nevertheless, Li Shuyang was curious as to how such an advantageous task had fallen into his lap, for picking up the educated youth involved no labor. One merely needed to accompany the team leader and return together. Such a favor was typically reserved for his own children. Since he had already been assigned a task, Li Shuyang could not refuse. In these times, one could not simply say, "If you need someone else, go ahead," as might be done in later years. The team leader's demands, as long as they were not excessive, meant that one must endure even the most arduous of tasks, for arranging labor was his duty. To refuse would lead to dire consequences, and Li Shuyang could not bear the stigma of rejecting labor. The village chief, surnamed Zhang, was a man named Zhang Dashan, a small elderly fellow in his 50s, whose countenance appeared exceedingly amiable. Had it not been for the original owner's memories, Li Shuyang would have perceived him as a simple, honest farmer. However, the original owner's recollections revealed that this man was far from benevolent. Li Jia village derived its name from the prominent Li family that once resided there. Yet the selection of a Zhang as village chief stemmed from the fact that the Li family, despite being the wealthiest, now had a larger population than the Zhangs. Political factors had ensured that the village leadership would eventually fall to a member of the Zhang family. Before long, Zhang Dashan had harnessed the ox cart, and Li Shuyang seated himself in it as they set off towards the commune to gather. Upon reaching the commune, they would then proceed together to the county town. Villages located far from the commune would head directly to the county's educated youth office to collect their charges, as the list had already been distributed to the respective team leaders. As midday approached, Li Shuyang began to comprehend the elder's intentions for bringing him to the county town. It was evidently a means of exacting revenge for his earlier request not to be called Erdan. At that moment, Zhang Dashan was munching on his provisions, while Li Shuyang could only watch in hunger, having failed to prepare food for this unanticipated trip. His stomach grumbled, but Zhang Dashan feigned ignorance, showing no inclination to share even a morsel with him. It appeared that the old man was truly filled with malice. Upon arriving at the county town, the ox carts that came to collect the educated youth were already lined up outside the city. Li Shuyang was uncertain when it would be their turn. "Uncle, I'm going to explore the city for a bit. I'll come back to find you," he said. "Fine, but don't wander off too far. If I receive the educated youth and you're not back, I'll only wait for you for half an hour," Zhang Dashan replied with a smirk, thinking, "Today, you shall not escape hunger. Let's see if you dare to retort next time, Erdan. I'll show you that my methods of retribution are not to be underestimated." Li Shuyang had already walked to the edge of the city, where he picked up a round, smooth stone from the roadside. He began to wander around the town, which, despite being referred to as a county, resembled a rural township from the future, consisting of only 2 streets. With quick strides, he could traverse the entirety of this small county in just an hour. Li Shuyang found himself outside the family quarters of the Material Bureau, where the enticing aroma of food wafted from within. "Annie, may I borrow your pot to make a bowl of soup?" he cheerfully asked the woman before him. On the first floor, a woman was preparing to cook, and when Li Shuyang suddenly appeared before her, she was taken aback. Such family quarters typically lacked kitchens, with first-floor residents cooking outside, while those on the second floor used the hallway. "Young man, what do you intend to cook soup with? You have nothing but a stone," the woman remarked, her curiosity piqued, wondering if he meant to concoct stone soup. "Ah, but this is a precious heirloom passed down through my family. With just a pot and a bit of water, the soup it produces is unparalleled in flavor," Li Shuyang replied with a broad smile, spinning a tale. "I don't believe you. Show me how you make it," the woman insisted, intrigued by the prospect of a soup made from a mere stone. Without hesitation, Li Shuyang accepted the pot from her, washed the stone thoroughly, and added clean water to commence the cooking. Before long, the water reached a boil, and he took a spoonful, blowing on it to cool before downing it in one gulp. "Delicious indeed, though it could use a touch of lard," he declared, chuckling. The woman added a chopstick of lard to the pot, and once it had fully melted, Li Shuyang sampled it again. "Delightful, but it could use a dash of salt," he noted, shaking his head. The woman promptly added a pinch of salt. "How is it now? What else is needed?" she inquired, salivating as she watched, eager to share in the delightful concoction. After a round of persuasion, the woman quickly added various ingredients, including vegetables and cured meat, to the pot. Li Shuyang then handed her the spoon. "Ah, this stone is truly remarkable. The soup it yields is exceptional. Young man, why not sell me this stone? My husband believes my cooking is subpar. With this stone, he would surely be pleased," she suggested. "How could I possibly part with it? This is a cherished heirloom of my family." "That would be rather unreasonable," Li Shuyang replied, hastily shaking his head in refusal. "Please, young man, do help this Annie out. It would be an act of kindness," she pressed. "Well, for your family's sake, I suppose I must reluctantly part with it. How about 10 yuan for the stone?" Li Shuyang feigned reluctance. "That would be splendid. You're a good lad. I'll give you 12 yuan, the woman said. Pulling out the money and handing it to Li Shuyang, who had already sampled a fair amount of food, and was no longer ravenous. After teaching the woman the proper proportions for seasoning, Li Shuyang hurriedly departed from the Material Bureau's family quarters. Chapter 3. Secret Retaliation. Li Shuyang, equipped with 12 yuan, quickened his pace considerably, refraining from selling any more stones, for if caught, the consequences would be dire. It was not his desire to resort to such measures, but rather the harsh realities of life compelled him to do so. With the impending division of their household and food distribution from the commune just over a month away, he knew his elder brother and sister-in-law would not allocate sufficient rations for the two siblings. Thus, to avoid starvation, he had no choice but to contemplate these clandestine avenues. Not long after Li Shuyang departed the family quarters of the Supply Bureau, a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase appeared before the woman to whom he had just sold stones. Observing her cheerfully pulling him into the living room left the man perplexed. "Father, taste the soup I made today and see if there's anything different," she said with a bright smile. The man had long since lost hope in her culinary skills, as her dishes were either overly salty or utterly bland. Nevertheless, he poured himself a bowl of soup and took a sip. Instantly, the furrow in his brow relaxed, though it could not be deemed a culinary masterpiece. It was indeed quite commendable. "Did your grandmother come by today?" he inquired. "No, I made it myself. A young lad visited us today," she recounted, detailing the scene of Li Shuyang preparing the soup. At that moment, a young woman returning from work overheard and burst into laughter. "Mom, you've been fooled. The soup isn't good because of the stones. It's because he added all the right ingredients. How could it not taste good? You know nothing. I always add seasonings when I make soup, yet your father still claims it's not tasty. These stones are treasures. That young man even said it would taste better if I used bones." The family exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation at the woman's unwavering belief. A mere dozen yuan was insignificant for a family like theirs, yet the ingenuity of the deceiver was undeniable. Stones could indeed be sold for money. At that moment, Li Shuyang had exchanged a considerable amount of grain tickets in the black market, concealing them on his person. He realized that if he were to buy food, Zhang Dashan, that old fox, would surely cause trouble. Thus, it was wiser to keep the grain tickets on him and seek an opportunity to purchase food in the city alone, avoiding the county town for the time being. Selling a stone for 12 yuan was a perilous gamble. If caught, he would surely face severe repercussions. In this era, 12 yuan was no small sum, and considering the woman's patched clothing, Li Shuyang presumed her family must be financially stable. He discreetly bought a few flatbreads and hurriedly left the city, waiting at the intersection for Zhang Dashan's return. Soon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhang Dashan appeared, driving a bullock cart, his face beaming with delight. He had no intention of waiting for Li Shuyang. However, his smile soon faltered when he spotted Li Shuyang had been waiting outside the city. "You rascal, you've made me search high and low for you. I spent hours in the city because of you, and now I've delayed picking up the educated youth. Otherwise, we would have reached the village by now," Zhang Dashan exclaimed, his irritation palpable. The young men in the cart cast sidelong glances at Li Shuyang, their expressions subtly shifting. After all, it was already dusk, and they were hungry. Had it not been for Li Shuyang, they might have already arrived at their destination and begun their evening meal. "Uncle, didn't you say you were going to find Aunt Wang? Why were you looking for me? We had agreed to meet here. I've been waiting for 4 or 5 hours. You can ask the brigade leader. About 2 hours ago, he asked if I wanted to return with the educated youth," Li Shuyang replied, scratching his head. "Well, perhaps I misremembered. My fault, my fault. Hurry up and get in the cart. We can't afford to delay any longer," Zhang Dashan said, a fleeting look of displeasure crossing his eyes as he realized Li Shuyang had outsmarted him by invoking the brigade leader. Moreover, Li Shuyang had cleverly ensnared him, leading the educated youth to perceive him as an untrustworthy old man. As expected, the young men in the cart exchanged glances, uncertain about whom to believe. However, they were more inclined to trust Li Shuyang, especially since he had mentioned the brigade leader. If Li Shuyang were lying, confronting him would surely expose the truth. Thus they resolved to be wary of the seemingly affable leader. As the sun fully set, they arrived at the village, greeted only by a faint glimmer of light. "Comrades, since you're just arriving, make sure to rest well. If you need anything, feel free to come to my home. We have all sorts of necessities," Zhang Dashan offered. "Uncle, isn't there a supply and marketing cooperative at the brigade?" Li Shuyang feigned ignorance, questioning Zhang Dashan's statement. Zhang Dashan, incensed, struggled to respond. "You little rascal." After finally helping the educated youth unload all their belongings, Zhang Dashan gave Li Shuyang a hearty pat on the shoulder. Seizing the moment, Li Shuyang discreetly jabbed Zhang Dashan's vital point with his thumb, causing him to collapse instantly, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Earlier that morning, when Zhang Dashan had covertly struck him, Li Shuyang had endured it, but he never anticipated the old man had developed a penchant for such behavior. Without imparting a lesson, He would assume Li Shuyang was easily manageable. When returning, Zhang Dashan had blamed the delay on Li Shuyang, but Li Shuyang was no fool. He knew Zhang Dashan could not act unilaterally, with the brigade leader and secretary also present. Uncle, what's wrong with you? At your age, you should leave the task of fetching the educated youth to us young ones. You've worked hard enough already. If anything were to happen, what would become of our family in Li village? Li Shuyang feigned a look of concern, pinching Zhang Dashan's acupoint so firmly that his thumb nearly pierced the skin, drawing blood. The commotion quickly attracted Zhang Dashan's wife and children, who rushed over. Zhang Dashan appeared to be suffering from an old ailment. They swiftly carried him to the village's barefoot doctor's home. Upon returning home, Li Shuyang found that his sister-in-law's family had prepared a meal, and notably, a bottle of homemade liquor was present on the table. They had also fried a plate of eggs, causing the two little ones to drool in anticipation. Li Shuyang took out the flatbreads he had bought, dividing them into 3 portions, handing 2 to his nephew and niece, and keeping the last for his younger sister. "Thank you, uncle," the 2 children exclaimed, their bright eyes glimmering with gratitude. "Go ahead and eat," Li Shuyang replied with a gentle smile. "The second son has returned. Sit down. Your elder brother has gone to look for the second uncle and will be back soon. Now that you are of age, our family is not affluent. And it's not that your brother and sister-in-law are being unkind. Dear sister-in-law, please don't say that. If it weren't for you and your brother, I and my younger sister would not have made it this far. The division of our household was inevitable. You have nothing to feel guilty about regarding us siblings." Li Shuyang interjected, waving his hand to stop her from continuing. Chapter 4. Instigation. Second son, it brings me great comfort to hear you say this. You've grown up and understand that life has not been easy for your brother and me. But rest assured, I am not unkind. Tomorrow I will find someone to help repair the roof of the old house. You are now of marrying age, and there is a suitable girl in our village. Though she is a bit frail, if you take a liking to her, she has said she doesn't want any betrothal gifts. Just a visit will suffice to take her home, sister-in-law Zhou Lan said with a smile. Li Shuyang understood that the frail girl his sister-in-law referred to was likely unable to work in the fields. But he had little room to be picky when it came to marrying a wife. In a world where even the disabled are expected to possess homes and vehicles, Li Shuyang felt that marrying a wife was the greatest fortune of this reincarnation. He expressed his profound gratitude to his sister-in-law. Li Shuyang nodded eagerly, for there was no need for formality within family. Zhou Lan, his sister-in-law, waved her hand with a smile. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair entered alongside his elder brother, Li Zhuang. Li Shuyang, Li Mei, and the others promptly rose to their feet. "Please, have a seat. How old are you this year, Shuyang?" The elderly man inquired with a warm smile after settling down. "Dear second uncle, I am already 18 years old this year," Li Shuyang replied, nodding respectfully. "Ah, time waits for no one. In the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 years have passed. I recall when your parents first met with misfortune, you were but a small child then. Now that you have grown, it is indeed time for you to establish your own household. As the old saying goes, a household cannot accommodate 3 generations. It is best to be able to stand on one's own. Otherwise, living together inevitably leads to friction that can strain sibling relationships," the elderly man mused. Li Shuyang understood the meaning behind the elder's words and nodded in silent agreement. "You were already perceptive when this house was built. Every brick and tile was painstakingly laid by your elder brother and sister-in-law. It is not favoritism on my part, but rather a matter of rightful ownership," the elder continued. "I understand, uncle. My elder brother is willing to give me the old homestead. I find myself at a loss for words. How could I possibly harbor any undue aspirations?" Li Shuyang said as he poured a drink for the elderly man, courtesy of his sister-in-law Zhou Lan. "You are all sensible children. Your parents, watching from above, would surely smile upon seeing you like this," the elder remarked with a nod of satisfaction. Li Shuyang was well aware of the origins of the house. Though it was a simple tiled structure, it was built with earthen bricks. The tiles, though partially funded by his parents' compensation, were indeed the result of his elder brother and sister-in-law's tireless efforts, piece by piece. To construct this modest courtyard, he would never shamelessly demand a room for himself. After dinner, Li Shuyang discreetly divided the remaining 2 pancakes, giving one to his younger sister. "Eat a little when you're hungry in the morning. You can follow your second brother. He won't let you go hungry," he gently reassured his younger sister. Feeling a pang of sorrow at her gaunt frame. Although they were kin, she was still living under someone else's roof. And particularly due to his sister-in-law Zhou Lan's sharp tongue, Li Mei naturally hesitated to take more food, fearing that Zhou Lan might think she was taking too much and send her off to the mountains, as many girls from the village had been sold off to become brides. Meanwhile, at the barefoot doctor's home, Zhang Dashan had recovered but cautioned the doctor not to speak of the incident. Due to his frail health, he could no longer serve as the team leader, and Li Shuyang's covert actions had left no evidence. The wife of the barefoot doctor listened as Zhang Dashan recounted the events from morning to afternoon, expressing his fear of Li Shuyang's unexpected ferocity, likening him to a dormant tiger. How could he strike so ruthlessly when we have no grievances between us? Zhang Dashan lamented, still shaken by the near brush with death. Meanwhile, Li Shuyang lay in bed counting his money, 8 yuan in total and 40 jin of H province food stamps, sufficient for his temporary needs. Yet, such resources were fleeting, and he needed to devise a means to earn more. In this era, securing a job was akin to climbing a mountain, or else there wouldn't be so many young people turning to agriculture in the countryside. Still, Li Shuyang was determined to find a way to earn money. Despite the challenges, he believed that solutions outnumbered difficulties. While he felt apprehensive about venturing into the county town, he resolved to explore Jing City. Lost in thought, he soon drifted off to sleep. At dawn, with the rooster crowing, Li Shuyang rose from bed. His sister-in-law Zhou Lan had prepared a rare pot of thick porridge. The second son is up. Hurry and eat. You need to be well fed for work, she cheerfully urged. Nowadays, meals were typically served twice a day, in the morning and at noon, as there was no need to waste food on dinner if no one was working. The previous day's spread had been in honor of the second uncle's visit to preside over the family division. I would like to take a day off to help with the roof at the old homestead, Li Shuyang stated. Do not worry about it. Help will arrive shortly. Just focus on your work, Zhou Lan replied, pleased that Li Shuyang understood the nuances of the family division and did not demand what was not rightfully his. Li Shuyang nodded, consumed a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun, and prepared to head toward the village committee. However, just as he stepped outside, he was intercepted by an elderly woman from next door. Curious about the unusual encounter, Li Shuyang listened as she exclaimed, Shuyang, dear, I heard your elder brother intends to separate you and Maisie. Indeed, that is the case, Li Shuyang acknowledged. How could he be so heartless? You are still so young. Did he not allocate 2 rooms for you? The elderly woman admonished, her expression one of indignation. There were rooms allocated, but I did not take them, Li Shuyang replied. Smiling, foolish child, how could you refuse? This house was built with your parents' compensation. It is not my intention to meddle, but each child should receive their due share. Your parents were compensated handsomely. Even if you do not claim the house, you should at least secure 200 yuan to establish yourself and marry, thus honoring your parents' memory. The elderly woman gently chided, clutching Li Shuyang's hand as if fearing he might unwittingly suffer from his brother and sister-in-law's division of property. Chapter 5, Transmigration? Li Shuyang couldn't help but chuckle at the elderly woman's antics. Such crude attempts at provocation would not ensnare him, yet he chose not to engage further. It seemed that Li Mei was aware of their parents' compensation. Rest assured, dear aunt, my elder brother has already informed me of our family matters. After the division, he and my sister-in-law will ensure I have the means to marry and settle down. Now, I must be off to work. I cannot afford to linger. Li Shuyang thought it amusing but refrained from further confrontation, recognizing that arguing would only lead to his own disadvantage. As Li Mei emerged with a bamboo basket, she encountered Li Shuyang, who took her hand and hurried toward the village committee without looking back. That old woman has a malicious mind. She only seeks to sow discord between us siblings. From now on, ignore whatever she says. Just nod in acknowledgement, understood? Li Shuyang whispered. I understand, second brother. Li Mei nodded in agreement. When Li Shuyang mentioned that Li Mei had been raised on Zhou Lan's milk during her childhood, Li Mei no longer held any resentment towards her sister-in-law. Since she became aware of her surroundings, she often experienced hunger while working hard, frequently facing scoldings but never physical punishment, which made her far more fortunate than many girls in the village. Second brother. Li Mei called out to Li Shuyang as she broke a cake in half. You eat it, I'm not hungry. Li Shuyang shook his head. Upon arriving at the team's assembly, Zhang Dashan was absent from the platform. It was Li Minghai, the village's deputy captain and the sole accountant, who addressed the gathering. The captain had gone to the city yesterday to fetch the educated youth, but had fallen ill and was undergoing a medical checkup. Despite the captain's absence, everyone was expected to diligently attend to their assigned tasks. All right, I won't say much more. Once you collect your farming tools, get to work, Li Minghai said, gesturing towards Li Shuyang. The crowd formed a line and proceeded towards the storage room, leaving Li Shuyang confused as he looked at Li Minghai. The village's seasoned educated youth had gone to the commune for training, leaving these 3 newly arrived comrades without a guide. You will take them to the Yuanzai to weed the fields. There are 4 of you working on 2 acres. You will each earn 10 work points upon completion. But you must keep a close eye on them. Do not mistake the vegetable seedlings for weeds, Li Minghai instructed, jotting down the names of the individuals. Oh, Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled that educated youth did not work alongside the team's members. They had their own leader who would come to the assembly to collect tasks and then distribute them back at their quarters. Hello, Comrade Li Shuyang, I am Bai Qingqing. This is Su Man, and this is Tan Jiaqian. We have just arrived to support construction and would appreciate your guidance in areas we are unfamiliar with. A strikingly beautiful young woman stepped forward to introduce herself and her companions. Upon hearing these names, a thunderous realization struck Li Shuyang. By Qingqing, Su Man, Tan Jiaqian, Li Shuyang, Li Mei, Zhang Dashan, these names reverberated in his mind. Was this not the very narrative he had read about a heroine who ventured to the countryside, eventually excelling in her studies and reaching the pinnacle of success? It dawned on him that he had transmigrated into the role of a mere supporting character, a hapless figure destined to be overlooked. Guidance is hardly necessary. We are all partaking in labor, Li Shuyang replied with a nod, as they headed towards the Yuanzai. Bai Qingqing inquired about agricultural tasks, to which Li Shuyang simply replied that one would understand through experience. Upon arriving at the Yuanzai, Li Shuyang squatted down to teach the three how to distinguish between weed seedlings and vegetable seedlings. Before long, they began to work, and the scorekeeper swiftly arrived to oversee their progress, allowing them to establish individual contributions. Their performance bore little difference from Li Shuyang's memories. After about half an hour, the others were exhausted, while he continued to work vigorously. He found this method of task allocation to be the most reasonable. The more one accomplished, the greater the reward. Comrade Li, you are truly impressive. You've nearly completed the task already, Bai Qingqing remarked with a cheerful smile as she approached him. We must labor daily, and you, having just arrived, surely need time to adjust. However, you will soon find your rhythm. Indeed, practice makes perfect. Nevertheless, we are quite unaccustomed to it on our first day. Here, Comrade Li, this is for you. As a token of gratitude for your kindness, Bai Qingqing offered him a piece of milk candy. Li Shuyang chuckled and shook his head. This single piece of candy had set the original protagonist on a path of blind devotion, leading him to resent his elder brother and sister-in-law for not providing him with a share of the family home and burdening him with a dependent. They called it a means to secure a wife, but what use was a wife who could not work? This was not for his benefit. It was a means to keep him from thriving. Yet here was a girl he had just met, so concerned for him, offering him a treat he had never tasted before. In the original protagonist's heart, this was a beam of light in darkness, a pure moonlight in his life. From that moment, he eagerly sought to assist Bai Qingqing with her tasks, even refusing to eat his share of meat from the team's rations, giving it all to her to help nourish her. Bai Qingqing initially rejected his offerings, but eventually accepted them silently, always reiterating that she never intended to reside in the countryside permanently. The original protagonist, however, believed that sincerity would surely touch Bai Qingqing's heart. Li Shuyang examined Bai Qingqing closely. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, with large eyes, a high nose, and an oval face framed by a long, dark braid. Clad in a crisp white shirt, she exuded a refreshing aura. Yet, Li Shuyang felt they inhabited different worlds, and he had no desire to play the fool. Moreover, he recalled that the heroine was not a simple character. Bai Qingqing and the seemingly gentle Tan Jiaqian had already developed feelings for one another during their train journey to Li family village. How could a mere peasant like Li Shuyang possibly catch her eye? He was simply a source of free labor, to be utilized without hesitation. Later, upon reaching university, she would meet a child of privilege and abandoned Tan Jiaqian, who had financed her education. However, these matters held no relevance to Li Shuyang. He was no longer the original protagonist. As lunchtime approached, Li Shuyang's tasks were nearly complete. With only an hour of work remaining in the afternoon, he would soon earn his 10 work points. After finishing the weeding at the Yuanzai, he planned to haul 2 loads of manure to Banpo, which would yield an additional 14 work points. Yet, he was curious as to why he felt no fatigue from the labor. The books had never mentioned Li Shuyang's prowess in work. Hearing the whistles signaling the end of the break, he bid farewell to the 3 and headed home, while they, like defeated roosters, stared despondently at the weeds in their hands. They glanced at Li Shuyang, then back at their own work, which barely matched a quarter of his output. They wondered if they would finish their tasks today, fearing criticism if they did not. At the lunch table, the meal consisted of corn porridge mixed with wild vegetables, with each person receiving a steamed bun, while only 2 children were fortunate enough to have half a boiled egg each. Had the original protagonist witnessed such treatment, he would have been even more resentful of his elder brother and sister-in-law. However, Li Shuyang did not dwell on such thoughts. It was only natural for biological children to be treated differently, especially since the little ones were in need of nutrition. Chapter 6. Credit. Second uncle. A young girl bounced into the room, appearing to be of a similar age to Li Mei. Xiaomin is back. Li Shuyang nodded. This was his elder brother's daughter. Li Min, a few months younger than Li Mei. Yes, Li Min smiled and nodded, speaking with confidence and poise, far more graciously than Li Mei's timid demeanor. Did you have fun at your grandmother's house? Li Shuyang teased, recalling how the little girl had run away in fear of being scolded by Zhou Lan after burning the wooden steamer while cooking. Time had flown by, and she had returned joyfully after more than 10 days. My mother sent me back. She went to buy things for my grandmother today, Li Min replied. Then noticed her younger siblings holding eggs. She quickly approached and snatched an egg from each of them, devouring them in 2 bites, much to their dismay, causing them to wail and protest. Shortly after lunch, the whistle for work sounded again. Li Shuyang took a sip of water, refilled his canteen, and hurried back to the Yuanzai. Li Shuyang busied himself diligently in the fields until he noticed Bai Qingqing and her companions leisurely approaching him. After exchanging a brief greeting, he returned to his tasks with unwavering focus. Before long, he completed the work assigned to him and, after a quick wash at home, made his way towards Zhangjian. To enter the city, one required an introduction letter. Without it, encountering the patrol teams on the road would spell trouble, unless one claimed to be begging in the city. However, returning without an introduction letter while carrying goods would raise questions, leading to the suspicion that he was merely delivering food for the young masters. Although capture by the patrol would only result in a reprimand, Li Shuyang was reluctant to give them any advantage. Despite Zhangjian's name, there were few families with the surname Zhang, while the Wu family was predominant in the area. Using the excuse of purchasing items for his wedding, Li Shuyang successfully obtained an introduction letter from the brigade office. Regarding the source of his food tickets, he harbored no fear of inquiries. The universal grain tickets bore only the year of issuance, and the original owner had participated in supporting the construction of the Xinyo Reservoir with the village. Work there yielded grain tickets, although the original owner's tickets had mysteriously vanished, leading to misunderstandings at home, where Zhou Lan had scolded him under her breath, thinking the original owner was using it as an excuse to hoard private rations. Having departed Zhangjian, he reached the main road, and a 2-hour walk along the muddy path brought him to Jing City. However, at every intersection, patrol personnel meticulously scrutinized his introduction letter before allowing him passage. Along his journey, he encountered patrol teams no less than 20 times, prompting his curiosity about how the heroine managed to navigate through layers of patrols to deliver her culinary creations to the black market. The quickest route to Jing City was to follow the main road from Zhangjian. Taking the back roads would require at least 5 to 6 hours, and those paths were particularly treacherous, necessitating a final detour back to the main road upon nearing Jing City. Thus, regardless of whether one chose the back roads or the main road, the last 3 patrols could not be evaded. Could it be spatial manipulation? Having read numerous novels, Li Shuyang was no stranger to the term. If the heroine possessed such a space, it seemed profoundly unfair, as he was also a chosen one, a child of destiny. However, based on the book's descriptions, he quickly located the black market, and upon seeing the wares, he comprehended how they were smuggled in. If every individual were subjected to thorough searches, such grain could not possibly enter the black market. One might have a clever plan, but the other has a ladder to scale the wall. He pondered how these goods were divided, but found no answers in the text. Perhaps he had not read closely enough. After purchasing 2 pounds of lard in the black market, he proceeded to the grain and oil station, spending all his grain tickets before heading back to Li family village. Upon arriving at the brigade office in Zhangjian, Li Shuyang entered the cooperative store. "Hello, comrade. What would you like to purchase?" inquired a staff member with a smile. Unlike other cooperatives, the staff here received no salaries. They were selected from among the brigade members. Each workday earned them 12 work points, and the job was particularly easy. "Hello, I am here to buy on credit. I am Li Shuyang from Li family village. And this is the brigade's introduction letter." Li Shuyang quickly presented the letter, as the conditions for purchasing were insufficient given the division and wedding expenses. He could only purchase on credit from the brigade, which would be deducted later when the grain was distributed at year-end. The staff member carefully examined the introduction letter from the brigade leader and agreed to extend credit for 1 iron pot, due to Li Shuyang's wedding and division of property. After preparing a receipt, the staff member requested Li Shuyang to sign and press his thumbprint before handing him the iron pot. By the time Li Shuyang returned home, night had fallen. He carried the iron pot and grain into his room and handed a pound of lard to his sister-in-law, Zhou Lan. "Sister-in-law, this is the 2 pounds of lard I bought in the city today. We are about to split our household, and I have nothing to express my gratitude for your years of care, so you must accept this oil," Li Shuyang said with a cheerful smile. "All right, then I won't be polite," Zhou Lan replied, then shot a glare at Li Zhuang. The two entered the inner room and closed the door, where Zhou Lan pinched her husband, Li Zhuang. "See, I told you he was hiding those grain tickets from working at the reservoir, and you didn't believe me. Now that we are about to split, he knows hunger is imminent and has brought them out, yet you still say your second son is honest. I see he is deceiving just like his brother." Zhou Lan scolded Li Zhuang. "Everyone has their selfish motives. He hid the grain tickets he earned through labor, and we can't do anything about it. After all, he earned his own food." Li Zhuang shrugged. "Enough with the excuses. Your family is full of schemers, none of whom genuinely care for me," Zhou Lan retorted angrily. Within minutes, Zhou Lan emerged from the inner room, her face now adorned with a cheerful smile. "Second son, tomorrow you will accompany me to my mother's house. I have already requested leave for you from the brigade." "All right," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. At this moment, Li Shuyang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He never expected to soon have a wife. After consuming so much dog food in his previous life, heaven had finally shown him some mercy. "Second son, was that pot purchased on credit?" Li Zhuang inquired. "Yes, 16 yuan, to be deducted at year-end." Li Shuyang nodded enthusiastically. "Our family only has one pot. After the division, we can't keep cooking here, so I had to grit my teeth and buy one on credit. Once I earn enough work points during the brigade's side jobs, I can repay it." Li Shuyang handed the sugar he purchased in the black market to his niece and nephew, who gazed at the sweets with drooling mouths. "Thank you, uncle," the two little ones exclaimed joyfully. Li Shuyang secretly slipped 2 candies to Li Mei, then returned to his room, filled with delight at the prospect of having a wife, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. Chapter 7. Blind Date. Before dawn, Li Shuyang rose early. Unable to sleep due to excitement that had kept him awake all night, he splashed cold water on his face and began his morning routine in his room. Not long after, his sister-in-law Zhou Lan awoke. "Xiaoman, quickly get up and prepare breakfast. Today, you 1T accompany your aunt to work. Stay home and watch over your younger siblings while I take your second uncle to visit your grandmother." After getting ready, Zhou Lan gathered a bundle of things and stood in the yard, calling for Li Shuyang. He emerged from his room with a cheerful demeanor and followed Zhou Lan towards Zujiakan. Zujiakan was his sister-in-law's maternal home, not part of Li Family Village's production brigade, and was a 2 to 3 hour walk away. Along the way, Zhou Lan introduced the situation of Wang Minggran. The Wang family in Zujiakan lived quite well, but for some reason, Wang Minggran would faint whenever she worked, appearing frail and delicate, which had delayed matters until now. However, the Wang family was not just anyone. Thus, this visit was merely to make acquaintance, and regardless of whether it led to anything further, they should refrain from speaking too openly, as he was now an adult and needed to understand the perils of careless words. "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I won't speak out of turn," Li Shuyang nodded earnestly. Before long, they arrived at Zujiakan, which appeared far more impressive than Li Family Village, though remnants of a previous wall suggested it had been dismantled, leaving traces of its foundation, hinting that it had once been a grand estate. "Delancey is here. Come in and sit. This must be your little brother-in-law, a fine-looking lad. He certainly seems to be a capable worker." A woman in her 40s, with a cheerful demeanor, tugged at Zhou Lan while casting a thorough gaze upon Li Shuyang. Standing approximately 181 centimeters tall, Li Shuyang possessed a robust frame, though the scarcity of nourishment during this time left him appearing quite slender. His striking features, characterized by thick eyebrows and bright eyes, seemed to please the woman, who deemed his appearance and physique suitable for diligent labor, ensuring he would earn his full quota of work points. "This is Aunt Wang. This is my second son. He is a man of few words and works diligently." Having earned his full quota since the beginning of this year, Zhou Lan said with a smile as she followed the woman into the house. In the courtyard, a donkey tirelessly turned a millstone, while nearby, a large pot simmered on the stove, presumably preparing tofu. A girl with braided hair was busy tidying up the yard. Upon noticing Li Shuyang behind Zhou Lan, a faint blush appeared on her pale face. "Wan, stop your work. You youngsters should get to know each other," the woman urged, hastening to her daughter's side and pulling her arm toward the main room. Li Shuyang observed that the Wang family lived quite comfortably. The yard was paved with blue stone, and they even kept a donkey. It was worth noting that a donkey was far more valuable than a person in these times, often regarded as a treasure within the production team, requiring 2 individuals to care for its needs. "The lawn is here. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea," a middle-aged man in the main room called out cheerfully, nodding in approval upon seeing Li Shuyang. "This is Uncle Wang, Mengran's father." "Hello, Uncle Wang," Li Shuyang greeted with a smile and a nod. Soon, as they all sat down, Wang Minggran poured each person a cup of tea. Zhou Lan placed a pound of brown sugar on the table, and the group began to engage in light conversation. It was during this time that Li Shuyang had the opportunity to observe Wang Minggran across from him, and he found himself captivated by her beauty. She resembled a movie star, though he could not quite recall who, yet she appeared somewhat delicate. Noticing the way Li Shuyang gazed at her, Wang Minggran shyly turned her head away. "You are Li Shuyang, right? I remember my brother Minggran worked with you at the Xinyo Lake Reservoir. I heard you earned your full work points there," her father said with a grin. "That is indeed true. But we were not on the same embankment as the Zhou village folks. We were responsible for the water retention dam," Li Shuyang replied, regaining his composure. Before long, the busy Mrs. Wang brought out the dishes, and Wang Minggran quickly rushed to assist her. "Care for a drink?" "No, thank you." Li Shuyang hastily waved his hand. "Just being able to have a meal is fortunate enough. There is no need to waste money on drinks. How can a man not drink a little?" Uncle Wang insisted. pouring Li Shuyang a glass regardless. With no choice but to accept, Li Shuyang steeled himself and drank, quickly succumbing to the effects of the alcohol under Uncle Wang's persistent encouragement. Uncle Wang, I truly cannot handle any more. The room is spinning, Li Shuyang exclaimed, pressing his hand against the cup to halt Uncle Wang's generous pouring. Then eat, eat. Uncle Wang began to serve him food. After what felt like an eternity of eating, Li Shuyang, feeling dazed, followed Zhou Lan to her familial home, the Wang residence. What are you doing? Why did you get him drunk as soon as he arrived? Her father remarked. One must see a person's character through intoxication. Only when inebriated can the truth be revealed. Even the most composed individuals will show their flaws when drunk. This lad is decent. He doesn't babble nonsense or make a scene when intoxicated. I trust my daughter will be safe with him. Uncle Wang nodded approvingly. Hasn't Wan found someone she likes? Oh, stop it. I'm ignoring you, Wang Minggran replied, turning red and retreating into the house. If you don't give your approval, he might just return to Li Village, her mother teased, holding on to her daughter and smiling, noting the signs of infatuation. Why rush? Can't he stay in Zhou Village for a few more days? Wang Minggran exclaimed in surprise, looking at her mother. With his circumstances, there is no time for leisure. A day without work means hunger, especially since he is just separated from his family and must care for his younger sister, her mother explained. Does he truly like me? Wang Minggran asked, her cheeks flushed. He has been watching you closely, and when he left, he seemed quite reluctant. Just before departing, Dalan mentioned it. He has taken a liking to you. He is aware you cannot work in the fields, her mother reassured her. I am willing, Wang Minggran declared, her face reddening further as she retreated into her room, leaning against the door, her heart a mix of elation and apprehension. By the time Li Shuyang awoke, it was nearly afternoon. As he stepped outside, he found the Zhou family absent. The villagers were still at work, and the children had likely gone to gather wild vegetables and firewood. Moments later, Zhou Lan returned, laughing and linking arms with a woman whom Li Shuyang recognized as Li Min's grandmother. You are fortunate. They have agreed to the match. Who would have thought this flower of Zhou village would ultimately end up with you? Li Min's grandmother jested, though a hint of concern lingered in her tone. Raising a family on a single income to support several mouths would undoubtedly prove challenging. One could only wonder if the Wang family would lend their support. With her attitude toward a married daughter resembling spilled water, it seemed that Li Shuyang's future would be fraught with difficulties. Chapter 8. The Credit Vendor. Hearing this, Li Shuyang felt a surge of joy, realizing the marriage proposal had indeed been accepted. He never imagined that matchmaking could be so straightforward in this era. Why are you still standing there? Come with me to the village office to get the household transfer certificate and bring your bride home, Zhou Lan said, playfully slapping a bewildered Li Shuyang before striding ahead. He hurriedly followed her. Upon arriving at the Zhou village office, Wang Minggran nearly buried her head in her chest upon spotting Li Shuyang, her cheeks aflame as she dared not look at him. Before long, the household transfer certificate was ready. Shuyang, I understand your family's situation and won't hold it against you. From now on, we are family. You must treat Minggran well, understand? Uncle, you can rest assured. I will cherish Minggran with all my being, Li Shuyang promised earnestly, nodding vigorously. Subsequently, the group accompanied Wang Minggran as she followed Li Shuyang out of Zhou village, with two young boys trailing behind, laden with various items. Li Shuyang swiftly took the burden from them, realizing these must be Wang Minggran's dowry. Not spending a penny yet still needing to provide a dowry. No wonder daughters were often dubbed a financial liability. Throughout the journey, Wang Minggran remained silent, occasionally sneaking glances at Li Shuyang, while he made efforts to strike up conversation. However, Wang Minggran was shy, her voice barely above a whisper. Before long, they arrived at Li village. Instead of heading toward his elder brother's home, Li Shuyang guided Wang Minggran and her companions to his own residence. Li Shuyang's home was decidedly more modest than the Wang family's. The earthen walls and rickety wooden door led into a thatched cottage, overgrown with weeds as if it had been uninhabited for years. The rusty lock on the dilapidated door had not been opened in ages, with a path of gray bricks covered in moss. The nameless withered grass choked the yard, evoking a sense of bitterness. This scene perfectly mirrored the lines of a poem, stirring memories of the original owner's past sorrows. Upon entering the main room, it was evident that the space had been meticulously tidied. The bed in the inner chamber was lined with straw. Yet the home possessed not a single piece of decent furniture. At that moment, Li Shuyang felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. However, Wang Minggran appeared unfazed by the circumstances. As soon as Li Shuyang set down his burden, she commenced unpacking and organizing her belongings. Wait a moment, I'll return to fetch my cooking pot and some supplies. You've come such a long way. It would be a shame not to share a meal before you leave, Li Shuyang said with a cheerful smile as he dashed off to his elder brother's house. He quickly retrieved the iron pot and provisions and hurried back, finding Wang Mingran directing her two younger brothers to clear the weeds in the yard. "Allow me," she offered, taking the iron pot from Li Shuyang and heading towards the kitchen. Li Shuyang promptly turned back to his brother's house to grab a water bucket and firewood. He also borrowed a sickle from the team headquarters and returned home to join his two brothers-in-law in clearing the weeds from the yard. Li Shuyang felt an immense joy swell within him. He had married a woman who could cook. How fortuitous the heavens had been to him. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed culinary skills. The more he worked, the more invigorated he became, and soon he had cleared all the weeds in the yard, bundling them neatly and placing them in the back to dry, usable as firewood or as fertilizer in the toilet. Suddenly, a clanging sound echoed from outside, reminiscent of weapons clashing. Instantly, Li Shuyang recognized the noise from the memories of the original owner. A group of wandering debt collectors had arrived. In later generations, tales of these debt collectors had been mythologized, depicted as almost divine beings. Their dealings were shrouded in mystery, apart from a few trivial items requiring payment. They offered pots and knives on credit, never for sale. Their repayment terms were not immediate. They would leave behind a proverb, claiming they would return to collect once the saying came to fruition. For instance, if grain was priced at 7 cents per pound, they might say they would return when the fields lay fallow and household grain was in excess, with bride prices soaring into the thousands as the time to repay. It is worth noting that for the rural populace, the notion of fields lying idle was absurd. Historically, land was always in demand for cultivation. The idea of not farming while having excess grain was utterly ludicrous, an opportunity not to be missed. This was akin to receiving something for nothing. An iron pot typically cost at least 16 yuan, requiring an industrial receipt, while a kitchen knife could fetch 56 yuan. Many households didn't even possess a decent knife. Faced with such temptation, who could resist? In just a few years, these experiences would be recounted by elders as stories, leading listeners to regard these figures as living legends. Events decades hence could be anticipated. Yet, the actions of these individuals were fundamentally subversive to societal norms. Their continued elusiveness only added to their mystique. In truth, they were human traffickers, masquerading as debt collectors to infiltrate villages, gleaning insights from conversations before silently abducting individuals, leaving no trace behind. While the current prices might seem manageable, 10 yuan here or there, the debt would compound over the years, turning 30 yuan into 3,000. Although 3,000 seemed substantial, 30 yuan could secure a bride and still allow for a modest celebration with neighbors. What could 3,000 yield in the future? Li Shuyang had inadvertently uncovered the true nature of these individuals. "Brother-in-law, we've brought knives and such. You needn't borrow on credit." His younger brother chimed as he noticed Li Shuyang heading outside. "Are you looking to borrow a knife?" A jovial old man queried as Li Shuyang stepped out of the yard. "What is the price for a tall mule?" Li Shuyang asked, smiling. "I'm not quite sure what you mean, young brother," the old man quickly replied, realizing the implications of Li Shuyang's inquiry. If Li Shuyang were involved in illicit dealings, he wouldn't pose such a question but would instead engage in coded exchanges before inquiring about prices, which should be articulated in a specific manner. Li Shuyang had observed the subtle shifts in the expressions of the men, indicating that they understood his words. One middle-aged man even opened his mouth to quote a price, but was pulled back by a companion before he could speak. "It's getting tight, we should leave," they murmured amongst themselves. After casting a few wary glances at Li Shuyang, they hastily departed. At that moment, Li Shuyang was certain these individuals were indeed traffickers, as the terminology he had used was known only to those involved in such nefarious activities. As they exited, they exchanged phrases characteristic of the underworld, indicating the village was rife with danger, and it would be prudent to vacate swiftly. Initially, Li Shuyang sought merely to ascertain whether these individuals possessed genuine prophetic abilities or if they were indeed traffickers. However, their behavior confirmed the suspicions raised by the elderly man he had conversed with. These mysterious debt collectors were indeed human traffickers. Li Shuyang refrained from pursuing them, aware that they could be armed, particularly with the notorious knockout gas that could incapacitate an individual in an instant. Such contraptions were rare, as most people adhered to traditional customs, valuing integrity over wealth. Chapter 9. Weeping Li Shuyang stood in contemplation, watching the disheveled figures of the men retreat. He resolved to report this matter to the authorities, ensuring they were aware of the true nature of these individuals, thus protecting more women from potential abduction. "Brother-in-law, why are you standing there dazed?" His brother-in-law, Wang Yuanchao, inquired, noticing Li Shuyang's distracted gaze towards the village entrance. "Just pondering a few things." Li Shuyang replied with a smile before returning to the house. He found Wang Mingran had prepared a dish and was serving it, reminding him that he was now a husband himself. Initially, he had thought the swift marriages depicted in films like The Horse Whisperer were rather hasty. But he now realized that in this age, As long as one had the physical capability and mental fortitude, one could find a spouse. He called upon his two younger brothers-in-law to help set up the stone slabs in the yard for their future dining table, while simultaneously checking the kitchen to ensure a portion was reserved for Li Mei. After the two younger brothers finished their meal, they headed back towards Zhuozhuang, with Li Shuyang accompanying them out of the village. As night fell, Li Mei entered with her luggage, just as Li Shuyang began repairing the dilapidated toilet, which required fortification in several areas due to years of neglect. After making several trips between the brigade and his home, he had finally gathered all the necessary wood. Tomorrow, he planned to tend to the pig pen so that they could soon raise pigs for their tasks. Wang Mingran, feeling somewhat bashful, urged Li Mei to eat quickly, her satisfaction growing as she observed Li Shuyang's industriousness. From now on, you'll stay in this room. I've quickly assembled a simple bed for you. And once the harvest season concludes and I have time, I'll craft a proper one, Li Shuyang said, guiding Li Mei to see her room. At that moment, Wang Mingran was blushing deeply, seated on the bed with her head bowed, resembling a startled ostrich, too shy to meet Li Shuyang's gaze. Carrying a basin of warm water, Li Shuyang entered the room. Wash up before you sleep, he said with a cheerful demeanor. Wang Mingran replied cautiously, beginning to remove her shoes and socks, her porcelain-like toes igniting a rush of warmth within Li Shuyang. Soon, after they had both washed, Li Shuyang took the basin of foot water outside. Upon returning to the room, he found Wang Mingran lying on the bed, her head covered by the blanket. Li Shuyang quietly climbed into bed, gently embracing the person in front of him. Wang Mingran's body stiffened, rendering her unable to move. Li Shuyang, however, did not dwell on it. He was aware of Wang Mingran's frail health and preferred to set aside such matters for the time being. He intended to take her to the hospital at the first opportunity to determine the nature of her ailment, believing that once she was well, they could consider having children. The thought of bringing a child into the world while both parents were unwell was daunting. Thus, an unspoken silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of their heartbeats. The night passed without a word. In the early morning, Wang Mingran sat on the edge of the bed, softly weeping. What could be the cause of her sorrow? Li Shuyang felt at a loss, uncertain of what grievance she bore. Do you look down on me? She asked through her tears. How could I possibly look down on you when I am overjoyed to have you as my wife? Li Shuyang replied, scratching his head with a bemused expression. Then why didn't you take me last night? Wang Mingran inquired, raising her gaze to meet his eyes. Foolish girl. You are still unwell. If we were to have a child now, it would inevitably inherit some of your afflictions. I wish to wait until we have the means to take you to the hospital for a thorough examination. Once you are healthy, then we shall consider it. Li Shuyang explained, his cheeks tinged with a slight blush. That's of no use. My father took me to several hospitals, even consulting the village shaman in secret. Yet the situation remains unchanged. Have you consulted a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Li Shuyang asked eagerly. Where would we find one now? They've all been driven out by those people, and seeking them out would only attract trouble from the patrols. Wang Mingran shook her head. I know of a skilled traditional healer who could treat your condition. Li Shuyang suddenly recalled a few remarkable physicians mentioned in his readings, one of whom resided in Li family village. Although he was not easily persuaded to treat others, Li Shuyang had a way to convince him. Upon hearing that Li Shuyang was concerned for her health, Wang Mingran felt a surge of affection for him. This seemingly carefree man possessed a caring heart. As the head of the household, I cannot contribute to our livelihood. How will I support myself? Wang Mingran recalled her mother's advice and quickly inquired. Marry a man. Marry a man, and he will provide for you. Do not worry. I could never bear to see you go hungry. Li Shuyang tenderly brushed his fingers across the forehead of his beautiful wife. I cannot work in the fields, and without earning work points, what if we have a child? It cannot solely depend on you, Wang Mingran cautiously probed, fearing that if Li Shuyang were to see her as a burden, he might abandon her. Though promises made in the present could become meaningless in the future, who doesn't wish to hear sweet words? Such is the nature of women, often filled with an anxious disposition and a penchant for testing their partners. Do not worry about such trivial matters. Tomorrow you shall see whether I can provide for you. Li Shuyang reassured her with a smile. They then entered the kitchen together to prepare breakfast. In truth, Li Shuyang had already devised a plan for earning money. It was only the news of his elder sister-in-law wanting him to marry that had delayed his actions. Although engaging in business was illegal, providing quality goods to the supply and marketing cooperative was a feasible venture, albeit with minimal profit. However, a business without initial capital meant pure profit, and Wang Mingran could easily manage this work at home. After finishing breakfast, Li Shuyang instructed Wang Mingran to stay indoors and not to venture out. Before accompanying Li Mei to the team office, Li Mei wore a bright smile, overjoyed as it was her first time eating to her heart's content. The porridge in her bowl was sufficient to fill her, but she had been generously offered more by her sister-in-law, who could not finish her portion. At that moment, The playground was crowded with people, as several young individuals were engaged in a debate with Zhang Dashan. Why are we forced to live in thatched huts when there are good houses available in the village? Is it because we are perceived as outsiders that we are treated as expendable? Indeed. Why are we denied the opportunity to inhabit such a fine-tiled house when it stands empty? What kind of class discrimination is this? Li Shuyang, recalling the original owner's memories, understood exactly what they were referring to. There indeed existed a magnificent courtyard in Li family village, a luxurious edifice by local standards. Yet for reasons unknown, no one dared to occupy it. The villagers were aware of the circumstances, but the newcomers remained oblivious. Even if the truth were revealed, disbelief would prevail. It was likely that Zhang Dashan would be summoned to the commune for criticism and to denounce feudal superstitions. If you wish to occupy the house, you may do so. I have not locked it. However, let me be clear, I will not be held accountable for any incidents that occur. There are plenty of members who can testify to this, Zhang Dashan stated with resignation. If the house were indeed habitable, he would have claimed it for himself long ago, rather than allowing these outsiders to take it. Chapter 10. A search as elusive as finding a lantern in the dark. The newly arrived young intellectuals were not like the older ones who had little objection to their living conditions, especially the two young men who had just been transferred from Zhangjitan. The vacant house they spoke of was the new residence of Li Minghai's family, which they had vacated shortly after moving in. At night, the dogs would bark incessantly at the empty courtyard, and bats would swarm and collide against their front door. In the backyard, one could occasionally hear the sound of coughing, yet there was no one in sight. After Li Minghai's family moved out, many skeptics attempted to stay there, but all fled in terror. Due to this incident, Li Minghai's family took refuge in a dilapidated courtyard. They later caught wind of land reforms and promptly distributed their land among the villagers, earning praise from the commune and being recognized as an exemplary case. His son was subsequently placed in a factory in Jing City as a permanent worker. Today, he is greeted with reverence as Li the Advanced wherever he goes. The term advanced signifies a comrade with high awareness and exemplary leadership. With this title, the patrol team would think twice before causing any trouble. Upon hearing this news, the other young intellectuals danced with joy and hurried back to the youth compound to pack their belongings. Li Shuyang, however, paid little mind to the matter. Believing the ghost stories to be mere nonsense, it was evident that someone had been wronged, resulting in a sinister plot. In the realm of folklore, there existed a notorious practice known as pressing victory, a term used to describe such devious acts. This skill was typically known only to carpenters, who could execute it with stealth. The method was quite simple. One would kill a few animals and mix their blood with paint to coat doors, windows, or pillars, followed by a layer of clear varnish. While humans could not detect the scent of blood, animals could, owing to their unparalleled sense of smell. Dogs, upon catching the whiff, would bark incessantly, and bats, mistaking it for food, would recklessly collide with windows or doors. The stench of blood could linger for an extended period. As for the coughing sound, it was even simpler. One could feed a hedgehog sweetened water, which would elicit noises akin to human coughing. The small creature, hidden in the darkness, would only prompt fear-driven individuals to seek larger shadows. There were many such tricks, each varying in technique, yet fundamentally similar. Furthermore, they possessed a creature that emitted a sound resembling crying, something Li Shuyang had not encountered but had heard of. In the old houses, air conditioning units were installed in the main rooms. Though these were quite different from modern air conditioning systems, they did not use ice, but rather resembled wells. In advance, a well is excavated in the main hall with but a small opening reserved. When the sweltering days arrive, lifting the covering reveals a refreshing breeze emanating from the depths. Moreover, this well serves as an outlet for water, allowing the collected rainwater to flow from various corners and drain from the courtyard. The homeowner also tends to keep turtles and small fish within this well. When it comes time to seal the well, these creatures are cast into the depths, and by nightfall, the hall is filled with their eerie calls, reminiscent of weeping, though upon closer inspection, it resembles nothing of the sort. Such peculiar occurrences, when woven together, would surely terrify anyone, yet unless there exists a profound enmity, one would not resort to such measures. Naturally, Li Shuyang would not meddle in such affairs. If he were to emerge and unveil the truth, would these matters be comprehensible to one who has scarcely received an education? Li Shuyang himself remained uncertain as to which generation of the Li Minghai family had offended this carpenter, leading to a fortuitous twist of fate that ultimately saved their family. One must understand that had the Li Minghai family continued to reside in such opulence at the time of division, their circumstances would not resemble what they are now. The notion of the son becoming a worker was utterly implausible, and he himself would have no chance of attaining the position of vice-captain. The entire family would have been relegated to the cow shed to undergo reformation. In retrospect, Li Shuyang perceived that every sip and morsel was preordained. The children, including Li Mei and her companions, had already collected their sickles and bamboo baskets, making their way into the mountains to harvest pig fodder, earning 6 work points for a day's labor. The older children earned 7 points, as the intensity of labor varied, and thus, so did the points awarded. Today, Li Shuyang was assigned the task of manure collection, while the others had already begun preparing for the double harvest. Collecting manure for the large plot to fertilize the vegetable seedlings was a task that yielded financial compensation, as the entire plot was dedicated to vegetables, serving as a secondary source of income for the team. Zhang Dashan had orchestrated this arrangement and observed Li Shuyang's expression for a moment. Upon hearing the task was manure collection, Li Shuyang displayed little emotion. After all, collecting manure could earn him 14 work points for the day, while the double harvest would only yield 12 points, even with an entire day's toil. Li Shuyang arrived at the storage room to borrow a yoke and manure bucket, and followed the scorekeeper to the homes of the team members. Nowadays, even manure counted towards work points, so long as the captain or vice-captain deemed it acceptable. All household manure could be converted into work points credited to his account. Throughout the morning, Li Shuyang was engaged in manure collection, yet his pace was remarkably swift. By the time lunchtime approached, he had completed the task for the 2 acres requiring fertilization, leaving still 3 to 4 hours until noon, which brought smiles to the faces of those laboring at the large plot. In the afternoon, he could even earn an additional 6 work points. Presently, work points represented sustenance. And naturally, the more, the better. Who would have thought that after marrying, this fellow would work with such efficiency? If he continued in this manner, he would surely accumulate upwards of 20 work points a day, single-handedly matching the efforts of 2 robust laborers. Perhaps in the past, when struggling alongside Dalong and the others, he had not been able to fill his belly. Without sufficient nourishment, how could one muster the energy to work, now that he had his own means? Being well-fed made a significant difference in his productivity. The crowd chattered animatedly about this. Li Shuyang paid no heed to the women's chatter, pondering instead why he felt no fatigue from his labor. Carrying a load of manure on his shoulder felt no different than walking empty-handed. After returning the tools, he made his way towards the back mountain, as villagers were expected to gather firewood from there. In no time, he had collected a load of firewood and was making his way home. At this moment, in the backyard, Wang Minggran was directing her 2 younger brothers in gathering the grains from their private plot. Although since moving in with her elder brother, Li Shuyang and Li Mei had not resided in the old homestead, the private plot had continually been tended. It provided at least a modest amount of sustenance. Each household's private plot was less than 7 cents. If it exceeded this amount, it would be critiqued and confiscated. Thus the yield from these plots was not substantial. The head of the household, my father, had instructed my younger brother to bring us a small pig and 2 hens, although I could not work in the fields. Tending to the pig was within my capacity. Upon seeing Li Shuyang return with the firewood, Wang Minggran approached him with a bright smile. At that moment, Li Shuyang found it difficult to articulate his feelings. It was evident that he had married into wealth and was living off the advantages that came with it. How could he not feel a sense of embarrassment? Scratching his head, he replied, "My father has his own expectations. When the pig grows, they will take half of it. Not all of it for us." Wang Minggran pouted slightly, her mood dampened. "You go prepare the meal, and I will help gather the grains," she said. Li Shuyang chuckled as he patted her small hand, unsure of her expression. A father-in-law such as hers was indeed a rare find. Chapter 11. Strange Happenings. The wheat in the fields had nearly been harvested, and with Li Shuyang's assistance, the process was expedited. Lacking a threshing machine at home, they had to rely on manpower to strike the wheat stalks, separating the grain from the chaff. Meanwhile, Wang Yongjun and his brother, having finished cutting the wheat, dashed back home. They had merely come to deliver supplies, only to be conscripted by their own sister. Despite Li Shuyang's repeated offers of a meal, the 2 brothers remained unmoved and quickly departed from Li family village. "Aren't you 2 working this afternoon?" Wang Minggran inquired while picking up the spilled grains and putting them back into the trough. "Today, I've been assigned to the team's side job. If I work quickly, I can leave early. Tomorrow, I'll be tasked with transporting the wheat to the playground," Li Shuyang explained. Upon hearing that he would be sorting wheat the next day, Wang Minggran's brow furrowed. This task was one that, if undertaken for several days, would leave one's hands calloused. Once the sorting commenced, there could be no pause. Any grains that fell would not only be numerous, but, if noticed by the scorekeeper, could lead to deductions in points, as the strongest laborers dreaded the task of sorting wheat for the threshing ground. Wang Minggran's elder brother appeared considerably more robust than Li Shuyang. Yet, if he were assigned to sort wheat, he too would surely lament. Although the work points were high, the labor was grueling, and even the livestock would find themselves exhausted during these days. Wang Minggran dared not suggest that Li Shuyang seek a replacement, should anyone overhear. It would lead to accusations of fearing hard labor. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Minggran hurried to the kitchen to boil the eggs her family had sent, wishing to provide Li Shuyang with more nutritious sustenance. In truth, Li Shuyang had merely speculated about the wheat sorting task, knowing Zhang Dashan's tendencies. It was unlikely he would spare him from hardship. Having previously been on the receiving end of such a significant loss, it was uncharacteristic of him not to seek retribution, especially considering the excuse of taking care of Li Shuyang, who had just separated from his family. Following a recent division, it was certain that his household was in need of money and grain. Thus, the most labor-intensive tasks yielding the highest work points would naturally be assigned to him. After having lunch, Li Shuyang did not join the team for the double harvest, as the task originally assigned was meant for the entire day. However, due to his swift manure collection, he had not delayed the work, allowing him to finish quickly in the vegetable patch. It was only in the afternoon that he completed all the wheat sorting, laying it all out in the courtyard. He estimated it to be over 100 pounds. Many families would not consume the wheat they cultivated themselves, instead opting to exchange it at the grain bureau for corn, as 1 pound of wheat could be traded for 1.5 pounds of corn. For farmers, the more grain they possessed, the better. While wheat could be made into delightful noodles, corn provided sustenance for a longer duration. Only households with pregnant women would reserve a small amount for making noodles during confinement. However, Li Shuyang had no intention of exchanging his wheat for corn. When he arrived at the team office, the staff in the storage room had already been replaced by the elder overseeing the cow shed, while the manager had gone to the fields to assist with the grain collection. The individuals entrusted with the care of livestock found themselves momentarily idle, their sole task being to keep an eye on the storage room. Li Shuyang borrowed a basket and a hoe, setting off into the mountains. Upon discovering a suitable spot for excavating clay, he commenced his work, laying the unearthed clay out to dry in the backyard. Wang Minggran was left in a state of curiosity, pondering Li Shuyang's intentions. Moreover, he returned with a considerable amount of mugwort and pine branches. "What are you planning to do?" the head of the household, Wang Minggran inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "I intend to make mosquito coils to exchange for money at the supply and marketing cooperative," Li Shuyang replied with a grin. "Can clay really be made into mosquito coils?" Wang Minggran asked, her expression one of intrigue. "Of course, clay cannot be transformed into mosquito coils, but creating the coils requires a kiln, and I will need it to burn charcoal. After the busy season, I also wish to renovate this house, which will involve using lime, necessitating a kiln as well," Li Shuyang explained. After elucidating his plans, he returned the borrowed tools to the storage room and reinforced the roof of the pig pen with wheat straw upon returning home. With no entertainment to be found at night, those engaged in labor were utterly exhausted, yearning for a restful slumber. "Second brother, I wish to accompany Finjia and the others to gather wheat ears tomorrow," Li Mei stated upon her return home, looking at Li Shuyang. "Just focus on cutting pig feed. And by the way, Mei, bring back a basket of mugwort each day before work ends, and gather any fallen pine cones you come across. When school starts, second brother will take you to study," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Li Mei gazed at him blankly, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. "Silly girl, what are you doing? If you don't want to, second brother can go gather them himself." Li Shuyang gently patted her head, chuckling. "Second brother, I want to work at home and not go to school. Not attending school is akin to living in ignorance. Knowing how to read and having an education allows one to become a scorekeeper, earning a respectable position without excessive toil," Li Shuyang responded with a laugh. This little girl was clearly worried that the family's burden was too great to support her education. However, Li Shuyang had already devised a means to earn money. As long as one had the courage, there was nothing to fear. He had thoroughly investigated the workings of the black market. As long as one was willing to spend money, the black market boss would provide a letter of introduction, ensuring that the patrols would not cause trouble. With Li Jia village nestled against towering mountains, Li Shuyang was confident in his ability to earn money. The notion of making mosquito coils to sell at the cooperative was merely to alleviate Wang Minggran's boredom at home, allowing her to feel more helpful. At night, lying in bed, Wang Minggran became less restrained, leaning against Li Shuyang's chest as he recounted stories to lull her to sleep. As he spun a ghost story, Wang Minggran clung tightly to him, occasionally pinching him for frightening her. Before long, both Wang Minggran and Li Shuyang slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, in the old residence of Li Minghai, a group of people found it impossible to sleep, their ears haunted by faint sobbing that sent shivers down their spines in the stillness of the night. The incessant sound of knocking at the door further deprived them of peaceful rest. "It must be the folk of Li Jia village playing tricks and scaring us. We are warriors of materialism and must capture these phantoms," the ringleader of the ruckus declared, wielding a flashlight as he rallied the young men around him. Their spirits ignited with fervor to confront the supposed ghostly presence. Yet, as they stepped outside, they were met with a sight that paralyzed them with fear. Swarms of bats fluttering ominously overhead, while a few perched on the pillars or the main entrance. Gnawing at something unseen, the clattering sounds had undoubtedly emanated from these bats. Yet who could command such creatures? Terrified, they scurried back into the safety of the house. Time passed, and the unsettling sounds eventually ceased, yet a ghostly wailing persisted, unnerving the group as they trembled in search of its source, only to discover it emanated from the main room of the courtyard. The young female intellectuals had long since cocooned themselves in their blankets, too frightened to rise. They pried open the door to the main room, shining their flashlight around, but found no trace of human presence. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, prompting everyone to flee towards the courtyard in panic. In that moment, they exchanged glances, each mirroring the other's trepidation. Chapter 12, The Busy Season. At dawn, Shuyang yawned as he arrived at the playground, where a group of young individuals came to receive their assignments, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, indicative of a restless night. The villagers of Lijia observed their bemused expressions, rendering them momentarily speechless regarding the notion of returning to the original youth dormitory. The previous night, they had conspired to procure a black dog from Zhang Jitun to ward off evil spirits. It seemed that wherever a black dog was present, stories of ghosts could be dispelled. The female intellectuals, witnessing the male intellectuals' unwillingness to concede, naturally banded together, understanding that internal discord would only invite derision and bullying from the villagers. Li Shuyang's predictions proved accurate. The task assigned today was to gather wheat ears. Although not explicitly stated by Zhang Dashan, it was clear that without his guidance, Li Minghai would not have arranged it thus. Li Shuyang was curious to discover the limits of his own physical capabilities. The load of manure he had carried yesterday weighed no less than 100 pounds. Yet it felt effortless upon his shoulders. Armed with a shoulder pole, he made his way to the fields, and within minutes, he had bundled a load of wheat ears. He hoisted a burden reaching nearly to his chest, feeling only a slight weight, reminiscent of carrying 20 pounds of rice home in his past life. Earning 12 work points in a day, coupled with a supplementary point for each 10 loads of wheat ears. An adult male could typically manage no more than 10 loads in the morning. Yet Li Jia village harbored few such strong men. The most robust, Li Zhuang, could manage at most 9 loads. However, as the morning wore on, Li Shuyang completed 12 trips. His perspiration, not solely from exertion, but rather from the intense heat of the sun. This rascal has changed entirely since marrying. It used to be commendable for him to carry 5 loads in a morning. Last year, he had yet to reach adulthood, and his strength had not fully developed. Now that he was of age, it was only natural for him to grow stronger. As the villagers engaged in spirited chatter about Li Shuyang's remarkable speed, he returned home, drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Wife, this is quite extravagant," Li Shuyang exclaimed, pointing at the fried tofu on the stone table. Given that a single ladle of oil in a pot of soup was already a considerable luxury, the fact that his wife had fried tofu was enough to evoke envy from others. "This oil was sent by my brother yesterday. I would never squander our household's lard," Wang Minggran replied with a smile. After spending 2 days together, she found herself increasingly pleased with the man before her, who not only had a gentle temperament and a compassionate heart, but also possessed a wealth of knowledge, even knowing how to make mosquito coils. When she playfully pinched him the previous night, he had taken it all in stride without a hint of anger. Li Mei returned home to find the tofu, and was equally delighted. "After days of eating cold wild vegetables, no matter how much I consumed, I was always left hungry by midnight. But now, following second brother, I no longer wake up starving in the middle of the night." This was due to the evening meal of thin porridge. Li Mei hurriedly handed Wang Minggran a few wild chicken eggs she had collected while cutting pig feed that day. Initially, she had hoped to raid a bird's nest, but she had been unable to climb high enough, allowing a fellow villager to beat her to it. At the dinner table, a dish of fried wild vegetable and egg was served, and Li Shuyang divided the eggs into 2 portions, placing them into the bowls of Wang Minggran and Li Mei. "Second brother, you should put in more effort. Just eat what you want. I'm fine with this," Li Mei said, pointing at the fried tofu. "Here, just eat it," Li Shuyang said, stopping Li Mei from trying to retrieve the egg. Wang Minggran looked at Li Shuyang with a cheerful smile, feeling quite pleased with herself. After the meal, Wang Minggran boiled the wild eggs she had collected, giving one to Li Mei and secretly slipping another into Li Shuyang's pocket. At that moment, Li Shuyang was jolted awake by the warmth of the boiled egg. Upon discovering it in his pocket, he quickly peeled it and handed it to Wang Minggran. Wang Minggran split the egg in half and brought it to Li Shuyang's lips, and he began to eat it in small bites, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. As evening approached, the labor points were being tallied. Li Shuyang was also at the playground, uncertain about the points for the wheat sheaves, which would need to be recalculated that night, as they might not even reach 20 loads throughout the day. "Less than 10 points for the day means you won't earn a single extra point," the scorekeeper announced. 15 points for Li Shuyang, he called out. After signing his name, Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. The more points one accumulated, the more grain one would receive, as the distribution was based on the total grain available in the village and the total labor points accumulated. Thus, more points translated to more grain. However, during the first half of the year, Li Shuyang likely did not earn a full quota, and this period would not make up for it. After the points were settled, Li Shuyang headed home. Passing by the old residence of Li Minghai, he noticed several young female intellectuals standing at the door, glancing around as if afraid to enter. Li Shuyang shook his head, ignoring them, and merely nodded slightly at Su Man and Bai Qingqing, whom he recognized. Soon, a male intellectual led a large black dog into Zhang Jituan, which gave the group the courage to step into the courtyard. However, the moment the black dog entered, it began to bark furiously at the main door, sending chills down everyone's spines, as the hall was completely empty. With so many female intellectuals watching, the male intellectuals had no choice but to bravely push open the hall door to investigate, yet the black dog continued to bark at the door, refusing to budge. Perhaps we should just go back, one female intellectual suggested. If we do, the villagers will mock us to no end. Better that than being scared to death. The group lost their appetite for cooking, only wanting to leave the courtyard as quickly as possible. After some discussion, they ultimately decided to depart. Watching them retreat in defeat, the nearby villagers approached, inquiring about what they had seen the previous night. The group recounted tales of the old residence of Li Minghai, further frightening the young female intellectuals. By the time Li Shuyang returned home, Li Mei had already begun to follow his instructions, grinding the dried mugwort on the stone table. Next to her was a bowl of untouched porridge. After having his porridge, Li Shuyang went to the backyard to inspect the clay, which still needed 2 more days in the sun before proceeding to the next step. As dusk began to fall, Li Shuyang led Wang Minggran and Li Mei with torches onto the dirt road to join the night harvesters collecting wheat sheaves. They refrained from doing so during the day for fear of unexpected inspections, as taking anything home without permission would lead to reprimands. Once night fell, everyone lost their inhibitions. As long as they didn't venture into the fields to cut along the roadside, this was considered a form of benefit. After some time, the basket Li Mei brought was filled, and their torches were nearly burnt out, prompting Li Shuyang to lead the two back home. Chapter 13. Heatstroke. Lying in bed at night, Li Shuyang dared not tell any ghost stories, for Wang Mingran's pinches were painfully intense. Instead, he recounted tales from the 3 kingdoms. Unsurprisingly, Wang Minggran fell asleep shortly after, unlike a boy who would likely stay awake until dawn. However, girls showed little interest in such matters. At around 4 in the morning, the roosters began to crow, urging Li Shuyang to rise and wash up. The busy season for work was markedly different from before. The first crow of the rooster signaled it was time to get up and prepare. After breakfast, they would head out to work. They labored tirelessly until nearly 7 in the evening before taking a break. In areas where there were not enough hands, the harvesting continued late into the night, often without any light. Zhang Dashan watched Li Shuyang with a sense of displeasure as he observed his vigorous demeanor. However, every load Li Shuyang carried was bundled by his wife, weighing considerably more than those of others. Yet, Li Shuyang seemed unfazed, effortlessly shouldering the burden without even a hint of fatigue. Having carried 31 loads the previous day, he earned the village's first 15 points. Among the villagers, the one who accumulated the most points was none other than Li Shuyang, which left Zhang Dashan gritting his teeth in frustration, unable to find a way to deal with him for the time being. Just the day before, Zhang Dashan had completed a task involving muck for 14 points, finishing before 10 in the morning. If it weren't for the fact that he had watched Li Shuyang grow up, Zhang Dashan would have suspected that he had received assistance from a strongman. After receiving their tools, everyone set off to work, with Zhang Hu trailing behind Zhang Dashan, complaining, "Dad, why does that brat get 15 points? I worked all day yesterday and only got 8. It's not fair. You should be grateful. Without me as the captain, you wouldn't even have earned 8 points. You know exactly what you've been doing all day in the fields, don't you? You still have the nerve to compare yourself to him. Why don't you try carrying 30 loads of wheat back in a day?" Zhang Dashan shot a disdainful glance at his son. He wanted to help his family earn more points, but with so many eyes watching, he couldn't afford to be too obvious. Being so close to the commune, any member who caught wind of it during an inspection could lead to serious trouble for Zhang Dashan. If they were in a more remote area like Huangyingo or Dejiu, Zhang Dashan would know how to discreetly secure benefits for his family without fear of repercussions. However, those places were treacherous. A single visit could cost a life. And unless something significant occurred, the commune leaders wouldn't bother inspecting. The long and dangerous journey was fraught with peril, and one could easily fall into a bottomless cliff, which could scare anyone to death. "Then I will carry wheat today." Ignoring Zhang Dashan's words, Zhang Hu hoisted his shoulder pole and ran towards Li Shuyang's group. Upon arriving at the field, Zhang Dashan's wife spotted her son mingling with the group of carriers and immediately waved him over. Bundling wheat was no easy task with someone as quick as Li Shuyang among them. One person could hardly keep up, while others found it manageable. Li Shuyang could run twice as fast as anyone else, and had it not been for the delay the day before, he could have made at least 10 more trips. Today, he faced 2 new wives responsible for bundling wheat for him. Though Zhang Dashan's wife appeared to have bundled a fair amount, it was still lighter than what Li Shuyang's group had, revealing the cunning strategy behind it. Li Shuyang noticed the lighter load and realized that Zhang Dashan's wife had attempted to undermine him. Little did she know, Li Shuyang's strength had grown significantly. As Li Shuyang sprinted, others trudged along laboriously, while the newly adult young men persevered. And those who had harvested wheat for the first time struggled to sleep through the night. The moment they lay down, their shoulders throbbed with pain. At midday, after nearly 6 hours of labor, Li Shuyang had made 16 trips that morning, and the 2 individuals bundling wheat had not delayed his work in the slightest. Leaning against a grand tree by the roadside, Li Shuyang watched as the others began their launch. Zhang Hu, that rascal, had already infiltrated the ranks of those bundling wheat. The first load of wheat had barely arrived at the playground when someone collapsed by the roadside, prompting laughter from the field workers all morning, who deemed him a decorative pillow, impressive in appearance yet utterly useless. Despite his towering stature, it was surprising that he could not carry even a single load of wheat. Though the mockery was relentless, it was all in jest. After all, Zhang Hu was not dining at their homes. If one of their own children reached such an age without managing to secure even 10 points, they would surely face dire consequences upon returning home. Wang Mingran approached with a bamboo basket in hand, causing the young men in the field to flush with embarrassment. Standing nearly 170 centimeters tall, her dark braid cascaded down her back, and her large, expressive eyes seemed to converse on their own. Her oval face was as fair as sheep fat. Dressed in a crisp, light shirt paired with blue trousers, she moved along the path like a living piece of art, captivating the gaze of onlookers. Whose lovely wife is that? She's truly stunning. Someone remarked. Are you blind? Another enviously retorted. At that moment, Wang Mingran had reached Li Shuyang's side, beaming as she served him food. Witnessing this scene, particularly the unmarried young men, they bit into their cornbread as if to vent their frustrations. In the countryside, everyone was required to labor, and such fair-skinned girls were a rarity, especially one as beautiful as Wang Mingran. Li Shuyang, whose family background was less affluent than theirs, had somehow won the affections of such a captivating woman. A wave of regret swept through the onlookers, leading them to shift their attention to the youth brigade, where 2 equally attractive single women, Su Man and Bai Qingqing, stood, though their features were obscured by wide-brimmed hats and veils. Quickly fetch the barefoot doctor. Came a sudden shout, interrupting Li Shuyang's meal. He looked up to find someone had fainted. Just as the crowd was about to converge, they were called back. Li Shuyang paid little heed, as the one he cared for was not in that direction. The incident occurred within the area where the youth brigade was stationed. Had the original version of himself been present, he would have dashed over to see if his beloved Bai Yueguang was all right. But now, his Bai Yueguang stood right before him. Hearing the crowd's chatter, particularly the mention of Bai Qingqing, he furrowed his brow. It seemed that without the help of Fei Yangyang, someone had succumbed to heat exhaustion. However, this bore little significance to Li Shuyang. Were it not for his crossing into this world, he would have been busy assisting Bai Qingqing with bundling wheat. As it stood, Li Shuyang found it far more productive to excavate clay from the back mountain to dry at home. Chapter 14. Rumors end with the wise. As the sun dipped below the western hills, Li Shuyang similarly earned 15 work points that day, and the wheat in the fields would be harvested by the next day. With just 3 or 4 more days of labor, the dual harvest task would be completed, granting Li Shuyang the opportunity to pursue his money-making plans. Nowadays, city children, under their teacher's guidance, would carry baskets filled with coal ash or other plant residues to the nearest production team to participate in the dual harvest labor. Strong laborers like Li Shuyang had no hope of evading work during this period. Ordinarily, absences were permissible, but during this time, requests for leave would be seen as a hindrance to the dual harvest. Not only would they lose work points, but they might also incur deductions. In such an environment, Li Shuyang had no intention of resisting. Upon returning home, Li Shuyang handed the remaining 2 yuan in his pocket to Wang Mingran. Tomorrow is your return day, but someone is always watching me during the dual harvest these days, and I can't leave. Take this money and buy some gifts for our parents at the supply and marketing cooperative, he said with a smile. Wang Mingran accepted the money with a hint of shyness, nodding in acknowledgement. Her parents' work involved augmenting the team's income, so they were exempt from participating in the dual harvest. Their daily task was to prepare tofu and soy milk to sell from a donkey cart. Brother, I heard something happened again at Li Minghai's old house. The outsiders were quite frightened this time. I heard that one of them fainted around noon today, Li Mei remarked as she returned with a basket of mugwort. They fainted from heat exhaustion, yet in your words, It becomes a case of being bewitched, Li Shuyang chuckled wryly. The villagers were truly idle, deriving amusement from another's misfortune, and scaring the children into avoiding Li Minghai's old house. What happened? Tell me, Wang Minggran inquired. Her curiosity piqued despite her timid nature. Li Mei recounted the day's events to Wang Minggran, and Li Shuyang shook his head at her animated storytelling. Such talent for narration should not go to waste. Those passing on the tale likely did not embellish it as vividly as she did. Don't say any more, Mei Zi. You're scaring your sister-in-law, Li Shuyang interjected quickly. No, I want to hear. Wang Minggran playfully tugged at Li Shuyang's hand, and he could only shake his head in resignation. How could that possibly happen at noon? Wang Minggran exclaimed, surprised to hear that Bai Qingqing had been bewitched at 12 o'clock. Sister-in-law, you might not know, but everything has its limits. The peak of prosperity often coincides with a reversal of fortunes. That's why in ancient times, beheadings were avoided at noon, scheduled for 12:15 instead. Although noon seems to be the zenith of the day, it marks the transition of yin and yang, with 12:15 being the true peak of yang energy. If all else fails, Mei Zi, you should set up a storytelling stall in Jing City. You might earn a few dimes in a day. It's a waste for you to be gathering pigweed in the village, Li Shuyang quickly interrupted, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. If Wang Minggran were to be frightened into a faint, he would surely face the wrath of his in-laws. Li Mei giggled and promptly fell silent, no longer elaborating despite Wang Minggran's persistent inquiries. This little girl spent her days beneath the old locust tree, absorbing tales from the elders. And her talent for storytelling was commendable. One could only wonder how she fared with her studies. Look at you, head of the household. You should encourage Mei Zi to continue, Wang Minggran teased, pulling at Li Shuyang's arm. All right, you win. Tonight you two can share a bed. This girl has enough ghost stories to keep you up until dawn, Li Shuyang conceded, unable to withstand Wang Minggran's charm. With that, he grabbed a bamboo basket and stepped outside, while Li Mei happily clasped Wang Minggran's hand, skipping along to help gather weed ears. In the countryside, where entertainment was scarce, such peculiar stories were a staple, particularly among the elders who relished sharing tales of the supernatural. Li Mei and her companions were always eager listeners, especially since the narrators would often preface their stories with, "This is a true experience of someone I know," planting the seed of authenticity in the minds of their listeners. Some children were so frightened they dared not venture outside at night to relieve themselves, yet they never wished to miss a single tale, a quintessential blend of innocence and curiosity. Li Shuyang could only shake his head in exasperation as the crowd gathering wheat began to spin increasingly fantastical tales about Li Minghai's old house, transforming it into a veritable hellscape. If he were to earn enough money to purchase the old house from Li Minghai, it would be a shame to let such a grand courtyard fall into disrepair. The courtyard residences of this era are far more comfortable than the villas of later generations. And as for the supernatural, Li Shuyang harbors no belief whatsoever. If ghosts were real, wouldn't those who were murdered turn into vengeful spirits, tearing their killers apart? Li Shuyang vividly recalls a news story from his past life, though he cannot recall whether it was in the 80s or 90s. A family, driven by greed, had murdered nearly 30 individuals, only to accumulate a meager sum of over 300 yuan. All the victims were concealed in the family's cellar. If ghosts existed, those 30 tortured souls would surely have ripped their murderer to shreds. It is utterly absurd that a couple would kill someone merely for asking for directions. Could there be any greater grievance than that? Hence, Li Shuyang is convinced that the old residence of Li Minghai has merely been tampered with, should it be sold to him at a low price. He would be reaping an extraordinary benefit. The more outlandish the rumors propagated by the townsfolk, the better for him, as it would ultimately lead to his advantageous acquisition. Not long after Li Shuyang lay down for the night, Li Mei reluctantly escorted Wang Minggran back to him, as his second sister-in-law believed that if ghosts were indeed present, the young girl would be unable to protect her. Upon entering the room, she promptly leaped onto the bed and burrowed under the covers, clinging tightly to Li Shuyang and refusing to let go. Tomorrow, after I return home, I'll bring over my father's large black dog. What about its food? Currently, it's challenging enough to sustain myself without adding a dog that eats like a voracious pig. What a tremendous burden. Wang Minggran, the naive girl, appears to have been frightfully spooked by the stories told by Li Mei, prompting her to adopt the practices of those sent-down youth who would bring a black dog to ward off evil spirits. I don't know, Wang Minggran murmured softly. Silly girl. If you truly feel frightened, just chant with me. If you recite until your body feels warm, the fear will dissipate. Listen closely. Especially when you wake suddenly and find yourself unable to move. Silently recite until you can vocalize it. Tai Shang Tai Ching, Tai Ching Tai Ming. Those who stand in battle shall line up before us. I beseech the ancestral master of demon slaying to descend. Just repeat it over and over. Li Shuyang could only soothe Wang Minggran with these words. Not wishing for her to remain in a state of terror, he resorted to this method. The best way to overcome fear is indeed to rely on an external anchor, a presence that alleviates anxiety. For instance, when one falls ill, they often entrust their worries to unknown deities. This serves as a form of psychological comfort. Li Shuyang realized that Wang Minggran needed to be coddled like a child, and he was more than willing to indulge her. Watching her gradually drift into slumber filled his heart with a delightful warmth. However, it was also his first encounter with the remarkable ability of rural folk to weave fanciful tales. Not long had passed before the incident involving Bai Qingqing's fainting had morphed into an entirely new ghost story. One could only wonder how Bai Qingqing would react upon hearing such tales. Chapter 15. Return visit at 4 o'clock in the morning. The sun had already risen, and Li Shuyang got up, as the work shifts had begun several hours earlier than usual. Li Mei and the others showed little change. They would start working after the third crow of the rooster, around 6 or 7 o'clock. Upon arriving at the team headquarters, Li Shuyang noticed that Bai Qingqing looked quite unwell, and her gaze towards the other members was peculiar. It seemed that the rumors of her being the story's protagonist had reached her ears. Comrade Li, Su Man greeted with a smile upon seeing him. Comrade Su. Li Shuyang replied promptly. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Su Man's cheerful demeanor. If given the chance, he would certainly rescue this naive girl. He recalled that her fate was rather grim. Although she had perished alongside Zhang Hu, he felt that her vibrant youth should not be buried in this small mountain village. As for Bai Qingqing, he had read the entire book without perceiving her as particularly malevolent. She merely exhibited the natural inclination of individuals to seek higher ground, a thought process that differed from his own. On stage, Zhang Dashan was speaking confidently. Su Man and Bai Qingqing, smiling brightly, approached Li Shuyang, and the three began to engage in casual conversation. When you work, make sure to prepare some honeysuckle. If you feel dizzy, drink a bit more and take refuge in the shade to rest. If it seems too obvious, find an excuse to go to the restroom. Making a few extra trips throughout the day will spare you from excessive sun exposure, Li Shuyang advised in a low voice. Will that result in a deduction of work points? One of them inquired. No, aside from us who are harvesting the wheat. You all are on a baseline of 10 work points, he reassured them. They exchanged puzzled glances before earnestly nodding in agreement. Recalling that after Bai Qingqing fainted the previous afternoon and only worked for an hour, she had still received 10 work points upon returning to the youth dormitory. The last few days had indeed been taxing, but it would improve soon. Before long, everyone began to gather their farming tools to head out. But Li Shuyang was held back. Yesterday afternoon, he could have carried a few more loads of wheat, yet he had deliberately slowed his pace. Zhang Dashan naturally wished to complete the grain harvest quickly, so they could collectively assist other villages in their harvest. This would not only earn the commune's praise, but also reward him personally. Shuyang, the brigade over there is short on labor, and you are the strongest young man in our village. Uncle wishes to transfer you to assist with the harvest at the brigade. I discussed it with the brigade leader last night. The team will supplement you with an additional work point each day. Once you are there, it will be a case of more work, more pay. If you do not wish to, that is perfectly fine, Zhang Dashan said, feigning concern for Li Shuyang. He spoke with such sincerity. The team's provision of extra work points for your support means you could accumulate quite a few over time. Thank you, uncle. I will go to the brigade, Li Shuyang replied, aware that Zhang Dashan was setting him up. The distance between the brigade's grain collection site and the drying area was significantly farther than the route to Li's village. He wondered if he could manage to carry 30 loads in a single day, knowing that greater distances posed a greater test of endurance. However, with the brigade leader's name invoked, Li Shuyang felt he had little choice. Nonetheless, he was genuinely curious to discover the limits of this body's capacity for agricultural labor. Accompanied by Zhang Dashan, he arrived at Zhangjituan, which had both dry land and ample fields. Harvesting here would not be as swift as in Li's village. It would take around 10 days to finish the entire process. The number of people bundling wheat in Zhangjituan was not as plentiful as in Li's village, as the long journey would necessitate breaks. Carrying a load of nearly 100 pounds of wheat felt like walking empty-handed, and he jogged towards the drying area. Here, the same rule of 10 loads for one work point applied, and someone would record each individual's tally. Throughout the morning, Li Shuyang made more than 10 trips back and forth, astonishing the girls who were recording points in Zhangjituan. While others took breaks to smoke or drink cool water, he moved like a whirlwind, returning every few minutes. Master, Wang Minggran ambled into Zhangjituan and spotted Li Shuyang squatting by the roadside, gnawing on some dry rations that Li Minghai had given him before he set off. Wan, Li Shuyang greeted with a smile. Wang Mengran's face darkened as she approached and pinched his arm. I told you to watch your mouth. Wan is a term of endearment used by parents for their children. Much like calling someone baby. Wang Minggran scolded him, her expression stern. All right, dear, there are so many people watching. knowing that so many are watching. You still dare to take advantage of me with your words? Wang Minggran entered the supply and marketing cooperative, purchased a pound of sugar, and then handed a cake to Li Shuyang. After bidding farewell to him, she turned back 3 times as she made her way towards Zhouzhuang. Upon returning home, she was greeted by her mother, who approached with a beaming smile, eagerly scrutinizing her from head to toe. Hearing Wang Minggran's voice, her father also emerged from the main room, grinning broadly. The affectionate gestures of the elderly couple, however, incited considerable dissatisfaction from a woman in the courtyard. One might easily mistake them for visiting dignitaries, she muttered under her breath, disdainfully regarding the couple's indulgence in their daughter. Wang's father and mother were oblivious to her complaints. Once inside the main room, Wang's mother began to chatter incessantly about some intimate matters. He did not touch me, mother. Is it really right for us to deceive him like this? My dear, you know nothing. If you wish to ascertain whether he genuinely intends to marry you, this is the way to find out, Wang's father replied with a chuckle. From a young age, he had let it be known that his daughter was unable to work due to her poor health and could not fully manage household chores. Thus, if someone were to still be interested after passing Wang's father's scrutiny, he deemed such a person worthy of entrusting his daughter for life. Just say if he treats you well, he prompted. He treats me quite well. Whenever there are delicacies at home, he insists I eat first. Even if there's only one egg, he insists I have it, she replied. Anyone I've seen who behaves like him can't be all that bad. Indeed, no matter how unreasonable or bothersome I may be, he never gets angry, Wang Minggran said, a hint of shyness in her voice. By the way, how did he react when we sent over the pig and hen? He didn't show much reaction, just seemed a bit embarrassed, saying that once his family is better off, he will send more things over. Wang Minggran recalled Li Shuyang's expression at that time. Well, as long as you are with him, we can rest easy, her father said with a smile. Minggran, keep this money with you. Based on his appetite, your family's grain won't last until the distribution, Wang's mother said, pressing a bundle of cash into her daughter's hand. Wang Minggran smiled, wrapping the bills in a handkerchief before placing them in her pocket. This sight made the woman outside seethe with resentment. Wang Minggran returned home with a pound of sugar, but when she left her parents' house, her basket was filled to the brim, and the elderly couple waved her off to Li's village with cheerful smiles before returning inside. Li Shuyang had earned 15 work points at the collective today, and he had also carried 30 loads, which made the brigade leader, Wu Chuanhua, beam with delight. After returning the shoulder pole to the custodian, Li Shuyang headed back home. Chapter 16. The harvest season concludes. Bai Qingqing and Su Man found that the methods Li Shuyang had taught them were quite effective. Whenever they felt dizzy, they hurried to the restroom, then found a cool spot to drink some water and fan themselves, and soon the dizziness would dissipate. They did not cause any trouble for the team, and even received praise from the youth leader. 7 or 8 days flew by, and the early rice was fully sown. Everyone was now eagerly anticipating the grain distribution after the harvest was handed in. Over these 8 days, Li Shuyang amassed nearly 130 work points, which infuriated Zhang Dashan, who found himself at a loss when Li Shuyang was publicly commended by the brigade leader at a meeting. Li Shuyang was now in his backyard, painstakingly grinding clay with a wooden pestle and filtering it through a sieve. Such meticulousness was unnecessary for making a kiln, but essential for crafting bowls and plates. Mixing fine clay from the mountain spring with the filtered clay, Li Shuyang began to mold bowls and plates, having already prepared the charcoal needed for the kiln after work yesterday. Once dried, these items would be placed into the kiln and fired at high temperatures for a day before being ready for use. At this time, Li Mei, accompanied by Wang Minggran, was in the main room, carefully pouring the dark raw materials into molds. To ensure the mosquito coils looked appealing and uniform, molds were essential. These molds were quite simple, carved with a small chisel on wooden boards. Then the raw material was pressed inside and left to dry before being removed. Making mosquito coils was not particularly challenging, and Wang Minggran and Li Mei were currently busy and thoroughly enjoying themselves. The cooperative purchased the coils for 2 cents each, so they could produce as many as they liked without spending on materials. After sealing the kiln, the 2 small children from his elder brother's family stumbled in, and Li Shuyang handed them the wooden rice bowls he had crafted. Making wooden rice bowls was also quite simple. One would hollow out suitable wooden stumps with a chisel, singe the rough edges with fire, and then polish them with round stones collected from the riverbank. The 2 little ones beamed with joy at the sight of the wooden bowls and spoons, and they now visited Li Shuyang almost daily, as their aunt occasionally treated them to candy and egg custard. That night, Li Shuyang took Wang Minggran into the mountains to check on the traps they had set earlier that morning. The black market boss would buy any kind of meat for 5 jiao per pound, and with his pass, no one would bother him along the way. As long as he could make money, Li Shuyang did not care whether the price offered was below market value. Both parties were simply in it for profit, not charity. As he inspected the traps, the first few yielded no results, but the later ones produced a few wild chickens and rabbits, though Li Shuyang did not feel particularly pleased. However, Wang Minggran was overjoyed, thinking highly of her man's abilities. She had never heard of anyone earning 16 work points in a day. Moreover, he was skilled in trapping prey, and by the end of the day, they had already caught 3 wild chickens and 2 rabbits. As Li Shuyang approached the last trap, he felt a wave of disappointment, but when he opened it, his expression transformed into one of excitement. He had caught a stag, which appeared to weigh at least 200 pounds. Even after processing, it would yield over 100 pounds of meat. Li Shuyang freed the trap and hoisted the deer onto his back, grinning as he led Wang Minggran home, taking care to avoid other households along the way. Upon returning home, he eagerly began processing the deer, working until midnight to finish everything. He reminded Wang Minggran to lock the door before he set off for Jing City with the deer meat. Indeed, there were patrols even at night, but after showing his introduction letter, they did not check what he carried in his basket. Upon reaching the black market and presenting his goods to the boss's aide, he was met with a smile as the aide began weighing the meat. In total, there was 100 pounds of meat, plus bones, and Li Shuyang weighed it himself, surprised by the significant difference. After accounting for the moisture and innards, the weight was still considerable. Nevertheless, with an income of 50 yuan, Li Shuyang felt satisfied, choosing not to sell the wild chickens and rabbits. He decided to gift one to his father-in-law, another to his elder brother and sister-in-law, and kept one for himself to satisfy his cravings. With the 50 yuan in hand and a new introduction letter, he returned to the village, feeling quite content. Had it not been for the introduction letter, the first patrol would likely have confiscated the deer meat for themselves, which explained the low prices. It seemed that managing such operations required considerable expenditure. When Li Shuyang arrived home, the 3 wild chickens had been processed by Li Mei and Wang Minggran, their feathers burned to ash. Maisie, take this one to your sister-in-law's house, but be careful not to be seen. Cover it with some wild vegetables in the basket, Li Shuyang instructed, handing her one of the chickens. After she left, Li Shuyang took out the 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Wang Minggran. Wife, school starts in a couple of days. Please take Maisie to enroll. Even without her working, I can still provide for you and keep you both plump and healthy, he said with a smile. All right, Wang Minggran replied, shyly accepting the money and nodding. Li Shuyang, carrying a wild hare, stealthily arrived at the cow shed before dawn, where the old man, Li Mingyi, now resided. Observing Li Shuyang's furtive demeanor, the awakened Li Mingyi was left pondering the young man's intentions. His medical skills were now solely directed towards the livestock within the shed. Any attempt to treat a human could lead to denunciation. With the village's podium ever ready to welcome him. What do you want? Li Mingyi inquired, eyeing the hare and half a bottle of liquor in Li Shuyang's hands. I brought this for you, uncle. Surely you wouldn't want to see me suffer? Li Shuyang replied with a smile. His words left the old man momentarily speechless. After all, Li Shuyang was indeed the nephew of both Li Minghai and Li Mingyi. Let us get to the point. If you have nothing to discuss, you should be on your way, Li Mingyi said, swallowing hard as he gazed at the bottle. I wish for you to examine Annie's health. Bring her over tomorrow, he finally stated, snatching the items from Li Shuyang and pushing him out of the cow shed. After savoring a sip of liquor, Li Mingyi felt invigorated. The conversation had piqued his interest in Li Shuyang. Had the young man pleaded earnestly, he likely would not have given him the time of day. Though there was a nagging suspicion that Li Shuyang might be acting under Zhang Dashan's influence, his mischievous demeanor led Li Mingyi to believe otherwise. As dawn broke, Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran made their way to Zhou village. During Wang Minggran's last visit, Li Shuyang had been unable to accompany her, and now he was determined to enjoy her company. Eldest sister Zhou Lan was overjoyed to see a perfectly prepared wild chicken, feeling that her efforts over the years were finally recognized. It turned out that Li Shuyang and Li Mei were indeed grateful children. Whenever Li Mei foraged for wild chicken eggs or vegetables, she would always share half with them before taking the remainder home. Chapter 17. The Statistics of Work Points. With bamboo baskets on their backs, Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran headed towards Zhou village. Meanwhile, at the rear of Li family village, the cow shed was bustling with activity as Li Mingyi prepared a hot pot with 2 freshly cleaned hares tossed into a clay pot. The aroma of the meat lured others residing in the cow shed. Despite the end of the double harvest, which typically allowed for a leisurely start to their day, the enticing scent proved irresistible, prompting them to rise early in search of the source. Hey, old Li, you're being a bit inconsiderate, one elder exclaimed. We haven't even started eating yet. What's this about being considerate? Call everyone over to taste it. It's not every day we get a bit of meat to supplement our diets. Li Mingyi added wild ginseng he had dug up from the mountains into the pot, filling it with a hearty mix of wild vegetables and rabbit meat. Soon, a group gathered around the pot, sharing laughter and conversation. Who would have thought you had such culinary skills? Were you hiding your talents all along? Chuckled an elderly man with graying hair and glasses. If only I had such skills, Li Mingyi replied, shaking his head. Ah, young lad, you have liquor too, another elder with a square face said, seizing the bottle and taking a hearty swig. After everyone had a taste, they lamented the rapidly emptying bottle. If only we could drink a sip every day, they mused, recalling the days before arriving at Li family village when they could indulge freely. Don't worry, you'll have plenty more in the future. Just bring me the money if you want to purchase anything, Li Mingyi assured them. Are you drunk, lad? With our status, who can go shopping? A woman interjected. How did you come by this rabbit meat? Another elder inquired. It was delivered by my uncle, Li Mingyi replied. Your uncle truly cares for you. You're nearly 70. And how old is he? They wondered, curious about his uncle's age, knowing many in their group had been reported by their own sons. 18, Li Mingyi replied resignedly. A man who had been sipping his soup could not hold back his laughter. Oldly, that joke isn't funny at all. Elders are to be respected. But what can I do? He is indeed older than me by a generation, Li Mingyi shrugged helplessly. After relishing the rabbit meat, the group busied themselves, grateful that no one from the village would come to supervise them, aside from the occasional visits from the double harvest team to coordinate labor. Zhou village. As Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran entered the Wang family's yard, a woman spotted them and immediately rolled her eyes, muttering something disparaging about shamelessly taking advantage of others. Who is she? Li Shuyang asked Wang Minggran, turning to her. My sister-in-law, Wang Minggran replied, seemingly unfazed by the woman's remarks, though Li Shuyang had caught every word. Nan. Her father called out from the kitchen, busy making tofu. Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran rushed to help. Her father ladled out the freshly made tofu from the iron pot onto a piece of cloth, allowing excess water to drain before gently transferring it to a mold. Li Shuyang placed a stone weight on top to help the tofu set. After preparing the tofu and bean curd, her parents would hurry off to the market to sell their goods, leaving Wang Minggran's younger brother to oversee things at home. It was best to arrive early for a visit or to call ahead, as they were rarely home unless it rained. Once inside, Wang Minggran's mother brought out the dishes from the backyard, her face lighting up upon seeing Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran. Li Shuyang retrieved the wild chicken and hare from the basket, along with wild mushrooms that Wang Minggran had gathered over the past few days. After spending some time with her family, the two made their way back to Li family village at a leisurely pace. See, my chosen son-in-law not only treats my daughter well, but also shows filial piety, bringing us meat as a gesture of respect, unlike some who forget us after a feast. Occasionally, they even take things back to their own families, her father remarked, casting a glance toward his eldest son's room. Wang Minggran, with a basket on her back, playfully held onto the straps as Li Shuyang carried her home. Come down and walk. People will laugh at you, he chuckled. What is there to fear? My health isn't great anyway. If they see me, so be it. They want to know who I am, Wang Minggran replied, draping a rag over her head. Perhaps to shield herself from the sun or to conceal her beauty. Li Shuyang smiled, but said nothing further, as carrying her felt no heavier than a load of wheat. Upon returning home, he gently set down the bamboo basket, while Wang Minggran skipped off to gather pig feed, and Li Shuyang strolled towards the village's collective office. Today was the day for tallying work points. He simply needed to present the work points slip issued by the team to receive their rations. In other villages, grain distribution occurs within the village itself, yet in Li family village, every household with the surname Li harbors distrust towards Zhang Dashan. This issue has led to numerous disputes, prompting the commune to designate the grain distribution to the Zhangji Tun team. Li Shuyang, along with his elder brother Li Zhuang and sister-in-law Zhou Lan, must also account for work points, necessitating the reassignment of the first half of the year's work points to Li Shuyang's name. Li Minghai meticulously calculated Li Mei's work points, totaling 1,080 for the first half of the year, with Li Mei earning 6 work points daily. Li Shuyang, on the other hand, averaged 12 work points a day, accruing a total of 160. Presently, a single work point is equivalent to 0.09 gene of grain. Together, the work points earned by Li Shuyang and Li Mei in the first half of the year amount to 916 gene of wheat, which, after removing the husks, amounts to less than 240 gene. This grain must sustain them until the year-end distribution, and converting it entirely to corn would suffice to last until then. Over the course of 6 months, the two must average 486 gene of grain monthly. Excessive consumption would inevitably lead to hunger, averaging less than 288 gene per person. In a later era characterized by abundance, a mere 16 gene per person would suffice. However, during these times of scarcity, a robust laborer like Li Shuyang would find even 3 gene of grain daily to be insufficient, highlighting the immense pressure faced by his brother and sister-in-law. How many work points does my elder brother still owe the team? Li Shuyang inquired of Li Minghai. A total of 1,000 work points. Li Minghai replied as he opened the ledger. Deduct 1,000 work points from my account. Li Shuyang interjected, halting Li Zhuang, who was about to protest. That is foolish. After deducting 1,000 work points, how much grain can you possibly have left? Li Minghai, you are not permitted to deduct from my younger brother's account. Deduct 500 from mine first, and the remainder can be taken at year-end. I am deducting the work points owed by Maisie and me over the years. This has nothing to do with you, elder brother. Although these work points are nominally your debt, they are, in fact, for the sustenance of Maisie and me. Thus, they must be deducted from my account, Li Shuyang asserted with considerable strength, pushing Li Zhuang out of the team office. Resigned, Li Zhuang nodded in agreement. During his youth, Li Shuyang had consumed much while contributing little. After the deduction, Li Shuyang was left with 240 work points. Li Minghai then issued Li Shuyang a receipt for the team's supplementary income. In the first half of the year, Li Shuyang was entitled to receive 125 yuan, averaging just over 2 yuan per month. He would also need to take this receipt to the team to deduct 8 yuan for the deferred purchase of an iron pot, with the remaining 8 yuan to be settled at year-end. In the present rural context, purchasing iron pots and kitchen knives from the supply and marketing cooperative does not require industrial coupons. During the previous communal dining era, every household donated their iron pots and knives for steel production, which can be viewed as a form of subsidy or compensation. Households in Li family village do not wish for Zhang Dashan to be present during the accounting of work points, as distrust lingers due to the famine that claimed several lives after being deceived twice by him. During the communal dining period, after all the grain was collected, Li Minghai proposed retaining half for the village while sending the other half to the county. However, Zhang Dashan misled the villagers, claiming it was merely to showcase to the county leaders, assuring them that half would be returned. Ultimately, all the grain was shipped elsewhere for disaster relief, leaving the village in dire straits, resorting to foraging for tree bark and leaves to survive. The second incident is best left unmentioned. Consequently, families with the surname Li harbor deep-seated mistrust towards Zhang Dashan, their team leader. He may organize labor, but when it comes to accounting for and tallying work points, his presence is unnecessary. Upon arriving at the Zhangji Tun team, Li Shuyang found a long line of individuals, each wearing expressions of joy, reaping the rewards of their labor from the first half of the year. By the time it was Li Shuyang's turn, darkness had fallen, and before the grain could be weighed, he received a letter of introduction. Without needing to open it, Li Shuyang understood its purpose. It served as proof that he could exchange the wheat he received at the Grain Bureau for corn, as the team recognized that relying solely on wheat and other coarse grains would not suffice until year-end. Hence, the exchange of fine grains for coarse ones was essential, saving him considerable hassle when transporting the grain back. At the supply and marketing cooperative, Li Shuyang purchased a bottle of wine, a pound of salt, and various other condiments before returning to the village with his grain. The total amount of grain he received, converted entirely to corn, was approximately 300 jin. Nevertheless, Li Shuyang was unconcerned about the sufficiency of his provisions. With grain costing less than 8 cents per jin, securing a wild boar or other game in the mountains would yield enough money to buy an abundance of food. Thus, he had no intention of converting his grain into coarse grains. In the stillness of the night, Li Shuyang took Wang Minggran to the cattle shed behind the village, where Li Mingyi awaited their arrival under the flickering torchlight. The ailment that eluded treatment at Jing City Hospital proved to be quite troublesome. However, upon seeing Wang Minggran, Li Mingyi's expression turned to one of confusion. Her physique and complexion bore no resemblance to that of an ailing individual. As he examined her pulse, his brows remained furrowed. "How is it?" After a few minutes of anxious waiting, Li Shuyang inquired. Li Mingyi scrutinized Wang Minggran's delicate fingers, free of any calluses, and then carefully observed her face, which was as fair as snow, showing no signs of sun exposure. He pulled Li Shuyang's hand and began to write. "Could it be a misdiagnosis? Ask around, and you shall find out," Li Mingyi replied, seizing the bottle of wine that Li Shuyang had brought and ushering the two out. Initially expecting a complex condition, he was taken aback by the simplicity of the case, realizing that even the legendary physician Hua Tuo might struggle to treat it. Perhaps a whip would be necessary for a proper resolution. After returning home with Wang Minggran, Li Shuyang repeatedly contemplated speaking, but ultimately chose to remain silent. "What did the old gentleman say?" Wang Minggran, noticing Li Shuyang's expression of uncertainty, asked. "He said your ailment is one of laziness," Li Shuyang finally revealed. Wang Minggran burst into laughter, nearly rolling over in amusement. "Are you foolish? Didn't he find anything wrong, and you're laughing so hard? I'll go to Jing City another day to see if there's a more skilled physician." "No need. He was quite accurate. I'm not ill at all. My parents instructed me to feign illness, saying it would help me find a good man," Wang Minggran explained after her laughter subsided. Li Shuyang finally understood. Akin to the principle where Zhuge Liang's father-in-law would describe his daughter as plain, knowing only those who genuinely wished to marry her wouldn't mind. From now on, I'll accompany you to work. Look at your miserly demeanor, Wang Mingran teased, tugging at Li Shuyang's arm. I don't need you to work with me. It's good that you're not ill. I've been quite worried these days, fearing you might faint while foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains without anyone knowing. Li Shuyang gently pulled Wang Mingran into his embrace, chuckling. After washing up that night, they lay together in bed. And Li Shuyang felt a rush of warmth as he held her close. The next morning, after the rooster crowed, Li Shuyang happily rose from bed. Wang Mingran, however, remained shy about getting up. Rest well. Remember to take Maisie and Xiaomin to register today, Li Shuyang urged as he dressed and headed towards the team office. Along the way, others observed Li Shuyang's elated demeanor with expressions of curiosity. They were aware that he had only received 200 jin of grain the previous day and wondered why the foolish lad was so cheerful. Contemplating that if he indulged himself too much, the days of hunger were still ahead. Li Shuyang was indifferent to the opinions of others, solely yearning to finish work and return home to continue his toil. Having recently savored the taste of meat, he remained enraptured within the intoxicating realm of wine and savory dishes. Accompanied by his fellow comrades, he made his way to Daiwanzi to harvest vegetables. Daiwanzi spanned dozens of acres, cultivated into distinct plots of land, showcasing an array of produce, some mature cabbages and others tender seedlings just breaking the soil. After waking, Wang Mingran lamented that Li Shuyang was as reckless as a bull, lacking in compassion. After donning her attire, she led Li Mei to their elder brother's home, guiding the two young girls, Li Mei and Li Min, toward Zhangjian. Li Mei was particularly jubilant along the way, having once envied the children who could attend school. Now, she found herself among them. At this moment, Zhoulan was tasked with cutting vegetables alongside Li Shuyang. You need to support Mei's education, and you must earn enough for 3 mouths to feed. Even if you manage to accumulate 15 work points a day, it won't suffice, she remarked. As for Xiaomin, it matters not whether she attends school or not. Look at the tally clerk at the scales. His work is so much easier, yet he earns 10 work points daily. Regardless of the time, those with education find their labor far less burdensome than ours. You need not fret about finances. In a few days, construction will commence on the new road from Jing City to the provincial capital, and I plan to go lend my assistance. I heard from Li Minghai that not only do they provide meals, but they also offer 12 work points a day, with an additional 2 points as a subsidy from the team. Moreover, there is a monthly salary of 3 yuan. I have already signed up, Li Shuyang explained as he worked. Upon hearing of Li Shuyang's intent to support road construction, Zhoulan furrowed her brow. The current road projects lacked large machinery to mitigate safety risks. Every obstacle was met with manual labor. Li Shuyang's parents, who were also Zhoulan's in-laws, had perished in such accidents. Despite the high subsidies for road construction, it was indeed perilous work. What makes you consider aiding in such dangerous work? Zhoulan inquired after a moment's reflection. Given that his parents had died in an accident of this nature, it was reasonable to expect that Li Shuyang would harbor some trepidation about such endeavors. Yet, he sought a straightforward means to acquire funds for food. Relying solely on the meager income from the team's side jobs would inevitably raise suspicions. Conveniently, Zhang Dashan had been intent on undermining him, and Li Shuyang decided to seize the opportunity. Since the animosity with Zhang Dashan had begun, he had not ceased his efforts to undermine Li Shuyang. During the return journey from the county town with the educated youth, he consistently sought to ensnare him with words, and upon arriving at the team, he assigned the most arduous tasks. In a time of meager resources, everyone was compelled to labor intensely, a torment for the average individual. Were it not for Li Shuyang's unique physique, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. The call to support construction would undoubtedly come at Zhang Dashan's behest. Yet this was precisely the opportunity Li Shuyang required to openly spend money. Zhang Dashan would not relinquish such a dangerous task. And even if Li Minghai failed to sway Li Shuyang, Zhang Dashan would certainly enlist the team leader from Zhangjian to carry out this work. It was well known that those who volunteered for construction would receive accolades, and the team leader was keenly aware of Li Shuyang's commendable performance within the squad. Given such a capable laborer, how could they not send him to set an example? Would they rather dispatch the elderly, infirm, or the weak? Li Shuyang thought, reflecting on his recent marriage and the financial needs awaiting at home. He desired to earn extra money to prepare for future expenses, knowing that when work points were scarce, he could buy food from the team. He refrained from voicing his grievances against Zhang Dashan, not wishing to burden his elder brother and sister-in-law with worry. Li Shuyang was unafraid of Zhang Dashan's machinations. The most he could do was assign hazardous or particularly laborious tasks. Should Zhang Dashan attempt anything more insidious, Li Shuyang was confident in his ability to counteract it. Hearing Li Shuyang's words, Zhoulan nodded, surprised that he, having just started a family, was already contemplating the long term. Regardless of the work you undertake, you must exercise caution and remain vigilant, Zhou Lan advised softly. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. The support for construction would not commence immediately. He had over a month to arrange his household affairs, allowing him to focus on work for a few months. With the busy farming season concluded, the remaining tasks were either land clearing or accumulating work points. At most, he could earn 12 work points a day. With Li Mei in elementary school and Wang Mingran, and Li Shuyang not intending for her to engage in farm labor, it fell solely upon Li Shuyang to sustain the family. It was precarious to rely on just him, as it was inevitable that Zhang Dashan would take notice of such secrecy. Fear not the thief who steals, but the one who covets, he mused, aware that someone would eventually uncover the truth. Thus, he readily agreed when Li Minghai proposed the idea. As Li Shuyang and Zhou Lan finished their labor, his elder brother Li Zhuang returned, pushing the team's cart, having delivered the grain processed at the water mill. The grain prepared in this manner was exchanged at the grain bureau for ready-to-use provisions. After carrying the processed wheat into the house, Li Shuyang also transported the bran to the kitchen, where it could serve as feed for both chickens and pigs, though only in moderation, as it could not replace their main diet. Naturally, there were individuals who would come to the village to purchase bran at a very low price, a mere few cents per pound. Bran could also be utilized for brewing, though Li Shuyang was unfamiliar with the process. "Brother, where's your grain?" he inquired. "It's still at the water mill. Bring yours over first. Mine can wait, as we have plenty of surplus at home." "Are you not participating in land clearing today?" Li Shuyang asked with a smile. "First, we need to get the grain out. I will join in the labor tomorrow." Li Zhuang replied cheerfully as he pushed the cart back toward the water mill. At around 2 in the morning, Li Zhuang knocked on Li Shuyang's door. Upon opening it, Li Shuyang realized his brother was heading to the water mill to process grain, as the queues would be excessively long by dawn. While there were alternatives at the team, they charged for processing wheat, so many preferred to wait at the water mill to save costs. Not long after Li Zhuang left, Li Mei joyfully bounded into the courtyard, holding a book issued by the school. Running up to Li Shuyang, he glanced at the book in her hands and smiled. The covers of modern books prominently featured themes of labor, adorned with illustrations of several children in red scarves picking up wheat ears. The thin volume was scarcely thicker than Li Shuyang's finger. However, the joy radiating from Li Mei's face was unmistakable. "The second sister said she would teach me to write today. She even bought me pencils and a notebook," Li Mei exclaimed, placing the book on the stone table before rushing back outside. Moments later, she returned with Wang Mingran in tow. As Wang Mingran entered the courtyard, she found Li Shuyang busy feeding the pigs, her heart swelling with delight at his industriousness. When Li Shuyang emerged from the kitchen with the meal, he found Li Mei diligently practicing her name, each stroke executed with utmost seriousness. "Are you both free this afternoon?" Wang Mingran inquired as she began arranging wood in the yard. "Yes, it will be after 2, Li Shuyang replied with a smile, though he spoke lightly. Land clearing was no less strenuous than the rush to harvest. While the entire village relished the work, it was far from easy. After dining, Li Shuyang made his way to the team office, borrowed an axe, and ventured into the mountains. There were numerous fallen trees there, and he sought out suitable ones to begin his task. Before long, he emerged from the woods, carrying a log. After making 2 trips back and forth, Li Shuyang unearthed the treasures hidden by the original owner's parents in the backyard. The wooden chest was filled with tools exclusively possessed by carpenters. These tools belonged to the original owner's grandfather, who, during a time when old objects were being sought out and destroyed, had his family mistakenly believed that such items needed to be surrendered, prompting them to conceal these belongings. Upon opening the chest, Li Shuyang discovered that despite some rust, the tools remained largely intact and merely required a bit of polishing to be functional once more. When the whistle blew, Li Shuyang placed the tools under the sun to dry and proceeded towards the newly cleared land. In the present day, many forests had been severely damaged in the pursuit of cultivating more arable land for crops. Naturally, Li Shuyang refrained from voicing any sentiments about forest conservation to the villagers, instead joining them in uprooting tree stumps. The more land they cleared, the more grain they could collectively harvest. The villagers shouted in unison as they exerted their strength, and before long, the stumps were dislodged. Several individuals then lifted the wooden stumps onto a cart for transport to a designated location for burning. Chapter 20. Assistance. Li Shuyang. Zhang Dashan called out from the edge of the field. "Here," Li Shuyang replied, hurrying forward and setting down the tools he had been using. "Since you possess great strength, you need not assist the team with the stumps. Instead, go and fetch the stone mill," Zhang Dashan instructed, gesturing towards the stone mill that had just been brought over from the production team. Li Shuyang nodded, aware that Zhang Dashan was not one to let him off easily. Once Zhang Dashan had assigned the tasks, he made his way towards the brigade, while Li Shuyang, along with several strong laborers tasked with hauling the stone mill, dragged it to the newly cleared land. The freshly cleared area was exceedingly barren. Such land yielded poor crop yields. However, the villagers of Li family village intended to plant chili peppers in this newly opened space. After a couple of years of cultivating chili peppers, the soil would gradually become fertile, although Li Shuyang did not fully understand the underlying principles. For now, the task at hand was to level the land. As soon the women would arrive carrying a mixture of ash and soft soil to layer it several times over. When the time came to plant the chili peppers, Li Shuyang and the other strong laborers would need to transport all the surplus manure from the village. The large stones unearthed during the clearing process would also serve as a side business for the team. Once the designated acreage for clearing was met, these stones would be broken down into suitable sizes for transport to the city, where a cartload of square stones could fetch 1 or 2 coins. Clearing land was hardly a leisurely endeavor compared to harvesting. Everyone involved in the labor had to remain industrious. In fact, the labor credits earned during land clearing were lower than those during harvest time. Strong laborers earned only 11 credits a day, while women could earn a maximum of 9 credits, as the first year of cultivating newly cleared land yielded no harvest, allowing only for the planting of chili peppers and vegetables. Ultimately, the total earnings from selling these crops would be distributed among those who participated in the land clearing based on their labor credits. Typically, the youth were not invited to assist with land clearing, as any profitable side business would not include outsiders. Although Bai Qingqing and her companions had previously lent a hand at Daiwanzi, their credits would not be counted as side business credits during the reconciliation with the youth team leader. Li Shuyang toiled away like a sturdy ox, continuously hauling the stone mill, as the team did not allow livestock to participate in such labor. This work was also arduous for the animals, which needed rest after the recent harvest. If not allowed recovery, the livestock might suffer and ultimately perish within a few years, a devastating loss for the production team. The term suffering here referred to a decline that could lead to death within a year or two. Eventually, when the workday came to a close, Li Shuyang returned to the village alongside his fellow laborers. Wang Minggran had prepared dinner. Having lived with his sister-in-law for many years and not being accustomed to having dinner, Li Shuyang ate little, merely drinking a bowl of thin porridge before starting to cut the wood he had brought back at noon, transforming the logs into planks. The tools left by the original owner's grandfather were quite comprehensive, and with only a slight sharpening of the blades, they were ready for use. As Li Shuyang repeatedly pushed the planks back and forth, Wang Minggran, filled with curiosity, asked, "Why is the head of the household pushing so many wood shavings down?" "To ensure the planks are smooth and even, so they won't splinter when touched," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. That night, under the flickering light of a torch, Li Shuyang worked diligently in the courtyard, turning 2 pieces of wood into smooth planks before finally cleaning up the tools, washing up, and retiring to bed. In the early morning, Wang Minggran gave Li Shuyang a few vigorous nudges, and only then did he relent. After getting up, Li Shuyang began to organize the planks he had prepared the previous day. "Aren't we working today?" Wang Minggran inquired upon noticing Li Shuyang engaged in woodworking. "The clearing is on a rotating schedule. The fieldwork is being managed by the youth, so we don't need to work today," Li Shuyang explained with a smile. Now that the busy farming season had ended, all tasks were left to the youth and the women of the village, while most strong laborers were required to venture out. As for where they would be sent for support, that information would be revealed once the public leaders returned from their meeting in the county. Those unwilling to participate could contribute financially. The village would retain some strong laborers for the team's side work, yet many were eager to pay to support construction efforts. After all, those who went out to support would be well fed, and those with larger appetites were particularly inclined to volunteer. Li Shuyang carried back 2 more logs from the mountains, and once processed, he began crafting a bed and a desk for Li Mei. Before mealtime, he had successfully constructed a simple bed. In the afternoon, he commenced building a cabinet, concerned about the grains being ravaged by rodents. He also intended to repair the courtyard gate. As evening approached, while Li Shuyang was assembling the cabinet, Li Mingyi arrived at his door. Knocking on the open courtyard gate and glancing at Li Shuyang, he then turned and walked towards the village's edge. Seeing Li Mingyi, Li Shuyang hurriedly followed him. As they neared the cattle shed, Li Mingyi waited for Li Shuyang. "What do you need me for?" Li Shuyang asked, puzzled. "Can't I ask you for medical assistance if you can ask me for help?" Li Mingyi shot back with a glance. "Offering medical assistance comes at a cost. You must also provide me with benefits," Li Shuyang teased. "I'll give you 50 cents for 1 trip," Li Mingyi said, handing Li Shuyang the coin. "That 1 tea do. I must first ascertain what kind of help you require," Li Shuyang replied, declining to accept the money with a grin. "I need help procuring some supplies and delivering a few letters, and after sending them, I need you to check the post office once a month for any packages that may have arrived," Li Mingyi specified. "That 1 tea suffice. 50 cents is too little. And besides, I might be sent to assist with highway construction by the end of this month." Li Shuyang shook his head. What good fortune do you expect? The request for highway assistance was merely a test from Zhang Dashan through Li Minghai. There's a subsidy of 3 coins for a month. How could such good fortune fall to you? Your tasks have already been assigned. You're going to support the flood prevention project for the irrigation canal. How do you know this? Li Shuyang inquired, bewildered. Yesterday, he came to ask me to check his daughter-in-law's pulse, and inadvertently, I overheard his conversation with his wife. They mentioned not knowing how you had offended Zhang Dashan, as he seemed intent on making you work hard. Initially, he wanted you to help with soil removal at the brigade, but Li Minghai objected, later suggesting you support highway construction. However, it seems Zhang Dashan had different thoughts. As after the meeting yesterday, he included your name in the list for supporting the irrigation canal. Li Shuyang, upon hearing Li Mingyi's words, could only shake his head in resignation. The current state of the production team was such that members like him were akin to bricks, moved wherever needed. They complied with the village leader's arrangements, offering support for various constructions. If one wished to resist such orders, they could choose to leave the village and seek their fortune elsewhere, living day by day on the whims of fate. Do you know which section of the canal we are assisting in constructing? Li Shuyang inquired with curiosity. The stretch from Zhangjian to Liguanying. You've asked so many questions. Are you agreeing or not? Li Mingyi shot back, giving Li Shuyang a pointed glare. All right, I will gladly assist you, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. In his mind, Li Shuyang contemplated how to deal with Zhang Dashan, this old rascal, who constantly employed such blatant schemes against him, truly believing he was malleable like clay. Chapter 21, Procurement. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. As agreed, I shall pay you 50 cents for the trip, not a penny less. These are essential supplies, and here is the money. Li Mingyi handed over the banknotes to Li Shuyang, followed by several letters. I must open these letters first. If they contain anything inappropriate, I cannot bear the consequences. Li Shuyang remarked, looking at Li Mingyi. Of course, Li Mingyi nodded in agreement. The present circumstances were indeed dire. The village's old man Li had picked up a few seditious slogans to report, but he had been unable to identify the author, leaving the matter unresolved at the farm's transformation site. Li Shuyang had no desire to end up at the farm simply for delivering letters. Although the original owner had not graduated from elementary school, he had attended for 4 years and could read, which was not surprising. Li Shuyang opened the letters and scrutinized them carefully, finding no issues, and finally nodded in satisfaction, tucking them away. Upon arriving at the post office, the staff would also conduct inspections. If anything inappropriate was found within, Li Shuyang, as the messenger, would inevitably be implicated. He glanced at the procurement list in his hand, then at the banknotes, mentally calculating that there would be sufficient funds remaining after purchasing the necessary daily goods. After parting ways with Li Mingyi, Li Shuyang pondered how to oust Zhang Dashan. He realized that he needed the support of Wu Chuanhua, the team leader. Otherwise, Zhang Dashan's misdeeds would not go unnoticed by the villagers who had previously reported him to the commune. However, Wu Chuanhua, intent on preserving the title of an advanced team, continued to assert that Zhang Dashan had done nothing wrong. If not for the fact that Zhang Dashan had usurped Widow Zheng's property, he could have been subjected to reformation for many years. Li Shuyang's objective was to persuade Wu Chuanhua, making him understand that removing Zhang Dashan would not tarnish the advanced team's reputation. The reason incidents within the village could be suppressed was due to the fear of them being leaked and mocked by other teams, leading to a collective loss of face. Widow Zheng had reported her grievances to the county multiple times, yet each time her complaints seemed to vanish without a trace. As the selection of the advanced team was determined by county officials, to overturn their own choices would be akin to slapping their own faces. Previously, while assisting in road construction, Zhangjian had lost 3 or 4 lives, yet under immense pressure, Wu Chuanhua managed to complete the project ahead of schedule. This spirit was recognized by the commune and county leaders, who provided compensation to the bereaved families, subsequently awarding Zhangjian the banner of an advanced team. Thus, without Wu Chuanhua's acquiescence, Zhang Dashan would remain entrenched in his position. Lost in thought over these matters, Li Shuyang soon returned home, where Wang Minggran was joyfully arranging new furniture, pleasantly surprised by her husband's unexpected skills. Li Shuyang decided to set aside these concerns for the moment and focus on crafting the box that Wang Minggran desired. There was no rush to unseat Zhang Dashan. After all, there was still time before they were called to assist with the flood prevention project. Currently, during this rainy summer season, the task of repairing the canal involved clearing out the sediment from the riverbed. Given the frequent rains, if a flash flood were to occur, there would be little time for anyone to escape. Typically, flood and drought prevention projects were carried out only after the autumn harvest and distribution of grain. The autumn rains, though persistent, were light and unlikely to trigger flash floods. As for which stretch they would assist in constructing, it was essential for the commune to ensure that the comrades sent there would be well-fed and capable of performing their duties. At Zhang Dashan's home, His wife questioned why Li Shuyang's name appeared on the list for canal construction support. Once the flood and drought prevention list was finalized, unless illness befell a member who could send a family substitute, any refusal to comply with the arrangement would lead to serious consequences. Zhang Dashan had readily agreed to road construction, likely motivated by the prospect of earning money, but she was determined not to let him have his way. Repairing the canal was no easy task and came without subsidies. Zhang Dashan took the list and hurried to the team headquarters. After submission, the comrades designated for construction support would be confirmed, necessitating the commune to prepare rations for so many people. When Li Shuyang arrived at the team office, he spotted widow Zheng not far from Zhang Dashan's door, chopping vegetables and cursing the Zhang family. This elderly woman had taken to such outbursts every few days. Initially, Zhang Dashan's wife would engage in a verbal battle with her, but over time, they had grown accustomed to it. Widow Zheng's family name was Li, and Zhang Dashan had little recourse against her. However, his excuse for occupying her home left the villagers with no grounds to challenge him. Nonetheless, they dared not lay a hand on widow Zheng. Widow Zheng's husband and son were part of the village hunting team. Before tragedy struck, the Li family village could still partake in meat from the neighboring hills. However, after a bear incident had claimed 4 or 5 members of the hunting team, no one dared to hunt anymore. The sight of orphaned mothers left behind was heart-wrenching. Widow Zheng's daughter had come to take her a few times to stay with her son-in-law, but Widow Zheng was determined to confront Zhang Dashan to the bitter end. Seeing that Widow Zheng had just begun her tirade, Zhang Dashan's wife promptly closed the door. Li Shuyang returned the axe to the storage room before approaching Widow Zheng. Sister-in-law, cursing here is a waste of breath. With this energy, you might as well tend to your own crops and grow more grain, Li Shuyang advised gently. Missing one meal won't kill me, but not venting this anger in my heart makes me uneasy. This wretched family will eventually meet their comeuppance, Widow Zheng retorted, ignoring Li Shuyang as she continued her cursing. Li Shuyang chose not to press further, but instead returned home with 2 prepared logs from the mountains. That night, under the cover of darkness, he made his way to the black market in Jing City. After procuring the supplies that Li Mingyi needed, he deposited the letters into the post office's mailbox before making his way back to the village with a load of daily necessities. Purchasing these items in the black market did not require receipts, albeit at a slightly higher cost, but it saved Li Shuyang from having to produce numerous receipts. Although he could not use these items openly, his father-in-law could. He planned to send these receipts with Wang Mingran to her family to assist him with the procurement. While he might bear the reputation of living off his wife, at least they would not have to hide away good food at home. Instead of heading directly home with the supplies, Li Shuyang detoured to the cattle shed to reconcile the purchases with Li Mingyi. This is the remaining money, which I used to buy 5 jin of lard, Li Shuyang indicated towards the side. You're quite resourceful. I'll come to find you again at the beginning of the month when I need to procure more, Li Mingyi replied with a cheerful grin. After settling the accounts, Li Mingyi handed Li Shuyang 50 cents, which Li Shuyang accepted without hesitation and made his way back home. Upon hearing Li Shuyang's voice, Wang Mingran finally opened the courtyard door. Chapter 22, Living Off Soft Rice. Li Shuyang earned nearly 3 yuan on this trip, yet he bore no burden in his heart. He would not have bothered to go if he could not earn even 3 yuan. He presented all the tickets he earned today to Wang Mingran. Wow, where did you get so many tickets? Wang Mingran asked, astonished, as she gazed at Li Shuyang. Wang Mingran's family received 80 jin of grain tickets each month, and her in-laws were exempt from participating in the team labor, while the staples had to be exchanged for work points. Thus, the commune distributed grain tickets to them monthly, and 80 jin was enough for 3 people for a month. Previously, Wang Mingran also had 20 jin of grain tickets for overseeing the shop. But now that her younger brother was at home watching over things, the tickets remained at 80 jin monthly. Occasionally, other tickets would be issued to her in-laws as well. In the village, apart from the families of martyrs, there were generally no ticket distributions, so Wang Mingran was curious where Li Shuyang had procured these living tickets, grain tickets, and cloth tickets. Do not inquire about this matter. No one will come to investigate anyway. I will explain it to you in detail when the opportunity arises. By the way, when you visit your parents' house tomorrow, give them these tickets and make sure you and Maisie each prepare a cotton-padded jacket from the fabric you buy back. Li Shuyang tossed the shabby cotton batting, gifted to him by the black market boss, onto the cabinet he had just constructed today, weighing nearly 4 jin. It seemed that Li Shuyang had made quite a bit of money from his recent trips to the black market. Otherwise, this scrap batting could fetch a few yuan if sold, and people were eager for it. Wang Mingran nodded, understanding that Li Shuyang enjoyed frequenting the black market, and these items were likely obtained from there. The black market was something her in-laws had mentioned to her, as anyone engaged in business would inevitably encounter it. During times of bean shortages, her father-in-law would also procure supplies from the black market. At dawn, when the whistle blew, Li Shuyang headed toward the reclamation area. The alternating work schedule was designed to prevent too many people from mixing work points. Although Li Shuyang could have gone to the fields to earn work points yesterday, he chose not to in order to finish the furniture. The work on the stone mill was complete, and today's task was to cover the remaining plots of land with several layers of soil mixed with wood ash. The female comrades need not carry soil. They were responsible for sowing the chili seeds and watering them after the soil was covered. Carrying soil was quite effortless for Li Shuyang. Yet he did not wish to stand out. He rested when others rested, and when others carried a load, he carried one too. After all, working quickly would yield only 11 work points at most. Wang Mingran returned home and encountered her sister-in-law, but due to Wang Mingran's situation, her brother and sister-in-law had long since separated from their parents. Although they lived in the same courtyard, they no longer shared the same kitchen. Upon seeing Wang Mingran, that woman rolled her eyes at her, and Wang Mingran could not be bothered to glance at her sister-in-law. Back when they used to live together, this person had even stolen her new clothes to dress her younger sister, constantly arguing with their parents, while Wang Mingran merely sat at home eating for free. Wang Mingran pulled her father into the main room and then revealed the tickets. Her father was taken aback upon seeing the tickets in her hand. "What did you go do? You cannot stray from the right path for the sake of a better life," her father said, somewhat angrily. "A few days ago, we hunted a deer in the mountains, and these tickets should have been exchanged at the black market. He has to work these days and wanted to ask you to help us buy these things back," Wang Mingran quickly explained. Her father, relieved to hear they were not stolen, had no objections to doing business at the black market. One must learn to adapt to ensure their family is well fed and clothed. A resourceful and clever person would not go hungry in such circumstances. Her father understood what Li Shuyang meant. He spent all day in the village without access to these tickets. If Wang Mingran went to procure supplies and got reported, how could she explain? Thus, bringing tickets back from her parents' home would only lead to people saying she was living off soft rice. Her father accepted the money and tickets with a smile, surprised that this lad cared little for his reputation. It is known that many people in rural areas suffer in silence for the sake of face. For instance, when county or district leaders come to inspect, the team leader would intentionally fill empty grain sacks with bran, placing a few bags of grain on top to create the illusion of abundance in their granary. They would even arrange for several people to eat meat sandwiches in the playground, when in reality, having meat 3 times a year at home was already considered fortunate. These were all superficial projects designed to keep higher authorities from worrying about the village's hunger issues, especially regarding living off soft rice. One would become the subject of ridicule in the village. It was unexpected that this lad would sacrifice his reputation for the sake of his daughter. Li Shuyang cared little for the villagers' opinions. Filling their stomachs was the priority, and he would rather discard the notion of face than go hungry. Wang Mingran did not rush home. She could take her time returning with these items. Today, Li Mei did not have school, and the livestock at home would be well taken care of by her. As Wang Mingran prepared to leave, her father asked her younger brother to help carry these items over, causing her sister-in-law's eyes to nearly bulge out in disbelief. The fabric alone was nearly 10 feet long, along with a considerable amount of daily necessities and grain. Unable to contain her frustration, she seized her son and began to scold him in front of them. "What use is a son like you? You are worth less than a daughter," she shouted while beating him. Wang Mingran's parents frowned at the scene. The head of the household should take out some money to build them a separate courtyard. Living under the same roof and causing irritation is not a solution, Wang's mother sighed. "Tomorrow, let us invite someone to oversee the division of the family, so we can expel this troublesome entity and prevent items from going missing." Wang's father nodded after taking a puff of his pipe. At the village entrance, after work, people carried their dinners, chatting in the playground. Being able to enjoy a dinner was something to boast about, as many could not afford a meal in the evening. Suddenly, they spotted Wang Mingran returning with a plethora of supplies, their faces filled with envy. "Whose little wife is that? She is truly beautiful. She is Li Shuyang's wife, from the Wang family that sells tofu in Zhou village. He is quite fortunate to have such a wife, although she cannot work the fields. Look at all those bags and bundles sent by her in-laws. I've heard that her in-laws receive over 100 jin of grain tickets monthly, along with 2 jin of meat and 2 jin of oil. Perhaps Rewritten married her for her wealthy family. Is there really any difference in marrying into a rich family? If they are willing to live off soft rice, what business is it of ours?" The crowd began to chatter among themselves. After work, Li Shuyang organized the tools he would need for tomorrow's trap setting in the courtyard. He planned to head to the mountains early in the morning. If he earned some income tonight, he could make a little extra money. Chapter 23, following. Wang Mingran pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside, immediately noticing the new wardrobe that Li Shuyang had built. Although it was called a new wardrobe, it was merely a makeshift 2-tier wooden box assembled from several planks. Without hinges or cabinet doors, Li Mei was diligently doing her homework at the desk Li Shuyang had made for her. Nowadays, there was little homework. Many students' tuition fees were on credit, and they returned home without any notebooks to write in. Teachers merely instructed them to write, read, and memorize more. My dear wife has returned. Come, let us dine. I have saved some stir-fried tripe for you, Li Shuyang remarked with a smile. As he spoke, he noticed his brother-in-law, Wang Yongjun, entering with a pile of items. Li Shuyang hurried over to relieve him of his burden. You all eat first. I shall take this table over to Xiamen. He carried the wooden table he had crafted towards his sister-in-law's home. Little Li Min, upon seeing her aunt's table, was utterly envious, insisting on working together on their homework. Despite her sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, repeatedly inviting her to help gather pigweed, she was reluctant to leave. Maisie, have you eaten yet? Wang Mingran inquired as she brought out the dishes. Sister-in-law, both my husband and I have already dined, Li Mei replied, returning to her book. By the time Li Shuyang returned, his brother-in-law had finished his meal and left Li family village. In the courtyard, Wang Mingran was measuring Li Mei for new clothes, and the little girl beamed at the fabric beside her. Seizing the opportunity before darkness fell, Li Shuyang swiftly lit a torch and ignited the firewood prepared for the kiln. Upon his return, he found Wang Mingran diligently sewing summer clothes for Li Mei under the torchlight. Did we not agree that each of you would make a quilted jacket? We can tackle summer clothes once we acquire more fabric, Li Shuyang gently reminded her. I have more than enough clothes to wear. Look, I brought back 2 quilted jackets today. I am making 1 set of summer clothes and 1 set of winter clothes for Maisie, and the remaining fabric will be sent to my sister-in-law's home, Wang Mingran replied with a smile, continuing her task. Li Shuyang, content with what he had, knew that Wang Mingran truly lacked for nothing in clothing. Each year, their parents would prioritize fabric tickets for her, allowing her to create a set for herself before anything else was allocated to the family. Wang Mingran had already arranged with her family to purchase all the fabric tickets for this year, ensuring that Li Shuyang would receive 2 respectable outfits. Under the cover of night, he ventured into the mountains again, having noticed that someone seemed to be following him each time. Unsure if it was Zhang Dashan's doing, he frequently entered the mountains, either collecting stones or gathering firewood, to desensitize his pursuer to his movements. At dawn, as the first light of day broke, Li Shuyang took his prepared tools and ventured into the mountains. Upon entering, he sensed someone trailing him but chose not to confront them immediately, instead meandering through the woods, collecting mushrooms and wild vegetables. Only after his pursuer lost interest did he set traps. When he returned to the village, his elder brother, Li Zhuang, approached him. That rascal Zhang who has been stealthily following you since you left. I noticed his suspicious behavior and quietly followed him back down the mountain. Do you have any grievances with him? Li Zhuang inquired. Nothing of the sort. Perhaps he saw me delivering meat to you last time. He likely wanted to follow me to see if I had any game, Li Shuyang shrugged. If there were any substantial fines, he might have sent his father to confiscate them. I have a feeling it's more complicated than that. He might be watching your wife. Be cautious. If I weren't working, I would keep an eye on things for you. I worry he might be up to no good. His associates are all idle rascals. You must be vigilant. Even if your sister-in-law isn't working, she should stick with your sister-in-law in the fields for safety, Li Zhuang warned. Suspecting Zhang, whose intentions were more sinister, potentially predatory, towards Wang Mingran. Given how beautiful Wang Mingran is, one cannot rule out that Zhang who harbors ulterior motives. This is not the first time such incidents have occurred. Last time, if Zhang Dashan hadn't compensated so much and leveraged connections to suppress the issue, Zhang who might very well be 6 feet under by now. If Zhang who determines the timing of your excursions into the mountains, he could exploit that window to engage in mischief, leaving you with regrets later. From now on, I will ensure Mingran accompanies your sister-in-law, Li Shuyang responded. Contemplating his brother's warnings about Zhang Hu, he nodded in agreement, aware that Zhang Hu was a cunning character unlikely to change his ways. As Li Shuyang returned to the courtyard, he found Li Mei joyfully savoring the leftover offal stir-fry with potatoes. Upon seeing him, she eagerly offered him a warm bun. Li Shuyang chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. Brother, this is truly delicious, Li Mei mumbled through a mouthful of deer tripe. Li Shuyang shook his head, reflecting on how the original owner of this body would have struggled to enjoy such a meal. Any good food would have been bartered to curry favor with others. During the festive season, the meat distributed to the brigade would not have left a morsel for their family. Had it not been for sister-in-law Zhou Lan's compassion in taking the little girl in, she might not have survived to adulthood. Enjoy it all. You can have it since your sister-in-law doesn't care for it, Li Shuyang said, finishing his bun before pulling Wang Mingran along toward the brigade. While I am away, you should accompany my sister-in-law in the fields in the mornings. He recounted his brother's discovery of Zhang Hu's stalking behavior and the earlier incident where Zhang Hu almost assaulted a newly arrived female youth in the brigade. During that confrontation, Zhang Hu nearly faced the wrath of the youth and would have been beaten to death had not reason prevailed among the crowd. Later, Zhang Dashan had to offer 100 jin of wheat and 10 yuan to send that woman to the Zhang Jituan brigade, thus calming the youth's unrest. Why didn't they just kill him? Wang Minggran asked, her voice filled with indignation. If only I knew, I would seek the answer from whom? That scoundrel better hope he never crosses my path. I would break his legs. However, we must remain vigilant. I do not wish for you to suffer any harm. Li Shuyang reassured her, patting her hand. Wang Minggran replied softly, her cheeks flushed, feeling the warmth of his concern. This man always placed himself first, causing her heart to race and her hands to feel warm. Chapter 24. Report Li Mei, clad in a brand new outfit and carrying a bag sewn from urea bags, bounced along with Li Min in front of everyone. Sister-in-law Zhou Lan, seeing Li Mei's newfound cheerfulness, felt relieved. Although Li Mei was merely her sister-in-law, she was a girl who had grown up on her milk, as close as a birth child, save for the 10 months of pregnancy. In truth, Zhou Lan felt a pang of reluctance to part with the fabric meant for Li Shuyang, but the family could not afford to raise her. Unexpectedly, Li Shuyang had taken excellent care of the little girl. After everyone divided their tasks, Wang Minggran rushed to Zhou Lan, handing over a considerable amount of leftover fabric from her cutting. What are you doing? Your husband still looks tattered. Take this back to make him a new outfit. Zhou Lan said, hesitating to accept. She had forgotten how many years it had been since she wore new clothes, although there were plenty of fabric tickets at home. Not a single penny to spare. They still owed the brigade 7 or 8 yuan. Sister-in-law, look, Wang Minggran said, deliberately pulling out several yuan bills from her pocket for Zhou Lan to see. Zhou Lan quickly covered Wang Minggran's hand and playfully smacked her wrist. The deceased girl, a shrewd one, concealed her wealth and prudently safeguarded her savings. She should take this fabric back with her. Sister-in-law, accept this gift, for it is our expression of filial piety towards you. Shuyang and Li Mei have been nurtured by you and my elder brother. Now that we find ourselves in better circumstances, how can we not show our gratitude? As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. Your tireless efforts in raising them after their parents' departure deserve this token of respect. Your sweet words make it hard for me to refuse. Zhou Lan chuckled as she neatly folded the fabric and held it close to her chest. After securing the fabric and locking the door, she noticed that Wang Minggran had no intention of returning home. Your health is poor. Why not go home and rest? Zhou Lan inquired. Sister-in-law, my poor health is merely a ruse to deceive outsiders. From now on, I shall work alongside you, Wang Minggran replied. She then recounted Zhang Hu's surveillance of Li Shuyang and reiterated Li Shuyang's concerns. If he dares to defy the heavens, with his fragile physique, I can easily subdue him single-handedly. You should stick with me. Let us see what he is truly capable of, Zhou Lan declared with indignation. Indeed, Zhou Lan's robust physique made her description of Zhang Hu as a mere chick quite fitting. Zhang Hu was hardly taller than 1.6 meters and particularly slender. Standing before Zhou Lan, he barely reached her nose. Zhou Lan linked arms with Wang Minggran and headed towards the fields for work, glaring fiercely at Zhang Hu, who cast furtive glances their way. Li Zhuang and Li Shuyang were of similar height and build, yet neither stood a chance against Zhou Lan in a scuffle. Whenever Li Zhuang provoked her, he would find himself chased around the village by her wielding a rolling pin. Zhou Lan regarded Zhang Hu with utter disdain. As Zhang Hu caught sight of Zhou Lan's fierce demeanor, he quickly averted his gaze, unable to resist stealing glances at Wang Minggran. After work, Zhou Lan walked home with Wang Minggran. That rascal clearly harbors ill intentions. It seems your brother was right. Whenever your husband is away, come to my place, Zhou Lan advised. Understood, sister-in-law, Wang Minggran replied. That little scoundrel with his shifty eyes better not fall into my clutches. Otherwise, I shall break his legs, Zhou Lan remarked, casting a menacing glance ahead at Zhang Hu. When Li Shuyang returned home, Wang Minggran had yet to arrive. Upon entering the courtyard, she found Li Shuyang busily preparing dinner and hurried over to assist him. She then relayed Zhang Hu's periodic scrutiny of her in the fields. No need to worry. That brat won't be brazen for long. For the time being, stay close to sister-in-law. Do not wander off alone, Li Shuyang cautioned. It seemed imperative to expedite the relocation to Zhang Dashan's residence. Having a ticking time bomb nearby was far too perilous. After dinner, Li Shuyang made his way to the Zhangjichuan brigade, purchasing a pound of liquor at the supply and marketing cooperative before arriving at brigade leader Wu Chuanhua's home. The layout of the brigade leader's house was not much different from that of Li Shuyang's elder brother, save for the fact that there were more livestock in the yard. Upon entering, Wu Chuanhua was buried in a stack of lists, troubled over the flood and drought relief routes beginning at Zhangjichuan. For this segment required the brigade to supply rations for over 100 individuals to eat heartily for more than a month, depleting the surplus grain stored in the warehouse. Brigade leader Li Shuyang greeted cheerfully upon entry. What brings you here? Wu Chuanhua's furrowed brow relaxed slightly upon seeing Li Shuyang. Brigade leader, I have come to report that our village leader, Zhang Dashan, is secretly selling quotas for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, Li Shuyang stated, causing Wu Chuanhua's expression to darken immediately. Who told you this? Wu Chuanhua inquired, aware of Zhang Dashan's excesses but astonished by his audacity. This is not hearsay. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Brigade leader, you must understand the repercussions if this matter is uncovered. Not only could we lose our esteemed reputation as an advanced brigade, but it may also implicate you and your second brother, Li Shuyang whispered, though his words were quiet. They struck Wu Chuanhua like a bolt from the blue. Just then, a clap of thunder startled Wu Chuanhua, causing the lists in his hands to scatter across the floor. Li Shuyang quickly knelt to help gather them, and Wu Chuanhua, with a grim expression, pulled Li Shuyang into the main room. Close the door. Tell anyone who comes that I've gone to a meeting at the commune. Once inside, Wu Chuanhua gestured for Li Shuyang to take a seat. Who else knows about this? He asked quietly. Brigade leader, aside from me, quite a few individuals are aware, but to resolve this matter, you must take direct action against Zhang Dashan, Li Shuyang replied, deliberately withholding the exact number of those in the know, cognizant that if Wu Chuanhua were to eliminate him, no one would be the wiser. Wouldn't exposing this just set the wheels in motion? Wu Chuanhua mused, still uncertain. Brigade leader, why not find another excuse to remove Zhang Dashan? Even if this issue surfaces later, it would not implicate you or your second brother. After all, Zhang Dashan has bullied widows and orphans, appropriating their homes. You cannot condone such behavior, and as for selling quotas, these actions are not something you orchestrated. How could they possibly implicate you? By rooting out a corrupt element from the brigade, you might even earn commendation from the commune, showcasing your keen eye for identifying pests beneath your very nose. Li Shuyang suggested, subtly flattering Wu Chuanhua. Upon hearing this, Wu Chuanhua's resolve began to solidify. If we take down Zhang Dashan, who will take his place as village leader? He questioned, casting a curious glance at Li Shuyang. That would naturally be up to you, brigade leader, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. He was uncertain whether Wu Chuanhua had previously engaged in the underhanded dealings of quota recommendations, but with university admissions relying heavily on recommendations, the temptation of exchanging a university quota for a factory worker's position was hard to resist. As long as he did not recommend his own children, who could find fault? Chapter 25. Addressing the hidden threat. When Li Shuyang returned to Lijia village, he was accompanied by a throng of people, including brigade leader Wu Chuanhua, militia commander Wu Chuanqiu, and a squad of militia members who arrived at Lijia village. Upon entering the village, everyone was greeted by the sight of Wu Chuanhua's face, dark as a soot-covered pot. Brigade leader, why didn't you notify us in advance? We were completely unprepared. Zhang Dashan, though anxious, could not gauge Wu Chuanhua's intentions. What was I to notify you about? To allow you to prepare, so I could witness your painted facade of peace. Zhang Dashan, how dare you bully orphans and widows in this village? Are you a village official or a local tyrant? Wu Chuanhua exclaimed. Bind him and take him to the brigade for investigation. Clear out the house that Zhang the widow has been forced to vacate and restore justice to her. After Wu Chuanhua finished speaking, several men swiftly bound the sweating Zhang Dashan, giving him no time to protest as they dragged him toward the brigade. Meanwhile, the remaining militia members assisted widow Zhang in reclaiming her home, helping her move her belongings back into what once belonged to her. Widow Zhang gleefully regarded Zhang Dashan's wife, while the villagers were left bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Everything unfolded in a flash, and before anyone could comprehend, Zhang Dashan had been taken away. Zhang Dashan's wife dared not shed a single tear. If Zhang Dashan were convicted, he would be deemed a criminal. She had to distance herself from him as quickly as possible, for shedding tears would mean facing the consequences alongside him. With Zhang Dashan apprehended, the village was left under the sole leadership of Li Minghai, and until evening, no one from the brigade had come forth to clarify the charges against Zhang Dashan. Meanwhile, widow Zhang, brimming with a sense of triumph, praised Wu Chuanhua for his commendable actions, believing that the retribution for Zhang Dashan and his family had finally arrived. As dawn approached and the workers prepared for their day, the brigade finally dispatched someone to deliver the news. Zhang Dashan had been accused of bullying orphans and widows in the village, acting with rampant arrogance, and embezzling an astonishing amount of funds from the village's secondary enterprises. After deliberation, it was decided that Zhang Dashan would face 3 years of reform. However, Wang Shufan remained oblivious to Zhang Dashan's misdeeds, and thus, these matters were deemed unrelated to her family. The brigade had witnessed her hard work over the years. The brigade convened and appointed Li Minghai as the captain of Lijia village, while a deputy captain would be sent from the brigade for supervision. With no immediate plans to elect a deputy from within Lijia village, the brigade's militia commander addressed the villagers, announced the decision, and departed from Lijia village. Li Shuyang was not surprised by this resolution. Had Zhang Dashan's fate not been determined beforehand, and had he spoken out in the commune or the farm, not only would the brigade's reputation be at stake, but others could also be implicated. While many were aware of the underlying issues, bringing them to light would create an awkward situation. Although Widow Zheng was displeased upon hearing the news, the brigade had stated that Wang Shufan was not implicated, and any further protest from her would be seen as defiance against the brigade. After all, the houses that had been occupied were returned to her, leaving her with no justification to continue her outcry. Why had a man named Zhang Dashan dominated for so many years in a village where the majority shared the surname Li? The answer lay in the ancient practice of local inspections by imperial envoys. Zhang Dashan had been endorsed by the brigade to the commune, and as long as he did not bring ruin to Lijia village, no one dared confront him. Resisting the appointed captain was tantamount to expressing dissatisfaction with the commune's arrangements, a serious affront to the leadership. As for the incident where Zhang Dashan had boasted about delivering the village's grain to the county, this was not isolated to Lijia village. All brigades had engaged in similar practices. It wasn't only Zhang Dashan who had inflated the reported yield. There were brigades claiming yields exceeding 20,000 jin per mu. Even if the upper authorities believed the yield to be less than 10,000 jin, 2,000 would be acceptable, while the actual output barely reached 1,000 per mu. Upon witnessing Zhang Dashan's wife in a state of despair, Li Shuyang chuckled, realizing that this old rascal wouldn't be easily vanquished. Without Zhang Dashan's protection, Zhang Hu would likely become more subdued. Should Zhang Hu dare to follow Li Shuyang again, Li Shuyang would not hesitate to settle the score in the mountains. For Zhang Hu, lacking support, would find himself at odds with more than just Li Shuyang. In his previous life, Li Shuyang had read until the protagonist left Lijia village, never learning of Zhang Dashan's ultimate fate. Tomorrow, he was to assist in delivering grain to the county. Li Shuyang, you're strong. Come along to help with the grain transport. Li Minghai called out. At that moment, Li Shuyang could only think, oh no, the Resource Bureau's family building is right next to the Grain Bureau's warehouse. This is like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. However, he knew he could not refuse, and if caught, he could merely compensate the woman involved. Li Shuyang trudged home, feeling disheartened, reluctant to return the 12 yuan. Have you heard? Zhang Hu was beaten and hospitalized. Someone at home exclaimed. When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed? Li Shuyang inquired, puzzled, realizing that was why Zhang Hu had been absent from the morning meeting. Last night at the educated youth dormitory, Zhang Hu attempted to climb the wall to spy again, but was caught red-handed by a group led by Tan. They took him to the county hospital last night. Came the reply. You must not have heard. The girl he spied on is now demanding an explanation from the commune, and if they don't provide a satisfactory response, she will escalate the matter to the district educated youth office, Wang Minggran added cheerfully. This time, that rascal is in trouble, Li Shuyang thought, elated. If Zhang Hu were charged with indecency, he would face at least 3 years. With 2 men from his family apprehended, Li Shuyang was curious to see how Zhang Dashan's wife would act in the village. He wondered if Zhang Dashan's daughter would retain her position at the brigade's supply and marketing cooperative. Give me 12 yuan. Tomorrow I'll join the brigade in delivering grain to the Grain Bureau, Li Shuyang said. Are you planning to take advantage of the cart to buy some grain back? Wang Minggran asked curiously, aware that their storage was nearly full. However, who could ever have too much grain? Let me tell you. Li Shuyang recounted an incident from a month prior when he had sold stones in the county, causing Wang Minggran to burst into laughter. How can you be so mischievous? She teased. I was at my wit's end. Had I not devised a plan, I would have surely gone hungry, all thanks to that old rascal Zhang Dashan. If it weren't for the unbearable hunger, I wouldn't have resorted to such measures, Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head. After counting out 12 yuan and folding the handkerchief, Wang Minggran was astonished to learn of Li Shuyang's cleverness in selling stones. She thought that if her father found out, he would surely reprimand Li Shuyang severely. Li Shuyang tucked the money beneath his pillow, grabbed some cooked food, and headed to his elder brother's home, knowing that Li Minghai had not scheduled any work for the day. Chapter 26. Wildflowers. This time, Li Shuyang ventured into the mountains accompanied by his elder brother, Li Zhuang, who carried a hoe and followed closely behind. Yesterday, Li Mingyi's second son had vented his anger, nearly beating Zhang Hu to death. If it weren't for those young lads holding him back, Li Zhuang remarked, shaking his fist in frustration, wishing he could have been the one to deliver the blows. Back when Li Mingyi was taken away to the cow shed, Zhang Hu had tormented him with whips and kicks along the way. Had Li Mingyi not been in good health, he might not have made it to the cow shed alive. Later, as Li Mingyi recovered, he was repeatedly paraded around by Zhang Hu, so it was no surprise that his son harbored deep resentment toward Zhang Hu. Although referred to as the second son, Li Mingyi's second child was already 45 years old and still addressed Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang as grandfather, despite never having done so in practice. In Lijia village, the eldest of the Li lineage were the 2 brothers, Li Shuyang and his elder brother, along with a venerable elder of over 90. As for the second granduncle mentioned by Li Shuyang, He did not share the surname Li. He was simply someone who had been saved by Li Shuyang's father and had later taken Li Zhuang as his godson, having no ties to the other Li families in the village. The reason for not involving other Li family members in the division of property was that there were very few elders older than Li Shuyang's family, and their relationships were not particularly cordial. Li Shuyang's branch was considered a lower status due to being born of a concubine, which led to a strained relationship with other Li families in the village. For instance, Li Minghai and Li Mingyi's family had lived in large, spacious houses, while Li Shuyang's family resided in thatched huts. Before liberation, they had been looked down upon for their lowly status, and after liberation, they were seen as having too large a generational gap, making it awkward to address them, even though they shared the same ancestor. Wasn't it the educated youth who did this? How did it turn into Li Mingyi's son being the perpetrator? Li Shuyang wondered, confused by the conflicting accounts. At the outset, it was indeed the comrades from the educated youth who initiated the incident, but later, it was the second son of the Li Mingyi family who stumbled upon it. Would he let such a splendid opportunity for vengeance slip by? Do not forget how his family once tormented the Li Mingyi household, constantly monitoring this area, fearing that someone might secretly deliver food to the cattle shed. Li Zhuang spoke animatedly, and before long, the two had crossed the mountain and arrived at the edge of a secluded forest. Under the guidance of Li Shuyang, Li Zhuang commenced digging a trap. Not long after, Li Shuyang filled the trap with bamboo spears, covered it with dry leaves, and erected a few fresh bamboo sticks around it to caution passersby of the trap, thereby preventing any unintended injuries. After tossing several corn cakes onto the trap, Li Shuyang clapped his hands. Why waste food, old too? Li Zhuang lamented as he gazed at the corn cakes resting on the trap. My brother, one must be willing to make sacrifices to ensnare the wolf. Without the lure of sustenance, how can one attract prey? Li Shuyang explained, simultaneously searching the grass for traces of game. Many animals tend to return along the paths they traverse while hunting. As long as Li Shuyang set traps along these routes frequented by animals, success was assured. After placing the cooked wheat that Li Zhuang had brought nearby the trap, Li Shuyang rose and led Li Zhuang away from the forest's edge. The two brothers, having gathered some wildflowers, strolled leisurely back to the village. Look at these two brothers, well-fed and idle. Even when the villagers are struggling to fill their bellies, they still have time to cultivate flowers. Cultivating flowers doesn't require food. Perhaps it's merely their hobby, someone remarked. That may not be the case. Some flowers can even be used to fry eggs, another retorted. The villagers murmured as they witnessed the two brothers descending the mountain, each carrying a basket of flowers. With that spare time, they might as well plant more grain in their private plots. They seemed to be overly content, one criticized. From a distance, Li Shuyang overheard their chatter, but chose to disregard their opinions. If only they knew that these flowers could be sold for a profit, they might find themselves weeping in despair. After planting the wildflowers in his family's yard, Li Shuyang began to prepare lunch. In Zhangji Tun, at Wu Chuanhua's home, the team leader lamented, as the captain, I must not only organize the tasks for the team, but also attend meetings at the brigade, and in the evenings, I'm occupied with tallying the members' work points. No matter how much energy one possesses, it's insufficient for all these responsibilities. Perhaps we should consider appointing another accountant. Li Minghai was simply overwhelmed and lacked the capacity to manage the accounting tasks. Just arrange for someone capable of using an abacus. As long as they don't miscalculate the members' work points, it will suffice. If there are no educated individuals available, send someone to the brigade for a month or two of training, Wu Chuanhua suggested. We already assigned someone from Zhangji Tun as a deputy captain. If we send another accountant, how will the members from Li family village perceive it? Typically, the captain, deputy captain, accountant, scorekeeper, custodian, and livestock keeper are chosen by the production team themselves. The brigade has already intervened with a deputy captain. Assigning another accountant would be inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Li Minghai felt a surge of joy. Bidding farewell to Wu Chuanhua, he hurried back to the village. Once he arrived, he activated the loudspeaker, summoning all the members to gather for a meeting. In no time, the playground was filled with a dense crowd. Our village seeks to select an accountant. Those proficient in using an abacus and capable of writing, please step forward. The villagers exchanged glances, none daring to raise their hands. Most could not even write their names, let alone perform calculations. The educated youth might have the necessary skills, but Li family village would not select from among them. Wang Minggran attempted to raise her hand multiple times, but was restrained by Li Shuyang. It was clear that Li Minghai had a preferred candidate. The meeting was merely a formality. Such a leisurely task would undoubtedly be entrusted to someone close to him. The Li family had once been prominent, producing several scholars. Surely, there must be someone capable among them. The villagers understood that Li Minghai was merely going through the motions. Those who could do not wish to volunteer, and those who could not were simply there to witness the spectacle. Since no one is willing to step forward, I shall call names, Li Minghai declared with a smile. The crowd realized that this meant a candidate would indeed be chosen. The meeting was merely a formality. Anyone who volunteered would likely find themselves back in the fields within 3 days. Li Yongli is one of the few middle school graduates in our village. Having received a higher education and once being the top student in the brigade's elementary school, she will adapt over the next 6 months, during which I ask everyone to supervise her closely and point out any issues promptly. As Li Minghai concluded his speech, a girl with a ponytail stepped onto the stage. And under the encouragement of Li Minghai's wife, the crowd erupted in applause. With the accountant selected, Li Shuyang, Wang Mingran, and their older brother and sister-in-law made their way home, while the villagers flocked to shower accolades upon the girl named Li Yongli. Truly, one person's success elevates the entire household. I suspect it won't be long before the scorekeeper is replaced by his wife, the sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, remarked with a sigh. Well, after all, he is the captain, Li Zhuang added, resigned. Chapter 27, Earning Money. Upon returning home, Li Shuyang did not remain idle. He busily stacked the dried mosquito coils and prepared new materials for Wang Mingran. How is it that you know how to do everything? Wang Mingran smiled at Li Shuyang. In her eyes, he seemed to possess boundless capabilities, akin to the legendary Monkey King from Tales. I learned from the elderly craftsman in the village when I was young. Li Shuyang replied with a smile, explaining that in this modern era, short videos on smartphones offer tutorials for practically anything, almost as if guiding one by the hand. Unless it's something too complex, for simpler tasks, watching a couple of times and practicing hands-on is sufficient. You can even learn how to build a plane, provided you have the funds to purchase the necessary parts. As for traps and furniture, such instructional videos appear daily. After watching enough, I've picked up a bit. Though my skills may not match the streamers, with a few attempts, I can manage to mimic their work adequately. Your memory is remarkable, after so many years. You still remember, she remarked. It's akin to swimming. Once you learn, it becomes muscle memory, and with the right tools at hand, you can create. Li Shuyang explained with a smile. Wang Mingran gently placed the neatly stacked mosquito coils into the basket, covering them with a cloth before heading towards Zhouzhuang. This market was even livelier than Zhangjitan, as Zhouzhuang hosted a vibrant marketplace. Each time there was a large market day, the villagers from Li family village, not belonging to the Hongxing commune, would flock to the gathering. However, the large market only occurred once a month now. When Wang Mingran returned home, her parents had already sold their goods for the day and were seated, sorting beans to remove the gravel mixed within. Wan, you're back. What do you have in your basket? Shuyang taught me how to make mosquito coils. He said they can sell for a penny apiece at the market. Wang Mingran replied cheerfully. This boy is quite resourceful, her father remarked, lifting the cloth to examine a coil closely. Although they had never purchased mosquito coils, they had seen them at the supply and marketing cooperative. The coils in his hand bore a striking resemblance to those at the cooperative, with a faint medicinal aroma wafting from them. Why didn't you go to the market instead of coming here? Her mother inquired curiously. Father, could you borrow a horse from the village for me? I can't imagine how long it would take to walk to the market, Wang Mingran pleaded, tugging at her father's arm in a playful manner. I'm indebted to you, he chuckled. After casting a glance at Wang Mingran, Wang's father seized a pack of cigarettes from the cabinet and strode towards the commune. Before long, he returned leading a horse. Xiaojun, accompany your sister. It will be wise to have someone to look after her on the journey, he instructed. He divided the mosquito coils into 2 portions and secured them onto the horse's back, then produced a stool to assist Wang Mingran in mounting the steed. Wang Yongjun looked at his parents with a sense of grievance, but upon noticing the stern glares from both, he hastily led the horse towards Jing City. Sister, you truly live a charmed life, requiring a horseman just to visit the city, he remarked. What do you mean by charmed? I am a laboring citizen, she retorted. I have yet to witness you laboring. That's because you haven't seen. Not everything can be laid before your eyes. You're not the scorekeeper of our village. Now hush, and once I sell the mosquito coils, I'll buy you an ice pop. Lying is for puppies. Rest assured. The siblings chatted amiably as they made their way to Jing City, and the patrol team, recognizing Wang Yongjun, did not approach them for any introduction letter. The Wang family sold tofu and soybean pudding and often ventured into the city for procurement, having been previously exempted from scrutiny by the commune. What if they got angry and stopped selling tofu in our village? Would they rush to Zhouzhuang to buy back? That girl is truly beautiful. She cannot possibly be Wang Yongjun's wife. That is his sister. In that case, best to leave it. A wife who cannot work is but a burden. And even the most industrious man cannot support such a weight. Besides, if one has to gather herbs periodically, the year's earnings may not even suffice for medicine. In Jing City, the sweltering heat rendered one drowsy, and the supply and marketing cooperative had few patrons. Upon seeing Wang Mingran enter, a staff member greeted her with a smile. Wang Mingran's attire was hardly inferior to that of the sales clerks. Though society extolled poverty as a virtue, one would still attract disdain from other customers if appearing in tattered clothing while purchasing food at a state-run restaurant, as no one wished to share a table with such a person. "Hello, comrade. How may I assist you today?" As Wang Mingran approached the counter, a saleswoman promptly stood up. "I am not here to buy. I have come to sell mosquito coils." "Oh, then I must fetch our manager to assess them. Please wait a moment." The saleswoman cheerfully dashed towards the back office, and in under 2 minutes, a short-haired, middle-aged woman emerged. "Greetings, young comrade. Are you the one selling mosquito coils?" "Yes, comrade." Wang Mingran nodded eagerly. Nowadays, strangers greet one another either as comrades or masters, with the term teacher also used in some regions, though addressing officials as comrades is prevalent, such as the common reference to public security officers. Among fellow workers, if not well acquainted, they refer to each other by surname followed by master. These forms of address are widely used in rural areas, with some locales omitting a character or altering it, like teacher. Had they resorted to calling one another handsome or beautiful, the patrol team would have been overwhelmed, as such verbal flirtations are deemed unlawful. Wang Mingran opened the 2 baskets that Wang Yongjun had brought in to maintain balance for the horse. The load needed to be evenly distributed, thus 1 basket of mosquito coils had been divided into 2. A worker named Xiao Tao brought over a match to test the coils. The manager meticulously examined the coils Wang Mingran had crafted and nodded in satisfaction. But even the most aesthetically pleasing products must prove effective. After setting up the stand and igniting a coil, the manager engaged Wang Mingran in casual conversation. They chatted for over half an hour, during which the mosquito coil burned steadily without extinguishing once, prompting the manager to nod in approval. "Young comrade, we purchase mosquito coils at 1 cent per plate. I have counted the number you brought, totaling 200 plates. Here are 2 yuan. The female manager handed Wang Mingran a receipt and then 2 yuan. "Thank you, comrade." Wang Mingran beamed as she accepted the money, with a heart brimming with joy. Wang Mingran exited the cooperative, elated at the prospect of earning 2 yuan in just 5 days. Surely, she could amass 10 yuan in a month. With several months remaining until the temperature would drop, perhaps with a little more effort, she might even earn 12 yuan in a month. After mounting the horse, she instructed Wang Yongjun to head back. "Sister, you promised to buy me an ice pop." Wang Yongjun replied with a hint of grievance. "Woof, woof, woof." Wang Mingran imitated a dog bark without a hint of embarrassment. Wang Yongjun looked at his sister, exasperated. To deny him an ice pop was to put her own face at risk. Chapter 28. It's you. As they exited the city, Wang Yongjun savored a green bean ice pop, a treat Wang Mingran generously purchased for him at 3 cents each, and she had bought him too. "Remember, you must come help me with work tomorrow. If you dare not show up at my house, I'll catch you by the leg and give you a thrashing," Wang Mingran warned playfully. Refusing to buy him an ice pop, Wang Yongjun wandered around the city with the horse instead of heading back to the village. With no other option, Wang Mingran relented and took out her money. Considering that Li Mei would be starting school the next day, and that making mosquito coils required the laborious task of kneading mugwort, her brother was the perfect source of labor. Thus, she generously purchased 2 ice pops to appease Wang Yongjun. "Don't worry, as long as you cook wild vegetable omelets for me tomorrow, I will certainly help with the household chores," Wang Yongjun assured, tying the reins around his waist and enjoying 1 ice pop in each hand, his face alight with joy. Wang Mingran, still fuming, bit into her own ice pop in response to Wang Yongjun's evident delight. Just like that, 9 cents had vanished from their outing. Wang Yongjun then took Wang Mingran back to Li family village before galloping back to Zhouzhuang. Upon arriving home, Wang Mingran found Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang in the mountains, each holding a flatbread while keeping an eye on a trap nearby. With the heat of the day, if the prey were to perish without timely handling, it could spoil within mere hours. As dusk approached, Li Zhuang was particularly agitated, for a hefty wild boar was slowly making its way towards the trap. "Second brother, wake up, look." Before Li Shuyang could fully open his eyes, a horrendous shriek pierced the air, startling the birds in the trees to flight. Weave caught one. The sound of the creature's cry struck Li Shuyang like music from the heavens, and he pumped his fist in triumph. The 2 hurried to the trap, where the boar, pierced by a bamboo spear, struggled, though its movements were growing weaker. "Eldest brother, you keep watch here. I will check the other traps." Li Shuyang set off to inspect the remaining traps, finding only a single wild chicken that had been strangled among the 7 or 8 traps. As he checked and dismantled the traps, he returned carrying the chicken just as Li Zhuang managed to extricate the boar from the trap. Together, they began to refill the trap with soil before stealthily carrying the boar home under the cover of night. After coaxing the children to sleep, Zhoulan hurried to Li Shuyang's home to assist. The 4 worked tirelessly until midnight, after which Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang set off with the processed boar meat towards the black market. Their experience delivering deer meat had prepared them well. Upon presenting the introduction letter from the black market leader, no one inquired about the contents of the brothers' baskets. The seemingly colossal wild boar, weighing over 300 pounds, turned out to yield only 210 pounds of meat. Li Shuyang decided that he would only accept a whole number. The black market chief, after casting a glance at Li Shuyang, nodded in satisfaction. You've got some talent, kid. I want to take advantage of you. From now on, whenever you purchase something, I'll throw in a little extra. This venture earned both brothers 50 yuan each. Li Shuyang, upon witnessing such earnings, felt an irresistible urge to hunt daily. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Even if the production team permitted it, the game he hunted would have to be shared among the entire village. If he were to skip work daily and feast on fish and meat, not only would Li Minghai harbor suspicions, but the neighbors would likely report Li Shuyang to the commune for thievery. If only the broader environment would allow for business, Li Shuyang sighed. What's wrong, little brother? We've made quite a sum today, yet you still sigh? His elder brother remarked. It's just fatigue, Li Shuyang replied with an awkward smile, refraining from revealing the true source of his sigh. 50 yuan from a single outing was enough to astonish anyone. Under the cover of night, the two brothers hurried back to the village, where Zhou Lan sat anxiously in the dark courtyard of her home. Their activities bordered on speculative trading, and should the patrol team catch them, they would face dire consequences. Concerned for their safety, Zhou Lan found it impossible to sleep, quietly waiting in the dark for her husband's return. Upon hearing movement, she dashed to the courtyard door, hesitating before opening it. Once she discerned Li Zhuang's voice, her heart soared, and she joyfully opened the door. You're back, she whispered. What did you earn this time? She inquired. Here, Li Zhuang replied, handing over 5 large bills to Zhou Lan. She examined the money in the moonlight, momentarily speechless. Although it was not her first encounter with such a sum, the shock within her was overwhelming. With this much money earned in a single outing, they could finally afford to live without scrimping on essentials. Why did you give him so much? Zhou Lan asked softly as she regained her composure. I didn't want to, but he insisted that if I didn't take it, he wouldn't take me up the mountain again. I had no choice, Li Zhuang explained. You know the village barely earns anything throughout the year. With little brother leading the way, we can earn a bit more, making life easier for you. He truly is a kind-hearted soul. Zhou Lan nodded in agreement. Wang Mingran was equally worried about Li Shuyang. Although this was not his first trip to the black market, a sense of unease still gripped her heart. Only when Li Shuyang's voice resonated in the courtyard did her anxious spirit begin to settle. In the early morning, before the roosters had crowed, Li Shuyang had just settled down, preparing to share whispers with Wang Mingran, when the sound of knocking echoed through the air, followed by a shout that reached his ears. Li Shuyang quickly rose, ready to assemble. The joyful mood he had been in was shattered by the knocking. After giving Wang Mingran a light kiss on her forehead, he hastily dressed and made his way to the playground. The playground was already bustling with carts filled to the brim with grain, and everyone had prepared their water bottles and provisions. Li Minghai meticulously counted everything twice before issuing orders to set off for the county town. Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang were responsible for one cart, with Li Shuyang pulling and Li Zhuang pushing from behind. Whenever Li Shuyang grew weary, he would switch places with his elder brother, as they trailed behind the group. The first light of dawn began to break as they approached the town. Upon reaching the town's edge, everyone drank deeply from their bamboo tubes, joyfully discussing how they had earned 12 work points in just half a day. Li Shuyang felt his heart racing. The closer they got to the town, the more anxious he became. What is meant to be will be. One cannot escape their fate, he murmured softly. After taking a sip of the cool water offered by his brother, he pushed the cart, following the group, toward the grain bureau's warehouse. The entrance was lined with carts, each overflowing with grain. Li Zhuang retrieved the pancakes Zhou Lan had made and handed one to Li Shuyang. He waved the egg pancake in his hand, signaling to Wang Mingran to prepare his provisions. As Li Shuyang observed the slow procession of the group entering, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Ah, it's you, young comrade, a somewhat familiar voice exclaimed, startling Li Shuyang. Auntie, you're up early. He managed to force a smile, one that resembled more of a grimace. Young comrade, you've made it difficult for me to find you. The woman beamed with delight, firmly grasping Li Shuyang's clothing, her expression one of joy akin to finding money. Li Shuyang hung his head in resignation, knowing that he was in for a long day. In the living room of the aunt's home, Li Shuyang was at a loss regarding her intentions. Auntie, if you return my stone, I'll give you the money, he suggested. Oh, young comrade, that won't do. You can't buy back what has been sold. I invited you over today to ask if your family has any ancestral stones for cooking. After stewing soup for too long, it can become monotonous. Upon hearing Li Shuyang's suggestion about buying the stone back, the aunt shook her head vigorously. She then cheerfully inquired if he had any treasured cooking stones. I truly do not, Li Shuyang replied with a slight smile, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The aunt sighed in mild disappointment. However, I can teach you how to cook delicious dishes, he added, feeling a pang of compassion at her disheartened expression. After all, selling a stone for 10 yuan was a fortune compared to what the original owner could earn in a year of hard labor in the village. That sounds wonderful, the aunt exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. She cheerfully moved a small cooking table outside and gathered the seasonings from her home. After setting up a small stove at the door, Li Shuyang assisted in bringing out the cutting board and knife. Having purchased pig liver, the aunt looked to Li Shuyang for advice on preparing a delectable meat dish. In his previous life, Li Shuyang had been single for over 30 years. While he may not have been on par with a restaurant chef, his culinary skills exceeded those of a roadside vendor, especially after countless late-night cooking videos. Auntie, slice the pig liver into thin pieces, rinse them gently in clean water, and once slightly dry, toss them with a handful of sweet potato flour, mixing well. When the oil is at the right temperature, toss in the liver. Once it changes color, begin adding the seasonings, just a teaspoon of each. You must be quick when taking it out, or the liver will become tough and unpalatable. The remaining oil is perfect for stir-frying these dried bean curds. Keep a close watch, as they can easily stick to the pan. When adding seasonings, you can mix them in a spoon with some soy sauce and pour it in. Then top it with chopped green onions before serving. Li Shuyang busily explained while deftly preparing the dishes, and in just a few minutes, he had 2 culinary creations ready to serve. Comrade, your culinary skills are hardly inferior to those of the chefs in state-run restaurants. How old are you this year? The aunt inquired, smiling after tasting the dishes. I am 18 this year, Li Shuyang replied cheerfully as he cleaned the cutting board and knife. Are you married? The aunt scrutinized Li Shuyang closely before asking. I just started a family this year, he responded with a smile as he carried the cooking utensils back into the house. What a pity, the aunt shook her head in disappointment, mumbling something under her breath as Li Shuyang walked away without noticing. Comrade, why not eat before you leave? She called out after him. I will certainly find the time. We still have to deliver the grain. Li Shuyang waved his hand with a grin, brushing past a beautiful girl carrying a briefcase, who glanced at him before approaching the aunt with a smile. Upon arriving at the grain bureau's warehouse, Li Zhuang was just pulling a cart inside, and Li Shuyang hurried over to assist him. Inside the family quarters of the material bureau, the attractive girl observed the stir-fried dishes on the table and smiled, having longed for something different after days of consuming stews. However, the problem lay in her mother's culinary skills, which left much to be desired. As she approached the door, the aroma wafted toward her. What delicious food has been prepared this year? A middle-aged man cheerfully entered the living room. Since the woman had purchased that mysterious stone, he had stopped eating in the unit's canteen altogether. I made stir-fried pig liver and tofu, he declared. Today, that young lad came by again, wanting to buy the stone back. He must think it's a treasure and feels it was sold too cheaply. Did you raise the price? The man's brow furrowed slightly, pondering whether this individual believed his wife was too gullible, persistently pressing for more. It seemed he needed to pay a visit to his comrade to inquire about the man's identity. No, I didn't agree. He didn't redeem the stone, saying he would teach me how to cook instead. Try it. I just tasted it, and it's on par with the dishes from state-run restaurants, the middle-aged woman said, presenting a steamed bun for the two to try. After tasting, both men nodded in agreement, acknowledging the dish's commendable flavor. The middle-aged man, now somewhat puzzled, approached the spot where the stone lay, curiosity getting the better of him as he picked it up and licked it. The stone bore a faint salty taste, accompanied by a subtle hint of meat aroma. Could this stone truly be a treasure for making soup? Let me try. The beautiful girl took the stone from her father, gently licking it. Her expression turned peculiar as she pondered how the stone could emit such a delicate fragrance, devoid of any earthy taste. What are you doing? Don't get my precious stone dirty, the woman exclaimed, snatching the stone back and shooting a disapproving glance at the two, hastily washing it under the faucet before hiding it away. We can afford to lose anything, but this treasure must not be stolen. That young lad appeared sprightly, adept in his cooking and bustling about, suggesting he was indeed a diligent young man in the village. If he weren't already married, I would have betrothed our one to him, the mother mused. Mom, what are you talking about? Don't be upset. It's a natural progression. Men marry and women marry. People get married at 18. Unlike you, still a maiden at 20, she began her familiar tirade about marriage. After assisting Li Zhuang with the grain, Li Shuyang emerged with 15 bags in hand. Li Minghai, having counted all the new burlap sacks on the cart, nodded in satisfaction. Thank you all for your hard work today. Take the afternoon off and return to work tomorrow. Everyone smiled in agreement, pulling their carts and chatting merrily as they made their way back to Li family village. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wang Mingran joyfully directed her younger brother Wang Yongjun in preparing mugwort, and upon seeing Li Shuyang return, she skipped over to him. Did you happen to meet that aunt in the city today? Wang Mingran asked, her face alight with glee. Unable to suppress her laughter as she thought of Li Shuyang selling the stone as if it were a treasure, a secret she had shared with no one. Speculation and hoarding were already illegal. If there were any allegations of fraud, the farm's transformation would be jeopardized. Wang Minggran refrained from mentioning it to her parents. Not out of distrust, but fear that they might inadvertently disclose the information. A careless slip could bring Li Shuyang trouble. I did encounter her. But she still refuses to return the stone and insists on knowing if I have any stones for cooking. Li Shuyang shook his head. Wang Minggran burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. What are you laughing at? Li Shuyang asked, exasperated. In truth, he understood why the woman would not return the stone. It was akin to seeking divine intervention. Many pray for the health of their loved ones. Should a passing doctor fortuitously heal them, they might believe it was a celestial act, becoming fervently convinced thereafter. The aunt's cooking skills were likely mediocre. A rural woman newly arrived in the city, unfamiliar with proper seasonings, mistakenly adding too much of everything. Believing that the more she added, the better the dish would turn out. Li Shuyang's guidance had altered her perception. Upon receiving the stone, she believed that with it as a base, the remaining ingredients would yield delicious results. Thus, his suggestion of wanting to buy it back only reinforced her belief in the stone's value as a culinary asset. Now, not only did the aunt regard it as a treasure, but her entire family began to suspect that the stone might indeed possess some special quality. For in the vastness of China, anything peculiar was conceivable. Otherwise, how could a stone have such a delicate fragrance? With daily stews, the flavors of spices would undoubtedly cling to its surface. Without regular use, it would resemble an ordinary stone. Yet now, this family was beginning to find the stone quite extraordinary. You silly thing, Wang Minggran teased, wrinkling her nose playfully at Li Shuyang before returning to her tasks, diligently attending to her work. With the realization that mosquito coils could indeed be profitable, Wang Minggran felt invigorated. Engaging in such leisurely work at home while earning money was a delightful prospect. Even if she only made 10 yuan in a month, that would equate to over 100 jin of grain, far easier than laboring in the fields. Earlier that morning, Wang Minggran had discussed this with Zhou Lan, who had shaken her head and scolded her. You foolish girl, why share everything? If it can make money, just do it quietly. I toil in the fields for my points year-round. After giving birth, I was back to work within 3 days. Now, without needing to nurse, what would people think? If the entire village starts making mosquito coils, who knows if the supply and marketing agency will even accept them? After finishing her admonishment, Zhou Lan poked Wang Minggran's forehead. After dinner, Li Zhuang and his wife Zhou Lan knocked on Li Shuyang's door, and when he opened it, he saw his sister-in-law carrying a considerable amount of fabric. Brother, what brings you here? When you divided the family, you didn't receive any fabric coupons. These are what we've saved over the years. You and your brother are earning money, so we must show our support. Don't overthink it. You are brothers. With our parents having only 3 children, you must stick together. The aunt, with a cheerful demeanor, strolled into the courtyard, placing the fabric upon the newly crafted cabinet made by Li Shuyang before beginning to appraise the furnishings within the room. A brand new square table stood in the center of the main hall, accompanied by a cupboard. Upon entering the bedroom of Wang Minggran and Li Shuyang, one could observe a tall cabinet and a wardrobe, atop which rested a small chest. The more Zhou Lan examined, the more she appreciated. She had not anticipated Li Shuyang possessed such craftsmanship. How had she not noticed it when he was at her home? As she touched the furniture, she discerned that while it lacked the finesse of a professional carpenter, given their current circumstances, having such items was commendable. When the second brother isn't working, he should craft us a set of furniture. Let us consider what we need to prepare. Zhou Lan remarked with a smile as she exited the main hall and turned towards Li Shuyang. Just gather the timber. There is plenty of suitable wood in the mountains that has already dried. Later, I will go with my elder brother to fetch it. When I'm not working, I'll come over to help you, Li Shuyang responded, recognizing that Zhou Lan was inquiring about the cost. However, he felt that both families should share a sense of kinship, as their labor was intertwined, requiring merely a bit more thought and effort. Elder brother and sister-in-law are not stingy. It's worthwhile to maintain such connections. Don't we need nails? His sister-in-law inquired with a hint of confusion. If you desire aesthetics, it would be better to purchase decorative hinges. They facilitate the opening and closing of cabinet doors, Li Shuyang suggested after some contemplation. As Li Zhuang entered the courtyard, he made his way to the backyard, assisting Wang Yongjun in kneading mugwort. Upon hearing Zhou Lan's call, he hurried over. After a few words of instruction from Zhou Lan, he nodded and followed Li Shuyang towards the collective. The two, armed with tools, soon began transporting the processed wood back home. Look at these 2 brothers. Do they have their fill and nothing to do but carry back that wood? Isn't that timber from the village? They must be looking to furnish their home, murmured some villagers. Just as they receive their grain, they're already at it. They'll soon know hunger again. You didn't see earlier, I watched Zhou carrying grain off somewhere, and upon her return, she had purchased a fair amount of fabric. The Li Qing family, with 2 sons, clearly has no understanding of frugality. It's no wonder they've been in debt to the team year after year. If it weren't for marrying the daughter of Wang Tinghua from Zhou, would they dare be so reckless? They rely on the fact that their daughter cannot work in the fields, squeezing her family for money and grain. Just a few days ago, the Wang family sent over quite a few items, and I heard that Wang Tinghua bought a piglet as a dowry. I can see that her brother comes over to work every day. It's as if they treat their father-in-law's family like laborers. The gaze of the crowd towards the 2 brothers, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang, was a mixture of envy, jealousy, and a tinge of disdain. They believed that without the Wang family's support, the brothers might not even dare to repay their debts. Taking advantage of Wang Mingran's inability to work the fields to extract resources from her family, the villagers incessantly gossiped about the 2 brothers. But Li Shuyang paid them no mind. The truth of their circumstances was clear only to their family. Whether their lives were good or bad, outsiders would only offer idle commentary. Nowadays, one could pay for furniture with either money or grain. The villagers thought it strange that Li Zhuang, having just cleared his debts, would begin such endeavors. In the courtyard, Li Shuyang commenced instructing Li Zhuang on the use of tools. Li Zhuang was tasked with cutting the wood into pieces, while Li Shuyang ensured the boards were processed to the appropriate size. Chapter 31. Working. When they returned to the mountains for the second haul of timber, the villagers' chatter grew even more animated. Since they believed the assistance was from the father-in-law's family, Li Shuyang found it convenient, as he no longer needed to concoct excuses for a better life. As the 2 brothers approached, the crowd fell silent, for regardless of the circumstances, they were still their elders. Though not within the immediate family, they were nonetheless of the same ancestral lineage. Li Zhuang, aware of the curious gazes from the crowd, understood the reason. The contrast between their past hardships and their present improvement seemed to unsettle others. They could only tolerate seeing others in misery, never those who thrived beyond their own station. Having gained some experience, Li Zhuang no longer required Li Shuyang's guidance. He marked the wood with a chalk line and began sawing the boards. In the courtyard, 2 little ones played with the wooden toys Li Shuyang had crafted, their delight evident. "Uncle, look!" they exclaimed, dashing back and forth before stopping in front of Li Shuyang. The incessant energy of the children wore on him, and he worried about injuring them while using tools. With a sigh, he crafted small bamboo helicopters and wooden horses for them, encouraging them to play outside. Upon witnessing the toys take flight, the children's eyes sparkled with joy, and they tugged at Li Shuyang's trousers, pleading for more. "Go play outside," Li Shuyang chuckled, patting their heads. Seeing Li Shuyang display such patience with his nephews for the first time filled Li Zhuang with happiness. "Our second brother has grown up since his marriage," he mused, uncertain whether to feel pleased or otherwise. Li Shuyang, while reading, was aware that the original owner harbored no fondness for this family, believing that his elder brother and sister-in-law favored others, while his younger sister was a burden. Naturally, he had no affection for his nieces and nephews. Yet, Li Shuyang believed that a harmonious family was essential. Blood brothers bore no deep-seated grudges against one another, nor did they conspire with outsiders. A united front would yield a reliable ally in all endeavors. Once the 2 stepped outside, Li Shuyang busied himself with crafting a new bed for his elder brother and sister-in-law, working diligently until she returned with her load. With Li Zhuang's assistance, he had begun assembling the new bed. This traditional style of bed bore no intricate designs, yet there was a universal appeal to the novelty of new things. Soon, all belongings were transferred to the new bed, while the old one was set aside for the 2 little ones to sleep on. Li Shuyang then commenced the creation of wooden cabinets and chests in the courtyard. As twilight descended, Zhou, accompanied by her younger brother Wang Yongjun and Wang Mingran, entered the courtyard. The dining table held a stir-fried meat dish accompanied by 3 vegetable dishes, a rare treat of steamed buns made from white flour. When Li Mei and Li Min returned, Zhou served the reserved dishes, allowing them to dine with the younger ones for easier supervision. After dinner, torches were lit in the courtyard, and Li Shuyang escorted Wang Yongjun to the village entrance before preparing to head to his elder brother's home to assemble the base of the cabinet. "Yongjun, you must come back to help tomorrow. Your sister will buy you candied hawthorn," Wang Mingran said, smiling at her younger brother. "Rest assured, I shall certainly return tomorrow," Wang Yongjun replied cheerfully as he scampered back towards Zhou, buoyed by the promise of treats and a share of future earnings from selling mosquito repellent. Their father tasked him with overseeing the shop, but provided no wages. Even the pocket money received during the new year was only a fleeting touch, never allowing them any personal spending. "They always say to save for your future brides. Your sister is kind. She not only promises treats, but also offers you money for your efforts." After a night of productivity, Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran made their way back home. "Have you heard?" Bai Jiqing received a subsidy of 200 work points, deducted from Zhang Dashan's account, and they even compensated with 20 eggs to settle the matter. Wang Mingran said with excitement. And what of Zhang Hu? Li Shuyang, uninterested in the compensation received by Bai Jiqing, was solely curious about Zhang Hu's fate. The communist stated that a minimum of 3 years of labor reform is required. This is the first time such a grave situation has arisen in Li family village. Wang Mingran pondered for a moment before speaking. Where do you hear all this while staying at home all day? Li Shuyang inquired with curiosity. My sister-in-law told me. Wang Mingran replied, as she leapt onto Li Shuyang's back. He shook his head, thinking how this girl still had the temperament of a child. As Li Shuyang reflected on the current year of 1974, he realized that in 3 years he could take the university entrance exam. If Zhang Hu were sentenced for an additional year, then Su Man would be able to leave Li family village safely. However, if that rascal Zhang Hu were to be released early, he would need to warn Su Man to be cautious and not to wander alone in the village. Lost in these thoughts, Li Shuyang soon returned home with Wang Mingran on his back. Li Mei had already prepared hot water for the two to wash up. They both fell into a deep slumber after working late into the night. At dawn, as the rooster crowed, Li Shuyang rose to wash and, after breakfast, made his way to the playground. The playground was teeming with a dense crowd. This was the first work assignment since Li Minghai took office, and everyone had gathered. Soon, each person received their tasks. Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang were assigned to clear the irrigation ditch, while Bai Qingqing and Su Man were placed in their group. Typically, young intellectuals were not paired with villagers for work, a fact that puzzled even the youth team leader, who could not comprehend the rationale behind this arrangement. Nevertheless, the leader's orders had been given, and they were bound to execute them. Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang grabbed hose and dustpans, returning home to collect a wooden bucket while waiting for Bai Qingqing and Su Man on the way to the irrigation ditch. Upon seeing Li Shuyang, the two girls smiled. Comradely, do you really need to bring a wooden bucket to clean the ditch? Su Man asked, perplexed. You'll find out soon enough, Li Shuyang replied without further elaboration, leading them towards the entrance of the ditch. The irrigation ditch in Li family village ran from the village entrance to the fields, so they had to start clearing from this end all the way to the fields. Li Zhuang and Li Shuyang rolled up their pants and descended into the ditch, instructing Bai Qingqing and Su Man to wait by the roadside. Soon, you'll find small fish and shrimp in the mud we clear out. You two can collect them while we pile the muck outside like this, Li Shuyang explained, demonstrating to the two girls how to proceed. Oh, so you brought the bucket with a purpose. How wicked of you not to inform us. Su Man teased with a playful grin. Li Shuyang chuckled, pointing to a nearby wooden bucket. Isn't this meant for you? Su Man's banter was clever, fostering a sense of camaraderie between them, as if they had grown up together. As the morning wore on, the two buckets filled with small fish and shrimp, and smiles never left Su Man and Bai Qingqing's faces. Each conversation with Li Shuyang was enjoyable, especially since he did not look down upon them as other villagers did, who often implied that they would merely slack off. Surprising them, Li Shuyang even taught them how to take it easy. So can we take these with us? Su Man asked, grinning. Unless you're planning to keep me here for a meal, Li Shuyang jested, waving his hand dismissively. Regret it? Su Man teased back, covering her mouth with a smile. Regret? Just return my bucket then. Dream on. The two girls hurried back to the youth dormitory with their buckets. They had completed a light morning's work and had managed to catch 5 or 6 pounds of fish and shrimp, an exhilarating feat had they worked alongside other villagers. The little wild vegetables they painstakingly gathered would have been largely divided among the others. Upon returning to the youth dormitory, they found their peers still at work. The task of clearing the irrigation ditch allowed them to earn full work points for the day, and as long as they did not leave too early, they were largely ignored. After Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang returned home, Li Zhuang divided the catch, giving half to Li Shuyang. In the past, Li Zhuang would not have bothered with such things, as their family was already struggling for sustenance. Small fish and shrimp were only sought after in times of dire need. However, children in the village often enjoyed fishing, as boiled shrimp tasted delightful, though their small size deterred many from pursuing them, usually reserved for feeding chickens. Yet, when prepared with flour and fried, the taste was so enticing that even children would beg for more. In the kitchen, Li Shuyang taught Wang Mingran how to prepare these delectable treats. Just as the first batch was ready, Wang Yongjun was lured by the enticing aroma. Having frequently visited Li Shuyang's home, Wang Yongjun was no longer as reserved and promptly popped a freshly fried shrimp into his mouth. The flavor is so crisp. It was Wang Yongjun's first experience tasting fried shrimp coated in flour, and after finishing one, he immediately reached for a second. Look at you, so greedy. Can't you wait just a moment? Wang Mingran playfully swatted his hand away. Sister, you're so stingy. Wang Yongjun protested with a pout. Do you want a whole bowl of fried shrimp? Wang Mingran teased. What's the catch? Wang Yongjun rolled his eyes, knowing his sister was about to bargain. Bring me 3 gene of cooking oil from home, and I'll fry shrimp for you every now and then, Wang Minggran proposed after some thought. No way. If Dad finds out, he'll kill me. Wang Yongjun shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. Fool. It's just you and the third brother at home. You can bring him along to eat. When Dad asks about the oil, just say you don't know, but that your sister came by, Wang Minggran coaxed gently. Wang Yongjun's eyes widened in realization, and after contemplating, he found the plan feasible. You really know how to take advantage of your brother. Li Shuyang remarked to Wang Minggran after Wang Yongjun left, playfully poking her forehead. What do you know? Frying fish and shrimp consumes a lot of oil. Since I'm the one cooking, they should contribute something, Wang Minggran replied with a laugh. Li Shuyang knew he could not argue with her and chose not to pursue the topic further. Such is the bond of siblings. The more they tease each other, the closer they become. Especially as they grow older, they will fondly reminisce about these times. In the youth dormitory, Bai Qingqing and Su Man also began frying fish and shrimp, but they had no intention of sharing with everyone. Instead, they aimed to store their bounty in their private stash for occasional indulgence. In this era, apart from work hours, there was little time to catch such delicacies. And being newcomers to the village, they risked having their catch confiscated under the pretext of taking advantage of the production team. After their meal and a brief rest, Li Shuyang and his brother headed back to work, where they found Bai Qingqing and Su Man relaxing under a large tree. Upon seeing Li Shuyang approach, they cheerfully handed him a ticket. Li Shuyang took the ticket and discovered it was a universal grain coupon worth 5 jin. You two have so much grain that you can't finish it. These could be invaluable at times, he said, immediately attempting to return it. Thank you for sending us fish and shrimp this morning, comradely. If you consider us friends, please accept it, Su Man urged with a smile. It is precisely because I consider you friends that I cannot accept this. If it were anyone else offering it to me, I would be delighted to receive it. You have only accumulated 8 points in a day, and you have already incurred a significant deficit with the team. By year-end, who knows what the situation will be. These ration tickets will prove invaluable to you. Remember, we are from the same village and team. If the food supply falls short, we can obtain credit, which is a luxury you do not possess. After shaking his head in refusal, Li Shuyang elaborated. Since I cannot accept the ration tickets, can I take this instead? Su Man felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Li Shuyang's words and was thrilled to befriend him. Li Shuyang accepted the sweets offered by the two with a nod. In the afternoon, the group resumed their labor, and as work neared its end, they managed to catch a considerable amount of fish and shrimp. If you enjoy them, remember to bring a wooden tub tomorrow. There's plenty more where that came from. Li Shuyang waved goodbye to the two and headed towards the storage room to submit his tools. Upon returning home, he found Wang Minggran happily kneading dough. After handing the fish and shrimp he had brought back to his brother-in-law, he made his way to his elder brother's house, where he was to assist in crafting furniture. Sister, do you think Mom and Dad will be furious if they find out we borrowed 2 pounds of flour? The two exchanged anxious glances. The fried fish that Wang Yongjun brought home had made their third brother crave it terribly. Concerned that there might not be enough flour at Li Shuyang's home, they decided to bring all the flour from their own house. What is the worry? Anyway, my sister often takes things from home. Our parents will surely think it was her who stole it from her mother's house. Just make sure you don't let anything slip when you get back. Wang Minggran dismissed their concerns with a wave of her hand. After a brief exchange of glances, they nodded in agreement. This was a secret they could never reveal. If they did, they would lose the chance to enjoy such delightful treats again. To their astonishment, their elder sister's culinary skills had greatly improved since they had been at home. That night, the two of them returned home with greasy mouths. And Wang father and Wang mother stared blankly at the empty cupboard as they stepped into the main room with the wild chicken that Wang Minggran had sent for their parents. They were met with the furious glares of their mother and father. Where has the cooking oil and flour gone? Wang father demanded. I don't know. But it seems that our sister-in-law visited around noon. They immediately denied. Do you think I am a fool? The only keys to this cupboard belong to you two. Your sister-in-law does not have a key. The lock is intact, and the money inside remains. Yet somehow, the oil and flour are missing. If your sister-in-law had seen the money, would she not take it? Soon, the cries of it wasn't us echoed from the Wang household, drawing the attention of passers-by peeking into the courtyard. Chapter 33. Rest assured, if you speak the truth, I may spare you. But if you resist, my whip shows no favoritism. Wang Tinghua bellowed at his two sons, shooting them a fierce glare. It truly wasn't us, the two insisted, shaking their heads in denial after exchanging a glance. Enough. I understand what has transpired, Wang mother interjected with a knowing smile. The only reason they dared to lie to their father was due to the involvement of Wang Minggran. Otherwise, she knew her son's characters well. Without the threat posed by Wang Minggran, the two would have confessed long ago. Go kneel at the millstone and reflect on your actions. Wang Tinghua still appeared somewhat irate. As the two brothers walked out of the main room, they exchanged a relieved smile. realizing they had successfully evaded punishment. Thanks to their sister's advice, they had managed to avoid a severe beating. After all, they had endured the torment of their adversaries without betraying their organization. What is going on? Their actions are no small matter. Daring to take household goods to give away, Wang Tinghua quietly inquired, puzzled about what his wife might know. Besides the children, who else would they dare give food to? Only under the threat of your precious daughter would they hold their tongues so tightly, Wang mother chuckled. These two spendthrifts clearly lack the ability to safeguard wealth. They will eventually squander everything. Wang Tinghua pretended to be stern, but inside he felt a wave of happiness at seeing the siblings' harmonious relationship. Do not feign ignorance in front of me. You must be overjoyed, Wang mother teased. Inspecting the wild chicken that had been sent over, which had already been prepared and came with a good amount of wild mushrooms. What joy is there? These are all from someone else. I'm simply thinking of how to send these two fools to take advantage of the harvest, Wang Tinghua replied, taking a deep drag from his pipe. I suspect you do not mind when our daughter instructs them to gather from the harvest. You are merely worried that your daughter-in-law may treat this place as her own source of supplies, Wang mother retorted, rolling her eyes at her husband before carrying the items into the kitchen. These two rascals won't even speak a single truth to me. If they admitted they were taking it for their sister, would they still be in for a beating? Wang Tinghua muttered quietly, looking at the remaining mushrooms on the table. He felt quite pleased. He had not anticipated that Li Shuyang, his son-in-law, would show such filial piety by frequently bringing meat over. That night, a delectable wild chicken soup was prepared, and Wang Tinghua poured himself a cup of wine before stepping out to the entrance of the main room. Why are you two just standing around and not eating? Must I personally invite you to dinner? He barked. The two brothers rejoiced inwardly, knowing they had passed this test. They had been surprised by how effective their sister's advice had been, managing to avoid much punishment. In Li family village, Li Shuyang was diligently assembling a wardrobe alongside Li Zhuang. With the addition of the fasteners, he was careful to ensure that everything fit together snugly. Unlike the haphazard assembly of his own wardrobe at home, once the wardrobe was nearly complete, Li Shuyang decided to leave his elder brother's house, planning to finish the wardrobe doors in the daylight tomorrow, as the illumination from the torches was insufficient at night. Upon returning home, he found Wang Minggran already deep in slumber, so he refrained from waking her. After washing up, Li Shuyang lay in bed, contemplating the bright future ahead while occasionally glancing at the beautiful woman sleeping beside him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At dawn, as the first light of day broke, Li Shuyang rose to prepare breakfast. After dividing tasks, those who had not completed theirs were not required to gather at the playground, but could directly take their tools to continue working in the uncompleted areas. Bai Qingqing and Su Man had arrived early, and upon seeing Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang approach, they greeted them with smiles. Today, they required no reminders from Li Shuyang or Li Zhuang. Familiar with the routine, they quickly began their tasks, noticeably faster at sorting fish and shrimp than the previous day. After distributing the fish and shrimp they had caught the previous afternoon, their relationships with the other educated youth had improved significantly. By midday, they had also managed to catch 2 small turtles. Do you want these turtles? Su Man inquired, glancing at Li Shuyang and his brother. They both shook their heads. The turtles were too small and lacked substantial meat. However, Li Shuyang contemplated following the waterway upstream to see if he could find larger turtles, as they were always in high demand. If they could catch one, it would provide a good source of income, given the current prices. A large turtle could greatly supplement a family's food supply. Then we'll take them back to raise for fun, the two said cheerfully, carrying the turtles back towards the commune's courtyard. Elder brother, where does the village's water source come from? Li Shuyang genuinely did not know the origin of the waterway. From the old sea behind the mountain, Li Zhuang replied without hesitation. Li Shuyang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. If the soft-shelled turtle had been swept over from the old master's sea, his ambition to catch substantial fish would become exceedingly challenging. After dismissing his thoughts with a shake of his head, the two made their way back home, where they handed over the fish and shrimp they had caught to Wang Ming. Subsequently, Li Shuyang headed towards the backyard. Today, Wang Minggran's little brother had not come by, so Li Shuyang assisted Wang Minggran in meticulously kneading the dried mugwort on the stone slab. The shelves in the woodshed were now filled with Wang Minggran's harvest, significantly surpassing the quantity of mosquito coils made during their last endeavor. Go ahead and eat first. I'll deliver some of this to them, Wang Minggran said, having packed the fried fish and shrimp. All right, hurry back, Li Shuyang replied with a smile and a nod. Upon her return home, Wang Yongjun was the only one guarding the house. Seeing Wang Minggran approach, he joyfully rushed forward. Sister, yesterday we endured several lashes from Dad, but I and third brother resolutely kept your name to ourselves. Wang Yongjun seemed eager to showcase his loyalty to their cause. Knowing that you're well, I brought some delicacies to reward you. Remember to heed your sister's words. You won't be disappointed, Wang Mingran said, cheerfully handing over the items she carried. Wang Yongjun happily accepted the package, opening it to reveal a broad smile. Don't forget to bring the horses from the team over the day after tomorrow to accompany me to the city to deliver the mosquito coils. I'll treat you to green bean popsicles then, Wang Mingran said, playfully giving Wang Yongjun a dime. Rest assured, I have my ways to borrow a horse. Wang Yongjun promised, contentedly munching on the fried fish. I know you're the best to your sister. Don't worry, I won't forget your kindness. Look how far I've come just to bring you treats, Wang Mingran replied with a grin. After a light-hearted conversation between the siblings, Wang Mingran departed from Zhou village, while Wang Yongjun reluctantly accompanied her until she was out of sight before returning to his own courtyard. Chapter 34, Saving a Life. As evening fell, Li Shuyang relied on the original owner's memories to make his way towards the old Master SC, walking for over an hour before finally arriving. I wondered why such a common lake would be called a sea. It turns out this lake is vast, he mused. The lake stretched infinitely, appearing to merge with the sky above. Its deep blue waters shimmered like flawless jade, reflecting a beautiful luster. The lake was eerily still, resembling a polished mirror, clearly reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, a sight nearly unattainable in the industrialized era to come, where even the slightest bit of beauty would be transformed into a tourist attraction. The expanse of the old Master Sea far exceeded Li Shuyang's expectations. He understood that the deeper the water, the more vibrant its color, making it unsurprising to find soft-shelled turtles in such a lake. With a body of water this size, there were likely fish he had never even encountered. As he strolled along the shore, he pondered how, with such a rich lake at their back, Li family village could live in such poverty. However, he soon dismissed these unrealistic notions, suggesting that the village form a fishing team. If something went awry, who would take responsibility? Just like the hunting team from before, if an accident occurred, who would bear the burden of a life lost? Who would care for the families left behind? Help! Help! Li Shuyang heard heart-wrenching cries as he passed a small cove, the urgency of the voices compelling him to run towards the source of the commotion. Stop! He shouted hurriedly. A group of people joined hands, preparing to plunge into the lake to rescue someone. As he ran, Li Shuyang swiftly shed his clothing. After wetting his chest, he dove into the lake, swimming rapidly towards the drowning individual. Only then did the group of teenagers cease their attempt to enter the water. Don't move, lean your head back, Li Shuyang called out as he neared the drowning person. But the individual continued to struggle. He repeated his instructions several times until the person finally seemed to comprehend, lying flat and tilting their head backward as instructed. Indeed, the body began to float, no longer feeling the pull of sinking. Hold on, I will push you to safety. If you swallow water, do not struggle, otherwise, we might both perish here, and it could endanger even more lives. If Li Shuyang and the drowning person were to encounter trouble simultaneously, the linked hands of those on the shore would only complicate matters. Okay, the drowning person replied. And with that, Li Shuyang commenced his rescue, feeling an unexpected urge to help once more. In his past life, rescuing someone from drowning had left him heartbroken for a long while. He had believed he would never again intervene in such matters. Yet witnessing this situation stirred something within him. Fortunately, the drowning person did not resist, and Li Shuyang swiftly pushed them towards the shore. Once he regained his footing, he helped the individual stand. Despite the shallow waters along the shore, a non-swimmer would still struggle to stand. Even shallow puddles could lead to death. The instinctual reaction to lean on one's hands for support after falling only exacerbated the situation, as the water's depth surpassed the reach of one's arms, leading to a choking struggle. Do you all realize how dangerous your actions were? By entering the water like that, not only would you fail to save her, but you would also risk being dragged under yourselves. The lake's bottom is like a cauldron. It only gets deeper. If one of you slips, you all lose the chance to stand again, as the person who falls would instinctively grasp anything within reach. And you, who appear to be a teacher, do you understand the dangers near water? Why bring a group of children to such a perilous place? Do you realize how many families you could endanger with your actions? After climbing onto the shore, Li Shuyang reprimanded them, the group of children looking down, too ashamed to speak. The teacher kept apologizing, but Li Shuyang interrupted. Enough with the apologies. If something truly happened, a simple sorry will not suffice for forgiveness. Do you understand that she represents a family's hope? If that hope is extinguished, no amount of remorse will earn you sympathy or absolution. So please, refrain from such perilous outings in the future. After dressing, Li Shuyang prepared to return to the village. Comrade, you saved my student, and I'm at a loss for how to express my gratitude. There is no need for thanks. It would be best if you refrain from bringing your students to the water's edge in the future. Even if the water appears shallow, risks remain, Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head. He paid no more heed to the teacher, and walked back towards Li family village. "Teacher, don't chase after him. He is a member of our village." A boy jogged over to inform the teacher. Several female classmates comforted the recently rescued student, helping her to rest on the grass. "If it weren't for you, Jiao Jiao wouldn't have fallen into the water. Look at the dangerous spot you suggested we visit." One boy confronted another, named Li Dan, gripping his collar in anger. "If you hadn't dirted Luo Yu Jiao's handkerchief, she wouldn't have come to the lake to wash it. If she hadn't washed it, she wouldn't have fallen in. This is all your fault." Another boy chimed in. "As long as Jiao Jiao is fine, it's best. If anything happens, you'll pay the price." Two young boys, in the midst of their conversation, suddenly resorted to physical altercation. Now is not the time for shirking responsibility. Fortunately, no one was harmed. A group of onlookers hurried over to mediate the situation. Meanwhile, the teacher could only watch awkwardly, for discussing their precarious position was best left unspoken. A misstep in words or an inadvertent action could easily offend a student one ought not to antagonize, and the repercussions were too dreadful to contemplate. As Li Shuyang walked back towards the village, a memory struck him, a passage from a book he had read, detailing a conversation between Bai Qingqing and Su Man. The dialogue suggested that students from Class 12 of Jing City Middle School had come to Lao Yi High for a sketching trip, only for calamity to befall all but the son of Li Minghai, and even the teacher did not survive. Shortly thereafter, Li Minghai's son met with an accident in Jing City. Could it be mere coincidence? Li Shuyang pondered, shaking his head. He dismissed the thought, and instead resolved to venture into the black market of Jing City that very night to inquire about fishing nets. He might also ask if they purchased fish. If they did not, he could occasionally catch a few for himself. However, if they did, he might have found a legitimate source of income. Hunting had proven unreliable, with his traps yielding nothing but the occasional wild chicken or rabbit and no substantial game. With such an expansive natural lake, there must be an abundance of fish. Contemplating these prospects, Li Shuyang walked home, increasingly convinced he was on the cusp of prosperity. Chapter 35, Annoyance. Under the cover of night, Li Shuyang hurried towards the city, carrying a wild rabbit. Upon arriving at the black market, he was greeted by the henchman of the market's boss. The burly man, who stood nearly as tall as Li Shuyang, bore a smile that resembled that of a villain from a television drama. Yet, he always spoke to Li Shuyang with remarkable cordiality, a stark contrast to his intimidating appearance. "Fifth Master," Li Shuyang greeted, spotting a middle-aged man preoccupied with organizing receipts. He casually handed over the prepared wild rabbit. "What mischief are you up to this time?" The sturdy man inquired, his voice deep and resonant. "Fifth Master, I wanted to ask if you have any fishing nets for sale. I'm considering fishing and selling here." Li Shuyang replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. "You truly are full of ideas. Fishing nets are quite rare, mostly woven by those in fishing villages. Don't get your hopes up about making a fortune from this. In the city, fish are bought at the aquatic market. And since aquatic products don't require tickets in Jing City, you might be able to connect with the market director to supply them. However, negotiations are typically conducted through village collectives. Establishing a private connection isn't straightforward. If someone reports you, it could end badly. And they won't risk their business for your little venture," Fifth Master explained as he accepted the wild rabbit from Li Shuyang. "If you have time to spare, bring in more wild game. Those sell well. If you happen upon turtles weighing over 3 jin, they buy at 3 yuan per jin. As for selling fish, forget it. You can catch a few for your own enjoyment. If you really want a fishing net, I'll have Biaozi retrieve one from the fishing village for you in a few days," Fifth Master reassured him, noticing Li Shuyang's dejected demeanor. Jing City, surrounded by rivers, boasts innumerable streams teeming with fish and shrimp. The fishing villages depend on this as their primary source of income, and the aquatic market connects with the local collectives. Regardless of who manages the aquatic market, they would not risk collaborating with Li Shuyang. The possibility of gaining a kickback is merely a matter of manipulating buying prices. Li Shuyang had nothing enticing to offer for collaboration. When it comes to black market sales, determining an appropriate price is challenging since the aquatic market already offers competitive rates. "All right, I shall return now. Should any substantial goods come in, I'll bring them to you," Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head. "By the way, kid, this is your proper path. Those other endeavors won't yield profit and will only bring trouble," Fifth Master chuckled, giving Li Shuyang a pat on the shoulder. In the new district of Jing City, within a residential building, the architecture differed from the typical high-rise structures. These 2- or 3-story concrete buildings were rare in Jing City, each possessing its own yard. Residents here were either affluent or of high social standing, a far cry from the reach of people like Li Shuyang. "Dad, can you ask Uncle Wang to teach me how to swim tomorrow?" a young boy asked, gazing at the middle-aged man engrossed in a newspaper. "Why?" the man queried, his eyes still fixed on the paper. "Because learning to swim can save lives and ensure my own safety," the boy replied, his head bowed, feeling somewhat guilty. In another small independent building, a family surrounded a young girl's bedside, accompanied by 2 doctors. "Doctor, is my daughter all right?" the middle-aged woman inquired anxiously. "She is fine, just a bit shaken up. A few days of rest should suffice." The doctor smiled reassuringly. After seeing the doctor out, the woman approached the girl. "Jiao Jiao, do you feel any discomfort?" "No, Mom. Today, I thought I might never see you again," Luo Yujiao said, looking at her mother, tears spilling over. "Thank goodness. You're all right," the middle-aged woman consoled her. "Do you know the name of the person who saved you?" "We must express our gratitude," the father, having seen the doctor out, asked gently. "I don't know." Luo Yujiao shook her head, struggling to remember her savior, only recalling his stern admonitions. The details of his appearance lost as he had left too quickly. "All right, rest well. Tomorrow, I'll ask your teacher for leave on your behalf," the father nodded. Exiting the room. "Mom, I must tell you, water is truly miraculous. If you lie back on the surface without struggling, you won't sink at all." Luo Yujiao recalled the sensation of floating, marveling at its wonder. "Goodness, what on earth are you thinking?" Her mother chided playfully. "Mom, I want to learn how to swim," the girl said, smiling and playfully coaxing her mother. "Very well, my dear. You frightened me today. It's wise to learn a skill for your safety. Once you're well again, I'll have Xiaozhang teach you," her mother agreed, nodding. Though the couple had 3 children, this beloved daughter was their sole treasure. Any harm coming to her would evoke unimaginable anguish. Returning to Li village, Li Shuyang walked home with a look of disappointment etched on his face. Wang Mingran, noticing his glum demeanor, rushed to his side. "What troubles you, dear?" she asked with concern. "Sigh, my grand plan for wealth has crumbled," Li Shuyang lamented, shaking his head. Gently patting Wang Mingran's hand, they entered the main room together. "What grand plan?" Wang Mingran queried, her curiosity piqued. Li Shuyang recounted the natural advantages of Lao Yi Hai to Wang Mingran, but soon found himself shaking his head in frustration. "It cannot be sold for profit. We'll have to consume it ourselves. Let us just enjoy what we have." Wang Mingran leaned against Li Shuyang's shoulder, offering comfort. "I merely wish to earn a little more, so that life could be easier for you and Maisie," he sighed. Li Shuyang gently patted Wang Mingran's back and softly said, "Our life has improved significantly, and you have been exceptionally kind to me. I harbor no grand illusions. As the head of the household, you must not feel disheartened. In my eyes, no one possesses your remarkable abilities. What initially drew you to a frail person like me?" As Wang Mingran spoke, she suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Li Shuyang's eyes and inquired. "Because you are handsome, and I believed I could support you," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. "How annoying," Wang Mingran said, leaning gently against Li Shuyang's shoulder. Hearing his response filled her heart with joy. In the early morning, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang arrived at their workplace, whereby Qingqing and Su Man greeted Li Shuyang with cheerful smiles. "This is for you. I brought it from home. It's something you usually can only buy in the city," Su Man said as she handed over some cookies sent by her parents. Bai Qingqing contributed 2 pieces of brown sugar. Both girls felt grateful for the brothers' care, as their work had been easy, and they also had food to take back to the youth commune. Feeling that a single piece of candy was inadequate in return, they decided to bring gifts after receiving their packages from the city yesterday. Chapter 36. The car. "When did you 2 leave the village yesterday?" Li Shuyang asked, puzzled by the brown sugar Bai Qingqing had given him. "Wasn't there a market day in your brigade yesterday?" "We encountered a tractor heading to the market and paid a penny to hitch a ride. We also picked up the package from home," Su Man explained. "By the way, we had a feast at the state-run restaurant, and I brought you some leftover braised pork," she added, handing her aluminum lunchbox to Li Shuyang. Observing the lunchbox in Su Man's hands, Li Shuyang thought to himself that she was quite naive. They had only known each other for a short time, yet she was already offering him braised pork. "Only after eating did I realize I shouldn't have taken it." Li Shuyang shook his head. "Forget it. I'll just take it back for myself." "Kindness shouldn't be taken for granted," Su Man playfully retorted. "Seeing your enthusiasm, I'll reluctantly accept it. Let us have a meal together later. I'm curious to taste the braised pork from the state-run restaurant." Li Shuyang replied with a smile as he took the lunchbox from Su Man. She pretended to hit him playfully, and Li Shuyang ran back home with the lunchbox in hand. This kind-hearted girl, whom he once wished ill upon when she had suffered because of Zhang Hu, was now a friend. Li Shuyang hoped she would be accepted into her dream university and leave Li family village. "Oh, where did the braised pork come from?" Li Shuyang exclaimed upon returning home and handing the lunchbox to Wang Mingran, who was astonished upon opening it. "A fellow youth sent it. Let's prepare several dishes for lunch. Since they brought us braised pork, we shouldn't be stingy," Li Shuyang smiled. "All right, I'll prepare a couple of dishes." Wang Mingran nodded with a smile. Just a few minutes after Li Shuyang left, his 2 younger brothers arrived, grinning as they carried grain to Li Shuyang's home. Upon entering, they proudly waved a cloth bag in front of Wang Mingran. "Sister, look what we have." Wang Yuanzhao exclaimed triumphantly, shaking the bag. "What is it?" You look so foolish. Wang Minggran teased, rolling her eyes at her younger brother. Millet, Dad bought it in the city yesterday. I secretly brought 2 bowls for you, Wang Yuanzhao whispered. Nonsense. I brought it. Wang Yongjun snatched the bag from his brother's hand. Enough of your antics. Today we're having braised pork, and you 2 are in for a treat. However, we will have 2 guests at noon, so please eat politely, Wang Minggran said as she took the millet from them. Upon hearing about the braised pork, both boys' mouths watered, and they hurried to the backyard to assist Wang Minggran in preparing mosquito-repellent materials. At noon, Li Shuyang returned home with the 2 little ones in his arms. Bai Qingqing and Su Man followed behind, feeling a bit shy about dining at someone else's home for the first time. As they entered the courtyard, Wang Minggran approached them with a warm smile. This is my wife, Wang Minggran. This is Bai Jiqing, and this is Su Jiqing, Li Shuyang introduced. He set the 2 little ones down, and they dashed to the dining table, their eyes glued to the braised pork. Hello, Comrade Wang. The 2 girls greeted cheerfully as they handed their gifts to Wang Minggran. Why bring gifts just for visiting? You're already guests. Wang Minggran graciously accepted their offerings. It's customary to bring gifts on a first visit, Su Man replied, linking her arm with Wang Minggran's. As they settled down, Li Shuyang retrieved wooden bowls for the 2 little ones and served them several pieces of meat. Though Su Man claimed the braised pork was leftover, it was actually plentiful in the lunchbox. The dining table also featured wild rabbit soup and 2 dishes of cold wild vegetables prepared by Wang Minggran. Wang Yuanzhao blushed like a ripe fruit upon seeing the 2 beautiful girls at the dining table, keeping his head down the entire time. In contrast, Wang Yongjun, oblivious to the atmosphere, happily indulged in the meat and occasionally served the little ones. After the meal, Su Man helped Wang Minggran clear the table. Rushing to the kitchen to assist her, Li Shuyang returned to his elder brother's home, where the little ones showered him with affectionate kisses. Uncle Meat, they exclaimed as they ran to their mother, excitedly recounting the meal and patting their bellies to indicate they were full. Sister-in-law, when Xiaomin finishes school, let her come over too. I saved some rabbit meat for them, Li Shuyang said before turning to leave his brother's home. Upon returning home, he found Wang Yuanzhao looking downcast like a newlywed bride, occasionally sneaking glances towards the kitchen, only to quickly lower his head again, blushing. Minggran, did you graduate from junior high? Su Man asked in surprise. Yes, I stopped attending school after finishing junior high. You know how things are with schools. It hardly makes a difference whether you go or not, Wang Minggran replied with a smile. I happen to bring plenty of high school textbooks with me. If you find it dull, you can take a look. I can help you with anything you don't understand, she offered. Really? Wang Minggran's face lit up with joy. Of course, Su Man nodded. Despite having never met Wang Minggran before, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and a strong desire to befriend her. In the backyard, Wang Yongjun and his brother were clearing weeds from their plot. Wang Minggran had instructed them not to touch the mosquito-repellent materials, and the firewood room was already locked by the time Li Shuyang and the others returned. Soon, the work whistle blew, and Li Shuyang, along with Su Man and Bai Qingqing, walked toward their workplace. Hey, Bai Jiqing and Su Jiqing, you finished work. Come over for a meal, Wang Yuanzhao's sister-in-law, Zhoulan, called out cheerfully from the door. Although they hadn't brought meat for Li Zhuang, they had shared some brown sugar and cookies, so Zhoulan naturally wanted to reciprocate. No, we have a meeting at the commune's youth branch after work today, they chuckled, waving their hands. Then come over tomorrow for lunch, Zhoulan instructed. Li Shuyang significantly increased his work pace in the afternoon, and he had not forgotten his promise to Li Mingyi regarding retrieving the package. Since Bai Qingqing and the others had already received their parcels, it was time for Li Shuyang to check if any packages had arrived for him. The group was fervently engaged in their work by the irrigation ditch when a black sedan made its way towards Lijia village. Upon entering the village, the car was quickly surrounded by a throng of children, many of whom approached to gently touch it. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Li Dan spotted his father, Li Minghai, and hurried over. Dad, where's Li Shuyang? The steel factory's director is looking for him, Li Dan urgently inquired. His words left the villagers in stunned silence. Why would the director of the steel factory be seeking out Li Shuyang? Chapter 37. Good deeds reap good rewards. In their recollection, there were no wealthy relatives in Li Shuyang's family, ever since his mother passed away. The only visits from his maternal uncle were brief and accompanied by a few pounds of grain. They had never heard of any notable relatives from Zhoulan. And if such relatives existed, how could they still be toiling in the fields for mere work points? Before long, Li Minghai arrived at the irrigation ditch with a group of people. The ditch was nearly completed, and within a few days, it would be fully finished. Li Shuyang, Li Minghai called out loudly. Here, Li Shuyang promptly responded. He was still busy clearing silt from the ditch and was surprised that Li Minghai had the time to visit their work site today. However, he did not emerge from the ditch, knowing that Li Minghai would come over once he located him. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Li Shuyang looked up to see a group of people approaching the edge of the ditch. "It's him," said the teacher whom Li Shuyang had previously chastised, turning to a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. "Young comrade, please step forward to speak." The middle-aged man smiled warmly at Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang did not immediately climb out of the ditch, but glanced at Li Minghai, uncertain if he would be allowed to stay. Seeing Li Minghai nod, he jumped out of the ditch. "Young comrade, thank you for saving our Jiao Jiao's life. Without you, she might not have made it. Please accept this letter of gratitude." The middle-aged man, regardless of the mud covering Li Shuyang's hands, approached and grasped them firmly. With a subtle signal, the driver promptly placed a prepared letter into the pocket of Li Shuyang's shirt, then quickly returned from the trunk carrying some gifts. "This is too much," Li Shuyang said bashfully. "In our village, we often promote learning from Comrade Lei Feng and doing good deeds as a matter of course. Oh, come now, young comrade. Your awareness is commendable. However, our gratitude is sincere, and you must not refuse it. Since you are still working, we want to take up more of your time. You must come to our home for a visit. Our entire family wishes to thank you in person. The address is in the letter." The middle-aged man chuckled, lightly releasing Li Shuyang's hand. The driver then handed over the prepared gifts, and Li Shuyang had no choice but to accept them. After the group left, Su Man bounced over to Li Shuyang, eager to inspect the contents of the bag in his hands. "What good deeds have you done, Li Shuyang? Those gifts look quite substantial," Su Man teased, glancing at the nutritious products. "I just played the hero," Li Shuyang replied playfully. "And I suppose the person didn't offer herself on the spot? I wouldn't dare." Li Shuyang and Su Man engaged in a light-hearted banter. "Don't forget to share the good stuff." Su Man grinned mischievously. "Rest assured, there will be a portion for you," Li Shuyang assured her. Just then, Wang Minggran approached, hopping excitedly with a group of children who had come to inform Li Shuyang that a sedan was in the village looking for him. Confused by the mention of a sedan as a name, Wang Minggran soon learned that someone from the city was seeking Li Shuyang. Upon seeing Wang Minggran, Li Shuyang handed her the items he carried. "Take a can of malt extract to your sister-in-law's house. Keep one for yourself and Mei Zi, and you can distribute the rest as you see fit." "Okay," Wang Minggran nodded. "Didn't you just say there would be a share for me? Why hand over the authority the moment you see your wife? It seems our friendship boat has sunk." Su Man joked. "If you want to eat, you must come to my house to teach me," Wang Minggran replied with a smile. "You two really are alike. Everything must come with a benefit," Su Man lamented playfully. "Teaching you is no loss. It's a chance to review, and you'll get to experience being a teacher. How could you refuse?" As Wang Minggran said this, she reached out to tickle Su Man, who promptly darted away. Li Shuyang chose not to interfere with their playful antics and instead retrieved the letter of gratitude from his pocket to show Wang Minggran before joining his brother in work. "Dinner at home tonight," Wang Minggran announced after catching Su Man and tickling her for a bit. Not going, Su Man raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "You're getting a bit too cheeky," Wang Minggran feigned annoyance. Okay, we have a meeting at the youth brigade office. After work, I'll give you the text. And we can go to your house tomorrow," Su Man hurriedly explained. "Now that is more like it," Wang Minggran smiled approvingly. After finishing work that evening, Li Shuyang made his way home, where he found Li Mei blissfully sipping malt extract from a bamboo tube, savoring each sip with closed eyes, as if relishing the moment. Entering the main room, Li Shuyang opened the letter of gratitude he had received. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not merely a letter of thanks, but a temporary employment introduction letter. Li Shuyang stared at the introduction letter in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. This gesture of gratitude was astonishingly generous. In today's world, securing a temporary job was akin to climbing a steep mountain, particularly for rural individuals like Li Shuyang, where countless people aspired to work in the city, but only a handful succeeded. Many, even after completing high school, found themselves returning to the countryside to toil in the fields. Li Shuyang was not naive. He understood the significance of this letter. However, he was also not foolish enough to consider returning it. Such an opportunity, once missed, would be irretrievable. In the village, even with a full work quota, one could only earn about 360 work points a month, translating to roughly 324 jin of grain. A month's work as a temporary laborer would yield at least 14 yuan, which, given current grain prices, could easily support a family. With corn priced at 0.79 yuan per jin, a month's wages could purchase over 100 jin of grain, ensuring that the family would never go hungry. Furthermore, it would allow Li Shuyang to explain any delicious treats he brought home. In this era, being a worker elevated one's status significantly. Once he entered the city, he would need no introduction letter. Just displaying his work permit would garner respect. Unexpectedly, this unintentional act of kindness had bestowed upon him immense benefits. Li Shuyang realized that the people in this environment were far more genuine than those he had encountered in his previous life. In his past existence, in an effort to save someone, he had lost his wallet, phone, and newly purchased train ticket to the water, only to find the person he saved accusing him of acting out of self-interest, claiming he had jumped in for money. For this matter, Li Shuyang felt a deep sorrow for an extended period, as he missed the chance to see his beloved grandmother, who had raised him, one last time due to his commitment to saving others. Chapter 38. The Introduction Letter. Wang Minggran entered the main room to find Li Shuyang gazing at a letter in his hands, grinning foolishly. What has gotten into you, my dear? A simple thank you note has you smiling like that. Are you expecting them to offer their daughter to you? She teased. With you in my life, I need no one else, Li Shuyang replied gently, pulling Wang Minggran into an embrace. Oh, you, always flattering me with sweet words, she blushed, giving him a playful twist of his arm. Believe it or not, I have decided that you are the one for me for life. Li Shuyang softly kissed her forehead. Oh, what if others see us? I would be mortified. Wang Minggran's cheeks flushed a rosy red as she continued to twist his arm. By the way, dear, you still haven't told me what has you so giddy. Wang Minggran leaned against his shoulder, inquiring. This isn't just a thank you letter, it's a job introduction letter. Offering me a temporary position at the steel mill. Really? Before Li Shuyang could finish, Wang Minggran gasped in astonishment. Look, Li Shuyang handed the introduction letter to her. After examining it closely for a moment, her smile radiated even more brightly. When do you plan to start? Wang Minggran asked, her eyes fixed on him. I intend to go in a couple of days and return the subsidy to the brigade. Otherwise, I worry about leaving you and Maisie to work on the dam repairs alone, Li Shuyang pondered aloud. The quota for repairing the flood control dam had already been submitted to the commune, and if Li Shuyang did not participate, he would have to compensate or find someone to take his place. His elder brother was certainly on the list, and the family needed his sister-in-law, Zhou. For various matters, Li Shuyang only had Wang Minggran and Li Mei. However, Li Mei was too young, and he would not allow her to go. Currently, Li Mei's task was to focus on her studies. As for Wang Minggran, he could not bear to have her toil in such conditions. Many elderly villagers suffered from rheumatism, and their hands and feet became deformed due to excessive labor during this time. Thus, Li Shuyang planned to return the subsidy to the brigade. A month of labor would require 10 yuan, which was a considerable sum for an average rural family. In families where the primary breadwinner fell ill and could not work, their wives would often step in. If compensation was required, the amount could be overwhelming. Henceforth, Li Shuyang's name would no longer appear in the village records. Although it was a temporary position, his rations would need to be transferred to the steel mill. Wang Minggran, regardless of her work status at home, would not receive rations from the brigade. She could purchase excess grain from the brigade if needed. Tomorrow, I'll head to the city to finalize my employment. You should prepare a feast to invite my parents over for a celebration. Make several dishes and invite my brother and sister-in-law as well. Li Shuyang gently patted Wang Minggran's back. All right, she nodded with a smile. To her surprise, her husband would soon be receiving supplied grain. Once he became a formal worker, it was possible that her household registration would also be transferred to the city for ration benefits. Having a worker in the family was akin to a relative getting into university. It warranted a gathering to celebrate with loved ones. Just give me the household money. Keep 20 yuan for yourself. Tomorrow, I'll check if I can find a second-hand bicycle in the city, making it easier for me to commute without having to stay there. Li Shuyang contemplated. He was not keen on being separated from her. Wang Minggran nodded. Given that Li Shuyang had earned 100 yuan from hunting in the mountains twice, it was indeed more lucrative than being a temporary worker, although it could not be openly acknowledged. As a temporary worker, however, he could still bring his catches to the city for sale. As dawn broke, Li Shuyang stretched lazily in bed, while Wang Minggran pulled the quilt higher to cover her face, occasionally stealing glances at him. After working so many overtime shifts, she still felt bashful. When Li Shuyang arrived at his brother's house, his sister-in-law had already prepared breakfast. You arrived just in time, Zhou said cheerfully. Sister-in-law, I'm here to share some news. I received an introduction letter from the steel mill yesterday. I will be working there as a temporary worker. And I'd like you all to come over tonight for a celebration, Li Shuyang said with a grin. This is quite significant. I think your brother should notify your uncles to share in the joy. What do you think? Zhou pondered. Although their mother had passed away many years ago, every year during the grain distribution season, Li Shuyang's uncles would visit with bags of grain. All right, you are quite considerate, sister-in-law. I will take a day off from the brigade and then head to the city to finalize my employment. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. According to the original owner's memories, the uncle's family was not particularly affluent, but they always brought a little grain during the autumn harvest, and his brother would also take something during the summer harvest. The exchanges between both families had not grown distant due to their mother's passing. In the book, Li Shuyang had an accident at the mine, and Li Zhuang had to find someone from the village to accompany him to retrieve the body. However, few were willing to go. Eventually, two of his uncles hurried over upon hearing the news to help Li Zhuang bring Li Shuyang back to the village for burial. In the future, They would have opportunities to interact, and if they got along, they could work together to earn money. After taking leave from the brigade, Li Shuyang took his introduction letter to the brigade office. Look at you, becoming a worker now. Wu Chuanhua chuckled after glancing at the introduction letter. He picked up a blank piece of paper and wrote a document to transfer the grain rations to the steel mill, stamped it with the brigade's official seal, and then led Li Shuyang to the commune. After the commune stamped the document, Li Shuyang's grain transfer was finalized. Elated, he made his way to Jing City, feeling as though he were riding a wave of good fortune, arriving in no time. Li Shuyang inquired about directions to the steel mill as he approached. The sight of the steel mill left him awestruck. It took him over 20 minutes to walk from the entrance to the factory area. The walls of the factory were adorned with slogans characteristic of the era. Upon reaching the entrance, he was stopped. "Comrade, here is my introduction letter," Li Shuyang said hastily. Presenting the letter, the guard examined it carefully before nodding. "The office is over there. Just keep walking straight. When you see the 3-story building with the national flag, that's where the office is." The guard guided him into the factory area. "Thank you, comrade," Li Shuyang replied gratefully. Before long, Li Shuyang arrived at the office area, which consisted of 3-story buildings. He was uncertain which office handled employment processing. Chapter 39, Employment Processing. "Hello, comrade. Whom are you looking for?" A young man in a crisp shirt approached Li Shuyang, curious about his aimless wandering among the buildings. "Hello, comrade. I'm here to process my employment, but I'm not sure which office to go to. Everyone seems busy, and I don't want to disturb their work," Li Shuyang hurriedly explained. "Li Shuyang?" The young man inquired with a hint of uncertainty. "Is it me?" Li Shuyang promptly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I'm the one who facilitated your employment. Our supervisor briefed me about it this morning. Have you secured your grain transfer certificate?" The young man smiled as he spoke. In these times of fierce competition for job placements, aside from the graduates of worker peasant soldier universities who are immediately absorbed into the workforce, vacancies are exceedingly rare. Even at a large establishment like the Jing City Steel Plant, which employs thousands, all positions are already filled. One cannot help but wonder whose connections allowed this individual to gain entry. "I have completed the necessary paperwork." Li Shuyang quickly handed over the introduction letter and the grain transfer certificate. "Very well, follow me," the young man stated, turning to enter the office. Gesturing for Li Shuyang to accompany him. "Please, have a seat," he indicated the stool across from his desk as he entered the room. Once seated, Li Shuyang refrained from asking too many questions, as this was their first meeting and he was unsure what to say. "Currently, our steel plant has an opening for a temporary worker in the 3rd rolling workshop, which differs from other temporary positions. It is imperative that you cultivate a good rapport with your mentor and strive to obtain a Class 2 fitter certification at the earliest opportunity. Once you achieve this, you can transition to a permanent worker status," the young man explained to Li Shuyang with a smile. Li Shuyang nodded lightly, his heart brimming with joy. In his previous life, he had spent several years studying fitting at a technical school, only to find himself seeking mechanical jobs post-graduation, as the influx of university graduates was overwhelming. In their field, thousands of new students emerged each year, and without connections. Even those with solid skills found it difficult to secure employment. Employers often preferred to hire someone connected, albeit less qualified, over a capable candidate without ties. "This is your work permit, and this is your grain and oil booklet, which you will need to collect your salary. By the way, would you like to live on site?" the staff member inquired, looking at Li Shuyang. "No, thank you." Li Shuyang shook his head. Newly married, he could not bear to leave Wang Mengru. His foremost priority was to ensure that Wang Minggran conceived soon, thereby expanding the Li family lineage. To put it plainly, he was a 30-year-old who had just married, still reveling in the novelty of his new life. "Very well, be sure not to misplace these documents. Should you lose them, come back here to report it as soon as possible. Now, let me show you around the workshop to familiarize you with your future work environment. Afterwards, I will take you to the grain bureau for the necessary stamps," the young man said, rising and beckoning Li Shuyang to follow. "Thank you, comrade." Li Shuyang expressed his gratitude with a nod. "No need to thank me. This is my duty," replied the young man as they exited the office area and made their way to the workshop, where workers were bustling about industriously. "That's the head of our 3rd workshop, Wei Chuanxing. It is not crucial whether you know him or not, but you must be mindful not to offend your mentor in the workshop," the young man advised, pointing out an elder with a few strands of gray hair. "He is one of the few 8th-grade fitters in our plant, and even the factory director addresses him as Master Zheng." Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. "Master Zheng, this is our new temporary worker. I hope you will take good care of him," the young man introduced Li Shuyang with a smile. The elder nodded warmly and began to appraise Li Shuyang. Standing at 181 centimeters, with striking features, Li Shuyang wore a faded coarse fabric outfit, and his shoes bore holes, clearly indicating his humble origins. "Ah, a fine young lad indeed," the elder remarked, initially suspecting Li Shuyang to be a mere beneficiary of nepotism. However, upon noticing the calluses on his hands, he quickly discerned that this was a young man accustomed to hard labor. Xiaozhong, you may go ahead and get the stamps. You should come in early tomorrow. We could use an extra hand, the elder said with a grin before resuming his rounds in the workshop, offering guidance to those who were operating machinery incorrectly. Master Zheng is quite easy to get along with, as long as you are diligent and quick on your feet. He appreciates hard work and despises those who slack off while drawing a paycheck, the young man named Xiaozhong explained to Li Shuyang as they exited the workshop. I will put forth my utmost effort, Li Shuyang replied earnestly. Upon arriving at the factory's grain bureau, Li Shuyang quickly secured his grain and oil booklet. As they neared the factory entrance, he inquired of Xiaozhong, could you please tell me where I might purchase a second-hand bicycle? The factory bicycle repair shop is just ahead. Turn left at the intersection. If fortune smiles upon you, you might find one. Xiaozhong answered before waving goodbye and retracing his steps back to the office area. Seeing the work permit on Li Shuyang's chest, the gatekeeper nodded and opened the iron gate. Li Shuyang, brimming with excitement, hurried towards the bicycle repair shop. The mention of the rolling mill brought a smile to Li Shuyang's face, as he recalled several period dramas featuring such a factory. One particularly memorable series depicted a young man's affection for a widow, who, despite earning a mere 275 yuan, struggled to support her family of 5. She often sought to entice naive young men with higher salaries. In stark contrast, the widow's children bore patched clothing, and the family relied solely on her income, while the children sometimes went without staple foods, resorting to stealing chickens to survive. In the current climate of food scarcity, even corn husks were considered valuable. Those in dire straits would scavenge for edible earth or tinder tree leaves, all while exhibiting a disdain for hard work. It was evident that earning 275 yuan would scarcely sustain a household, let alone 300 yuan a month. Lost in thought, Li Shuyang soon arrived at the repair shop. Hello, master, do you have any second-hand bicycles for sale? Li Shuyang asked cheerfully, addressing the busy repairman. There's one over there. I'll let it go for 80 yuan. I just replaced both tires. The repairman pointed to a bicycle leaning against a small tree. Li Shuyang approached the bicycle, inspecting the seat and turning the chain. Although the paint was somewhat chipped, it did not hinder its functionality. All right, master, here is the money, he said, pulling out the cash he had brought along that morning and counting out 8 10-yuan bills. Li Shuyang had initially expected to pay at least 90 yuan for a second-hand bicycle, so he was pleasantly surprised to save 10 yuan. Before leaving, Wang Minggran had given him the 100 yuan she earned over the past few days, along with the remaining food ration tickets, in case he needed to treat someone to a meal. Currently, the price of a new bicycle fluctuated between 160 and 180 yuan. And while second-hand bicycles lacked the aesthetic appeal of new ones, their performance was comparable. After receiving the money, the repairman produced a new bicycle permit. What is your name, comrade? The repairman inquired, looking at Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang, with Li as in the character for wood, Shu as in book, and Yang as in sunlight. Li Shuyang replied promptly. Here is your bicycle certificate. If you encounter the patrol team, simply show them this permit, the repairman concluded. After the repairman inscribed Li Shuyang's name, he stamped it with a vivid crimson seal before handing the bicycle certificate to Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang accepted the certificate with a nod and pushed his bicycle towards the post office. The area around the post office was bustling with people, some entering with parcels while others exited, burdened by their own deliveries. Excuse me, comrade, is there a package for Li Shuyang from the Red Flag Commune's first team? Li Shuyang inquired of the staff. There are several here, the staff member replied, leading Li Shuyang to the area where parcels were piled. They swiftly located 3 or 4 packages addressed to Li Shuyang within the section designated for the Red Flag Commune. It was evident that these parcels originated from different locations. Comrade, do you know where these were sent from? The staff member hesitated to hand over the packages, suspecting Li Shuyang might be a concealed spy, as the 4 parcels bore addresses from 3 different provinces, with one even coming from Kyoto. I'm not sure. These are from the educated youth in our village who couldn't come to collect them, so their families sent them in my name, Li Shuyang quickly explained. The 2 staff members scrutinized him closely, and upon noticing the work badge on his chest, they felt somewhat reassured. They opened all the packages and found nothing suspicious apart from daily necessities. In recent times, it was not uncommon for items sent by families to be collected by others, typically the secretary of the educated youth branch. Li Shuyang's situation was rare, as not everyone maintained a good rapport with the secretary, fearing that their family sent items might be misappropriated. After inspecting everything and double-checking Li Shuyang's work badge, the 2 staff members ceased their inquiries, repackaged the items, and secured them to Li Shuyang's bicycle. We apologize, comrade. It's just part of our duties, they explained with friendly smiles. Yes, it's not easy for you either, Li Shuyang replied. In truth, The two believed they had stumbled upon a case worthy of commendation. Had Li Shuyang been a spy, capturing him would have been a significant achievement. Once out of the city, Li Shuyang mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards the village. A journey that would have taken nearly 3 hours on foot, yet he felt he arrived in no time. As he neared Li family village, he feigned being new to cycling, wobbling left and right as if the road was too narrow for him to ride comfortably. Upon entering the village, many eyes were drawn to Li Shuyang's bicycle. "Where did you strike it rich, riding a bicycle now?" Li Minghai remarked, glancing at him. "My brother gave me 100 yuan when we divided the family assets. I needed to go to the city for work, and walking was inconvenient. So I bought a second-hand bicycle," Li Shuyang explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, a wave of envy swept through the crowd. 100 yuan took years to earn in the village, and here was someone who had already become a worker in the city, likely destined for an even brighter future. Many approached Li Shuyang, eagerly engaging him in conversation. "It's getting late. My wife is waiting for news at home. Let us chat another time," Li Shuyang replied. Feeling overwhelmed by the chatter about distant relatives, realizing that when he had just divided the family assets, few had claimed to be his kin. Now, upon becoming a worker, relatives seemed to emerge from every corner. Li Shuyang had no desire to offend them or foster connections, merely nodding in acknowledgement as he passed. When Li Shuyang arrived home, his courtyard was abuzz with activity, the sounds of conversation audible even from outside. "Shuyang, I need to ask you something," called an elderly woman, the first outsider he had encountered upon his arrival, who had previously tried to sow discord between him and his brother and sister-in-law. "What is it, aunt?" Li Shuyang inquired, gazing at her with confusion. "I heard that you've become a worker. Is it true?" the elderly lady asked, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "I just completed the onboarding process today. I start work tomorrow," Li Shuyang nodded. "Aunt, could you lend me 10 yuan until next month when you receive your salary? My son, who has grown up playing with you, is now of marrying age and needs 10 yuan for the bride price," the elderly lady implored. Li Shuyang replied coldly. "Why should I? My salary is barely enough to support my family. If you need a loan, go to the team and sign an IOU. Then I won't borrow anything. Just return the 10 yuan your father owes my family," she shot back, her demeanor shifting abruptly, now exuding arrogance as she faced Li Shuyang. "You claim he owes it just like that? Where's the IOU? If there's none, you can ask my father yourself," Li Shuyang retorted impatiently. The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of those inside the yard, who were curious about the unfolding situation. "Brother, did this old lady really say that our parents owe her family 10 yuan? Li Shuyang asked his older brother. "I've never heard of it from our parents. If they owed, wouldn't she have come to demand it when they received compensation?" His sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, glared at the elderly lady. "You don't know anything. You weren't even married into Li family village at that time," the elderly woman snapped back. "If your family owed ours money, wouldn't you have come knocking? This is all just talk. Produce the IOU. You're merely trying to extort us now that my brother has become a worker," Zhou Lan retorted sharply. As the two women continued their verbal clash, it almost escalated into a physical altercation. Li Zhuang hurried to the team to bring back Li Minghai. Upon seeing Li Minghai, the elderly lady bolted, and Li Shuyang, observing her speed, began to doubt her age. No elderly person could flee with such agility. At that moment, Li Shuyang finally comprehended why his grandmother had often said that only through experiencing poverty could one truly appreciate genuine affection. Affluence revealed only insincere sentiments and the grotesque faces of greed. Chapter 41, Reception. "What is going on?" Li Minghai inquired upon his arrival, looking at Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang recounted the entire encounter with the elderly lady. "I recall your brother mentioning that the gifts for your sister-in-law were borrowed from Li Mingxing, but I'm not sure how much. After your father's incident, Li Mingxing never brought it up again," Li Minghai pondered. "Brother, go find Li Mingxing and inquire. If our father truly owes her money, we should repay it. Times are tough for everyone. Let us settle our debts while we can," Li Shuyang suggested, believing Li Minghai had no reason to deceive him. Hearing this, Li Minghai nodded, glanced at the many people still in Li Shuyang's yard, and chose not to linger further. Turning to leave, "Parents, uncle, aunt," Li Shuyang greeted as he entered the yard, spotting his elders. "Why did you buy so much when you went for your onboarding?" His father-in-law, Wang Tinghua, stepped forward to help unload the parcels from Li Shuyang's bicycle into the house. "These aren't mine. I'm just carrying them for others. I'll deliver them tonight and receive a commission of 5 jiao each time," Li Shuyang whispered, gesturing towards the cattle shed. Wang Tinghua smiled and chose not to press further. "Shuyang, you little rascal, how could you not inform us about such a significant event as your marriage? If you hadn't come today, we would still be oblivious to the fact that you've started a family," his uncle reproached him, casting a disapproving glance at Li Shuyang. "I didn't hold a banquet when I married Meng Ran. At that time, we had just divided the family, and I was utterly lost as the new head of the household. Forgetting such an important matter," Li Shuyang hastily explained. All right, all right. As long as you have settled down, your mother would surely be pleased to see you both thriving. I heard Mei Zi has returned to school. I initially thought you were under great pressure. If you had become a laborer, life would have been considerably easier for you, and I would have felt more at ease. His uncle nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. Within minutes, an elderly man with graying hair was ushered into the courtyard by Li Zhuang. There's nothing to discuss. Debts are settled with death. Why bring up those matters? The old man sighed helplessly. One mustn't speak so, Ming Xing. A debt incurred by a father should be repaid by the son. It's only right. How much does my father owe you? Just tell me, Li Shuyang said. Believing that Li Mingxing's wife sought to trouble him now that he had become a laborer, only to discover that there was indeed a debt to settle. Since we truly owe you, we shall repay it, he continued. This situation stems from my parents' misfortune. Had they not owed me money, they wouldn't have gone to repair the road to repay their debts, and who would have thought that would lead to their eternal separation? Back then, you must remember how your family was. Your parents went to Zhou Zhuang to propose. Your aunt said, while they didn't require a dowry, some gifts were necessary to maintain appearances. Therefore, your father borrowed 10 yuan from me to buy those gifts, Li Mingxing recounted solemnly. Reflecting on the past and lamenting that if he hadn't lent the money, Li Shuyang's parents might still be alive today. Li Zhuang nodded, recalling the events. At the time, the youngest sibling was only a few months old, and the family was so impoverished that they couldn't spare a single yuan. Yet, over the years, Li Mingxing had never mentioned it, nor had their father brought up borrowing money from anyone. Zhou Lan, the elder sister-in-law, took out 10 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Li Mingxing. This is our fault. We just scolded your wife. Please don't take it to heart. We truly had no idea. Not at all, Li Mingxing replied with a smile as he accepted the money. Though Li Shuyang's parents had received some compensation after their unfortunate incident, Li Mingxing observed how young their family was. With the new head of the household just married and with no labor force among the siblings, while he had come to assist, he had never mentioned the debt. Now, he never expected to retrieve the money after all these years. In just 9 years, those little ones had managed to live quite decently, and Li Shuyang, the little sprout, had even become a worker. Truly, 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. One must not underestimate the youth. Let us share a meal together, Li Shuyang suggested, wanting to keep him there. No, I must go, Li Mingxing replied, packing the money away and heading home. Upon seeing her husband return, Li Laotai immediately wanted to hide, but Li Mingxing was not particularly angry. What are you afraid of? You've done nothing wrong, he reassured her. Only then did Li Laotai halt, remembering how Li Mingxing had forbidden her from going to demand the money. She thought she would be met with anger after his visit to Li Shuyang, but to her surprise, her husband was calm. Li Mingxing, too, hadn't anticipated that his wife's involvement would lead to retrieving the money. In those difficult years, when Li Zhuang was perpetually in debt, demanding payment could have driven them to desperation. Thus, Li Mingxing had firmly instructed his family never to mention it. Now that Li Shuyang's family was thriving, Li Mingxing felt a great joy in being able to reclaim the money. Few were aware of this matter, even if Li Shuyang's brothers denied it. Retrieving the money would have been impossible without proof. After all, there was no written acknowledgement, and with the parties involved deceased, no one could verify the existence of the debt. At that moment, Li Shuyang understood why Li Laotai had tried to sow discord between him and his brothers. Her husband had forbidden her from reclaiming the debt, which must have left her feeling discontented, prompting her to act out in a twisted manner to ease her own heart. Soon, everyone gathered for dinner, with Wang Ming ran shyly encouraging everyone to help themselves to the dishes. This was her first time hosting Li Shuyang's relatives as the mistress of the house. Wang Tinghua observed her daughter, radiant and smiling, and knew that Li Shuyang treated her well. After dinner, Li Shuyang insisted, "Uncle, please take these items home with you. And do visit us often when you have the time." He had prepared a couple of wild chickens and rabbits, while Wang Ming packed 10 pounds of grain to hand to his aunt. "You two have just started your family. Keep these for yourselves." "What mountain delicacies haven't I tasted?" His uncle quickly declined. "This is merely our token of respect. Please accept it," Li Shuyang urged, pressing the items into his uncle's hands. "Just take it, uncle. These were gathered by our second brother himself in the mountains," Zhou Lan chimed in, leading her husband and sister-in-law to their older brother's home to rest. After sending off his uncle, Li Shuyang made his way back home, only to find that Wang Ming had already seen the elderly couple out of the village. By the time he caught up, he could only see their distant silhouettes. "Why didn't you wait for me to accompany you?" He gently prodded her forehead. "My dad said it's not far, and we'll see each other often. So there's no need for formalities," Wang Ming explained with a slight smile. "Did you remember to bring the gifts for my parents?" Li Shuyang inquired. "Yes. They said they often receive the meat we send. They don't want the dried ones. They told me to keep them for myself." Wang Ming shook her head. "Then we'll send fresh ones the next time," Li Shuyang suggested after a moment of thought, and he took Wang Ming-ran's hand as they strolled back home. Chapter 42. Work as the first crow of the rooster heralded dawn. Li Shuyang rose early to clean his bicycle in the courtyard, contemplating building a wooden box on the back seat to store his raincoat after work today. After completing the squats assigned by Li Mingyi, Li Shuyang pedaled his bicycle towards the city. A long queue of bicycles stretched far outside the steel factory, and Li Shuyang moved slowly along with the line. The security guard at the entrance scrutinized the work passes pinned to the chests of the workers. Anyone without a pass would have to wait for the workshop leader to come and escort them in. Once Li Shuyang secured his bicycle, he made his way to the third rolling mill. Noticing the absence of personnel in the workshop, he took up a broom and began tidying up. After gathering the litter into a pile, he paused, uncertain of where to dispose of it. Li Shuyang then checked the thermos under the desk and found it devoid of hot water, prompting him to take it to the location where Xiao Zhang had mentioned the water could be collected. Engaged in these tasks, Li Shuyang felt as though he had returned to the days just after graduating from university in his previous life, where he had studied machinery repair, an area that had little relevance to his current work. Thus, he had to learn gradually under the guidance of a master, spending his mornings not only tidying up, but also preparing tea for his mentor before his shift began. "Comrade Shaoli, you're really early today. Have you had breakfast at the canteen yet?" Master Zheng remarked as he entered the workshop and spotted Li Shuyang placing the thermos beneath the desk. "No," Li Shuyang replied with a shy smile. "How can you hold out until noon without breakfast?" Master Zheng teased. "I brought some flatbreads from home. I'll nibble on them when I get hungry," Li Shuyang explained. Before long, the workers arrived at the workshop and took their positions. Upon noticing the cleanliness of the workspace, they were slightly puzzled but did not inquire further, quickly immersing themselves in the tasks of the new day. "You're new and don't know much yet, so just help with receiving and delivering goods. I'll arrange for someone to guide you shortly," Master Zheng said, observing Li Shuyang, who remained expressionless. Soon, a robust middle-aged man entered the workshop. Master Zheng waved and exchanged a few words with him before the man approached Li Shuyang. "Li Shifu, for now, just stick with me," the middle-aged man said with a friendly smile. Li Shuyang nodded eagerly. For the entire morning, he was engaged in transporting goods, either bringing unprocessed materials into the workshop or taking finished parts to other sections. Despite the strenuous work, Li Shuyang did not once complain of fatigue. The middle-aged man noted that Li Shuyang exhibited remarkable strength. It was usually laborious to push a heavily loaded cart, but with Li Shuyang behind it, it felt as though only a small fraction of the load was being moved. Whether tasked with loading goods or cleaning, Li Shuyang remained focused on his work, never uttering a word about needing a break. Before long, it was time for lunch. Li Shuyang followed the robust man with his homemade wooden lunchbox. "You're quite lucky to be working at our steel factory," the man remarked as they entered the office of the third rolling mill, where everyone was lined up to receive their meal tickets. Aside from the meat tickets, which were issued only twice a month, the regular meal tickets were being distributed. These tickets could only be used within the factory, so don't go out and cause a scene with them, he cautioned. Li Shuyang nodded in understanding. It wasn't long before it was Li Shuyang's turn. The ticket distributor glanced at him and handed over 3 tickets, 2 for vegetables and 1 for 3 steamed buns. 3 steamed buns, 1 TB enough. "I'll be working alongside my master," Li Shuyang remarked. Upon seeing the tickets in Li Shuyang's hand, the robust man quickly sought out the distributor, who then provided Li Shuyang with an additional ticket for a bowl of porridge. "Are all these items free?" Li Shuyang asked, puzzled as he realized he hadn't even asked the man's name after spending the whole morning together. "Not quite. These ordinary vegetable tickets cost nothing, and at the end of the month, they 1 TB deducted from your wages. However, the steamed buns and porridge will be accounted for based on how much you consume, and that amount will be deducted at the grain and oil station in the factory," the man explained before dashing off towards the canteen. When Li Shuyang arrived, he found 4 long lines already formed, so he had no choice but to stand at the back. Gradually, the line moved forward until it was finally his turn. 2 vegetable tickets for 10 cents. 3 steamed buns, and a bowl of porridge for 4 cents, the cashier stated. Li Shuyang was taken aback by the prices but hurriedly paid, not wanting to inconvenience the workers behind him. He glanced at the price list by the canteen entrance and nodded. It was no wonder so many people sought employment here, as the prices were significantly lower than those outside. A plate of braised meat cost less than 50 cents, and although he wasn't certain of the portion size, it was undoubtedly more than what he would find in restaurants in later years. 3 steamed buns for 10 cents were a far cry from the 5 cents per bun at state-run eateries. After devouring the 2 vegetable dishes and 3 steamed buns, Li Shuyang felt sufficiently full, and the last bowl of porridge left him pleasantly satiated. He was surprised by the abundance of food available at the factory. If only the conditions were as plentiful as in later years, one could easily fill up on vegetables alone. In the afternoon, Li Shuyang continued to transport goods alongside the robust man, this time with Li Shuyang leading the way while the man pushed from behind. The robust man was quite pleased with Li Shuyang's performance, not expecting him to be such a capable worker. Li Shifu, you really have quite a bit of strength. The people I used to work with would be groaning and complaining after just half a day, he commented. I'm accustomed to farm work in the village. Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Chapter 43. Living expenses. As evening fell and the workday concluded, Li Shuyang trailed behind the others in line, soon reaching the front. The ticket distributor looked at him and prepared to hand over the tickets. Comrade, I didn't eat at the factory this afternoon, Li Shuyang quickly stated. Oh, what is your name? The distributor inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. Li Shuyang, he replied. The distributor promptly located Li Shuyang's name in the ledger, recorded 2 taels of grain against today's date, closed the ledger, and stashed the tickets into the drawer before swiftly heading towards the canteen with his lunchbox. As Li Shuyang pedaled away from the factory, he contemplated how much of his monthly living expenses he would need to allocate, based on the factory's prices. If he chose to eat all 3 meals there, he would spend approximately 29 cents a day, totaling about 890 yuan monthly solely on food. Of course, it could be less if he opted for just one vegetable dish and multiple steamed buns. A single vegetable dish costs about 5 cents, a steamed bun 1 cent, and a bowl of porridge in the morning costs 1 cent. If he chose one vegetable dish and 4 steamed buns for his 2 meals, his daily expenditure would amount to just 19 cents, leading to a monthly total of around 380 yuan for living expenses. Maintaining such a frugal diet would likely increase his appetite over time, as the lack of oils and fats would leave him unsatisfied. Yet, many families in need could only dream of such a lifestyle. A single adult could save significantly, spending less than 5 yuan a month. But how could a formal worker support a family of 5 on such a budget unless they desired to eat well? In which case the required living expenses would be much higher. Many workers would take home leftovers or bring their children to the canteen to supplement their family's meals. Based on Li Shuyang's appetite, 4 steamed buns would be sufficient for a meal, though some individuals could eat far more. Today, Li Shuyang noticed his mentor consuming 8 steamed buns in one sitting, finishing 2 vegetable dishes without leaving a trace, and even requesting a bowl of free soup to conclude the meal. However, it is only those formally employed individuals with relatively light burdens at home who dare to indulge in such consumption. For temporary workers like Li Shuyang, if one were to eat in such a manner, the monthly income would barely suffice for basic living expenses. Returning home for dinner in the evening proves to be more economical than dining at the factory. Not only are the home-cooked dishes free of charge, but Li Shuyang also finds that he has not even finished the wild delicacies he has prepared. Each day after work, he can still take a stroll in the mountains. In the family quarters of the 3-story building in Jing City, as Director Luo entered the house, he immediately noticed his beloved spouse preparing a plethora of dishes. What occasion warrants such a feast today? He inquired. Isn't Jiao Jiao's savior coming over? The thank you gifts prepared the day before seemed a bit scant, so I thought I would express my gratitude properly, his wife replied with a cheerful smile. Ah, you miscalculated. I saw him leave the city as soon as he finished work. I even had Xiaozhang drive, but we couldn't catch up, Director Luo chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. Did you not provide him with our address the other day? His wife asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. I did. But who knows what he was thinking? Perhaps he is still reveling in the excitement, he responded. Regardless, tomorrow you must personally invite him. After all, he has saved our daughter's life. By the way, old Luo, Jiao Jiao is about to graduate. Have you thought about what to do next? At this point, his wife's expression turned somewhat somber, for in the current climate, nearly every household has a child awaiting placement, and even the offspring of many high-ranking officials must go. Let the second son relinquish his job for Jiao Jiao. As the elder brother, he ought to make some concessions for his sister. In the future, he can send a little extra each month to him. I've also made some inquiries at the youth office, trying to arrange something within our province, Director Luo replied, shaking his head in resignation. Upon entering Lijia village, as Li Shuyang rode his bicycle into the village, a group of children rushed to catch up with him, playfully racing alongside his bike before bursting into laughter and scattering. Li Shuyang was perplexed by their exuberant joy. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, Wang Minggran joyfully ran up to him. Are you tired today, dear? She inquired with concern. Not particularly. It's not much lighter than working in the fields. Li Shuyang replied cheerfully as he took the lunchbox to the kitchen to wash it. Meanwhile, Wang Minggran waved to Li Mei, patting the bicycle seat. The little girl, delighted, set down her textbooks and ran towards Wang Minggran, who then unfastened the wooden box from the back seat and handed it to Li Mei for safekeeping before pushing the bicycle out of the door. Once Li Shuyang had cleaned the lunchbox, he was greeted by a chorus of melodious laughter. He recalled that Wang Minggran's uncle was the captain of the Zhouzhuang Brigade of Hongxing Commune, and they owned a bicycle. This girl must have learned to ride from her uncle. After a bout of play, the two returned to the courtyard, where Li Mei had been separated from her elder brother's family for nearly a month. Her smile had grown more frequent, and she displayed a hint of baby fat on her face. She no longer spoke timidly, but was gradually becoming more confident. Wang Minggran's demeanor was markedly different from that of her sister-in-law, Zhou. She had never scolded Li Mei and often took her out to play. When teaching her to read and write, she exhibited remarkable patience, never losing her temper over mistakes. Still, the little girl had a profound love for stories. After dinner, she would finish her writing and rush to the village entrance to listen to tales. After dinner, Li Shuyang habitually went to the back mountain to gather mugwort for Wang Minggran, filling a basket to dry, and then ignited the kiln in the backyard to prepare the raw materials. Following this, he accompanied Li Zhuang into the mountains to check the traps for any catches. Li Shuyang had taught Li Zhuang how to make and set traps, and whenever he was busy, Li Zhuang would take over the task. There was always some yield. Nowadays, they could enjoy meat at almost every meal, and even the three little ones in his elder brother's family had shown significant improvement. They were no longer the fragile beings they once were. After wandering in the mountains for a while and inspecting all the traps, they found 2 wild chickens and 2 additional hares, though larger game was absent. Brother, when you're on your own, just set traps in these places. It's unsafe to venture deep into the mountains alone. Don't put yourself in danger for a little money, Li Shuyang cautioned. Rest assured, I won't go too deep, Li Zhuang replied with a grin. Ever since he learned to set traps alongside Li Shuyang, their household's living conditions had improved considerably. They now had meat to supplement their meals, and the hunger that used to accompany work was no longer as prevalent. The household's grain consumption had also diminished significantly. Thus, Li Shuyang's every word of advice resonated with Li Zhuang as sound reasoning. Do you want to take these 2 wild chickens to the factory to make some connections? Li Zhuang asked while processing the chickens by the mountain spring. Not for now. I'm still uncertain about who is worth befriending. Sending them off blindly would be in vain, and they might take it for granted, Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head. He had considered this matter, but it was difficult to discern who was truly worth cultivating relationships with at present. Bringing gifts to the workplace could lead others to suspect ulterior motives, while gifting management might create the impression that Li Shuyang was seeking shortcuts to permanent employment. Chapter 44. Survival in the early morning. As Li Shuyang was just waking up, his brother-in-law Wang Yongjun knocked on the courtyard door. When Li Shuyang opened the door, he was taken aback to see Wang Yongjun leading a horse. Is your production team that affluent now? Li Shuyang laughed, pointing at the horse. Although there was less agricultural work these days, horses, as heavy labor and transportation tools, were still in demand every day, especially in large brigades like Zhouzhuang, which had numerous side businesses. For instance, transporting vegetables into the city could not be matched by human strength alone. With more side businesses, the year-end dividends increased. In Lijia village, during prosperous years, a strong laborer could earn around 24 yuan throughout the year, while the children tasked with cutting pig grass received no share. In contrast, laborers in Zhouzhuang could earn nearly 60 yuan a year, and naturally, Wang Minggran's family earned even more. Consequently, Wang Minggran's clothing had no patches, and she possessed 8 complete outfits, 4 for summer and 4 for winter. Such a situation was rare in rural areas. Currently, rural income sources are limited. The first is the production team's dividends, which yield low labor value, typically about 29 yuan annually for a strong adult laborer in many areas. Families with many children and few laborers are often in the red, while families with many laborers and few children can save a little. In Lijia village, a family earning 60 yuan in dividends is considered relatively fortunate, though it often remains unfulfilled, merely existing as credits on paper. When the team distributes grain, families with money in their accounts are prioritized for purchasing any excess. The second source is raising poultry and livestock. Large draft animals like oxen, horses, and donkeys are collective property and cannot be privately raised. Individuals may raise 1 or 2 pigs a year, each weighing around 100 pounds. Pigs are purchased and sold collectively, and private slaughtering is prohibited. They must be transported to a food station for processing, with 70 belonging to the collective, including the head, bones, and offal, while 30 goes to the pig raiser, who can sell it or consume it themselves. If raised well, a pig may yield only about 60 pounds of meat for sale over an entire year. Besides pig farming, some families keep chickens and ducks. However, due to limited grain, they cannot raise many. The purpose of raising chickens and ducks is not for selling them, but for selling eggs to procure a little oil and salt. Addressing daily household needs. Many adults find themselves unable to spare even a penny. In rural areas, the envy directed at workers stems from the fact that workers receive a monthly income, while many in the countryside struggle for mere survival. In his previous life, Li Shuyang had always believed that as long as there was food to eat, life was manageable. It was not until he arrived in this world and witnessed genuine hardship that he comprehended the true challenges of existence. For instance, Li Shuyang frequently ventures into the mountains where he encounters the eldest couple of Li village, Li Minghan and his wife. The elderly pair resides in a modest grass hut perched on a hillside, its walls constructed from piles of fragmented stones and coated with mud on both sides. Each time Li Shuyang embarks on his journey into the mountains, he must pass their dwelling. The couple often engages him in conversation during his visits. Yesterday evening, as he listened to their words, Li Shuyang found himself at a loss for words. The elderly couple had been without food for over 2 days, and yesterday, they were fortunate enough to receive a bowl of cornmeal sent by their married daughter. The wife, now 90 years old and having suffered from illness for a prolonged period, lay bedridden, crying out in hunger upon hearing of the arrival of food, yearning for thin porridge. As Li Shuyang stepped into the home of Li Minghan, an unpleasant odor assailed his senses. The dimly lit room was quite small, revealing its entirety at a glance. In one corner lay a rudimentary bed from which intermittent sounds of suffering emerged. Upon lifting the quilt, he was taken aback to find the elderly woman completely unclothed. It became evident that she had no clothes to wear and spent her days lying beneath a tattered blanket. Her skin, a dull gray, clung tightly to her bones, with her ribs distinctly visible and her legs resembling withered twigs. The quilt enveloping her appeared to have not been washed or aired in many years. Feeling rigid to the touch, the elderly woman's complexion was waxy, and she groaned incessantly. Upon seeing Li Shuyang, she attempted to prop herself up but could only manage a feeble motion before collapsing back onto the bed, lacking the strength to sustain herself. Peering into her cooking pot, he discovered its unwashed bottom, revealing remnants of corn porridge and wild vegetables. Lifting the lid of the flour jar, he found it utterly empty, while a basket on the floor contained some wild greens. Due to the scarcity of food, they subsisted on a single meal each day, with the cooking often delayed until 3 in the afternoon. As Li Shuyang engaged the elderly woman in conversation, she merely stared blankly at him. Dizzy from hunger and unable to recall past events, she explained that beside her lay 3 bowls, each containing uneaten wild vegetable porridge. She refused to wash them, claiming that when hunger struck, she would lick the bowls with her tongue to savor the lingering aroma of cornmeal. "What of your son?" Li Shuyang inquired, puzzled. "He passed away long ago. My grandson met with an accident while hunting with a team, and my granddaughter-in-law remarried. Now, my great-grandson is fostered at my daughter's home, and I hope he grows up safely to carry on the family name." The elderly woman lamented, tears streaming down her face. "Doesn't anyone from the village come to address your living conditions after the hunting team's mishap?" Although Li Shuyang was aware that the village would offer no assistance, he could not restrain his curiosity. "No," she sighed heavily. "And how long have you been ill?" Li Shuyang's question slipped out despite his initial reluctance to pry. The heart-wrenching scene before him made his eyes sting with unshed tears. "I have been bedridden for 2 years, and there is little to eat at home. Yet, this old woman, despite being 90, refuses to leave this world," she replied, her words filled with a sense of despair. Li Shuyang felt a dryness in his throat. How tragic it was that she wished for her spouse to depart first. Although many families nowadays live slightly better, their situation remains dire, merely having enough food to stave off hunger. Even if Li Shuyang wished to help, he felt utterly powerless, as his capabilities were limited, and ensuring the well-being of his own family was an achievement in itself. He resolved to deliver 2 well-prepared wild chickens he had brought back from the mountains to the couple, without considering whether anyone was watching. He asked Li Mingyi to assist and see if he could alleviate their hardships. He insisted that Li Mingyi not accept any payment for the delivery, and with a heavy heart, Li Shuyang returned home. Thus, he was rather surprised to see his brother-in-law riding out on horseback. "I borrowed 2 cigarettes from Dad to give to the elder tending the livestock, in exchange for helping him watch over the animals for a day," he explained. "Is sister coming along?" Wang Yongjun called out loudly to the house as he tied his horse to a tree stump outside. "Coming," Wang Mingran replied with a hint of amusement. "I'm going with my brother to sell mosquito repellent. Would you like to join us? I must leave soon, otherwise I'll be late for work." Li Shuyang shook his head in response. After speaking, he mounted his bicycle and hurried towards the factory, while Wang Mingran and Wang Yongjun carefully began to arrange the mosquito repellent. In the factory area, "How did the temporary worker perform yesterday, Master Mo?" Zheng Shifu inquired, glancing at the burly man who had assisted Li Shuyang with the cargo. "Quite well. He is diligent and quick in his tasks," Master Mo replied with a cheerful grin. "Then, for the time being, have him work alongside you. Once a vacancy arises, I will begin his training," he suggested. The 2 men conversed as they pushed their bicycles, and within mere minutes, they arrived at the factory. Chapter 45. Guidance. As Li Shuyang approached the path leading to the 3rd workshop, he heard a call from behind. "Comradely," a voice rang out. Turning around, he recognized the driver who had gifted him something previously. Are you calling me? Li Shuyang asked, pointing to himself in confusion. Yes, Comrade Li, may I have a word? The driver gestured towards a nearby large tree, and Li Shuyang nodded and followed. The factory director, Mr. Luo, wishes to invite you for dinner tonight to express his gratitude for saving his child, the driver explained with a smile. How could I accept? Director Luo has already bestowed numerous gifts upon me and secured this job. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude further. Please convey my gratitude to him for his kindness. I shall visit after I receive my salary, Li Shuyang replied earnestly. Very well, the driver conceded, recognizing Li Shuyang's firm stance, and turned to leave. Upon reaching the workshop, Li Shuyang found it empty, as all the workers were in the cafeteria enjoying breakfast. He had already eaten the steamed buns his family had prepared for him on the way to the factory. Grabbing a broom, he began to clean. Just focus on working alongside Master Mo. Others will handle these chores, Zheng Shifu remarked as he entered the workshop and observed Li Shuyang cleaning. Since I arrived early and Master Mo hasn't shown up yet, I figured I might as well help out, Li Shuyang replied. Having assisted Master Mo with transporting materials around the factory the previous day, he was already aware of where to dispose of the trash. After finishing the cleaning, he took his thermos to the cafeteria for hot water. The day at the factory was much like the previous one, filled with the usual task of transporting goods. See you tomorrow, Master Mo. Take care on the way, Li Shuyang bade farewell as he mounted his bicycle and pedaled homeward. In the yard, Wang Mingran was cheerfully preparing egg pancakes for Wang Yongjun and Li Mei. The eggs were brought from home by Wang Yongjun, as their mother believed cooking pancakes at home wasted oil. Thus, Wang Yongjun would bring over delicious ingredients for his elder sister to cook. As Li Shuyang stepped into the yard, Li Mei rushed over with a steaming pancake, handing it to him. Eat it yourself. Second brother can manage with the steamed buns later, he said, shaking his head. Everyone gets one, Wang Mingran chimed in before returning to her tasks. In the evening, as Li Shuyang was having his meal, a knock sounded at the courtyard door. The door was left ajar, and after 2 knocks, the visitor departed, prompting Li Shuyang to realize it must be Li Mingyi. After finishing the last bit of his steamed bun, Li Shuyang made his way towards the cattle shed. Li Mingyan's wife had suffered from long-term malnutrition, and while it was impossible to cure her, some relief could be provided, though Li Shuyang felt powerless to help. What is lacking? Li Shuyang inquired. Food. If they could have 2 meals a day and bask in the sun in the yard, it would be fine. But with their current situation, how can they ever be full? Li Mingyi lamented. Li Mingyi shook his head and remarked that while Li Shuyang had the intention to assist, he was ultimately powerless. Despite being a temporary worker, Li Shuyang's grain allocation was a mere 30 jin per month. The village's grain supply was often insufficient, and he could only prioritize his own family's needs. Moreover, he feared the treachery of ungrateful individuals. He would not willingly place himself at the mercy of others unless they were self-sufficient. At his age, even if he toiled in the fields, he would only earn 6 fin per day. Sustaining oneself was already a daunting challenge, let alone providing for 2 mouths on such a meager income. Other alternatives had to be considered. Li Shuyang made his way to Li Mingyan's home, where the elder was weaving straw sandals at the entrance. Upon noticing Li Shuyang's approach, he promptly set aside his work. Little uncle, he greeted with a warm smile. After receiving some meat yesterday and today, his complexion had improved significantly, and he appeared much more spirited. With a sigh, Li Shuyang replied, Ah. Is there something troubling you, little nephew? Li Minghan, nearing 90, could easily discern Li Shuyang's inner turmoil from his expression. Indeed, Li Shuyang felt some concern. Given the current circumstances, he wished to lend a helping hand to ensure his uncle's peaceful twilight years, yet felt powerless. Li Shuyang shook his head, saying, I can no longer repay your kindness from the past, little uncle, so how could I dare to wish for more? Li Minghan, however, did not dwell on this. After all, Li Shuyang was not his direct descendant, and the 2 wild rabbits he had given the day before were already a tremendous favor. With the addition of wild vegetables, at least they could enjoy a hearty meal the following afternoon. Even if one were to perish, they would at least do so with a full belly. All I can do is point you in a certain direction. Whether it leads to success or failure is ultimately in the hands of fate. After contemplating, Li Shuyang finally voiced his thoughts. What do you mean by that, little uncle? Li Minghan inquired with curiosity. You know I venture into the mountains daily to gather wild game, which can be sold for a decent price. Meat fetches 50 cents per jin, while cornmeal on the black market is merely 10 cents per jin. If fortune smiles upon you, you could earn enough to stave off hunger each day, Li Shuyang explained. I feel reluctant to take advantage of your uncle's livelihood. Li Minghan waved his hand dismissively. The mountains are vast, and even my elder brother and I cannot cover it all, not to mention that prey is not always available. Hence, I say it is up to fate. Li Shuyang gestured for Li Mingyi to follow him into the mountains, explaining how to set traps along the way. Li Minghan, having spent his life as a farmer, was not versed in hunting. Otherwise, he would not be facing such hardship. Despite nearing 90, his spirit remained quite robust. Upon arriving in the mountains, Li Zhuang was cheerfully inspecting the traps he had set earlier that morning. With the family now having a steady supply of meat, he was eager to turn these wild chickens and rabbits into cash. Why is the second brother here? He nearly blurted out upon seeing Li Minghan behind Li Shuyang, but caught himself. It's nothing, big brother. Their family is barely scraping by. So I brought him along to learn a thing or two. If he has any success, it could provide a means for survival, Li Shuyang explained. Li Shuyang began instructing them on how to set another type of trap suitable for slightly larger birds. He also elaborated on the traps for wild chickens and rabbits, and soon had set up over a dozen small traps. In a few days, I'll head to the blacksmith shop to acquire some larger traps. Tomorrow, you should check these traps to see if you've had any luck. If so, come find me after work in the evening. Li Shuyang instructed as he finished setting all the traps. The mechanical traps are far more effective than these handmade ones. He added as he and Li Zhuang made their way back home. Li Shuyang retrieved the letter of introduction given to him by Fifth Master from his box and handed it to Li Zhuang. Old second, what if something happens to him in the mountains at his age? Li Zhuang remarked, unable to suppress his concern after taking the letter. We can barely afford to eat. Waiting around at home is akin to awaiting death. Perhaps there is a chance for survival in the mountains. As for mishaps, we can do nothing about that. If his fate leads him to perish there, so be it, Li Shuyang sighed. By the way, big brother, if he manages to catch any game, could you please help him exchange it for money? The journey is too far for him to navigate alone, and he might struggle to find the black market. If we can lend a hand, let us do so. Consider it a good deed, Li Shuyang suggested after pondering a moment. All right, Li Zhuang nodded in agreement. Since Li Shuyang wanted to help, he had no objections. Worst case, they could always change the location of the traps. The mountains were vast, and wild game was plentiful. Early the next morning, Li Shuyang rode his bicycle to the factory. Upon entering the workshop, he noticed it was impeccably clean, requiring no effort on his part. Except for the thermos, which was empty. He took it to the cafeteria to fill it with hot water. Come sit with us, Master Mo. Li Shuyang was greeted cheerfully by Master Mo upon his arrival. After filling his thermos, Li Shuyang joined Master Mo at the table. Why haven't you eaten breakfast? For those of us who work, skipping breakfast for too long is detrimental to health. Besides, breakfast at the factory is cheap, just a penny for a bowl of porridge. Master Mo remarked after Li Shuyang sat down. I already had something on the way. Li Shuyang nodded, recognizing the concern in his words. How old are you now? Master Li? 18, Li Shuyang replied. Are you married? If not, perhaps the Women's Federation can assist in introducing you to a female colleague at the factory. If both are temporary workers, it would be easier once children come along, Master Mo suggested with a smile. I am married, Li Shuyang replied with a chuckle. He was bemused by the enthusiasm of people during this period. Once acquainted, they often sought to introduce potential spouses. In contrast, those from later generations might express concern outwardly, while secretly relishing the prospect of seeing you remain single. Where are you from, Master Li? Master Mo inquired with a smile. From Li family village in the 1st Brigade of Hongqi Commune. Li Shuyang openly admitted his rural origins. Although transitioning from agriculture to non-agriculture was challenging, it was still possible. For instance, Li Shuyang now belonged to the non-agricultural category, as his grain allocation no longer fell under the jurisdiction of the 1st Brigade of Hongqi Commune, but rather that of the steel factory. While his household registration had yet to be transferred, once he secured a permanent position, he could migrate his registration to the city. However, the path to achieving that was fraught with difficulties. Fortunately, the nature of his work differed from other departments. If he were to work as a temporary employee in the cafeteria, the likelihood of securing a permanent role amid the impending layoffs was slim. The technical department, however, offered certain advantages, especially as skilled personnel were in short supply. Individuals in the plumbing department, such as Li Shuyang, could easily find eager employers for those with a secondary level of expertise or above, since plumbing encompassed more than merely fabricating parts. It also required maintenance skills. Many areas lacked even a reputable repairman for machinery like tractors. Oh, Master Li, did you receive any formal education? Master Mo asked, intrigued, as many from rural backgrounds had limited educational opportunities. Some who were recommended to attend university had not even completed elementary school, leaving them bewildered by the curriculum. Upon entering the workforce, they often found that locally recruited junior high graduates outperformed them. I attended school for several years, Li Shuyang nodded. I would suggest that after you secure your position, it would be prudent to further your cultural knowledge. This is not to imply any disdain for your current level of education. Rather, it is essential to prepare for the cultural assessments that will commence after level 2. Master Mo chuckled, feeling slightly bashful as he scratched his head. After spending 2 days together, Li Shuyang discovered that Master Mo was quite the conversationalist. Engaging in discussions that spanned topics from the farthest corners of the earth to various gossip within the factory, almost resembling a walking encyclopedia. His familiarity with the steel plant was remarkable. He seemed to know every detail, even the marital status of the female employees in the workshops. As Li Shuyang and his colleagues prepared to deliver raw materials to several workshops, Master Mo was well informed about which female colleague was single. As quitting time approached, Li Shuyang found himself immersed in Master Mo's endless chatter about gossip. However, having such a colleague made the day far from dull. There's a movie screening at the factory tomorrow. Would you care to join? You can bring your family along, Master Mo suggested. I'm uncertain if my wife will come, Li Shuyang replied as they walked towards the canteen. Li Shuyang intended to wash his face before heading home, while Master Mo planned to take home a portion of braised pork for his family. Upon exiting the factory, Li Shuyang hurried home. He had considered purchasing some meat from the black market, but realized there was still plenty of wild game left uneaten at home. As he entered the yard, his younger brother-in-law, Wang Yongjun, rushed over, eagerly taking the bicycle and joyfully riding it. Li Shuyang shook his head, bemused by how Wang Minggran managed to charm her younger brother. Nowadays, Wang Yongjun arrived at dawn and lingered until nightfall, working even harder than Wang Minggran, diligently gathering firewood to fill the storage. Wang Minggran waved the steelmaking diagram in her hand. Where did this come from? Li Shuyang inquired, puzzled. Knowing that if it were money for mosquito coils, Wang Minggran wouldn't boast about it. Big brother said it was your share, and look. He even brought back over 30 pounds of corn flour, claiming he knows what's going on. Wang Minggran pointed to the corn flour in the kitchen. Li Shuyang had indeed set traps as instructed by Li Zhuang, and unexpectedly earned 10 yuan. I'll be out for a moment. This grain is for Li Minghan, as arranged by my brother. I'll explain everything shortly, he said, carrying the corn flour towards Li Minghan's house. As he approached, an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Little uncle, come sit. The meat will be ready soon. Li Minghan cheerfully beckoned from by a makeshift stove. If it weren't for Li Shuyang, he might still be starving, dreaming of a hearty meal. To his surprise, he had caught several small birds, a wild rabbit, and 2 wild chickens the previous day, leaving some birds and a rabbit while giving the 2 chickens to Li Zhuang. Today's meal would be abundant with meat. This grain is brought back for you by my elder brother. Li Shuyang placed the corn flour into their grain container. Why so much? Li Minghan was taken aback. It appeared to weigh at least 20 pounds at first glance. With wild game meat priced at 50 cents per pound in Jing City, it seemed just enough to purchase that much. Li Shuyang folded the cloth bag, preparing to leave. You should eat before heading out, Li Minghan insisted, grasping Li Shuyang's arm. No, dinner is ready at home. Please keep this matter discreet. Some things are best left unsaid to avoid unnecessary inquiries, Li Shuyang advised. Rest assured, I understand and won't put you or little uncle in jeopardy, Li Minghan nodded vigorously. Many were aware of Li Minghan's situation. Even if he engaged in trade, it would not attract attention as long as he didn't flaunt it and embarrass the patrol team. Chapter 47. Confusion. Upon entering the yard, Li Shuyang noticed Wang Yongjun meticulously polishing the bicycle with a rag, as if treating it with the utmost care. Tomorrow our factory will be screening a movie. Would you like to watch? Li Shuyang recalled Master Mo's mention of the film while grabbing a corn bun. Really? The 3 in the yard exclaimed in unison. Nowadays, watching a movie is quite a rarity. The projection team occasionally visits rural areas, but only at the communist locations. Some more distant communes might not even see a film screening all year, making news of a film screening feel more festive than the New Year. In the past, people dreaded the New Year, often referring to it as the year's end, akin to a checkpoint, where accounts were settled on New Year's Eve. Although this term persists today, the pressure is not as severe as in the old society. While the food may not be plentiful, families can at least expect a satisfying meal on New Year's Eve. My master, who takes me to work, mentioned that family members are allowed to join for the movie, which will be shown in the factory South Grand Square, accessible without entering the plant. Li Shuyang chuckled, surprised at the excitement among the trio regarding the film. After the prevalence of smart devices in the future, Li Shuyang had not visited a cinema again. Any film could now be watched on a mobile phone. Moreover, he had little interest in contemporary films. Can my brother-in-law take me along? Wang Yongjun implored with a pitiful look. Of course, you can join your sister, Li Shuyang nodded. Sister, can I go with you? Li Mei also approached Li Shuyang with a hopeful expression. Absolutely, take Xiao Min and the others along. Wait for me by the factory entrance tomorrow afternoon. I'll escort you inside, he confirmed with a nod. Though the grand square for factory meetings was not within the core factory area, there were guards on duty, especially during such lively events, preventing non-workers from entering. Li Mei's face lit up with joy, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she dashed outside. Li Shuyang recalled the days when the commune screened movies. The original owner would rush to watch despite the distance of over an hour from Li family village. Upon arriving at the commune's playground, he would find a sea of people, with some coming from even farther afield. After finishing dinner, his elder brother Li Zhuang entered. And within minutes, the two set off towards the mountains. Having tasted success, Li Zhuang had lost all interest in his work. Especially now that food could be procured in the black market without tickets. He yearned to live in the mountains, hunting. Yesterday's earnings of 10 yuan, though shared with Li Shuyang, still left him with 5 yuan, enough to buy 50 pounds of grain in the black market. A feat that would take a month of labor in the fields to achieve. Although Li Zhuang had not purchased grain in the black market, he had acquired numerous daily necessities, such as lard. Why is it that with fifth master's introduction, no one has bothered to check the contents of my backpack during the journey? Li Zhuang inquired curiously. How do I explain this? Just know that they receive a little something each month. As for who among them accepts it, I cannot say. However, those who benefit from convenience are not fools. Li Shuyang pondered before responding. The two brothers decided against setting traps in their usual area, opting instead for a new location. While the previous spot occasionally yielded results. Since they had brought Li Minghan into this venture, it was best to leave that area for him, considering the risks associated with his age. Elder sister-in-law Zhou Lan returned from her family home, her face radiant with an uncontainable smile. Previously, her visits had only resulted in her being scolded by her sister-in-law for being a freeloader. Now, returning home, the once bitter faces have transformed into the warmest of welcomes. Every time Zhou Lan visits her parents, she brings them a bit of meat, and now Li Shuyang has become a worker, with rising tides lifting all boats. This sister-in-law is greeted with smiles wherever she goes. Although Li Shuyang is merely a temporary worker, he is still just 18, filled with boundless potential for the future. It is imperative to forge strong connections now. Who knows if others might move to the city later, rendering familial ties difficult to maintain. Zhou Lan carries a considerable load. Gifts from her sisters-in-law, who used to hoard every grain of food in their homes, but now, without needing Zhou Mu to prompt them, they insist on sharing. Each sister insists on contributing, refusing to accept anything less than equal portions, forcibly stuffing Zhou Lan's basket as they bid her farewell from Zhou Zhuang, reminding her to visit often. With the family's fortunes on the rise, Zhou Lan feels a profound happiness within her heart. Their journey from crippling debt to a modest savings seems to have begun with the division of the household. After the split, Li Shuyang appeared as if transformed. Not only has he managed to support his own family, but he has also uplifted his entire household. As she stepped into the courtyard, two little ones rushed forward, clinging to Zhou Lan's legs, clamoring for egg pancakes. In the past, Zhou Lan would never have dared such extravagance, usually saving just a couple of eggs from their salt exchange for the children. Now, with 3 kids, each one enjoys an egg pancake daily. The thought of having over 50 units of savings brings a smile to Zhou Lan's lips. Where's Dad? Zhou Lan inquires of the two little ones. Looking for Uncle Air. They respond, pointing towards Li Shuyang's home and waving the small wooden horse in their hands. Zhou Lan smiles, recognizing that it is yet another toy sculpted by Li Shuyang for them. The courtyard is now filled with toys, all crafted by him whenever he finds the time. Delivered to the children upon completion. Entering the main room, Zhou Lan's mood elevates further as she surveys the furniture. Once, there had been only a rickety wooden table. Now, not only is there a cupboard, but also 2 wooden boxes for storing grain. And there is even a wardrobe, a long-held dream of Zhou Lan's, along with a small wooden box for keeping things. There are several new benches for receiving guests as well. After removing the items from her basket and placing them into the wooden boxes, she heads to the kitchen. Upon opening the wall-mounted cabinet, she discovers a significant increase in the lard stored in the ceramic jar. At that moment, Li Zhuang enters. Is this lard from the household? Zhou Lan inquires joyfully. Li Zhuang secures the courtyard door and strides over to her. I bought it from the black market. You won't believe it. I earned $5 there today. The goods from the black market are not much inferior to those from the supply cooperative, he murmurs. Zhou Lan finds this increasingly fascinating. How does Er know so much without ever having been to the city? She expresses her puzzlement. Since the discussion of the household division, Li Shuyang's quick agreement had seemed unusual to Zhou Lan. His behavior starkly contrasted with his former self. Zhou Lan knows well the character of the person she raised. While Li Shuyang remains unchanged on the surface, he has become more considerate towards their family. Thus, she does not perceive this as a negative development. The current Li Shuyang feels distinct from the reserved boy who used to keep everything bottled up inside. Chapter 48, Learning. I don't know, Li Zhuang shakes his head. Having spent over a decade as brothers, he is well aware of Li Shuyang's nature. In the past, Li Shuyang showed little concern for anyone in the family, least of all for the little ones. Nowadays, whatever tasty food he has, he shares with the 3 children, even encouraging his daughter to attend school. Given these observations, Li Shuyang hardly resembles the indifferent second son of their household. Yet, while working alongside him, Li Zhuang has had the chance to see the birthmark on Li Shuyang's back, that red cloud-like mark still present. Li Zhuang can only rationalize it as a change that comes with marriage. He recalls how he once shouldered the responsibility of the family, thinking that without Zhoulan's support and hard work, they could not have been so well taken care of. Could it be that he encountered something unclean? Zhoulan voices her lingering doubts. Growing up on strange tales, she wonders if Li Shuyang might have undergone some transformation. Those are just stories. The bewitched do not dare to expose themselves to the sunlight. Do you think air fears the light? Li Zhuang shakes his head in denial. Indeed, Zhoulan nods. The beings in those tales only emerge at night. Yet Li Shuyang works diligently under the sun. Who would possess another's body to help with farm work? As she contemplates this, Zhoulan finds it amusing. By the way, I bought you this from the black market. I often see women in the city using it. Li Zhuang presents a jar of snowflake cream. What a waste of money. At my age, do I still need this? Zhoulan retorts, snatching it from him and retreating to the room to secretly sniff it, an indescribable joy swelling within her. After all, Zhoulan is merely 28 or 29. Though years of labor have aged her appearance, how could she not desire to look beautiful? At this moment, Li Shuyang is helping Wang Minggran with her hair, unaware that his brother and sister-in-law have long suspected he is not the original. After styling her hair, he applies snowflake cream to her skin. Do you enjoy watching movies? Wang Minggran playfully asks, gazing at Li Shuyang with a teasing smile. Not really, he replies, shaking his head. Then what do you like? She inquires curiously. As he massages her feet, Li Shuyang looks up at her with a mischievous grin. I like you. I won't talk to you anymore. You're annoying. Wang Minggran retorts, pushing his hand away and pulling the blanket over herself. Understanding her cue, Li Shuyang quickly joins her under the covers. In the early morning, Li Shuyang begins performing peculiar exercises in the courtyard, while Wang Yongjun and his brother have already arrived, busily bustling about. You two are up so early. Li Shuyang laughs. Sister said if we want to go along, we must finish all our chores first, so we can buy popsicles and sunflower seeds later, the brothers declare. As they set off with a basket in tow, as Li Shuyang prepares to leave on his bicycle, the two return with a basket full of mugwort. Wang Minggran, the clever girl, never forgets to tease her brother. Li Shuyang shakes his head and pedals towards the city. At the steel mill's entrance, smiles adorn everyone's faces as they happily chat about family stories, presenting a stark contrast to the frowns of those working in the fields. Good morning, Master Li. Mo Shifu calls out, approaching Li Shuyang with a cheerful demeanor. Good morning, Li Shuyang replies with a smile and a nod. I heard from old Zheng last night that you want to be working with me today, to give you a chance to try out the machinist procedures. You'll be assigned to the marking workshop for the next half-month to familiarize yourself with the blueprints you'll often encounter as a machinist. Mo Shifu whispers in Li Shuyang's ear. The marking workshop is where all the raw materials destined for the machinist workshop undergo preliminary processing, and Li Shuyang will be tasked with transporting materials to the 3 machinist workshops daily. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, to become a qualified machinist, one must comprehend the preceding processes, with the utmost importance placed on familiarizing oneself with the intricate machining drawings, as they are notably more detailed for machinists. It is far easier to start from simpler tasks. Upon entering the workshop, Li Shuyang found Master Zheng patiently waiting at the entrance. Shaoli, you will accompany me to the marking workshop for the next half-month. One of our colleagues has encountered a minor accident and is on leave for that duration. This is a perfect opportunity for you to learn machinist skills, starting with the most basic drawings, Master Zheng said, smiling at Li Shuyang. All right. Li Shuyang replied with a nod. By the way, make sure to collect your lunch ticket from our 3rd workshop. The clerk there is not familiar with your name. We wouldn't want to create any awkward situations, Master Zheng recalled suddenly as he walked halfway. Understood, Master Zheng. Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. Old Chong. Master Zheng entered the workshop with a cheerful call. An elder, of similar age to Master Zheng, turned his attention towards them and smiled upon recognizing Master Zheng. What brings you, Master? Old Chong approached, playfully punching Master Zheng's arm. Did you not complain during yesterday's meeting about the marking workshop being overwhelmed? And now with one less colleague, we are even shorter on staff? I'm here to help you out in your hour of need. This is our Shaoli. Comrade Li Shuyang. Though he is young, he is industrious and willing to endure hardships. In a while, he will become a machinist apprentice. So I entrust him to you for the next half-month to nurture. Master Zheng introduced Li Shuyang to Master Chong, chuckling. All right, you're just looking for an easy way out. You've left all the drawings for us in the marking workshop. Should I teach you about the lathe and grinding as well? Master Chong teased. That would be ideal. Once you're done, you can come over and start working, saving us a great deal of trouble. Master Zheng laughed heartily. You have quite the imagination. We can barely keep up with cutting here. The two old friends shared a light-hearted banter. Come along, young comrade. Master Chong beckoned, leading Li Shuyang into the marking workshop, which was filled with various cutting tools, each corresponding to different thicknesses. Li Shuyang was guided to the simplest of tasks, marking lines on iron plates. Master Chong then retrieved a set of prepared drawings from beside the workstation. This is the drawing you will be marking. The shapes that need to be outlined are indicated on it, with each line marked with dimensions. The commonly used units of length here are millimeters, centimeters, decimeters, and meters. For instance, this line here indicates 1 m 2 decimeters, commonly referred to as 2 meters. This is the ruler for marking, which is 2 meters long, marked with centimeters, decimeters, and meters. You won't need to use millimeters for now, but you will frequently encounter them when you reach the machinist position. For the moment, I won't have the time to teach you. When cold-rolled and hot-rolled steel arrives, we need not use white chalk for marking. Only steel plates and iron plates require it. Master Chong began his detailed explanation. Did you catch all that? Master Chong asked, looking at Li Shuyang after completing his explanation. I understood. Li Shuyang nodded affirmatively. Very well, then what is this, and what does it represent? Master Chong inquired, pointing to another drawing and gesturing for Li Shuyang to respond, which he did accurately. Master Chong nodded in satisfaction. This is also why the factory requires workers to have at least a middle school education. It takes much longer to teach those who haven't studied. And they forget quickly, he remarked. Excellent. Now let us commence practical work. Master Chong set down several drawings and approached the workbench. This is a jack. Each piece of steel that arrives may not be perfectly flat, so we need to adjust the jack to level it. After leveling, we will use this ruler to measure dimensions and find the center point from which to begin marking lines. The current cold-rolled steel doesn't need white chalk for marking. The lines are visible as they are. Master Chong continued to explain as he swiftly outlined a shape. This is a sample punch. Every decimeter, we must create an indent. So even if the line becomes unclear, we can locate it by the indentation left by the sample punch. Now, you give it a try, Master Chong offered. Stepping aside to allow Li Shuyang to approach, Li Shuyang moved to the machine, maneuvering it to bring the next iron plate to the workbench, and began marking lines according to Master Chang's instructions, creating indentations every decimeter along the line with the sample punch. Very good, you're picking this up quite quickly, even faster than those who have graduated from high school. Each drawing here is unique, and the steel that comes will vary as well. I'll inform you which drawings to work on. For now, familiarize yourself with what I just taught you. Once the others finish their breakfast and start their shifts, you can continue at this station. Just tidy up your area after work this afternoon. Master Chong observed Li Shuyang with a satisfied nod. Having taught many apprentices, Master Chong noted that Li Shuyang was the quickest learner he had encountered. He grasped concepts after a single demonstration without making any mistakes. I'll observe for a few days to see if I should request him from Old Zheng to remain in the marking workshop, Master Chong thought to himself, while Li Shuyang focused intently on the drawings in his hands. Although the equipment was not as convenient as in later years, achieving such speed was already impressive. Before long, it was time to start work, and many were curious, casting glances toward the new face of Li Shuyang, whose height and appearance seemed to align with the fantasies of unmarried female colleagues. Many women, on their way to their workstations, unconsciously glanced his way. This is Xiao Li, just transferred from the third workshop to assist us, Master Chong said with a smile as a middle-aged man, Master Zhang, arrived at his workstation. You'll be working together for the next half-month. Xiao Li is still learning, so please guide him when you can. Understood, Director, Master Zhang replied with a nod. Soon, the sound of machinery filled the air, and everyone began their tasks. Master Zhang occasionally glanced over at Li Shuyang, surprised to see how quickly he transitioned from being a novice to marking lines with proficiency. Li Shuyang's speed was hardly slower than that of his seasoned partner. Despite having just started, the morning swiftly passed in a flurry of activity. The cutting masters initially assumed that Li Shuyang was inexperienced and that the first hour would be easy for him. However, as time progressed, the workload began to accumulate. The cutting masters thought a seasoned worker had taken over, only to find it was still the same rookie from the morning, yet Li Shuyang's swift actions belied his inexperience. You truly belong in this line of work. After this morning, you've outpaced me, an old master, Master Zhang remarked, packing away his tools with admiration. Oh, it's just youthful agility. Your experience is something I could never match even after 10 years of learning, Li Shuyang quickly replied. Upon hearing Li Shuyang's response, Master Zhang's face lit up with a radiant smile. There, it is merely a collection of insights gleaned from years of experience. You certainly possess a way with words. Young man, Master Zhang, feeling somewhat bashful, waved his hand dismissively. I speak nothing but the truth. Master Zhang's work, though methodical, is executed with precision, and his dimensions are far more accurate than those of us. The goods we mark may take an eternity for the machinists to rectify. Yet those handled by Master Zhang receive accolades for their meticulousness as soon as they arrive in the workshop, and the finished products emerge in no time. Li Shuyang, speaking with a hint of insincerity, remarked, in truth, The machinists have no idea which master drew the lines, should a mistake arise. They merely trace back through the layers to identify where the error occurred. Each type of item requires at least 16 positions to be marked. Otherwise, in such a vast factory, it would be impossible for a single individual to keep up, no matter how swift they may be. Who does not appreciate a kind word? Though one may profess disdain for flattery, who can truly discern the sentiments that lie beneath? Just as Cao Cao composed his poetic short song, only to be critiqued by Su, who pointed out its deficiencies, ultimately leading to a fatal consequence. Thus, a person who conceals their emotions will not harbor resentment towards another's praise, provided it is not excessively exaggerated. To insist on pointing out another's flaws is to sow discord. Li Shuyang could hardly admonish Master Zhang, claiming that after so many years in his craft, he should be quicker than a mere temp. How could one expect the other to save face? Wouldn't this breed animosity? Li Shuyang, while not seeking to curry favor with anyone, also wished to avoid offending anyone unnecessarily. Unless someone sought to provoke him, he would have to respond in kind and seize the opportunity to outmaneuver them. Mercy towards one's adversaries is cruelty towards oneself. Do not strike me, and I shall not strike you. Much like Zhang Dashan, had he not been relentless, Li Shuyang would not have sought out Wu Chuanhua. However, Zhang Dashan was intent on causing him trouble, leaving Li Shuyang no choice but to act preemptively. After tidying his tools, Li Shuyang made his way towards the third workshop, where the invoice clerk promptly handed him the prepared documents upon seeing him. The table had already been cleared, as if it had been awaiting his arrival. In the afternoon, Master Zhang was notably more cordial, often engaging Li Shuyang in conversation and even introducing the tools commonly used for marking. Li Shuyang reciprocated with enthusiasm, occasionally complimenting Master Zhang's vast knowledge. Indeed, not a single mistake has been made today. You are nearly keeping pace with our seasoned employees. Master Chang remarked as he approached before the end of the workday. Not at all. It's fortunate that Master Zhang has been there to remind me. Otherwise, how could I avoid errors on my first day? Li Shuyang quickly replied with a smile. Good. Tidy up and prepare to enjoy a movie for some relaxation. Tomorrow we shall be switching to a different steel grade. Master Zhang, I appreciate your diligence, Master Chang instructed before addressing Master Zhang. Chapter 50. Benefits. Master Zhang had been attentively listening to their exchange, and upon hearing Li Shuyang attribute his lack of mistakes to Master Zhang's guidance, he felt quite pleased with the young man. Rest assured, Director, this young comrade is quite astute. With just a couple of demonstrations, he will grasp it. I will keep a watchful eye on him, Master Zhang assured with a jovial pat on his chest. Very well, then I shall trouble you further, Master Zhang. Director Chang nodded in agreement. After Director Chang departed, Li Shuyang finished tidying his area and voluntarily assisted Master Zhang in cleaning up. Master Zhang, I shall return to the third workshop now. See you tomorrow, Li Shuyang said before turning to leave. Master Zhang nodded in satisfaction, feeling that Li Shuyang was quite adept at fostering camaraderie among colleagues. Li Shuyang arrived at the third workshop, completed the registration, and hurried outside. At the factory gate, Wang Minggran stood like a youthful leader, accompanied by two small children Li Shuyang had yet to meet, alongside her two younger brothers. Follow me. After securing his bicycle to a large tree at the factory entrance, he led the group toward the expansive square, where many adults and children carried small stools into the venue. Li Shuyang held one little one in his arms and took the hand of Li Min as they proceeded inside. They soon reached the location where the film was to be screened, already bustling with a crowd. Li Shuyang was uncertain whether they had come to watch the movie or simply to observe the throng. Before long, the projectionist had set up the equipment and instructed the children without stools to sit on the ground, while those with stools settled behind them. Adults with stools followed suit, ensuring that those standing could also see. As darkness enveloped the area, the film commenced. Li Shuyang, with a small child perched on his shoulder, noted the excitement of the little one as figures began to dance across the screen. Before long, it was deep into the night, and the two films had been screened. Li Mei and Li Min, seated on the ground, were nearly dozing off but remained still, as Li Shuyang had instructed them to wait until the film concluded before moving. He would come to find them afterward. Under the moonlight, Li Shuyang carried the sleeping child on his back, guiding the group homeward. Wang Minggran and her two brothers were still buzzing with excitement, chattering about the movie. If you wish to see more, when I have time off, I will take you to the cinema, Li Shuyang said with a smile. Can you take us with you? Li Mei asked, her big eyes shining as she looked up at Li Shuyang. Certainly, as long as you study hard, he nodded with a smile. A cinema ticket costs merely 5 cents. Yet many in the countryside struggle to scrape together even a single penny. Only those in the city can afford to buy tickets. In the countryside, people typically watch free outdoor films, though they are rarely screened. Individuals like Li Shuyang, who can earn a living, are a rarity in rural areas, yet they do exist. His father-in-law's family generates side income for Zhouzhuang village, but the profits from their tofu and douhua business are divided such that only 30% belongs to them, while 70% goes to the collective. To earn for the village is to receive a donkey from the collective, which technically does not belong to his father-in-law's household. Thus, Wang Minggran, upon arriving in the city, would prefer her brothers to borrow a horse rather than ride a donkey, fearing accusations of misusing collective property. Borrowing a horse allows them to claim they are merely helping to tend livestock. Upon reaching Zhangjian, the two younger brothers willingly took their sleeping niece and nephew onto their backs, as Zhangjian is even closer to Zhouzhuang than Li's village. Do you need me to escort you home? Li Shuyang inquired of the two younger brothers. No need. We could walk this path with our eyes closed, they replied, shaking their heads as they carried the now soundly sleeping children home. Upon returning to the village, Li Zhuang, the eldest brother, awaited Li Shuyang at the road's entrance. Li Min, upon spotting Li Zhuang, joyfully rushed forward to embrace him around the waist. Quickly return and sleep. You have school tomorrow. I told you not to go, yet you insisted. Li Zhuang chuckled, gently patting Li Min's head. Li Min giggled as she sprinted back toward home. Li Shuyang handed his bicycle to Wang Minggran before making his way toward his elder brother, who evidently had something on his mind. Wang Minggran pedaled homeward. What's the matter? Li Shuyang asked softly. Li Minghan acquired a deer this morning. I asked him whether he preferred money or grain, and he opted for grain. You know, a pound of grain fetches a dime on the black market. How am I supposed to transport such a large quantity? Li Zhuang shook his head in exasperation. Hasn't it been sold yet? Li Shuyang inquired. The sale was made, totaling 15 yuan, yet even after the deer was processed, it yielded only 30 jin of meat. A small amount of grain could still be stuffed into the backpack for the return journey, but over 100 jin would be rather conspicuous. Thus, I only purchased 30 jin to bring back. Just now, I went to deliver the money to him, but he refused to accept it. Leaving 12 yuan still in my hand, Li Zhuang remarked, shaking his head. He has become so accustomed to hunger that the more grain he has, the more secure he feels. Brother, every time you assist him in delivering goods, you should take a 10% commission. It's unreasonable for you to make these trips without compensation. I'll go up and explain the situation to him shortly, Li Shuyang suggested thoughtfully. Li Shuyang understood perfectly well why Li Minghan declined the money. It was simply that he found the sum too substantial. Li Zhuang and Li Shuyang had guided him down this path. Now that he has earned money, Li Zhuang and Li Shuyang could only speculate whether he earned more than they did, fearing that envy might lead them to cease their assistance in delivering goods and making purchases. At his advanced age, money holds little value for him. All he desires is enough to sustain himself. Upon hearing Li Shuyang's words, Li Zhuang nodded, and the two brothers made their way to Li Zhuang's home. Li Zhuang handed Li Shuyang 10 yuan and asked his sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, to give Li Shuyang another 10 yuan and 50 cents. Gazing at the 10 yuan in his hand, Li Shuyang recognized it as the share belonging to both him and Li Zhuang, knowing that their harvest yesterday had been satisfactory. He turned and headed towards the home of Li Minghan on the hillside, entering the courtyard where the aroma of meat wafted through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Li Shuyang knocked on the door. Inside, a commotion ensued, as if someone were hurriedly concealing something. Who is it? Came a voice after a brief pause. It's me. Li Shuyang, he replied. It's your uncle. It's all right, Li Minghan reassured his wife. The door soon swung open, and the delightful scent of meat emanated from within. Li Shuyang entered the room, where a torch made from a pine branch flickered dimly, casting a feeble light across the space. Uncle, what brings you here? Li Minghan asked with a smile. You can keep this money. By the way, since you fear that my elder brother may not deliver goods for you in the future, I've thought of a compromise. From now on, he will take a 10% commission for his deliveries. As for the grain, it's rather conspicuous. You should limit your purchases to about 30 jin at a time. You may keep the money for yourselves, but if you find it of little use, consider sending it to your great-grandson so he can attend school and lead a better life, thus avoiding disdain. You can also bring him back to learn this craft. Sustaining oneself should not be a daunting task. It's beneficial to have someone by your side, should anything arise, so that the villagers can be informed. Li Shuyang said as he handed over the 10 yuan and 50 cents. Chapter 51. Teaching. Uncle, how can I repay you for your kindness? Li Minghan said, tears welling up in his eyes, his voice trembling as he struggled to finish his sentence. You are like a bodhisattva, unable to bear our suffering. The elderly woman on the bed added, now much improved in spirit, leaning against the headboard and wiping her tears. Even now, many still cling to old traditions and beliefs, insisting that 1,000 taels of gold should not be sold, but rather left for future generations. Skills should not be passed to outsiders. Even one's own children receive only the male lineage. Li Shuyang's actions left the two elders at a loss for words. With their sons and grandsons long gone, and only a single descendant left, How could they not yearn for their family? They wished to pass this skill on to their great-grandson. Even though this expertise originally belonged to Li Shuyang, it was Li Shuyang's compassion for their plight that prompted him to teach them the ways of survival. How could he then privately impart this knowledge to his own kin? It's not that serious. You can manage your lives without making a fuss, Li Shuyang said, shaking his head as he departed Li Mingran's home. Upon returning home, he found Wang Mingran busy arranging mosquito coils in the storeroom, checking if they were dry. Dear, today an elderly man with graying hair came by asking to borrow money, claiming to be your nephew. It startled me quite a bit, Wang Mingran said with a smile. Recalling the midday incident, did you lend him anything? Li Shuyang inquired with a smile. I did, he insisted, and besides, it was only 2 jiao to buy medicine. Wang Mingran replied. She noted that the term nephew should imply a close relationship. And yet she was still unfamiliar with many families in Li village who were close to Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang chuckled, but said nothing. This sentiment was part of the reason many in the village hesitated to associate with him. Li Minghan, at 90 years of age, was now a great-grandfather, while Li Shuyang was merely of a younger generation. Many in their 20s would have to refer to Li Shuyang as great-granduncle, which made it difficult for the younger folk to address him comfortably, leading them to avoid interaction altogether. If it weren't for the need to borrow money, they would hardly acknowledge him as a younger relative. Upon seeing him and Li Zhuang, they would hastily turn away. The likes of Li Minghai, apart from formal occasions, would only call Li Shuyang by name when no one was around. He would turn and flee upon encountering him, finding it impossible to greet him as a younger uncle. What's wrong, dear? You're not upset, are you? Wang Mingran asked, observing Li Shuyang. Not at all. We're all from the same village, and a few jiao will surely be repaid. However, don't be too kind-hearted, or people will see you as an easy target. If anyone else comes to borrow money, just tell them that all the money is managed by me, and they should wait for me to return home to discuss it, Li Shuyang advised, shaking his head. The dim glow of the torch did not illuminate Li Shuyang's face clearly, leading Wang Mingran to believe his silence indicated anger. Understood, she said, leaping in front of him, holding the torch high to better see his expression. When she saw that he was not upset, she smiled once more. Before dawn had fully broken, Li Shuyang rose to prepare breakfast. Li Zhuang knocked on the gate of Li Shuyang's home. The two busied themselves setting traps in the mountains, with Li Zhuang noticing that the newly chosen location yielded a greater bounty. They had earned 20 yuan in just one day. Although Li Shuyang did not participate in the hunting, he would come to assist in the evenings if larger game was caught. Thus, Li Zhuang opted to split the earnings evenly. By dawn, as the sun began to rise, the two completed setting the traps. When Li Shuyang returned, the steamed buns were thoroughly cooked. He took 2 buns and pushed his bicycle out of the courtyard, finishing the buns just as a torrential downpour began to fall from the sky. Quickly, he retrieved his self-made raincoat and hat, which covered only his upper body from the downpour. Arriving at the steel plant entrance, everyone hurried to get inside. As was his routine, Li Shuyang first went to the 3rd workshop to register before heading to the marking workshop. Upon arriving at the marking workshop, he found everyone still dining in the cafeteria, leaving him with nothing to do but review other blueprints at his workstation. He soon discovered that the largest marking for his position was the same as yesterday's, while the other samples were relatively smaller parts. Time passed, and soon Director Chang entered. Comrade Li, you are remarkably diligent, he remarked. I'm reviewing the fundamental knowledge you taught me yesterday. As Master Zhang advised, I should frequently memorize it to avoid mistakes at work, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. A willingness to learn is commendable. One should learn throughout life. Director Chang nodded, heading towards his office. Before long, others began to arrive at the workshop. Li, you're here early. Have you started studying already? Master Zhang greeted Li Shuyang with a cheerful smile. Yesterday, Master Zhang urged me to familiarize myself with various units of length. Thus, I took the opportunity to delve deeper into them. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. Today, we will be employing several tools, and before the machines commence operation, I shall impart some knowledge to you. Master Zhang set down his toolbox and approached Li Shuyang's workstation, retrieving several tools from his bag to begin his introduction. The fundamental tools we will utilize include the reference tool, the marking flat plate, the square box, V-shaped iron, triangular iron, and the beveled dividing head. These instruments are essential for determining angles. Additionally, we have the steel ruler, height gauge, vernier caliper, universal protractor, right-angle ruler, and the steel tape measure for measuring long dimensions. These will assist us in locating the center points and determining sizes, ensuring our work is executed without error. The marking needle, marking disc, marking gauge, marking card, hand hammer, and sample punch you have already become quite familiar with. I shall not elaborate further. These tools will also be required in the fitting workshop, where the array of instruments is even more extensive, particularly the height gauge, which is the most frequently used tool by fitters. Our workshop is focused on preliminary processing, whereas theirs necessitates meticulous refinement to yield finished products. Master Zhang's explanations were more detailed than those of Director Chang, as he pointed to the blueprints to indicate which drawings required which specific tools. Observing Li Shuyang nodding in comprehension, Master Zhang chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. You, my boy, are indeed suited for this trade. Some individuals take an entire month to memorize the specific names of these tools. That is because they have not had the privilege of your instruction, Master Zhang. Every tool is explained in clear detail regarding its specific function, allowing even the most inept apprentice to grasp everything within a month of learning under your tutelage. Li Shuyang praised. Indeed, several of the marking workers here were trained by me. As the roar of machinery reverberated through the workshop, Master Zhang did not leave immediately. Instead, he taught Li Shuyang how to engrave today's template before taking his leave. Following Master Zhang's guidance, Li Shuyang began working, quickly becoming proficient in his operations, prompting Master Zhang to nod in satisfaction. In the future, he could boast that his apprentice learned to mark templates in just one day, matching the proficiency of seasoned employees. Chapter 52. Competition. Time swiftly passed, and after 7 or 8 days, Li Shuyang had memorized the 6 models in the marking workshop, having made no errors since his arrival. Director Chang was quite fond of Li Shuyang, a clever worker whose performance often outshone that of veteran employees, leading him to consider keeping Li Shuyang in the marking workshop. Director Chang entered the fitting workshop with a cheerful demeanor. What brings you here, Director Chang? Usually, you are too busy to make an appearance, Master Zhang teased. I have come to negotiate with you, Master Zhang. Let's transfer this young comrade Li Shuyang to our marking workshop. After all, your fitting workshop has no shortage of manpower. Director Chang jested. Well, that's a negotiable matter. How about you swap out old Zhang for him? Master Zhang replied, chuckling. You dream on. Swapping a level 5 worker for a temporary one? That's rather unkind, old Zhang. How about you send over 2 young and strong high school graduates in exchange for 1 temporary worker? That way, you won't be at a loss. Master Chang feigned difficulty. Either old Zhang or no deal, Master Zhang asserted firmly. That won't do. If we cannot reach an agreement, I shall have to consult with the personnel department. Director Chang said, feigning to leave. Take care, and do not expect anyone to intervene. Master Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Director Chang's determined demeanor, Master Zhang was puzzled, wondering what strategy he was employing. Was the young Li Shuyang truly a prodigious learner? Otherwise, it was inexplicable how the notoriously frugal Director Chang could suddenly become so generous. 2 permanent employees for a temporary one would astonish anyone. Master Zhang remained unperturbed. After all, Li Shuyang was due to return to the fitting workshop in 5 or 6 days, and the truth would soon be revealed. As the morning passed, Li Shuyang remained oblivious to the fact that Master Zhang had rebuffed several mediations on his behalf, stubbornly refusing to exchange anyone other than a level 5 fitter. Li, please wait a moment. As the workday concluded, Li Shuyang gathered his tools in preparation to collect his meal ticket for the cafeteria when Director Chang called out to him. What can I do for you, Master Chang? Li Shuyang inquired, puzzled. Well, Li, you have been with us for nearly 10 days now. How do you find the working environment here? Li Shuyang understood that this was an inquiry into his job satisfaction. It's quite good, Director. My colleagues have been very supportive, he replied with a nod. Would you be willing to remain in our marking workshop indefinitely? Rest assured, once a formal position opens up, I will ensure you are promoted without delay. Currently, I am aware of 2 openings in 3 months. He continued. You know that transitioning to a permanent role in the fitting workshop requires a technical assessment. Just passing the first level is quite challenging, and the second level may take an indeterminate amount of time to achieve. Many employees have spent 2 or 3 years without passing the second level, Director Chang said earnestly, looking intently at Li Shuyang. I will comply with the factory's arrangements. Li Shuyang nodded, opting not to give a definitive answer. After all, he belonged to the fitting workshop, and if he agreed to remain, any subsequent changes could necessitate his return to the 3rd fitting workshop. How would his peers perceive him then? Viewing him as someone who wavers? Those who are seen as indecisive are often shunned in that workshop. The prevailing culture prioritizes collective honor, and thus, Li Shuyang's actions ought to align with the 3rd workshop. If word of this were to spread, others might question Li Shuyang's character. Though they are part of the same factory, competition exists between workshops. For instance, if Li Shuyang were bullied in the marking workshop, he could easily appeal to the 3rd workshop for assistance. Hence, Li Shuyang refrained from making any absolute statements. I, Li Shuyang, will follow the factory's directives. Wherever I am needed, I shall go, as per the leadership's instructions. Ah, very well then, Director Chang sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It was a rare opportunity to have a promising talent, yet the 3rd workshop had already claimed him. After work that evening, Li Shuyang reported back to the 3rd workshop. Master Zhang, who typically left early, waved him over from his workstation. Uncertain of Master Zhang's intentions, Li Shuyang approached him. Li, take a look at this blueprint. It's slightly more intricate than those in the marking workshop. Let me know if you have any questions. Master Zhang handed the blueprint to Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang nodded. Indeed, the blueprints in the fitting workshop were more detailed, with a single part comprised of 3 separate drawings. The precision required was to the millimeter. Engaging in a question-and-answer exchange, Li Shuyang responded effortlessly, prompting Master Zhang to nod in satisfaction. This young man was undoubtedly intelligent and possessed a natural aptitude for this field. Subsequently, Master Zhang retrieved tools from his toolbox. Aside from a few items that Li Shuyang was unfamiliar with, he accurately named and described the function of the remaining tools. Are you familiar with operating the machine tools? Master Zhang inquired, looking at Li Shuyang. I am not. Li Shuyang shook his head in response. This antiquated machine tool is something that Li Shuyang is indeed familiar with. However, the original owner was merely a farmer and thus had no chance to come into contact with such equipment. Well then, allow me 5 more days in the marking workshop. And upon your return, I shall personally instruct you on how to operate these devices. Master Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Many individuals take a month to familiarize themselves with the tools at the steel mill, yet in just over 10 days, Li Shuyang has memorized them all, undoubtedly having invested considerable effort in private practice. Master Zhang could hardly believe that anyone could remember everything after merely one hearing. Such prodigies are exceedingly rare, especially when one must balance work with the task of memorization. After leaving the steel mill, Li Shuyang hurried home, handing his bicycle over to Wang Mingrand before following Li Zhuang towards the back mountain. Second brother, do you think it would be acceptable for me to have my sister-in-law stay at home like the younger sisters, tending to the children? With this additional income, I believe I can support her and the 4 of them comfortably even if she does not work, Li Zhuang remarked, glancing at Li Shuyang. No, sister-in-law must work, but not to the extent of exhausting herself as before. Tasks like cutting pigweed and clearing brush yield only 6 work points a day. She must still engage in such labor. Otherwise, how would you explain to our elder brother how we manage to keep the family well fed? Even if I can provide some support, how much can I truly contribute? People will not be oblivious to our circumstances. I trust that life will not remain this way forever. Perhaps in the future, we will be permitted to engage in business. And then not working will not be a concern. We can quietly lead our lives well. Li Shuyang promptly expressed his viewpoint. If life becomes unbearable for Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang, akin to Li Minggan's situation, engaging in business would be understandable, even if it were overt. However, if Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang's families thrived while others struggled, it would only invite envy and hostility, as they would be searching for any incriminating evidence against them. This would be akin to voluntarily providing others with ammunition against them. As they conversed while walking towards the mountain, upon reaching Li Minggan's doorstep, Li Shuyang peered inside, noting the stillness in the courtyard. Brother, you go ahead. I'll catch up with you in 2 minutes, Li Shuyang said, feeling somewhat uneasy as he stepped into Li Minggan's yard. The courtyard was eerily quiet, and upon pushing open the door, he found no sign of Li Minghan. Only the elderly matriarch half reclining on her bed, clad in a linen garment, sipping from a bowl of meat porridge. Little uncle, you've come. Have you eaten yet? There is still a bowl of meat porridge left. It's quite delicious. The elderly woman greeted with a warm smile. Is he not home? Li Shuyang inquired. He went to our daughter's house to pick up the child, she replied with a cheerful nod. With that, Li Shuyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he ventured into the mountains at this time, by the time traps were set, it would be nightfall, which is when carnivorous animals are most active. At his age, Li Minghan could hardly outrun such creatures, though Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang were not as easily frightened. The 2 brothers were prepared, yet they did not dare linger too long in the deep woods after dark, unless they had arranged a shelter in advance. The uncertainties of the night were too numerous, and Li Shuyang was not keen to take risks with Li Zhuang. Once assured that Li Minghan was not in the mountains, Li Shuyang closed the door and gate before hastening to catch up with Li Zhuang. 30 miles away in a small fishing village, Li Minghan arrived at his daughter's home, carrying a small amount of grain and a dried wild rabbit. Upon seeing her father, the elderly woman's eyes welled with tears. Dad, she called out, her voice choked with emotion, startling everyone in the yard, particularly the young boy working in the corner. Upon realizing that it was his great-grandfather, the boy rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, unable to utter a coherent word. Great-grandfather, he managed to exclaim, dropping his tools to embrace the old man. A few years prior, the boy had lost his father, and his mother had remarried, leaving him in the care of his great-grandfather. However, 2 years ago, when his great-grandmother suddenly became paralyzed, their lives felt as though they had collapsed. Now, his great-grandfather was burdened with caring for both him and his great-grandmother, rendering him unable to work. Reluctantly, he had to send the boy to live here. Yet, every day spent in this new environment, The boy longed for the two surviving family members he had left behind, secretly shedding tears at night, enduring countless grievances in silence. Do not cry, the elderly man soothed, wiping away his daughter's tears with one hand while using the other to cradle his great-grandson. The rest of the family remained indifferent, as though the old man were a stranger to them. Take this grain, and keep this $10 for yourself. Do not let anyone know, he instructed his daughter. The elderly woman looked at her father in astonishment, but remained silent. I have brought back Shuyang. I understand that it is not easy for you here. With such a large family sharing a single pot, having an outsider with you is always inconvenient. Rest assured, I have found a way to support him, the old man said, unpacking the contents of his basket one by one, before taking his great-grandson home. Had there been any hope for survival, he would never have been willing to send his sole descendant to live with his daughter. After walking far out of the fishing village, Li Minghan took out the pancakes he had brought, and the two shared a smile, joyfully eating together. That night, Li Minghan and his great-grandson sought refuge at an old friend's house instead of his daughter's, for ever since her husband had passed. The nephews had resented Li Yan, their mother, for supporting Li Minghan, their grandfather. Moreover, feeding Li Xingye, an outsider, with their family's grain had been a point of contention. As night fell, the boy asked, Great-grandfather, you mentioned that it was my great-great-grandfather who taught you how to earn money. Does that mean he is a deity? Surely he has lived for hundreds of years? The boy's face lit up with curiosity. Though your great-great-grandfather hasn't lived for hundreds of years, he is undoubtedly a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Li Minghan then quietly recounted to the boy the various game he had caught over the past 10 days, which had earned him over $90, leaving the boy speechless with shock. Great-grandfather also said that there are 300 jin of grain stored in the cellar. Surely this great-great-grandfather must be a deity. The other villagers had no great-grandfather, let alone a great-great-grandfather. And now the boy was eager to see what his ancestor was truly like. Was he akin to the Sun Wukong described by storytellers? At dawn, the two set off towards Li family village, coincidentally encountering Li Shuyang as he was leaving the village. This is your great-great-grandfather, Li Minghan pointed to Li Shuyang. No, I'm still alive. From now on, just call me Elder. Addressing me that way might frighten someone. Li Shuyang nearly toppled from his bicycle. Elder, the slender boy, with bright eyes, nodded at Li Shuyang. You too, be sure to learn well from your great-grandfather, Li Shuyang responded, nodding before cycling off towards the city. This elder truly has remarkable skills. He even possesses a foreign horse. The boy exclaimed, skipping joyfully beside Li Minghan. Your great-great-grandfather is quite talented. He is a worker from the city, Li Minghan praised, giving a thumbs up. Upon returning home, the boy immediately checked on his great-grandmother and noticed that she appeared much better. He quickly fetched water from the well to wash clothes for the two elderly people and heated a pot of water for his great-grandmother to freshen up. The boy's diligence brought immense joy to the elderly couple, were it not for the stone jars in the cellar filled with grain. Along with the hidden stash of over $90, Li Minghan would not have dared to bring his great-grandson back home. With these elements in place, coupled with the fact that the youth would grow year by year, Li Minghan genuinely feared that with a mere kick of his legs, the boy would suffer greatly and yet fail to survive. If only he could grant the youth another year of robust health, he would certainly manage to earn enough money to support the boy through marriage and into adulthood, at which point he could close his eyes in peace. He took the boy to the place where he saved money and stored provisions, and after they had breakfast, they set off towards the mountains. Soon, you will go find Li Minghai, the old master, and inform him that you are ready to work. Each day, you shall gather pig grass, and when you grow up, the old master will arrange a marriage for you, ensuring the continuation of our lineage, Li Minghan instructed, holding the boy's hand. Li Xingye nodded earnestly, diligently absorbing the steps Li Minghan outlined for setting traps. At the Jing City steel plant, Li Shuyang, as was customary, arrived first at Workshop 3, where all the workers had already taken their positions. He looked up at the clock on the wall with a hint of confusion. Usually, at this hour, the workers would still be in the cafeteria enjoying breakfast. Good morning, Master Li, Master Mo called out as he entered from behind. You're here early too, Master Mo. Li Shuyang acknowledged with a nod. Master Mo then seized Li Shuyang and pulled him out of the workshop, his face adorned with a broad smile. Chapter 54, The Gossip Monger. What is going on, Master Mo? Li Shuyang queried, puzzled by his sudden extraction from the workshop. I have something to tell you. There was a fight in our workshop yesterday, Master Mo divulged, his expression lewdly gleeful, entirely at odds with his robust physique. What is so surprising about that? Li Shuyang shook his head. In a large forest, all kinds of birds exist. It's no wonder that not every colleague gets along. It's not unusual for a single young man to brawl with a married colleague over a widow. You should have seen the scene. The married man's wife couldn't even intervene. This incident has stirred quite a commotion with the Women's Federation. Do you know why everyone has arrived so early today? They are eager to witness the aftermath, Master Mo said with a mischievous grin. What are they hoping for? Engaging in illicit affairs will lead to reform, Li Shuyang retorted. Exasperated. This isn't the modern era where one can casually book a room with anyone. Today, moral issues are paramount. Any moral degradation or promiscuity is intolerable. Even couples on the street wouldn't dare hold hands. To book a room at an inn, one must present a marriage certificate. I don't know. Perhaps they are so mesmerized by Master Lu's looks that they've lost their sense of direction. I heard this incident has escalated to the point where the couple is on the verge of divorce, Master Mo remarked, evidently pleased. His eyes lighting up at the mention of Master Lu. Li Shuyang wondered just how strikingly handsome Master Lu must be to captivate so many. Little Li, you must be cautious when working in our workshop. Master Lu's methods are not something an ordinary person can withstand, Master Mo added, shivering slightly. You speak as if you have experienced Master Lu's methods firsthand, Li Shuyang jested. Hee. Master Mo replied with a mysterious smile, casting a knowing glance at Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang shook his head and returned to the workshop. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the entrance, as if anticipating a grand performance. Li Shuyang had no intention of joining the fray, but the payroll clerk gestured for him to wait a moment. He turned to see what had captured their attention. A young woman with braided hair strode towards the workshop, her exquisite features accentuated by eyes as dark and captivating as black gemstones. She was as striking as Wang Mingran. Are you seeking a divorce, or do you intend to meddle with her? A furious voice erupted nearby. Comrade, please register me first. I must head to the line workshop shortly. Li Shuyang shook his head, disinterested in the unfolding drama. The payroll clerk glanced at Li Shuyang and swiftly marked something next to his name, then fixed his gaze on the woman known as Master Lu. Unfazed by the attention, the woman proceeded directly to her workstation. At that moment, a young man, approximately Li Shuyang's age, extended his lunchbox towards her, only to have it knocked over by Master Lu. As Li Shuyang entered the line workshop, a few workers nearby rushed over, grinning as they inquired about the gossip from workshop 3 the previous day. I work in the line workshop just like you. How could I possibly know? Li Shuyang laughed and shook his head. Cut it out. The group dispersed immediately. Little Li, are you married yet? Master Zhang inquired, glancing at Li Shuyang with a smile. I've already settled down, Li Shuyang affirmed with a nod. If only you weren't married. Although Master Lu is a widow without children, she is quite appealing and carries no burdens. You two would make quite the pair, Master Zhang remarked, shaking his head. Li Shuyang chuckled but chose to remain silent. It was no wonder Master Zhang had been eyeing him while waiting in line behind the woman yesterday. Master Lu was indeed unfortunate. Her beauty was not her fault. Yet some people felt compelled to tarnish her reputation. Just like the previous day's fight, she hadn't instigated it. Yet the factory was buzzing with rumors that she had seduced both men involved. Little Lu is a girl I've watched grow up. I know her character well. It would be strange for her to be attracted to those two, Master Zhang said as he walked alongside Li Shuyang towards their workstations. Li Shuyang listened attentively but refrained from commenting, as he wasn't familiar with the details. Lacking understanding of the facts, he felt it unwise to voice an opinion. After all, even what one sees can be deceptive, let alone mere rumors. Prejudice against the beautiful is not a phenomenon exclusive to our time. It has existed throughout history. The line workshop continued as usual, with no new products introduced. Li Shuyang skillfully engaged in his tasks, awaiting the end of his shift. The faster he worked, the more reluctant Director Chang became to let him go. After all, it was not easy to replace a level 5 worker with a temporary one. If only Li Shuyang could repair machines, Director Chang would undoubtedly have considered a swap, but alas. Li Shuyang had been in the factory for less than a month and was still unfamiliar with the machine parts, making repairs impossible. While reluctant to part with Li Shuyang, he was even more unwilling to lose a level 5 worker. As 5 days swiftly passed, the worker from Li Shuyang's position returned, fully recovered and ready for work. While Li Shuyang did not report back to the line workshop. Little Li, come here, Master Zheng called out as Li Shuyang entered the workshop. He approached Master Zheng, who began instructing him on the use of machine tools and files. Little Li, the most crucial step in machine work is sharpening tools. Knowing how to operate the machine is not enough. You must also learn to repair and sharpen your tools. From now on, you will work at this station. And when repairs are needed, I will come to guide you. Pay close attention and learn as much as you can, Master Zheng explained, quickly processing the parts from the blueprints. The position Li Shuyang occupied involved the manufacture of simple components, as Master Zheng was hesitant to let him handle more complex tasks due to his apprentice status. If you have any questions, ask Master Lu next to you. She is not the kind of person they describe, and her skills are more than sufficient to guide a beginner like you, Master Zheng concluded. Within minutes, the others began to enter the workshop one after another. Li Shuyang nodded before commencing the preliminary machining on the lathe. Master Zheng observed Li Shuyang's technique, which bore no resemblance to that of a novice. Rather, it seemed akin to that of a seasoned expert with many years of experience, executing each step flawlessly. To Master Zheng's astonishment, as the initial component was processed, Li Shuyang had already removed the part and begun filing the rough edges. Is there truly a genius in this world capable of memorizing every procedure at a mere glance? Master Zheng murmured to himself, taken aback by how swiftly Li Shuyang was learning. No wonder old Chang was reluctant to let him go. Master Zheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction and resolved to observe Li Shuyang for a few more days to determine whether he should take him under his wing and impart further knowledge. As Li Shuyang commenced work on his first component, Master Zheng nodded approvingly. It was evident that Li Shuyang required no guidance from Master Lu. Chapter 55, Ant. The components produced by Li Shuyang underwent meticulous inspection by the quality control personnel, who expressed great satisfaction with the work of this newcomer. Not only did he keep pace with the veteran employees, but he also managed not to make a single mistake throughout the entire morning. The young man who had been involved in a scuffle earlier that day had approached several times, yet Master Lu had not deigned to acknowledge him with a friendly demeanor. Li Shuyang, however, scrutinized the young man carefully. Aside from his slightly unremarkable appearance, he possessed a certain audacity. While waiting in line to collect his ticket, Li Shuyang stood behind Master Mo. You've done well, haven't you? How did you manage to persuade old Zheng to transfer you to our workshop? The one with the best fortune? Master Mo remarked with a mischievous grin. Do you really believe in such things? Li Shuyang teased. Uft, you ungrateful wretch. Look at how envious young Wang is of you. He glances at you as if he would devour you whole. Master Mo chuckled, patting Li Shuyang on the shoulder and gesturing towards the young man in the distance. Li Shuyang followed Master Mo's gaze and indeed found the young man scrutinizing him. Yet he remained unconcerned, as he had no intention of developing any connection with Master Lu. Soon enough, it was Li Shuyang's turn to receive his ticket, and the attendant handed him a meat and vegetable ticket. Perplexed, Li Shuyang accepted the ticket and made his way to the canteen. Not bad. You've even earned the respect of the ticket attendant today, Master Mo jested, wrapping an arm around Li Shuyang's shoulder. Indeed, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. The ticket attendant, akin to a quality inspector, had been observing Li Shuyang all morning, fearing that he might inadvertently disrupt the workshop. To everyone's surprise, Li Shuyang performed as competently as a full-time worker, and thus, his midday ticket bore no distinction from those of the permanent employees. Nowadays, a meat and vegetable ticket did not guarantee actual meat unless it specifically stated braised pork. Instead, it referred to vegetables stir-fried in lard. Li Shuyang discovered that Master Mo had a penchant for humor, yet his intentions were never malicious. Each time deliveries arrived, Master Mo would personally assist Li Shuyang in organizing them, always departing with a friendly jest. Master Mo, you can't possibly be a lifelong bachelor, can you? Why else would you constantly make jokes about Master Lu? Li Shuyang teased with a grin. You little brat, you speak as though I were without a wife. I am indeed a married man, Master Mo retorted with an exasperated glance. I find that hard to believe, Li Shuyang replied, pushing Master Mo's hand away with a mischievous smile. Believe it or not, come to my house for dinner in a couple of days and see for yourself. Master Mo said, somewhat irritated, as he could not fathom why anyone would doubt a full-time worker's marital status. After all, could a monthly salary of 375 not afford a wife? Each time he joked with Li Shuyang, he found himself nearly at a loss for words. Yet Master Mo genuinely enjoyed teasing him. I won't go. With your appetite, your family might not have enough food to spare, and come the end of the month, you'll blame me for your hunger, Li Shuyang quipped. Can't you bring your own provisions? Must I supply food when you visit? In that case, I shan't go. Master Mo replied as they continued to banter on their way to the canteen. As evening fell, Li Shuyang pedaled his bicycle towards the village, while in the steel mill. Master Zheng inquired of the quality inspector regarding the number of defective items produced by Li Shuyang throughout the day. Thus far, none had emerged, and it must be said that Comrade Li's learning ability was truly remarkable. That's all that matters. The factory manager has instructed me to teach him as soon as possible. However, without a solid foundation, a machinist may find himself in a precarious position come assessment time. Master Zheng nodded in agreement. I believe Comrade Li could pass the Level 1 machinist exam in a month, the quality inspector mused. But passing Level 1 is of little use if he requires Level 2 for permanent status, Master Zheng countered, shaking his head as he gathered his belongings to leave the workshop. Upon returning home, Li Shuyang found Wang Minggran had prepared dinner, while Li Mei was hunched over the table, studying. Upon seeing Li Shuyang enter the courtyard, the two of them eagerly rushed over. Li Shuyang marveled at their excitement. After all, they had not been apart for long, so why the exuberance? After accepting his bicycle from Li Shuyang, Wang Minggran led Li Mei on a tour around the village. Once dinner was finished, Li Shuyang and his elder brother set off towards the mountains. Brother, how much longer until you are deployed for flood and drought relief? Li Shuyang inquired as they walked. I heard from Li Minghai that the brigade is short on grain and must wait until the autumn harvest to prepare supplies for a month of support. Li Zhuang replied thoughtfully. Li Shuyang nodded in understanding. Presently, these projects were reliant on the local commune for provisions. Logically, any surplus grain from the summer harvest should have been set aside. Surely, they had enough stored grain from previous years? Yet, Li Shuyang chose not to dwell on it too deeply. As long as his own rations were secure, he was content. However, there are still several months until the autumn harvest, Li Shuyang remarked. Before long, the two arrived at Li Minghan's doorstep, where Li Minghan gave a thumbs-up gesture, followed by a sign for 3, and then raised his index finger to indicate 2. Li Zhuang nodded in acknowledgement. This was their established signal. A thumbs-up represented a hare. The index finger indicated a pheasant, the middle finger signified a deer, the ring finger represented a wild boar, and any unknown wild animal was denoted by the little finger. Li Minghan had quite a good haul today, Li Shuyang whispered. Not bad, but not as much as ours, Li Zhuang replied with a nod. By the way, have you not delivered any fish lately? Minggran says she's tired of eating fish every day, Li Shuyang chuckled. Since acquiring the fishing net, Li Shuyang had taught Li Zhuang how to fish several times, and now Li Zhuang consistently brought home several large fish daily. Even Wang Mingran's father had requested that she refrain from bringing fish over, as they had been feasting on fish for half a month straight. Sour fish is delicious, Li Zhuang remarked, not directly addressing the issue of delivery, but acknowledging the taste of the fish. Fried, deep-fried, boiled, steamed, and braised. She's had her fill of all of them, Li Shuyang said, shaking his head in exasperation. Then I shall turn the fish into dried fish to send to Uncle's family. By the way, the big ant in the city wants you to visit when you have time, Li Zhuang mentioned, as if recalling something. You went to the city today? Li Shuyang inquired. Puzzled. They're all relatives. It's good to keep in touch. I delivered a few pieces of dried fish that I had prepared a few days ago. And my aunt even gave me some fabric in return, which I shared with my siblings, Li Zhuang explained with a nod. Very well. I shall pay her a visit when I have the opportunity, Li Shuyang agreed. By the way, is she a relative from our side of the family? Li Zhuang queried, turning to Li Shuyang for clarification. It seems so. I can't quite remember, but I believe she is referred to as Auntie. Li Shuyang shook his head and remarked. He was unsure about the prospect of yet another relative to maintain contact with. Yet he found solace in the thought of having the opportunity to deliver some game in the future, thus compensating for the initial 12 yuan. Chapter 56, Dowry. After setting up the traps, Li Zhuang prepared all the game for sale and, along with Li Minghan's goods, made his way to the city. Ah, Li Shuyang. It's quite a rarity to see you as a worker, Su Man teased upon spotting him. You're always trying to take advantage of the harvest. Yet you say it's hard to meet. Li Shuyang chuckled. For the past half-month, Su Man had been present every day, imparting high school knowledge to Wang Minggran and assisting her with household chores. Upon returning from school, Li Mei often helped both Li Mei and Li Min with their studies. Enduring the daily gruel is hardly bearable, Su Man laughed. By the way, I'll leave the rations with you. We'll share meals from now on. Suit yourself. Wang Minggran replied as she took out the sunflower seeds sent by her little uncle. At that moment, Li Min burst in, tears streaming down her face, her expression indicating she had suffered a great injustice. What's wrong? Li Shuyang inquired, raising an eyebrow. My mom hit me, Li Min sobbed. Why? Li Shuyang asked, the frown on his forehead easing. I ate the egg custard meant for my little siblings, Li Min confessed before running to embrace her aunt, Li Mei. Li Shuyang chuckled helplessly. At that age, it was quite normal to indulge in the treats meant for younger siblings. He recalled that when the two little ones were not around, his sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, would always save the best delicacies for Li Min, regardless of where she procured them. Did she not save a portion for you? Li Shuyang inquired with a smile. Nowadays, with no need to barter eggs for essential goods, the family's eggs had become a source of nourishment for the children. They were devoured in no time. Li Min suddenly laughed. Then you deserve to be scolded. There were only so many to begin with, and you've eaten them all. Your siblings also require nourishment, Li Shuyang advised. Aware that she might not be receptive to his words at present, yet he felt compelled to speak. Li Min nodded, refraining from contradicting him. Ever since the second uncle had divided the family, she often received treats, and she understood that his words were intended for her benefit. Should I join in the learning as well? Su Man asked as she began to explain to Li Mei, glancing at Li Shuyang. What's there to learn in elementary knowledge? Li Shuyang shook his head. Just a bit of revision. You've not touched a textbook in years. When my parents send me the junior high textbooks, I'll teach you those subjects, Su Man replied. Li Shuyang helplessly looked at Wang Minggran, who seemed eager to try, and nodded in agreement. Ms. Su and Mr. Wang each took on a student, explaining concepts while Li Shuyang felt himself growing drowsy. He was often reprimanded by Wang Minggran for his inattentiveness. However, he pondered what was so difficult about adding and subtracting numbers within 100. Perhaps I should create a blackboard for you. It would be useful for jotting down more challenging concepts, he suggested, seeking an excuse to alleviate his boredom. Once in the backyard, Li Shuyang busied himself, retrieving some previously burned lime and filtering it through a mesh again. The lime powder needed for chalk must be exceptionally fine. And seeing how ardently everyone was pursuing knowledge, he decided to contribute his efforts. In a few years, perhaps Wang Minggran could also give it a try. If she were to gain admission to university, it would be splendid, and if not, she could follow Li Shuyang into the business world. Before long, he fashioned a simple blackboard, and once he acquired some black paint, it would suffice. Even without the paint, it could still serve its purpose. The chalk would need a couple of days to dry completely. In the family quarters of the county's material bureau, a middle-aged man entered the house, immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Spotting several meat dishes on the table, he hastily set down his briefcase and approached the dining table. In the past, he dreaded returning home for meals, but now he could hardly wait to arrive after work. After taking a bite of the dried fish and sampling the spicy fried chicken, he felt satisfied and quickly poured himself a glass of white liquor. "Where did you buy this dried fish? This meat is truly delectable," he exclaimed with a smile. "It was sent by my nephew." The woman handed him 2 steamed buns with a grin. "That's impossible. They wouldn't send leftovers after eating. Are you hiding something from me?" The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously, well aware of his wife's family's tendencies. They were known for seeking rather than giving. "They're the ones who sold us the family heirloom. They likely didn't redeem it back, hoping to play on our emotions and strike a deal when the time is ripe. I'm not blind to their motives. They bring us meat, and I merely gave them a few yards of cloth in return. I wouldn't dream of returning that heirloom. Look, One is 20 and still can't cook. She will surely be looked down upon by her in-laws once she gets married. I wish to give this stone to One as part of her dowry." The middle-aged woman spoke as though she had discerned the subtle intentions of Li Shuyang and his brother. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. Ever since acquiring the heirloom, the family meals had grown increasingly sumptuous. If he were to return it, the soup might become unpalatable. Let us treat it as a familial exchange, and see if they are genuine. Each time they bring something, we'll respond with an equivalent gift. The middle-aged man agreed, recognizing the wisdom of his wife's considerations. Ensuring a good future for their children was paramount. As dawn broke, a gentle rain began to fall. Li Shuyang donned his raincoat and bamboo hat, preparing to venture out with his bicycle. Brother-in-law, Wang Yuanchao awaited him at the courtyard entrance. "Isn't it a bit early?" Li Shuyang remarked with a smile. Wang Yuanchao, holding a wooden bucket filled with various items, seemed flustered. "My sister sent me to study with you," he stammered, his cheeks turning crimson. Li Shuyang chuckled, not wanting to embarrass him, suspecting that the lad had developed feelings for Su Man. If Wang Yuanchao could join him in pursuing higher education, Li Shuyang believed it would bode well for him. With a shake of his head, he made his way to the steel factory. In the village, rain meant no work, unless there were urgent harvests. The weather conditions such as yellow fog, rain, or snow exempted workers from labor, but aside from these natural occurrences, work was required nearly every day. At Zhouzhuang, the matriarch preparing breakfast stared blankly at the empty flour bin. "What retribution has befallen me?" she lamented. "What's the matter?" Wang Tinghua inquired, puzzled. "Look." The matriarch pointed at the empty bin, fuming. "Could it be?" Wang Tinghua gestured towards the neighboring courtyard. "There were 2 or 3 pounds just last night. She didn't come over, so how could it be? It must have been the 3rd son who took it. Wait until he returns." The matriarch seethed. "That's unlikely. Your son-in-law is now a worker, and he frequently brings meat over. They certainly aren't lacking in food over there," Wang Tinghua replied, shaking his head. "Who knows what he did with it to please someone else? When he returns today, I'll give him a piece of my mind," the matriarch exclaimed, throwing down the wooden ladle in frustration. Chapter 57, A Fight. Due to the light rain falling from the sky, Li Shuyang arrived at the steel factory slightly later than usual. After everyone had finished their breakfast, they busied themselves with polishing the machines at their respective workstations. As Li Shuyang stepped into the 3rd workshop for fitters, he immediately noticed the young man casting a hostile gaze in his direction. Li Shuyang felt a surge of amusement. Such individuals were perilous. When they fail to secure a partner, they tend to blame others. While this posed no threat to Li Shuyang himself, it could spell trouble for anyone who might become his wife. Such individuals often exhibit personality flaws and, when enraged, are prone to violence. "Shaoli, come here. Today, I need you to process this type of screw with this machine. Check if there are any issues," Master Zheng instructed, holding out a blueprint before Li Shuyang. "No problems," Li Shuyang replied with a nod. Although this screw differed from the components processed the previous day, it was, in fact, easier to work with. However, given the current rudimentary equipment, the margin of error remained uncontrollable. The industrial level in the interior was at a critical juncture, lacking any comparative data as a reference for all products. The materials suffered from insufficient high-temperature strength, rendering further experimentation impossible. The outdated experimental equipment lacked concrete data for comparison, and the quality of metallurgical products was unreliable. The production cost of the nation's first car was daunting. The design blueprints had been dismantled, subdivided into individual component diagrams. Workers throughout the factory would examine the blueprints and take whichever they could work on, with no one knowing how many failures occurred along the way. Notably, in the shaping of the engine cylinder, only 3 successful cylinders emerged from 100 attempts, illustrating the significant challenges facing contemporary industrial technology. The root of these issues lay in the absence of specific comparative data and the lack of more advanced technology. In the first instance of collaboration with foreign investment to produce automobiles, none of the parts met the requisite standards. Among the numerous small components, only a few could fulfill the requirements set by foreign manufacturers. Major factories capable of such production lacked reference data, and naturally, Li Shuyang's workshop was no exception. The provided blueprints could only be utilized if the error margins were not excessively large. Only advanced fitters, those ranked at level 5 or above, could maintain tolerances within the width of a hair, making them invaluable assets to the factory. Cultivating a skilled fitter requires considerable time, which is why assessments beyond level 4 are conducted with utmost rigor. The workshop places great emphasis on young individuals with swift learning abilities, hoping each employee can quickly shoulder significant responsibilities. As the machines roared to life, Li Shuyang diligently commenced his tasks. After processing the first screw, he began measuring it with a caliper. The dimensional discrepancies from the blueprint were minimal, prompting him to pick up a file and commence polishing. Upon completion, he resumed his work. Master Zheng would occasionally glance over at Li Shuyang, nodding in satisfaction at his focused and adept demeanor. The quality inspector inspected the parts Li Shuyang had produced, scrutinizing the blueprints before measuring them with a caliper. After multiple confirmations, he finally convinced himself of their accuracy. The screw produced by Li Shuyang had an error margin ranging approximately between 0.002 and 0.012 millimeters, surpassing the control capabilities of a level 4 fitter and rivaling those of a level 6 fitter. The inspector was convinced that Li Shuyang was a natural at the trade. Having only touched the machine for the second day, his control proficiency was exceptional. Had he been employed the previous year, he might have already attained level 5 status. The astonished inspector scrutinized Li Shuyang for a moment before blushing and lowering his gaze. Li Shuyang, however, had no time to pay heed to the quality inspector. His focus unwaveringly fixed on the machine. Though this machine could not compete with those of later generations, the processing results bore little difference. As the morning wore on, Li Shuyang continued his repetitive tasks, only halting when the workshop music began to play. Everyone paused their work. Some more extroverted individuals began singing along with the music, celebrating the end of the shift. "Shaoli, let me see your ticket for today," Master Emo said, as he slung an arm around Li Shuyang's shoulders, insisting on examining what ticket Li Shuyang had received. "You're quite something, managing to score braised pork just on your looks." Master Emo teased with a mischievous grin directed at Li Shuyang. "Seems like you've had your share of experience to learn such sarcastic remarks," Li Shuyang retorted playfully, pretending to choke Master Emo by the neck. At that moment, a young man approached and aggressively collided with Li Shuyang's shoulder. Li Shuyang retaliated with equal force. A muffled grunt echoed between them. "What do you think you're doing?" Master Mo's expression shifted as he turned to the young man who had bumped into Li Shuyang, one hand already grasping the collar of the offender. "Never mind. It was probably an accident." Li Shuyang quickly intervened, not wishing to drag Master Mo into his personal conflicts. Following this incident, Li Shuyang felt that Master Mo was truly a person worth befriending. "In a world that isolates me, you unhesitatingly choose to stand by my side. Such friends are invaluable. Li Shuyang, don't think you can take advantage of your proximity to the master. Master Lu is someone I have my eye on. If you wish to pursue her, you'll need to see if I agree," the young man declared, undeterred by his recent defeat, glaring fiercely at Li Shuyang. "Pray tell, what is Master Lu to you? Is she your partner or your wife? She is neither your object of affection nor your spouse. What right do you have to make decisions for her? Your agreement to her pursuits holds no weight. I am already married, and I certainly do not engage in fleeting dalliances, but I must advise you, self-awareness is a virtue. She has repeatedly declined your advances. Anyone would find such behavior as repugnant as a fly." Li Shuyang narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing at his lips as he regarded the young man. "I will not be dictated by your shamelessness," the young man retorted defiantly. "And what makes you think you have the authority to dictate to others? With your brazen attitude and penchant for trouble, do you not realize how foolish you appear to her?" Li Shuyang replied, a bemused expression on his face. "You're asking for trouble," the young man seethed, his face flushed with anger as he swung a fist at Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang stepped back half a pace before delivering a powerful punch to the young man's temple. Back when Zhang Dashan was the head of Li family village, Li Shuyang would not tolerate being taken advantage of, let alone by a temporary worker like this one. The blow landed solidly, sending the young man crashing to the ground. Instantly, a crowd gathered, glancing between the fallen youth and Li Shuyang, as if contemplating some grand revelation. Chapter 58, Positivity. Soon, members of the security department arrived. But rather than witnessing a brawl, they found the young man on the ground, hurling insults at Li Shuyang. What happened here? A burly figure from the security department inquired. Surveying the scene, everyone shook their heads, uncertain of the events unfolding in the third workshop for fitters, which had now seen its second internal conflict this month. This young man inexplicably ran into me and, rather than apologize, attempted to strike me. I was compelled to retaliate, Li Shuyang quickly explained. Take him to the security office and inquire about the situation. This is the second incident. We must understand why he seeks to undermine camaraderie among the workers. One of the security personnel recognized the young man lying on the ground, just a couple of days prior. He had been involved in a scuffle with a level 4 mechanic and had already exchanged greetings. It was unexpected that this individual would so blatantly disregard the authority of the security team. As they spoke, the comrades from the security team apprehended him. They found it entirely reasonable that Li Shuyang had been compelled to retaliate. Little Li, you found yourself in quite the predicament, Master Mo remarked, casting a teasing glance at Li Shuyang. There's nothing to be done. I struck first, and if there's to be any punishment, I shall accept it, Li Shuyang shrugged, his hands raised in resignation. I was referring to that. Master Mo gestured for Li Shuyang to follow his gaze. Upon looking, Li Shuyang saw Master Lu. But this matter had nothing to do with her. Do you believe that by tomorrow, your reputation for jealousy will spread throughout the entire factory? Master Mo said with a mischievous grin. It matters not. Those who walk the straight path need not fear shadows, Li Shuyang replied, shrugging helplessly. Surely one cannot simply allow others to strike without retaliation. Li Shuyang did not eat the braised pork during lunch. Instead, he left it untouched in his lunchbox. As the afternoon drew to a close, Master Lu approached Li Shuyang while he was tidying up his tools. Li, there can be nothing between us. You are a married man and should know to avoid misunderstandings, she said, observing him. Master Lu, do not misconstrue my actions. I harbor no ulterior motives. Today's incident was merely a matter of self-defense. Besides, I am already married and not one to waver, Li Shuyang replied, continuing to organize his tools without lifting his gaze. Once he finished packing his toolbox, he registered his lunchbox and hurried home. He truly had no thoughts regarding Master Lu. One ought to remain steadfast. Moreover, Wang Mingran, that foolish girl, was entirely devoted to him, and he would never do anything to betray her trust. Upon entering the village, Li Shuyang was intercepted by two little ones. Uncle Hug, the little girl Yaya exclaimed, stopping his bicycle. You little rascal, you know that today your uncle has brought something special. Li Shuyang halted his bicycle, allowing the two to sit on the wooden box. Uncle, he hit me. Dogdan pointed at another child from the village, his face a picture of grievance. Following Dogdan's finger, Li Shuyang noticed several children of similar age. Then you must eat well and grow taller. Fight back if need be, he said, ruffling Dogdan's hair. He pushed the two back to the yard, where everyone was sitting orderly in front of a makeshift blackboard. Wang Mingran was teaching the elder sisters Zhou Lan, Li Mei, and Li Min elementary knowledge, while Su Man was explaining difficult problems to Wang Yuanshao. Li Shuyang parked his bicycle, retrieved the lunchbox, and entered the kitchen to bring out the dishes. Are you all going to eat? He asked after seating the two little ones on a stool. The others turned to give him an exasperated look. If you don't want the braised pork, I'll enjoy it myself, he joked. At this, they laughed and rushed over. After tasting a bite, they returned to their studies. Li Shuyang, resigned, focused on ensuring the two little ones had their meal. Where's your father? He inquired, scanning the yard but failing to spot his elder brother. At Uncle's house, Yaya clapped her hands and replied, opening her mouth expectantly for Li Shuyang to feed her some braised pork. Second brother, I brought this for you from our eldest uncle. Li Zhuang called out before even entering the door, carrying a considerable amount of dried goods, including mushrooms and wood ear fungus he had collected and dried himself. Elder brother, what have you brought? Li Shuyang began to ask, but swallowed his words halfway. He wanted to express that life was not easy at their uncle's place, and that these items should be kept for themselves, yet he refrained from doing so, knowing it was a gesture of goodwill from their uncle. Elder brother, what did you take for our uncle today? After bringing the items inside, Li Shuyang asked, handing Li Zhuang a pair of chopsticks, indicating he should try the braised pork. Li Zhuang sampled a piece but then paused, gazing at the scant amount of pork in the bowl without continuing to serve himself. You're quite clever. Is there any way to help our uncle earn a bit of income? You've been there. It's too far from the mountains to set traps, Li Zhuang whispered. Aside from making bamboo crafts, there's no other option. To produce those, we must collaborate with the team. Let us wait a few years and see. Li Shuyang shook his head. But, Li Zhuang started, hesitating. Rest assured, life will gradually improve. Whenever we have excess game, you can take it to our uncle's family. I will think of ways to help them when the opportunity arises, Li Shuyang assured him quietly. In the evening, Wang Yuanshao couldn't suppress his smile, bouncing along the road, but as soon as he returned home, his spirits dampened instantly. He found his mother sitting on a stool weaving rattan, while his father, Wang Tinghua, stood nearby with a whip in hand. Kneel, Wang's mother bellowed. And Wang Yuanshao dropped to his knees. Where has the flour gone? She did not hastily lash out with the rattan. Nor did Wang Tinghua receive any signals to join in the reprimanding. Eldest sister asked me to bring my own supplies for tutoring. We ran out of cornmeal at home. So I had to take some flour, Wang Yuanshao quickly explained. When you were in school, I never saw you so eager, now that you're not studying. You think about tutoring every day? His mother replied skeptically. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself tomorrow, Wang Yuanshao suggested quietly. Fine. Tomorrow I'll go and see for myself, Wang's mother said, having calmed down upon hearing her son's honest explanation. Had he been secretive, he would have surely faced punishment. Nowadays, children do not dare to rebel. At the first sign of trouble, they face a severe reprimanding that is no laughing matter. You better wait. If I go to your eldest sister's house tomorrow and find no truth in your words, you better watch your bones, Wang Tinghua warned angrily. Chapter 59, Inquiries. Early in the morning, Wang's mother instructed her youngest son, Wang Yongjun, to accompany her to buy tofu and bean curd. After finishing her chores, she followed Wang Yuanshao to Li Shuyang's house. At that moment, Li Shuyang had already left the village, heading towards the steel factory. What time do you have your tutoring sessions every day? Wang's mother inquired. Every evening after work, Wang Yuanshao answered earnestly. And you come over so early? Is there no work to be done at home? If you have nothing else to do, shouldn't you be helping the villagers in the fields to earn work points? She tugged at Wang Yuanshao's ear in frustration. Eldest sister asked me to come help out when I have free time, Wang Yuanshao murmured. You are diligent in other people's fields, but lazy at home. You should be helping your family instead, Wang's mother shook her head, exasperated by her son's lack of initiative. Mom, what brings you here? Wang Mingran exclaimed joyfully upon opening the door, rushing to embrace her mother. The three of them laughed and chatted as they made their way to the backyard, where Wang Mingran handed her mother the unprocessed mugwort, teaching her how to knead it. How much can you earn in a month doing this? Wang Mu, imitating Wang Mingran's movements, began to busy herself. This month, they managed to gather a mere 8 yuan. And without grain coupons, procuring food has become rather challenging. Wang Mingran looked at her mother with a playful pout. Don't entertain thoughts that ought not to be entertained. Our grain coupons barely suffice for the month. These two foolish boys at home are in their growing phase, and their appetites rival those of piglets. With a keen awareness of her daughter's intentions, Wang Mu quickly shook her head in refusal. Mother, I'm not that kind of person. What I meant was, could you possibly help me secure a spot at the Zhoushuang team office? Wang Mingran smiled. Immediately, Wang Mu's brow furrowed. What Wang Mingran suggested was indeed feasible in Zhoushuang. But who could they put on the list? It certainly wouldn't be Wang Mingran, as her grain entitlement was no longer linked to Zhoushuang. The only family member eligible at present was Wang Yuanshao, since Wang Yongjun's grain quota had already been absorbed by the mill, filling the vacancy left by Wang Mingran. However, once a name was registered to purchase work points, how would they manage Wang Yuanshao's food supply? The family had only 80 jin of grain coupons for the month. This situation was quite precarious. Nan, this concerns your brother's future rations. I cannot make such a decision. Wang Mu shook her head. Do not lose hope. I will see if I can help you secure a spot in the village. Although we will need to offer some benefits in return, Wang Mu contemplated. In Zhoushuang, money could indeed buy work points. 6 yuan a month could procure a full quota, but not everyone was eligible to purchase them. These slots were reserved for the families of martyrs or those who wholeheartedly contributed to the production team. Mother, I only need 8 work points a day. I can give the remaining 2 to someone else, Wang Mingran said, smiling as she linked her arm with Wang Mu's, gently resting her shoulder against her mother. Then it's settled. I know who has such a slot, Wang Mu agreed with a smile. As the day wore on, Wang Mu kept her hands busy, and Wang Mingran brought out the wild fruits she had gathered from the mountains, soaked in brown sugar, their flavor delightful. Wang Mu finally understood why her 2 sons took so long to return from Li Shuyang's house. They seemed perpetually occupied. Though not exhausting, the work never ceased. And the delicious food was not hidden away, but rather dangled before them like a carrot before a donkey, filling them with vigor. As evening approached, team members gradually finished work, and Wang Mingran had already prepared the meals. Su Man dashed in, the first to rush into the kitchen to assist Wang Mingran. Do you want some canned food? My parents sent it to me. It's just this one can. Su Man produced a can from her bosom, opening it and offering a piece to Wang Minggran. I didn't realize your family was so well off. It's either biscuits or cans, and occasionally they send you a can of milk powder. Wang Minggran laughed after taking a bite. She then offered a piece of freshly cooked rabbit meat to Su Man for her to taste. It's nothing extraordinary, but certainly better than rural fare. Su Man replied with a grin. Since teaming up with Wang Minggran for meals, Su Man had grown much sturdier in the youth commune. The girls ate less than the boys, often settling for just 6/10 full, mostly porridge. Moreover, what came from home often had to be shared to maintain good relations, leaving little for themselves. Sneaking off to the city for a feast was out of the question. Now, whenever they craved a treat, they would send their tickets to Shuyang for city purchases. He frequently ventured into the mountains and could procure some meat. Ironically, it was Su Man who benefited from sharing meals with the Li family. Her generous nature meant she never hoarded delicious food, and she and Wang Minggran got along famously, sharing everything openly, much like best friends. At the dining table, upon seeing Su Man, Wang Yuanchao's face flushed bright red, resembling a monkey's backside. Wang Mu, being experienced, instantly grasped why her son visited Li Shuyang's house so often. It appeared that his intentions were not solely academic, but rather to catch a glimpse of the young lady. This is my mother. She came to visit me today. This is my good friend, Su Man, a fellow youth cadre, Wang Minggran hurriedly introduced. Hello, Auntie. Su Man greeted with a charming smile. Hello, Comrade Su, Wang Mu replied, her gaze appraising Su Man for a moment. Upon learning that Su Man was a youth cadre and seeing her attire, Wang Mu realized her son was likely dreaming if he thought he could win her heart. A family without a single patch on their clothes must surely be well off in the city. Furthermore, with her high school diploma, she would undoubtedly return to the city if given the chance. Considering their family's circumstances, they were merely managing in the countryside. Yet, for city dwellers, the disparity was vast. While the prevailing sentiment was that marrying well was commendable, which family didn't wish for their children to thrive? After dinner, Wang Mu exchanged farewells with Wang Minggran and headed home, refusing any gifts Wang Minggran offered. When Li Shuyang returned home, his mother-in-law had already arrived. Why is the meal so lavish today? Li Shuyang inquired, glancing at the array of dishes on the table. My mother came to visit, so I prepared a few extra dishes, Wang Minggran explained with a smile. Why didn't your mother stay longer? Li Shuyang asked Wang Minggran. She said there were matters at home and insisted on leaving. No matter how I urged her, she wouldn't stay, Wang Minggran pouted. Li Shuyang shook his head. Knowing that his silly girl had probably made her mother work all day, it was better for her to return home and rest. Did you make your mother work? He asked, his concern evident. My mother simply cannot sit idle. She wouldn't know what to do with her hands, Wang Minggran replied with a nod. Chapter 60, Mischievous Monkey. Zhou Zhuang, didn't you say you were just going to take a look? Why are you back at this hour? Wang Tinghua asked his wife. Don't mention it. Your daughter's place is like a den of wolves. If you don't do something, you can forget about leaving. I suspect even the cattle herders would have to charm her to finish their own plots before they could escape. Had I not rushed back to cook for you too, I doubt I would have returned before dawn, Wang Mu sighed in resignation. What family isn't busy from dawn till dusk? Ours is certainly hectic in the mornings. Wang Tinghua expressed skepticism, thinking his wife was merely enjoying herself and reluctant to leave. You'll see for yourself tomorrow, Wang Mu replied as she headed toward the kitchen. Wang Tinghua nodded, planning to finish his chores early the next day to see what was truly happening. If they were busy all day, how tough must it be for their daughter? Whereas the second one? Why didn't he come back with you? Wang Tinghua inquired, glancing toward the courtyard door. Missing his younger son's presence. He practically lives there. How could he bear to return? Wang Mu chuckled. Wang Tinghua remained unconvinced by his wife's claims. He knew his son well enough to understand that if the work were too strenuous, he would have made an excuse to come home. The enticing aroma of food soon wafted through the air as a small child, no more than 3 or 5 years old, entered with a wooden bowl. Grandpa. The little one's face lit up with joy upon seeing Wang Tinghua, and he rushed over in a few quick steps. Grandfather's precious treasure, have you been well today? Wang Tinghua retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, swiftly unwrapping it and offering it to the little one. If left to the child, his gluttonous mother would undoubtedly consume it herself, depriving him of the treat. Just as the child began to enjoy his meal, the eldest daughter-in-law appeared at the doorway. Zai Zai, the woman called out, prompting the little one to hurriedly carry his bowl over to her. She knelt down to examine the contents of his bowl closely. Upon spotting a few pieces of meat, she swiftly grabbed them with her hands and stuffed them into her mouth, then pushed Wang Jianhua back into the courtyard. Be sure to eat well with your grandparents. After savoring a few bites of rabbit meat, the woman joyfully returned home. In the early morning, after placing the tofu and soybean pudding onto the donkey cart, Wang Tinghua followed Wang Yuanzhao towards Li family village. Throughout the journey, the father and son hardly exchanged any words. Miss Wang Tinghua knocked on the gate of Li Shuyang's home. Within moments, Wang Minggran opened the gate, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing her father, and she rushed to embrace him, playfully seeking affection. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Minggran excitedly retrieved a few freshly made snacks, which Li Shuyang had taught her to prepare for sale in the black market. Wang Tinghua took a bite, and before he could even swallow, Wang Minggran presented him with the wild fruits she had served her mother the previous day. Upon witnessing this display, Wang Tinghua realized his spouse had indeed been deceptive. They were being treated to such delicacies here, and it would be prudent to return home after dinner. After sampling the snacks and wild fruits, Wang Minggran produced a bamboo tube filled with honeysuckle picked from the mountains. Handing the tube to Wang Yuanzhao, she then passed an axe to the two men. Dad, we're short on firewood at home, and Shuyang is busy in the city. So could you and the second son help gather some? Also, if you see any stones like these, please bring some back. I need them to make lime. As soon as Wang Minggran finished speaking, Wang Tinghua nearly spat out the honeysuckle water he had just drunk. However, seeing his second son so eager, he felt compelled to comply. Throughout the morning, they made countless trips back and forth. After a brief lunch break, Wang Minggran directed the father and son to begin firing the kiln. Dear daughter, I have matters to attend to at home. I must return to oversee things. I'll come to visit again another day. Wang Tinghua finally understood what his spouse meant about luring the young cattle herders to finish cultivating the family plot. Oh, Dad, the second son isn't as strong as you and doesn't know how to seal the kiln. Please help your daughter out. Wang Minggran pouted as she tugged at Wang Tinghua's hand. After sealing the kiln, Wang Minggran pointed to the stone mortar beneath the grass shed and handed her father the pestle. Resigned, Wang Tinghua took on the laborious task. When the work whistle from Li family village sounded, it was music to his ears. Daughter, your mother and the others will be home soon. I must return to prepare dinner for them. Wang Tinghua promptly set down his work and began to leave. Dad, eat before you go. Wang Minggran called after him, holding 2 buns in her hands. No, I should leave some provisions for you, he replied, picking up his pace. Upon noticing Wang Minggran chasing after him, he quickened his steps, and soon he had exited Li family village. Returning home, he found that his spouse had already finished preparing dinner. Why are you so out of breath? Were you chased by wolves? Wang mother inquired, looking at her husband quizzically. Don't even mention it. Wang Tinghua began to vent his frustrations. I told you, yet you didn't believe me. Now you see. That girl is a little trickster. No one leaves her house without being treated. Wang mother laughed heartily, and Wang Tinghua nodded in agreement. Even those who came to borrow things would receive a small snack in exchange for their help, and they would leave as if they had struck a great bargain. Did the second son do the same as you today? Wang mother asked. How could that be? After taking me to the woods to gather firewood, he was locked in the firewood room and didn't come out until mealtime. He wouldn't say what he was doing in there. Wang Tinghua shook his head. What else could he be doing? Your daughter is as mischievous as a monkey, making mosquito coils at home to avoid being seen by others. By the way, you should pay a visit to your elder brother and ask him to speak with widow son about adding the 1-year-old child to the subsidy list. Wan could use the money to buy work points, and her little brother receives 2 work points a day. Wang mother recalled her daughter's request and hurriedly added, all right. Wang Tinghua nodded, grabbing a bottle of homemade liquor to take with him as he headed to his elder brother's house. In Li family village, Li Shuyang returned home covered in grease. Wow, what on earth did you do today to get so dirty? Wang Minggran exclaimed in surprise. I was helping Master Zheng repair machines. My workshop was finished, but I had to assist others, and that is how I ended up like this. Li Shuyang explained with a smile. He was unsure why Master Zheng insisted on bringing him along, as there were several skilled workers in the workshop. Yet he chose to take on this temporary worker. While repairing, Master Zheng explained the operation of the machines to Li Shuyang, pointing out unusual noises and malfunctions, advising him on how to identify such issues promptly. Throughout the day, Li Shuyang followed Master Zheng to 3 different workshops, fixing 3 machines. Tasks like disassembling screws were naturally assigned to the younger Li Shuyang. Chapter 61, Talent and Effort. Aren't you just a temporary worker? Why are they allowing you to learn the technical skills? Wang Minggran questioned Li Shuyang, puzzled. The management likely wants to give your man more responsibilities. Without technical skills, he would be subject to gossip. They want him to acquire the necessary skills, as transitioning to a technical position is easier with training. Especially since the factory is currently in dire need of skilled workers, Su Man interjected, linking her arm with Wang Minggran's. If you don't know the context, it may seem like they are trying to burden you, but in reality, they aim to elevate your position. If Su Man had merely mentioned the added responsibilities, Wang Minggran would not have grasped the implication. Li Shuyang understood the situation. He had entered the steel factory as a temporary worker, and given the current environment, factories were nearly saturated. Except for those recommended for university or specially recruited individuals who took over for their parents, most who entered the factory were formal workers. For Li Shuyang to gain formal status, he needed to become a specially recruited worker, which required technical skills. Many formal workers might not even pass the first-level technician exam after 1 or 2 years, yet they still enjoyed all the benefits of formal employment. Relying on them to perform crucial tasks was simply unrealistic, which meant Li Shuyang had to become a second-level technician before applying for formal status. This way, no department could find fault with him. Currently, power resided predominantly with the Revolutionary Committee. Even the factory manager would be on edge if they did not hold a significant position within the committee. Almost all matters were dictated by this department, and every other department was obliged to cooperate. The most valued individuals were still the poor farmers and workers, as the sense of class solidarity was palpable, and none dared to overstep. For Li Shuyang to secure formal status, he needed to silence all critics, ensuring they had no grounds for complaint. Thus, learning technical skills under Master Zheng's tutelage was a special privilege granted by the factory management. After all, how could an 8th-level technician afford the time to mentor a temporary worker? They were too busy handling critical components. While tasks like machine repairs were typically reserved for 5th-level technicians, in the workshop of the machinists, it is imperative to have a level 5 technician stationed there. As machines may malfunction at any moment, the absence of a key technician could lead to a halt in production, placing the responsibility squarely on the shoulders of the director of the workshop. Thus, regardless of how exceptional Li Shuyang may be, Director Chang does not dare to reassign the level 5 technician. Aside from the heavy machinery, Li Shuyang is capable of repairing most equipment. However, the owner of this body is a genuine farmer, making such abilities utterly incomprehensible. Li Shuyang can only masquerade as a prodigy, for otherwise, these antiquated devices would merely serve as relics in a museum, epitomizing the indomitable spirit of the Chinese people in the face of adversity. The components of these machines are far less intricate than those of contemporary precision machinery, and even the control panels are far simpler than the wiring of later models. With just a brief examination, Li Shuyang is able to effect repairs. However, without the collaboration of several key technicians, he would be unable to tackle the heavy machinery, regardless of his skills. As for reprocessing broken parts, this task is child's play for him. The maintenance techniques of the later era cannot compare to those of the present-day Long Kingdom. Today's maintenance technology represents the pinnacle of its era. And the reason for merely replacing parts in the future is that labor costs have surpassed production costs, making it more economical to replace rather than repair. More importantly, the replacement of parts signifies a monumental advancement in manufacturing capabilities, moving away from handcrafted production to the mechanical age. Long Kingdom has completely mastered the equipment capable of processing precision components, rendering such parts commonplace rather than rare commodities. Observing the meticulous craftsmanship of handmade products often leads to the misconception of superior skills, whereas they are merely a testament to an entire era of technological stagnation. Just as no one pays heed to the towering skyscrapers that once began from nothing, the successors have distilled their experiences into a more simplified process, stripping away much of the grandeur. Now that you have graduated, does that mean you are officially employed? Wang Minggran inquired with a cheerful smile. To graduate. What are you thinking? They are level 8 technicians, and I may never catch up in this lifetime, Li Shuyang replied, gently patting Wang Minggran on the head while smiling. His teachers often spoke of the impressive nature of level 8 technicians, yet he had never encountered one until a news report revealed their true prowess. The artisans responsible for the ignition systems of aerospace rockets are akin to today's level 8 technicians. Without ultra-precision instruments, these masters of craftsmanship rival the precision machinery of superpowers. Such formidable technicians are regarded as national treasures. A level 8 technician is even rarer than a panda, and achieving such mastery requires more than mere effort. Many toil until retirement and only attain level 2 at most. One can easily comprehend the significance of a level 8 technician. Are level 8 technicians truly that remarkable? Wang Minggran asked, her curiosity piqued. Their expertise in mechanical equipment is unparalleled, something that the average person could never hope to achieve in a lifetime. Wouldn't you agree it is impressive? Li Shuyang smiled. No amount of hard work can compensate for a lack of talent. For instance, if it takes you a month to learn basic arithmetic, a prodigy might already be solving equations. Thus, effort alone cannot bridge the chasm of natural ability. It is merely a deceitful myth. Some individuals are born at the pinnacle, while an ordinary person may never catch up unless the world undergoes a radical transformation. The elite often mislead the masses, claiming that hardship tempers one's will, suggesting that every success is accompanied by suffering. They conveniently omit the fact that they have not endured such trials themselves, having reached the summit on the backs of their fortuitous circumstances. Many affluent individuals will not disclose the numerous times their ancestors extended a helping hand during their rise. The narratives of success are often mere fabrications, intended to deceive the public while simultaneously glorifying their achievements and obscuring the shadows cast by their forebears. In truth, one's fate is often predetermined from the moment of birth. No matter how fervently one struggles, it is ultimately futile, leading only to a life free from want. The true era capable of altering destinies is the forthcoming chaotic and barren time. Should one miss that opportunity, their fate becomes immutable. No matter how hard they strive, they will remain insignificant in the eyes of others, with their greatest achievement being a fleeting moment of rage. Since Li Shuyang has been reborn, his ambitions extend far beyond mere comfort. He desires to witness the magnitude of the currents of this era. Chapter 62. The Origin of the Name. Li Shuyang shook his head, casting aside those thoughts. The most pressing task at hand was to ensure the stability of his small family. As the old saying goes, first establish a family with a good partner, then pursue a career with a noble benefactor. Li Shuyang's current mission is to manage his household with care, for the blank period still stretches for many years ahead. Alas, sighed his sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, as she entered the courtyard. What troubles you? Li Shuyang inquired, noticing that his elder brother's family was now quite prosperous, suggesting that Zhou Lan's sigh was not due to financial concerns. Presently, Li Zhuang's household was thriving, with several hundred yuan to spare, eliminating any worries about sustenance. It seems the village will have to change its leader again, Zhou Lan stated, shaking her head. What has happened? Su Man asked Zhou Lan, puzzled, for Li Minghai had been performing admirably and had not deprived any member of the collective. Under his leadership, while the village's prosperity might not be exceptional, he had not faltered thus far. Li Taizhu struck the deputy leader. Do you think the higher-ups will take kindly to this? Is it not indicative of discontent with the supervision imposed by the higher-ups? Zhou Lan replied. The higher-ups may perceive Li Minghai as testing their authority, using Li Taizhu to intimidate the deputy leader in an attempt to marginalize him, thereby consolidating power in Li Minghai's hands. Zhou Lan shook her head, acknowledging that although Li Minghai had restrained Li Taizhu and brought him to the higher-ups, the incident had already occurred. Surely they would not replace the leader for such a trivial matter. I think Li Minghai has been doing well, Su Man remarked. Since Li Minghai became the leader, haven't you noticed how those with the surname Li in the fields behave? They act as if they are all mini-leaders, directing operations with more confidence than Li Minghai himself. Don't you think the deputy leader has noticed? Zhou Lan replied, shaking her head in resignation. This matter is practically a foregone conclusion. The question now is whether the leadership will fall to the Zhang family or the Lu family. If this were ancient times, the 9 clans would have to thank Li Taizhu. This is also the reason why Zhang Dashan was not dealt with during his tenure. Appointing Zhang Dashan would only lead to the higher-ups sending someone even more formidable to take charge, creating a situation one would scarcely want to imagine. Why did he strike the deputy leader? Li Shuyang asked, puzzled. Who knows? They were the only 2 checking the task's completion, Zhou Lan replied, shaking her head. By the way, what do you think will happen this time in selecting the new leader? Zhou Lan asked Li Shuyang. Most likely the one who was struck. The village's militia will also send members from other teams, and our militia will probably be sent to assist other teams, Li Shuyang pondered. Given that the Li family is influential, it is even less likely they will select someone from within the family, while the Lu family, being wealthy farmers, would not be considered either. This would leave a very poor impression on the higher-ups. It is imperative to select a competent individual from among the impoverished farmers. Observing the restless inhabitants of Li family village and considering the emotional state of the beaten deputy leader, this position must be entrusted to him. The rationale is that this person will be more dedicated to his duties in the future, allowing Li Tizha's circumstances to improve to the level of the former Li Shuyang. The captain will always be vigilant, assigning tasks accordingly. For those who merely rely on work points, life will become increasingly arduous. When Zhang Dashan was around, he could afford to turn a blind eye, but now that the captain hails from Zhang Jituan, leniency will be a thing of the past. Li Shuyang has ceased to ponder this matter further, as his grain supply is no longer tied to the village, and his elder brother and sister-in-law are not prone to idleness. Thus, the change in captaincy bears little significance for Li Shuyang, as it will not affect the livelihoods of the 2 families. By the way, Li Shuyang, why is your name so melodious while your brother's is so casual? Su Man inquired with a smile. That. My second brother was once named Li Hu, but he struggled with that name. After our parents passed away, he frequently fell ill. Once, when Shuyang was burning with fever, I carried him to our maternal home and consulted the elder from our village. After examining him, the elder remarked that the name was ill-fated and bestowed upon him this new name. Strangely enough, after adopting this name, my second brother's health improved, Zhou Lan, the sister-in-law, recounted with a chuckle. Su Man, being an outsider, was unaware that Zhou Lan refrained from mentioning the fortune teller. The elder also predicted that Li Shuyang would not live past 25, a notion Zhou Lan dismissed, as 25 is typically the pinnacle of health. After all, elders often say, a foolish boy sleeps on a cool Kong, relying solely on good health. This young man in his 20s is undoubtedly robust. Zhou Lan has never disclosed this matter to anyone. Sister-in-law, are you referring to Mr. Zhou Tinji? Wang Minggran asked Zhou Lan. Clear's throat. Zhou Lan awkwardly coughed a few times, signaling Wang Minggran to refrain from probing further, as discussing fortune tellers is considered superstitious and could harm reputations. Nowadays, such consultations are conducted discreetly at night, and outsiders should not speak carelessly about them. Wang Minggran immediately grasped that Zhou Lan harbored distrust towards Su Man. Wang Minggran found this reasonable, considering Su Man was indeed an outsider. Su Man chose not to press further, as she was not one to delve into matters others wished to keep private. After a brief wash and changing into clean clothes, Li Shuyang followed his elder brother into the mountains. The villagers exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some were jubilant, while others wore frowns. There were even those clapping in approval, as Li Tizhuz had indeed rendered them considerable assistance. No one paid attention to what the two brothers would bring back from the mountains this time. At night, within Li Minghai's household, his wife expressed her concerns. Will this incident affect your captaincy? Who knows? It depends on the captain's disposition, Li Minghai replied. Swallowing his food with difficulty, his tone laced with reluctance. Their household seemed poised for improvement, yet this unforeseen turmoil had arisen. Though Li Tizhuz and Li Minghai were not connected by blood, the shared surname raised questions in people's minds. Is he out of his mind to act in such a manner? Li Yongli looked towards her father, Li Minghai, for answers. I wish I knew. We'll have to see how the brigade handles this. We can only let things unfold naturally, Li Minghai responded, his frustration evident. Wu Chuanhua's promised benefits now appeared to be slipping away, a calamity that had unexpectedly befallen him. A man sits at home, yet misfortune descends from the heavens. At this moment, Li Minghai felt an urge to confront Li Tizhuz. Unable to remain idle at home, Li Minghai decided to head to the brigade. In the early morning, Li Shuyang rode his bicycle towards the factory. Passing through Zhang Jituan, he noticed Li Minghai's beaming expression, which puzzled him. However, upon reflection, he realized that Li Minghai had taken the initiative, further deepening Li Shuyang's impression of him. Not long after, he saw Li Tizhuz being escorted by two individuals, heading back to Li family village. Upon their return, Li Minghai's position shifted from captain to deputy captain, while Li Yongli's accounting role was supplanted by Zhang Yin of the Zhang family. Nevertheless, a smile remained on Li Minghai's face, leaving others perplexed regarding his true sentiments. Chapter 63, The Clan Leader. The brigade's decision took Zhou Lan by surprise, yet struck her as entirely reasonable, especially since Li Shuyang had provided her with an analysis the previous day. However, she had not anticipated Li Minghai retaining the deputy captain title in the future. Apart from significant matters under the captain's purview, all other affairs would be dictated by Li Minghai. At Li Minghai's home, his daughter, Li Yongli, expressed her confusion. Father, is it truly so simple for Li Tizhuz to receive a mere penalty of 200 work points and 20 eggs for striking the captain? What's more to be done? Do not forget his surname. No matter what, he is still one of the Li family. This matter is settled, and you needn't be disheartened about losing your accounting job. Next month, you will begin working as a sales clerk in the brigade, which will be far less taxing than accounting, Li Minghai explained with a smile. What on earth is going on? Li Minghai's wife was bewildered. How was it that the family's situation had seemingly lightened, with Li Minghai becoming deputy captain while she retained her scorekeeping duties? Although their daughter lost her accounting position, becoming a sales clerk was not necessarily inferior, as both roles offered 12 work points, yet accounting was significantly more complex. Do not pry into everything. This matter ends here. Avoid displaying a long face in front of Li Tizhuz's family. Unity is crucial for our household, Li Minghai said, shaking his head. Initially, the Li family had been divided by Zhang Dashan's machinations, akin to a scattered sand pile, with Zhang Dashan pitting them against one another. Now, Li Minghai was determined to prevent such divisions from resurfacing within the clan. Otherwise, a beating for Li Tizhuz would not be unwarranted. Upon hearing about the sales clerk position, Li Yongli's eyes sparkled with delight. While not an official sales clerk, the role nonetheless came with its advantages. That evening, Li Minghai knocked on the door of Li Shuyang's home. What is the matter? Li Shuyang inquired as he opened the door to find Li Minghai standing there. Tonight, there will be a family meeting. Shuyang, your branch must attend, Li Minghai whispered. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. After informing Wang Minggran, he followed Li Minghai. The old residence of Li Mingyi contained a secret passage that led to an unknown chamber, where a gathering was already underway, with individuals seated on the floor engaged in hushed discussions. Upon Li Minghai's arrival, Everyone quickly rose to greet him. The chamber was illuminated by oil lamps, casting light on the assembly. At the head of the room sat an elder with graying hair, flanked by various ancestral tablets. Li Shuyang scrutinized the room and soon spotted the tablet of his late father, realizing that this was indeed a family meeting. I have summoned everyone here today to announce that I am now the clan leader of the Li family. As the leader, it is my duty to ensure the well-being of all. However, this can only be accomplished with your cooperation. Incidents like Li Tizhuz must never recur. In the absence of a designated leader, we were akin to a scattered sand pile, allowing an outsider to bully us for far too long. We must each reflect on our own roles in this matter, Li Minghai declared as he took his seat at the head of the table, addressing the gathered assembly. Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang exchanged nods. The internal discord within the Li family had once shattered the clan into fragments, apart from the ancestral hall, where they refrained from informing Zhang Dashan. Even the well-meaning Li Mingyi had been vilified and relegated to the cowshed. As Li Minghai's words resonated, the crowd nodded in agreement. Ever since Li Minghai had assumed leadership, he had taken great care of the family members. Many of the children had seen their work points increase by a point or two. Furthermore, regarding Li Mingyi's predicament, everyone was acutely aware of the difficulties in accessing medical care, often suffering without adequate treatment. I have proposed to the brigade that Li Mingyi serve as our barefoot doctor. I hope for everyone's full cooperation, both for Li Mingyi's sake and for the sake of your own health. This matter cannot be treated lightly. Upon hearing Li Minghai's conclusion, the crowd nodded in deep agreement once more. Often, illness had to be endured in silence, and when the burden became unbearable, they would resort to borrowing money from the brigade to buy streptomycin, knowing that if it failed, many would simply await their fate. Everyone understood Li Mingyi's medical skills, yet many were too apprehensive to associate with the denizens of the cowshed. Thus, Li Minghai's proposal struck a chord with the people. He subsequently offered several more suggestions, each of which promised immense benefits to the crowd, solidifying their unwavering support for Li Minghai as the clan's patriarch. Li Zhuang, Li Shuyang, and the elder beside Li Minghai were all part of Li Minghai's generation, but with his ascension as patriarch, cooperation was essential. One could not rely solely on seniority. Upon exiting the secret passage, Li Shuyang realized that Li Minghai indeed possessed considerable acumen, speculating that perhaps the new residence had been orchestrated by the original owner's grandfather in collaboration with his family, aimed at safeguarding their new abode. In the dead of night, Li Shuyang returned to his courtyard, only to find Wang Minggran waiting for him. He approached her swiftly, gently stroking the top of her head. "Why are you so foolish? Did I not say I would be back shortly? It's late, and I couldn't help but worry, so I sat here waiting for you." Embarrassed, Wang Minggran tilted her head against Li Shuyang's shoulder. In that moment, he realized that the love of the older generation was fundamentally simple and genuine. "You cared for me, and I cared for you." He silently expressed gratitude to the heavens for bringing him to this place. As dawn broke, Li Shuyang rose early to prepare breakfast. After their meal, he made his way to the steel factory. Upon entering Workshop 3, he sensed that something was amiss. "Have you heard, Shaoli?" Master Mo cheerfully approached Li Shuyang. "Heard what?" Li Shuyang inquired, perplexed. "The lad you fought with the other day has gotten himself into trouble. He has been taken to the security department." Master Mo's face lit up with delight. "What happened?" Li Shuyang asked, intrigued. According to the security department, he was caught behaving inappropriately with a female colleague. Master Mo elaborated. "Was it Lu Master?" "No. It seems it was a female colleague from the factory's grain and oil station. That must be a misunderstanding. Such a person would not act that way. A single-minded individual wouldn't so quickly change targets." Li Shuyang shook his head. He had encountered many individuals like that. Those who could not possess something often sought to destroy it, but they would never divert their affections elsewhere. Surely, the lad had been framed, becoming a scapegoat. Nevertheless, this incident served as a cautionary tale for Li Shuyang, reminding him to maintain a distance from female colleagues in the current climate. Otherwise, one might find themselves unjustly accused. After all, who would believe that someone would use a woman's innocence to frame him? "Are you privy to some insider information?" "You speak with such conviction," Master Mo whispered. "There's no insider information, but don't you find it peculiar? Just recently, he was fighting over Lu Master, and now he has turned to harassing another female colleague. If he were truly that desperate, he could have easily married someone. As a regular employee, it would be quite simple for him." Li Shuyang shook his head. "You find it strange as well?" A familiar voice called from behind. It was Master Zheng. Since yesterday, Master Zheng had been vocally condemning Wang Fuyo, without a hint of doubt, and Li Shuyang had not expected to share his sentiments. Master Zheng was the de facto manager of Workshop 3, and the workshop director heeded his every word. With the incident occurring in their workshop, it cast a shadow over everyone's reputation. In a collective, the rise and fall of one affected all. It does seem a bit odd, but I am not entirely clear on the circumstances and hesitate to jump to conclusions. Li Shuyang acknowledged. Then come with me, Master Zheng instructed. Unsure of Master Zheng's intentions, Li Shuyang nonetheless followed him. They walked for over 10 minutes to the northwest corner of the factory, not far from the dormitory. This was the site of the incident that occurred the previous afternoon. Someone had reported to the security department that there were illicit activities taking place, and when the security personnel arrived, they found the female colleague disheveled, accusing Wang Fuyo of assault. Although Wang Fuyo was known for his peculiar temperament, he had been with Workshop 3 for 2 to 3 years now. If he were truly that type of person, as you mentioned, he would likely have targeted Lu Master, a widow living alone outside the factory. He had pursued her for so long. How could he not be aware of her situation? Thus, I too find it hard to believe. You also know this concerns our workshop's reputation, Master Zheng remarked, looking at Li Shuyang. Could it be that he caught someone else in the act? And the man fled over the wall, while the woman accused Wang Fuyo? Li Shuyang suggested, gesturing towards the wall. It is not difficult for a man of his stature to scale that height. Your mind works quickly. That is something I hadn't considered. I'm heading to the security department now. You should return to your duties, Master Zheng replied, quickly making his way to the security office. Meanwhile, Li Shuyang returned to the workshop. Upon his arrival, Master Mo eagerly approached Li Shuyang's workstation. Did you just come from the security department to see Wang Fuyo? He asked, slowly stacking materials on the ground with great effort. No, I was just inspecting the site where Wang Fuyo was apprehended yesterday, Li Shuyang clarified as he organized his tools. What for? Do you think you can magically reconstruct the scene? Master Mo queried, puzzled. I'm not in the mood to entertain you. I just wanted to see if there were any discoveries, Li Shuyang retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Master Mo before starting his machine and getting to work. As the morning wore on without sight of Master Zheng, he finally returned just before lunchtime, leading a battered Wang Fuyo. Everyone, please set aside your tasks and listen for a moment, Master Zheng announced from the podium, addressing the workers who were tidying their tools. The crowd halted their work, turning their attention to the two men on the platform. Wang Fuyo stood there, his clothing in tatters, his feet bare, and his face bruised and battered. It is likely that from yesterday until now, you have endured considerable hardship. The events that transpired at the factory yesterday are somewhat known to everyone. Comrade Wang Fuyo has been wronged in this matter. This incident has provided a vivid lesson to the male colleagues in our workshop. It is prudent to refrain from indulging in unnecessary spectacles and to maintain a respectful distance from female colleagues to avert unforeseen calamities. Those who unjustly accuse you are often more aware of your innocence than you are yourself. Well then, I shall not delay your mealtime any further. As the crowd observed Master Zheng collecting his ticket and making his way to the exit, several male colleagues who were closer to Wang Fuyo hastily approached him, supporting him as they headed toward the dormitory. In the evening, just as everyone was preparing to leave, the workshop director summoned them to the square to witness the spectacle. On the platform stood a young couple, kneeling with placards hanging from their necks, while a loudspeaker incessantly broadcasted their misdeeds. However, Li Shuyang could not comprehend a single word, as the cacophony surrounding him drowned out the speaker's voice. After watching for a while, Li Shuyang departed from the square and rode his bicycle home. Today, I did not see Yuan Shao. At the dining table, Li Shuyang noticed the absence of Wang Yuanshao's figure. He has gone to work. Wang Mingran informed Li Shuyang as she passed him a bowl and chopsticks. Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. As they were dining, a small boy entered, and upon turning, Li Shuyang recognized him as the great-grandson of Li Minghan. My great-grandfather sent this for you, the little one said, placing the gift on the ground before darting away. Li Shuyang picked up the items, revealing several pieces of rock candy, a bottle of white liquor, and a piece of cloth. He set the items aside to return to Li Minghan after their meal. In Zhou village, Wang Tinghua addressed his spouse. The matter is settled. Tomorrow, you simply need to inform our daughter. I must go sell tofu tomorrow and have no time. You should go, his wife replied, shaking her head. Then let the youngest go, Wang Tinghua suggested. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongjun, who had long wished to visit Li Shuyang's household but had found no opportunity, eagerly nodded. Dad, I can go inform my sister, he said, swallowing his food quickly. It pertains to purchasing work points with money, Wang Tinghua confirmed. Yes, I shall inform her first thing tomorrow morning, Wang Yongjun replied with a smile. The two parents breathed a sigh of relief at their youngest son's willingness to go and hurriedly served him more dishes. At the half-slope of Li village, when Li Shuyang arrived at Li Minghan's courtyard, the family of three was joyfully dining. Upon seeing Li Shuyang enter, Li Minghan went to the kitchen and returned with a set of chopsticks. I have already eaten. You needn't concern yourselves with me. Please take these back. As your family is already struggling, Li Shuyang graciously declined. You must accept these. Without you, we might have perished from hunger, and now we can feast every meal. Li Minghan insisted, repeatedly gesturing to refuse the items. Allow me to finish my words, Li Shuyang interjected, pressing the items into Li Minghan's embrace. I know you wish to express your gratitude, but there is no rush. When your child grows older and is capable of working, we can discuss it then. For now, your priority is to live well. There is no need for these trivial gestures. You well know my current status as a worker. My household is certainly better off than yours, Li Shuyang concluded before departing from Li Minghan's home. Chapter 65, Assessment. Upon returning home, Li Shuyang found Su Man assisting Wang Minggran with her work, as Wang Minggran prepared pastries, with Su Man helping beside her. I must take my leave. I will return tomorrow to assist you, Su Man said, waving goodbye to Wang Minggran as she set down her tasks. Back at the youth dormitory, the others began their meal. Bai Qingqing and Tan Jiachuan had just finished washing the pots to prepare their meal. Tan Jiachuan's family was well off, receiving monthly remittances or meat coupons. Feeling it was unfair to share these with others, they opted to cook separately. How is the food at Li Shuyang's house? Bai Qingqing asked, linking arms with Su Man as they walked toward the kitchen. It's just average, but I appreciate not having to cook. As you know, my culinary skills leave much to be desired, Su Man explained with a smile. In truth, Su Man's primary reason for leaving to eat with Li Shuyang's family was that Tan Jiachuan was rather stingy whenever she bought meat with her coupons. It was for the three of them to share. When Tan Jiachuan received meat coupons, they would sneakily enjoy the meat without her, and Su Man, though not naive, understood she was not regarded as one of their own. Rather than allow them to take advantage of her, she decided to fend for herself. Eventually, she considered seeking refuge with Wang Minggran, only to find that life at Li Shuyang's home was quite pleasant, as the couple treated her like family, always reserving a share of their meals for her. Bai Qingqing had intended to ask Su Man to help cook, but was taken aback when Su Man's swift refusal shut down the suggestion, her smile appearing completely genuine and devoid of insincerity. Bai Qingqing noticed that ever since Su Man began sharing meals with Li Shuyang's family, she had gradually become more self-serving. Despite her affluent background, Su Man now calculated every matter, even the smallest items like needles and threads. Glancing at the iron pot in the kitchen, Su Man noted it contained meat, and with a smile, she exited to the courtyard to wash clothes. After finishing her laundry, Su Man sat on the bed, reviewing her high school knowledge. As she had nearly forgotten much of it, had it not been for the need to teach Wang Minggran, she might not have touched her books at all. Time slipped by, and before long, Bai Qingqing entered the room with a bit of meat. Su Man, come try my cooking. No, I am too full today. Perhaps next time, Su Man replied with a smile, shaking her head in refusal. Bai Qingqing was taken aback by how quickly Su Man rejected her. After all, this was meat. Many families only had the opportunity to taste it once a year. Just a taste, let us see how my skills compare with Wang's. Bai Qingqing insisted, offering a piece to Su Man. Su Man opened her mouth to sample it, and found Bai Qingqing's cooking to be slightly superior to Wang Minggran's. Yet she was wise enough not to fall for the same trick twice. Bai Qingqing was adept at using small favors to win people over, and Su Man recognized her performance as quite skilled. Had she not overheard the conversation between Bai Qingqing and Tan Jiachuan that night, Su Man would have believed Bai Qingqing regarded her as her best friend. Morning arrived. Just as Li Shuyang was rising, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening the courtyard gate, he was surprised to see his younger brother-in-law, Wang Yongjun, whom he had not seen for several days. What brings you here so early? Li Shuyang asked with a smile. My father sent me to discuss something with my sister. Wang Yongjun cheerfully entered the courtyard, immediately bustling about with even more energy than Li Shuyang. After entering the kitchen, Li Shuyang prepared an extra portion for breakfast. Take this to Su Xingqing after delivering it. You can return to eat, he instructed, filling a bowl with porridge from the leftovers for his brother-in-law. Wang Yongjun took the bowl and dashed off to the playground. For Li village was small, and the only gathering places were either the fields or the playground, or the youth dormitory. By the time Wang Yongjun returned for breakfast, Li Shuyang had already departed for work at the steel factory. A multitude of individuals at the steel mill strode joyfully through the factory gates, and after securing his bicycle, Li Shuyang made his way towards the workshop. Inside, the invoice clerk, and Ping, was seated behind a desk that had been relocated to the entrance of the workshop, suggesting that an important registration was underway. Temporary workers need not register. You may proceed directly to your duties, and Ping remarked with a smile. Li Shuyang had learned her name from Master Imo. What brings you to the entrance today, comrade? He inquired with a chuckle, his curiosity piqued. Today marked the registration of summer uniforms, and once the tally was complete, they would head to the logistics department to collect their work attire, as the steel mill issued a new set of uniforms every 2 years. Master Li, as a temporary worker, you aren't entitled to this benefit. However, I firmly believe you will soon be a permanent employee, and Ping cheerfully responded. I appreciate your kind words. I too hope to secure a permanent position soon. Li Shuyang replied with a grin as he proceeded to his workstation. Time passed, and autumn approached swiftly. Li Shuyang had been at the factory for over 3 months, while his elder brother, Li Zhuang, had been engaged in flood control and drought relief for more than a month. Li Shuyang was now preparing for his first qualification examination as a fitter. Over the past 3 months, he had diligently followed Master Zhang to learn the craft, and his first assessment would be for the level 3 fitter qualification. Were it not for Master Zhang's intervention with the evaluators, Li Shuyang would have had to ascend through the ranks step by step. His assessment entailed producing qualified components within a specified time frame and repairing a designated piece of equipment. As evening approached and the workday concluded, Li Shuyang departed from the assessment department and returned to Workshop 3. How did it go? Master Imo, stationed at the entrance of Li Shuyang's workstation, inquired upon seeing him return with a beaming smile. Currently, the remuneration for fitters was quite substantial compared to other workers. Level 1 fitters earned 27.5 yuan, level 2 fitters 36.5 yuan, level 3 fitters 42.5 yuan, level 4 fitters 51.5 yuan, level 5 fitters 63.5 yuan, level 6 fitters 76.5 yuan, level 7 fitters 89.5 yuan, and level 8 fitters 104.5 yuan. Li Shuyang had successfully completed his fitter assessment. Upon reporting to the personnel department at work tomorrow, he would transition into a permanent role, with a monthly salary of 425 yuan and eligibility for housing allocation. Li Shuyang would finally be considered a city dweller. However, he had no intention of relocating to the city, as the agricultural ties of Wang Minggran and Li Mei remained in Lijia village, making the transition quite challenging. Nevertheless, having a residence in the city would afford him considerable convenience, sparing him the need to brave heavy rain to reach the village during inclement weather. Upon his return to the village on his bicycle, Li Shuyang encountered his brother, Li Zhuang, and his fellow flood relief workers, who were joyfully making their way back. Each face radiated happiness. Chapter 66, Pregnancy. As soon as Li Shuyang entered the courtyard, Li Mei approached to take his bicycle, pushing it alongside Li Min to play outside. In the courtyard, his mother-in-law, Zhou Yufan, was whispering to Wang Minggran, while his father-in-law busily tended to the kitchen, clearly in high spirits. Wang Minggran had been pregnant for over a month before finally sharing the news with them, much to the delight of both elders. Mom and Dad. Li Shuyang greeted the elderly couple upon seeing them. Well, you two certainly excelled at keeping secrets. Such significant news, and you didn't think to inform us. His mother-in-law playfully chided. It's all his fault for telling me not to move around too much and to stay home. Otherwise, I would have told you long ago. Wang Minggran retorted, playfully tossing a pot at Li Shuyang's head. He chuckled, recognizing that it was indeed Li Mingyi who had suggested her caution. Despite still residing in the cattle shed, now serving as a barefoot doctor, tending to livestock, earning 12 work points a day, he merely needed to observe the animal's health and report any issues promptly. Consequently, the villagers had become more diligent about visiting the cattle shed, although they maintained their distance from its inhabitants. When Zhang Dashan was the team leader, Zhang Hu would occasionally rummage through the shed to check for anything of value. But following Zhang Dashan's downfall, no one dared to venture near until Li Mingyi's appointment as the barefoot doctor rekindled their interest. As evening descended, Li Shuyang invited his brother's family over, and they gathered around the dining table, engaging in laughter and conversation. After dinner, Li Shuyang accompanied his brother into the mountains. Since Li Zhuang had been supporting flood control efforts, he had scarcely had time to venture into the hills, often working until dusk. Passing by Li Minghan, his brother nodded in acknowledgement, noting that only 2 months remained until the snowfall. Once heavy snow blanketed the mountains, access would become perilous, and the risks of navigating the snow-covered terrain were considerable, as one could easily lose their footing and suffer grave consequences. How did your assessment go today, second brother? Li Zhuang asked, recalling Li Shuyang's mention of the examination. I passed, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Initially, he could have qualified as a level 2 fitter last month, but Master Zhang had advised him to study for an additional month. It was only today that he was permitted to take the level 3 assessment. Fitter qualifications were only held once a year, and Master Zhang believed that if Li Shuyang did not take the level 3 assessment now, he would have to wait until the following year for the next opportunity. Li Shuyang had just managed to register for the examination on the final day. Then you will officially be a permanent employee? Li Zhuang's face brightened with a radiant smile, his voice trembling with excitement. Indeed, permanent employees enjoy various benefits, including housing allocation, Li Shuyang confirmed with a nod. After setting traps, he returned home with Li Zhuang, only to find that his father-in-law and 2 uncles had already departed. In the courtyard, Li Mei was busy reciting her lessons. She had developed a bit of baby fat, and since moving in with Li Shuyang, her meals had been plentiful, often supplemented with meat. It appeared she was finally attaining a healthy physique, shedding her previous timid demeanor. Every day after collecting pig fodder, She would take a small stool to the village entrance to listen to stories. Wang Mingran had also ceased making mosquito repellent, as the materials had withered with the season, though she occasionally prepared pastries for Li Shuyang to sell in the black market. Each time he delivered goods to the black market, he directly handed them over to Fifth Master and his associates. Although the prices were somewhat lower, it spared him the need to linger, as he had neither the time nor inclination to wait around in the black market. On the following morning, Li Shuyang headed straight to the personnel department upon arriving at the factory, where he filled out a special recruitment form, accompanied by the personnel department director. He proceeded to the finance department for registration. Once completed, his grain and oil booklet was replaced, and his work ID was reissued. After finalizing these tasks, Li Shuyang made his way to the workshop, wherein Ping awaited him at the entrance. After recording his measurements, she headed to the logistics department and soon returned with a brand new blue work uniform for him. Li Shuyang entered the storage room to don his new work attire. Upon stepping out, he encountered Mo Yuliang, who took several steps back in astonishment, scrutinizing Li Shuyang closely. After circling him twice, he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is true that a person is adorned by their garments and a horse by its saddle. With this new outfit, upon closer inspection, your physique and appearance are quite comparable to my youth. You certainly have a flair for self-aggrandizement," Li Shuyang retorted with a playful roll of his eyes. "How does this new outfit suit me? Don't you feel a thrill?" Mo Yuliang chuckled, throwing an arm around Li Shuyang's shoulders. "What is there to be thrilled about? I'm merely pleased to have finally become a regular employee," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. In his era, clothing of all kinds was readily available. Unlike this time, when acquiring a new outfit required a substantial accumulation of fabric coupons. "You're just being coy. You're undoubtedly bursting with excitement inside," Mo Yuliang teased, before excusing himself to fetch materials for the others to work on. As Li Shuyang made his way to his workstation, the onlookers could not help but cast glances in his direction, with some of the female colleagues blushing in embarrassment at their lingering stares. The work uniforms were a benefit provided by the factory and did not require fabric coupons, although the cost would be deducted from their salaries at the end of the month, charged only at cost price. During lunch, Ping handed Li Shuyang a meal ticket, which he examined before returning one for a vegetarian dish. "Even as a level 3 fitter, you still eat so frugally?" Ping jested. "I simply cannot consume that much." Li Shuyang shook his head in response. In just over 3 months, he had ascended to the rank of level 3 fitter, which had created quite a stir in the fitting shop. Many took a year to reach level 2 at most. Such swift progress was unprecedented among the employees. Outside the workshop, many were pointing at Li Shuyang. Several men from other departments glared at him with resentment. His rapid achievement of level 3 fitter was a significant blow to many seasoned workers. Meanwhile, the female colleagues scrutinized him closely, eager to discern what set him apart from the rest. "Master." Just as Li Shuyang exited the workshop, he encountered Master Zheng returning from another department. "Indeed. Keep up the good work. The future awaits you to take over for us old-timers," Master Zheng said, patting Li Shuyang on the shoulder. At just 18, Li Shuyang had a long journey ahead and ample time to learn. Master Zheng held high hopes for him and took him on as his apprentice. Chapter 67, The Brother-in-Law. After Li Shuyang became an apprentice under Zheng Chuanlu, he made a point to visit every month, bringing small gifts. He had developed close ties with 3 individuals in the third workshop: Master Zheng, the gossip-loving Mo Yuliang, and the invoice clerk in Ping. All 3 resided in the newly built family housing provided by the steel mill, situated amidst the packed courtyard homes. In the evening, Li Shuyang rode his bicycle back to Lijia village. Once outside the city, many gazes fell upon his attire, filled with envy. As he entered the village, several people's eyes sparkled with admiration, though they refrained from approaching him due to their unfamiliarity. After the last encounter where Li Shuyang had seemed indifferent to their attention, they were not inclined to make themselves a nuisance. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted a stranger chatting amiably with Wang Mingran. "This is my elder brother," Wang Mingran quickly introduced as she noticed Li Shuyang's arrival. "Hello, big brother," Li Shuyang greeted as he parked his bicycle and approached. "Hello. So you've been officially hired?" Wang Mingran's brother, Wang Guoqing, exclaimed in surprise at Li Shuyang's work uniform. "Yes," Li Shuyang nodded eagerly. "Is it really that easy to become a permanent worker at the steel mill?" Wang Guoqing asked incredulously. "It's not that simple. It depends on one's aptitude. For us temporary fitters to become permanent, we must pass the level 2 fitter examination and fill out the special recruitment form," Li Shuyang explained. "Indeed, it does require talent." Wang Guoqing acknowledged with a nod. "All right, sister and Shuyang, I want to stay for dinner. I need to head back and check on my son," Wang Guoqing said as he rose when he saw Su Man bringing out the food. "There's no need to rush off without eating. You can have dinner first. It's just a short walk home," Li Shuyang insisted, blocking Wang Guoqing's path. No, another time for sure. I hardly ever get 2 days off." Wang Guoqing laughed, and with that, he departed from Li Shuyang's home. After seeing Wang Guoqing off from the village, Li Shuyang handed him a dried wild rabbit, which Wang Guoqing accepted with a smile before waving goodbye. Upon returning to the courtyard, the others began their meal. After dinner, Li Mei hurriedly ran towards the village entrance with a stool, while Su Man and Wang Mingran finished washing the dishes and waved goodbye. Your brother is a worker? Li Shuyang inquired, smiling at Wang Mingran, noting that she had never mentioned this before. Yes, but Dad spent 120 yuan to get him a temporary position. And he has been doing it for over 2 years, Wang Mingran replied with a smile. I noticed you seem reluctant to mention your brother and sister-in-law, Li Shuyang said, pulling Wang Mingran closer. What is there to discuss? I don't live with them. If it weren't for my sister-in-law's outrageous behavior, my parents wouldn't have considered separating from them. My brother only earns 14 yuan a month as a temporary worker in the city and sends back 5 yuan each month. My sister-in-law's position as a custodian was obtained through my father trading 50 jin of rice for 10 work points a day. My parents shoulder all the household expenses. Yet whenever it comes to money, they expect my parents to provide while my sister-in-law takes whatever she can to her family without contributing anything, Wang Mingran lamented, leaning against Li Shuyang's shoulder. You're no different from your sister-in-law. You're still a burden on your parents, Li Shuyang chuckled. That is hardly the same. I frequently send meat over, whether fish or wild game. Don't you dare call me wasteful. I would never let myself become a homewrecker, Wang Mingran retorted. Besides, I never ask my parents to buy me anything. They offer, and I always refuse, she added, playfully pinching Li Shuyang. Zhozhuang. Wang Guoqing returned to his small courtyard, aware of the familial rift caused by the division of property. Yet having married Li Tingting, divorce was not an option. Now with a child, divorce would only harm Li Tingting. Despite his frustrations with her temperament, having scolded and reprimanded her without effect, Wang Guoqing resigned himself to the belief that as long as the child was well fed and raised, he need not concern himself with other matters. Why are you home so late? Li Tingting's face brightened with a smile upon seeing Wang Guoqing, as he usually returned early during holidays. I went to visit my younger sister, but her household chores were overwhelming, and with her being pregnant, I ended up working there all day. I just finished and rushed back, Wang Guoqing explained, handing over the 5 yuan in his pocket along with a handful of items. Your family must cherish this worthless piece of trash, Li Tingting began, but before she could finish, Wang Guoqing's temper flared, and he struck her across the face. I'm afraid you seem to be itching for trouble. If I go 3 days without a reprimand, you dare to question my assistance to my dear sister? What do you mean by worthless? Your parents are the true embodiment of worthlessness. A day's labor yields but a single wild hair. And even that is insufficient to procure a mere pound of provisions. Should you dare utter such words before me again, be wary of the consequences. After delivering a resounding slap, Wang Guoqing fixed a fierce glare upon Li Tingting. Witnessing the altercation, Wang Jianhua was overwhelmed with fear and began to wail uncontrollably. Wang Guoqing hastily embraced his son to console him. In the adjacent courtyard, Wang Tinghua, with a grim expression, remarked, Lao San, go check if your sister-in-law is taking her frustrations out on your nephew again. If he's been harmed, bring him back to me. Wang Yuanchao swiftly dashed to Wang Guoqing's doorstep, and, upon seeing his nephew enscathed in his elder brother's arms, promptly returned. Elder brother has returned, he announced. Wang Tinghua, wielding a willow switch, hurried over, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? You come back only to strike my precious grandson? Before he could finish, the switch landed heavily upon Wang Guoqing's back, eliciting a muffled grunt. Father, I did not strike Zai Zai, Wang Guoqing protested, casting a pleading glance at his father. No one should be struck. It is better to resolve matters through dialogue. Gentlemen speak with words, while brutes resort to force. Upon noticing the handprint on his daughter-in-law's face, Wang Tinghua administered several more blows to Wang Guoqing. And what do you call your current behavior? Wang Guoqing gazed at his father with a look of indignation. To strike a son is akin to striking a thief. When a son strikes a father, darkness descends. Yet a father's discipline of a son is entirely justifiable. After finishing his admonition, Wang Tinghua took Wang Jianhua in his arms and made his way back home, calming the little one with a piece of candy. You ought to keep a closer eye on your son. He shouldn't resort to violence against his wife at the slightest provocation. The younger ones still require brides, and such rumors would be detrimental. Wang Tinghua addressed his spouse. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu nodded and approached. In Li family village, Li Shuyang and his elder brother Li Zhuang sat atop a great tree, their faces alight with glee as they gazed at the wild boar trapped below. As dusk approached, they were in no rush to retrieve their catch, opting instead to engage in conversation. It is unsafe to remain on the ground. Carnivorous beasts may be drawn by the scent of blood, and there are several traps nearby. It would be fortuitous to ensnare 1 or 2 larger prey. Do you know how much our parents were compensated back then? Li Zhuang inquired. No, I do not, Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head. In truth, he was not overly concerned with the matter, knowing compensation in those times was meager. The total was 130 yuan, with 100 still recorded in the village ledger, leaving us with only 30. After hiring someone to craft 2 coffins, merely 25 remained. Li Zhuang's voice quivered as he recounted this painful memory, which he had long sought to forget. Yet, Li Shuyang, now established with a family, felt it was time for him to comprehend their past. Brother, those days are behind us. Our parents watch over us from the heavens. Let bygones be bygones, he reassured. When an 18-year-old is thrust into the burdens of family responsibility, the transition can be bewildering. The shift from being a child under one's father to becoming the head of a household offers no respite. During the 1960s, rural life was fraught with hardship, with several elders perishing from starvation. Li Zhuang bore the weight of this reality with integrity. Li Shuyang believed that he and his sister-in-law Zhou Lan had shown remarkable fortitude, far surpassing many parents who, upon having daughters, would abandon them to fate in the mountains. The fact that Li Zhuang and Zhou Lan, though merely siblings, managed to care for their family better than many biological parents illustrated their exceptional character. However, Zhou Lan mentioned that after their parents passed, the original owner fell gravely ill, and it seemed he had no recollection of visiting Zhou family village. Perhaps the trauma had clouded his memory. Nevertheless, Li Shuyang trusted Zhou Lan's words. As twilight descended, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang quietly descended the mountain, carrying the wild boar back to their home. After calling for his sister-in-law, Wang Minggran, the family set to work. They kept a few pieces of meat weighing 2 to 3 jin in the offal, sending the rest to Jing City under the cover of night. This wild boar was even larger than the last, and after reserving a substantial amount, they had approximately 180 jin left. After dividing their earnings, the two purchased various items before heading back to the village. Fifth uncle's introduction letter is incredibly useful, Li Zhuang chuckled, giving Li Shuyang a thumbs up. He's a professional. Do you think he could do this without connections? Li Shuyang replied in a hushed tone. The patrol team was surely aware of the black market's existence. It benefited them as well, given that city goods were heavily rationed. With limited supplies available for purchase each month, who wouldn't desire something better? Typically, residents received 25 jin, while workers received between 27 and 31, and heavy laborers got 45. This allocation included corn, wheat, sorghum, and sweet potatoes. Most families struggled with the scarcity of oil and other necessities, and the rationed grains were hardly sufficient. Oil tickets allowed for only 3 to 4 liang per person each month, while meat tickets were sporadic, depending on the availability of pigs at the slaughterhouse. Occasionally, individuals received half a jin monthly, with the Spring Festival offering 1 to 2 jin based on job demands. Fabric tickets were distributed at a minimum of 5 feet per person annually, while stable workers after 1970 received 15 feet annually. Beyond that, there were various vouchers for sugar, alcohol, tobacco, soap, and industrial goods. Thus, the black market served as a vital resource for many families. In Li Family Village, within the small courtyard of Li Zhuang, he marveled, after all these years, it's my first time seeing our home so well stocked with meat. You truly excel. Zhou Lan gazed at Li Zhuang with admiration, then embraced him warmly. Indeed, I was once uncertain about foraging in the mountains, but now that I understand the process, I must ensure you all enjoy a better life. Li Zhuang laughed, handing Zhou Lan toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a box of lotion he had procured from the black market. Oh, Zhou Lan's smile widened upon seeing these items. She had often seen acquaintances use them by the well. I will strive harder. I will earn what others have for you, she declared earnestly. Li Zhuang responded. As the head of the family, I am already content. Do not take unnecessary risks. Discuss everything with Lao Heir and heed his counsel. I sense he harbors much wisdom yet to be revealed. Zhou Lan pointed to her head, emphasizing her thoughts. She had observed Li Shuyang's peculiar changes and felt something was amiss. But she also recognized how well he treated their family and how he had helped Li Zhuang earn a considerable sum. Her small box was now filled with over 400 yuan. I understand, she replied. Li Zhuang nodded with a cheerful smile. At the break of dawn, Li Shuyang rose early, carrying 3 pieces of meat as he hurried towards the factory's residential building. He intended to deliver the marinated pork he had prepared the previous day to Zheng Chuanlu and Mo Yuliang, who had both been quite kind to him. Upon hearing of Wang Minggran's pregnancy, each of them had gifted Li Shuyang a can of malt powder and a pound of brown sugar. Reciprocity is essential for enduring relationships. One-sided affection is seldom sustainable. Shaoli, the master's wife, exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Li Shuyang. Good morning, madam. Li Shuyang replied with a smile. You're early, young man. What time is it that you've arrived here? She remarked, pulling him toward the house. Madam, I brought you something, Li Shuyang said, opening the wooden box on the back seat and presenting a piece of marinated wild boar meat to her. You rascal. Your wife is pregnant and needs proper nutrition, she insisted, unwilling to accept it. This is from the mountains, and I have plenty more at home, Li Shuyang whispered. Oh, you should learn to be more discreet in your generosity, she continued to refuse. Please accept it, or this fellow will be reluctant to leave. Master Zheng Chuanlu chuckled as he emerged from the house. Master, Madam, I shall head over to Master Mo's now, Li Shuyang said, hanging the meat in the living room. Very well, Zheng Chuanlu nodded. After delivering the meat to Enping, Mo Yuliang accompanied Li Shuyang towards the steel factory. You're quite something, managing to procure such fine goods. It's hard to keep your mouth shut when it comes to food, Li Shuyang teased, rolling his eyes at Mo Yuliang. Of course. It's manageable. Have I not eaten yet? Mo Yuliang laughed. Chapter 69. Holiday. After being officially employed, Li Shuyang finally applied for sick leave for the first time. In these times, taking leave was unheard of. One was expected to respond to the call to labor continuously, even through the new year. For the collective honor of the factory, Li Shuyang's request for sick leave was easily granted, as one's health is the foundation of revolution. He didn't genuinely wish to apply for leave, but his family home had been uninhabited for many years, with parts of it beginning to crumble. This time, he intended to restore the little courtyard. Li Shuyang moved a mat into another vacant room and began dismantling the stove to undertake repairs. After a while, he utilized the lime he had accumulated over the months. When mixed with wood ash and white clay, the lime becomes exceedingly adhesive. A coating inside and outside the house not only enhances aesthetics, but also prevents cold winds from seeping through the earthen walls during winter. Seizing the favorable weather, Wang Minggran took all the worn cotton batting from their home to Zhouzhuang, where artisans could process it, making it as warm as new. Li Shuyang, carrying wooden stakes, began to tamp down the earth. The land inside the room had become uneven from years of neglect, with numerous holes appearing. After leveling the ground, he applied the mixture of wood ash and clay to smooth the surface and seal the mouse holes. His brother-in-law, Wang Yongjun, and Li Shuyang made countless trips into the mountains, collecting smooth, flat stones to bring home. Before long, they had covered the room's floor with these stones, resulting in a much cleaner and tidier appearance. Within 2 days, the room should be thoroughly dry. Observing that night had yet to fall, and with plenty of dark clay remaining, Li Shuyang began reinforcing the fence with clay, which would also deter mice from sneaking in, though it wouldn't last long. As evening fell, many onlookers expressed envy towards Li Shuyang's little courtyard. With the division of property, it was rare to find individuals with their own independent courtyard, especially now that Li Shuyang had become a worker. Since marrying Wang Minggran, the courtyard had taken on a lively atmosphere, no longer bearing the desolate and dilapidated air it once did. With his brother-in-law's assistance, the flagstones in the courtyard were finally laid before nightfall. They could accomplish whatever was left tomorrow. After all, he still had 2 days of holiday. In the evening, Li Shuyang went to the large playground to fetch corn stalks and straw for home. He had to inform the team leader, and only with a nod of approval could he take them home. In the fields of Lijia village, Bai Qingqing looked at Su Man with a tinge of envy. In the past, when the two worked alongside Li Shuyang, their labor had been considerably easier. However, after the leadership changed, their tasks had become exceptionally demanding, with the team leader assigning numerous responsibilities daily. Particularly for the educated youth, meeting the minimum daily quota was essential, leaving them utterly exhausted. Now, Su Man, having completed her tasks, no longer offered help to Bai Qingqing, who wondered if Su Man had been influenced by Wang Minggran's words. Regardless, Bai Qingqing felt that Su Man had become a stranger. After the autumn harvest, when the supplied grain was submitted to the commune, it was time for the grain distribution. During this period, the lazy who lacked work points would find themselves publicly reprimanded, for labor was honored, and rations were exchanged for work points. Those unwilling to work became primary targets for scrutiny, while diligent workers could accrue debts against their work points for the coming year. Li Shuyang still had several hundred work points at the team office, yet he chose not to transfer all of them to Li Zhuang. Now that Li Shuyang was an official worker, the village was largely unaware of the extent of his benefits, even if his family enjoyed slightly better provisions. It could be easily explained. His elder brother, Li Zhuang, did not shortchange Li Shuyang when distributing grain, ensuring that he received all of his rightful rations, which were handed over to Wang Minggran. At dawn, before the alarm rang, Li Shuyang was already up, clearing the weeds from the pigsty and gradually reinforcing the new corn stalks. After finishing the roof of the pigsty, Wang Yongjun arrived. Li Shuyang and his brother-in-law meticulously laid the remaining flagstones piece by piece. What is the purpose of all this, brother-in-law? Wang Yongjun asked. Observing the thorough work Li Shuyang had done both inside and outside, including the floor, which was now adorned with flagstones. Aren't you planning to move into the city with your sister? What Wang Yongjun really wanted to express was why he was expending such effort. The earthen walls are prone to crumbling and are hard to clean. With flagstones, it will be easier to keep the place tidy, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. By the way, here is something for you, Li Shuyang said, pulling a milk candy from his pocket and handing it to Wang Yongjun. This moment was witnessed by Wang Minggran, who had just returned. Wang Minggran quickly approached Li Shuyang, rummaging through his pockets. She found 2 pieces of milk candy, hastily consumed one, and handed the other to her brother, Wang Yuanchao. Are we really going to stay at my sister-in-law's house these days? Wang Minggran asked. Noticing that the courtyard was ready for habitation. The clay on the ground hasn't tea-dried yet. We'll have to wait a couple of days. Otherwise, the flagstones will become uneven and unsightly, Li Shuyang explained. After 2 days, Li Shuyang finally completed the essential tasks at home, leaving only minor work remaining, and no longer needing his brother-in-law as assistants. His sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, and Su Man prepared dinner together. Since earning money alongside Li Shuyang, his elder brother's family had begun to enjoy warm meals in the evening. After ensuring that the household lacked neither grain nor oil, both my elder brother and sister-in-law have noticeably bulked up, especially the 2 little ones in the family. Once, when Li Shuyang cradled them, they felt almost weightless. Now, they seem considerably sturdier. Second uncle, it's time for a meal, exclaimed Dog Dan, rushing towards Li Shuyang and enveloping his leg in an enthusiastic embrace. Second uncle isn't hungry. He wants the chicken leg in Dog Dan's hand, Li Shuyang teased, squatting down to play with the little one. The child eagerly offered the chicken leg to Li Shuyang's mouth, who pretended to take a few bites of the air. What a good boy. Li Shuyang gently patted the child's head, and then presented him with a handcrafted grasshopper. Little Ya is also very obedient, he said. Azia promptly offered her chicken leg to Li Shuyang as well, and he indulged her with playful antics. Tomorrow, second uncle will make you 2 new toys, he promised as he led them back to the dining table. After enjoying their dinner together, Wang Minggran began to tidy up the bedding, joined by sister-in-law Zhou Lan, while Li Shuyang and his elder brother Li Zhuang ventured into the mountains to check their traps for any catches. Meanwhile, the 2 younger brothers carried gifts prepared for Wang father and Wang mother back home. In Zhou village, upon seeing her 2 sons return with a considerable haul, Wang Tinghua shook her head in bemusement. Chapter 70. A Visit at Dawn. As the first light began to pierce the darkness, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang prepared their gifts and set off for their maternal uncle's home. Li Mei and Li Min, each carrying bamboo baskets, were also ready to embark on their journey. Having grown up together, they had always worked side by side, gathering firewood and cutting pigweed. Today, they intended to collect any corn cobs left behind during the hasty harvest, as some would deliberately leave a few for the villagers to gather. This was a time of great joy for the children, for regardless of the amount they gathered, they would always receive praise upon returning home. Their maternal uncle lived in Team 10, which fell under the same commune as Li Shuyang's family. The Hongqi commune oversaw 12 teams, each varying in the number of smaller squads beneath them. Larger production teams might have over a dozen smaller squads, which Li Shuyang referred to as villages, while smaller teams might only have 5 or 6. Team 10 was quite a distance away from Li Shuyang's home, requiring over 2 hours of cycling at a brisk pace. The Gao Mountain subgroup was a stretch of flat, dry land, with the nearest mountains not belonging to Team 10. Thus, Li Shuyang had refrained from instructing his elder brother to set traps in this area, as one could not take firewood from other teams, let alone game. As Li Shuyang cycled toward his uncle's home, guided by his brother's directions, he noticed many villagers glancing in their direction. His attire was decidedly eye-catching, a blue work uniform that drew attention wherever he went. Many young women blushed upon spotting him on his bicycle. In Li Shuyang's memory, the original owner of his body had never visited his maternal uncle's home. Once they entered the village, the 2 dismounted their bicycles. Li Shuyang pushed his bike while following behind Li Zhuang towards a thatched cottage. In front of the cottage, 2 young girls were busy with their tasks, keeping an eye on the corn laid out to dry, ensuring it was not spoiled by birds. Cousin, one young girl looked up and beamed upon seeing Li Zhuang. However, upon noticing Li Shuyang, who she did not recognize, she mistakenly thought he was a suitor and swiftly darted into the house. Fool, that is your second brother. Tai Dan and Er Dan, come in and sit down, called out a woman, who was Li Shuyang's aunt, ushering the brothers inside to rest. Second uncle. Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang exclaimed joyfully as they revealed the gifts they had brought. Li Shuyang presented a can of malt extract, 30 pounds of cornmeal, a bottle of wine, and a portion of cured wild boar meat. Li Zhuang had similarly brought 30 pounds of cornmeal and a length of fabric purchased from the black market, which they had jointly acquired. What is this? Is your family still managing to get by? Aunt Ma Lianhua's expression darkened as she surveyed the offerings. Now that Shuyang is a third-level mechanic in the city, these items were purchased with surplus tickets. We have plenty at home, Li Zhuang quickly explained. Upon hearing that Li Shuyang was now a worker, Ma Yulian scrutinized his blue work uniform more closely. Good, good. Your parents can finally rest in peace, She nodded repeatedly. She recalled the days when both of Li Shuyang's parents had passed, leaving her sleepless with worry about the survival of her nephews and niece. With the limited rations available, even with frugal living, she could scarcely send enough food to ensure their well-being. Yet, she managed to send a few pounds of mixed grains every couple of months, fearing they might starve, and she would have no face to show her elder sister in the afterlife. Previously, when she had visited, Li Shuyang was merely a temporary worker, his future uncertain. She never anticipated that he would become an esteemed formal worker and a master at that. Now, she no longer had to worry about the livelihood of her 3 beloved nephews and niece. Observing the conditions of his uncle's family, Li Shuyang couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Despite their own meager circumstances, they still managed to save rations to visit him and his siblings, demonstrating how dearly they regarded the Li siblings as their closest kin. On their journey, Li Zhuang had shared how burdensome their uncle's responsibilities were, with 4 children to raise and a bride to marry off soon, all while having little to their name. Yet, he had consistently sent food to the Li siblings for over 9 years. At noon, after the workday ended, their uncle Peng Monsong returned home with the 2 younger cousins. Spotting the bicycles in the yard, he knew Li Shuyang had arrived. Upon entering the main room, he found both brothers present. "Lunch is ready. Today, let us savor the pork brought by your cousin. Why are you just standing there? Don't you know to call out?" Ma Yulian admonished. "Elder brother, second brother." The 2 younger brothers exclaimed in unison. After a hearty lunch, Li Zhuang announced it was time to take their leave. Their uncle and aunt accompanied the brothers to the village entrance, unwilling to return just yet. Li Shuyang took a moment to survey the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before producing the 20 yuan tucked in his pocket. "What is this for?" Their uncle stepped back in surprise. "Uncle, I heard from elder brother that you are troubled about the bride price. Please take this money for now, and you can repay me when times are better," Li Shuyang urged. Li Zhuang also pressed 20 yuan into their aunt's hands. The couple looked at the money, tears welling up in their eyes, overwhelmed with a mixture of emotions, joy and gratitude. In truth, in the current rural landscape, marrying off a daughter did not require a bride price, but rather food supplies. Given their uncle's situation, how much food could they spare for such a purpose? Li Shuyang felt that assisting his uncle with this little sum was a trivial matter for him, yet it could be a significant help for them. Such relatives were far more trustworthy than hiring outsiders. Li Shuyang understood he would not remain in the factory forever, living off a fixed salary. When the time was right, he would undoubtedly venture into business. Even Li Shuyang, while toiling at the factory, continues to accumulate capital relentlessly. When the grand era arrives, the more capital one possesses, the easier it is to conduct business. Contemplating these thoughts, the 2 brothers soon hurried back to Li family village. "Did you receive it?" Upon entering the house, elder sister-in-law Zhoulan approached and inquired. "Yes, we did. Life is also tough for my maternal uncle's family," Li Shuyang nodded in response. As the family's income increased, elder sister-in-law Zhoulan had joined the team gathering pigweed, completing her daily task with just a few baskets from the mountains. This newfound time allowed her to care for the 2 little ones at home. With a bicycle now available, it became more convenient to visit, and assistance was always welcome. After all, there were hardly any relatives nearby. Elder sister-in-law Zhoulan chuckled. Chapter 71, The Eve of Mid-Autumn Festival. On a crisp morning, Li Shuyang wheeled his bicycle out the door. His 3-day leave had come to an end. Upon arriving at the steel mill, he coincidentally ran into Mo Yuliang, who greeted him with a mischievous grin and a somewhat cheeky expression. "Did you take sick leave to accompany your wife? You look too robust to be ill." Mo Yuliang playfully punched Li Shuyang's chest. "Hey, don't speak carelessly. I am the most industrious person. I would never have taken leave unless I truly felt unwell," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Since the standard of living had improved, Li Shuyang had gained considerable weight, appearing much sturdier than before. Engaged in physical labor daily, his muscles were quite pronounced, though they were not comparable to fitness enthusiasts of later times. "TCH, you're sturdier than an ox. By the way, today is your master's formal retirement. Aren't you going to send her off?" Mo Yuliang inquired with a grin. "I hadn't heard. What is going on?" Li Shuyang pressed for details. Once they reach the retirement age, they can naturally retire, and the position must be vacated for the daughter-in-law. Mo Yuliang explained as they walked towards the 3rd workshop. Li Shuyang's master was not in the 3rd workshop, but rather in the logistics department. After greeting in Ping, Li Shuyang made his way to the logistics department. Nowadays, retirements were celebrated with much fanfare at the factory. Workers reaching retirement age were adorned with bright red flowers and presented with a certificate of honorable retirement. Even after retirement, their positions could be filled by their children. If the factory deemed the retiring worker commendable, they might also receive a thermos or other rewards. Upon reaching the logistics department, Li Shuyang saw his master surrounded by several workers as they escorted her outside. He quickly joined the crowd, applauding. watching the jubilant assembly send his master out of sight. Li Shuyang then returned to the workshop. At that moment, his master Zheng Chuanlu was busy at Li Shuyang's station and only left when he saw Li Shuyang return. "Aren't you going to send her off?" Li Shuyang asked as he took over the tools and began working. "What is there to send off? You'll see her once she returns home. Life will only become more challenging for me after her retirement. At least work offers some peace." Zheng Chuanlu shook his head. Li Shuyang smiled slightly. Old folks were always like that, chatting incessantly throughout the day. After a short while, Ping approached him. "Li Shifu, the Mid-Autumn Festival is just a few days away. Are you going to attend the Model Worker Recognition Conference?" The Mid-Autumn Festival was one of the few holidays when the factory did not require employees to work alongside the Spring Festival. It would be nice to celebrate together at the factory, but attendance was optional. Despite the slogan of no rest for 30 days. Continue working on the first day of the lunar month. The factory still allowed workers to take time off for these significant holidays. "My name isn't on the list, so I'm not interested," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. "You've only just started, so of course, your name wouldn't be there. But next year's Model Worker Conference will definitely include you," Ping remarked, checking Li Shuyang's products as she spoke. "Will family members be allowed to attend?" Li Shuyang was aware that the factory's celebrations were quite lively, featuring films and various performances. Even the commune would invite projection teams to add to the festivities. The advanced teams would perform songs and dances. "Of course," Ping replied with a smile. In Li family village, Wang Yuanxiao and Wang Yongjun arrived early at Li Shuyang's home, quickly completing their tasks as instructed by Wang Minggran. The trio chatted and laughed as they made their way to town, where certain supplies for the Mid-Autumn Festival required no tickets but were subject to purchase limits. Additionally, many street vendors were allowed to set up temporary stalls for 4 or 5 days, selling an abundance of snacks. Upon arriving at Jing City, Wang Minggran bought 3 buns, one for each of them, relishing the delicious fare. They had come to assist the Wang family in procuring supplies for the festival. Half of the accumulated tickets would be spent during the Mid-Autumn Festival, with the remainder saved for the new year. In the evening, as Li Shuyang finished work, the 3 stood at the factory gate waiting for him. "What brings you to the factory?" Li Shuyang greeted Wang Minggran with a smile as he pushed his bicycle towards her. "My mother asked us to come over to celebrate together," Wang Minggran explained cheerfully. Li Shuyang removed the box from the back of the bike and placed it in the front basket, then took off his outer jacket to cushion Wang Minggran's seat. Signaling for her to hop on, he began to push her along with the flow of people. "Isn't the festival still a few days away?" Li Shuyang asked, somewhat puzzled. "My mother said that the factory would be more festive during the Mid-Autumn Festival and was concerned we might not have time to visit. So she invited us early for a reunion meal," Wang Minggran clarified as she steadied herself on the back seat. Li Shuyang nodded in understanding. Knowing that Wang Minggran's elder brother was a temporary worker who had been at the factory for over 2 years, which made her mother's concern reasonable. In Zhouzhuang, Wang's mother had already prepared the provisions purchased by Wang Minggran and her companions into delightful dishes, sitting in the courtyard with her grandson, eagerly awaiting the family's arrival. As soon as Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran entered the yard, Wang's mother stood up with a beaming smile. "We've been waiting for you. Come in and eat." The main room was adorned with 5 or 6 dishes, while Wang Guoqing sat beside Wang Tinghua, discussing recent events at the factory. When Wang Minggran's sister-in-law saw everyone returning, she brought out all the steamed buns from the steamer. "Quickly call everyone. This is your uncle." The woman, holding the little one, looked at Wang Minggran and Li Shuyang. Pointing at Li Shuyang, "Uncle," the little one shyly greeted in a soft voice. "And you as well?" Li Shuyang nodded in response, pulling a piece of money from his pocket and offering it to the child. "Xiaomei, come sit over here," Wang Guoqing jovially beckoned. Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran entered the main room together, while the woman tucked the money into her pocket. "Shall we have a drink?" Wang Guoqing asked, holding a bottle of liquor and looking at Li Shuyang. "I don't drink, but I can have a small cup today since it's a joyful occasion," Li Shuyang replied. Over the past few months, all his liquor tickets had been sent to his father-in-law by Wang Minggran, as Li Shuyang genuinely did not enjoy drinking. The little one sat between Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran, with Wang Minggran taking care of him while eating. Today, Wang Minggran's sister-in-law was particularly pleasant, her face adorned with smiles, occasionally offering Wang Minggran a helping of vegetables. After enjoying the reunion meal, Wang Minggran and Li Shuyang made their way back to Li family village. In the courtyard, Su Man and Li Mei had finished their meal and were engrossed in the comic books that Li Shuyang had brought back from the city for Li Mei. These comic books were purchased from a recycling station, as Li Shuyang had hoped to unearth some antiques. However, he discovered that old furniture was in high demand. To justify his trip, he bought a few comic books for little Li Mei. "This is something my mother sent me. You can enjoy it now, along with some brown sugar," Su Man said, placing a jar of malted milk powder and a pound of brown sugar on the table for Wang Minggran. "I still have 3 jars at home." Keep these for your morning drink. Wang Ming Ran shook her head repeatedly. Your lack of consumption is your concern. Offering or not is mine. These two matters are unrelated. You know, Su Man laughed. All right, I concede, Wang Ming Ran replied helplessly. Currently, Wang Ming Ran had more than enough malted milk powder, as even her elder brother's 3 children consumed it daily, each having a cup every morning. Li Mei and Wang Ming Ran also had their daily cup, a task entrusted to them by Li Shuyang. Nowadays, the nutritional supplements that could be consumed were scarce, and products like malted milk powder were rarely seen in the countryside. As the two conversed, they made their way into the room. Shortly after, they emerged, both blushing, with Su Man carrying a bundle and returning to the educated youth compound with a flushed face. Once back at the compound, Su Man regained her composure, placing the bundle under her pillow before heading to the yard to wash her clothes. Bai Qingqing, observing Su Man sneakily entering the house with a package and emerging without it, concluded that Su Man's parents had likely sent her something nice again. Upon entering the room, Bai Qingqing discovered the bundle beneath Su Man's pillow and, upon opening it, felt a surge of envy. It was a pack of sanitary napkins. Bai Qingqing stared at the bundle, her face revealing her envy, for many were still using menstrual belts, which were not only unhygienic but also required reuse. After washing her shirt, Su Man entered the room and found Bai Qingqing staring blankly at her bundle. Man, I've run out of sanitary napkins. Could I borrow some from you? I'll return them next time I go to the city and buy more. Bai Qingqing said with a smile upon noticing Su Man's approaching footsteps. Sure, Su Man nodded. Sharing the same roof, Su Man did not wish to jeopardize their relationship. For Li Shuyang had previously warned her to be cautious when alone. Most importantly, he had advised her to be wary of Bai Qingqing. Su Man did not understand why Li Shuyang had said this, but sensed that he had perceived something amiss, although she lacked any substantial evidence. Li Shuyang did not strike her as an authentic rural individual, based on his eloquence and demeanor. In truth, he suspected that Bai Qingqing might have been the one to have caused Su Man's distress. Originally, the two were inseparable, yet when Zhang Hu appeared, Bai Qingqing was conspicuously absent, only to arrive at the scene immediately after the incident. Everything seemed too coincidental, veering towards the sinister. Many girls faced with such situations often took extreme measures, and Su Man was no exception, as she tragically took her own life that very night. As for Bai Qingqing's motives, Li Shuyang speculated it might stem from debts owed to Su Man or other obligations, fearing she could not repay them. She decided to strike first. Li Shuyang wished to have Su Man move in with widow Zhang, but Su Man felt too embarrassed and reluctant to detach from the larger group. One morning, as Li Shuyang rose early to prepare breakfast, Li Mei was already awake, having rushed to her elder brother's house. Within minutes, she returned to the courtyard with Li Min. The two entered Wang Ming Ran's room, playfully coaxing her out of bed. Not long after, Wang Yongjun, Wang Yuanchao, and Su Man also arrived at the courtyard, each sipping some malted milk powder and nibbling on a steamed bun before heading off to the city. You all seem more eager than we do to feast. Wang Ming Ran teased from the rear of the bicycle. We didn't come here to feast. You invited us, remember? You promised we'd help you with work. And in return, you'd treat us to a movie and some sunflower seeds. Wang Yongjun retorted instantly. Upon entering the city, they spotted a large promotional poster for a film. This movie had only been released a few years prior and was quite appealing. Look at this, look at this. Second aunt, Li Min exclaimed, pointing at the poster for taking Tiger Mountain by strategy. Everyone nodded in agreement, smiles lighting up their faces at the sight of such a film. You all go ahead and enjoy the movie. I have to head to work. Take this money and have lunch in the city, Li Shuyang said, handing Wang Ming Ran 5 yuan from his pocket before pedaling off towards the factory. Once he departed, the group made their way cheerfully to the cinema, purchasing a ticket and entering. The morning crowd was sparse, allowing them to sit wherever they pleased. Each held a 5-cent bag of sunflower seeds, their faces beaming with joy. After the film, they strolled about the city. With the Mid-Autumn Festival just 2 days away, the streets were bustling with people. The commune would also have a vehicle heading directly to Jing City, with a fare of 1 dime per person. A vehicle would only depart once it was packed to capacity. Such transport from the Hongqi commune only occurred during the Mid-Autumn and Spring Festival, during regular times. Ox carts were seldom seen heading that way. Upon entering the workshop, Li Shuyang noticed Lu Meili sobbing at her station. But this was of no concern to him. He preferred not to meddle in others' affairs. When Ping came to inspect the products, Li Shuyang, seeing Lu Meili still in tears, inquired softly, "What's wrong?" Her mother is ill and hospitalized. It seems serious, and her request for leave was denied. And Ping replied quietly. The director told her to check in on her mother after work. It's not as if she has no sons or daughters-in-law, and Ping added. Before continuing, this should be an acceptable request. Li Shuyang muttered softly, but she has already taken leave numerous times this year. Oh, Li Shuyang nodded in understanding. It seemed life in her in-laws' household was not easy. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in this predicament. Since getting acquainted with Li Shuyang, and Ping often chatted with him while inspecting products, and she was as well informed as Master Mo, practically the second gossip hub of the third workshop. Aren't you supposed to live alone? Li Shuyang queried, puzzled by the conflicting accounts. It is true that she lives alone. However, she is filling in for a man's job here, and every month, aside from her living expenses, she must send most of her earnings back to her in-laws. Otherwise, why do you think she, so young, hasn't found another partner? She's reluctant to give up her job, and Ping explained, casting a furtive glance at Lu Meili nearby to see if she was eavesdropping. She could simply stop working and just provide the necessary amount each month. Li Shuyang remarked, nodding in agreement. Not long after, Lu Meili was spotted standing behind Ping, startling her when she turned around. And Ping awkwardly smiled and dashed away, leaving Li Shuyang standing there, bewildered. Hello, Master Lu, Li Shuyang greeted awkwardly. Do you find this amusing? Lu Meili asked, looking at Li Shuyang. Not at all. Li Shuyang quickly shook his head. Without this job, I would have to heed my parents' wishes and remarry. Ever since my childhood, I have been the least valued in my family. My parents have never shown concern for my feelings. When my sister and I graduated simultaneously, my mother prioritized my sister's career over mine, compelling me to work in the countryside. If I hadn't married right after graduation, perhaps I would be leading a life of toil in some remote village now. In my youth, my sister would only think of passing down her worn-out clothes and shoes to me, never considering whether they would fit. Now that I have secured a job, she frequently comes to me asking for money. As Lu Meili spoke, tears streamed down her face. Then why do you still wish to take leave to care for your mother? Li Shuyang inquired, somewhat perplexed. She is still my mother. Should I not care for her? Lu Meili replied, her face awash with tears as she looked at Li Shuyang. Have you heard of the saying, a father's kindness begets a filial child? A daughter married off is like spilled water. Even if you refuse to give them money, they can do nothing to you. After all, you are no longer a member of the Lu family. You can simply state that you have in-laws to support, and if they continue to pester you, assert that your surname on your gravestone will belong to your husband's family, severing ties with the Lu family entirely. Li Shuyang, initially disinclined to intervene, felt compelled to voice his thoughts upon hearing Lu Meili's plight. If your parents treated you this way, would you remain so carefree? Lu Meili retorted after absorbing Li Shuyang's words. Those who treat me well, I shall reciprocate in kind. In this world, there is no virtue in repaying malice with kindness. Only those who are idle and well-fed would stand on a moral high ground to criticize others. When misfortune does not strike oneself, one can speak without pain. If we were to discuss morality, even the most heinous individuals can articulate their reasoning eloquently. No matter how well you conduct yourself, not everyone will appreciate you. Those who wish to tarnish your reputation will always find excuses, as slandering someone incurs no cost, does it? One should strive to live life as they please. Li Shuyang reflected, realizing that every individual's life is fraught with disappointments, and not everyone leads a charmed existence. Lu Meili found Li Shuyang's insights more profound than those of her own teachers, and his perspective on life resonated deeply with her. Li Shuyang thought of certain verses that encapsulated the essence of life. One cannot mature without experiencing poverty. Innocence is lost without facing adversity. Human relationships are as flimsy as paper, and the affairs of the world are ever-changing like a chess game. Each person's life journey is unique. And encountering someone who can lend a helping hand without regard for consequences is what makes life truly perfect, for one still has someone trustworthy. Lu Meili nodded and returned to her post, recognizing the wisdom in Li Shuyang's words. However, she pondered why she had questioned him for mocking her, only to find herself being lectured by him instead. After their conversation, she realized that Li Shuyang was a decent person, worthy of being both a mentor and a friend. It was no wonder that in Ping, a clerk often looked down upon by the regular workers, enjoyed spending time with him. At that moment, Li Shuyang resolved to keep a greater distance from Lu Meili. Disputes often surround widows, and a young man like him being too close could invite unnecessary gossip. September 14th, 1974, the day the factory disbursed salaries. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching on the 30th, there was no time to waste. Thus, loudspeakers announced to the workers entering the factory that they should collect their salaries and festive benefits from the finance department at noon. The entrance to the finance department was abuzz with a long line of individuals, each clutching their work identification as they moved forward at a slow pace. Li Shuyang stood in line with Mo Yuliang, each window serving different workshops. In the absence of computers, not every window had complete salary information for the employees. You've been here for just 3 months, and your salary surpasses mine, Mo Yuliang remarked, glancing at the 40 or so yuan in Li Shuyang's hand. This is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Look at how hard I work. I'm always the first to arrive and the last to leave. The factory leadership has sharp eyes, Li Shuyang joked. By your logic, I should just leave at midnight and see if they increase my salary, Mo Yuliang chuckled, lightly punching Li Shuyang. By the way, have you secured housing? There are vacant rooms in our staff dormitory. You should inform Comrade soon so we can live together. Mo Yuliang suggested as they walked back to the workshop. I've already reported it, but the logistics department is still verifying where there are vacancies. You know how slow the housing distribution can be, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. After work, the logistics department was also crowded, with everyone waiting in line to collect their holiday benefits before heading home. Li Shuyang, Mo Yuliang, and Ping rushed over without even cleaning up, but fortunately, there weren't too many people ahead of them. Li Shuyang received a meat coupon, a mooncake coupon, and a pastry coupon. After finishing their cleaning duties in the workshop, the trio waved goodbye at the factory entrance. Li Shuyang rode his bicycle back home, a broad smile gracing his face. What is you in such high spirits? Wang Minggran asked curiously as Li Shuyang stepped into the yard, his smile unwavering. Here, Li Shuyang handed over his salary and various coupons to Wang Minggran, who counted the money in her hands. Wow, it's 1 yuan more than last month. Wang Minggran exclaimed joyfully. A bonus, which shows the factory leadership's keen insight. Li Shuyang grinned with pride. Whereas Su Man, Li Shuyang looked around the yard and noticed that even Li Mei was absent. They went to the commune to watch a movie. They started early today, and as soon as they finished lunch, they all ran off, Wang Minggran explained. Why didn't you go? I was waiting for you, Wang Minggran replied shyly, her face turning a shade of red. Did the older brothers go too? Li Shuyang asked after parking his bicycle. Yeah, nearly everyone from the village went, Wang Minggran said, as she began washing the clothes Li Shuyang had changed out of. I made you a new outfit, so you can wear it for the festival tomorrow, Wang Minggran called out from the kitchen. Sounds good, Li Shuyang replied, bringing out the leftover dishes and grabbing a few warm buns to eat. Countless times, Li Shuyang had envisioned returning home after work to a warm meal, and he never expected that this wish would finally be fulfilled in his new life. The communal playground was teeming with people, even the nearest branches were overflowing with spectators, and the noise drowned out the movie's sound. The air was filled with the laughter and cries of children. Chapter 74, Mid-Autumn Festival 1. As Li Shuyang continued eating, he suddenly burst into laughter. What is so funny? Wang Minggran asked as she hung the washed clothes to dry. If I tell you, you'll accuse me of being a scoundrel, Li Shuyang shook his head. Are you out there seducing vixens? Wang Minggran teased, pinching Li Shuyang's arm. What are you thinking? Li Shuyang gently brushed Wang Minggran's nose with his finger. Come on, tell me. I want tea spread it around. Wang Minggran was clearly intrigued by gossip. Li Shuyang then recounted the inquiry Mo Yuliang had posed to him at noon. How embarrassing. It's still broad daylight. Wang Minggran's face turned crimson, and she quickly hid in Li Shuyang's embrace. Mo Yuliang approached Li Shuyang, fidgeting like a bashful bride, ultimately inquiring if there existed any remedy to restore a decade of youth in that particular aspect. You see, I'm not a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, am I? Li Shuyang chuckled. Is there a renowned traditional Chinese doctor in the countryside? Explain my situation to him, and see if he can provide some guidance, Mo Yuliang urged, handing over some tickets and a few bills to Li Shuyang, imploring him to think of a solution. As one of Li Shuyang's few friends, it was only natural for him to lend a hand. After finishing his meal, Li Shuyang made his way to the cattle shed. These days, ever since Li Mingyi became a barefoot doctor, his living standards had significantly improved. On the dining table, there was a plate of scrambled eggs and a bottle of erguo too. What brings you here again? Li Mingyi shot Li Shuyang a disdainful glance, clearly not pleased to see the trio of siblings from the Li family, who, despite their youth, were his elders. At 70 years old, he found it difficult to address Li Shuyang as second uncle. Are you not welcoming your second uncle? If that's the case, I might as well take this wine back, Li Shuyang remarked, shaking the bottle of Finjio in his hand. A luxury priced at 3 yuan per bottle at the supply and marketing cooperative. Except for Maotai, no other liquor could rival its price. Yet, in terms of sales, Finjio far surpassed Maotai. Second uncle, that's rather ungracious of you. How could one take back a gift brought to the door? Come, take a seat. I'll fetch you a pair of chopsticks. Li Mingyi's demeanor instantly brightened. Who doesn't enjoy good wine? I have a friend who struggles with vitality in his intimate life. He often succumbs before even starting, and generally lacks energy, experiencing weakness in his lower back and knees. Li Shuyang shared, handing over the items he had brought. Li Mingyi scrutinized Li Shuyang for a moment, finally convinced that he was speaking of a true friend and not himself. The foundational skills of traditional Chinese medicine involve observing and inquiring. By assessing a person's complexion, one can generally deduce their ailments. Pulse-taking and questioning merely serve to reaffirm one's hypotheses. After asking a few more questions, Li Mingyi concluded that the issue was kidney deficiency. The medicinal herbs might take a couple of days to procure, and while taking the medicine, One should refrain from intimate activities, consume more leeks and vegetables, and avoid spicy foods. This treatment aims to alleviate insomnia, excessive dreaming, weakness in the lower back and knees, night sweats, fatigue, dizziness, tinnitus, and premature ejaculation. If there is no significant improvement within 7 days, one should cease usage and preferably return for a personal consultation before resuming treatment. After imparting this wisdom, Li Mingyi ushered Li Shuyang out of his small room, salivating at the sight of the Finjiu. With Mo Yuliang's request fulfilled, Li Shuyang headed home. As he passed by Li Minghan's residence, he observed the family dining in their courtyard, the walls stacked with firewood for winter. The smiles on their faces as they ate were unceasing, and Li Shuyang felt a sense of comfort in his heart, relieved to see them thriving. As night fell and the others had yet to return, Li Shuyang grabbed a flashlight and made his way to the commune, the flashlight purchased with industrial coupons after his promotion. It was quite convenient for traversing the night or for late-night restroom visits. Before reaching the commune, he spotted his elder brother leading a group back, animatedly discussing the film they had just seen, occasionally breaking into song. Chopping wood over the ridge and down the slope, the mountain chicken flutters its tail. The mountain chicken flutters its tail, soaring over the wolf's den. The singing of his sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, reached his ears, and Li Shuyang chuckled at her off-key rendition, though she had at least remembered the lyrics correctly. Sister, you chop wood while I help. How long do you want to chop? Long or short, just chop away. Who brought a ruler to measure? Su Man's melodious voice chimed in, clear and bright like the call of a mountain bird. As they walked, they soon spotted Li Shuyang, with Li Mei rushing over to him. Second brother, you wouldn't believe how crowded the commune is for the movie. People nearly fought over a good seat, she exclaimed, chattering excitedly about the evening's experiences. After escorting Su Man back to the youth compound, Wang Yuanzhao and Wang Yongjun hurried home. Sister-in-law, have you seen Lu Sanjia? Her singing is truly delightful, Li Mei said as she dashed into the brightly lit main room, greeting Wang Mingran with a smile. I've seen it, but I can't sing. Wang Mingran nodded in agreement, then handed a boiled potato to Li Mei. The two of them shared a laugh as they dipped the spicy sauce Li Shuyang had brought into their noodles, relishing the meal as if it were a feast. In the early morning, before dawn, Li Shuyang led the group to the city. If it were just Wang Mingran and Li Mei, he could have easily taken them on his bicycle, but with a larger group, he felt somewhat hesitant. The factory was bustling with excitement, and everyone was eager to witness the festivities. Even Zhou Lan and Li Zhuang, his elder brother, were no exception, each carrying a child on their back and a considerable amount of provisions in hand. Before they even entered the city, the area outside was already abuzz with activity, with the two small children on their backs brimming with excitement. Upon reaching the steel plant's entrance, all employees, accompanied by their families, were streaming in. Even before approaching the square, the sounds of drums and gongs filled the air. The cultural troupe had already begun their performance. Li Mei and Li Min clung to their sister-in-law's side, holding tightly to her clothing to avoid being swept away by the crowd. Li Shuyang trailed behind, keeping a watchful eye on the two young girls. The previous evening, after finishing their cleaning duties, the workshop supervisor had locked the doors and handed the keys to the security department for safekeeping, ensuring that any loss wouldn't reflect on the workshop. The security personnel were methodically checking each workshop to ensure that all doors and windows were secured. With the festival approaching, the influx of families posed a risk of theft, so precautions were paramount. Su Man and Wang Mingran walked ahead, arm in arm, passionately discussing which performance was more captivating. Both sides featured teams performing traditional dances, along with drumming troops from various workshops, creating an atmosphere of joyous celebration. The model worker commendation ceremony was exceptionally lively, the hall packed to capacity with attendees. Chapter 75, Mid-Autumn Festival 2. Li Shuyang led Wang Mingran and Su Man to the factory's auditorium, where a sea of people awaited, the air buzzing with excitement. This was the ceremony honoring model workers, attended by the factory's leaders, who would present awards and words of encouragement to the selected workers. Scanning the auditorium, it was evident that every seat was filled, save for a few spots in the last row. Li Shuyang quickly beckoned Wang Mingran and Su Man to sit down. Delaying even a moment could leave them standing for the entire event. The front row was filled with smiling faces, surrounded by praises and accolades. Within moments of Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran taking their seats, the hall fell silent, as the leaders entered and made their way to the podium. As soon as the factory leaders settled into their seats, thunderous applause erupted throughout the auditorium. The deputy factory director raised his hand to quiet the crowd and addressed the microphone. Today is a day of harvest and joy, as we celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day in this season of abundance. Time flies, and we have traversed countless years together. It is your unwavering dedication that has brought us to these good days. I wish everyone a happy holiday, and now, I invite Director Luo to share a few words with us. Applause erupted once more, and each worker's face radiated with a profound sense of pride. On this occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunions, coinciding with the National Day celebrations, we find ourselves fortunate indeed. This year, the output of steel from our mill has seen a steady increase, earning recognition from our leaders, a testament to the collective effort of all. Comrades, let us not forget the sacrifices and struggles of those who came before us, nor our own responsibilities and aspirations. We must strive even harder, persevering in our endeavors, radiating our warmth and light more fervently. Only through relentless effort and innovation, through continuous improvement and advancement, can we enhance our contributions to the construction of our motherland. The hall resounded with another wave of fervent applause, momentarily interrupting Director Luo's address. Some hands were so fervently clapping that they turned red. Yet they continued to express their enthusiasm. Workers who embody diligence and ambition deserve our commendation and emulation. And it is only right that we recognize outstanding workers with certificates of merit, urging everyone to learn from their exemplary conduct. Once again, applause surged, interrupting the speech anew. Each workshop, where laborers toiled tirelessly, had a model worker called to the stage to receive accolades, greeted by cheers and applause from all. Each prize included a grand ceramic jar for serving the people, towels, ceramic basins, and rare tickets not commonly seen, such as bicycle tickets and sewing machine tickets. After all the model workers received their awards, I, on behalf of all the staff at the mill, extended warm wishes to our hard-working comrades. Wishing everyone a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival, good health, and family reunions, as we strive together in the years to come. Following Director Luo's remarks, he rose. And everyone on the podium stood as well, bowing deeply to those below. Accompanied by applause, the factory leaders gradually departed from the hall. Once outside, the crowd began to enjoy the other performances within the factory, reluctant to leave even as the sun dipped below the horizon, especially upon seeing the film projector set up. However, they trailed behind Li Shuyang, turning back repeatedly as they left the factory, making their way back to Lijia village. Upon returning to the courtyard, sister-in-law Zhou Lan was busy in the kitchen with Wang Mingran and Su Man. The fish caught by the elder brother the previous night had been cut in half and placed in the steamer. Li Shuyang joined his brother in the yard, crafting new toys for the two little ones. Before long, a feast appeared on the table. Su Man had brought back braised pork from the state-run restaurant, which was heated and served. It was Li Shuyang's first time experiencing such a lively family reunion. In the evening, Su Man produced pastries she had purchased that day, distributing one to each person. Wang Yuanxiao and Wang Yongjun escorted Su Man toward the educated youth dormitory. Bai Qingqing, under the glow of the kerosene lamp, recognized Su Man entering with a bag of snacks, and a wave of envy washed over her. Su Man came from a well-off family and had partnered with Li Shuyang's family here. Every day, as she passed Li Shuyang's home after work, she could smell the enticing aroma of meat. Why was it that Su Man, who was not as pretty as herself, was blessed with such a fortunate life? If viewed through Li Shuyang's eyes, he might indeed find Su Man more attractive. However, every girl tends to believe she is the most beautiful of all. Man, has your family sent you more things? Bai Qingqing inquired gently. It's from Mingran. Su Man replied, shaking her head. Can I join you in your meals? Bai Qingqing asked Su Man. You'd have to ask them. As an outsider, I don't want to impose. I'm just a person fortunate enough to share a meal, Su Man said, not rejecting the idea. After Li Shuyang's reminder, Su Man noticed that Bai Qingqing frequently cast furtive glances at her, a gaze that sent shivers down her spine. Man, you've been living with them for half a month. Your words carry more weight than mine, Bai Qingqing said, linking her arm with Su Man's. Since living with Li Shuyang and his family, Su Man had noticeably improved in health, becoming visibly sturdier. Let us go ask together tomorrow, Su Man agreed. Apprehensive that Li Shuyang's words might come to pass, it seemed prudent to leave the educated youth dormitory and live with that elder woman instead. If she couldn't confront difficulties, should she not at least evade them? With a cheerful smile, Su Man shared her cookies with all the female comrades in the room, saving the last two pieces for Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing scoffed inwardly at Su Man's actions, thinking that with so many delicious cookies, she should save them for their future lunches instead of sharing with everyone. Early the next morning, Li Shuyang rode his bicycle toward the factory, while Su Man and Bai Qingqing arrived at Li Shuyang's home. As soon as Su Man suggested that Bai Qingqing join their meals, Wang Mingran cheerfully replied, That's fine. I'll charge Comrade Su 2 yuan a month for meals, but since Bai Qingqing is your friend, I'll charge her a little less, only 80 yuan. Bai Qingqing's face darkened upon hearing about the fee. I was just joking, Su Man. I'm perfectly happy eating with other comrades. How could I think about leaving the group? Bai Qingqing quickly shook her head in explanation. Oh, if Comrade Bai wants to come, she is always welcome. Wang Mingran said with a smile. In truth, Wang Mingran had never charged Su Man a penny, but she was unsure why Li Shuyang had her say that. However, it seemed an effective method to dissuade any thoughts of taking advantage. Man, you go ahead and have breakfast. I need to get to work. Bai Qingqing said with a cheerful wave to both of them before turning away, her expression darkening. Su Man could afford to hire someone to cook. Yet she wouldn't share that money with Bai Qingqing. Anyone could cook a meal, and every month, Su Man's family sent her half a gene of meat tickets. All these things were now a benefit for Li Shuyang and his family. Chapter 76. To manage or not to manage. Upon entering the workshop, Li Shuyang headed straight to the last workstation, which belonged to Wang Fuyo. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Shuyang had requested a transfer from his mentor. Although the work was the same, he preferred not to be too close to Lu Meili. Just as Li Shuyang finished organizing his workstation, Wang Fuyo stood before him, wearing a woeful expression. What's wrong? Li Shuyang asked in confusion. Can I not switch? Wang Fuyo forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Isn't this what you wanted? Li Shuyang questioned, puzzled. I feel I don't deserve Lu Shifu. My family has arranged a marriage for me. And it's going to happen soon. I don't want any rumors reaching my future wife, Wang Fuyo said quietly. You might as well be worried about rumors spreading overseas. Regretting now is probably too late. Li Shuyang shook his head. You've already fought a couple of times over Lu Meili. It's only natural that such matters will circulate. Especially among neighbors who won't hesitate to share this with your wife. There are always those who seek to sow discord, wishing for you to have a tumultuous life filled with laughter at your expense. Especially those who come to your home to gossip. They are the ones who hope for your family to struggle. Those who speak of right and wrong are often the instigators. My mother said that a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. As long as I treat my wife well and avoid trouble, that's what matters. Wang Fuyo added, looking somewhat aggrieved. Isn't this your chance to refine your character? Go ahead and work hard, don't dwell on it. Once you're married, treat your wife well, Li Shuyang replied with a smile, shaking his head. With a dejected demeanor, Wang Fuyo walked toward Li Shuyang's workstation. A curious crowd gathered, their eyes fixed on this peculiar situation, pondering whether Li Shuyang had been bribed by Wang Fuyo as he relinquished this prime piece of real estate. And Ping hurried to Li Shuyang's side, questioning his motives. What are you thinking? Were you threatened by Wang Fuyo? With your head in the clouds? Have you forgotten that day when gossip got someone caught? Wouldn't it be wiser to keep such matters discreet? I'm merely looking out for your best interests. Li Shuyang chuckled in response. Oh, please. And Ping rolled her eyes. By the way, remember my wedding tomorrow. You better show up. But if you can't make it, don't forget the gift money. You've reminded me 1,000 times. Rest assured, I will be there. After all, I must partake in the feast after gifting. Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Great, eat and drink to your heart's content. After saying this, Ping returned to her desk to clock in, meticulously checking each workstation against the attendance roster. Not long after, a middle-aged man entered with a young, attractive woman, who seemed vaguely familiar to Li Shuyang from a distance. After the middle-aged man concluded his discussion with the workshop director, he jovially escorted the director out of the workshop. Everyone paused their tasks. Master Zheng Chuanlu, holding a loudspeaker, announced, "Let me introduce our new workshop director. Please welcome Director Han." Applause erupted among the crowd. Thank you, everyone. We are now comrades on the same front. All for the sake of our work. I hope you will offer suggestions and bear with me as we navigate this journey together, Director Han said with a warm smile. He then introduced the new invoice clerk, Han Ing. And Ping, originally a quality inspector, had taken on dual responsibilities due to the absence of an invoice clerk. Now that her burden had lightened, she beamed with joy. Initially, Ping had harbored disdain for Li Shuyang, fearing that his mistakes could reflect poorly on her, as she lacked the time to inspect every product. If numerous errors arose, not only would Li Shuyang face reprimand, but she, as the quality inspector, would also bear the brunt of criticism. Who would relish being chastised for the missteps of a stranger? In the steel factory's residential building, a woman was directing a group to carefully move furniture. Once everything was settled, she nodded in satisfaction. These items had been transported from the county. Yet she was reluctant to have the driver bring the stones, preferring to carry them herself for peace of mind. As the aroma of her cooking wafted through the air at noon, neighbors flocked to witness the culinary prowess of the new resident, marveling at the enticing scents emanating from her kitchen. Her skills are rivaling those of the chefs at state-run restaurants. Just the smell could entice anyone to indulge in a few more steamed buns, one neighbor remarked. I believe her talent surpasses that of the state-run restaurant chefs. After all, this environment lacks the convenience of a proper stove. The flattery made the woman feel elated, contrasting sharply with her initial experience when she first moved into the Material Bureau's residential quarters, where her cooking had prompted neighbors to avoid her. They had bombarded her with questions, leaving her flustered while preparing meals. Director Han and Han Ying returned to the residential building just in time for lunch. They now indulged daily in the bone soup prepared by the woman, finding it far superior to the cafeteria's offerings. At the Han household, the woman sighed over her meal. What if we can't find the nephew we just recognized? She lamented. Didn't he give you his address? Tomorrow we can make do with a meal at the cafeteria. You should mingle a bit. That young man seemed quite grounded when I met him, Director Han suggested. Li Zhuang visited every couple of weeks, and both Director Han and Han Ying had shared meals with him, despite his intimidating appetite. The genuine connection fostered by Li Zhuang's visits brought comfort to the Han family, particularly when he brought dried fish, which they relished every time. My ungrateful nephew hasn't visited even once, always sending his older brother instead. If he came, I could treat him to a meal. He has never tasted my cooking. The woman expressed. There will be opportunities in the future. By the way, Mom, I bought some gifts for my cousins. Can you help me deliver them tomorrow? We've enjoyed their delicacies so many times, Han Ying said, presenting 2 sets of small clothes she had purchased at the department store. Recalling that Li Zhuang had 2 little ones, just 3 years old. She also included a floral cotton coat, which she had altered from her own, perfectly intact without a single patch. Initially, when her aunt visited, Han Ying had been reluctant to part with it. Since her mother honed her culinary skills, Han Ying found that meals away from home were no longer satisfying. The cafeteria's food paled in comparison to her mother's cooking, especially the soup, which was simply unforgettable. As the evening shift concluded, Li Shuyang finished his registration and hurried home, feeling the chill of the autumn breeze. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found Wang Yongjun tearfully gazing at him. Brother-in-law, my sister hit me. Aren't you going to do something about it? Chapter 77, The Aunt's Visit. What happened? Li Shuyang asked, puzzled by Wang Yongjun's distress. My sister promised to give me 10 cents a day, but after 3 months, she insists it's only 9. I argued that my initial 10 days of help should count, and she hit me. Wang Yongjun recounted his grievances. Mingran, next time be gentler. You frightened your brother. All right, don't be upset. I'll give you the remaining $1, Li Shuyang chuckled. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to intervene since she hit me? Wang Yongjun protested, looking even more aggrieved. How can I? You have 2 brothers and several cousins. How could I possibly take on them all? Li Shuyang shot him a look. Wang Yongjun pondered this, realizing that his brother-in-law would never dare confront his sister. Yet, did that mean today's beating was in vain? Not entirely, as he still managed to reclaim his money. Grinning, Wang Yongjun accepted the $1 and dashed home. Upon arriving, a smile still lingered on his face, leaving his parents thoroughly perplexed. What is going on? Did you find money on the street? Wang Tinghua chuckled. I got my paycheck. Wang Yongjun waved the money excitedly. Where did it come from? His mother snatched the money from his hand, counting it and finding $10, promptly pocketing it. Mom, what are you doing? My sister worked hard to give me this money, and I endured a beating for it. Wang Yongjun complained to his mother. You're not the type to safeguard your wealth. I'll save it for you to marry a wife, she declared. I don't want a wife, I want money. Wang Yongjun retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Cough, cough, cough. Say that again. Wang Tinghua was taken aback to hear her son express such thoughts. Wang Yongjun promptly shut his mouth, tears streaming down his face. All right, I'll give you $1 as pocket money. The rest is for your future wife. Reluctantly, Wang Yongjun accepted the $1, feeling grateful for at least receiving something. Mom, my sister hit me. He suddenly remembered the main issue and rushed to report. It's normal for kids to play fight. You shouldn't tell your parents about it. Who will want to play with you if you keep doing that? Look at how Zai doesn't complain anymore when he fights with the village kids, his mother chided him. Indeed, little brother, in the future, whenever your sister has work, you should go. You can earn a bit more money. Mother has promised you a bride more beautiful than your sister, who can assist you in dealing with her. Wang Lu pondered for a moment and spoke. All right. Wang Yongjun immediately beamed with delight, convinced that with his wife by his side, they could certainly overpower his sister. Yet, he felt a twinge of unease as if something was amiss. Never mind. It doesn't matter. My wife will definitely support me. In the early morning, Li Shuyang placed his prepared belongings into the front basket of his bicycle and pedaled towards Jing City. Shortly after Li Shuyang set off, a woman arrived in Li village aboard a tractor, inquiring at the village entrance before making her way to Li Zhuang's doorstep. Whom are you looking for? As Zhoulan opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of a smiling woman holding 2 bags at the entrance. I am searching for Li Zhuang. I am his aunt, the woman replied cheerfully. Zhoulan was instantly puzzled, wondering when their family had gained another aunt. The head of the family's aunt has come, she announced, ushering the woman into the courtyard and calling out to the kitchen. Aunt, what brings you here? Li Zhuang, upon seeing the woman, confirmed it was indeed his aunt. I came to see you all and to bring some clothes. By the way, we have now moved to the factory housing in Jing City. It's a newly built 5-story building, easy to find. Our home is the first one on the right as you enter the main gate. the aunt explained with a smile as she opened her bundle, measuring the clothes against the two little ones. The two children gazed curiously at their cheerful aunt, too shy to speak. They were adorably plump, making the aunt's heart melt. "Oh, aunt, you shouldn't have," Li Zhuang protested. "Not at all. We are all relatives." She waved her hand dismissively, handing the clothes over to Zhou Lan, and placing 5 pounds of flour on the table. Within minutes, they had all arrived at Li Shuyang's home. Wang Mingran was somewhat at a loss upon seeing the aunt. But with Li Zhuang's introduction, she quickly understood the situation. After chatting for a while and having a meal, the aunt departed, carrying 2 fish and a wild chicken back to the tractor, while Li Zhuang and the others waved her off. "Look at that. I didn't realize Li Zhuang's family had such a wealthy aunt. I saw her giving each of the 3 children a brand new cotton jacket at their doorstep." The villagers at the entrance of Li village remarked, unaware that the woman had no actual relation to the 2 brothers. Li Min, clad in a patched floral cotton jacket, couldn't stop smiling. "Don't you feel hot? What will you do if it wears out in this cold?" Zhou Lan chided as she pinched her daughter. "No way. I want to wear it." Li Min evaded her mother's grasp and dashed away. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the city to buy some fabric to make her a new outfit." Li Zhuang chuckled, shaking his head. Li Min's clothes were all hand-me-downs from Zhou Lan, altered to fit her. They invariably bore some patches. This little girl had a profound affection for new garments. Upon returning home, Lu Hui promptly cleaned one of the fish, placing stones at the bottom of a pot to boil while steaming the fish above. In the meantime, she prepared the wild chicken, and the aroma drew envious glances from the neighbors. "Big sister, where did you buy this fish? It looks so fresh," they inquired. In fact, fish in Jing City didn't require tickets and were readily available. It was the wild chicken that had them drooling. "My nephew brought it for me. I simply can't let it go to waste. Plus, I have a piece of cured meat. There's no way we can finish all this," Lu Hui replied with a smile, leaving the onlookers green with envy. The cured meat appeared to weigh at least 5 pounds, and although her household had workers, they had never seen so much meat at one time. Several people involuntarily swallowed hard. Upon seeing her husband and daughter return, Lu Hui refrained from further conversation and quickly served the dishes inside. As they sat down, they sampled the steamed fish, nodding in satisfaction before eagerly reaching for the braised chicken, giving it a resounding thumbs up. "My nephew mentioned that Shuyang works at our steel factory. You should inquire about him when you have the chance. We are family, and we should help one another," Lu Hui remarked after taking a bite of her steamed bun. "Who are you talking about?" Han Ning asked in surprise. "Li Shuyang, the young fellow who sold us the treasures," Lu Hui clarified. "What a coincidence. He's a level 3 fitter in our workshop. No wonder he seemed familiar," Han Ning mused, staring blankly at her father. Chapter 78, The Mad Monk. Jing City. In the housing complex, Li Shuyang arrived at Director Luo's residence bearing gifts, marking his second visit. He brought along some pastries made by Wang Mingran, believing that expensive gifts would be inappropriate for a family that seemingly had everything. Both times, his offerings were the same. After visiting Director Luo, Li Shuyang declined Mrs. Luo's invitation to stay for a meal, as he had to attend in Ping's wedding. When he reached the intersection of Shijia Road, Wang Mingran was already waiting for him, while his brother-in-law, Wang Yongjun, was relishing a candied hawthorn skewer. "Brother-in-law, I must take my leave," Wang Yongjun said before departing with his treat in hand. Li Shuyang rode his bicycle, leading Wang Mingran towards the factory housing. As soon as they entered, Lu Hui spotted them. "Shuyang, Mingran," she exclaimed joyfully. "Aunt." Both Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran replied with smiles. "What brings you here?" Lu Hui asked, approaching them with a cheerful demeanor. "We came to attend a colleague's wedding," Li Shuyang quickly explained. "Ah, you came. This is Shuyang," Lu Hui proudly introduced as she saw her husband and daughter returning. "Uncle, sister," Li Shuyang greeted. Wang Mingran followed suit, echoing his greeting. "You young man wouldn't come to sit with us after work. What's going on?" Director Han laughed. "Today." Hearing his wife mention Li Shuyang, he had called him into his office upon returning to the factory. He found the young man quite impressive, especially noting Li Shuyang's older brother, who appeared to be a very honest individual. Han Ning had even called Li Shuyang brother in the workshop, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Comrade and invited me to celebrate the wedding," Li Shuyang clarified. "All right, you all go on with your business. Do come by later." Director Han nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Han's family, Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran walked into the housing complex, where Lu Hui secured their bicycle at her doorstep. Worried that Li Shuyang might be too shy to attend, they made their way to the Yin family. Traditionally, weddings were held in the morning, but In Ping had to work today, necessitating a delay for the ceremony. The wedding attire was a brand new work uniform adorned with a small red flower on the chest. And In Ping's fiancée was also a worker at the steel factory, whom Li Shuyang had met before. The dowry presented by In Ping's fiancée had sparked envy among many young brides. A black and white television, a sewing machine, and a brand new bicycle, all tied with red ribbons. And Ping also carried a mechanical watch produced in Magic City as part of her dowry from her parents. The radio played in the yard, while a group of children gathered around the television, their smiles blooming like vibrant flowers. Even many adults were unable to tear their eyes away from the screen. Such an extravagant wedding is rarely witnessed in rural areas. A mere radio can create a sensation, let alone a television. Li Shuyang, however, paid little mind to it. But upon seeing Wang Mingran's envious gaze, he resolved to buy her a television next year to satisfy her longing. At the annual Model Worker Recognition Conference at the factory, these tickets were distributed. Each factory typically had at least 10 individuals eligible for a television ticket. Li Shuyang was confident that he would secure a spot next time. As in the machining workshop, aside from 2 fifth-level masters, no other regular worker possessed comparable speed. There would be another assessment next year. While he could not guarantee a promotion, he felt no pressure regarding the 5th-level qualification. After all, an 8th-level master frequently provided hands-on instruction, making it quite challenging to advance. Next year, I'll buy one for you to watch at home, Li Shuyang whispered with a smile in Wang Mingran's ear. She shyly nodded. How about I get you a radio first to satisfy your cravings? Li Shuyang pondered aloud. His connections at the factory were not exceptional. But borrowing 2 industrial tickets was certainly feasible. They lacked not tickets, but meat. Li Shuyang simply needed to propose a trade for wild game. And numerous eager individuals would line up to exchange. Really? Wang Mingran's face brightened instantly. Don't worry, I will definitely bring the radio back for you tomorrow, Li Shuyang assured her. As soon as the wedding banquet concluded, everyone helped carry the items to the groom's home. Li Shuyang contributed 3 yuan and headed toward Aunt Lu Hui's house. After chatting for over half an hour, he finally made his way back to the village with Wang Mingran. Upon arriving at his home, he allowed her to push her bicycle back into the yard while he and his brother Li Zhuang ventured into the mountains. Deep within the mountains stood a severely dilapidated temple, where an elderly monk sat at the entrance, his eyes tightly shut as he muttered some incantation. As Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang passed by the old monk, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and directed his gaze at Li Shuyang, exclaiming, "One flower, one world. One tree, one Bodhi, cycling through 3,000 realms. You come from beyond the heavens. May we converse for a moment?" Li Shuyang regarded the monk with curiosity but was taken aback by his appearance, uncertain whether the monk was mad, for the words he uttered were incomprehensible to him. Moreover, Li Shuyang harbored a strong dislike for monks, considering them hypocritical. The monk appeared well-fed and prosperous, driving luxury cars and accompanied by beautiful women. Particularly, in some regions, monks had even been known to use human skin for drums and skulls for staffs, leaving Li Shuyang with no fondness for them at all. They preached equality among all beings, yet in reality, they were merely exploiting the vulnerable for profit. Do you understand the cycle of reincarnation? The old monk abruptly inquired. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Li Shuyang replied, preparing to leave. However, the monk seized his arm with a grip like a vice, rendering Li Shuyang unable to escape despite his struggles. What you just thought about is indeed a reflection of the phenomena you observe in your world. Do you understand why some individuals are born disabled, destined to suffer, while others live in comfort without a single ailment until their last breath? Some are tormented by others until death. Every calamity does not occur without reason. It seems unjust that one who has committed no wrongdoing still faces disaster. The evils one has committed, even if judged by the laws of this world, must be repaid in the next life. That is the essence of reincarnation. You hail from beyond the heavens. Is it not clear to you? The old monk's words sent a chill down Li Shuyang's spine. You, Li Shuyang stammered, unable to continue, realizing that the monk could perceive he was not of this world. Looking closely, Li Shuyang noticed the monk's eyes resembled those of a cataract patient. Yet they fixated intently on him. Had it been night, Li Shuyang would have surely been terrified. Ha! The old monk laughed heartily, as if confirming a thought, and vanished from the sight of the 2 brothers in mere seconds. What was that mad monk rambling about? Li Zhuang inquired, glancing at Li Shuyang. I have no idea, Li Shuyang replied, drenched in cold sweat and shaken by the encounter. Chapter 79. Housing issues. Li Shuyang instantly lost the desire to venture into the mountains, returning home in a daze. What's wrong, dear? Wang Mingran, noticing his despondent demeanor, expressed her concern, wondering if the brothers had quarreled. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are good people. We shouldn't let minor issues harm our harmony. After all, you 2 brothers are the only ones in your family. If you can't unite, you'll easily be bullied. Wang Mingran gently leaned against Li Shuyang's shoulder. There is no conflict with my brother, just a bit of low spirits. Do you think there are truly exceptional individuals in this world? Li Shuyang responded. Of course. My cousin is over 2 meters tall. I've never seen anyone taller. Wang Mingran replied earnestly. Li Shuyang was momentarily taken aback by her words. When you mention exceptional individuals, do you mean charlatans? He lightly flicked her forehead. I don't know. She shook her head. Li Shuyang gazed skyward, recalling a peculiar encounter on a train while returning to his hometown in his past life, where a ragged old man had spoken to him at length about strange matters. Now, encountering another odd individual in this lifetime left Li Shuyang's mind in a muddle. However, looking at Wang Minggran, he felt his earlier sadness dissipate. After all, he now had a family to care for, and attending to his household was the priority. Those matters were of little consequence. Meanwhile, Li Zhuang disregarded Li Shuyang, descending the mountain alone to check on their traps. After an indeterminate time, Li Zhuang hurried back, breathless. "Little brother, something terrible has happened," he exclaimed, dragging Li Shuyang back into the mountains. They ran, panting, until they reached a nearby spot, where the ground was strewn with chaos. The mad monk had been devoured by animals, leaving only a few bones and a well-preserved robe. Li Shuyang was rendered speechless, astonished. "Should we report this to the team?" Li Zhuang asked, looking at his brother. "Let's refrain from that. Instead, we can gather the bones and dig a pit, giving him a proper burial. If we report it, and they discover we haven't turned in our hunting, it could cause trouble," Li Shuyang contemplated. His mind was further clouded with questions. Was this man truly extraordinary, or merely a madman? Meeting him was a twist of fate, and thus, they resolved to perform a good deed. Soon, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang collected the scattered bones, wrapped them in the robe, and placed them in the dug pit, covering it with earth, allowing the mad monk to return to dust. With the ruckus created by his elder brother Li Zhuang, Li Shuyang's spirits were significantly lifted. He followed Li Zhuang to inspect the remaining traps. By nightfall, their haul was satisfactory, having processed their game in the mountains. The two brothers cautiously descended. When Li Shuyang returned home, it was already deep into the night. However, the foolish girl Wang Minggran had not yet gone to bed. Sitting beside the torch, waiting for his return. "Why haven't you gone to sleep?" Seeing Wang Minggran's bleary eyes filled him with an indescribable tenderness. "Isn't it because the elder brother mentioned something had happened? I was too scared to sleep," she replied, finally revealing a smile upon seeing Li Shuyang. "It was nothing serious. Just that a mad monk died in the mountains, and the elder brother was startled by the scene," Li Shuyang explained, musing whether the incident involving the mad monk was a reminder for him. One ought to live without guilt, to do good deeds without questioning the future. For all things in the world are bound by cause and effect. After contemplating for a while in the courtyard, Li Shuyang concluded that while he could not claim to be a good person, he had not committed any heinous acts, save for deceiving Aunt Lu Hui with stones. However, he had also sent quite a bit of game to her as a gesture of goodwill, not to mention the numerous pieces of meat worth 7 or 8 coins he had provided. Furthermore, he had generously shared cooking recipes with her, and now, if anyone wished to learn cooking techniques, it was not something easily granted. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Li Shuyang led Wang Minggran into the house. The next morning, after washing up, Li Shuyang hurried to the steel factory, encountering no delays along the way. Upon arriving at the workshop entrance, he spotted his cousin Haning sitting there. "Shuyang, come register. Your housing application has been approved," she said cheerfully. "Really?" Li Shuyang replied with a grin. "Of course. Would I lie to you?" Haning handed him a sheet of paper, which Li Shuyang scrutinized closely. The assigned accommodation was a courtyard on West Street. "After lunch, the logistics team will take you to see the house. If you don't want it, just tell me, and I'll find a way to switch it for a building here," Haning whispered. "No worries, I quite prefer the courtyard." Li Shuyang nodded with a smile, recalling that his original application to Enping specifically requested a courtyard, ideally close to West Street, as the black market was situated just behind it. This way, come winter, he wouldn't need to ride his bicycle to the village. Not long after Li Shuyang began working, Mo Yuliang arrived with supplies at his workstation. "You've done well, getting your relative transferred here so soon after starting work. You'll have to take good care of your brother from now on," he teased. "I'm the one who needs taking care of. How could I possibly look after you?" Li Shuyang rolled his eyes at him. "All right, I'll take good care of you," and Mo Yuliang chuckled, swiftly arranging the goods. Meanwhile, Haning was in the workshop checking attendance. She marked names corresponding to the days and paused when she reached Lu Meili, scrutinizing her closely. A few minutes later, she approached Li Shuyang. "Shuyang, are you familiar with Lu Meili?" she inquired. "Not very well, but I know a bit about her," Li Shuyang replied. "Is she single?" Haning asked. "Sort of. Her husband passed away, and she took over his job. Does she have any children?" "No." "Then that's all right," Haning nodded. As the workshop's invoicing clerk and attendance verifier, she served as an assistant to the workshop director, but she was also part of the Women's Federation, which included matchmaking duties. "What are you scheming, sister?" Li Shuyang asked, puzzled. "After my sister-in-law passed away, my brother has been single for years, rejecting every match due to superficial reasons. With Lu Meili's beauty, I'm curious to see what excuse he'll come up with this time," she giggled. "Perhaps you should focus on your own matters," Li Shuyang suggested. I have a partner, but he is still in the army and hasn't returned yet. Once he is back, I'll introduce you, Han Ning said shyly as she walked back to her station. Chapter 80. The radio. Li Shuyang chose not to dwell on the matter, immersing himself in his work until lunchtime arrived. After finishing his meal, a colleague from the logistics department arrived at the third workshop. Li Shuyang followed him toward the factory gates, where several others were waiting like him for housing assignments. The logistics worker paired them off and directed them in different directions. Li Shuyang and the logistics worker arrived at the first alley on West Street. Stopping before turning the corner, these two have been reassigned to another city for construction support, leaving this housing vacant. The logistics worker explained as they entered. The courtyard was not particularly large, barely half the size of Li Mingyi's courtyard. Upon entering, the aroma of cooked food wafted through the air. Aunt Zhu has greeted you numerous times already. This kitchen does not belong to you. Your home isn't without a kitchen, so if you receive another complaint, we'll have to involve the security department. Don't say we were unsympathetic when you're evicted, the logistics worker admonished a middle-aged woman sternly. Comrade Li Shuyang, this is your kitchen. These 2 rooms are your assigned housing. It's spacious enough. You can change the locks as you see fit. There are colleagues from the factory who provide hot water. You can get it for free in winter, the logistics worker stated, opening the 2 rooms. Aside from 2 beds, there was no other furniture. In the kitchen, there was a single stove and a hanging cupboard, while the woman smiled as she tidied her belongings, even taking some leftover firewood with her. By the way, Comrade Li, this kitchen is yours. If anyone causes trouble, just report it to the security department, and they will send someone to handle it. The logistics worker seemed to be addressing the woman. Looking at the decent-sized rooms, Li Shuyang nodded in satisfaction. He now had a place to settle in the city. This is the procurement list. You can purchase these supplies at the second-hand market on West Street with this list, but it will expire in 3 days. After finishing, the logistics worker led another waiting colleague out of the courtyard. Comrade Li, do you also work at the steel factory? The woman, surnamed Zhu, approached Li Shuyang with a smile. Yes, I do, he replied, nodding. My son works there as well. Perhaps you know each other. She began to chatter. Li Shuyang had little interest, but recognized that they would soon be neighbors. He preferred to keep things amicable, for as the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. If her character was decent, he wouldn't mind maintaining a cordial relationship. Otherwise, they could simply go about their own lives. Auntie, why are you cooking here? Didn't you say your home has a kitchen? Li Shuyang asked with a smile. Well, there is an elderly lady living in our backyard who doesn't have a kitchen. During meal times, I let her use mine. Since this place was empty, I started cooking here, she explained with a grin. But some people can't stand it and reported me, accusing me of trying to take advantage of the factory. Li Shuyang nodded upon hearing those words, understanding that time would reveal the truth. The strength of a horse is known on a long journey, and a person's heart is seen over time. Eventually, he would discern the true nature of those residing in the courtyard. After leaving the Sihiyuan, he visited the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 new locks, which he then installed before returning to the factory. Upon arrival at the factory, Li Shuyang began to borrow industrial tickets from colleagues one by one. After securing tickets from just 2 individuals, Han Ning pulled him aside. If you need industrial tickets, just come to me. I've accumulated quite a few over the years without any use. Come to my house after work, and you can take some. You can repay me later, she said, playfully patting him on the shoulder. I feel rather embarrassed, Li Shuyang replied politely. Are you treating me like a stranger? Han Ning retorted, giving him a pointed look. Of course not, Li Shuyang quickly responded. Good then. I'll bring you some after work, Han Ning said with a smile, returning the recently borrowed tickets to the 2 men, who regarded Li Shuyang with expressions akin to disgruntled spouses. They had expected a promise of wild chicken meat, which now seemed lost. As soon as Han Ning entered the director's office, the 2 men hurried over to Li Shuyang's station. Comrade Li here. Don't worry. I'll send half a kilogram to each of you. Just give me the industrial tickets, he replied, pocketing the tickets. Industrial tickets proved to be quite useful. Keeping a few at home was advisable since items such as iron pots, kitchen knives, and padlocks required them. Of course, in some rural areas, they were not necessary because iron was initially donated, making the purchase of iron pots without tickets a form of compensation. After work, Li Shuyang received over 30 industrial tickets from Han Ning and hurried to the department store. Just before closing time, he purchased a radio, spending more than 20 tickets. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found it brimming with people. The family of his father-in-law and his sister-in-law's family had gathered. Before Li Shuyang could secure his bicycle, Wang Yongjun had already unfastened the radio from the rear and was eagerly presenting it to Wang Minggran. The Hongdang brand 711 model, a 6-light, 2-band tabletop electronic tube radio, boasted a powerful sound and rich timbre, resembling the quality of a sound system. It could connect to AC power or run on batteries. Once introduced to the market, This radio quickly became one of the city's best-selling electronic products, with sales reaching 500,000 units within 2 years. It currently rivaled the Panda brand, becoming a fierce competitor. As soon as the radio was turned on, everyone perked up their ears. However, despite Wang Yongjun's attempts to adjust the settings, no sound emerged, prompting Wang Tinghua to slam his hand on the table. Do you even know how to operate it? Don't break the radio. Father, I forgot that there's no electricity at brother-in-law's place. Look, there's nowhere to plug it in, Wang Yongjun said, looking quite pitiful while holding the plug. Let me handle it, Li Shuyang said, taking the radio and inserting the batteries from his pocket. He then turned the volume to its maximum and gently adjusted the tuning knob. Suddenly, a strange storytelling voice filled the air. The narrative continued, as the 7 sons go. Only 6 may return. These 6 words struck the heart of the old matriarch like a dagger. Upon hearing them, she turned pale. Knowing the heavy implications, while 7 sons set out, the loss of even one would be unbearable for any mother. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly returned to Tianbo Mansion. As the radio broadcasted the generals of the Yang family, an immediate hush fell over the crowd as they listened intently, particularly Wang Yongjun, whose excitement grew with each passing moment. Li Shuyang was taken aback by the myriad of expressions that danced across his face. Chapter 81, Bloodsucker. Deep into the night, when the radio finally ceased to emit sound, the family of his father-in-law and that of his elder brother reluctantly took their leave. The little ones had long since fallen into a deep slumber in their parents' arms. After everyone departed, Li Shuyang carried Li Mei back to her room. With the radio now in the mix, his younger sister had stopped running to the village entrance. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Wang Minggran nodding off like a chick pecking at grains, clearly fatigued. After placing her on the bed, he returned to the courtyard to tidy up. At dawn, as the roosters began to crow, Li Shuyang rose early, prepared breakfast, and then woke Wang Minggran. After they ate and spent a brief moment together, they set off for the city. Upon their arrival, Wang Yongjun was already waiting at the city gate. Li Shuyang suspected that his brother-in-law had hardly slept at all. Wang Yongjun cheerfully took the radio from Wang Minggran and led the way, with Li Shuyang pushing his bicycle closely behind. Before long, the trio arrived at the Sihiyuan. As they entered, Wang Yongjun surveyed the surroundings. Brother-in-law, this place isn't too different from our home in Zhouzhuang. Do you think all places have brick and tile houses? Having 2 rooms like this in the city is quite commendable. Do you know how scarce housing is here? Li Shuyang replied, casting a sideways glance at his brother-in-law. Zhouzhuang resembled an ancient small town, with all houses belonging to the Zhou family, adorned with brick and tile, and scarcely a thatched cottage in sight. Such affluent villages were a rarity, and even many city homes could not boast the comforts of Zhouzhuang. However, Zhouzhuang lacked electricity, and if it were electrified, living there would undoubtedly be more comfortable than in the 2 rooms allocated to Li Shuyang. As Wang Yongjun opened the door to the room, he began searching for an outlet, only to find that the previous tenants had long removed any such items. Xiaojun, you and your sister can settle in here. Here's an introduction letter for purchasing items at the second-hand market. I'll get you an outlet strip when I return from work. If you want to stay here, that is fine too, Li Shuyang said with a smile. He didn't wish to sever all ties with rural life just yet, as there were opportunities for extra income in the countryside, while making money in the city was fraught with difficulties. Pursuing hunting and craftsmanship was far more feasible in the rural setting, and this city abode served as a temporary refuge for winter, if Wang Minggran were to give birth. The proximity to the hospital here was certainly advantageous compared to the countryside. After informing Wang Minggran about the location of the second-hand market, he handed her the other key. Leaving the bicycle with Wang Yongjun and Wang Minggran, Li Shuyang set off on foot towards the steel factory. For steamed buns, please, he said as he passed by a vendor outside the state-run restaurant, just in time to encounter Lu Meili and an unfamiliar man, who was cradling a small boy in his arms. I don't earn much, but I can't keep up with your extravagant demands, Lu Meili said, her tone tinged with desperation. Upon recognizing Lu Meili, Li Shuyang had no intention of getting involved. Masterly, a voice called out, interrupting Li Shuyang's path. Hearing his colleague shout, he felt compelled to acknowledge it. He halted and turned with a smile to greet Lu Meili. Li Shuyang recalled what Ping had told him, that Lu Meili had to hand over most of her earnings to her in-laws after covering her basic living expenses. Nowadays, a single bun cost 10 cents, requiring 1 or 2 grain tickets, with a monthly salary of 275 after giving 20 to her in-laws. She had to scrimp and save just to make it to the next payday. This purchase alone could consume a day's worth of living expenses. Li Shuyang wondered about the nature of the relationship between the man and Lu Meili, but guessed they were likely siblings based on their resemblance. Good morning, Master Lu. Li Shuyang forced a smile, feeling a reluctance to engage with Lu Meili or draw too close to her, while he harbored a sense of sympathy for her plight. He had no intention of assisting Lu Meili in altering her circumstances. After all, idle gossip could be lethal. Rumors sprout effortlessly, yet refuting them often requires considerable effort. Here, Masterly, take this, Lu Meili said, offering him another bond. You should keep it for yourself. Your own situation is not easy either, Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head and refusing the bond she extended. From his conversations with Ping, he learned that her maternal family clung to her like leeches. Even after becoming a widow, her family showed no intention of releasing her, as if they sought to extract every last ounce of worth from her before letting go. He had heard from Master Zhang in the painting workshop that Lu Meili's father intended to marry her off to a fool for a mere 100 yuan as a dowry, to pay for her mother's medical expenses. This scandal had even attracted the attention of the Women's Federation, who had to step in to quash her family's unrealistic aspirations. If Lu Meili were not a worker, her fate would indeed be most tragic. Why should I give a bun to an outsider? Is he your secret lover? A man eating a bun snatched the one from Lu Meili's hand. Li Shuyang forcibly suppressed his rising anger, repeatedly telling himself to remain calm to avoid resorting to violence. This is your beau? Why are you so upset over one stolen bun? The man, noticing Lu Meili's tears, failed to comprehend that his words had wounded her and continued to speak. With a sudden crash, Li Shuyang's fist shot out like lightning, landing squarely on the man's mouth. Had it not been for the child in his arms, Li Shuyang would have delivered a kick to his head. Now, march over to the police and explain why you persist in slandering me. If I do not receive a satisfactory resolution today, I will not let this go. My family has been impoverished for 4 generations, and I have never been subject to such baseless rumors. Gritting his teeth, Li Shuyang seized the man's hair, dragging him out despite the man's pleas and cries, which only frightened the little boy in his arms further. Don't hit my daddy. Auntie, please help my daddy. Lu Meili, already heartbroken, shook her head in despair. Regardless of the man's desperate cries, Li Shuyang pulled him to the Public Security Bureau, delivering his complaint with precision. This man has slandered me. Many witnesses at the state-run restaurant can attest to it. Before the officers could approach, he preemptively spoke up. Hearing this, the onlookers' expressions turned grave. For Li Shuyang held a work permit from the steel factory. What happened? Just as Li Shuyang was about to explain, the beaten man interjected. No, he just attacked me randomly. Before he could finish, an officer delivered a sharp slap to his face. You will speak when we ask. Now is not your time. The sudden reprimand rendered the man considerably subdued. Li Shuyang then elucidated the events that transpired since he encountered Lu Meili that morning. Chapter 82, A Peculiar Family. Comradely, we have understood the situation. Please return home and await our news. We will inform you as soon as there are developments, the officer explained with a smile. This approach allowed for some flexibility. Had Li Shuyang demanded strict action, the slanderous man might have faced 3 months of re-education at a labor camp. Conversely, should Li Shuyang choose to forgive him, a public apology and some form of compensation would suffice to resolve the matter. Li Shuyang, not wishing for the man to be sent to the labor camp, opted for a more lenient resolution, perhaps out of consideration for workplace camaraderie. After handing the man over to the authorities, Li Shuyang hurried back to the factory, while Lu Meili remained silent throughout. Masterly, when you arrive at the workshop, inform Comrade Han that I may be delayed by an hour, Lu Meili said as he turned to leave. All right, he nodded in response. At the hospital, entering the ward, Lu Meili cradled her nephew. Where's your elder brother? Lu's mother inquired, glancing toward Lu Meili's back, noticing her son was absent. Dad was taken to the Public Security Bureau. The little boy stated, his sobbing ceased. What happened? The 2 elderly figures in the room immediately expressed their concern. It must be this Jinx's fault. Your brother merely went to buy a bun for your mother. How could he end up at the police station? A middle-aged woman, her face twisted with rage, stormed toward Lu Meili and yanked her hair, demanding answers. The 2 elderly individuals on the bed, though anxious, showed no inclination to intervene against her aggression. Instead, other relatives of patients in the room, unable to tolerate the scene, stepped forward to separate the 2. Go ahead, hit her. Hit her hard. And your husband will be released from the police station, Lu Meili retorted coldly, disregarding her disheveled hair as tears streamed down her cheeks. What transpired? Lu's father, stern-faced, demanded. Lu Meili emotionlessly recounted how Li Shuyang had struck Lu Dajuan and how he was taken to the police station. A loud slap echoed through the room as Lu's father struck her face. Why did you even greet that man? Why didn't you buy your brother another bun? If he hadn't been hungry, he wouldn't have said those things. He glared at her menacingly. I don't care how you obtain his forgiveness. Get your brother out, or I will beat you to death. Lu's father threatened. Jian, get this wretched girl under control. If it weren't for her, my son would never have been taken to the police station. The elderly woman on the bed shouted. Unfortunately, the younger woman was restrained by others, preventing her from attacking Lu Meili, who would have undoubtedly received several more slaps. This is a hospital, not a marketplace. If you can't behave, you will be asked to leave. A nurse entered the room, addressing everyone present. The trio from the Liu family finally restrained their urge to continue their assault. Did you hear what I just said? Liu's father glared at Liu Meili. Yes, there is only one condition. I will sever ties with you. If you agree, I will get Liu Dajuan out, Liu Meili calmly stated, recalling Li Shuyang's words about filial piety. The three members of the Liu family stared at her, as if she were a monster, grinding their teeth in frustration, yet knowing that with Liu Dajuan in the police station, if the charges were substantiated, he would face re-education at the labor camp. Few returned from such places unscathed. Those sent for re-education were often treated like beasts of burden. There was a chance that Liu Dajuan might return after 3 months, bearing wounds, or he might never return at all. If you can get your brother out, I will take you to the street office to sever ties immediately, Liu's father said, his fury palpable. Sever ties first, rest assured. I, Wang Liu, always keep my word, Liu Meili replied, unwilling to even use her own name. Liu's father glared at her, his hand itching to deliver another slap to her blood-streaked face marked with fingerprints, but a nurse's watchful gaze kept him in check. The two individuals departed from the hospital, and the moment they stepped outside, Liu Meili felt an abrupt loss of equilibrium as someone seized her braid from behind and forcefully hurled her to the ground. With a resounding thud, she fell, only to be met with a flurry of punches and kicks. Remarkably, Liu Meili did not utter a single cry of pain, even as others intervened. Pulling her assailant away and attempting to escort her father to the police station, a faint, indifferent smile lingered on her face. Are you all right, young lady? Asked bystanders as they helped her to her feet, their indignation towards her father momentarily overshadowed by concern for Liu Meili's injuries. It was only when they learned that this man was her biological father that they reluctantly released him, although their harsh words did not cease. By midday, Liu Meili had yet to arrive at the factory. Liz, how dare you misreport the situation? It has been an entire morning. And this is what you call an hour? Han scolded, twisting Li Shuyang's ear. Sister, perhaps Master Liu encountered some trouble, he replied, promptly raising his hands in surrender as he recounted the events of that morning. At that moment, 2 men clad in military uniforms stood at the entrance, observing the scene unfold. One of them appeared visibly distressed upon witnessing the object of his affections engaging playfully with an unfamiliar man. When he heard the man address her as sister, he sighed in relief, though a twinge of jealousy still gnawed at him. Elder brother, Yao Degu, Han exclaimed, releasing her grip on Li Shuyang's ear, her previously boisterous demeanor now tinged with bashfulness, reminiscent of a young girl. Li Shuyang, sensing the shift, quickly excused himself. Shortly thereafter, the 3 of them convened in the cafeteria. This is my elder brother, Han Xiao. This is my brother's comrade, Yao Yu, and this is my cousin, Li Shuyang. Han introduced them to one another. The 2 men were already aware of Li Shuyang's accomplishments from their discussions with Liu Hui, and they were well acquainted with the culinary skills that Liu Hui had honed, rivaling those of chefs in state-run restaurants. The aroma of a peculiar stone emanating a faint scent of meat was also noteworthy. They had inquired about the Li family village, which had produced several successful scholars, making such odd treasures less surprising. Shuyang, you may call me elder brother just as you do with Shuyang. We have transitioned to the Jing City Public Security Bureau, so do not hesitate to seek me out if you require assistance, Han Xiao declared, confident that his parents would not err in their choice of acquaintances. Elder brother Han. Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. It would be less formal to simply call you brother, Han Xiao added, clapping Li Shuyang on the shoulder. During the lunch break, Li Shuyang ventured to the department store, purchasing 2 light bulb sockets, 3 pull-string switches, and some wiring. Having acquired the necessary materials, he made his way home. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yongjun returned, pushing a bicycle laden with various items procured by Wang Minggran. Within minutes, Wang Minggran appeared, accompanied by 2 individuals carrying furniture, simple tables and chairs, along with numerous books. Upon returning to his room, Li Shuyang began the straightforward task of wiring, affixing the 2 sockets in the kitchen and guest room before securing the pull-string switches. The previous tenant had removed even the light sockets upon departure. Other than 2 bare wooden beds, everything else had to be purchased anew. Aside from the tables and chairs, Wang Minggran had only acquired 2 blankets, as she did not intend to stay long-term, merely providing Li Shuyang with a temporary refuge during inclement weather. They had also brought several new batteries. After Wang Yongjun cleaned the items requiring washing, he plugged in the radio to enjoy their new life. Wang Minggran, however, was less than impressed with the cramped living conditions shared among so many in the courtyard. She found it peculiar to reside in a space not belonging solely to them, where preparing a decent meal became an inconvenience. With so many neighbors coming and going, she felt awkward not acknowledging them. Yet she hesitated to engage in polite exchanges for fear of being taken seriously. Both Wang Minggran, and Li Shuyang were not inclined to initiate contact. They felt uncomfortable ignoring those who greeted them. They understood that neighbors might be of use someday. In rural settings, when an elder passed away, the entire village would rally to assist. While being a lone wolf had its benefits, it could also lead to isolation during times of need. Li Shuyang recalled a village elder with 8 sons, who, despite their arrogance, never offered assistance to others. When the elder passed, his sons found themselves begging for help. Yet none were willing to assist, leading to a costly and solitary burial. After ensuring the light bulbs were properly installed and connecting the wiring to the meter, Li Shuyang hurried back to the factory. After working for a little over an hour, Lu Meili, bruised and disheveled, made her entrance into the 3rd workshop, startling her fellow workers. "What happened to you?" Han Ying's face blanched. She knew Lu Meili was a widow living alone. If she had been married and assaulted by a husband, Han Ying would not have reacted with such anger. They frequently intervened in domestic disputes. But Lu Meili's situation was far more complex. Everyone leaned in to hear the gossip, especially in Ping and Mo Yuliang, who had just been inspecting products with Li Shuyang but quickly scurried to the front to feign busyness. "Just a little domestic matter," Lu Meili replied with a smile, prompting gasps of disbelief from the crowd. To be in such a state, yet still smile. Surely, she must have been struck senseless. If Wang Fugui had seen Lu Meili in such disarray, he would have charged in to demand answers and seek retribution, but he now pretended not to notice her distress, focusing intently on his tasks. This is no trivial matter. Such violence impacts the factory's progress and must be addressed seriously, Han Ying stated with a stern expression. Lu Meili, apologetically glancing at Han Ying, replied, "I won't let it happen again. Comrade Han, I am taking leave today. I came to find Comrade Li Shuyang." With that, she approached Li Shuyang, while An Ping and Mo Yuliang hurried over to assist him. "Master Li has agreed to compensate you with 10 yuan and 20 eggs, and hopes that you can write a letter of forgiveness at the Public Security Bureau. If you find this unsatisfactory and desire further compensation, I can gradually provide it to you." Lu Meili smiled at Li Shuyang. However, upon seeing Lu Meili's demeanor, Li Shuyang felt little emotion. People often speak of the greatness of paternal and maternal love, yet in both his past and present lives, he had witnessed very little of it. Only the selfishness of individuals. Many choose divorce without a care for their children's well-being, fully aware that children raised in single-parent households may develop distorted psyches. Yet they resolutely opt for a fleeting notion of romance over familial responsibility. In situations like Lu Meili's, where she merely endured physical abuse, one could consider her fortunate. Li Shuyang recalled a child from his previous life who was nearly killed by his stepfather. The man, advanced in years, could not fully subdue the child alone and called for the mother's assistance. Upon seeing his mother, the child chose to cease struggling, never comprehending why his own mother would conspire with an outsider against him. A mother remarrying with a child as young as 3 was indifferent, while her new husband brutally ended the child's life. Some fathers are even more outrageous. Li Shuyang remembered a shocking incident where a man, for the sake of his mistress, threw his own children from a high building to their deaths. Such cruelty was unfathomable, as it involved one's own flesh and blood. There were also unreported incidents that occurred around Li Shuyang, such as a father caught by his son on a date with his mistress, who then conspired with her to suffocate their 6-year-old son in a wardrobe. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have loving parents accompany them into adulthood. Therefore, Li Shuyang was not overly surprised by Lu Meili's suffering at the hands of her family. He had grown accustomed to the repugnant realities of life. This is also why he admired Li Zhuang and Zhou Lan. Li Shuyang and Li Mei were merely siblings. There were countless ways to bring about their demise. Yet they preferred to endure hunger and share their meager food, determined to keep their family intact. Thus, Li Shuyang willingly sought to earn money alongside his elder brother. 4 such individuals were worthy of his trust. Chapter 84, Letter of Forgiveness. Satisfied, Li Shuyang nodded. In truth, he was unaware that there was still compensation to be discussed. After being beaten and sent to the Public Security Bureau, receiving 10 yuan seemed remarkably fortuitous. He recalled how, in his past life, those who spread rumors were rarely held accountable, often receiving nothing more than a fleeting apology when their lies were exposed. Actual compensation was a rarity. "Go ahead. I'll cover for you for an hour," Master Mo cheerfully urged as he pushed Li Shuyang from his workstation. Master Mo was also a skilled mechanic, a level 2 technician. Upon hearing about the 10 yuan for a quick trip, how could Li Shuyang resist? Han Ying, noticing the two preparing to leave, hurriedly followed. "Sister, where are you going?" "I'll help you out. Let Dad keep an eye on things here for a bit," Han Ying said with a smile. Before long, the trio arrived at the Public Security Bureau. An elderly man in his 50s or 60s was waiting there. Upon seeing Lu Meili approaching, he rushed forward and handed Li Shuyang a package. "Comrade, I apologize. My child speaks without thinking. Please accept these items and forgive my son Dajuan. He is the mainstay of our family, supporting us all with his work, the old man implored, forcing out a few tears. Li Shuyang was indifferent to such apologies and had no desire to listen, yet he accepted the offered benefits. Whether Dajuan was the family's pillar was irrelevant to him. Could one misbehave simply because they were deemed important? Brother Yaohei. As Han entered the bureau, she spotted her elder brother and her partner, her cheeks flushing slightly. What are you two doing here? Han Xiao inquired with a smile. Yao Yu merely looked at Han Ing, grinning at her silliness. We came to write the letter of forgiveness, Li Shuyang explained. It's about Lu Dajuan, right? Write the letter first. He will need to undergo some ideological education this afternoon. Han Xiao nodded in agreement. Li Shuyang then took a sheet of paper and began to write. Once finished, he handed the letter to Han Xiao. Brother, sister, I've sorted things out here, so I'll head back now. Shuyang, tonight you should inform your brother that all of you are invited to dinner at our home tomorrow, Han Xiao replied, accepting the letter. All right, Li Shuyang nodded. You'll also need to report the severance of your relationship to the newspaper. If you lack the time, we can assist you in placing the announcement. Han Xiao turned to Lu Meili. Although the severance certificate bore the stamps of the Neighborhood Committee and Public Security Bureau, many still required newspaper publication for it to be truly final. Thank you, comrade, Lu Meili said before departing the Public Security Bureau. In the afternoon, as Master Mo returned home with the 2 eggs Li Shuyang had given him, he wore a broad smile, while An Ping and Master Zheng Chuanlu did not take any. With no children in the household, Li Shuyang intended to bring the nutritious items back to his family. Look at the awareness of Comrade Un and my master. And then look at you, Li Shuyang jested. All right, my awareness is high too. Return my nutrition ticket, and I'll give you back your eggs, Master Mo retorted, rolling his eyes at Li Shuyang before dashing away with the eggs. A nutrition ticket could purchase a can of malted milk, which Li Shuyang believed was comparable to modern calcium supplements, suitable for young and old alike. Wang Minggran and Li Mei could each enjoy a glass daily. In the courtyard, both of Li Shuyang's doors were locked, indicating that the siblings had already left. Li Shuyang turned and headed home, feeling the chilly breeze of late autumn brushing against him. In Li family village, people gathered around the radio, engrossed in storytelling. Li Shuyang's home was merely half an hour from his father-in-law's house, and he often spent his evenings listening to stories as a form of entertainment after completing his chores. Upon returning home, he noticed everyone was captivated by the broadcast, showing no inclination to greet him. He placed his belongings in the kitchen and handed the 10 yuan to Wang Minggran. Li Zhuang exchanged a knowing smile with Li Shuyang, reluctantly rising to accompany him toward the back mountain. With snow expected in just over 10 days, the mountain paths would soon become treacherous. Not all of Li Zhuang's hunts were sold on the black market. He always left some for the family. As they passed by Li Minghan's home, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang glanced inside. That evening, while checking all the traps with a flashlight, they noted that the harvest was dwindling. Tomorrow, Andy wants us all to come to her house for dinner, Li Shuyang remarked, carrying a wild rabbit down the mountain. How could we impose? Li Zhuang shook his head. Let us bring some provisions of our own, Li Shuyang suggested after a moment's thought. All right, Li Zhuang nodded. By the way, the day after tomorrow is our cousin's wedding. We should go and celebrate. Li Zhuang recalled his uncle's instructions from earlier that day. Okay, Li Shuyang agreed. As they passed Li Minggan's yard that evening, they noticed a young woman inside, someone Li Shuyang recognized as from Zhang Jituan. This was the girl who had bundled wheat for him when he worked there. Li Minghan and Li Xingye were busy twisting hemp rope at the entrance of their courtyard when they spotted the 2 brothers, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang, emerging from the mountains. They exchanged smiles and greetings with them. Have you taken a wife? Li Shuyang inquired with a grin directed at the young man. Yes. Li Xingye shyly nodded in response. It's better to marry someone a few years older. She can manage the household right from the start. Now, I can finally rest easy, Li Minghan interjected. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement, recalling the young woman he had heard about in Zhangjidan, 19 years old and still unmarried, primarily due to her family demanding a dowry of 20 yuan and 50 jin of grain, while most could accept the grain requirement. The 20 yuan was beyond the means of many families. Those who could afford such a sum likely had no shortage of prospective brides. Many hoped their daughters would marry into well-off families, as such households were assured of sustenance. Though the girl appeared slender, she was remarkably nimble and industrious, faster in her tasks than Zhang Dashan's wife. If she worked in the team, she could easily earn 8 work points a day. That sounds promising, Li Shuyang remarked approvingly. Just as Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang descended the mountain, they encountered Li Minghai. Upon seeing the game in the brothers' possession, Li Minghai's expression twisted in disapproval. However, he feigned ignorance and shook his head as he walked away. If Captain Wu sees this, those 2 brothers will lose their catch today, Li Shuyang thought, promptly chasing after him to offer a wild rabbit. Here, for you, he said. No, take it back to eat, Li Minghai replied. Thank you, elder, he added with a smile, having previously addressed Li Shuyang by name, now humorously referring to him as elder because of the rabbit. Chapter 85. Fairness in the evening, after work. Li Shuyang and his elder brother treated their family to a grand feast at Aunt Lu's house, where the little ones ate with grease smeared across their mouths. Han Shao had saved up meat rations during his time in the army, and they feasted on 3 large bowls of meat, leaving not a single piece behind. Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang brought some cured meat and a smoked rabbit, along with several pounds of grain. However, what the Lu family cherished most were the jams and raisins made by Wang Minggran and Zhou Lan, which Li Shuyang had taught Wang Minggran to prepare, much to his surprise at their popularity. The next morning, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang headed to the 10th Brigade where their uncle lived. As Li Shuyang had taken a half-day off to attend his cousin's wedding, to their astonishment, both cousins were marrying on the same day, which simplified matters considerably. The wedding feast did not compare to what Li Shuyang's family typically enjoyed. A pot of potatoes and radishes floated with a few chunks of fatty meat, causing the villagers who came to help to salivate. In rural areas, pork is a rarity, only seen at year's end. If any aroma of meat wafted through the air, neighbors would climb walls to sneak a peek. Li Shuyang's ancestral home was somewhat distanced from the village, so only those passing by after work could catch a whiff. Moreover, after Zhang Dashan's downfall, Li Minghai no longer cared about the meat Li Shuyang procured. Uncle, I found some temporary work in the city, but I'm uncertain how long it will last or how much I'll earn each day. They also do not provide accommodation or meals. I have a place to stay, but food might be a challenge. However, I can help you think of solutions. The 2 younger cousins have nothing to do at home, and I'm considering whether they should give it a try. Li Shuyang discreetly informed his uncle after finishing his meal. Jobs that pay well are rarely offered in the countryside, mostly reserved for city dwellers. This situation is a bit unique, as I have a contact at the factory for assurance and a recommendation from the brigade. If the food supply isn't tied to the factory, we can proceed, Uncle Peng Monsong said, looking at Li Shuyang with a tremor in his voice. As this was monumental news. If the 2 daughters could earn an income, it would significantly improve the family's situation. Rest assured, Uncle, if I lacked confidence, I wouldn't lead you astray. Just prepare for tomorrow. Bring the younger cousins to the intersection of West Street, and I'll handle the work at the factory this afternoon, Li Shuyang assured him, prompting Uncle to relax, confident that Li Shuyang would surely succeed. This opportunity came from Director Han himself. Currently, the factory had no open positions, but the newly established Jing City packaging factory was gradually increasing its orders. Items like watches, radios, and exquisite gifts required packaging, yet production was hindered without sufficient workers. Temporary positions were limited, as the food supply for these workers also needed to be managed through the factory. However, the food quota for the packaging factory had reached its limit, forcing them to outsource products due to the inability to provide food and benefits to workers. Those without such provisions were not considered workers and were compelled to join work brigades. There weren't enough unemployed individuals in the city willing to take on this work. The factory director was a comrade of Director Han's, and upon discussing this with him, Director Han immediately thought of Li Shuyang. Knowing that Zhou Lan farmed while Wang Minggran had no agricultural experience and earned no work points in the brigade, the temporary work would offer only wages but no food support. However, the black market was not devoid of food. Everyone was aware of its existence, yet it remained unspoken. The demand for temporary workers was greater than a single individual. As long as Li Shuyang could secure food and housing, he could find 8 to 10 workers easily. Uncle Peng Monsong beamed at this revelation, realizing that the little fellow he had once worried about had grown significantly. Upon leaving the 10th Brigade, Li Shuyang hurried back to the factory. Upon his return, the others had already finished lunch and were preparing for work. Han nodded in acknowledgement when she saw Li Shuyang return, and he cheerfully greeted her as older sister before resuming his duties. In the evening, after work, Li Shuyang received the recommendation letter from Director Han and happily made his way home. At the Li family's residence, his elder brother Li Zhuang and sister-in-law Zhou Lan were joyfully preparing the necessary items and packing several grains. Li Shuyang informed them that this temporary job could last until the end of the year, causing Zhou Lan to become overly excited, as once it snowed, there would be no work until spring. They were eager to seize this opportunity to increase the family's income, and Zhou Lan was determined not to miss out on such a favorable circumstance. Wang Minggran, however, was not keen on taking up temporary work, as the family had their own business and earned nearly 18 to 19 yuan each month. Li Shuyang had mentioned that the temporary work's earnings were uncertain, and taking up such work meant he could include his younger brother Wang Yongjun in earning money. But if he did the temporary work, where would Wang Yongjun find his pocket money? Why do I have to deduct battery costs from my salary? Wang Yongjun asked, puzzled. Because you listen the most each day? Wang Minggran replied nonchalantly. You've listened too, So it's only fair to split it, Wang Yongjun countered defiantly. All right, we'll split it. But I'm worried your salary won't cover it. I'll give you 30 cents for transportation daily instead, Wang Mingran suggested after some thought. As of late, Wang Mingran's pastries have been increasingly in demand, prompting the enigmatic fifth master of the black market to significantly augment his orders. Wang Mingran pondered that it was time to grant her foolish younger brother a modest raise. Sister, your kindness towards me is truly overwhelming, Wang Yongjun exclaimed joyfully. Spinning in place thrice, feeling at that moment like the happiest brother in the world. The thought of marrying and having a wife to assist in teasing his sister was quickly banished from his mind. Aside from returning home to rest, Wang Yongjun spent his days at the Li household, delivering pastries to the black market and procuring ingredients for baking. He took upon himself tasks such as kneading dough and chopping firewood, thus lightening Wang Mingran's load. Their living expenses were shared between Wang Mingran and her father-in-law, each household contributing half of the monthly expenses. When Li Shuyang returned home, he found only Li Mei in the courtyard, engrossed in her reading, while Wang Mingran and Wang Yongjun were inside reconciling accounts, as it was once again the day for Wang Yongjun's wages to be dispensed. Meanwhile, Su Man and the others had recently gone to the commune for study sessions, often organizing discussions and exchanges whenever the educated youth found themselves with spare time. Second brother. Upon spotting Li Shuyang, Li Mei hurriedly approached him, twirling around to showcase the new cotton-padded jacket that Wang Mingran had crafted for her. It looked splendid. Li Shuyang nodded in approval, handing Li Mei a piece of red string. This red string was a rarity for Li Mei, something she had long desired. Yet Li Shuyang had often forgotten to procure it. Today, however, while passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, he had noticed a lively little girl joyfully clutching a piece of red string, which reminded him of Li Mei's wish. Chapter 86. Troubles. The Packaging Factory. After a long day of folding and packaging flowers, the workers were so exhausted that they could hardly stand upright. Despite their strenuous efforts, their wages remained stagnant, and bonuses dwindled. A group of workers surrounded the workshop's supervisor, a woman vocally questioning, "Why do you always speak of money?" The supervisor retreated slightly as he replied, "It's easy for you to say, what else should we discuss? Without money, how can I support my family? You, who are full, cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving." The woman, visibly agitated, retorted, "Comrade, where has your class consciousness gone?" The supervisor, eyeing the woman leading the protest, challenged, "If I earned just over 100 yuan a month, my awareness would surpass yours. My salary is merely 27.5 yuan, and for such extended hours of work. Other factories offer bonuses of at least 10 yuan. Her words left the supervisor momentarily speechless, unsure of how to proceed. "I will go to the factory office and discuss how to resolve this," the supervisor said, feeling utterly helpless as he trudged towards the factory headquarters. The unrest among the workers had led to a complete halt in production, leaving the factory leaders in a state of distress. The supervisor's demeanor upon entering the office made it clear to the leaders that negotiations had failed. While handmade products might yield lower quantities, they could potentially bring significant financial benefits to the factory, a fact well known to all. Without resolving the issue of bonuses, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to maintain this operation. Dissatisfaction among the workers had escalated to a near-explosive level, with all employees receiving a meager bonus of 3 yuan, a system that was difficult to justify. Yet, they stubbornly clung to their stance regarding the bonuses. The supervisor, with a grim countenance, stated, "It is quite disheartening that you continue to obstruct discussions about bonuses." The factory leaders shook their heads in response, realizing that raising wages and bonuses could not simply be resolved in a solitary meeting. "I have devised a solution for the overwhelming workload in the workshop. Since bonuses cannot be increased, let us outsource the excess work to lighten the burden on the workers," the supervisor proposed after some contemplation. This method could be discussed further. Following deliberations, they calculated the output of the workshop's highest-performing employee for the month and determined the outsourcing cost for a product. This plan could be executed immediately after the factory meeting, prioritizing the families of the workers. However, the number of young individuals available to assist at home was limited, necessitating outreach to other factories for additional help. With assurances of regular working hours, the workers nodded in agreement, even if their wages remained unchanged. The prospect of normal working hours was sufficient. Moreover, they could take products home to complete, claiming they were made by their children, ensuring that any overtime labor would not go unrewarded. One morning, Wang Mingran rode to the intersection of West Street on Li Shuyang's bicycle. Soon after, her sister-in-law and family arrived in a donkey cart driven by Wang Tinghua. After escorting them to the courtyard, Wang Mingran stayed behind to help her sister-in-law tidy up while following Li Zhuang to the intersection to await their uncle, who was bringing over 2 cousins. Upon entering the workshop, Li Shuyang initially intended to request an hour off to finalize the outsourcing arrangements at the packaging factory. However, when Master Zheng Chuanlu approached him and delivered his first sentence, Li Shuyang quickly abandoned the idea of taking a leave. The machinery at the packaging factory has broken down. I need you to bring a few people to assist. You're coming with us, he instructed. Understood, Li Shuyang nodded. Upon arriving at the packaging factory, they were greeted by a logistics supervisor waiting at the entrance. He led Li Shuyang and his companions into the factory, along with a delivery truck that had accompanied them. Approaching the malfunctioning machinery, they found its exterior severely damaged, and the internal gears were likely in a dire state. After setting up the gourd frame and high stool, Li Shuyang began to unscrew bolts. With combined efforts, they managed to detach the damaged outer casing, revealing that an unidentified piece of metal had completely rendered the gears inoperable. Meanwhile, Master Zheng Chuanlu had already begun measuring the dimensions and shape of the outer casing. Before Li Shuyang had removed all the broken components, they had completed the design blueprint for the outer casing. All drawings of the damaged parts were promptly sent to the steel mill. While awaiting the processing of the parts, Li Shuyang and his colleagues enjoyed a lunch provided by the logistics department. Not long after lunch, the workers tasked with expediting the parts quickly delivered them, and the delivery truck soon returned to its designated spot. 2 hours later, with the cooperation of his companions, Li Shuyang successfully repaired the machine and fitted it with a new outer casing. Once the electrical circuit was engaged, the machine sprang to life, producing semi-finished goods. The workshop supervisor, who had been anxiously awaiting this moment, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Li Shuyang and the masters were tidying up to leave, a portly middle-aged man entered, demanding, "Who authorized you to tamper with the external casing of this equipment?" His inquiry bewildered the 6 individuals who had come from the steel mill to assist. The workshop supervisor quickly stepped forward, explaining, "We undertook the repairs. Without timely intervention, production would have remained halted." "Oh, that doesn't concern me," the portly man replied, shaking his head. "Major repairs require the factory director's approval." The supervisor produced the authorization document for the extensive repairs, asserting, "But replacing the outer casing does not fall under major repairs. It constitutes equipment replacement. Even if we merely replace the outer casing, it is not a matter of cost. It is a matter of principle." The two engaged in a heated debate, the supervisor's face growing flushed, while the portly man maintained an air of nonchalance. Li Shuyang recognized that this was a member of the factory's revolutionary committee, who believed they had to oversee matters within their purview, while those outside their jurisdiction still needed to be managed. Li Shuyang and his companions were left in confusion, uncertain whether to leave or remain until the matter was clarified. After Li Shuyang and his companions provided their assistance, the logistics department required a stamped acknowledgement to certify that the machinery had been repaired. However, judging by the current situation, it appeared that a member of the logistics department and the workshop director were likely embroiled in significant trouble today. The violation of regulations is a serious matter, not to be taken lightly, depending on how the other party chooses to address the situation. Unless the director, who typically oversees this department, intervenes to support the workshop director, the matter may be swept under the rug. Generally, the factory manager also serves as the deputy director of this department. Li Shuyang and the group from the steel factory were ushered into a waiting room, where they remained in anticipation of the logistics department's stamp. It was unclear how long they waited before finally receiving the necessary approval. Once again guided by a member of the logistics team, Li Shuyang proceeded to register and received 5 forms before departing alongside the cargo truck from the packaging factory. In the future, when his sister-in-law and others came to collect the goods, they would simply need to present these forms for registration, ensuring prompt settlements without any delays. Due to the considerable time spent at the packaging factory, Li Shuyang and his team were not able to head directly to the steel mill after their shift, as it was customary for trucks to transport them. The timeline for such repair tasks is uncertain, with the possibility of taking 10 days to half a month to complete. Even the quickest repairs, like those performed by Li Shuyang and his team, would require at least a day, as the necessary parts needed to be procured from the steel mill, along with the processing specifications to manufacture the components. No one could guarantee that the parts produced in a single batch would fit perfectly, as discrepancies often necessitate rework. Fortunately, this time, there were no such issues. Instead, the request for assistance was delayed due to internal reasons within their ranks. Had they not obtained the stamp to bring back to the factory for reporting, it would mean that Li Shuyang and his team had not fully completed their support mission. In today's society, collective honor is highly valued, and everyone is eager to finish their tasks quickly in order to assist their own workshops in meeting production deadlines. The prospect of extended business trips could stretch to a week or more, especially when faced with complex repair issues that could demand over a month of support. After all, with a monthly salary at stake, few would exert themselves excessively. In an era no longer measured by GDP, most individuals are primarily concerned with the sustainability of their positions. resolutely avoiding any actions that might infringe upon regulations. When confronted with difficulties, the majority tend to await directives from above, obediently adhering to leadership's arrangements. Even in seemingly trivial matters like today's shell repair. Despite being beneficial to the factory's productivity, any breach of protocol renders such actions unacceptable. By the time Li Shuyang and his team departed, they had yet to encounter the audacious workshop director or the logistics personnel. It dawned on Li Shuyang why his mentor, Zheng Chuanlu, insisted that he must always obtain notification before proceeding with repairs on any equipment in the factory. A misstep could lead to being blamed for damaging factory assets. A fate that even a master craftsman, skilled as an 8th-grade mechanic, could not escape. With a sigh, Zheng Chuanlu headed towards the truck's driver's cabin, followed by several comrades who had accompanied Li Shuyang to dismantle the gourd rack and load it onto the truck, before jumping into the cargo box to leave the packaging factory. Upon their return to the factory, Li Shuyang and the others pushed their bicycles to rush home, while Master Zheng Chuanlu went to the factory office to submit the stamped proof of assistance. In the courtyard, 2 little ones curiously stood in the middle, observing the unfamiliar faces entering and exiting. Upon seeing Li Shuyang return, their faces lit up with joy. Second uncle, they called out, rushing towards him with open arms. Li Shuyang secured his bicycle and embraced both children as he entered the room, where everyone was engrossed in the radio. Second cousin. The 2 shy girls whispered greetings as they noticed Li Shuyang. Hello, Li Shuyang replied with a nod. How did it go, second? Did you manage to resolve what you mentioned? His sister-in-law, Zhou inquired. Here is your entry proof for the packaging factory. You will be working in the idle warehouse there, settling accounts daily. The specific wages will be explained by them. You will need to manage your meals yourself. I had Mingran find you some lunchboxes at the second-hand market. If the food gets cold, you can just warm it up on the stove, Li Shuyang said, handing over 3 red booklets resembling work permits. Taking them, Zhou scrutinized the documents with a smile on her face. The 2 younger cousins were equally delighted, never expecting to have a day when they could step into the factory, albeit as non-workers, but still able to savor the atmosphere of labor. Thank you, second brother. The 2 girls beamed at Li Shuyang. There's no need for thanks. We are all family. He waved his hand dismissively. The 2 young girls rose and made their way to the kitchen to begin preparing the meal, and seeing this, Zhou joined to assist. Li Shuyang then guided Wang Mingran and Wang Yongjun as they prepared to head home. With little work in the fields and game becoming increasingly scarce in the mountains, Li Zhuang was reluctant to return home, wishing to wander the city in search of lucrative opportunities. Li Shuyang discreetly whispered into Li Zhuang's ear, Black Market 5th Master. Indeed, there were opportunities to be found in the black market, contingent upon one's connections with its leaders. Engaging in black market activities could sustain a family and even allow for savings. However, with opportunity comes risk. Naturally, the pursuit of modest earnings entails the least risk. After some contemplation, Li Shuyang advised his elder brother to aim for a small living wage, with the prospect of greater opportunities in the future. Initially, Li Shuyang had considered bringing his 2 younger brothers into the packaging factory, but Wang Yongjun believed that assisting Wang Mingran yielded better pay than being a temporary worker. The benefits included meals and listening to the radio, earning 9 yuan a month, which appeared more reliable than temporary employment. Wang Yuanxiao, on the other hand, had to tend to the family's tofu shop. Although his income was merely 2 yuan a month, he was credited with full labor points by the team. The task of overseeing the shop was originally Wang Yongjun's, but he preferred to join Wang Mingran in earning money. In Li Shuyang's courtyard, Li Mei and Li Min were crouched on the ground, playing a game of collecting stones, while their parents had gone to the city, leaving them temporarily in Li Shuyang's care. Their rations had been supplied by him for several months. Li Shuyang had firmly declined, but his sister-in-law's insistence rendered his refusals futile. Dinner's ready. I'm not sure how much oil to use for the stir-frying. The 2 little girls called out to Wang Mingran. In the past, before Li Shuyang's family was divided, the 2 girls would prepare meals daily and deliver them to the fields. However, during those challenging times, they had to be frugal with oil usage, and his sister-in-law would never let the girls handle the cooking. Now, since the household had been divided, it was Wang Mingran who took on the cooking responsibilities, leaving the younger girls uncertain about the appropriate amount of oil to use. I'll handle it. You can learn as well. If I'm ever not around, you'll know how to prepare meals for yourselves, Wang Mingran said as she led the 2 girls into the kitchen. While Wang Yongjun took out the new batteries he had purchased that day to insert into the radio, he refrained from turning it on immediately, opting to wait until after dinner to enjoy it together. After finishing their meal, Li Shuyang's father-in-law and his family arrived. Ever since becoming enamored with the Yang family generals, he had taken to visiting daily with his spouse. Upon seeing everyone gathered, Wang Yongjun promptly turned on the radio, savoring a cup of wild tea as he closed his eyes in delight. The moments spent indulging in audiobooks seemed to be a source of great enjoyment. Li Shuyang emerged from the kitchen, bearing a kettle of freshly brewed tea, and took some sunflower seeds before heading to the backyard to check on the piglets in the pen. The piglets had grown considerably. They likely wouldn't be ready for slaughter by New Year's, necessitating a bit more time for them to mature. Chapter 88. The Snowfall. A month swiftly passed, and Li Shuyang was hurrying home with a sack of chaff slung over his shoulder, while snowflakes danced down from the sky, blanketing the earth in a pristine white. The path leading to Li family village bore no marks save for the bicycle tracks left by Li Shuyang. With the onset of snow, many children had opted to stay home from school, for without cotton trousers and shoes, they feared the bitter cold might render them ill. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Min was busy sweeping the snow, while Li Mei was preparing a meal. Second uncle, Li Mei exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Li Shuyang. "This is from your mother." Li Shuyang produced a few biscuits and a sugar cube, handing them to Li Min with a grin. After bestowing gifts upon Li Min, he waved to his sister. His sister-in-law had procured 2 pounds of these treats, ensuring that each person had a share. And Li Shuyang had no intention of leaving Li Mei's portion with Wang Minggran. Second uncle, when will my mother and the others return? Li Min inquired after nibbling on a biscuit. Despite often facing hardships, she still worried for her parents. Probably around the new year, Li Shuyang contemplated before responding. Nowadays, the official working hours at the packaging factory had been curtailed while the workload continued to increase, placing the burden upon the heads of those like Zhou Lan, who were not even considered temporary workers. Unless the double-shift team required assistance, Zhou Lan and her colleagues would likely have to remain at the factory indefinitely. The factory had convened several meetings to discuss the wages of these helpers, concluding that their pay was excessively high and needed to be reduced. However, these discussions were consistently thwarted by several workshop heads and the logistics director, who feared that if wages were slashed too low, workers would opt to return to farming, resulting in potential strikes due to the untenable working conditions. Just a week prior to Zhou Lan's team beginning their work at the factory, they earned less than 2 dimes per day, but once accustomed to the tasks, they could earn up to 6 dimes daily. Even at this rate, some within the factory believed they were overcompensated, as their monthly earnings surpassed 14 yuan, exceeding that of temporary workers. In the evening, when Li Shuyang went to retrieve items, Zhou Lan and 2 cousins were still deliberating whether to sign on as temporary workers at the factory, transferring their grain quotas in exchange for a fixed monthly salary of 14 yuan. His 2 cousins could currently earn 7 dimes a day, totaling 21 yuan per month. Li Shuyang suggested they wait and see if the majority of the helpers were willing. If most were inclined to sign, they should proceed, but if no one was interested, they should refrain. In the courtyard of the Sihiyuan on the west street of Jing City, his maternal uncle, Peng Mansong, arrived carrying grain. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted the 2 little ones from his elder brother's family playing in the snow. "Uncle is here. Come eat." Li Zhuang cheerfully approached to relieve his uncle of the burden on his back. Noticing the bashful second uncle trailing behind, Li Zhuang warmly invited him to join the meal. Although the second uncle had not supported Li Zhuang's family as generously as the elder uncle over the years, his own household was struggling as well. Following the second uncle was a girl of about 13 or 14, dressed in tattered clothing, her small face flushed from the cold. "Second uncle, Do and I," Li Zhuang greeted with a smile. The 2 cousins rushed out to take the girl by the hand, leading her toward their warm room, which featured a small stove. "Tai Dan, I need to discuss something with you," the elder uncle said, pulling Li Zhuang aside with the second uncle to a secluded corner of the alley. "What is it, uncle?" Li Zhuang inquired, puzzled by their demeanor. "Tai Dan, this matter is actually on behalf of your second uncle. Is it possible for Da and I to find some work with you?" The elder uncle struggled to articulate the request. "The packaging factory is fully booked. There are no positions available, not even for helpers." Li Zhuang nearly blurted out details about the black market, but refrained. "What do you mean?" The 2 uncles pressed anxiously. "It's just that we can't speak openly about it. It's about helping with making cotton shoes and insoles," Li Zhuang explained after some consideration. "As long as there is work, Da and I is quite discreet and won't speak out of turn. You can rest easy on that front." The elder uncle nodded in agreement. "It's not that we can't speak about it. The supply and marketing cooperative will also accept the finished insoles. They provide the materials, and for each pair processed, one could earn a decent amount, around 70 to 80 yuan a month for those quick with their hands." Li Zhuang pondered, deciding against taking his cousin to the black market, as any trouble would endanger the second uncle's family. Instead, he would help her work at home and ensure the finished products were delivered safely. Though the earnings would be modest compared to Zhou Lan's group, yet still a significant contribution to the household. "That sounds wonderful." The 2 uncles nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. The elder uncle allocated 4 yuan from the wages of the 2 cousins for them to buy fabric for clothing and, after exchanging a few words with them, set off from Jing City toward home. That night, Li Zhuang returned from the black market with a substantial number of insoles, setting aside a sample for Dou and I to try on. The pigs, having feasted on chaff for a month, had plumped up considerably, and Li Shuyang nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the chubby piglets. His efforts had not been in vain. If all continued well, they would be ready for slaughter before the new year. Shortly thereafter, Li Mei and Li Min completed the meal just as Wang Minggran returned to the courtyard, escorted by Wang Yongjun. Wang Minggran was also holding her nephew, who had become enamored with the radio after hearing it just once, insisting on coming to listen daily. If no one was available to take him, he would even venture to his paternal uncle's home to enjoy the broadcast. However, at his uncle's, the yard was crowded with people gathered to listen to the radio at night, making it nearly impossible to hear the broadcast clearly. Thus, the little one preferred visiting his aunt's house. Zai Zai, Li Mei called out, offering Wang Jianhua a half-eaten biscuit. Thank you, Auntie, Wang Jianhua replied with a smile, accepting the biscuit and nibbling on it. Within moments, his in-laws arrived. The winter chill had settled in the courtyard, prompting everyone to gather in the main room, where beneath the table was a basin of steel carbon, allowing them to listen to the radio while keeping warm. Due to the straw structure, air seeped in from all around, alleviating Li Shuyang's concerns about carbon monoxide poisoning. In a sealed concrete house, they would have to keep windows open for ventilation while burning carbon for heat. Shuyang, how many days off will you have for the new year? His father-in-law inquired. It's still uncertain, but I heard from the veteran workers that it seems they won't return to work until the third day of the new year, with everyone going home for reunion dinners on the 30th and visiting relatives from the 1st to the 3rd, Li Shuyang replied. Like your elder brother. There aren't many days off for the new year, Wang Tinghua remarked with a smile. I've heard from the veteran workers that things have improved significantly compared to a few years ago. Li Shuyang chuckled. A few years back, the production team was almost the same. Even during light snow, members had to head out to cultivate, hoping to till more land for a better harvest the following year. Chapter 89. The days before the new year. Life continued in its unremarkable rhythm, and Wang Minggran's belly grew rounder with each passing day. As the end of the lunar month approached, Su Man and her companions departed from Li family village. However, some educated youth, like Bai Qingqing, who were financially constrained, could not afford the fare to return home for the new year, thus remaining in the countryside, day by day yearning for the hope of returning to the city. Upon her departure, Su Man had tossed a meat ration ticket to Wang Minggran, encouraging her to indulge in braised pork in the city. At noon, Wang Minggran arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, where marriage registrations were now managed by the Civil Affairs Department, but had been merged with the Public Security Bureau since 1970. Li Shuyang had long intended to bring Wang Minggran to obtain their marriage certificate, but the foolish girl had hesitated, reluctant to spend money on photographs, delaying until now to finally agree to pay for them. Seizing the opportunity during lunch, Li Shuyang brought along the necessary documents from the brigade factory. Together, they approached the marriage certificate window with their recent half-length portraits. After a meticulous inspection of their proofs, the staff produced a marriage certificate, inscribing the names Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran, and affixing it with a vivid red seal. The marriage certificate resembled a diploma from a later era, with the added inscription of mutual love and support emblazoned at the back. Wang Minggran, clutching several extra photographs taken at the photo studio the previous day, beamed with joy at her own reflection. Today, the team is slaughtering pigs. I wonder how much meat we will receive, she remarked, gazing at Li Shuyang with a smile. With only Maisie's work points, we shouldn't expect much. Li Shuyang replied with a chuckle. Li Mei had purchased her full work points with money, which could only be done for women, costing 3 yuan to acquire a complete work point each month, albeit restricted to 1 per household. In the current rural economy, few families had spare funds to buy work points, as they were focused on earning whatever they could from the fields. Many women returned to work in the fields for work points just a day after giving birth. Wang Minggran rode back to the village on her father's donkey cart, laden with many New Year goods purchased that day. Upon arriving at Li Shuyang's doorstep, she left 3 gifts for her father to take back. Father, these are for you and mother. This is for my elder brother and sister-in-law, and this one is for my uncle. I shall visit them during the new year. She indicated at the remaining 3 baskets on the cart. Well, you take care at home. If you need anything, let your aunt or niece in Zhouzhuang take care of us, or wait for your husband to return. It's quite chilly now, Wang Tinghua expressed with concern. Rest assured, father, I will not be wandering about. I can stand, sit, or lie down as I please, Wang Minggran replied cautiously as she walked back into the courtyard. The belongings had already been moved into the kitchen by the 2 young girls. At the steel plant supply and marketing cooperative, the scene of people queuing to buy goods resembled the frenetic atmosphere of the spring festival travel rush in the late 1980s and early 1990s, with crowds so dense it was nearly suffocating. How are you? Tomorrow is the last working day. Don't miss me too much during these few days without seeing my elder brother, Mo Yuliang said to Li Shuyang with a smile. Thank you, Li Shuyang replied, rolling his eyes at Mo Yuliang. The supply and marketing cooperative was open only during the days leading up to the new year. Typically, it remained closed. It operated in collaboration with the department stores to facilitate workers, as the crowds at both the cooperative and the department stores during this period were overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to leave without losing track of one's shoes. With 6 counters operating simultaneously, the line moved forward slowly, each person departing with smiles on their faces, burdened with packages of goods. Each day, one workshop was served, and if all were released simultaneously, the steel plant's tens of thousands of workers could easily overwhelm the small playground. Today, it was the turn of the machinist's workshop for procurement. Li Shuyang and his fellow machinists numbered in the thousands, albeit not all in the same workshop. This exchange for 10 dried chickens isn't unreasonable, is it? Mo Yuliang waved a sewing machine ticket in front of Li Shuyang. Not unreasonable at all. Not in the slightest, Li Shuyang chuckled. A ticket on the black market was worth 20% of the item's value. For instance, a bicycle ticket priced at 180 yuan would fetch 36 yuan. A pound of grain on the black market cost about 0.1 yuan, making a grain ticket worth merely 2 fun, although there were instances of inflated prices. The price of a sewing machine was 150 yuan, and if sold on the black market, it could fetch around 20 yuan. A dried wild chicken's price on the black market typically hovered around 2 yuan, depending on the situation. Would you be willing to trade? Not at all. Li Shuyang immediately shook his head. Why not? Mo Yuliang inquired, puzzled. Because I don't have that many, Li Shuyang explained, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. How many do you have? Mo Yuliang looked at Li Shuyang with a hint of grievance. 8, Li Shuyang pondered. In reality, there were over 10 at home. But he had obligations to relatives, sending 2 to Aunt Lu, 1 to his father-in-law, 1 to his elder uncle, and 1 for the reunion dinner, leaving only 8 spare. Had Mo Yuliang not suggested the exchange, Li Shuyang intended to use all the chickens to make soup for Wang Mingran. You give me 2 yuan along with the 8, and I'll give you the ticket, Mo Yuliang suggested, raising his eyebrows at Li Shuyang as if to say how generous he was being. All right, I'll deliver it to you tomorrow, Li Shuyang smiled. These items could indeed be profitable when sold. Although many were unaware of how to leverage a sewing machine for income, those who knew how to profit from it seldom taught others. However, Li Shuyang was well aware of how to earn money. Upon returning to Li family village, Li Minghai was busy writing couplets for everyone at the playground, with those who could afford it giving 2 fun, while those who could not contributed peanuts and sunflower seeds as a substitute. Upon seeing Li Shuyang return with numerous items, the onlookers cast envious glances. Earlier that morning, Wang Tinghua had brought a substantial amount of New Year goods for his daughter, and now Li Shuyang had acquired even more. Had I known, I would have let my son marry a girl from the Wang family. Although they can't work in the fields, just look at their luck. It hasn't ceased since marrying Li Shuyang. I heard they even received a pig. The crowd began to chatter in envy. It's too late to say anything now. Their child is about to be born, one woman remarked sourly, pulling the others back to reality. Elder brother and sister-in-law had already returned to their own home, having also purchased a considerable amount of New Year goods, though it was discreetly brought back by elder brother Li Zhuang at night, unlike Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran, who had made a conspicuous display. Dressed in a new cotton coat, Li Min became the new object of envy among the crowd. My second uncle bought this for me. Li Min recalled her parents' instructions and promptly replied when others inquired. Chapter 90, Pre-New Year, February 9th, 1975, was also the 29th day of the 12th lunar month in the year 74. Today, only half a day's work was required. After completing the morning shift and tidying up, workers could head to the cafeteria to collect their braised pork to take home. In a stable factory like the steel plant, workers' welfare was held in high regard. Not only were meat ration tickets distributed yesterday, but today, each worker also received half a gene of prepared braised pork. After handing Mo Yuliang the dried chickens, Li Shuyang rode his bicycle home. All along the way, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, with wisps of smoke rising from kitchens everywhere. Li Shuyang's courtyard was no exception. Li Mei received her fair share of work points amounting to a pound of meat, while Wang Mingran, who was on the roster in Zhouzhuang, managed to claim 8 taels of meat, of which 2 taels were given to the family that secured her spot. At that moment, Wang Mingran was teaching Li Mei how to deep-fry crispy meat and fish. Upon returning home, Li Shuyang immediately set about cleaning every corner of the house. The fat pig raised at home had been sent off to the slaughterhouse, and now, with the new regulations, half of what one raises must be surrendered, leaving only half for the farmer. If one were to slaughter privately, not only would half be taken, but taxes would also have to be paid. From a single large fat pig, Li Shuyang and his father-in-law's family shared 50 pounds of meat, which, to outsiders, seemed a rather generous yield for the year. As the new year began, Li Shuyang expressed his desire to not only raise pigs, but also to keep 2 tasked pigs, which would save nearly 100 pounds of pork annually. Wang Minggran, glancing at Li Shuyang, voiced her thoughts. Li Shuyang was aware that Wang Yongjun worked alongside Wang Minggran, and tasks such as cutting pig fodder could be handled by Li Mei after school, with Wang Yongjun also available to assist. Indeed, raising 3 pigs would significantly ease their lives. In this broader context, aiming for a better life necessitated such measures, yet many remained reluctant to raise tasked pigs, as there were those who struggled to feed their families, let alone care for pigs. Pigs that solely fed on grass did not grow as swiftly as those that were fed grain, and they consumed a considerable amount of fodder daily. Consequently, with no one willing to raise pigs, the production team was obliged to take on this task, and there were strict quotas on how many pigs a team could raise. Failure to meet these requirements would lead to hardships throughout the year, as every necessity would have to be prioritized according to task completion. If the minimum standard for 1 pig was not met, another would have to be accounted for, should every pig be particularly underweight. The entire village would have to tighten their belts. All the coarse grains sent down from above were now treated with utmost caution, primarily allocated for pig rearing. Initially, when Zhang Dashan distributed the grains meant for pig feeding as staple food, relying on fodder alone, the year ended with everyone appearing emaciated despite a good harvest. After that experience, the villagers came to understand the significance of surplus. Even in times of hunger, they preferred to forage for chestnuts, kudzu, and yam in the mountains rather than risk the pig feed. To procure such items, they needed Li Mingyi to guide them, as many would not recognize these plants even if they were right before them. Didn't you say you wanted to visit Director Luo before the new year? Wang Minggran suddenly recalled. I went there on my way back. Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. Why don't you check on your mentors? Wang Minggran inquired, believing that, given their mentor-student relationship, Li Shuyang should make an effort to stay connected. Li Shuyang's swift promotion to a level 3 mechanic was largely due to his mentor's guidance. I plan to visit them after I start working. It's still early in the new year, he replied. By the way, Minggran, Brother Imo sold me a ticket for a sewing machine. Would you like to use it to make clothes and earn some money? If you're interested, I can buy the sewing machine for you. If not, let Dasa handle it, with Brother Do working in the team after the new year. It won't be easy for Dasa to manage 2 children in the city alone. Let Dasa do it. I can teach her since I know how to use a sewing machine, Wang Minggran said with a smile. Wang Mingran's uncle was the team leader, and their family had several members employed in stable jobs, allowing them access to many things that were rare in the countryside. Notably, Wang Mingran's second cousin worked at the slaughterhouse, ensuring their family had meat throughout the year, albeit scraps, it was still meat. Owning a sewing machine was not unusual for them, and Li Shuyang was impressed to hear that her uncle's family had purchased a television this month. Initially, the task of selling tofu to supplement the team's income was managed by Wang Mingran's aunt, but her uncle somehow shifted this opportunity to Wang Tinghua's family, which left Wang Mingran's aunt fuming and often at odds with her husband. Are you planning to visit your uncle's family next year during the spring festival? Li Shuyang asked Wang Minggran. Let us not. Just give the items to my dad and let him deliver them. Otherwise, my aunt will get scolded, Wang Minggran replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Why is that? Li Shuyang inquired, puzzled. Whenever my aunt sees all of us siblings, she gets upset, and my uncle can't stand it, so he ends up scolding her. Wang Minggran chuckled shyly. All right, I understand, Li Shuyang nodded. In the evening, just after dinner, 2 small figures, resembling penguins, arrived at Li Shuyang's home, followed by the little girl Li Min. Since her parents returned, Li Min had been smiling much more, spending her days flaunting her new clothes. The 2 little ones had grown considerably sturdier, their round faces full of chub, making them particularly endearing. Li Mei and Li Min had also grown taller. Although still somewhat slender, they were no longer the frail bean sprouts that Li Shuyang first encountered, easily blown away by the wind. Second aunt, have some meat. The 2 little ones stretched out their hands, offering crispy meat to Wang Minggran. No, you both enjoy it. Wang Minggran laughed, gently patting their heads. Give it to sister, Li Min urged, looking at them. No. The 2 little ones immediately shook their heads and quickly stuffed the crispy meat into their mouths. There's plenty. If you want to eat, just take some. Li Shuyang remarked, shaking his head at Li Min. I'm just teasing them. Li Min giggled, having feasted on crispy meat at home until she was full. Elder brother Li Zhuang had also brought back a considerable amount of pork from the black market, and 2 others in the production team had managed to secure some as well. At Li Zhuang's home, his wife, Zhou Lan, counted the money in the box, her smile growing wider with each tally. Over the past 6 months, Li Zhuang had accompanied Li Shuyang on hunting trips, and with Zhou Lan's earnings from the packaging factory, they had accumulated nearly 400. How will we ever spend all this? Zhou Lan mused, her joy palpable. From now on, try to pick tasks that yield fewer work points. I can take care of you all, Li Zhuang thought to himself, feeling increasingly content. Although hunting and delivering game to the black market was tiring, it ensured his family was well-fed and warmly clothed, which Li Zhuang deemed his rightful duty. Undoubtedly, both were deeply grateful to Li Shuyang, for all of this was made possible by him. Chapter 91, The Su Family. On the eve of the new year, Li Shuyang rose early to prepare the reunion dinner. While Wang Mingran remained in the realm of dreams, Li Shuyang had already prepared breakfast. "Why are you up so early?" Wang Mingran asked, waking to find Li Shuyang clearing the snow from the courtyard. "There are hot steamed buns and 2 eggs in the pot. Eat one and leave one for Maisie. Oh, and the hot water is in the thermos. Remember to have a cup of malted milk after breakfast," Li Shuyang said with a smile. "Got it," Wang Mingran nodded. After breakfast, Wang Mingran joined Li Shuyang in his efforts. Meanwhile, in a distant city, Su Man had also returned home for 4 or 5 days. "Is Su Man still asleep? You all can sleep in this late in the production team?" Su Man's mother teased as she pushed open her daughter's door. "In the initial months, I had to rise before dawn, barely able to sleep until this hour. However, since my acquaintance with Li Shuyang, I have been afforded a few extra moments of slumber," Su Man shyly remarked. "Are you dating someone in the countryside?" Su's mother responded, her expression slightly uneasy, not out of disapproval of her daughter's romantic pursuits, but rather due to a lack of emotional preparedness. In truth, the couple had been diligently seeking connections to facilitate Su Man's medical retirement during this period. Yet, with so many vying for such a retirement, their turn would not come quickly. "Mom, where are your thoughts wandering?" "I meant that since getting to know Li Shuyang, I've been living with his family," Su Man clarified with a smile. "Isn't that akin to being in a relationship? You're already cohabitating with him. How does he treat you?" Su's mother immediately launched into a barrage of questions. "He has a wife. I merely mean that I share a household with his family. Not that I'm engaging in anything untoward. Can't you just wish me well?" Su Man retorted. "Please, tell me more about it. Why didn't you mention this in your letters?" Her mother inquired with concern. "I've always had company when I write, and some matters I chose to keep to myself. Initially, I got along well with a fellow youth from the production team, but one night, I inadvertently overheard her discussing how she was using me. That prompted me to seek out Li Shuyang's family. He is a member of our production team and currently works as a third-level mechanic at the steel plant. They have treated me kindly. Otherwise, how could I have grown so robust?" Su Man shared. As she recounted her experiences in the production team, Su's mother was moved to tears. Realizing the hardships her daughter had endured growing up in the city, learning to farm amidst considerable adversity. When Su Man mentioned how Li Shuyang taught them how to evade labor, her mother was utterly astonished. In this day and age, regardless of the position one held, it was expected to work diligently. Hearing that Su Man's acquaintance enjoyed wild game on a regular basis left Su's mother speechless. Even dual-income families in the city were not so affluent. "What have you done with the 5 yuan I send you each month?" Su's mother asked with concern. "Aside from essentials, I've mostly saved it." "Look," Su Man replied, revealing the money she had hidden. After spending over half a year in Li's village, she still had 18 yuan in savings. The fare for her travels was sent from home, costing only about 11 or 12 yuan round trip. While this may sound modest, in this era, it was a significant amount, as a temporary worker earned merely 14 yuan a month, equivalent to an intern's salary of approximately 2,500 yuan today. Yet for the Su family, this was not a substantial sum, given that both Su's father and mother earned nearly 100 yuan monthly. "Xiaoman, endure for another 2 years. I will apply for retirement and pass my position to you," her mother said, gazing at her daughter's sun-kissed complexion with concern. "Perhaps it would be better to give it to my sister. She has been in the queue for 2 or 3 years longer than I have, and surely wishes to return to the city more than I do. Life in Li's village is tolerable for me, not nearly as harsh as it is for my sister and her peers," Su Man replied, smiling as she declined her mother's offer. Although she longed to return to the city, she felt a deep-seated desire for her sister to reunite with their parents first. In the past, when receiving letters from her sister detailing the difficulties of rural life, Su Man would often cry in empathy. Life in Li's village was not as arduous as her sister described. Yet Su Man was acutely aware of the harsher conditions elsewhere, such as the 11th team of the Hongqi commune, where the farmland was rocky and laborious. Men would return home with blistered hands after a day's work, and the meager rations they received were supplemented only by the commune's assistance. To improve their circumstances, one had to risk their life hunting in the mountains, often witnessing the bloodied and broken bodies being carried to the commune's clinic. The youth sent to support that area lived in conditions akin to savages, having to rise early to fetch water for washing. Whenever the commune organized study sessions, those two would plead with the youth leader, requesting donations from everyone. A sudden thud echoed as the door closed, and Su's father returned with a grim expression, having failed to deliver any of the items he carried. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was dismissed, whether referencing his elder or younger daughter. the mention of retirement was met with rejection. Old Su, stop your efforts. I'll handle the retirement paperwork at the start of the year, allowing Shuyang to return first. Xiaoman, we will find a way, Su's mother said as she entered the living room, observing her husband, who was lost in thought. Indeed, let's first bring Shuyang back to the city. I will make more efforts on Xiaoman's behalf. If a position opens, I will seize the opportunity, the middle-aged man responded, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. His face devoid of the festive joy typically associated with the new year. In the city, many parents wore similar expressions. Their children remained on the farms, unable to return due to the cost of travel. What else is there to discuss, Dad? Su-man's sister inquired, noticing the worry etched on their parents' faces. As the evening fell upon Li's village, firecrackers shattered the tranquility, the carefree laughter of children ringing out, and the aroma of meat wafting from every household. Li Mei gazed at the spread of 5 or 6 meat dishes on the table, her eyes glistening. In her memory, no New Year had ever been like this. Every New Year's Eve, she recalled the sorrowful expressions of her elder brother and sister-in-law as they lamented the labor points they owed to the production team. Cheer up. Don't waste time crying. Enjoy the feast. Li Shuyang chided playfully. Li Mei replied, her voice choked with emotion. Before serving a piece of chicken to Li Shuyang and a drumstick to Wang Minggran, finally smiling as she served herself. Just take care of yourself. Your second sister-in-law and I are no longer children, Li Shuyang said, placing a serving of braised pork on Li Mei's plate with a smile. On the first day of the new year, Wang Minggran, sitting at the head of the bed, handed a piece of money to Li Mei. Li Mei hesitated for a moment, not reaching out to take it. Don't be afraid, your second brother gave it to you. Use it to buy candy at the supply and marketing cooperative when you want some. Look at how much your second brother has earned, Wang Minggran encouraged, opening a small box to show Li Mei the various denominations of money inside. Most of this money had been earned by Wang Minggran through making pastries, while the bulk of Li Shuyang's earnings had already been deposited in the bank. Li Mei carefully accepted the money, tucking it away securely. Take this 5 yuan to them, Wang Minggran said, handing Li Mei 3 5-dime bills. Li Mei happily accepted the money and hurried off to her elder brother's house. Head of the household, Wang Minggran called out from inside, prompting Li Shuyang to quickly set down the unwashed dishes and step inside. What is the matter? Li Shuyang asked. Concern etched on his face, fearing Wang Minggran might be unwell, especially given the time of day. Could we, like my parents, raise a horse or donkey for the production team? Although it might waste some grain, it would make transporting goods easier, she proposed. I doubt that is feasible. Our village isn't as affluent as Zhouzhuang, and there are hardly any livestock in the production team. If you don't bring benefits to the team, the members are unlikely to agree, Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head. The 3 cattle in Lijia village were brought back by Zhang Dashan, who had pleaded poverty at the commune, while the other livestock were sent by the Zhengjidaduden brigade as support during the busy farming season. The cattle shed housed only 3 yellow cows. Wang Minggran's aspiration to adopt a yellow cow seemed improbable unless it could generate an additional income for the production team, akin to how her parents in Zhouzhuang earned 300 to 400 yuan annually for the village. Given that current side income only allowed individuals to retain 30%. Even if 400 yuan were earned, she would only receive 120. Thus, she dismissed the idea, particularly since Xiao Si, her younger brother, would be the one to transport goods back home. How could Wang Minggran bear to part with her hard-earned money? She shook her head resolutely. By the way, now that spring has arrived, should we consider rebuilding a few tiled houses? She mused, glancing at the money in the box and then around the room. There's no need to endure for a few more years. The situation won't always restrict business like this. If we get the chance, we could buy land in the city and build concrete houses, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Wang Minggran nodded in agreement. Indeed, back in the 60s, there had been allowances for free markets, but for reasons unknown, that had been halted. Early one morning, before Li Shuyang had risen, he was awakened by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he noticed that the sky had yet to brighten. As he opened the courtyard door, he found Li Minghai standing there. What is going on? Li Shuyang inquired, puzzled, as he was no longer a member of the commune. And Wang Minggran did not have to work either, especially with the snow from the first day of the month not completely melted. What was Li Minghai up to? Uncle, come with me. Li Minghai gestured for Li Shuyang to close the courtyard door and follow him. Before long, they arrived at the old residence of Li Mingyi, where the clan meeting had once been held. A number of people were already gathered at the end of the secret passage, and beneath the ancestral tablets lay an array of delectable foods, as everyone eyed the dishes they had brought with anticipation. The purpose of gathering everyone today is twofold. First, to pay homage to our ancestors, and second, to brainstorm ideas for generating additional income for our team. Besides Team 11, Lijia Village is the poorest. Many members struggle to even have spare clothing. Let us see if anyone has a suggestion that could ensure we all have some income by year-end, Li Minghai declared loudly. Though his gaze remained fixed on Li Shuyang, Li Shuyang understood that Li Minghai hoped he would propose a profitable avenue for the team. The reality of many members lacking adequate clothing was indeed true. Numerous families owned merely 1 or 2 sets of clothes, with whoever worked wearing them while the others resorted to makeshift attire. The team had only vegetable production as a side business, and the annual payouts were barely sufficient to cover salt and oil for many households. Noticing Li Minghai's intense gaze, the others turned their curiosity toward Li Shuyang. Dressed in his blue worker-s uniform, their expressions filled with eager anticipation. Indeed, Li Shuyang was a worker in the village, and his perspective was undoubtedly broader than theirs. If only he had a profitable idea. This matter must be pursued by you, the team leader. There are ways to earn, but they come with risks. If any mishap occurs, I cannot be held responsible, Li Shuyang replied after some contemplation. After all, they lived in the same village, and in the future, if Wang Minggran, Li Mei, and their family wished to transition from agriculture to other professions, they would need Li Minghai's assistance. Thus, he refrained from outright denying the possibility. As for hunting, that was another story altogether. No hunting, Li Minghai interjected, waving his hand. Going to the city for hunting would lead to confiscation. Not to mention the uncertainties of profitability, the mere act of selling would pose a problem. Should an entire village flock to the black market? If this were to come to light, Li Minghai would bear the brunt of it, while my older brother could face consequences alone. The situation for an entire village would be different. Openly defying regulations would be a terrifying charge to ponder. What I propose is related to the Old Sea. There is a portion belonging to our Lijia village. With such a significant natural advantage, why not leverage it? Although Jingshi is not short of aquatic products, our county lacks river areas and fishing villages to supply the market. During festivals, the trade always shifts toward Jingshi. If you, the team leader, can establish a supply for the aquatic market, it could yield at least 1,000 yuan in additional income annually for our village. This rests upon your execution, but I believe the county's aquatic market is likely to agree, Li Shuyang said thoughtfully, given the current prohibition on private business. Even if Li Shuyang possessed remarkable talents, he could only engage in guerrilla tactics. Since he could not take the initiative himself, he would entrust it to the villagers. However, this endeavor carries certain risks. I hope you will communicate this to the villagers and clarify the subsidies involved, so it doesn't end up as muddled as Zhang Dashan's previous dealings, Li Shuyang cautioned. Let us not do something benevolent only to have it spiral into chaos. The previous hunting team had experienced this firsthand. The entire village was eager to eat meat, but had not been adequately informed. Merely promised full work points for participating in the hunt, with additional rewards for successful catches. When an incident occurred, there was no mention of subsidies, leaving some families struggling after losing their primary breadwinner. Rest assured, I will clarify everything to the villagers. However, we must first secure the details with the county's aquatic market. Otherwise, it would be a fruitless endeavor, Li Minghai responded, his face lighting up with delight. It was evident that Li Shuyang had a plan. Li Minghai was aware of what the two brothers were up to. He simply chose not to intervene. When Li Shuyang mentioned potential risks, Li Minghai immediately thought of hunting. Last year, when there was no snow, Li Zhuang frequently ventured into the city and always returned with grain. The village's patrol team was not blind. They could clearly see the corn sacks. When this was reported to Li Minghai, he had yet to ascertain that the black market dealings involved pigs. Yet, as the brigade did not pursue the matter, Li Minghai was disinclined to meddle further. As the others listened to Li Minghai, they nodded in agreement. If the supply to the aquatic market were secured, Lijia village could indeed become a village with side income. Every year, they would hear about the distributions from the brigade and Zhou Zhuang, feeling envious. But what could they do about it? They could only watch, as Lijia village lacked the advantages of others. Team leader, I need to discuss something with you, Li Shuyang said, pulling Li Minghai aside. What is it? Li Minghai asked, his heart brimming with joy. He was extremely pleased with Li Shuyang's suggestion. If it came to fruition, life in Lijia village could improve significantly. It's about a university recommendation quota you hold. Our factory has a regular worker position we'd like to exchange for it. Would you be willing? Li Shuyang whispered. Li Minghai cast a puzzled glance at Li Shuyang. Exchanging a regular position for a quota along with 120 yuan. Team leader, you wouldn't be at a loss, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. A regular worker's position was far superior to that of a temporary worker. Upon entering the factory, one would earn a salary of 275 yuan, along with all the accompanying benefits. Housing, marriage matters, and even funeral arrangements would be taken care of. Even in death, one's family would be supported. Yet, the advantages of a university degree were even greater. Upon graduation, one would be highly sought after by various institutions, though it was best not to be from a worker-peasant-soldier university. Subsequently, the relaxation of college entrance examinations rendered the status of graduates from labor, peasant, and soldier universities rather precarious. This was primarily due to the disparate educational backgrounds of these individuals, with some having never even attended elementary school before advancing directly to university. The abrupt transition to higher education left many utterly bewildered as they struggled to comprehend the lectures, yet they were still awarded diplomas upon graduation. The quotas recommended by Li Minghai did not necessarily guarantee admission to a specific institution. Rather, it was contingent upon one's luck to secure a spot in a prestigious university. Typically, high school graduates were directed towards reputable institutions such as medical schools. When Li Minghai learned of a supplementary allowance of 120 yuan, he nodded in agreement, recognizing that this financial support could facilitate his dealings with Wu Chuanhua. Without it, securing a job would be exceedingly difficult. This situation elucidated why the black market continued to offer employment opportunities, although many in rural areas lacked the means to afford such services. Very well. I shall inform the brigade leader, Li Minghai declared. You should convey to that individual to find a way to come to our commune. A glimmer of joy surfaced on his face. With his youngest son on the verge of graduation, Li Minghai felt a tinge of reluctance at the prospect of having him return to farming after so many years of education. His recent visits to the brigade were fueled by hope of securing a position as a substitute teacher. The unexpected opportunity felt like a serendipitous stroke of luck. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that since the commencement of the rural work program, such matters had remained constant. In 1968, the junior high and high school students from the classes of 66, 67, and 68, collectively referred to as the Old Three classes, were predominantly dispatched to rural areas in support of agricultural endeavors. Over 9 years, the total number of educated youth sent to the countryside exceeded 16 million, representing 1/10 of the urban population. Almost every urban household had some connection to this rural initiative. From 1970 to 1973, the number of educated youth sent to the countryside sharply declined, resulting in a severe shortage of skilled workers in major cities. This led to many recent high school graduates remaining in urban areas, while some rural educated youth managed to return to the cities through recruitment efforts. Consequently, factory positions became severely saturated. Between 1974 and 1976, the primary pathway for urban high school graduates once again shifted towards rural assignments. The last group of sent-down educated youth left in 1977, but soon after, the college entrance examination resumed, and the reasons for returning to the cities multiplied, with various claims of illness or retirement being cited. Educated youth were categorized into two types: those receiving salaries as part of the military corps, who, like workers, earned a monthly wage, albeit under harsher conditions and stricter regulations than their counterparts in rural assignments. The second type consisted of those sent down to the countryside without any salary, relying on work points for sustenance. However, compared to military corps youth, they enjoyed greater freedom and, if financially supported by their families, could live quite comfortably, akin to Su Man, who received 5 yuan monthly for provisions, allowing her to purchase several dozen kilograms of food. Simple tasks could yield around 67 work points daily, affording a more pleasant lifestyle than most. For Li Minghai, the prospect of exchanging work for influence was undoubtedly facilitated by connections that would enable individuals to be sent to Lijia village. All that remained was to fill out the name and secure the commune's stamp. Upon hearing Li Minghai's swift agreement, Li Shuyang surmised that he must indeed possess a quota. Should Li Minghai have declined, Li Shuyang intended to consult with his father-in-law, given that Wang Mengran's uncle was the brigade leader of Zhejiang, which was considerably more affluent than Lijia village. The disparity in living conditions was stark. Having completed the task entrusted by Director Luo, Li Shuyang returned home, where the first light of dawn was just beginning to pierce the horizon. Upon entering the kitchen, he commenced preparing breakfast. After enjoying his meal, he made his way to his elder brother's house, bringing along the prepared gifts for his uncles. After sharing a midday meal with them, he eventually returned home, feeling reassured by the noticeable improvements in both uncles' households. Upon entering his courtyard, he found Wang Mingran had already finished lunch. Are we visiting my parents today or tomorrow? Wang Mingran inquired, gazing at Li Shuyang. Today, I believe. We must visit my aunt tomorrow, Li Shuyang replied thoughtfully. Today, we should take my parents out for dinner. And tomorrow we can stop by my aunt's. With only 3 days of rest, their schedule was tightly packed. A trip to the city for lunch would nearly consume the afternoon. Visiting Aunt Lu's family would mean returning home after dark, and traveling at night posed its own risks. What if he were to stumble and fall? Li Shuyang, carrying his prepared gifts, took Wang Mengran's hand and led Li Mei towards Zhejiang, where his father-in-law's family eagerly awaited their arrival, particularly for the radio that Li Mei was cradling. Chapter 94, the second year. Aunt, uncle, and younger aunt. As Wang Jianhua spotted Li Shuyang and his companions entering the courtyard, he rushed over with a wide grin, enthusiastically greeting each of the three. Zai Zai, come here, Li Shuyang said, retrieving a yuan from his pocket and handing it to Wang Jianhua. Shuyang is here. Come, take a seat. Wang Guiqing beckoned, pulling Li Shuyang into the main room, where he promptly poured him a cup of liquor. Aware of Li Shuyang's limited tolerance, he refrained from filling it too full. The dining table was laden with last night's leftover dishes, seemingly awaiting Li Shuyang's arrival. After just a sip of liquor, a group of people burst into the room, one of them notably tall. Brother, Li Shuyang's father-in-law stood up with a cheerful smile. Please, everyone, have a seat, the elder man said, gesturing for calm. Uncle. Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran quickly rose to greet him. Yes, very good. Wang Mingran's uncle smiled warmly as he appraised Li Shuyang, nodding in satisfaction. Standing beside the exceptionally tall man, Li Shuyang, who stood nearly 1.8 meters, found that he still fell short of reaching the other's earlobe. Surmising that this individual must be Wang Mingran's second cousin. Subsequently, Wang Tinghua, Li Shuyang's father-in-law, introduced him to the family, Wang Mingran's 3 cousins, 2 cousins, and their spouses. Remarkably, apart from the youngest cousin, the least accomplished among them were temporary workers, while the 2 cousins-in-law worked as chefs in state-run restaurants. And the cousin herself was a waitress there. After the meal, everyone became familiar with one another, and as they departed, each cousin discreetly slipped a red envelope into Wang Mingran's hands, inviting Li Shuyang to visit them in the county whenever he had the chance. Should anything significant arise, don't hesitate to reach out to me. We are all family. There's no need to feel shy, Wang Mingran's uncle said as they took their leave. Watching his uncle depart, Wang Mingran turned to Li Shuyang. Most of my cousins live in the city and rarely return, except for my second cousin, who brings home scraps after work. The others only come back during the new year to visit their parents. They seldom stay in the village. Fearing her mother might say something inappropriate, she decided not to wait for her second uncle to visit her father and instead took him directly to visit. Remember what the third brother just told you. Be nimble when you're at your second brother's factory and learn as much as you can from him. Wang Tinghua advised, casting a glance at his son, Wang Yuanshao. Although the 2 families do not frequently interact, Wang Tingxing always thinks of his younger brother's family whenever good fortune comes his way. Upon hearing that the slaughterhouse was hiring temporary workers, he hastily purchased the job before he could even inform Wang Tinghua. I know, Dad, Wang Yuanshao said, nodding with delight. You mentioned if you disapprove of the prospective bride, let the youngest marry her. What are your true thoughts? Wang Tinghua inquired, gazing at his son. I'm not keen on marrying so soon. If the youngest is eager, let him find someone suitable, Wang Yuanshao replied, shaking his head. Do you want to marry, youngest? Wang mother asked her youngest son, who seemed transfixed by the radio. No. Wang Yongjun promptly shook his head vigorously. Let them play for another year. Next year, they must marry, Wang Tinghua sighed, shaking his head. It was already late at night when they departed from the in-laws' home, and several brothers, wielding torches, escorted the 3 back before returning home. On the second day of the new year, Li Shuyang rose early, prepared everything, and called Wang Mingran to get up. If not, I want to go. You and the elder brother and sister-in-law can go. I'll look after the little ones at home for the morning, Wang Mingran said, still half asleep. All right. The road isn't easy, Li Shuyang nodded. Upon arriving at his elder brother's house, he found only his brother, who was preparing to head this way with a backpack. Inquiring revealed that his sister-in-law was also unwilling to go. Nowadays, the rations in the city were fixed. This entire family going to eat a meal would mean saving food for quite some time. Not long after riding their bicycles, the 2 reached the steel factory's residential building. Awaiting Li Shuyang and his brother at the door were Han Xiao and Lu Meili. The couple had already obtained their marriage license before the new year, and Lu Meili had returned her job at the steel factory to her husband, now residing with Han Xiao in the Public Security Bureau's residential area. Since their last encounter at the Public Security Bureau, Han Xiao had assisted Lu Meili in placing an advertisement, and through their interactions, they had found mutual affection. Seeing his son willing to marry, the Han family had not disdained Lu Meili's status as a widow. For the elderly couple, having a descendant was of utmost importance. Elder brother, Shuyang, please come in and sit. I'll head back once Xiaoying arrives, Han Xiao warmly invited. Haning had gone to visit Yao Yu's parents. As the 2 were close to achieving a happy union, and both families were discussing wedding arrangements. After enjoying lunch at the Han residence, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang expressed their intention to leave. They parted ways on West Avenue, with Li Zhuang returning to the village while Li Shuyang headed to Director Luo's home. Little Li is here. Come in and sit. Old Luo is home, Mrs. Luo greeted Li Shuyang with a smile. Entering the living room, Li Shuyang saw Director Luo seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper. Happy New Year, Uncle Luo. Oh, it's you, lad. You arrived at an inconvenient time. We just finished eating. Shuyang, Could you warm up some food for Shuyang? Director Luo said to his wife. No need to trouble yourself. I just had a meal at my aunt's. I came today to inform Uncle Luo that the matter you entrusted me with has been settled, Li Shuyang replied, waving his hand with a smile. Director Luo had hesitated to give his daughter his son's job, but when faced with the choice of who should endure hardships, he felt it was better for his son to take on the burden. However, during Li Shuyang's previous visit, when he mentioned there were university recommendations available in the village, it sparked Director Luo's thoughts. There were indeed recommendation slots for the city's factories, but Luo Yujiao had no job to recommend her for. Moreover, someone from their family needed to go to the countryside. If she were recommended to attend university, it would satisfy the requirement for going to the countryside while also securing a job opportunity. Thus, Director Luo wanted Li Shuyang to inquire whether there was a solid chance of securing this arrangement, even if it required some financial investment. His bottom line was securing a formal position. The cost was irrelevant as long as it was reasonable, and he asked Li Shuyang to negotiate and report back to him. All right. Director Luo's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. With the end of the semester approaching, the matter of going to the countryside was imminent. It would be too late to address these issues afterward, as he was not the only parent wishing for their child to be closer. Chapter 95, Back to Work. Little Li, I need you to run this matter for me. It would be best to obtain a request for assistance introductory letter from your commune, Director Luo said. Looking at Li Shuyang. Sure, Uncle Luo, I'll ask about it as soon as I return, Li Shuyang nodded. When Li Shuyang departed from Director Luo's home, Mrs. Luo provided him with plenty of supplements and several pieces of baby clothing made from soft cotton. Upon arriving at Li Minghai's house, he saw Li Minghai glowing with health. Uncle is here. Please sit, Li Minghai said, motioning for his wife to bring a stool for Li Shuyang. Any news on what we discussed this morning? Here are some gifts from that side. It would be best if you could first secure an introductory letter to the youth office. Li Shuyang handed the gifts prepared by Director Luo to Li Minghai, which included several bottles of erguota liquor. They agreed. Wu Chuanhua has already gone to the commune to secure the introductory letter. It should have reached the county by now, Li Minghai replied cheerfully, accepting the liquor. In fact, Wu Chuanhua was even happier than Li Minghai. In the countryside, a recommended spot could yield around 40 yuan, and it was rare to be this generous. They didn't lack formal workers in his family, as they already had one child with a job, although others did not. Wu Chuanhua was cautious not to draw too much attention. Hearing Li Minghai's words, Li Shuyang felt relieved, as it seemed Luo Yujiao would likely report to the brigade upon graduation. By the time Li Shuyang returned home, night had already fallen. Days were now brightening later, yet darkening earlier. It was not even 7 o'clock, and the sky was dark. A few little ones were joyfully bouncing around the radio in the yard, while Wang Minggran lay in the main room, keeping a watchful eye on them. Upon seeing Li Shuyang enter the yard, the children greeted him with cheerful smiles before resuming their activities. When the elder sister-in-law returns, who will take over her job? Wang Minggran curiously asked Li Shuyang. Do you think it's a formal position? Who would take over? Li Shuyang chuckled. Isn't it possible to substitute? Wang Minggran questioned, noting that even temporary workers could have their family members fill in for them. They're merely helpers, not even classified as temporary workers. If they don't want to work, they can leave after being paid for the day. The factory will find a way to fill the vacant positions. If the factory isn't busy anymore, those helpers will simply return home, Li Shuyang explained. Initially, Li Shuyang had advised his two cousins to wait, but fearing any changes, they signed their applications the very next day and had already moved to the factory. Only his sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, believed Li Shuyang, opting to work as a daily paid helper instead. Currently, the packaging factory was increasingly busy, and the orders seemed never-ending. Helpers often worked until midnight, and those who were quick could earn a yuan a day. Oh, Wang Minggran nodded. By the way, what about the sewing machine you mentioned buying? It doesn't look like you have one in hand, she remarked, recalling that Li Shuyang had said he was going to purchase a sewing machine today. Uncertain whether elder brother has made the purchase, I handed him the sewing machine tickets, Li Shuyang remarked with a smile. Upon parting from Li Zhuang, Li Shuyang had bestowed the sewing machine tickets upon him, but he was unaware if Li Zhuang had indeed procured the machine. As of now, the supply and marketing cooperative was accepting quilt covers and finished garments. A processing fee of 3 yuan was required for a complete set of 4 pieces made according to the cooperative specifications, while garments fetched a fee of 50 cents per set. However, the initial fabric tickets had to be acquired through one's own means. Once delivered, they would provide the same fabric in return for processing. It seemed that Wang Minggran had little interest in this endeavor and had proactively expressed her intention to teach Zhou Lan how to sew. Is uncle at home? Came the call from outside the courtyard, voiced by Li Minghai. Stepping out, Li Shuyang saw Li Minghai, who without further ado, pulled him towards the playground. The large wooden barrels on the playground were brimming with fish, and the members stood in the biting cold, beaming with the delight of children. Just that afternoon, upon his return to the village, Li Zhuang had been whisked away by the members to teach them how to fish at Old Yi Hai. And now they had brought back their bountiful catch. Each family could take home 1 or 2 fish to enjoy. Li Shuyang declined the fish. His family was nearly sick from it, as the fish from the New Year's Eve dinner remained untouched. Observing the smiles adorning the faces of both the elderly and the young, he noted that each household was carrying home 2 sizable fish. The smallest among them weighed around 3 pounds. With such a feast, how could they not be jubilant? Shaking his head, Li Shuyang paid no mind to Li Minghai distributing the fish and turned back towards his home. At dawn, Li Shuyang hurried towards the steel factory. Among the 3 cousins in the courtyard, only Peng Danny remained. She was engaged in handicrafts for the black market, earning 67 cents a day. This morning, she was spirited away by her 2 elder sisters to work as a helper at the packaging factory. At the steel factory, every employee wore a radiant expression, indicating that life had been quite pleasant these past few days. Xiao Lizi, Li Shuyang had just parked his bicycle when Mo Yuliang clapped him on the back. "What brings you here, Yuliang?" Li Shuyang jested. "Hey, how can you speak like that? You should call me brother Yuliang," he replied, handing Li Shuyang a piece of jerky. "What's with your generosity today? Did your wife give birth to a son?" Li Shuyang teased. Mo Yuliang already had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. "Oh, you guessed wrong, it's a girl." "Haha," Mo Yuliang replied with glee. "Let me feel your forehead. You're not running a fever, are you?" Li Shuyang joked, aware that in the current climate, many were quite fond of sons, while only a few cherished daughters. "You wouldn't understand, daughters are worry-free. Unlike sons who constantly get into trouble," Mo Yuliang said, happily draping his arm around Li Shuyang's shoulders as they made their way to the workshop. "You're not just fond of sons, are you?" Mo Yuliang inquired. "As for me, I cherish all my children, regardless of gender. After all, our family does not require a son to inherit a throne. Having both sons and daughters is indeed preferable. Moreover, given the current circumstances, one can still have several children." Li Shuyang replied, his perspective shaped by a future yet to come. "I knew you couldn't possibly be that kind of person." Mo Yuliang nodded in satisfaction. Entering the workshop, they reached what was once Li Shuyang's workstation, now occupied by Wang Fuyo, with Lu Meili's station adjacent, transformed into a young lad. His youthful face reminiscent of an adolescent. Han sat behind the desk, sorting today's meal tickets, and waved when she spotted Li Shuyang entering the workshop. "What's up, sis?" Li Shuyang greeted her with a grin. "Is it so that I can't greet you if nothing's the matter? Are you feeling a bit mischievous again?" Han teased, handing Li Shuyang a study application form. He recognized it as the night school program at the factory, a bit more complex than the adult literacy classes. Chapter 96, Night School. Li Shuyang's records indicated he had completed elementary school, and the upcoming evaluation would necessitate a written test, with cultural knowledge being a significant component. Of course, exceptions existed. For those with exceptional technical skills, leniency might be granted regarding the written exam. This was also the reason many domestic factories had closed, as most workers were unable to pass the technical assessments required by private enterprises, often due to a lack of emphasis on education. Staring blankly at the schematics and the written exam, he realized that practical skills could render one a competent craftsman. Many who failed the written test were compelled to venture into business, with numerous entrepreneurs emerging from the wilderness of unemployment. This reality often led to complaints from business owners about their lack of education, despite hiring many university graduates for their enterprises. After signing his name, Li Shuyang was officially enrolled. His study hours would be after work, from 7 to 9 p.m., continuing until the unified assessment in late August. Most instructors were adept at teaching but lacked practical experience, akin to the teachers at Zhangjiatuan Middle School, who could explain the peculiarities of various animals but faltered when asked to treat sick cattle, insisting that their teaching should not be disrupted. Thus, while knowledge was crucial, practical skills held equal importance. Completing the application, Li Shuyang returned to his station, glanced at the diagrams, and began to immerse himself in his tasks. As evening fell, he accompanied Mo Yuliang to the cafeteria. "Aren't you usually the first to rush home after work? What's different today? Did you have a spat with your wife?" "Just sweet-talk her a bit. That always works," Mo Yuliang advised, sounding like a seasoned veteran. "You're overthinking it. I'm heading to night school to acquire knowledge." Li Shuyang replied with a smile. With merely an elementary school diploma, and not even having completed that, he knew he had to make the most of this time. The night school had lenient regulations. Attendance was not mandatory, allowing those who wished to attend to do so without compulsion. Li Shuyang planned to attend for about 20 days a month, ensuring that he would eventually pass the written assessments. After dinner, as it neared 7, Li Shuyang made his way to the classroom. While described as a classroom, it was scarcely larger than a dormitory. A few individuals occupied the sparsely filled room. likely first-day workers who had indulged in leisure these past few days and were reluctant to attend class. Within minutes, the teacher entered, surveyed the students, and regardless of whether others would join, began distributing materials. Upon returning to the podium, the teacher commenced the lecture, irrespective of whether the students could comprehend the content, methodically progressing through each question. After class, several students approached the teacher with questions about concepts they had not grasped. Shuyang, glancing at his materials, shook his head. The information was simpler than the curriculum of junior high in his past life. Moreover, aside from the essential letters, units, and some mathematical symbols, foreign languages such as English were conspicuously absent. If English were introduced, it would indeed stir considerable excitement. Currently, educational resources, aside from those published by the Ministry of Education, were scarce, with most educational materials being inaccessible. In an industrial city like Jing City, one could only find technical documentation from the Soviet Union. Literature from other countries was virtually non-existent, as much had been archived. Even the translations for meetings with foreign guests were conducted under strict confidentiality, leaving others unaware of the languages being spoken. The war has not long passed, and the populace harbors deep-seated resentment towards foreign nations, particularly certain countries. All the advanced mechanical technologies and other innovations that are visible from the West have been translated and published by the Russians. Presently, aside from translating Russian technologies, there seems to be no possibility of engaging with other foreign languages. Those with relatives abroad must tread carefully. For instance, the protagonist of the film The Horseman endures hardship largely due to having a father overseas, compelling him to be cautious. The remuneration for translating technical knowledge published by the Russians is substantial, yet Shuyang has not studied such knowledge. Moreover, how could a person with only a primary school education be expected to grasp foreign languages? Currently, scrutiny over underground activities is exceedingly stringent. Any irregular behavior could lead to interrogation, let alone the notion of Shuyang, who has not even graduated from elementary school, becoming a technical translator. After a brief respite, the class resumed, and under the teacher's guidance, time seemed to fly by until it was almost 9 o'clock. Glancing at the clock on the wall, the teacher began collecting the materials from the students. If one wished to take the materials home for review, they could simply inform the teacher, or alternatively, copy them onto blank sheets of paper. After returning the materials to the teacher, Shuyang exited the classroom. On the darkened road, Shuyang pedaled his bicycle slowly, illuminating his path with a flashlight. In summer, the moonlight would be sufficient to navigate without a light. Upon arriving at his home, he was unaware of how much time had elapsed. As he directed his weak flashlight around, he noticed a figure outside his yard. Upon approaching, he discovered it was Bai Qingqing. "Comrade Shuyang, may I borrow some money from you?" Bai Qingqing looked at him with tear-filled eyes. "I'm truly sorry. My salary has to support 2 households, and there is no surplus at home. Perhaps you could inquire with the team leader. If all else fails, the brigade can issue an IOU, Shuyang replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Su Man had mentioned more than once to Wang Minggran that Bai Qingqing often borrowed small amounts of money from her, usually just a few cents, making Su Man reluctant to ask for repayment. Had it not been for moving into Widow Zheng's house and no longer sharing a room with Bai Qingqing, she might not have realized the reasons behind Bai Qingqing's actions. Shuyang pondered that it was unusual. Logically, the female protagonist should have started her business by now. Was it possible that the original owner had not frequently delivered food to her, preventing her from accumulating the funds needed to make her first pastry? Considering this possibility, Shuyang found himself at a loss for a solution, hoping that Tan Jiachuan would return and lend her some money. After casting a curious glance at Shuyang, Bai Qingqing turned and left his home. Shuyang pushed open the gate and entered the yard, noticing that the kerosene lamp in the main room had not been extinguished. Wang Minggran sat beneath the soft glow, diligently making shoes for Shuyang. "Why are you still awake?" he inquired with concern. "I couldn't sleep. Waiting for you to come back," Wang Minggran whispered, her cheeks flushed. Shuyang went to the kitchen to warm water and brought it back for her to wash up. After she finished, he carried her to the bedroom. "Bai Qingqing came to borrow money from me today. I told her that with 2 people at home not working, the expenses are too great, and we have no money," Wang Minggran said, looking at Shuyang. "I saw her just now as well. She seemed a bit strange, though I can't quite pinpoint why," Shuyang replied thoughtfully. Chapter 97. Side Business Negotiated. Lying in bed, Shuyang found himself unable to sleep, his thoughts consumed by Bai Qingqing's peculiar gaze, though he could not articulate what was off about it. Suddenly, he had a startling realization. He had started reading this book because, in the earlier chapters, the character Shuyang shared his name. Bai Qingqing had learned to make pastries only after her reincarnation. Could it be that she had indeed been reborn? If Bai Qingqing had indeed reincarnated, it would align perfectly with the narrative, logically placing the original character as her devoted admirer. having given almost half of his family's grains to Bai Qingqing as sustenance. Now, however, Li Shuyang was not only married but also employed, creating a dissonance with Bai Qingqing's memories. No wonder her gaze had appeared so peculiar. The root of the matter lay here. Everything was veering away from the original story, with her close friend Su Man diverging from her path, while the primary labor force, the devoted admirer Li Shuyang, was unable to assist her with work. This situation undoubtedly caused Bai Qingqing some distress. For Su Man had been a crucial economic pillar in Bai Qingqing's early business endeavors, and Li Shuyang could have provided her cover in the village. The loss of these two key allies was akin to severing one of Bai Qingqing's arms in her quest for financial gain. Li Shuyang was curious to see how she would earn money this time. He had once worked at the mine for her sake, while she had engaged in nearly 2 years of black market dealings, amassing considerable wealth. When Li Shuyang offered to work at the mine to help her with travel expenses, Bai Qingqing surprisingly agreed and even encouraged him to take the job. It should be noted that the current conditions at the mine were exceedingly rudimentary, and the equipment was woefully outdated, with a higher likelihood of accidents than in construction projects like bridge building. This ultimately led to the original character losing his life without receiving an ounce of sympathy in return. Li Shuyang would neither obstruct Bai Qingqing's ventures into the black market nor impede her progress, but would certainly refrain from assisting her. The original character had chosen a path of self-destruction, and Bai Qingqing could not be blamed for that. Thus, the animosity could not be directed at her. After all, the original character had willingly embraced the role of a devoted admirer. Before dawn, Li Zhuang accompanied Li Minghai as they made their way to the county town. Li Minghai drove the ox cart, having prepared several meat sandwiches. After sharing two with Li Zhuang, he set off, his face glowing with enthusiasm. By the time they arrived at the county's aquatic market, the sun had risen. Aside from a drowsy vendor, the market was devoid of any seafood. Instead, 2 elderly women were selling vegetables. Those in the nearby villages were permitted to bring surplus produce to the market for sale, as they knew well the difficulties of obtaining salt and oil in rural areas. "Hello," Li Minghai greeted the sleepy vendor with a smile. "Hello, comrade. We have no seafood left. If you wish to purchase some, you will have to wait until around the 14th of the lunar month when we stock up for the Lantern Festival," the vendor replied, not deigning to regard Li Minghai and Li Zhuang's rural attire with any respect. This market was not as popular as the supply and marketing cooperative, and with fewer visitors. The vendor had not developed a more accommodating temperament. Indeed, those in positions with frequent public interaction, such as at supply cooperatives, meat supply stations, state-run restaurants, and bus ticket sales, were most prone to developing a volatile temperament. Initially, they approached their work with a friendly demeanor, yet not everyone cooperated with their demands, leading to misunderstandings where their mildness was misinterpreted as jest, resulting in those who disregarded their requests facing repercussions. It was akin to the chaos at the steel mill's cafeteria, where there were always individuals who shamelessly cut in line, necessitating a firmer hand to maintain order. "Comrade, we are from the Hongqi Commune's 1st Brigade. We have lakes and an abundance of aquatic resources. I would like to discuss with your director the possibility of our village becoming a supplier for the county's aquatic market." Li Minghai promptly produced a letter of introduction stamped by both the commune and the brigade. Upon seeing the document, the vendor nodded in acknowledgement. "The director is upstairs. The first office at the top of the stairs is his." With that, the vendor returned to her slumber. Indeed, she yearned for a stable supply channel for aquatic products, as busyness often brought bonuses, much like the cooperative where not only defective goods were prioritized for internal employees, but also numerous incentives were provided. Who would not envy an extra 510 yuan a month? However, the aquatic market remained in a state of stagnation, propped up solely by the county's finances. During festive seasons, when pork was scarce, people would turn to this market for their meat. Had it not been for the proximity of Jing City, the aquatic market would have long been dismantled. After knocking on the office door, they heard a voice inviting them in. Li Zhuang and Li Minghai entered the aquatic director's office with cheerful smiles. Upon stating their purpose, the director scrutinized the introductory letter. "How many pounds of fish can your village reliably supply each day?" he inquired, glancing at Li Zhuang and Li Minghai before setting the letter aside. The market's accounts were already in deficit. Such a supply would likely require intervention from the finance department, ideally determining the daily payment amount. "At the very least, we can supply 100 pounds of fish a day, with the smallest weighing 2 to 3 pounds. The sea is quite diverse, so we cannot guarantee that tomorrow's supply will consist of the same species," Li Zhuang pondered before responding. "There are established prices for fish in Jing City. I will fax one back today. You can rest assured that we will transport the fish without delay, and payments will be settled promptly," Li Zhuang added. The director's face lit up with joy. If it's just over 10 pounds a day, it would hardly be worth the effort, but 100 pounds is manageable. Although this is the county seat, there are several factories with a considerable number of workers. Unlike pork, which requires tickets, aquatic products do not need any, especially since Jing City does not require them either. The director contemplated reviving the aquatic market, ensuring that the employees' wages no longer relied on the county's finances. After all, each time he submitted an application, he was met with the finance director's long face, a sight that was hardly comforting. "Thank you so much, Director. We will return immediately to ensure you receive the fish tonight, so it does not disrupt your sales tomorrow," Li Minghai said with a smile. With that, the two exited the director's office, hurrying back to the village with their ox cart, eager to utilize it as if it were a horse-drawn carriage. Upon arriving in the village, many had already gathered at the team headquarters, waiting for news. Seeing Li Minghai's demeanor, a wave of relief washed over them. Knowing that this matter was likely to succeed, those privy to the details marveled at how accurately Li Shuyang had assessed the situation, but now the beneficiaries were the villagers. Besides Li Zhuang's large net, Li Minghai instructed him to purchase another, and with two large nets hoisted over their shoulders, the villagers made their way to the sea. Beaming with joy, however, outside the crowd, Bai Qingqing observed the scene as if in a dream, particularly astonished to see Li Dan alive. In her previous life, at this very moment, Li Dan had been tragically killed by an out-of-control delivery truck from the packaging factory. How could he still be so lively now? Chapter 98, Li Minghai. Bai Qingqing vividly recalled that it was precisely during this time that Zhang Dashan and his son were flourishing. How then had they fallen into the clutches of the captain from Zhang Jituan? This did not align with her memories from her previous life. Could it be due to her rebirth? However, these events had transpired before her rebirth. The butterfly effect seemed to have occurred far too prematurely. Bai Qingqing strained to recall her previous life, eventually realizing that the changes began with Li Shuyang marrying Wang Ming shortly after their arrival in the countryside. In her previous life, Li Shuyang had persistently pursued her, never marrying before his untimely death. Now, however, he was not only married but also a formal worker at the steel factory. Was it possible that Li Shuyang had also been reborn? As she pondered, she began to think that if Li Shuyang had indeed experienced a rebirth as well, everything would fall into place. In her previous life, he had failed to pursue her. But in this life, he had shifted his focus. Bai Qingqing speculated that Li Shuyang was likely reborn, considering he had no money or education. Urban job opportunities were scarce, especially for someone from the countryside. Otherwise, how could students from the city, like those from the Su family, possibly come to the countryside to work? Especially when families like Su Man's were eager to secure jobs for their own children. Bai Qingqing mused that even if Li Shuyang had been reborn, he would still be rather naive, as he had only just completed his college entrance exams before his death. He had never witnessed or experienced the grand changes of the era. Perhaps in this life, sheer luck had enabled him to save the factory leader's child. Yet he would merely end up as a worker for the rest of his days. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Qingqing hurried back to her courtyard, retrieving the books she had brought with her nearly half a year ago, and diligently began to review. After a while, her hunger became unbearable, and she realized that addressing her basic needs should take precedence. She rummaged through her backpack, gathering all the money she had borrowed from Su Man and Tan Jiachuan, securing it for the journey to Jing City. In her previous life, this had been her first step towards accumulating initial capital, memories that remained indelibly etched in her mind. However, lacking Li Shuyang's assistance for work, pursuing the pastry business seemed unrealistic. Balancing work and pastries would inevitably expose her over time. Recalling the knowledge she had gained in college, she headed toward the bookstore in Jing City, where translating technical books published by the mongoose could yield around 50 yuan per book. As for how she could comprehend the mongoose's language, she had already devised a plan. Her middle school teacher had studied in mongoose, although she was uncertain of her current whereabouts. At Laoisi, the members of Li's village braved the cold winds as they pulled in their nets. Out of the 10 wooden barrels they had brought, 5 were already filled. Despite the biting chill, everyone was in high spirits, shouting as they exerted their strength to haul the nets ashore. Each cast brought a bountiful catch, filling the villagers with joy akin to children. Though the cold penetrated their bodies, their smiles remained unwavering. After finishing the haul, the villagers formed pairs to carry the fish down the mountain. Li Zhuang led the fishing team, ensuring that every member earned full work points each day. Onlookers at the playground gathered around the freshly caught fish, yet none harbored thoughts of taking any home for a meal. These fish represented Li's village's secondary source of income, and their future prosperity hinged on this bounty. With 2 ox carts loaded, Li Minghai led 7 or 8 people towards the county seat. By evening, the aquatic director was already waiting at the entrance, and a smile broke across his face as he spotted Li Minghai and the others. After handing over the price list faxed from Jing City, they began weighing the fish. A total of over 240 pounds was sold at the price of 23 cents per pound, resulting in a total profit of 552 yuan. Upon receiving the money, Li Minghai's smile widened further. From tomorrow onward, Please send 100 pounds of fish here initially. This area cannot compare to the city. The workers and their purchasing power are not on par with Jing City. If we require more, I will notify you in advance, the aquatic director advised. Understood. We shall return now, Li Minghai replied, handing the money to Zhang, the accountant from Li's village, who would manage these funds until the end of the month for distribution. Even if they sold only 100 pounds a day, that would amount to nearly 700 yuan in income each month, providing a welcome financial boost to the over 100 households in Li's village. A piece of cloth costs merely 3 coins, and for just over 2 coins, one can craft an entirely new outfit. With these thoughts in mind, the villagers hurried back to their homes, filled with joy. A considerable number of members awaited on the playground, eager to learn whether this venture had succeeded, how much profit had been earned, and if it could continue in the future. Upon spotting 2 ox carts approaching from a distance, laughter erupted from the occupants, and the anxious hearts of the onlookers began to ease considerably. As Li Minghai stepped down from the cart, the crowd's eyes were fixed upon him as he ascended the platform. I am aware that you are all concerned about the results of our recent endeavor, he began. I am pleased to announce that our venture has been remarkably successful. We have garnered over 50 coins, and we can anticipate a minimum daily income of 20 coins moving forward. Today, I intend to use this surplus to purchase some hens for the needy families, prioritizing their basic sustenance. He continued, from now on, we will distribute the profits at the end of each month, allocating equal shares to each household, regardless of participation. As Li Minghai concluded his remarks, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, with many clapping so vigorously that their palms turned red and numb. The fairness of Li Minghai's distribution was deeply appreciated. Had the profits been divided among only those who participated, many would have been left out, merely watching the fortunate members profit. Upon returning home, Li Minghai found his family gathered around the dining table, awaiting his arrival. You all eat first. Just leave me a little, he said. Father, why did you distribute the good fortune so generously? Li Yongli questioned, perplexed. She understood that previously, only those who participated in the ventures received any shares, leaving others to watch enviously. Do not concern yourself with matters that do not require your attention. Just focus on your own work, Li Minghai replied, casting a glance at her. Before long, Li Dan would officially become a worker. Li Yongli was employed at the supply and marketing cooperative, while Li Minghai, despite being the vice captain, performed the duties of the captain. His wife served as a scorekeeper, and it was evident that their fortunes would diverge from those of the other members. If he did not share the wealth, how would the struggling families perceive him? There was no reason for all the profits to fill only Li Minghai's pockets. Why not allow everyone to partake in the dividends? By doing so, all members of Li family village would regard him favorably, believing that he had done a commendable deed and was thus fortunate. If he were to act like Zhang Dashan, who would respect him? As the night unfolded, Li Minghai arrived at Li Shuyang's home. Uncle, he called cheerfully upon entering the yard. The secondary business proposed by Li Shuyang had proven stable, and since the village had begun to earn income, it was essential not to overlook the contributions of the one who had suggested it. During a village meeting, it was decided that Li Shuyang's household would also be included in the profit sharing, despite no one from his family working. Li Minghai has arrived. Have you eaten? Li Shuyang asked, busy preparing sweet wine eggs for Wang Mingran as a late-night snack. I have eaten, but on another note. The village has decided to include you in the profit-sharing list. Should I write your name or auntie's? Li Minghai inquired, waving his hand dismissively. Write Maisie's name, Li Shuyang suggested after a moment's thought. Very well. Uncle, what other ventures can we develop in our village? Rest assured, any gains will not be overlooked, Li Minghai said, feeling somewhat bashful. We could explore livestock farming, such as raising chicks. Hens can be kept for egg production, while roosters can be sent to the slaughterhouse for profit. There is a vast stretch of barren land on the half-slope that cannot be used for crops, but could be utilized for raising ducks. Ducks mature quickly, and if we occasionally send a group to the market, the staff there would be eager to collaborate. The pasture by Lao Yihai is not only suitable for cattle, but also for driving ducks. The cycle from duckling to market is just 3 months, Li Shuyang elaborated. Recognizing Li Minghai's acumen, Li Shuyang decided not to withhold his insights, understanding that he could benefit from Li Minghai's efforts. Should we prioritize raising ducks or chicks first? Li Minghai asked with a hint of eagerness in his eyes, envisioning a future where every villager donned new garments. They would no longer need to travel to the brigade to incur debts during festivals. We can raise them together without any hindrance. You should start organizing the construction of the chicken coops and duck houses, placing the latter conveniently near Lao Yihai for easy management. Do not worry about insufficient funds. You can simply take an IOU from the breeding farm and initially acquire 200 chicks, settling the payment next month. When you present this to the members, I am confident they will be agreeable, Li Minghai said enthusiastically. Li Shuyang, with a hint of reluctance, looked at Li Minghai. Do these matters really require me to teach you? Perhaps we should have the captain let me take charge. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Li Minghai exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Transactions between public entities can indeed be on credit, and with a side venture like fishing, we have nothing to fear about repaying for 400 chicks. In the future, the hens will lay eggs, and the ducks will grow into profit. With these thoughts, Li Minghai joyfully returned home. His smile still radiant as he reached his doorstep, leaving his family bewildered. Has father encountered some kind of divine inspiration? Step aside. I have found a strategist. I never anticipated that Li Shuyang possessed such extensive knowledge and foresight. He shared with his family, recounting Li Shuyang's recent plans, leaving them in awe. Uncle truly has a multitude of ideas, Li Dan remarked, gazing at his father. Ever since the division of our family, it seems he has transformed completely. Previously unable to yield any results from his labor. Now, he leads a flourishing life, Li Minghai pondered. Could it be that his father-in-law inspired these ideas? His father-in-law's elder brother is the captain of Zhouzhuang, and they have several side ventures there. The most productive families in Zhouzhuang can earn over 100 coins annually. And his uncle has produced many workers, Li Minghai's wife suggested. That is certainly a possibility. After all, Li Shuyang's daughter also endures hardship, Li Minghai concluded, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. The next morning, Li Shuyang rode his bicycle from Li family village towards the steel factory. Just before reaching Jing City, he unexpectedly encountered his sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, near the edge of the city. Sister-in-law? Why did you not tell me you were coming to Jing City? I could have given you a ride, Li Shuyang said, dismounting his bicycle. People will talk if they see us together. This distance is trivial. You should go about your business. I do not require your assistance, Zhou Lan replied, waving him off. Understanding her intention to avoid any gossip, Li Shuyang nodded and continued on his way to the factory. Upon entering, he fortuitously ran into Mo Yuliang. Li, come over for dinner in a few days, Mo Yuliang said cheerfully, patting Li Shuyang on the shoulder. Certainly, Li Shuyang replied. Knowing that Mo Yuliang was planning to invite a few close friends for his daughter's full moon celebration. Having known Mo Yuliang for nearly half a year, he felt obliged to accept the invitation. However, the celebration would likely occur at the very end of the month. As Li Shuyang stepped into the workshop, he spotted Han diligently recording names in a crimson notebook. Sister, he greeted her first. Are you participating in the Lantern Festival's Flower Lantern program? If you are, I can register you here. We'll rehearse for 2 hours after work each day at the playground, and it would enhance our performance to work in tandem. Han turned to Li Shuyang and inquired, isn't that akin to attending classes? When would we have time for rehearsals? Li Shuyang quickly shook his head. The dragon dance, stilt walking, folk dance, and drum teams for the Lantern Festival are all organized by the workers in each factory. To ensure our performance is commendable, we must rehearse in advance, but we cannot let the festivities impede production. Thus, we can only squeeze in rehearsals after work. Occasionally, members of the art troupe come to perform plays like The White-Haired Girl, but they only return if the factory covers the expenses. Free performances are typically only seen in rural areas for promotional purposes. All right, Han nodded, expressing her hope that Li Shuyang could strive for a promotion this year, as a higher salary would ease the family's financial burdens. Upon returning to his own yard that evening, Li Shuyang found his sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, busy assisting Wang Minggran in making pastries. Recently, there had been a surge in relatives visiting, leading to a significant increase in the black market sales of pastries. The black market hoped that Wang Minggran could produce even more to meet the demand. Noticing Li Shuyang's return, his elder brother and sister-in-law took their leave, and Li Shuyang picked up where they had left off. Why did you have them come help? Li Shuyang inquired with a smile. I taught my sister-in-law how to use the sewing machine today, and she promised to come help with the pastries in the evening. I've already prepared a set for her. But there are still some aspects she doesn't quite grasp, Wang Minggran replied, her head bent over her work. Li Shuyang then understood. The 4-piece bedding set his sister-in-law had delivered earlier was indeed made by Wang Minggran. It's unrealistic for an apprentice to be that fast, he remarked. To complete a set in just over a day is rather exaggerated. As Zhou Lan observed Wang Minggran's ability to produce a complete set in just over a day, she felt that despite the high price of the sewing machine, it was indeed worth the investment. Earning 5 yuan in just over a day meant a potential monthly income of 50 yuan, allowing her to recoup the cost of the machine in just 3 months. Especially in the city, the employees at the supply and marketing cooperatives had requested red bedding sets, claiming they sold best, particularly those adorned with a large double happiness character. Such wedding sets were snatched up immediately upon arrival at the cooperative, often leaving no stock available. Many were eager to secure their purchases by asking for advance notice when stock arrived. However, Zhou Lan's pace was slow. She estimated it would take her 3 days to complete a set, though she hoped to improve with practice. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During this period, the village's fishing side business had not ceased, apart from assisting the most needy households. The team invested all their funds in duck and chick seedlings. One evening, as Li Shuyang passed by the village team, he noticed numerous individuals rehearsing for the Lantern Festival program the following night. A paper dragon's head led the procession, followed by long benches, with a stilt-walking troupe trailing behind. The scene was vibrant and lively, drawing many villagers who stood by with their bowls of food to watch. Upon returning to his yard, Li Shuyang noticed that Li Mei and her companions were absent, surmising they had gone to the village to watch the performance. "Why are you home so early today?" Wang Minggran asked as she arranged the freshly steamed pastries. "I don't have night school today or tomorrow, so I hurried home after work," Li Shuyang explained, stepping forward to assist Wang Minggran with her tasks. "Do my parents have any glutinous rice flour for making dumplings? If not, please take this 2 pounds. It was distributed at the factory today." He gestured towards the flour he had just brought into the kitchen. "My brother sent me a pound of flour today." Wang Minggran replied with a smile. Li Shuyang nodded, knowing his father-in-law's family must have enough, or they wouldn't have sent any over. After arranging the pastries, Li Shuyang took Wang Minggran's arm and led her into the room, mixing some cold water with the remaining hot water in the pot to prepare foot-soaking water for her. "By the way, dear, the children have been out all day. Aren't you going to look for them?" Wang Minggran suddenly recalled. "All right, I'll check after I finish washing your feet," Li Shuyang replied. A few minutes later, after pouring out the foot-soaking water, he grabbed a flashlight and headed towards the village. As he approached Zhangji Tan, he could see the playground illuminated by torches, casting a warm glow across the area. The sounds of hey yo echoed as a tug-of-war competition unfolded. Since the establishment of the commune's management, disputes over water resources had ceased to be settled through brawls. Previously, neighboring villages would use tug-of-war to determine priority for water access. On the 14th day of the Lunar New Year, these competitions aimed to bring good fortune, allowing everyone to celebrate the Lantern Festival without concerns over water supply for the entire year. Villages like theirs, typically rich in rice paddies, participated, while those with fewer fields, like Li Jia village, opted out of such activities, knowing they could always fetch water from the nearby river, even during droughts. However, villages predominantly composed of fields placed significant value on river usage rights, as manual irrigation was an exhausting endeavor. Nevertheless, ever since flood control and drought resistance channels directed river water to these villages, tug-of-war competitions had transformed into entertainment events. In addition to tug-of-war, there were wrestling matches and martial arts contests, the latter of which typically took place after the autumn harvest. These contests would continue from today until the spring plowing, with each village crowning a champion who would compete at the commune level, then at the county level, and ultimately at Jing City to determine the provincial champion. Li Shuyang fondly recalled watching such competitions in his childhood, though he had seen less of them as he grew older and began working. When he found a few of the children, Dog Dan and Yiyo were already asleep in the arms of Li Mei and Li Min. Li Shuyang secured Yiyo on his back and cradled Dog Dan in his arms. "Aren't you two planning to go home?" he asked the 2 girls. They lingered behind him, glancing back at the playground with a hint of reluctance. "What have you been eating all day?" Li Shuyang asked, amused. "We bought some pancakes at the supply and marketing cooperative." Li Min pointed to the now-closed cooperative not far from the playground. "Aren't you afraid of your mother scolding you?" Li Shuyang teased. "No, as long as Yiyo and Dog Dan haven't gone hungry, we won't get in trouble," Li Min asserted, shaking her head. "In the future, you mustn't wander off. If it happens again, I might have to scold you," Li Shuyang warned them. In truth, during this period, the occurrence of beggars was rare. It wasn't until 1983 that they began to proliferate, with some even forging official seals to create their own letters of introduction for fraudulent activities. "All right." The 2 girls nodded vigorously, aware that although Li Shuyang spoke kindly, he meant what he said. Despite never having scolded them before, they understood he was serious. Upon arriving at his sister-in-law's home, he found his elder brother, Li Zhuang, busy assisting Zhou Lan. The fabric retrieved from the supply and marketing cooperative left some scraps after the bedding set was made last night. These remnants would be utilized by sister-in-law Zhou Lan to craft shoes for the family. Li Mei and Wang Minggran received the new shoes made by sister-in-law. After handing the 2 little ones to their elder brother Li Zhuang, Li Shuyang finally led Li Mei back home. On the Lantern Festival, the factory was not in operation. Indeed, the factory's regulations had relaxed compared to previous years, allowing for a holiday during such significant celebrations. As dawn broke with the first light, elder brother Li Zhuang knocked on the door of Li Shuyang's home, carrying some fragrant wax candles. He guided Li Shuyang towards the half-slope where the original owner's parents were buried. After quietly lighting the candles, Li Zhuang led Li Shuyang in bowing several times before the grave. "Mom and Dad, now Shuyang has married and become a worker, and Xiao Mei is attending school. Life at home is improving, he said, his voice thickening with emotion, and by the end, he could barely hold back tears. Though Li Shuyang felt little sentiment, he feigned deep sorrow in light of his elder brother's grief. They sat in silence before the grave for an indeterminate time, until Li Zhuang's spirits lifted slightly, prompting them to descend the mountain together. Having traversed time and inherited the original owner's body, Li Shuyang had long wished to pay respects to the original owner's parents. However, Li Zhuang had urged him to wait, resulting in this delayed visit. Chapter 101, The Lantern Festival. In the early morning, Wang Minggran awoke and busied herself with making tangyuan, sweet rice balls. Although it was officially prohibited to conduct memorial rites, she could secretly engage in such activities at home. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from outside the courtyard, causing Wang Minggran to smile as she hurried to the door. As soon as she opened it, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. "Did you miss me?" Su Man asked joyfully. "Not at all," Wang Minggran replied, shaking her head repeatedly. "Oh, so the feelings have waned," Su Man pouted, feigning disappointment. "I was just teasing you. Of course, I missed you. Didn't I send you a package shortly after you left?" "I received it. By the way, look at what I brought you," Su Man exclaimed, revealing cotton clothes she could no longer wear, intending to pass them to Mei Zi and Xiao Min, while the smaller ones would be repurposed as diapers. "And this ginseng, my mother says it's excellent for nourishing postpartum women, especially if you can stew a couple of old hens for soup." "Thank you. I have a gift for you as well. Let us see if it fits." Wang Minggran returned to her room to fetch a set of handcrafted clothing, preparing for Su Man's departure. Su Man had mentioned she would bring some unwanted clothes, and Wang Minggran knew even old garments could fetch a good price now. Reciprocation is essential for lasting friendships. A one-sided relationship cannot endure. Since we have become friends, we must treat each other sincerely. I had no idea you possessed such skills. When will you have time to teach me? Su Man joyfully held the clothes against herself, finding them quite fitting. "I'll teach you when I have time. By the way, don't you have about 10 days of vacation left? Why are you back so soon?" Wang Minggran asked as she placed 3 bowls of tangyuan in the main room for offering, pulling Su Man into the kitchen for a chat. "Staying in the city is rather dull. I was constantly bombarded with questions about life in the countryside, whether it was particularly harsh, and if it was true that some educated youths were forcibly taken as brides by locals. It drove me nearly to madness," Su Man exclaimed, throwing her hands up in exasperation. In truth, the educated youth in the countryside stick together. If one is bullied, it reflects poorly on the entire group. These impassioned young people are not to be trifled with. If they were to rise up, it wouldn't be easy to quell, even for a team leader. Such situations could escalate to the district or provincial level, as the Educated Youth Office has representatives stationed in the provincial capital. There was an incident in the 9th Brigade where a leader was taken to be punished, providing a vivid lesson for everyone involved. Forcing educated youth into marriage is nothing short of a fantasy. They have leadership at the commune level, brigade level, and even within production teams. They perform their own tasks and merely follow the directives of their team leaders, who assign particularly grueling work without pay, like digging clay or building kilns. The production brigade can only assess their daily labor. For example, when educated youth go to the county for supplies, they can do so without a letter of introduction from the production brigade, as long as they have a letter from their youth team. Cases like Su Man's, where one is closely associated with the commune and distanced from the brigade, are virtually unheard of. Even in remote areas, there are Revolutionary Committee officials overseeing matters, making such occurrences nearly impossible. Only in the 1990s did situations arise where individuals went to remote mountain villages as volunteer teachers, often alone, leading to a lack of organization and knowledge of any ensuing troubles. Even if something occurred, their families would not fear repercussions, as they were isolated. However, as for the educated youth who must report regularly and convene, unless they were reckless, no one would dare to act foolishly. There are, of course, exceptions like Zhang Hu, who, despite suffering consequences, fail to learn from their mistakes, only realizing the danger once they fall into a pit. Those in the mountains, unable to find brides, dare not take such risks, often resorting to buying abducted women from traffickers. This issue only began to surface after the educated youths returned to the cities, as the presence of outsiders in the villages made such actions too risky. The portrayal of these women in dramas, always appearing pristine, is misleading when working in production teams. They, too, wore tattered clothing. Many educated youths who spent over 6 months in the countryside even learned to weave straw sandals and hats. In the sweltering summer, male educated youths toiled shirtless, often working harder than the commune members. Only when attending meetings or markets did they clean up and dress nicely. No one was foolish enough to wear their best clothes to work. They must be concerned about their children facing hardships if they come to join the work teams. Preparing mentally for what lies ahead, Wang Minggran chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Is your man working today?" Su Man asked after tasting a tangyuan and scanning the courtyard for Li Shuyang, noticing his absence. He's off today, taking a few children to the brigade. He should be back soon, Wang Minggran explained. With such a festive occasion, it was unrealistic to keep the children quiet at home, to prevent them from spending recklessly. Sister-in-law Zhou Lan had prepared a late-night snack for them. Li Shuyang had taken the children early to secure a good spot at the playground, planning to return for them in the evening. Li Shuyang believed he had arrived quite early, yet others had come even before him. The news of the Lantern Festival film screening organized by the Zhang Jituan Brigade had spread to nearby groups, and several children were eager to attend. Had they been any later, they might have lost their advantageous position. Shortly after Li Shuyang reached the brigade's playground, elder brother Li Zhuang joined him. Keeping watch over the little ones, aware that with the fishing team resting today, the area would be crowded, and he feared the children might wander off. After exchanging a few words with Li Shuyang, he advised him to return home and attend to his own affairs, assuring him that he could keep an eye on things here. Upon arriving home, Li Shuyang found Wang Minggran preparing to reheat the glutinous rice balls. "Allow me to handle this. Didn't I mention that I would take care of these when I returned? You should rest more during this time," he urged. "Being pregnant is not such a monumental issue," Wang Minggran shyly replied, recalling how often she heard Wang Mu say that when carrying Wang Yongjun, she still had to accompany her father to work in the fields. At that time, policies were inconsistent, and the most reliable means of sustenance was to toil in the fields. Wang Yongjun was born just as the communal dining system was being implemented. "Indeed, you are right, little ancestor, but one must also balance work with rest," Li Shuyang countered with a shake of his head. "Hey, there are outsiders present. Could you two refrain from being so lovey-dovey?" Su Man teased, observing the couple's banter. Chapter 102, Principles. "Don't you have a 10-day holiday left? Why are you back so soon?" Li Shuyang asked Su Man with a smile. "Here in Lijia village, once winter arrives and the snow falls, we cannot work until around February of the following year. After our youth workers meeting at the commune, we will head back to the city, granting us over 2 months of rest," she explained. "Don't even bring it up," Su Man sighed. "By the way, I wanted to tell you something. I've noticed that Bai Jiqing has been frequently going to the city and has purchased quite a number of books. She seems rather peculiar, so do be cautious." Li Shuyang warned. "I haven't spoken much to her since last year. She borrowed nearly 10 yuan from me. If she's so affluent, I think I should ask her when I can get my money back." Su Man's face displayed a hint of helplessness. Her parents had initially provided her with about 90 yuan when she was sent to the countryside, and for the first couple of months, she covered all expenses when they went to the city for meals and shopping. Eventually, it seemed Bai Jiqing took this as a habit, assuming it was natural for Su Man to pay whenever they went out together. Not wanting for anything, Su Man thought a small sum was inconsequential. Unaware that Bai Jiqing was taking advantage of her kindness, "I advise you to refrain from confronting her. Never tear the facade with such people. You lack cunning and guile. And if they wish to ruin you, you will be caught unawares. Should job opportunities arise for returning to the city, remember this. Never get too close or share your heart with anyone. Often, it is the one you trust the most who will betray you. Strangers have no opportunity to set traps for you." Li Shuyang interrupted Su Man, who was about to speak. "Are you saying you are like that too?" Su Man inquired, looking at Li Shuyang. "You possess a remarkably kind heart, which, to put it plainly, renders you naive. Kind-hearted individuals lack scheming and strategy. Their apparent openness is often mistaken for foolishness. Your generosity, viewed by others as a target, will lead to your downfall when you seek to reclaim what you have given. Financial dealings with relatives are fraught with complications, and even more so with outsiders with whom you share no blood ties. The malice of human nature is beyond your imagination. Hypothetically, if Bai Jiqing invited you to join her for a meeting at the commune, what would you do?" After expounding on his principles, Li Shuyang turned to Su Man for her response. "Going together is no big deal. After all, we're all comrades striving together," Su Man replied nonchalantly. "But what if she had someone lying in wait on your path? What if you lost your reputation upon arrival?" Li Shuyang asked seriously. Su Man opened her mouth, glancing between Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran, confusion evident on her face as she struggled to answer. "Is this the reason you often have Wang Yuanxiao and Wang Yongjun escort you back?" Su Man suddenly recalled that since arriving to dine here, Wang Minggran had insisted her 2 younger brothers personally watch over her as she entered the youth dormitory before returning home. "Dear child, you cannot fathom the depths of human wickedness. Always maintain a degree of vigilance, not to scheme against others, but to guard against their malice. Therefore, never sever ties with others. Your so-called friends may harbor intentions to harm you that are not immediately apparent. It would be wiser not to confront Bai Jiqing about repaying you. If she offers to return your money, accept it. If she does not, consider it a lesson in spending and avoid flaunting your wealth in front of anyone. Discretion in financial matters is paramount. Exposing your wealth invites misfortune." Li Shuyang advised with a smile. Wang Minggran nodded in agreement from the side. Once, Zhou Tinji was a highly respected figure in Zhouzhuang, but what became of him? He saved many lives, yet when it mattered most, few came to his aid. Instead, they cast stones at him, branding him as a mere feudal, superstitious figure. Had it not been for my uncle being the brigade leader, he might have long since reported to Huangta County. Even a lifesaver can be forsaken. So do not place your trust in fair-weather friends. Of course, there are still worthy friends to be had, but they are few and far between. This is why Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang always split their hunting earnings evenly. Ambiguity breeds discomfort and, over time, can lead to conflict. Li Shuyang advised Wang Mingran not to involve Zhou Lan in her business endeavors, suggesting she seek her own path, but not to partner in business. Su Man, initially in high spirits, now wore a woeful expression after Li Shuyang's discourse. He had not intended to speak on such matters. But seeing the naive girl getting along well with his wife, he felt compelled to ensure her two younger brothers kept a watchful eye on her. With the college entrance examination approaching, she would soon leave Lijia village, and their paths would likely diverge. Yet, glancing at the pile of clothes and gifts, it was evident Su Man considered Wang Mingran her closest friend, and he felt he could not remain silent. Li Shuyang hoped Su Man would take his words to heart. Otherwise, she would be the one to suffer the consequences of deception. One must maintain a level of wariness towards everyone. Without it, how could one ever forge true friendships? Su Man looked at Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran, her expression almost on the verge of tears. A gentleman's friendship is as gentle as water in times of distress. True friends will reveal themselves. If you believe there are worthy friends among your comrades, you might confide in them that your parents have been sent down for some reason, and that your family has lost everything, wishing to send something to them and observe their reactions. Of course, it would be best not to mention anything to Bai Jiqing. I sense she has changed. Li Shuyang could not bring himself to say that Bai Jiqing had experienced a rebirth, even in the last 2 months of your life. It was Bai Jiqing who collected your packages. Ultimately, she even brought 2 of your belongings to your parents, receiving considerable gratitude in return. Through Bai Jiqing, Li Shuyang began to understand why the elders would say that wealth is not derived from labor, but from strategy, and that prosperity lies in the situation rather than mere toil. Without extraordinary means, how could one amass a fortune? To ascend, one must abandon conscience and make the most of everything at one's disposal. No wonder Bai Jiqing became a significant figure. Li Shuyang, who had never experienced this unique era, had always viewed Bai Jiqing as a villainous protagonist. Only by placing himself in her shoes did he comprehend that in times of upheaval, one must firmly grasp the situation. There is no absolute good or evil, merely differing perspectives based on one's position. When an individual successfully ascends to the pinnacle, the unsavory deeds are often obscured by a facade of brilliance, leaving people only to remember their success. With a dazed expression, Su Man departed from Li Shuyang's courtyard, clutching the gifts Wang Mingran had prepared for her. Why bring up such unhappy matters when you were home? Wang Mingran pinched Li Shuyang lightly, expressing her concern for his well-being, urging him not to jeopardize his life over a trifling amount of money. Li Shuyang, with a resigned shake of his head, acknowledged her words. Chapter 103, Lantern Festival 2. When Su Man returned to Widow Zheng's home, there lingered a hint of disappointment on her face. What is the matter? Did you have a quarrel with Li Shuyang's young wife? It's quite normal to have disagreements, even among couples who often share meals together. Don't let a minor issue dampen your spirits, my dear. Widow Zheng hastily comforted her. There was no quarrel, Su Man replied, shaking her head. That is good to hear. I think highly of Li Shuyang. If you ever find yourselves unable to return and consider marrying, he could help you find a worker in the city. With your looks, you're destined for a life of comfort in the city, Widow Zheng remarked with a smile. Annie, do you have friends, particularly those who are exceptionally close, who could lend you a hand in times of need? Su Man pondered for a moment before posing the question. Upon hearing this, Widow Zheng's smile froze on her face. She recalled the time when her family's circumstances were not inferior to anyone else's in the village. Countless visitors would come to chat and boast, and her home, aside from the 3 quadrangles in the village, was not lacking in comparison to many houses in the city. Otherwise, Zhang Dashan would not have attempted to seize her property. In the past, her son and husband were both skilled hunters, and with her working in the team, they never faced a shortage of food, often having plenty left over. The surplus meat could even be exchanged for some money in the county. Many villagers came to borrow grain, and Widow Zhang, seeing them as kin, never turned anyone away, always wearing a friendly smile. However, calamity struck when both her husband and son were injured in the mountains, and by the time they were brought to the brigade's clinic, they had already succumbed to their injuries. Instantly, the 2 pillars of her home collapsed. In her despair, Widow Zheng contemplated ending her own life, but Zhang Dashan seized the opportunity to occupy her house. No one in the village stood up to seek justice. All she encountered were indifferent gazes. Unable to swallow her anger, Widow Zheng ceased her work and began to voice her grievances. The only person who still addressed her as sister-in-law was Li Shuyang. She remembered the day he advised her to conserve her energy, mistakenly believing he feared Zhang Dashan like everyone else. To her surprise, just days later, Li Shuyang sought out Wu Chuanhua and managed to bring Zhang Dashan down. Thus, Widow Zheng had never truly grasped the concept of friendship, nor had she encountered the kind of person Su Man described as being there to assist in times of hardship. She merely thought Li Shuyang was a decent individual. After all, she had witnessed Li Shuyang leading Wu Chuanhua and Wu Chuanxiong into the village, where they swiftly bound Zhang Dashan. She had heard that Zhang Dashan had been paralyzed by a falling rock while working on the farm, and by the year's end, he would be unable to return. Widow Zheng secretly wished for the demise of Zhang Dashan and his son, and upon hearing the news in the village, she happily consumed 3 large steamed buns, feeling no fatigue in her legs or back. I don't know, Auntie, I don't have such friends as you mentioned. Widow Zheng thought of the hardships she endured while seeking justice, her voice choking with emotion. After regaining her composure, she recounted to Su Man the prosperous days of her past and shared her own experiences. Hearing this, Su Man shed tears. Reflecting on Li Shuyang's South warning not to place blind trust in anyone, realizing that true feelings reveal who is worthy of belief only after facing adversity. My dear, you are still young. When someone imparts wisdom, cherish it in your heart. The fact that they teach you means they care for you, Widow Zheng reassured her. Patting Su Man's hand before retreating to her room, Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran began preparing lunch, leaving a dish steaming in the steamer for Su Man afterward. Li Shuyang jotted a note on the stone table. Supporting Wang Minggran, he made his way toward his father-in-law's home. The sounds of drums and laughter from children filling the air as they approached Zhou village. Upon reaching his father-in-law's house, aside from a donkey in the barn, the courtyard was devoid of other figures. After placing the radio in the main room, Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran headed toward the large playground in Zhou village. Passing by an old locust tree, they noticed 2 elderly men engaged in a game of chess. One of the men, upon seeing Li Shuyang, fixated his gaze upon his face. As Li Shuyang walked past, the elder's eyes remained glued to the chessboard. What's the matter, old Zhou? That's the son-in-law of the Wang family. You probably haven't met him, one elder introduced. Zhou Tinji felt a profound shock. Although Li Shuyang's face had changed considerably, he believed that one could recognize a person from a young age. If it weren't for his granddaughter searching for him, he wouldn't have thought to intervene. Having once observed Li Shuyang's features, he had predicted a short life. Even having named him, how could he not recognize him? Yet now, Li Shuyang's countenance radiated prosperity and fortune. Could one's features truly transform over time? As a connoisseur of physiognomy, he had never encountered such an anomaly in literature, but chose to remain silent, refraining from stopping Li Shuyang to inquire. Ah, indeed, I haven't seen him before. That's why he looks so unfamiliar, he hastily responded, placing his chess piece back on the board with a cheerful chuckle. At the playground, they could not spot his father-in-law's family. Only a bustling crowd gathered in a large circle. Minggran, is this your partner? He looks quite spirited. Come over here. This spot is better for viewing the performance, an elderly lady exclaimed upon seeing Wang Minggran, gently guiding her to a better position while engaging in small talk. Few in Zhou village were unfamiliar with Wang Minggran, but not all spectators were from Zhou village. Even Li Shuyang found himself beneath a tree, where several youngsters had taken to climbing branches. The crowd craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the performance, while Li Shuyang displayed little interest, his attention solely on Wang Minggran. After watching for 3 or 4 hours, a loudspeaker blared, announcing, "We'll take a 2-hour break now. Everyone hurry home to eat. Don't let the performance interfere with your meal. It's uncomfortable to be hungry." Laughter erupted as the crowd turned and headed homeward. Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran followed suit, making their way back to the house of her father. Upon their return, her mother, Wang Mu, was bustling about in the kitchen. "You two are quite bold. With no one home, you dare to leave the radio in the main room, afraid someone might steal it?" Her father-in-law scolded. "Who's wandering around at this hour? Everyone is off to enjoy the festivities. I noticed you were both absent and thought to look for you, only to find you were nowhere to be seen at the playground." Wang Minggran pouted, feeling aggrieved. Chapter 104. Children. Time swiftly passed, and half a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Li Shuyang took a leave of absence to care for his family. The steel mill was the largest in Jing City, and facilities like nurseries and kindergartens, which alleviated employees' concerns, were plentiful. Female workers enjoyed over 50 days of maternity leave, and children could be sent to the nursery after 56 days. The nursery accepted children from 56 days to 3.5 years old, while those over 3.5 attended kindergarten to play. In the nursery, aside from the infants who are still breastfeeding, all other expenses, including meals, are borne by the factory. The kindergarten merely charges a nominal fee, ensuring that every worker's child can afford these services, which serves as a form of welfare for the employees. Although Li Shuyang's wife is not a factory worker, his circumstances are unique. With no elders at home to provide care, Li Shuyang has been granted a month of paternity leave. Once the child reaches 3.5 years of age, she will also be eligible to attend the factory's kindergarten. When Li Shuyang arrived at the hospital, Wang Mingyuan had already entered the delivery room. Seeing Li Shuyang drenched in sweat and wearing a look of anxiety, Wang's parents reassured him, "Don't worry, Mingyuan is in good health, and she's receiving proper nutrition. Everything will be fine." Li Shuyang nodded, though a sense of concern lingered in his heart. After nearly half an hour of anxious waiting, a nurse emerged holding a swaddled infant. "Who is the partner of Wang Mingyuan?" she inquired, glancing towards Li Shuyang. "I am." He quickly stepped forward. "Congratulations, it's a girl." Although the nurse offered her congratulations, she inwardly sighed. In the current societal climate, many felt discomfort upon hearing the news of a daughter. There were even those who might not want the child, and judging by the mother's attire, it seemed her husband cherished her. Though one could only wonder if he would continue to treat her well after the birth of a daughter. "Thank you," Li Shuyang said as he carefully accepted the tiny baby, gazing at the wrinkled little creature with closed eyes, a wave of indescribable emotion washing over him. "How is my wife?" he asked urgently. "Both mother and daughter are safe," the nurse smiled in response. Within moments, Wang Mingyuan was wheeled out of the delivery room, and seeing her haggard appearance filled Li Shuyang with deep compassion. Once in the hospital room, he heated the chicken soup he had brought, and after ensuring it was at a suitable temperature, he carefully fed it to Wang Mingyuan. With their daughter safe and sound, both of their parents felt reassured enough to leave the hospital, knowing Li Shuyang would take good care of them. "I'm sorry, it's a girl," Wang Mingyuan said, looking at Li Shuyang with an expression of guilt. "Silly girl, as long as you are the one who gave birth, I will cherish her. Whether a son or a daughter, they are our children, precious gifts from heaven. How could you say sorry?" Li Shuyang replied with a smile. "Really?" Wang Mingyuan asked, somewhat incredulously. "Have you ever heard me lie?" Li Shuyang teased, casting her a sidelong glance. "I have. You claimed your stone was an heirloom and even sold it to Aunt Lu," she said, stifling a laugh with her hand. After a bout of laughter, Wang Mingyuan's spirits visibly lifted, alleviating Li Shuyang's worry that she might feel burdened by having a daughter. After so many years, they finally had their own child. And in Li Shuyang's previous life, there was no prejudice against daughters. Every child was considered a treasure, deserving of love and care. "Have you thought of a name?" Wang Mingyuan asked. "Let's name her Li Mingyue. It's beautiful and easy to remember," Li Shuyang replied without hesitation. Upon hearing the name so confidently proposed by Li Shuyang, Wang Mingyuan felt the last remnants of her burden dissipate. If he had suggested names like Zhaodi or Pundi, she would have thought he was merely comforting himself. After a week in the hospital, Wang Mingyuan insisted she would not stay any longer, and Li Shuyang had no choice but to carry her, wrapped up like a rice dumpling, onto the waiting tractor. The family of three made their way back to Li Village. After bringing Wang Mingyuan and little Yue into their room, Li Shuyang stepped out to pay the driver, whose fare of 2 yuan was higher than his daily wage. Finally discharged, "I've been restless at home, waiting and waiting. If it weren't for these folks needing someone to watch over them, I would have gone to the hospital to see you myself," his sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, remarked as she approached with a basket. The basket contained over 20 eggs, procured from households in Zhou village. Currently, the chickens raised by the team had yet to lay eggs, and aside from a few roosters kept for breeding, all the others had been sent to the slaughterhouse. "Sister-in-law, you not only need to look after Yaya and Godin, but you also have to cook for everyone. How do you find the time?" "My brother and the others have to start work before dawn and run to the city late into the night," Li Shuyang said with a smile as he accepted the eggs. Now, the ducks from Li village had been fattened and were being sent to the slaughterhouse nightly in prearranged quantities. Old Master Li had raised nearly 800 ducks of various sizes. This year, Li Shuyang's family had received 2 distributions of money. The first was 3 yuan, and the second was nearly 6. It should have been more, but Li Minghai had separated married couples with children into their own households, encouraging single men to marry quickly to establish their own households. Li Minghai's actions were clear to Li Shuyang. He aimed to ensure that the Li family's lineage flourished and expanded during his tenure as patriarch. With the village's side businesses now running smoothly, each household could generally expect to receive 6 yuan each month. Once the hens began laying eggs, additional income would follow. Most of the village's impoverished families no longer needed to worry about hunger, as 6 yuan could buy around 80 to 90 pounds of grain from the cooperative or grain depot. With such an ample supply of food, instances of hunger were becoming increasingly rare. Nowadays, wherever Li Minghai went in the village, he was revered as a patriarch. As everyone felt grateful for the improved quality of life, attributing it all to his effective leadership. He dedicated himself to the well-being of the villagers. Unlike when Zhang Dashan was in charge, when poverty was rampant, Li Minghai would regularly report on the earnings from the village's side businesses, distributing profits according to household numbers, ensuring that even village officials received no preferential treatment. Each household received their fair share. Uncle is back. Take this old hen for Auntie to make soup. It's a gesture from the team, Li Minghai said with a smile while holding an old hen. Li Shuyang nodded, accepting the hen from Li Minghai. Chapter 105, Luo Yujiao. Another week passed in the blink of an eye, and the once wrinkled little baby had begun to round out, spending her days eating well and sleeping soundly, and crying when awake. Occasionally, she would wail in the middle of the night, prompting Li Shuyang to quickly change her diaper. One morning, as Li Shuyang prepared egg noodles for Wang Minggran, Li Minghai knocked on the courtyard door. Is uncle up? His voice called from outside. Coming, Li Shuyang replied, bringing the noodles to Wang Minggran. As he opened the door, he found Li Minghai grinning at him, his expression akin to that of a bashful young groom. What is the matter? Li Shuyang inquired. Uncle, have you forgotten? Li Minghai pointed at Li Shuyang's work uniform. Suddenly, Li Shuyang understood. Luo Yujiao was coming to Li village, which explained Li Minghai's joy. He was excited about the forthcoming job opportunity. What do you need me for? Li Shuyang asked, still somewhat puzzled. You accompanied Zhang Dashan to the site to receive the educated youth. Aside from Zhang Hu and Zhang Dashan, you are the only one from our village who has been there. This time, it is not necessary for you to follow along. You are far more familiar with the process than I am. Li Minghai chuckled. Li Shuyang found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had never been to the county's educated youth office, though he knew its location. One moment, let me greet Minggran, he said, turning to enter the room where he awakened Li Mei and informed Wang Minggran that he might return only in the afternoon. With his family matters settled, Li Shuyang finally accompanied Li Minghai towards the county town. Li Minghai had procured a nearly obsolete bicycle from somewhere, riding it with a demeanor that surpassed that of a tractor driver. Li Shuyang, with no other option, had to help hasten the ox cart towards the county. As they approached the town, nearly at noon, it became apparent that the number of educated youth being sent to the countryside had significantly decreased. Many brigades and teams were already saturated with support personnel, and there were not many people awaiting the arrival of the educated youth. Li Shuyang and Li Minghai entered the educated youth office directly, which was sparsely populated. Li Minghai from Team 7, Li Family Village, Hongqi Commune. Li Minghai announced as he handed the introduction letter to the staff. Luo Yujiao, Qin Haohui, the staff member called out to the bewildered group of educated youth. Two youthful figures stepped forward, and Li Minghai cheerfully rushed to load their luggage onto the ox cart. Leading them out of the office, they paused at a state-run restaurant, where he purchased 2 large meat buns and handed them to the newcomers. Brother Shuyang, you eat. I'm not hungry, Luo Yujiao insisted, offering the bun to Li Shuyang, who shook his head. Just prior to picking up the educated youth, Li Minghai had treated him to a hearty meal of braised pork, and he had taken leftovers with him. You should eat. You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? Li Shuyang replied. No, we just arrived a moment ago, Qin Haohui said, taking a bite of the bun he had retracted. Li Shuyang would occasionally visit Director Luo, and through these interactions, he had grown familiar with both Luo Yujiao and Qin Haohui, who were a year or two younger than him, and thus referred to him as Brother Shuyang. Brother Shuyang, I've learned to swim. How about we test it out at Laoi Sea this afternoon? Qin Haohui suggested excitedly. Drownings often involve those who can swim. It's best not to test the waters in a place like Laoi Sea. Listen to me, Haohui. Unless absolutely necessary, do not enter unknown waters. Your so-called swimming skills are merely basic. In an emergency, you might panic and get into trouble, Li Shuyang advised with a smile. In truth, the saying that those who drown are often swimmers is misleading. True swimmers rarely drown. For instance, those from fishing villages possess a profound understanding of their familiar waters, the duration they can hold their breath, when it is safe to enter and when it is not. One could only say that those who drown often do so foolishly, entering waters they do not comprehend, which may harbor submerged vegetation or temperatures too frigid for their bodies to tolerate. What awaits them, aside from death? Most drownings occur because individuals lack the ability to swim. All right, I'll heed Brother Shuyang's advice. Qin Haohui nodded in agreement. Having interacted with Li Shuyang on numerous occasions, Qin Haohui felt that he did not resemble a typical rural individual. Many of his insights resonated with even his father. Li Minghai observed the 3 on the ox cart lost in thought. He distinctly remembered applying for only 1 support quota. How then had 2 educated youth arrived? This seemed illogical. However, since the higher-ups must have had their reasons for the arrangement, he decided not to dwell on it any further, especially as it appeared that the 2 newcomers were well acquainted with Li Shuyang. Upon reaching the village, Li Dan spotted the 2 on the ox cart, and immediately broke into a joyful smile, running forward. Luo Yujiao, Qin Haohui, what brings you to our village? Are you here for the construction support? He inquired, glancing at their luggage with delight. Yes, the two nodded. Then you needn't go to the educated youth dormitory. Stay at my home instead. I have a few empty rooms, and the environment is certainly better than the communal dorm, Li Dan offered, ready to assist with their belongings. No, we would prefer to stay in the educated youth dormitory, otherwise, it may feel a bit isolating. Remembering her father's instructions, Luo Yujiao shook her head. Director Luo had mentioned that regardless of the hardships faced here, they must maintain a positive attitude. After all, the worst would last only 23 months. After which obtaining a university recommendation would ease their lives. Nowadays, university students received stipends of approximately 12 yuan a month, with no registration fees required. Some students even sent money back home to alleviate their family's burdens. Whether staying at Li Shuyang's or Li Dan's home would leave a negative impression, as they would be viewed as having taken advantage of connections from Li family village, further complicating their acceptance into university programs. All right, I will help you with your luggage. If you need assistance, just let me know. I am not bad at farm work, Li Dan offered as he carried their belongings towards the educated youth dormitory. Li Shuyang, guiding the ox cart behind Li Dan, watched as Li Minghai regarded his son with a look of incredulity. Clearly, they could have gone directly to the dormitory with the ox cart. Was this foolish boy simply brimming with energy with nowhere to expend it? Upon arriving at the educated youth dormitory, the newcomers were met with half-hearted smiles from the others who had just finished working. Internally, the group sighed. The new arrivals were well-dressed and had delicate skin. They hoped not to find themselves borrowing food from them in the future. Captain Wu, where will these two stay? I can help carry their luggage inside, Li Dan asked the youth captain with a smile. Oh, there's an empty bed over here. The male comrades can stay with us. We can squeeze one more in, Captain Wu nodded. Li Minghai approached the young man who had just been called Captain Wu, and the two exchanged murmurs. With Captain Wu nodding helplessly, each household in Li family village earned an additional income of 6 yuan per month. The educated youth were certainly aware of this. Those from better-off families were indifferent, while those from less fortunate backgrounds could only envy. Yet, it was surprising that Li Minghai also distributed funds to the educated youth, albeit less than the cooperative members. The youth watching over the chicken coop earned 2 yuan a month, as did those herding ducks, distinguishing between the educated youth's livestock and that of the uneducated. Thus, Li Minghai had cultivated a good rapport with these educated youth. Only Bai Qingqing was unimpressed with the meager sum, as her monthly translation fees now reached over 50 yuan, and she was highly regarded by the bookstore. In the village, she performed the easiest tasks, earning just 6 work points. Translators not only received wages but also reimbursement for expenses, provided their translations were flawless. Nowadays, Bai Qingqing carried books with her wherever she went, displaying a dedication to study that surpassed even Su Man, who had been encouraged by Li Shuyang to read more. Later that evening, after receiving Qin Haohui and Luo Yujiao, Director Luo and another middle-aged man arrived at Li family village, handing Li Shuyang 2 introduction letters for delivery to Li Minghai before quietly departing under the cover of darkness. They arrived and left without alerting anyone in the village. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shuyang knocked on Li Minghai's door under the cloak of night. With bleary eyes, Li Minghai's expression transformed from one of weariness to a radiant smile upon recognizing Li Shuyang. What brings you here, uncle? He inquired cheerfully. Here, take this, Li Shuyang replied, producing 2 letters of recommendation. Tomorrow, go see the captain and see if he can find a way to recommend Qin Haohui as well. As Li Minghai observed one of the letters bearing the surname Luo, he understood it was intended for him. By the way, Minghai, if the captain has a solution, ask him if the job is for sale. If it is, please reserve it for my brother. We wouldn't want to owe anything at home, Li Shuyang instructed. Rest assured, uncle, I know how to handle this, Li Minghai nodded affirmatively. The following morning, armed with 120 yuan and a letter of recommendation, Li Minghai made his way to the Zhangjitan Brigade. Upon locating Wu Chuanhua, the two proceeded to a side room in Wu's house. Another recommendation? Wu Chuanhua exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he noticed the 120 yuan beneath the letter. Captain, do you think this can be arranged? Li Minghai asked, looking at Wu. Not to worry, this will be handled promptly. Within half a month, the upper management will have reviewed it, and then we can send them off on the train, Wu Chuanhua assured, clearly pleased with Li Minghai. He then took out 30 yuan and handed it to Li Minghai. I can't accept this money, Captain. By the way, do you plan to sell the job or keep it for the family? If you're selling, Li Shuyang mentioned he wants to buy it, Li Minghai inquired quickly. Then sell it to him. Also, tell those 2 educated youth to take a break from work for the next few days and come to the brigade to give lectures, Wu Chuanhua suggested after a moment of contemplation. Captain, won't that be too abrupt? Li Minghai felt it was rather hasty. Do you not remember when your village submitted the application? This is already quite slow. Under their guidance, your village has created 3 side businesses. Young people with education and intelligence should pursue higher learning. Acquiring more knowledge will enable them to achieve greater accomplishments in the future, helping our rural community prosper sooner. Your village's side businesses are the best outcomes. The regional leaders will come to inspect, prepare the original proposal for them. I will submit the application to the commune immediately, Wu Chuanhua insisted, forcibly handing Li Minghai the 30 yuan. After carefully placing the letter of recommendation in a drawer, Wu Chuanhua hurried to the commune. Li Minghai, still somewhat dazed, ambled back to the village, puzzled by Wu Chuanhua's mention of the initial application. Unable to make sense of it, he rushed to Li Shuyang's home. "Uncle, may I ask you something?" Li Minghai pulled Li Shuyang aside in the courtyard and spoke in hushed tones. "Go ahead," Li Shuyang nodded. "Wu Chuanhua mentioned that our village wrote an application to the Educated Youth Office. What does that mean?" He also said that the side businesses in our village were suggested by those 2 youngsters who arrived yesterday. But those ideas were clearly yours, Li Minghai expressed his confusion. "Oh, that's to provide a legitimate reason for recommending people. Just relay the captain's exact words to them. They will know what to do," Li Shuyang chuckled. For those freshly graduated youths, writing essays is a breeze. It's not as if they need to execute anything practical. Li Minghai realized the implication behind Li Shuyang's words. Understanding why Wu Chuanhua was able to serve as a captain, his eloquence was indeed an art form. "By the way, Uncle, the captain said to reserve the job for your brother. Once this matter is settled, just go to his house and find him," Li Minghai concluded before making his way home. A week later, the district indeed dispatched numerous officials to Li family village to observe the duck and chicken farming, as well as the fishing activities of Old Yi Hai. They expressed high praise for Luo Yujiao and Qin Haohui's youthful ingenuity, commending Li Minghai for his audacious initiatives that enabled the village to realize their proposals. That very afternoon, the letters of admission arrived in the hands of the 2 young individuals, inciting envy among the residents of the Educated Youth Dormitory. Bai Qingqing found it hard to believe that these ideas originated from the 2, as she had never encountered them in her previous life, particularly the one named Qin Haohui, whose attire and demeanor suggested he was from an affluent background, with his leather belt, shoes, and hair wax. She wondered how someone from an ordinary family could afford such luxuries. He had done no labor since arriving, yet spent his days promoting the production team's side businesses alongside Wu Chuanhua to achieve self-sufficiency without burdening the commune. Bai Qingqing did not envy the 2. After all, the college entrance examinations would soon be reinstated, and with ample time to prepare, she believed her efforts would yield better results than in her past life. At Li Shuyang's home, Wang Minggran was reviewing a list compiled by Li Shuyang, detailing the guests invited to celebrate Li Mingyue's full moon. The family had no shortage of provisions, and the workers who frequently interacted with Li Shuyang hoped he would host a gathering. This would not only strengthen their bonds, but also facilitate future interactions for both significant and trivial matters. "You should also invite my cousins. Whether or not they come is up to them, but since we're hosting, it's only proper to extend the invitation," Wang Minggran reminded, noticing her cousins' names were absent from the list. Chapter 107, The Full Moon Feast. Having finalized the list of invitees, Li Shuyang handed it to Wang Minggran to ensure no one had been overlooked. After scrutinizing it closely, she confirmed it was accurate with a nod. The little girl was no longer as slumberous as before. Now, after a hearty meal, she would open her eyes and survey her surroundings for a while before dozing off again. Her skin had also lost its former wrinkled appearance. Once the guest list was organized, Li Shuyang set off toward his father-in-law's home. Wang Minggran's cousins primarily resided in the county, making it somewhat troublesome for Li Shuyang to visit, especially since he was uncertain about their exact locations. It would be much more convenient for Wang Yuanchao, the brother of Wang Minggran, to convey the invitation, as he had been working as a temporary worker at the county slaughterhouse for over 6 months and would inevitably have visited his relatives in the county. "Shuyang, you've arrived just in time. I was about to bring these eggs over to you," Wang Mu said, arranging the eggs in the kitchen with layers of rice husks to prevent them from breaking during transport. "Thank you, Mother," Li Shuyang replied with a nod. "By the way, Dad, I came to ask if Minggran's second uncle could help invite her cousins to the full moon feast. Minggran wants to make it a lively occasion and also foster introductions," Li Shuyang explained to his father-in-law, Wang Tinghua. "Of course, when you and Minggran got married, we were too poor to host a proper celebration. This is a good opportunity for everyone to meet," Wang Tinghua agreed with a nod. Initially, when Wang Minggran married Li Shuyang, her father had hoped for a modest banquet, but given Li Shuyang's financial situation, it was not feasible. He hesitated to offer food and supplies, fearing it might offend Li Shuyang. After speaking, Li Shuyang took the eggs and headed home, while Wang Minggran's sister-in-law, Li Tingting, was now managing the family shop. As her younger brother followed Wang Minggran in business, he had little time to look after the shop. Hearing that Li Shuyang was hosting a feast, Li Tingting couldn't help but salivate at the thought. Since being reprimanded several times by her elder brother-in-law Wang Guoqing, Li Tingting has become considerably more restrained, no longer daring to take all the household items to her natal family. Her attitude towards Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran has also improved significantly. Zizai has gone with your uncle to fetch some eggs. He will return with your little uncle later, Li Tingting said while nudging Wang Jianhua. Li Tingting had accompanied her brother-in-law to the hospital to visit Wang Minggran after she gave birth, and Wang Guoqing had even gifted a red envelope containing 3 yuan. In today's context, 3 yuan is no trivial amount. Hearing Li Tingting's words, Li Shuyang smiled as he waited for Wang Jianhua to catch up, hoisting him onto his back and heading back to Li family village. Wang Jianhua had visited Li Shuyang's home more than once or twice, frequently coming over every 2 to 3 days, waiting for Wang Yongjun to return home at night to take him back. Upon entering the courtyard, he hopped off Li Shuyang's back and dashed towards the bedroom. Noticing that Li Mingyue was still asleep and refraining from making any noise. Auntie, Yue is being good and not crying, Wang Jianhua said joyfully. Zizai is also being good. Wang Minggran laughed, handing her unfinished chicken leg to Wang Jianhua and affectionately ruffling his hair, urging him to eat quickly. Wang Jianhua happily munched on the chicken leg and, once finished, scampered to the back of the courtyard to watch his little uncle making pastries. Wang Yongjun, still not entirely proficient, needed Li Shuyang to occasionally lend a hand. When tasting the pastries, Wang Yongjun shared half of one with his nephew, much to Wang Jianhua's delight. Each visit to his aunt's house meant there were always delightful treats to savor, and in the evening, he could listen to the radio before heading home. As soon as Li Shuyang returned home, he hopped on his bicycle and rushed into the city. After notifying a few friends from the factory, he also informed Aunt Lu Huida and his mentor. By the time he got back home, it was nearly 8 o'clock, though the sky was still bright. Summer days are long, and nights are short. The courtyard was already filled with people. Eldest brother, bring your wife over the day after tomorrow to help out. Yue is having her full moon celebration, and I've invited some friends over, Li Shuyang said, looking at his elder brother. Li Zhuang nodded. By the way, have you invited our uncle? Li Zhuang asked, glancing at Li Shuyang. I'll go first thing tomorrow morning, Li Shuyang replied. During this time, the wild game Li Shuyang had procured from the mountains was dried and stored in the cellar, so there was no shortage of meat for the feast. And he had also bought a considerable amount of grain from the black market. Hosting the gathering would be more than sufficient. By the way, elder brother, when you go fishing tomorrow, please bring back 2 or 3 fish for me. I will give the money to Li Minghai, Li Shuyang remembered, stepping into the kitchen before returning to speak. Nowadays, fishing has become a secondary occupation for the villagers, aside from the team's shared distribution. Anyone who takes fish without permission is seen as exploiting the production team's resources. Li Shuyang did not wish to take such small advantages, as he did not want to be accused of being exploitative. Soon, the day of the full moon arrived. In the afternoon, Li Shuyang waited at the intersection of West Street. Not long before In Ping and Mo Yuliang appeared before him. After a brief wait, his mentor Zheng Chuanlu also rode up on his bicycle. Li Shuyang did not have to wait for Aunt Lu Huida, as she was already well acquainted with the way to his home. When Li Shuyang led everyone into the courtyard, Aunt Lu Huida and her family were already seated inside. You rascal, such a big event, and you didn't even let me know. Don't you care about your elder sister? Haning approached Li Shuyang and playfully pinched him. Elder sister, how could I dare? Didn't I ask Aunt to inform you? Li Shuyang quickly raised his hands in surrender. You're about to get married, yet you have no sense of propriety, Director Han teased. The sibling banter was quite normal, as Lu Meili interjected to smooth things over, feeling that both Han's family and Li Shuyang were wonderful people with whom there was no pressure, allowing for open communication. Unlike her previous in-laws, where everyone would sit together for meals with countless hidden agendas. What are you all sitting around for? Do you not know why you're here today? Director Han smiled at her children. Yes, we came to learn, so you can soon hold your grandchildren. Han Xiao quickly raised his hands in mock surrender, stepping into the house with the red envelope in hand, presenting it to Wang Minggran. May you never have to worry about food and drink, he said, patting her head, and may happiness always accompany you, he added, gently touching her little hand. Aunt Lu Huida cherished little Yue dearly. Others followed suit, presenting red envelopes to Wang Minggran while offering auspicious words. Before long, Li Shuyang and his 2 younger brothers brought out the dishes prepared in the kitchen and placed a bottle of Finjiu bought from the department store on the table. Passers-by in the village couldn't help but stretch their necks to catch a glimpse of the delicious food, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting from the courtyard. After bidding farewell to everyone as they left Li family village, Li Shuyang finally returned to the courtyard. Upon his return, Wang Mingran's family had already seen her off, and her elder brother and sister-in-law had gone to rest at the elder brother's house. In the courtyard, only Li Mei remained, holding Li Yuer to enjoy the cool breeze, while Su Man sat nearby, stitching a small outfit for Li Yuer. Can I ask you something? Su Man looked at Li Shuyang. Go ahead. He nodded, signaling her to speak freely. Why did Luo Yujiao get recommended to university in just over 10 days after arriving? Su Man inquired. Haven't you heard? Li Shuyang countered. Heard what? Su Man asked, puzzled. Our village's secondary occupations were suggested by them before they even arrived in the countryside. The money being made in the village today is all due to their efforts, Li Shuyang chuckled. Su Man, being a bit naive, had a tendency to share too much information, which was not beneficial for her. Oh, I heard from the group at the educated youth dormitory that she was related to our team leader Li Minghai. I thought it was true, Su Man said, realizing. What use is it to be related to Li Minghai? His own son isn't even on the recommendation list. This requires the captain's approval and contributions to the village to be considered for recommendation. Focus on your work, study, and review your knowledge. Don't think about these trivial matters. Li Shuyang waved his hand, feeling that this silly girl was still too innocent to see the essence of the issues. He hoped that once she left Li family village, things would improve for her. What's the use of studying? It would be better to follow Min Gran and make more pastries to sell, so we can buy more jars of malted milk powder for little Yuer, Su Man said impatiently. Suppose, I'm just saying suppose, you come across a brilliant idea in your studies and pass it to Li Minghai that helps Li family village generate additional income. And then you get recommended to university. Wouldn't the knowledge you're studying now be useful later? Li Shuyang reassured her. Li Shuyang, are we friends? Su Man suddenly looked at him and asked. Of course, Li Shuyang replied without hesitation, smiling. Bai Qingqing said that the university spots for Luo Yujiao and the others were bought. Is that true? Su Man inquired, still probing. Sort of, Li Shuyang nodded. If I asked you to help me secure a spot, would you? Su Man hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, if you want, I would help with that. Li Shuyang nodded, without a trace of hesitation. I knew that you and Meng Ran considered me a friend. I am truly delighted to be here. If one day I decide to leave, I shall come to seek you out. A radiant smile adorned Su Man's face. Last night, when everyone went to the train station to bid farewell to the few educated youth heading off to university, Bai Qingqing sought out Su Man upon their return. Not only did she return the money, but she also warned her that Li Shuyang might be deceiving her for her finances. After all, Su Man was the kind of person who, if treated with kindness, would reciprocate wholeheartedly. Naturally, Su Man was skeptical of Bai Qingqing's claims. However, Bai Qingqing insisted that Luo Yujiao and Qin Haohui must have utilized Li Shuyang's connections to leave the countryside so swiftly. If Li Shuyang were not seeking personal gain, she suggested asking him if he would be willing to assist her. Su Man was aware that Li Shuyang found her somewhat naive, often withholding information from her. Yet his everyday actions indicated that his family had never regarded her as an outsider. They would always share any delicacies with her, but still. Su Man couldn't help but inquire if Li Shuyang would indeed help her. All right, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Recognizing that this foolish girl must have had some interaction with Bai Qingqing, though thankfully, she hadn't fallen completely under Bai Qingqing's influence. There was still hope. In the early morning, as Li Shuyang arrived at the village entrance to head to the steel mill, Li Minghai, accompanied by Li Dan and their elder brother Li Zhuang, awaited him. Elder brother Li Zhuang had also secured a job through Wu Chuanhua, and like Li Dan, was to work at the food factory. Initially, upon receiving the introduction letter, Li Minghai intended for his son to commence work immediately. But Wu Chuanhua advised him to wait until the educated youth had safely boarded the train to university, to avoid any mishaps that could tarnish their reputation for life. If you fail to fulfill the tasks assigned to you, it is best not to hastily try to reap the rewards. Just as they can grant you benefits, they can just as easily take them away, though the methods remain unknown to you. Rest assured, a stain will be left on your record, Wu Chuanhua cautioned Li Minghai. Li Zhuang and Li Dan frequently traveled to Jing City, so they were aware of the food factory's location. However, Li Minghai was concerned for their well-being and hoped that Li Shuyang could accompany them. After all, Li Shuyang was a formal worker and could guide them through the onboarding process with greater familiarity. Li Zhuang rode on Li Dan's bicycle, which was on the verge of being unusable, while Li Dan took a seat behind Li Shuyang. After listening to Li Minghai's chatter for a while, the three set off towards Jing City. At the Jing City food factory, though the building was not as expansive as the steel mill, it was well equipped with all necessary facilities. Upon reviewing the food supply transfer documents brought by the two and confirming their introduction letters, they swiftly received their food rations and work permits. Once Li Shuyang ensured that everything was in order for them, he hurried to the steel mill, arriving just in time for his shift. As Li Shuyang reached his workstation, he found Enping diligently cleaning the machines. During his absence, Enping had been covering for him. Thank heavens you're back. Your maternity leave has worn me out. With the meat coupons you've received, you must treat me to a grand meal at the state-run restaurant. And Ping cheerfully exclaimed, you ate plenty yesterday. Not only did you indulge, but you also took home quite a bit. Is that not enough compensation? Li Shuyang teased. That was for a gift. I was referring to a free meal. And Ping retorted with a playful glare, then paused, realizing something felt amiss. Very well, I shall treat you to a free meal. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. By the way, I saw Lu Meili heading over with the Han family yesterday. What is their connection? And Ping inquired, feigning interest while testing the products near Li Shuyang. You don't know? How would I? She hasn't been at work for so long. She is now the sister-in-law of our invoice clerk. So what kind of relationship do you think they share? Li Shuyang pointed towards Han Ying, who was busy recording employee attendance. Oh, and Ping nodded, feeling that Lu Meili's life might improve as a result. At noon, Li Shuyang visited the finance department to collect his wages. Apart from a meager bonus of 5 yuan, his salary for the month, which included his leave pay, amounted to over 40 yuan, with not a single penny deducted. It was no wonder so many envied the current workers. Their vitality stemmed from the numerous benefits they enjoyed. On the first day of work at the factory, Li Zhuang and Li Dan followed seasoned employees into the baking workshop, where their tasks involved placing unbaked bread into the oven and transferring the baked loaves to the cooling racks. Li Dan found this work less strenuous than collecting cow dung back in the village and was quite satisfied with their current working conditions. As their shift was nearing its end, they observed other workers sneaking bread into their bags, which astonished them. However, they refrained from mimicking the older employees, as they remembered seeing workers eat bread on their first day and still take some home at the end of their shifts. Had they attempted such a thing back in the production team, they would have faced penalties and reprimands. They shook their heads, preparing to leave. Yet, their supervisor encouraged them to take a loaf home for their families to try. It's our first day on the job. I'm sorry, perhaps next time. Li Zhuang responded, repeatedly waving his hands in refusal. The two hastily exited the workshop and hurried to the intersection of West Street. They did not wait long before Li Shuyang arrived on his bicycle to meet them. Uncle, today we saw older employees stealing bread at the factory. Even the baking master took one home. Li Dan whispered to Li Shuyang. You didn't partake? Li Shuyang chuckled. How could we? Li Dan shook his head, recognizing that this job was hard won, and he felt it would be dishonorable to squander it due to such trivial matters, as losing the job over something so minor would be devastating. Remember this, no matter what they do, pretend you don't see it. It's best to leave the factory with them after your shift and remain within their sight. Otherwise, if the security team catches them, they might suspect you too of reporting them. It's best not to take anything from the factory if someone wishes to frame you. The accusations can be grave or trivial. On a larger scale, it could be seen as exploiting the food factory, which would lead to demotion to a temporary worker status. Observing your future conduct. On a smaller scale, it could be deemed as inappropriate behavior, and at the very least, you would be required to write a reflective statement. Carrying a disciplinary mark would severely hinder your chances for future wage increases. Yes, we aren't foolish enough to that extent. We certainly want tea. Li Zhuang affirmed with a nod. Riding Li Shuyang's bicycle, Li Zhuang swiftly led Li Dan back to the village, while Li Shuyang leisurely followed behind on Li Dan's bicycle. In truth, the workers did not earn as much as they would have hunting at home. But if the elder brother's family wished to purchase a bicycle or other larger items in the future, it would be the workers who provided the necessary coupons. Being a worker meant sharing resources with fellow laborers, whereas in the production team, finding someone to barter with was quite difficult. Moreover, being a worker allowed them to save a considerable amount of fabric coupons for their families to make clothes, as purchasing work attire from the logistics department was significantly cheaper than buying clothing elsewhere. Before long, the trio returned to Li Family Village, where Li Dan cheerfully pedaled home, while Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang strolled leisurely towards their own homes. How did it feel at the factory? Li Shuyang inquired with a smile. Engaging in the innocent pastime of playing house with children bears little distinction. Lifting a tray and placing it into the oven incites merely of fleeting warmth, devoid of any considerable fatigue. Li Zhuang chuckled as he scratched his head, adding, it's just that the wages are somewhat meager. Despite his modesty, Li Zhuang felt a sense of contentment within. Yet, when juxtaposed with the bountiful rewards of hunting, the paltry pay seemed rather inadequate. A fortunate hunt yielding a wild boar could easily surpass the earnings of the past 2 months, even after dividing the spoils between the brothers. Nevertheless, Li Zhuang recognized that Li Shuyang possessed a broader vision, and he resolved to heed his elder brother's counsel. Moreover, his younger sibling had aptly pointed out that if he succumbed to the temptation of purchasing a radio from the black market, it could lead to unwelcome repercussions. As Li Zhuang strolled into the courtyard, he found the 2 little ones crouched on the ground, relishing their chicken eggs while simultaneously counting the pebbles scattered about. Children often find joy in the simplest of pleasures, A mere clump of yellow clay can entertain them for an entire day, and they perceive it as an exquisite delight. In the main room, his sister-in-law, Zhou, diligently operated the sewing machine. Having practiced for nearly half a year, yet still unable to match Wang Mengran's ability to produce a complete set of 4 pieces every 2 days. Zhou required 3 days for a single set, yet she remained delighted. With her sewing machine, she could earn over 20 yuan a month. Albeit the machine itself belonged to Li Shuyang, while the funds were provided by her and her husband. The family had taken a page from Wang Mengran's book, raising pigs themselves, 2 at a time, one for the collective and the other for their own consumption. Nowadays, Li Mei had her own household, in Li Jia village. All married couples with children had been separated from the collective. Li Mei thrived on the dividends from the production team, affording her education and even some surplus. She also tended to 2 hens in the yard. The Li brothers' household comprised 9 members, none of whom worked in the collective. Li Mei and Li Min were occupied with school, while the youngest was far too young to contribute. The adults were either workers or engaged in their own side businesses. Activities such as delivering bedding sets, incense, and pastries to the supply and marketing cooperative were permitted, and the village could hardly find fault. As for Li Zhuang and Li Shuyang's roles as workers, they faced no scrutiny. Li Minghai converted the earnings due to Li Zhuang and Li Shuyang into work points, each earning 12 points per day. Although this system did not yield as much cash as direct payments, it avoided any complaints from the members. However, the credits could not be directly attributed to Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang. Instead, they were registered under Wang Mengran's name for Li Shuyang and Zhou Lan's name for Li Zhuang. The initiative for side businesses came from Li Shuyang, while Li Zhuang participated actively, guiding others through the process, thus ensuring no one would act against their benefactor. 12 work points a day amounted to a mere 32 jin of grain per month, a sum eclipsed by the 6 yuan monthly distribution, leaving the members entirely content. "How's the work at the factory?" Zhou cheerfully inquired. "I'm all flustered here, waiting to prepare your meal." With a playful spirit akin to that of children at play, Li Zhuang leaned in and recounted the happenings at the factory, including Li Shuyang's directives. "You can't go wrong listening to the second brother. He is well versed in the world, having spent more time at the factory than you, and surely possesses greater insight into human affairs." Zhou nodded in agreement. After preparing the meal, she turned to Li Zhuang and said, "Today I visited Li Minghai's house to inquire about the old residence. Guess what he said? That house is cursed. Why would you want to buy it?" Li Zhuang reacted as if startled, springing to his feet. "Look at you, so timid." "The second brother asked me to inquire," Zhou chuckled. "What did Li Minghai say?" "He won't sell it. If that house truly harbored such misfortunes, would he refuse to sell? He didn't even entertain discussing a price. He simply turned me down." Zhou shook her head. "Better that he doesn't sell. It saves scaring off others." Li Zhuang sighed with relief upon hearing Li Minghai's refusal, fearing that Li Shuyang might impulsively purchase it. If they desired a fine home, they could always build one. The family was not lacking in funds. Chapter 110, The College Entrance Examination. After finishing his meal, Li Zhuang made his way toward Li Shuyang, who was busy organizing his belongings in preparation for setting traps in the mountains. He discreetly pulled Li Shuyang aside and asked, "Did you ask your sister-in-law to inquire about Li Minghai's old house?" "I asked her to check. If he was willing to sell, that would be splendid. However, Minggran mentioned that she inquired today and that Li Minghai refused." Li Shuyang replied with a hint of resignation. "That house is notorious. Don't you remember how you fell ill repeatedly after visiting it as a child? If it weren't for your sister-in-law taking you to Zhouzhuang to seek help from that old gentleman, you might not have survived," Li Zhuang remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he recalled the ominous past. Li Shuyang, taken aback by Li Zhuang's expression, responded, "If he refuses to sell, then so be it. I won't pry any further. If the second brother desires a courtyard like that in the future, he can build one himself when he has the means. That house is not to be bought." Li Zhuang reiterated his caution. "Just remember that." "Understood," Li Shuyang nodded. He sensed that Li Zhuang had endured something unsettling, yet was reluctant to share. Since Li Zhuang opposed the purchase, Li Shuyang decided to let the matter rest. There would be plenty of courtyard houses available in the city in the future. It was not imperative to acquire Li Minghai's. Over a year passed swiftly, and on the morning of October 12, 1977, a stirring announcement echoed from the radio. As the message played for a second time, many young intellectuals knelt on the ground, clutching their heads in tears, while some embraced one another in joyous laughter. The restoration of the college entrance examination signified a monumental shift towards equality. It fostered a climate of respect for knowledge and talent, heralding a new spring for society. The ethos of fair competition and merit-based admissions became a prevailing belief, permeating not only the educational ecosystem but also extending to all facets of society. The college entrance examination had the power to alter destinies. allowing many to rise from the fields and assume the status of university students. This was a transformative step towards altering identities and positions, facilitating social mobility. Numerous young individuals who had ventured to the mountains and returned, as well as those laboring in factories, transitioned directly from the fields and workshops to university, experiencing a profound change. Upon graduation, many secured significant positions, becoming the backbone of society. This marked the dawn of a great era, a departure from the primitive age. After nearly 11 years, the examination halls reopened, presenting the quickest route to altering one's fate. Observing the workers in the workshop, their faces etched with tears, Li Shuyang understood that they had harbored their emotions for far too long. The youth transitioned from confusion and restlessness to a state of positivity, calm, and aspiration, restoring social order and replenishing the nation's intellectual resources. Professors and experts who had been relegated to shelters returned to their original posts 2 months prior, including the old scoundrel Li Mingyi, who joined them in Kyoto. After meeting Li Mingyi, these professors recognized the necessity of disseminating the great medical knowledge of Longhua Nation beyond rural confines. The restored college entrance examination targeted workers, farmers, young intellectuals who had been sent to the countryside, demobilized soldiers, cadres, and recent high school graduates. Priority was given to admissions at key institutions. Medical colleges, teachers' colleges, and agricultural universities will each pay particular attention to enrolling outstanding barefoot doctors, private teachers, and enthusiastic agricultural science advocates. Upon graduation, students will be allocated jobs by the state. The book's self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry has become a coveted treasure for all aspiring candidates of the college entrance examination. And by Qingqing's acquisition of this set from a recycling station allowed her to earn no less than 20 yuan in just a month. However, the release of Algebra 1 monopolized by Qingqing's business. Under the diligent encouragement of Li Shuyang, Su Man has almost completed her review. And now that the college entrance examination is relaxed, she joins the youth cohort in unified study at the commune, likely securing a place in university. After work, Li Shuyang hurriedly returns home, where Wang Minggran, akin to a sister-in-law, has given birth to a pair of twins, a dragon and a phoenix, leading Li Shuyang to ponder whether such genes run in the family, as both brothers have had twins as their second child. The little ones are now 6 months old, spending their days nursing and smiling, rarely crying. Their elder sister, Li Yuer, sits on the bed with her aunt, engaged in crafts, Li Mei making insoles while Li Yuer contributes to the chaos. Minggran, after all these years of study, are you not going to take the exam? Li Shuyang inquired with a smile. No, I was just bored and asked Su Man to keep me company. I'd rather die than leave you all to go to university. Wang Minggran firmly replied. Why do you always speak of such ominous things in the dead of winter? Li Shuyang covered her mouth playfully. Yo-yo, look how your mother keeps saying such inauspicious things. Cry for her to see. Li Shuyang chuckled as he lifted his eldest son. The little fellow grinned widely at the sight of Li Shuyang, his gleeful laughter lifting Li Shuyang's spirits considerably. Meanwhile, his daughter, Yu, gazed at him with wide eyes, prompting him to scoop her up as well. Have you been good today, Yu? Li Shuyang teased, and the little girl smiled before promptly drifting off to sleep. Clearly less lively than her brother, Li Mingyu. The latter hardly ever cries, except when he stubbornly pulls his own hair. Big treasure. Hit your daddy to vent for your mother. Wang Minggran waved her son's hand. Does he dare? Once he can run and jump, I shall deal with him. Li Shuyang replied with a playful wrinkling of his nose. As if understanding Wang Minggran's words, the little one playfully pinched Li Shuyang's nose, causing him to grimace in pain. This little lad needs a manicure. His grip is quite painful. Li Shuyang quickly returned both children to their bed. Mommy, Annie hit me. Li Yuer rushed back within moments, pointing at her hand and crying. I told you not to cause trouble. Let us see if it hurts. Li Shuyang lifted Li Yuer to show Wang Minggran. The child's delicate hand bore no marks, clearly a case of seeking attention. You've not even been hit red. Come back when your Annie has left a mark. Wang Minggran chuckled, prompting Li Yuer to dash back to Li Mei's room, seeking another round of playful reprimands, much to the amusement of Li Shuyang and his wife. Why not have another one? Wang Minggran laughed, leaning against Li Shuyang's shoulder. Why are you thinking about such things before nightfall? Li Shuyang teased. You've taught me badly. Wang Minggran playfully pinched him. Chapter 111. College Entrance Examination 2. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had flown by, drawing ever closer to the day of the college entrance examination. Algebra 1 had sold out in bookstores, and many had to resort to borrowing notebooks from friends to hand-copy the material. Only close friends would lend their notes. Otherwise, they were too busy reviewing to share. Li Shuyang, aware of the book's popularity, had waited outside the bookstore to purchase one for each of the three. However, Wang Minggran, occupied with childcare and business, had little time to open her own copy. Li Shuyang took the family to visit his father-in-law. Has your second uncle made a firm decision? He asked with a smile. If all the work is handed to the youngest, he must have made up his mind, Wang Minggran chuckled. The brother and their family had been utterly captivated by Su Man, spending the last 2 years at the slaughterhouse without bringing home even a scrap of food. All to enjoy a dinner with her. After dinner, they would study together, with Su Man guiding him through any difficulties. To prolong their time together, Wang Yuanchao had exhausted every possible means. On the day of the college entrance examination announcement, he finally confessed his feelings, fearing he might never have another chance. Having spent considerable time with Wang Yuanchao, Su Man found him to be a decent person and agreed to date him on the condition they both gain admission to the same university, which thrilled Wang Yuanchao immensely. Now, he had abandoned his job, spending his days attending lectures with the youth at the commune, much to the dismay of his parents, who wished to disown him. This rascal is determined to oppose the family, Wang Tinghua grumbled, holding Li Wei. Father, if he gets into university, won't it reflect well on you? Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Is he studying for me? Yes, trying to escape this family. If he gets into university, he might not even want to return. Wang Tinghua said, though his heart brimmed with joy. After all, sending all the children to school was a means to cultivate a learned person in the family. Yet, with the college entrance examination not yet open, he felt powerless. Now, it mattered not for whom Wang Yuanchao was studying. As long as he succeeded, that was sufficient. Father, you've misjudged. A tree may tower high, but its leaves return to the roots. If he gets into university, he will undoubtedly come back, Li Shuyang interjected diplomatically. I love hearing that. A tree may tower high, but its leaves return to the roots. Well said, Wang Tinghua chuckled heartily. Regardless, Wang Yuanchao would always be his son. And if he were to enter university, it would certainly bring him honor. Soon, everyone in the village would speak of how Wang Tinghua educated his children. Darling, do you think your uncle will get into university? Wang Tinghua asked the little girl in his arms. Yes, she replied, blissfully unaware of what university even meant. Li Minggran and Li Shuyang exchanged exasperated glances. Their little girl had a tendency to respond without understanding. Much like when Li Minghai asked if she could earn 12 work points by accompanying her aunt for a day. She had confidently claimed she could. During holidays, Li Mei would work in the team, and now this little girl was inseparable from her aunt, following her everywhere. The academically gifted Li Mei and Li Min had skipped 2 grades in elementary school and were now attending junior high at the commune. They spent their days in classes alongside Su Man, Wang Minggran, and Wang Yuanchao, with Su Man occasionally tutoring them, having completed 3 years of elementary schooling. The current educational structure is 522 years, and in another 4 years, these 2 girls would be ready for university, perfectly timing their entrance with the end of the 522 system. Li Shuyang recognized that Li Mei and Li Min possessed a natural aptitude for learning. As long as they faced no familial pressure, they could at least graduate from a junior college. He would not impose any pressure on Li Mei, as the household lacked for funds regarding her education. Li Mei, after all, was a cherished firstborn, doted upon and loved dearly. Furthermore, given the current financial stability of the household, it is evident that Li Min enjoys a standard of living that surpasses that of her younger siblings. Although she is often subjected to reprimands, this is merely a reflection of Zhou Lan's high expectations for her. The absence of criticism would be far more concerning, indicating a complete lack of hope. If one were to ascend to the heavens, they would become a dragon, and if one were to burrow into the grass, they would become a snake. This signifies that the family has little investment in your future. Nonetheless, when Zhou Lan chastises Li Mei, Li Shuyang cannot help but chuckle, as even his efforts to dust off Li Wei seem more vigorous by comparison. Now, both have matured significantly, becoming directors in their own right. Li Mei, being merely half a year older than her niece Li Min, often leads teachers to mistakenly believe they are sisters. After enjoying dinner at his father-in-law's home, Li Shuyang bundled both children onto himself, cradling Li Wei in his arms, as he prepared to head home. At that moment, Wang Yuanzhao returned leisurely, clutching a nearly filled notebook, his face adorned with a perpetual smile. Sister, brother-in-law, he greeted before ambling towards the kitchen. This household does not quite compare to a hotel. One can come and go as they please. If you fail to gain admission to university, just you wait. Should you not succeed, the youngest will not return your job either, Wang Tinghua remarked sternly. Oh, Wang Yuanzhao responded, nearly inciting his father-in-law's ire. However, given the current circumstances, both elders could only endure his antics. Hurry and eat. We can discuss other matters afterward. It is commendable for children to attempt university. If they fail, alternative solutions can be sought. Why the anger? Wang's mother quickly interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. A month swiftly passed, and all examinees received their admission tickets. With the official seal affixed, they were prepared to enter the examination hall. Rising early, Wang Tinghua urged his spouse to select a respectable outfit for him. For today, he would accompany his son to the examination venue, determined not to bring shame upon the family. Yet, with only one set of unblemished clothing available, the necessity for selection seemed minimal. Nevertheless, the excitement of the occasion buoyed his spirits, prompting him to try on each garment. Several tractors from Zhouzhuang transported the local educated youth and other examinees to the county seat in one go. In contrast, Zhang Jituan lacked such resources. Those fortunate enough to secure a ride on a tractor, while the less fortunate had to rely on ox carts. Departing before dawn, the group braved the biting wind, heading towards their long-cherished destinations. Outside the examination hall, throngs of hopeful candidates gazed eagerly at the locked gates, which represented the threshold to their aspirations. Each individual yearned to perform beyond their usual capabilities, dreaming of future accolades. As the doors of the examination hall slowly opened, candidates entered in an orderly fashion, presenting their admission tickets, while thorough checks were conducted to prevent cheating. Chapter 112, Elation. The three-day examination concluded all too quickly. While awaiting the results, the examinees resumed their labor. The grading of the papers would be expedited. At the steel plant, Li Shuyang busied himself with his tasks as Han Ing, now married to Yao Yu for over a year and anticipating motherhood, approached his workstation with a radiant smile. The child was cared for at the plant's nursery, allowing her to monitor the time while nursing. I heard from the night school teacher that your grades are quite commendable. Why didn't you participate in the university entrance exam? Han Ing inquired cheerfully. On a salary of 76 yuan a month, do you expect me to attend university? Li Shuyang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at his economical cousin. Once you gain admission, you'll become a cadre, and do you know what that entails? A salary of over 100 yuan, which surpasses what you earn here, Han Ing countered, shaking her head. With so many mouths to feed at home, who will support me during those 4 years at university? Besides, I lack the ambition to climb the ranks of leadership, Li Shuyang replied, resolutely shaking his head. Li Shuyang had never contemplated a career in politics. He found no pleasure in deciphering the hidden meanings behind the words of higher-ups. Nor did he wish to ingratiate himself for the sake of promotion. The realm of commerce seemed far more tangible. He harbored ambitions of venturing into the prosperous markets of Hong Kong, aware that the present period was rife with untapped opportunities for wealth creation. At present, however, Li Shuyang was unable to leave. Every destination required a letter of introduction, and the thought of relocating his family was daunting. Before the turn of the millennium, the world remained uncertain, and anyone could emerge as a dark horse. Moreover, a significant stroke of fortune awaited Li Shuyang, who believed that with the right script in hand, he could surely attain prosperity. Yet, accumulating capital was paramount. While money may not solve all problems, its absence was indeed a grave hindrance. The king of hell may be lenient, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Indeed, with 3 children at home and a younger sister still in school, it would be acceptable if Meng Ran were to step into your shoes, albeit life would be a bit strained, Han Ing mused, still hoping for Li Shuyang to consider university. Unfortunately, he showed no interest in that direction. With the return of a large number of educated youth imminent, their lack of employment could introduce instability. Temporary stalls and vendors would soon be permitted, making entrepreneurship the norm. Li Shuyang, with his inherent advantages, awaited the arrival of these changes. I cannot bear to leave her alone at home. Besides, our current situation is not dire enough to necessitate such a move. Li Shuyang responded with a smile and a shake of his head. That is certainly not trivial. Li is our factory's youngest master craftsman, achieving the 6th level qualification at such a young age. His absence would be a significant loss for our workshop, and Ping interjected. Actually, Han Ing began, but was interrupted by Li Shuyang, who said, you need not persuade me. I lack the inclination. Han Ing wished to express that university would provide a broader stage for Li Shuyang's talents to shine. Li Shuyang's focus remained on caring for those he cherished. While everything else held little significance for him, one can only concern themselves with matters at hand, and for Li Shuyang, that meant nurturing his own family. Very well. Han Ing conceded with a sheepish smile, recognizing Li Shuyang's resolute decision. She hung the attendance book on the wall and hurried off to the nursery. Do you not regret it? And Ping asked, looking at Li Shuyang with a smile. Regret what? The path of life begins with choices made in ignorance. Whether sweet or bitter, they are the fruits of one's own decisions. Once you forsake one path for another, you forfeit the right to regret. Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Your philosophical musings surpass mine, but like Han, I find it unfortunate. Your youth and talent should lead you to broader horizons. And Ping remarked before departing for her own station. Li Shuyang offered a wry smile, understanding that both women genuinely cared for his well-being. Yet he was acutely aware of the path he intended to follow. As time flew by, over a month had passed, and many educated youth had embarked on their journey home, yet numerous others awaited their university acceptance letters. Finally, the last batch of college admission notifications was issued. prompting tears of despair from those who did not receive one. Didn't they say there would be another exam at the beginning of spring? If this attempt did not yield results, it is not the end. We will study diligently and strive to succeed next year. Those who had not passed encouraged one another, while the successful candidates silently wept, clutching their acceptance letters. The uncertainty of when they might return to the city they longed for had transformed into unexpected delight. The two recent college entrance examinations, spaced less than 6 months apart, had seen participation exceed 10 million candidates. In 1977, the number of candidates for the college entrance examination soared to over 5 million, yet only 270,000 were admitted, resulting in an acceptance rate of a mere 5%. The examination schedule for this cohort was exceedingly tight, leaving many unprepared with insufficient time for revision. In some farms, thousands of young intellectuals found themselves with only a handful gaining admission. In one brigade, only 3 individuals, Bai Qingqing, Su Man, and Tan Jiaqian, succeeded, all of whom had graduated recently and dedicated their spare time to studying. The situation was even grimmer for the Zhouzhuang brigade, where only one candidate, Wang Yuanchao, the brother-in-law of Li Shuyang, was accepted. Wang's father-in-law held Wang Yuanchao's admission notice, unsure whether to stand or sit, contemplating whether to arrange a platform for the occasion. Truly, it is the fruit of my loins. This intellect is undoubtedly inherited, Wang Tinghua exclaimed joyfully after a morning of reflection. His mother hurried to procure 2 gin of wine to celebrate, and she decided to slaughter the family's large rooster to provide nourishment for the youngest son. Wang Tinghua carefully placed Wang Yuanchao's admission notice in a box, securing it with a heavy lock, fearful of misplacing such a treasure. Perhaps we shall celebrate tomorrow. Today, I still have tofu to sell, his mother remarked, observing the well-prepared donkey cart. Indeed, tomorrow we shall invite relatives to share in the joy. Youngest, what do you wish to eat? Tell your father, and I shall procure it from the city. Would you like braised pork? If it proves too greasy, I can bring back a duck for stewing, Wang Tinghua inquired, as he prepared to set out with the cart. Anything is fine, Wang Yuanchao replied with a nod. Excellent. Let us buy both, Wang Tinghua declared, driving the cart out with enthusiasm, eager to engage anyone who purchased tofu, proudly announcing the achievement of a college student in his family. Upon hearing this, the tofu buyers were filled with envy, showering them with compliments as though they were free of charge. When Wang Yuanchao arrived at Li Shuyang's home, he found Su Man waiting for him. I passed, they exclaimed in unison upon meeting. Chapter 113, The Graduation Feast. Su Man was elated to hear that Wang Yuanchao had also succeeded, after years of companionship. Their mutual feelings were unmistakable. However, Wang Yuanchao, being rather shy, seldom expressed flattering sentiments. He would only bring her small gifts, such as offal from the slaughterhouse or other scraps to share with the Li family. Whenever he spotted hairpins or other trinkets in the city, he would buy them for Su Man, asking Li Mei to deliver them. Had it not been for the college entrance notification, Wang Yuanchao might never have declared his desire to court Su Man, for her insistence on his acceptance as a prerequisite was merely a ruse. Had he failed, she had no intention of pursuing further education herself. Yet, the unexpected success had indeed come to pass. As evening fell, and Li Shuyang returned home from work, he found Wang Minggran playing with the 3 little ones in the living room. Daddy, Li Yuer exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile. What's the matter, my daughter? Li Shuyang responded with a smile. Mommy hit me. Li Yuer pointed at her hand, and then at Wang Minggran. Is that because little Yuer was being naughty? Li Shuyang gently inquired as he knelt down to blow on her tiny hand. Mommy won't let me play? Li Yuer stammered. Your aunt is not playing. She is cutting pig grass. If you cannot help, you must not create a disturbance. She has to cut grass and take care of you. She has no time, Wang Minggran reprimanded with a stern face. Li Yuer immediately sought refuge in her father's embrace, leaning her head on his shoulder as if feeling wronged. By the way, your parents have invited us for dinner tomorrow. They said they want to celebrate the youngest admission to university with a few tables, Wang Minggran informed Li Shuyang. Understood. Tomorrow afternoon is a holiday at the factory, and many workers have also passed their exams. Numerous graduation feasts are being held. You can go to your parents first, and I will stop by the factory to deliver a gift before joining you. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. The joy of having a college student in the family surpassed even the excitement of marrying off a daughter. A college graduate promised a future with guaranteed sustenance. At the very least as a worker, the hustle and bustle of a wedding could not compare to the celebration of an academic achievement, especially in rural areas where few families even manage to see their daughters married off, let alone produce a college graduate. It was a rare and precious occasion deserving of dual celebrations. In villages like theirs, even elementary school graduates were a rarity, and many girls had never set foot in a school, let alone attended university. Moreover, there's another matter. Your elder brother inquired if you wish to build a new house, saying it's a good time as the village is not too busy, and one can hire laborers without charge, only providing meals. If you decide to build, he will go to the brick factory to order bricks. Wang Mingran relayed to Li Shuyang. Let us wait a while. I don't wish to build here just yet. With the college entrance examination now open, many young intellectuals are retiring due to illness and returning to the city. There won't be ample work for them, and surely they will seek alternatives. If we can engage in business, we might as well move to the city, Li Shuyang contemplated. Initially, he had intended to purchase Li Minghai as old residence for future visits, but Li Minghai was unwilling to sell. Instead, Li Shuyang decided to save the money for business ventures, waiting for the right moment to construct a concrete building, as rebuilding would be a cumbersome endeavor. You make the decisions on these significant matters, Wang Mingran smiled and nodded in agreement, finding humor in Li Yu still nestled in her father's arms. When Li Shuyang was absent, Li Yu displayed no such daintiness. She would run about without shedding a tear, even when she fell. Second brother, Li Mei entered, carrying a load of pig grass. Seeing this, Li Shuyang hurried to assist her, placing the grass beside the kitchen. How is Mei Zi doing in junior high? Is it simpler than elementary school? Li Shuyang asked after setting down the grass. It's manageable, though the teacher's explanations are not as clear and comprehensible as Su Man's, Li Mei pondered. You must take advantage of this time to learn more. In a few days, Su Man might return home, Li Shuyang encouraged. Early the next morning, Li Shuyang arrived at Han Xiao's home, as Lu Meili had been accepted to the normal college in Jing City. Although they had not held a wedding banquet, Han Xiao insisted on celebrating Lu Meili's achievement with a couple of tables. Since her pregnancy, Lu Meili had found little to occupy her time, resorting to reading old textbooks. After giving birth, her mother-in-law, Lu Hui, prohibited her from taking any temporary work, leaving her with no choice but to read. To her astonishment, she had gained admission to the normal college, bringing her immense joy, especially as it was conveniently located near her home, allowing her to study while caring for her family. After Li Shuyang presented his gift, he prepared to leave, but Han Xiao insisted on pressing a bottle of fine wine into his hands before he could depart. Remember to come for dinner tonight, Lu Hui urged, holding on to Li Shuyang's hand. Aunt, Yuer's uncle has also been accepted into university. You are aware of my father's insistence on having me join the celebration. Furthermore, the quality inspector and Ping's husband has also passed the entrance exam. Thus, after work, I must attend yet another gathering. Li Shuyang expressed his helplessness. Then bring a few little ones over to visit me another day, Lu Hui's aunt replied, sensing the situation. Han Xiao was also aware of Li Shuyang's brother-in-law's acceptance into university, and it was certain that his father-in-law would expect Li Shuyang to be present. The fact that Li Shuyang made the effort to come here indicates the importance he places on family connections. The Luo family was astonished by how quickly things have changed. No matter how fast things change, would you truly allow your daughter to endure hardship in the countryside for 2 years? Besides, doctors these days are not lacking. And it just so happens that Jiao Jiao has an affinity for studying medicine, Director Luo remarked. The Luo family had, of course, received numerous invitations for graduation celebrations. Director Luo understood the sentiment behind his wife's musings, for having Luo Yujiao wait in the countryside for college was precarious. Not only was there uncertainty about her acceptance, but the daily toil left little time for study. It was a remarkable feat for someone to abandon their studies for 2 or 3 years and still gain admission. Such individuals were truly academic prodigies. At the steel mill, the workers in the machining workshop had dwindled by a quarter. Those graduates who had initially taken their parents' places in the factory now seized the opportunity to return to their studies, and many had succeeded in their exams. It would not be long before the steel mill would need to post job openings, though they could only recruit from the city, prioritizing those young people returning from rural service. Chapter 114. Graduation Banquet 2. The morning passed swiftly, and after work, everyone began discussing which celebration to attend first. I will head over to Shaoan's place. They're hosting it at our second canteen. After a hearty meal, we can proceed to the next one, Mo Yuliang chuckled. The second canteen at the steel mill served as both a dining hall and a guest house for visitors, including those coming to inspect the factory and accommodating employees' families. However, it was rare for employees' families to stay there unless they were out-of-towners seeking lodging. The operational model of the second canteen was not much different from that of state-run restaurants, with the added feature of hosting wedding banquets. And Ping's in-laws had also held their celebration at the second canteen. When Li Shuyang and his party arrived at the second canteen, they were greeted by a bustling crowd, with every table marked with names indicating whose graduation banquet it was. The grand dining hall, with over 40 tables, was filled to capacity. I must return. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Li Shuyang purchased a shoulder bag and a pen, enclosing a 10 yuan red envelope. When Li Shuyang's second child was born, a set of twins, and Ping had gifted 2 sets of baby clothes along with a can of milk powder worth 10 yuan. It was only fair to reciprocate such kindness. Otherwise, it could lead to misunderstandings. All right, I understand you're busy. We can gather together another day when you have time. And Ping nodded as she accepted the gift. After bidding farewell to Ping, Li Shuyang proceeded to another celebration, contributing 2 yuan before finally making his way back to Zhouzhuang. As Li Shuyang reached the entrance of Zhouzhuang, the sound of firecrackers filled the air. Before he could grasp the situation, he was pulled by Wang Mengran's cousin to join their group. Those hired to perform music joyfully played as they entered, followed closely by Li Shuyang and his relatives. The scene rivaled that of an extravagant wedding banquet. As long as you arrive, why bother with all these formalities? Wang Tinghua said with a grin. We are all delighted that the third one has been accepted into university. We siblings gathered to celebrate. And since we didn't spend much, we thought we'd invite some merriment. Is this the renowned pair from Mengran's family? They are truly lovely. An elderly lady remarked upon seeing the twins on Wang Mengran's back. Greetings, grandmother, Wang Mengran chuckled, shaking off her back. The children, of course, were too young to speak. But adults often engaged in such banter. Where's your husband? The elderly lady inquired, scanning the crowd with a smile. Aunt, I am over here. Li Shuyang raised his hand, as the taller members of the Wang family obscured him from her view. Very well, let us proceed inside. There's no need for endless chatter. If there's anything to discuss, it can be done at home. If you cause any trouble today, you'll have to answer for it, Wang Mengran's uncle stated sternly. Only then did Wang Mengran's aunt guide her daughter into the courtyard. After a brief, awkward laughter, everyone followed into the house. Wang Yuanchao's graduation banquet was limited to family, with no outsiders invited. For tables were set in the courtyard, with Li Shuyang and his brother's families occupying one. Once seated, they listened to a few pleasantries from Wang Mengran's uncle before commencing their meal. Gradually, as the night deepened, guests began to disperse. With the exception of the women, the men of the Wang family were thoroughly intoxicated, while Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang also found themselves slightly tipsy. 2 days flew by, and the young intellectuals began returning to the city upon receiving their acceptance letters. Bai Qingqing waved cheerfully to the departing young men from Li family village, selling her notes and materials to those in need. Su Man and Wang Yuanchao were escorted to the train station by Wang Tinghua and Wang's mother. Since learning that their son had strived for university primarily for Su Man's sake, the two elders cherished her immensely. Take these with you to visit your parents. Our third son is rather shy and lacks eloquence. If he ever disregards your words, just write to us, and we'll handle him. When he visits Man, he ought to be diligent and attentive. Always consult Man when issues arise. She knows more than you do, so heed her advice, all right? Wang's mother clutched the two hands, reluctantly imparting her wisdom. They nodded in agreement. It was not until the train was about to depart that Wang's father and mother reluctantly disembarked. Ride home often echoed throughout the platform as the train slowly pulled away. In Li family village, Wang Mengran expressed her concerns. Do you think Su Man's parents will look down upon our third son? You know Su Man well enough by now. How could a child raised by such parents be anything but kind-hearted? If bitter and harsh parents could raise such a gentle girl, Li Shuyang reassured her. Moreover, what does our third son lack? Would anyone refuse a college-educated son-in-law? You're worrying for nothing. Li Shuyang chuckled, dismissing Wang Mengran's anxieties. If Wang Yuanchao were merely a farmer, it would be understandable for Su Man's parents to oppose the union for their daughter's future happiness. However, as long as he was a formal worker, her parents would likely not interfere, given the stability of a steady income and future retirement benefits. Furthermore, both Wang Yuanchao and Su Man had received acceptance letters from the same university. I fear Su Man's parents might see our third son as a simple rural lad. Unimpressive due to his shyness and lack of charm, Wang Mengran admitted, feeling reassured by Li Shuyang's comforting words. The Su family likely prefers a son-in-law like him. Who would dare marry their daughter to a smooth talker? Besides, your third son will no longer be just a farmer, Li Shuyang responded, shaking his head as he lifted the small child who could no longer crawl on the ground. Li Mingyu, this little rascal, has recently taken a particular liking to climbing outdoors, and when he becomes weary, he bursts into tears. He is anything but as serene as his sister, Li Mingyu. Upon witnessing her brother's tears, Li Mingyu simply chuckles, revealing her toothy grin. Indeed, Wang Mengran nodded in agreement. Li Shuyang went to the kitchen to bring out the warm dishes, ensuring that Li Mingyue was well fed before preparing a cup of malted milk for the two little ones. The youngsters are now able to consume some solid foods, such as noodles, pastries, and steamed buns, along with well-prepared rice porridge. At just over 7 months old, the little tyke appears more robust than some 1-year-olds. In a family housing complex in a city outside the province, Su Man's parents sat together, consumed by worry. Su Man's sister, Su Shui, fidgeted restlessly. It had been over a month since they sent a letter, and they had received no response from Su Man typically. She would write home every month, but now nearly 2 months had passed without a word. Today, Su mother made another trip to the post office, yet again. There was no sign of Su Man's letter. Do you think something has happened to Man? Su mother asked her husband, her expression a mix of concern and unease. While incidents involving young people sent to the countryside were rare, her heart was restless, akin to ants crawling within. I will check the post office again tomorrow. And if there is still no letter, I will call the youth office over there to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Su's father finally spoke. Nowadays, telephone calls could only reach the county level. Places like Shuyang's commune had no telephone, and the larger teams were even less likely to have one. The Su family understood that even if they called, a reply would not come swiftly, likely taking at least a week. They would first need to ascertain in which village the individual was stationed and then send someone to investigate and inquire. Yet, this was the only course of action they felt they could take. In the early morning at T-City train station, Su Man and Wang Yuanzhao disembarked from the train, with Wang Yuanzhao struggling under the weight of numerous bags while Su Man bore her own burdens, which included bedding and a change of clothes for both of them. In Jing City, they had assistance in boarding the train, but now, with no one to greet them, they could only laboriously make their way out. T-City is somewhat similar to Jing City, both being heavy industrial hubs. Once on the familiar bus, Su Man's spirits lifted considerably as she pointed out the scenic sights to Wang Yuanzhao. Before long, they arrived at Su Man's home, which was also a family housing complex, comparable to the one at the steel mill. Who are you looking for? As they approached, an elderly man suddenly blocked their path. Uncle Tang, it's me, Su Man. She cheerfully called out to the old man. Ah, it's you, little girl. You should hurry home. Your parents have been worried sick since you haven't written in 2 months. After speaking, the old man stepped aside. Wang Yuanzhao felt a mix of apprehension and excitement, much like a shy bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. And he hesitated at the door of Su Man's home. My parents are very kind, Su Man reassured him, noticing his unease. Just before they could knock, Su mother opened the door. It's truly you, Man, she exclaimed, enveloping her daughter in a warm embrace. Why have you not written home for 2 months? And who is this young man? After giving Su Man a gentle nudge, she noticed the stranger beside her and inquired. This is my boyfriend, Wang Yuanzhao. Let us discuss it inside, Mom, Su Man said, as she struggled to carry their belongings inside. Seeing her daughter's plight, Su mother quickly lent a helping hand. Upon realizing this was Su Man's boyfriend, Su mother discreetly scrutinized Wang Yuanzhao, who appeared shy and somewhat awkward, the very embodiment of a sincere young man. Now tell me, why haven't you written home in 2 months? Su mother did not question Wang Yuanzhao, as he had traveled so far to be with her daughter. She worried about what would happen if she disapproved of him. I've been busy preparing for the college entrance exams and thought it would be a nice surprise to get into university, Su Man replied, handing her mother 2 admission letters. Upon reading them, Su mother's face lit up with joy. You both got into university? She exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, though still somewhat incredulous. Yes, Yuan Zhao and I will be attending the same school, and after celebrating the new year with you, we will head to campus. Both had applied to the teacher training college near Su Man's home, as there were few institutions currently enrolling students. However, many provincial capital schools had opened their teacher training programs. To cultivate talent, it was crucial to ensure an adequate number of teachers, and with the current shortage, it was no surprise that the teacher training colleges were the most available. Jing City undoubtedly had its own teacher training institutions, but Wang Yuanzhao believed it best for Su Man to remain close to her parents for the next 4 years, returning to Jing City only after graduation. Su mother observed her prospective son-in-law with growing fondness, recognizing that many from urban areas struggled to secure admission, yet this young man from the countryside had succeeded. That evening, Su Man's father returned home in a somber mood, but upon hearing laughter from inside, his worries dissipated. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his daughter chatting merrily with Su mother, though their conversation seemed to revolve around unfamiliar names. He had only heard of Li Shuyang and Wang Mengran, but Wang Yuanzhao had never been mentioned in any of Su Man's letters or during her previous visits home for the new year. Observing the young man seated in the living room, he quickly realized that his little cabbage had found a partner. During dinner, Su mother tirelessly served dishes to Wang Yuanzhao, filling his bowl with a variety of foods. After they finished their meal, she said, "You will stay in this room. Whenever you have a break, feel free to come over as if it were your own home. The cafeteria food can't compare to what we have here, so don't be shy. We are all family now." She led Wang Yuanzhao to a vacant storage room, which she tidied up, laying out the bed she had purchased from the second-hand market that afternoon. Wang Yuanzhao nodded and, after freshening up, retreated into the room to rest. When Su mother returned to her room, she found her husband looking at her with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "What is going on?" he asked. "Are you referring to Yuanzhao?" she replied. After he nodded, Su mother proceeded to recount everything Su Man had shared, detailing how they met, what Wang Yuanzhao was like back in the countryside, and how they eventually became a couple. As long as they haven't done anything improper, he seems like a decent fellow. Honest looking, and he treats our daughter well, Su's father said, visibly relieved, especially upon hearing that both had been accepted into university, his spirits brightening. Tomorrow, I must share this joyous news with my colleagues at work, he declared, pacing around the room as if rejuvenated by a decade. In Li Village that night, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang arrived at Li Minggan's home, where the elderly matriarch had finally passed away after 2 years of enduring illness. The courtyard was crowded with people. Though they did not often visit, being part of the same family meant they would certainly come to pay their respects during such a solemn occasion. Moreover, the Li Minghan household now had a pillar of support. Li Xingye had established his own family and taken on the responsibilities of the household, living a life that surpassed that of many in the village. Li Minghan, however, lacked the vigor of his youth, apart from being able to cook at home. He could no longer manage the demanding tasks of mountain work and setting traps. Li Minghan presided over the gathering. While the others in the courtyard were either engrossed in card games or engaged in idle chatter, none of them anticipating that Li Minggan's wife would endure until now. After dinner, those who had been free in recent days came over to lend a hand, with the intention of keeping watch during the night for those who wished to stay and enjoy themselves, as it was a family affair, and everyone who could attend was encouraged to do so, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Minghai addressed the crowd with a cheerful voice, and they all nodded in agreement. As the late night wore on and the situation grew calmer, Li Shuyang, along with the others, made their way home. Upon returning, he found Wang Mingran still awake, while the two little ones were full of energy, crawling around on the bed and giggling incessantly. Chapter 116, The Wedding Feast. What do you think? Wang Mingran inquired of Li Shuyang. Well, with age comes suffering. Living at such an age can be a torment, and passing away might indeed serve as a form of release, Li Shuyang sighed. To have been bettered for so many years, relying on family for every necessity, while one's sons and grandsons precede them in death, renders life rather meaningless. Had it not been for Li Minghan's kindness, always sharing his food even at the cost of his own hunger, I would have perished long ago. Wang Mingran nodded in understanding. At such an advanced age, with the family's sole male heir now married and established, there was little left to cling to. Li Shuyang gathered the two little ones, placing them beside the pillow, and soon they drifted off to sleep. Both Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang had to work in the city, leaving no one to assist at Li Minggan's home. Wang Mingran and her sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, could not visit with the children in tow. Thus, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang could only spare some time in the evenings to socialize briefly and deliver their wedding gifts. On the day, they escorted Li Minghan's wife to the mountain. Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang took a few hours off to see her off before hurrying back to the factory. Life continued in its unremarkable manner, and before long, the end of 1977 approached. On the 16th day of the 12th lunar month, it was Wang Yongjun's wedding day. Wang Mingran had crafted a set of bedding embellished with the character for happiness at her sister-in-law's home. The little ones had been staying at their grandfather's house. Attracted by the abundance of treats in celebration of their uncle's wedding, Li Yuer was particularly reluctant to return home. Wang Mingran had no choice but to indulge the little one. That day, Li Shuyang also took leave to assist with the wedding preparations, even borrowing several bicycles from Wang Yongjun to lend an air of festivity. Dressed in military green and adorned with a bright red flower, Wang Yongjun led the way on his bicycle, while Li Shuyang trailed behind on a donkey cart, similarly decorated. With music and laughter, they arrived at Zhangjian. Upon reaching, Li Tingting began to distribute candy, but as her supply dwindled, she quickly halted. Wang Yongjun's father-in-law lived in modest conditions, residing in a 2-room adobe house, shared with siblings in the same room. Entering, Li Shuyang was greeted by a musty odor, and he shook his head at the sight, though it did not concern him greatly, whether it was the father-in-law or the mother-in-law who chose the bride. It seemed peculiar that a family in such circumstances would not share their good fortune with their daughter. It was always hard to witness one's own siblings struggling while one thrived. Wang Mingran commented that her sister-in-law's family was similarly situated. Zhouzhuang had its fair share of eligible young women, and its circumstances were decent. It was curious what Wang Yongjun was thinking. Upon arriving at the bride's home, Li Shuyang was momentarily taken aback by the meager offerings on the table, which consisted of a few vegetable dishes and a type of cornbread, completely devoid of any meat. The others who had come to escort the bride wasted no time, sitting down to eat, while Li Shuyang observed the nearby children drooling. He offered his cornbread to them. Noting their eagerness, it was clear they were not accustomed to such decent fare. After a few bites, he set aside his chopsticks, pondering that Zhangjian should not be poor. However, as an outsider, he hesitated to inquire about the situation, fearing it might be awkward if it were due to the father-in-law's laziness. On the return journey from the wedding, Wang Mingran sat beside Li Shuyang on the donkey cart, which carried nothing but a single decent quilt. They had indeed come merely to join the festivities. What happened? Li Shuyang asked Wang Minggran. All our belongings were lost, and we are in considerable debt. I heard that the 50 kilograms of grain my father provided have been given to settle some of it. Wang Minggran replied, shaking her head. Is the youngest son-in-law a gambler? Li Shuyang inquired, puzzled. No, it's the youngest's brother-in-law. He has already been sent to a farm for reformation. How could a diligent farmer succumb to such temptations? If they were a wealthy family, it might be understandable, but relying on work points for sustenance. How could he be so foolish? Wang Minggran shook her head in disappointment. What was your father thinking, choosing such a family for the youngest? Li Shuyang questioned, still confused. My father chose you, didn't he? Back then, you had nothing either. Now that life has become difficult for us, my father surely had his reasons, Wang Minggran retorted, casting a sideways glance at Li Shuyang. Though she herself was unsure of her father's rationale, Wang Tinghua believed that Zhang Yan was a diligent and hardworking child. He was not deterred by poverty, but rather feared marrying a lazy daughter-in-law. As they reached the intersection of Zhouzhuang, firecrackers erupted, and a group of children chased after the bicycles toward the father-in-law's house. After delivering one of the 2 fat pigs they raised, Li Shuyang decided to offer the remaining one for Wang Yongjun's wedding feast. The piglet had been purchased by the father-in-law, and while half was originally meant for Li Shuyang's family, he decided to let the feast proceed and distribute whatever remained afterward. Li Shuyang's family was not in want of meat, and he was not particularly concerned about the pork. Li Mei was responsible for raising the pigs, and Li Shuyang ensured she was well compensated. In addition to covering her daily expenses, he gifted her 10 yuan as a New Year's bonus each year. The income from the production team's sideline work was entrusted to Li Mei for her to manage. Soon, the wedding banquet commenced. Initially, they had planned for 10 tables, but with such a lavish spread, it was clear that 10 tables would not suffice. In the main room, Zhang Yan was at a loss as to which dish to try first, given the abundance of sumptuous food. The nighttime revelry of the wedding was the liveliest scene in the village, where uttering auspicious phrases would earn one treats such as candy, peanuts, or sunflower seeds. The new house was filled with people, all eager to share a word of good fortune in exchange for sweets. Even those who could not articulate elaborate wishes rushed to say, "May you bear children soon," while extending their hands to the bride. Li Shuyang and their close relatives busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing late-night snacks while ensuring that the remaining food was properly distributed. Zhoulan, the sister-in-law, had brought along 2 wooden barrels, initially hoping to collect some leftovers, but to their surprise, even the plates were licked clean. In the kitchen, over 40 pounds of pork remained, alongside more than 10 pounds of oil. Some oil had been used for cooking, while others remained untouched. Li Shuyang took 20 pounds of pork and filled a ceramic jar with the unused oil. Here is some money for you, Shuyang. You all helped with the pigs, and I can't let you suffer losses. The father-in-law offered 30 yuan. Li Shuyang shook his head. Father, we are family. Offering money makes it seem as if you regard Minggran and me as outsiders. Since we are family, it is only right to lend a helping hand. So there is no need for compensation. He firmly declined. Over the years, it has been my father-in-law who has financed the purchase of piglets, and for Wang Yongjun's wedding, they have allocated a bit more this time. If we were to nitpick over such matters, how could we ever coexist in the future? It's not as if our families are on the brink of starvation. Originally, Li Shuyang intended to buy piglets for his own rearing, but none of his father-in-law's family had the time to tend to pigs, so they resorted to this method of co-rearing them together. Chapter 117, Mischievous Monkey. Winter of 1982. Lunar calendar, November 20th. After work, Li Shuyang arrived at the children's area, a designated play space for kindergarten children after school. Supervised by teachers who kept watch as parents came to pick them up. Masterly, your son Li Mingyu has been quite the rascal again. Next time you come to the kindergarten, do check his backpack first. You nearly scared me to death, said Li Mingyu's teacher, glancing at Li Shuyang, still trembling from the incident. Today, Li Mingyu had somehow acquired a large rat, and during the lunch break, the teacher checked on him for his inattentiveness, only to find him fixated on his backpack. As the teacher approached to inspect it, a rat scurried out, frightening her immensely. Many of the children, however, were unperturbed and began chasing the rat around the classroom in play. Upon seeing Li Shuyang, Li Mingyu dashed home with his backpack, and Li Shuyang hesitated to chase after him, as 2 little ones were gazing at him with wide eyes. The youngest, Li Minghan, was merely 3 years old and had just started kindergarten. Li Shuyang crouched down, hoisting Li Mingyu onto his back while cradling Li Minghan, and they jogged slowly homeward. Slow down, I won't hit you, Li Shuyang called out. I don't believe you, retorted Li Mingyu, who was already sprinting towards their courtyard. Since Li Wei turned 3, Li Shuyang's family had moved to the city, where the kindergarten was affordable, providing knowledge, play, and supervision for the children. allowing Wang Mingran to tend to the other kids at home with peace of mind. Upon arriving home, Li Mingyu immediately hid under the bed. Wang Mingran shook her head in resignation, knowing her son had gotten into trouble once more. Li Shuyang handed the younger two to Wang Mingran and hurried off to Shida Street Elementary School, where Li Mingyue was now a primary school student. "Daddy!" Li Mingyue exclaimed upon seeing Li Shuyang at the door, running up to him with a smile. Hand in hand, the father and daughter made their way home. Wang Mingran had already prepared dinner, and the family sat down at the table, savoring their meal. "Are you sure you won't come out?" Li Shuyang called to Li Mingyu beneath the bed. "I want to come out," Li Mingyu replied, drooling. "Come out and eat." "I'll tell your dad not to hit you," Wang Mingran chimed in. "I can't trust you. You're always the one instigating," Li Mingyu replied, burrowing deeper under the bed. "If you're so afraid of being punished, why do you keep misbehaving?" Li Shuyang asked, amused. This mischievous little monkey had been quite the handful since starting school, either getting into fights with classmates or inciting Wang Mingran's ire. "It's because you all like to hit me. I don't like to misbehave," Li Mingyu asserted defiantly. "Do I look like I have nothing better to do than hit you?" Li Shuyang responded, incredulous. "You look like you deserve a beating. How could you not expect it?" Li Mingyu shot back, causing Li Shuyang to roll his eyes in exasperation. Li Shuyang, tired of the banter, rose and walked towards his sister-in-law's shop. His sister-in-law had taken up sewing in the city, mending and altering clothes, bringing in a decent income each month. Only Li Min and her niece Li Mei remained in the village, coming to the city only during holidays. The factory kindergarten did not take breaks. While the elementary and middle schools would soon be on holiday, Li Shuyang arrived at the first shop at the intersection, which had been bought by Li Zhuanghua for 380 yuan. The sewing machine had several broken parts, and as he could not find suitable replacements at the department store, he had to take the damaged components back to the steel factory to have them repaired. "Son, come out for dinner. Your dad has left." Wang Mingran called to Li Mingyu beneath the bed. Li Mingyu quickly scrambled out, grabbing a bun and stuffing it into his mouth. His appetite not much better than that of the farm workers. In just a few bites, he was full, pulling out his notebook to begin his writing. "Son, don't be naughty next time. I'll let you off this once." Wang Mingran gently patted Li Mingyu's head. "You only stir the pot. Weren't you the one saying don't spare my face? How could my dad not hit me?" Li Mingyu muttered, tilting his head, ignoring his mother as he focused on completing his homework, hoping that if his father saw his work done, he might escape punishment. Before long, Li Shuyang had repaired the sewing machine and returned home, finding the little ones diligently working on their assignments. He approached Li Minghan, noticing the illegible scribbles he was producing. At 3 years old, Li Minghan's writing resembled nothing more than a series of squiggles that would perplex even the most skilled calligrapher of the future. Yet, Li Shuyang knew better than to crush his enthusiasm at such a tender age. "Could you refrain from causing trouble next time? Look at how you terrified your teacher. What possessed you to bring a rat to school?" Li Shuyang asked, exasperated. "It ran into my backpack by itself. I didn't catch it," Li Mingyu replied. Shaking his head, Li Shuyang nodded. Knowing his son was mischievous but honest, he would always admit to being the one to instigate a fight. "Aren't you worried it might chew through your backpack or damage your books? Imagine carrying a torn backpack to school while other kids have pristine ones. Everyone would laugh at you," he explained, not forbidding his son from catching rats or playing with them, but rather highlighting the potential consequences. "Got it," Li Mingyu nodded, appearing to grasp the lesson. Li Shuyang smiled, ruffling his son's hair affectionately. "Daddy, I want that," Li Minghan said, looking tired from writing, pointing at a bamboo dragonfly on the bed. "That belongs to your brother. You lost yours. If you want to play with one, I'll make you one tomorrow," Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head. Upon seeing his father's stern gaze, Li Minghan quickly lowered his head, relinquishing his request. Li Yue, smiling, offered her an used bamboo dragonfly to her little brother. Li Shuyang never forced the older children to yield to their younger siblings. He believed in allowing them to learn through consequences. When Li Mingyu got into fights at school, Li Shuyang would first inquire who was at fault. If it was others who instigated, he would not intervene. However, if Li Mingyu was the aggressor, he would discipline him. His philosophy was to teach his children not to instigate trouble, but also not to be afraid of it, encouraging them to stand their ground and fight back until their adversaries were deterred. Chapter 118, Recent Developments. As the head of the household, do you think it would be acceptable to send Maisie to Old Third School? Wang Mingran turned to Li Shuyang and smiled. "This is my last chance for a repeat year," she remarked, having grown accustomed to her surroundings. Li Shuyang responded with a smile. Recalling how Li Mei and Li Min had both encountered setbacks during their college entrance examinations, leading them to lose interest in pursuing further studies. Nevertheless, he encouraged them to attempt another year of study, to give themselves an opportunity. He understood that while he had managed to persuade them this time, if Li Mei failed again, she would resolutely refuse to repeat another year, eager to enter the workforce. Should she not gain admission to her desired university, she would settle for attending a normal college. Individuals like Shuyang, who advocated for girls to repeat their studies, were indeed rare. Typically, if students failed to secure a university spot but could gain admission to a normal school, parents would direct them to enroll directly. Generally, girls who did not pass the exams would not receive further financial support from their families, instead being encouraged to seek employment to support themselves, perhaps as substitute teachers or temporary factory workers. Shuyang was acutely aware of the promising prospects that awaited university graduates from before the 1990s. With degrees and qualifications in hand, these graduates were largely insulated from the competitive market when it began to saturate. Upon graduation, many found positions in state-owned enterprises or government roles, securing stable employment. Although normal colleges were not without merit, their graduates often found themselves teaching in more remote areas, such as the communes where Shuyang resided, with only a fortunate few securing positions in county towns. In a bustling city like Jing City, graduates from normal universities held a distinct advantage, with those from normal colleges facing limited opportunities unless they had exceptionally strong connections. However, graduates from junior colleges could find work in Jing City, albeit with scant chances for advancement compared to their university-educated counterparts. Having invested so many years of effort, it was only natural to strive for the best outcomes. The previous year's exam scores had been a mere 10 points shy of success. Wang Mingran's younger sibling had graduated to become a teacher at Jing City No. 1 Middle School, and now Su Man and Wang Yuanchao had both been working there for over a year, earning a modest salary of 47 yuan each per month, supplemented by a 5 yuan allowance, totaling 52 yuan. Collectively, their earnings amounted to 102 yuan monthly. In an era when a monthly income of nearly 30 yuan could sustain an entire family, this was comparable to a future salary of around 6,000 yuan. Especially when considering purchasing power, 30 yuan in those days held far more value than 6,000 yuan would in the future. Families like Wang Yuanchao and Su Man's had become part of the higher-income demographic. With minimal burdens from work, their meals were catered in the cafeteria, and even their housing was provided by the school in the form of a quaint little courtyard. Shuyang had visited twice to assist with moving furniture and belongings. Now, the couple had solidified their relationship by obtaining a marriage certificate, though they had yet to host a wedding banquet. They intended to hold a ceremony at Su Man's home during the holidays, followed by another celebration upon their return. This arrangement was the result of discussions between both families, allowing each side to partake in the festivities. Shuyang couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of his father-in-law, who boasted of being unafraid of travel in his youth, yet now hesitated to sleep on the train, viewing every stranger as a potential threat. Despite having only a few coins in his pocket, he insisted on having Shuyang stand guard for him and his wife. By the way, are you still going out to support construction this year? Wang Mingran inquired, glancing out at the falling snow. Last winter, Shuyang and his team had been urgently dispatched to assist at a steel mill in the neighboring province, where they earned a remarkable salary of 117 yuan a month, with an additional 20 yuan allowance for dependents. They also received 15 jin of vegetables each month. You dream too much. Do you think such good fortune comes every year? Shuyang chuckled. By the way, have you noticed many street vendors while shopping for groceries lately? Shuyang asked earnestly. There are quite a few who are quite daring, but legitimate vendors are still scarce. However, the situation isn't as dire as it used to be. Wang Mingran reflected. Shuyang nodded, sensing that official permission for street vending was imminent. Until then, he had no intention of relinquishing his factory job. Tomorrow, my father will be slaughtering pigs. Let us bring our share back to the old home to make cured meat. Wang Mingran suddenly remembered her father's instructions from earlier that day. I can't leave now, but I'll head over in the evening once my parents are finished. You take the kids and enjoy a good meal, Shuyang replied with a smile. Nowadays, pork dishes were considered a delicacy, enticing not just the children but many adults as well, especially during the new year. Villagers eagerly brought wooden bowls to collect a bit of pig's blood for a festive feast. However, since Li Minghai took charge, all resources had been evenly distributed among the collective members, including offal and blood. Since the village started earning from side businesses, the number of pigs raised by the commune had significantly increased. A portion of the side earnings was allocated to purchase bran from the county's food bureau to feed the pigs, resulting in Li's village's pigs being notably plumper than those in surrounding areas. Under Li Minghai's leadership, the village had never encountered a shortage of resources, ensuring that every family had clothing, and children of school age could at least complete their primary education. Any family that disregarded Li Minghai's directives, such as preventing their daughters from attending school, would find their dividends severely impacted. Consequently, all villagers, regardless of their surname, cooperated enthusiastically with Li Minghai's plans. His standing in the village was exceptionally high. Is uncle home? A voice rang out from the courtyard, belonging to Li Yongli. Yes, Li Shuyang quickly responded. Uncle, your family isn't in the village. My father asked me to inform you that the village will be slaughtering pigs tomorrow. Would you like your share delivered? Or will you come to collect it? Li Yongli inquired with a smile. I'll be heading back tomorrow. I'll get it from your father then. Have you eaten? Li Shuyang replied courteously. I've eaten. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, uncle. Li Yongli waved, cycling back towards Li family village. Through Li Shuyang's introduction, Li Yongli had found a position at the packaging factory, working temporary jobs like several of Li Shuyang's cousins, earning about a dozen yuan a month. Although she had married, she remained within the village community. Apart from Li Shuyang, everyone in his family held residency in Li family village, including their grain allotments. However, none returned to work there, as they relied on the side business for income and lower work points, with Wang Mingran being the only one with full work points. Together with the work points earned from her family's side business, they had more than enough grain. As for Li Mei, she maintained a separate household, receiving only the income from side businesses without any work points or grain distribution from the commune. Her sustenance came from grain tickets that Li Shuyang procured on the black market, while she managed her meals at the school cafeteria. During holidays, her family's surplus grain ensured that even an additional mouth like Li Mei's could not be fully consumed. Li Shuyang's grain and oil rations amounted to 40 jin monthly, and in the absence of any shortages, he typically consumed no more than 25 jin of grain each month. Chapter 119. The 8th year time swiftly passed, and it was once again New Year's Eve, marking the 8th year since Li Shuyang's arrival in this place. The 18-year-old youth had matured into a robust 26-year-old. Meanwhile, Li Mei had blossomed into a poised young lady. At dawn, she had set off with a group of children to purchase firecrackers from the supply and marketing cooperative, showing no signs of returning before dinner. These lively little ones had not even bothered to make their beds. Wang Mingran entered the children's room and scolded them. The room could scarcely accommodate anything beyond the 3 upper and lower wooden beds crafted by Li Shuyang. The only remaining space had been claimed by a desk lamp belonging to Li Mingwe. Ignoring Wang Mingran's complaints, Li Shuyang busied himself in the kitchen, boiling water in preparation for dispatching the rooster he had brought from his hometown a couple of days prior. Why don't you ever intervene? Wang Mingran lamented as she tidied the room and made her way to the kitchen. How can I? If I discipline them, you say I am too harsh. If I refrain, you accuse me of neglecting the children, Li Shuyang retorted with a roll of his eyes. Without further acknowledgement of Wang Mingran, he tossed the prepared chicken into a pot to stew. After igniting the wood-burning stove, he poured in a third of the freshly acquired vegetable oil, preparing to fry some crispy meat. They're all afraid of you, Wang Mingran remarked, mixing flour. It's a joyous time of year. Let them revel for a few days. She added. Li Shuyang shook his head. Children possess their own nature, and as long as they do not err, he preferred to remain indifferent. I'll address it when they are older. Once they mature and comprehend, they wear dirty clothes to school. Li Mingwe already washes her own clothes, albeit not very thoroughly. Still, she makes the effort. Every time she falls asleep, I discreetly rewash the garments she hasn't cleaned properly, allowing them to believe they did it themselves. As for their penchant for play, I don't concern myself with it. Confining them indoors all day would only stifle their innocence. Just indulge them. Let us see how you manage later, Wang Mingran chuckled. Good or bad, it's all on you. If I discipline them, you claim I'm too severe as a father. Now you want them to play, and you accuse me of spoiling them. Am I truly a spoiling parent? Li Shuyang pondered, bewildered by the workings of a woman's mind. Not long ago, he had disciplined Li Mingyu, causing Wang Mingran to weep, asserting that he had been too harsh on the 5-year-old, whose backside bore the marks of his punishment. That little rascal had thrown firecrackers into the cooking stove, damaging the pot, and if he hadn't been disciplined then, what would become of the New Year festivities? Monetary compensation was a minor issue. What if someone got hurt? When they went to Zhouzhuang and exploded cow dung, the person guarding the cattle shed was covered in it. Li Shuyang had to compensate with 10 eggs to pacify him. Li Shuyang gazed at his somewhat detestable son, shaking his head in resignation, acknowledging that it was indeed his fault for teaching them to play with firecrackers. Reflecting on that decision, he felt a twinge of regret. He had feared they might injure themselves, so he had taught them to place the firecrackers on the ground and light them with a longer stick. If he caught them using matches, he would discipline them. What I mean is moderation, do you understand? Wang Mingran found his words amusing. The couple toiled until the afternoon, finally preparing the New Year's Eve meal. When the sound of firecrackers erupted around them, Li Shuyang retrieved the fireworks that Wang Mingran had hidden in the cupboard. Only a couple of minutes after igniting the firecrackers, several little ones, led by Li Mei, ambled back, their faces adorned with unending smiles. Where have you been? Why are you so late? Li Shuyang inquired, directing his gaze at the children. We want to play at third uncle's house, Li Wei exclaimed, rushing to hug Li Shuyang's leg, extending her small hand for her red envelope. Li Shuyang pulled out the prepared 50 cents, handing each child a bill, and gave Li Mei 10 yuan. Keep it safe for you when you get married. Wang Mingran smiled at her youngest son. I don't want a wife. I want money, Li Minghan replied, shaking his head vigorously. The little one had already grasped the importance of money. It could buy food, tickets to the movies, and even access to the old man on the street who told stories. Without money, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the little books. Nor would his sister take him out for snacks. Saving up for your bride, Wang Mingran chuckled. I don't want a bride, I want money, Li Minghan declared, retreating behind Li Shuyang. Whenever relatives visited, they would typically gift the little one's money, although their mother would confiscate it. Li Shuyang generally turned a blind eye and allowed them to keep their earnings. You rascal, the third child, your mother will save your money for a flowered skirt, Wang Mingran said, turning to Li Mingyu. I don't want it. I already have new clothes. Li Mingyu protested, shaking his head more vigorously than a rattle drum. Li Shuyang brought out the steamed buns, distributing one to each child. Aside from the festive season, he usually allowed them to eat coarse grains mixed with fine ones. Children ought not to be raised on overly refined diets. If they dared be picky with their food, he would not indulge them. If they didn't eat, he would leave it be, letting them wait until hunger struck them again. In the current environment, no child could afford to be finicky with proper food. There was no room for such behavior. Next year, the second and third will be starting elementary school, and the youngest won't require my care anymore. I'm considering resuming my previous business. What do you think? Wang Mingran asked Li Shuyang as they dined. Since giving birth to the twins, she hadn't made any pastries to sell on the black market. The family had been surviving solely on Li Shuyang's modest salary. Li Shuyang would occasionally take a day or two off to hunt with Li Zhuang, and although the family had not gone hungry, they had managed to save a decent sum. Let us see when spring arrives. I'll inquire about where to purchase an independent courtyard. If I find one, I'll buy it. It would be convenient for whatever we wish to do. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. Mom, I want to go to Uncle's house for my red envelope, Li Mingyu exclaimed after finishing his meal, looking at Wang Mingran. Tomorrow, she replied, shaking her head. Li Zhuang's house was just a couple of alleys away, a similar courtyard residence. With 4 children of their own, Wang Mingran felt the weight of the situation. I'll take them. If I don't allow them to go, they won't be able to sleep tonight, Li Mei said with a smile. Wang Mingran nodded in acquiescence, feeling reassured with Li Mei leading the way. After placing their dishes in the kitchen, the children eagerly hurried to their anticipated destination. How much do you think the third child received? Wang Mingran asked Li Shuyang. I have no idea. Wait until you're asleep tonight and check their pockets. After all, this isn't your first time doing this. Just don't take their money. Otherwise, they'll cry on the first day of the new year. And how will we manage going forward? Li Shuyang chuckled. I wouldn't bother with their meager amounts, Wang Mingran laughed. Chapter 120, An Idea That Night. The children returned home, ecstatic, but regardless of Wang Mingran's inquiries, they refused to divulge how much money they had received in red envelopes. After everyone had drifted into a deep slumber, Wang Mingran tiptoed into their room to inspect the contents of their envelopes before returning to her own room. Tomorrow will be quite the ordeal for us, she sighed. What's the matter? How much did you receive? Li Shuyang asked, amused. Each of them has 4 or 5 yuan. Wang Mingran shook her head. With 4 children at your brother's house as well. You will have to prepare that much in red envelopes too. The total exceeds the monthly wage of a temporary worker, equating to nearly 3,000 yuan in the future. How could Wang Mingran not feel troubled? In the morning, the children donned their brand new clothes and shoes, just as they were about to head out. Wang Mingran caught hold of Li Mingwei. Dear, could you inform mother about the amount your third uncle bestowed upon you yesterday, as well as what your eldest uncle contributed? Wang Mingran inquired with a cheerful demeanor. The eldest uncle gave 3 yuan, while the third uncle provided 2. Li Mingwei responded earnestly. Very well. Off you go and enjoy yourselves, but do keep a vigilant eye on your money. Do not lose it and end up in tears, Wang Mingran chuckled, patting Li Mingwei on the head. Turning back, she entered the room to prepare the red envelopes. After breakfast, Li Shuyang, accompanied by Wang Mingran, carried gifts to the eldest brother's home, where Wang Mingran distributed the prepared red envelopes one by one. The two then mounted their bicycles and hurried towards Zhuang. Although Li Zhuang was merely the eldest brother, it was customary for Li Shuyang to visit this side of the family first during such occasions. The eldest brother is akin to a father, and the eldest sister-in-law to a mother. As they had fulfilled parental responsibilities by raising Li Shuyang to the age of 18 and even securing him a wife, these little rascals thought they were entitled to my 12 yuan. If it weren't for our continuous efforts to maintain these relationships, who would so generously give them money? They haven't even entrusted me with their New Year's money. You are all a bunch of ingrate wolves. None of you stand by my side, Wang Mingran lamented, pinching Li Shuyang's waist from the back seat. Whose fault is it if you didn't act last night? You should have taken it from them. Li Shuyang replied with a smile. I can't provoke your family of living ancestors. If any money goes missing at home, it will invariably be blamed on me. And I would be in tears the entire day. My head would swell from all the weeping. Wang Minggran shook her head and laughed. The family now had nearly 4,000 yuan saved, and Wang Minggran was not particularly concerned about this small sum. However, people had grown accustomed to being frugal. It was acceptable to share with family, but she felt reluctant to part with money for others, with the exception of amicable relatives. When Li Shuyang's two uncles visited, Wang Minggran would not be stingy. Upon their arrival, she would immediately prepare 8 large bowls of meat noodle soup, enough for each to fill their stomachs. She would also send back some of Li Shuyang's slightly worn clothes to the eldest uncle. Occasionally, she would ask Li Shuyang to retrieve any unwanted clothing from his eldest aunt for them to wear. The eldest uncle would often bring along walnuts and jujubes from the village. The two quickly arrived at the father-in-law's residence, leaving a gift before heading to Wang Minggran's eldest uncle's home. After receiving a piece of blue cloth, they decided not to stay for a meal. Since Wang Yuanxiao was accepted into university, the relationship between the two families had improved significantly, and Wang Minggran's aunt no longer spoke in veiled insults. When are you planning to host a banquet, third brother? Wang Minggran asked, looking at Wang Yuanxiao with a playful smile as she picked up a piece of meat. On the 8th of February, Wang Yuanxiao replied, somewhat embarrassed. Yao Yao, call your aunt. Wang Minggran teased, waving a red envelope at Wang Yuanxiao's daughter. Dudu Wang Yao, now a year old, was still somewhat unclear in her speech, much like the youngest in Li Shuyang's family. After a brief while, Wang Minggran realized she had lost over 10 yuan, as there were quite a few nephews and nieces at home. Cousin, I want to go play at your house, Wang Jianhua said, running to Li Shuyang with a grin. This little fellow was already in the 4th grade, and ever since Li Shuyang bought a television last year, he would insist on accompanying them back to Zhouzhuang whenever they visited, eager to watch TV. However, none of the younger children at home showed any interest in the television. They preferred to play outside, especially that little rascal, Li Mingyu. Li Shuyang had initially thought that having a television would keep the kids at home, but to his surprise, they were completely uninterested. Only the dog and Yaya from the eldest brother's family came to watch TV every day. Aren't you afraid your mother will scold you? Li Shuyang chuckled. This boy had remarkable audacity. Once, he had ventured alone from Zhouzhuang to West Street, prompting a frantic search by the family. When Li Shuyang returned him that time, he was scolded to the point of tears. Yet, he quickly forgot the incident and would come to the city every holiday, running straight to Li Shuyang's home. After an afternoon of play, Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran finally decided to take their leave. The younger children were also about to return with Li Mei for dinner, and they needed to head back to prepare the meal. Wang Jianhua's desire to play was abruptly extinguished by Li Tingting, who kept a watchful eye on him, ensuring he did not venture outside. As the little fellow had several yuan on him, besides the 2 yuan given by his aunt Wang Minggran, there were also contributions from 2 uncles. When Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran departed, their bicycles were laden with numerous items, not only from the father-in-law, but also from Wang Minggran's eldest uncle, elder brother Wang Guoqing, and younger brother Wang Yongjun, each sending along a generous assortment of gifts. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wang Minggran began sorting through the gifts, selecting those that were no longer needed, intending for Li Shuyang to take them to his uncle's house the next day. Although these items were of no use to them, they would prove beneficial to her uncle's family. Just heat up yesterday's leftovers for the ancestors. I will handle that, Wang Minggran whispered to Li Shuyang. Understood, he replied. Wang Minggran quickly prepared a few buns for steaming, and once they were cooked, she discreetly took them to the storeroom, placing the buns and fruits on the offering table and paying her respects. Why not follow your sister-in-law's example and make clothes to sell this spring? Li Shuyang suggested to Wang Minggran. Where would we obtain fabric tickets and materials? Wang Minggran asked, glancing at him. Li Shuyang's family had also purchased a sewing machine, as his sister-in-law was engaged in business, and it would not be prudent for Wang Minggran to make clothes for her family at the expense of her sister-in-law's earnings. The clothing she made herself would not be as sturdy as that produced by a machine, and given that their family was not in need, Wang Minggran had decided to invest in a sewing machine. The little one was at an age where clothes were easily torn, and it would be convenient for her to mend them at home. Upon hearing Wang Minggran's words, Li Shuyang recalled that fabric tickets would not be abolished for another year. I will check the black market tomorrow to see if the fabric there is reasonably priced, he pondered aloud. Chapter 121, Obtaining Certification. In 1980, following the return of a large number of educated youth to the cities, the number of unemployed individuals in urban areas surged. These jobless individuals became a significant concern for urban security, leading to severe crackdowns initiated by the Longhua government in 1983. To address the issues of employment, food scarcity, and clothing shortages, the capital established a permit system for individual businesses in February of 1980. Nearly 3 years had passed since then, Yet Jing City had not received any notification regarding this matter. Li Shuyang had been inquiring about it, but had seen no signs of progress. Is Comrade Li Shuyang at home? A voice called out in the early morning, echoing through the courtyard. My husband has gone to work. If Director Hao has something to discuss, he can speak with me as well. Wang Minggran replied with a smile as she stepped out of the room to greet the visitor. The visitor was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The director of the West Street office, who also served as the head of the Women's Federation. Essentially, she managed all matters, big and small, pertaining to West Street. Your husband's inquiry has yielded some results. Come with me to the office to get your stamp. Regarding the storefront issue, you will have to find a solution on your own. That dilapidated house at the intersection, which is currently unoccupied, can be purchased at a low price for you to build your own. Director Hao explained as she walked. Thank you, Director Hao. Wang Minggran expressed her gratitude with joy. Li Shuyang frequently mentioned to Wang Minggran the dilapidated earthen-walled house on Zaidaji Street. Although it was uninhabitable, its geographical location was undeniably prime real estate. Strategically situated at the entrance of the bustling Zaidaji market, through which one must pass to reach both the vegetable and second-hand markets. It presented an excellent opportunity for any business venture, boasting over 100 square meters of space, enough to establish 3 shops, allowing for one to operate while renting out the other 2. The second and third floors could serve as living quarters. Driven by his desire for this property, Li Shuyang visited Director Hao's home no fewer than 10 times, bestowing numerous gifts, all in hopes that, should the property become available for sale, it be offered to him first. After all, without familial ties, why would anyone consider leaving it for him? Upon arriving at the street office, Director Hao assisted Wang Minggran in obtaining a business license for individual operators, a document that required further endorsement from another department. I'll take care of the official seal for you, but it's best if you transfer your grain allocation to the city. Otherwise, the grain and oil license I secured for you will be of no use, and you won't be able to procure anything from the Grain Bureau. Director Hao advised Wang Minggran. This grain and oil license served as a subsidy for individual operators, akin to the monthly food standard for workers. If one were to run a restaurant, the allocation would differ, allowing for substantial daily purchases of meat, vegetables, and oil, or direct dealings with grain stations. However, Wang Minggran's clothing store only required provisions for her own sustenance. Initially, the grain and oil license was contingent upon the opening of Wang Minggran's store. But having received so many favors from Li Shuyang, Director Hao felt a bit awkward. When Li Shuyang returned from work at noon, he found Wang Minggran grinning at him with an air of delight. What has got you smiling like that? Have you encountered something supernatural? He asked, perplexed. Look at this, she exclaimed, waving the grain and oil license along with the business permit. You've got it processed? Li Shuyang approached her joyfully, taking the documents into his hands for a thorough examination. Wonderful. Ha! He raised his fist in exuberance, laughter spilling forth. Once the spark of entrepreneurship ignited, a radiant future beckoned. The era of untamed wilderness had officially commenced, while the naive billionaires remained unprepared for action. You seem more foolishly happy than I do. What is so exciting about opening a clothing store? Wang Minggran teased, playfully pinching Li Shuyang. What do you know? My happiness is perfectly justified, he retorted, casting her a sidelong glance, unwilling to elaborate further lest she view him as deranged. By the way, who are you considering for the construction work? Wang Minggran inquired after securing the documents in her room. I'll have my 2 uncles and a few cousins handle the demolition and removal of rubbish. It'll also provide some extra income for the family. As for the construction, we should hire a professional team. After all, we're unfamiliar with the required permits. And they are seasoned in this field, Li Shuyang replied thoughtfully. For the first floor's cement surface, around 1,000 yuan should suffice. The rest can wait until I make a trip to Province G. Li Shuyang realized he couldn't invest all his savings into the house. A significant portion must remain for business endeavors. He planned to continue working at the factory for another 6 months, after which he intended to embark on his own venture, as the factory salary was hardly worthy of his ambition. Although his monthly earnings exceeded 70 yuan, a figure that many families yearn for yet could scarcely attain. It was noteworthy that the average annual income for urban households hovered around 726 yuan, with a monthly average of approximately 605 yuan, often with multiple family members contributing. In contrast, Li Shuyang's solitary income surpassed that of most families combined, and few young individuals his age earned as much. Meanwhile, rural households faced dismal annual earnings. Even prosperous villages like Zhouzhuang reported only around 100 yuan, while poorer families in Lijia village earned less than 100. If Li Shuyang were to announce his desire to leave the factory, 99% of people would deem him insane. Many entrepreneurs only conceived of business ventures after struggling in factories. Young people in major cities like Kyoto and Modu often faced condescension from their families regarding their entrepreneurial aspirations. The lingering impression from years past suggested that business was not a legitimate path, potentially jeopardizing family reputations. Only employment as a worker or within the bureaucracy was regarded as a respectable pursuit. To the older generation, engaging in business was seen as a departure from the norm. It wasn't until the early 1990s, amid a wave of layoffs, that society recognized wealth as the true path, while other endeavors were merely illusions. Business ventures became commonplace, with families eager to cultivate even a modest vegetable plot in exchange for cash. Wang Mingran, carrying a bottle of fine liquor, rode Li Shuyang's bicycle toward Lijia village, seeking out Li Minghai, who was directing the collection of eggs. "Minghai, I need to discuss something with you," she said, presenting him with the bottle of erguo tu. "Auntie, what brings you here? Just say it plainly," Li Minghai replied, waving his hand. Li Shuyang occasionally returned with gifts for him, making it awkward for him to accept more from her. "I would like to transfer my grain allocation to the city. Here's the acceptance certificate from there," Wang Mingran explained, displaying the document from the street office. Li Minghai recognized the significance of the certificate, recalling how his daughter-in-law had needed something similar when she moved to the city. "No problem. I'll accompany you to the village office to sort it out," he assured her with a nod. Chapter 122, Building the House. Currently, Lijia village boasts 4 workers, with Li Shuyang and his brother comprising 2 of them, while the other 2 include a temporary worker. Such high wages as Li Shuyang's are rare throughout the entire Jing city, let alone in Lijia village. Despite his substantial income and improved living conditions, Li Shuyang remained humble, refraining from appearing overly ostentatious or disdainful. He made every effort to assist those from Lijia village who sought his help for various matters, providing explanations when he was unable to assist. In his eyes, everyone held value, contingent upon how one utilized their abilities, and he aimed to maintain amicable relations, knowing that one day, he might require their assistance. Since Li Minghai took charge, life in Lijia village had improved year after year, with the sight of ragged adults becoming increasingly rare. "Auntie, with you all moving to the city, what will become of the land?" Li Minghai suddenly recalled an important matter and turned to Wang Mingran. Although Li Shuyang's grain allocation was not tied to Lijia village, Wang Mingran and several children were. Last year, the village implemented land redistribution, and Li Shuyang's family, along with Li Mei, received a significant portion of land. This land was subject to grain supply obligations. "I've agreed to let Li Xingye farm the land. He'll handle the grain supply for us, and whatever surplus we have will go to his family. We'll just buy a little for ourselves," Wang Mingran replied with a smile. The income from farming at home was meager, but Wang Mingran was not naive. Moreover, the land was not neglected. Having someone else manage the grain supply was sufficient. Given the current circumstances, even Wang Mingran could see that life would only improve. And even if the children did not attend university, their prospects in the city far surpassed those in the countryside. Opportunities for factory work were more abundant than in the village, making it easier to find a means of sustenance. In contemporary urban employment, the foremost criterion for recruitment is the origin of one's household registration. If one does not possess an urban household registration, they are promptly dismissed at the initial stage, rendering subsequent examinations superfluous. With a significant influx of educated youth returning to the city, local children struggle to secure classroom placements, making it implausible to allocate such opportunities to those from rural backgrounds. The land in the village must remain under one's name, providing a safety net should circumstances revert. In the event of the cancellation of individual household quotas, Wang Mingran and her children would still have a stable source of sustenance. Should individual household quotas be unavailable, Wang Mingran would never consider transferring her grain connections to the city. As long as the village submits its supply grain, should there be a shortfall, one could procure grain from designated grain bureaus. Hence Wang Mingran is reluctant to shift her grain connections to the city. However, should no one tend to the fields, it would result in severe penalties. Li Minghai nodded in agreement. With the passing of the venerable Li Xingye, the household comprises merely 3 members. Although another is on the way, even if it becomes 4, the land apportioned remains scant, and an abundance of land naturally yields a greater harvest. 2 able-bodied individuals tending such a small plot resembles mere play. Presently, hiring assistants in rural areas merely requires providing 2 meals for the day, and no monetary compensation is necessary. If the meals are of good quality, many will eagerly offer their help. Those who are industrious, supported by ample land, are destined for an increasingly prosperous future, especially now that regulations surrounding livestock rearing have been relaxed. Surplus grain can even be utilized to feed pigs. After enduring a few arduous years, prosperity will surely follow. Yet, few are aware that Li Xingye leads a relatively comfortable life in the village, possessing savings of over 1,000 yuan and enjoying ample meat in his daily meals. Currently, pig farming serves merely as a facade. The land was voluntarily sought by Li Xingye from Li Shuyang, allowing him to sell any surplus grain to the Grain Bureau. This would provide justifications for future household purchases or home repairs. Once the grain connections were established, Wang Minggran hurried to her uncle's house. "Why have you come, niece?" Uncle Peng Monsong greeted her with a warm smile as he assisted Wang Minggran in bringing her bicycle into the yard. "Uncle, let us prepare some cured meat for dinner," he called to Auntie in the house. Upon hearing this, Auntie quickly emerged from the kitchen, carrying a piece of cured meat weighing over 2 pounds. "I've already eaten," Wang Minggran insisted, waving her hands repeatedly. "If you've already eaten, have just a little more. It's all good food," Auntie replied cheerfully, returning with a handful of garlic sprouts from the backyard. "Uncle, here is the situation. Weve purchased a house in the city, and after discussing with Shuyang, Weve decided to convert it into a shop for business. Only wooden materials will suffice. Everything else must be transported to the waste disposal station by tractor. I intend for you and your family to assist with these tasks, and rest assured, you won't be undercompensated. Each person will receive 80 cents and 2 meals a day." Wang Minggran explained with a smile. "Who needs money? We're family. A few days of work is nothing." Uncle promptly waved his hand dismissively. "If we don't accept payment, we could just hire others," Wang Minggran joked. "Very well. I'll gather them tomorrow so we can finish early and not delay your construction." Uncle Peng Monsong nodded in agreement. At the insistence of Uncle S family, Wang Minggran stayed for a bit longer, enjoying some cured meat before departing with their warm send-off from the 10th Brigade. Upon her return, Li Shuyang had prepared dinner. The little ones had played long enough in the square and were now seated at the dining table, eagerly awaiting Wang Minggran's arrival. "Where will Uncle and his family be staying?" Wang Minggran inquired of Li Shuyang after taking a bite of steamed bun. "After the elderly lady in the back courtyard passed away, the house has been vacant. I borrowed the key from Aunt Zhu to stay there for a few days." Li Shuyang gestured towards the back courtyard. Such is the inconvenience of city life. Many households lack sufficient space. In families like Li Shuyang's, as they take in more children, the home quickly becomes cramped when the children grow and no units are available to accommodate them. Those with unit placements enjoy the benefit of housing allocations. The property currently occupied by Li Shuyang must be returned to the factory after his resignation, unless he either suffers an accident or remains until retirement, in which case he could retain the housing even if laid off. Thus, no one willingly resigns. However, once the storefront is established, housing concerns will dissipate. At worst, the other 2 storefronts can remain vacant until Li Shuyang returns from Ji province to construct housing. After dinner, Li Shuyang made his way to Director Hao's residence, bearing gifts to express gratitude for his assistance with Wang Minggran earlier that day. "You're far too courteous, my boy. In the future, just drop by if you need anything," Director Hao remarked with a smile as he accepted the gifts. "Then I shall trouble you in the future, Director," Li Shuyang nodded. "It's merely small matters," Director Hao assured him. Li Shuyang understood that to conduct business in the area, he would need to rely on Director Hao, whose network and information far surpassed his own. Any potential issues could be relayed in advance, making it imperative to maintain this connection. Chapter 123, Human Relationships. At dawn, as the first light broke, Li Shuyang arrived at Aunt Zhu's doorstep, carrying a few items. "Aunt Zhu, are you home?" he called from outside. "I'm here." Aunt Zhu cheerfully opened the door. Li Shuyang's family resided in the front courtyard, while Aunt Zhu and the deceased elderly lady lived in the back courtyard. As Aunt Zhu's family had cared for the elderly lady in her final days, the elderly lady had bequeathed her house to Aunt Zhu's family prior to her passing. Aunt Zhu's son had employment. Her husband worked at the steel factory. Her youngest son had joined the army, and her daughter was married. Thus, their home was more than adequate, leaving the house gifted by the elderly lady unoccupied. Many in the courtyard had their eyes on this property, frequently approaching Aunt Zhu to discuss their need for housing due to an increase in family size, seeking permission to move in. However, Aunt Zhu, aware of their ulterior motives, remained firm in her refusal. In the past, when Aunt Zhu's family lacked sufficient space, Li Shuyang had lent his 2 rooms to Aunt Zhu's son as a marital home for 2 years. Later, when her son and daughter-in-law found jobs at the pig bristle factory, they received housing and moved out. When Li Mingyue reached preschool age, Li Shuyang moved his family in. "What brings you here, little Li?" Aunt Zhu asked, smiling. "I've purchased the house in front and plan to demolish it for reconstruction. I have some relatives coming to help, but our home is cramped, so I'd like to borrow the elderly lady's room for a few days." Li Shuyang explained with a grin. "Sure, I'll get you the key," Aunt Zhu said, rushing back inside to retrieve a key for him. "Aunt, here are some local specialties for you to try," Li Shuyang offered, handing her the walnuts and chestnuts he had brought, gifts from his 2 uncles. However, there was an abundance, and his family could not consume them all, so he distributed quite a bit. "Aunt Zhu is too polite. Just come over whenever you need anything." "Stay as long as you like," Aunt Zhu replied cheerfully, accepting Li Shuyang's gift. Aunt Zhu had always remembered Li Shuyang's kindness in the past, frequently delivering items to his family over the years. Yet Li Shuyang had never accepted any of her offerings. This time, having accepted a gift from Li Shuyang, there would be no reason for him to refuse a return gesture in the future. Upon receiving the key, Li Shuyang promptly made his way to the vacant room, unlocking the door and tidying up the space. He then transported the leftover wooden planks from the bunk beds to create a spacious sleeping area. Although there was a bed in the room, it could only accommodate 2 individuals. After completing the arrangements, Li Shuyang's 2 uncles arrived with 4 younger cousins. Since several cousins had married into the city, the family's income had diminished considerably. Naturally, their temporary jobs were not extended to family members. The 2 uncles believed that their daughters had already contributed significantly to the household over the years, and thus, it would be unreasonable to claim their jobs as well. They were acutely aware of their family's financial struggles, which paled in comparison to their in-laws, leading them to refrain from visiting the in-laws. Instead, it was the daughters who brought their husbands to visit during festive occasions. Wang Minggran guided the group to the backyard to settle their luggage, and during this idle time, she rummaged through the pantry for meat coupons and ventured to the market to procure 5 pounds of pork. Over the years, the family's meat consumption had primarily relied on pigs raised in the countryside, with the family funding the purchase of piglets, which were then shared equally among several households collaborating with Li Shuyang. By the end of the year, apart from the surplus pork, they could earn several hundred yuan. The meat coupons distributed by the factory were seldom utilized, reserved only for moments when the children craved braised pork, prompting Wang Minggran to indulge them. Otherwise, cured meats and dried game were staples throughout the year. Li Shuyang retrieved the seldom-used steamer and began preparing steamed cornbread, crafting 3 batches. Since the onset of 1980, the factory had instituted 2 rest days each month, and on this day, Li Shuyang was not required to work. In no time, he had prepared the meal and walked to the West Street Primary School to fetch Li Yuer for lunch, while the other 3 cousins would remain at the factory kindergarten until the afternoon when they would return home. Li Yuer had witnessed her 2 uncles' hearty appetites, often left speechless at the sight of them devouring 4 large bowls of noodles in a single sitting. As the dishes were laid out, a sense of shyness enveloped the group, comprising the eldest uncle, the second uncle, and several cousins. However, they were family, and there was no need for modesty. Those who were shy would only go hungry. After Li Shuyang handed each person a cornbread, he chuckled, easing the atmosphere. The 2 uncles were unfazed, having visited often, but the younger cousins were initially hesitant. Yet, upon hearing Li Shuyang's encouragement, they shed their shyness and dug in. The large pot of braised pork, accompanied by several side dishes, was devoured to the last drop as they soaked up the flavorful sauce with their cornbread. Each person consumed 8 or 9 pieces before feeling satiated, casting glances at Li Shuyang with a hint of embarrassment. To be able to eat is a blessing. Having an appetite provides the strength to work. Why be shy? Wang Minggran teased. After a brief respite post-meal, Li Shuyang led the group to the front of the courtyard. Aside from retaining the timber for firewood, the old uncle had no use for the remaining materials, as Li Shuyang intended to pave the area with concrete, deeming the mud and debris obstructive. When the tractor arrives, you can simply load it up, he instructed his uncles. What about the stones from the courtyard walls? The eldest uncle inquired. The stones should be kept for the foundation, but not too many are necessary. A base of 1.2 meters will suffice, Li Shuyang clarified. Very well, rest assured. We will ensure everything is handled thoroughly, affirmed the 2 uncles, patting their chests. Subsequently, they climbed onto the roof to begin dismantling. While Li Shuyang returned to prepare dinner, the 2 uncles brought along a generous supply of cured meats and provisions. Apart from a few households in Li family village, the 6 families of the 2 uncles were also Li Shuyang's partners in pig farming. At the end of the year, after fulfilling their obligations, the remaining pork was Li Shuyang's responsibility to sell, while they kept some for curing. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Shuyang found Wang Minggran working on the cured meat. As the head of the household, do you think this is enough for dinner? She asked with a smile. I'll head to the market to buy a rooster and stew the leftover chestnuts, Li Shuyang replied after some contemplation. Li Yuer had long desired chicken legs. Yet every time Li Shuyang visited the market after work, he had not encountered any. Chapter 124, Wages. Time swiftly passed, and several days later, the morning of the Lantern Festival in 1983 dawned. Under the guidance of the 2 uncles, the straw house had been leveled to perfection, and the timber was neatly stacked in the firewood room, with some sent to Aunt Zhu's house due to limited space at Li Shuyang's home. Shuyang, you seem to have taken quite a bit, the eldest uncle commented, examining the 30 yuan in his hand. With 8 mao a day for 6 men, that amounts to 4 yuan and 80 cents. After 6 days of work, the total is 28 yuan and 80 cents. The remaining 1 yuan and 20 cents can be used to buy some sweets for the younger cousins. That's correct, Li Shuyang explained. The eldest uncle opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Ever since partnering with Li Shuyang in pig farming, their household not only enjoyed ample provisions, but also earned a modest income each year. The generosity of Li Shuyang had left a profound impression on both families. This nephew, now prosperous and employed, had never looked down upon them for their humble circumstances, consistently treating them to fine food and drink during visits. By the way, uncles, have you noticed any changes in the city? I've heard they are hiring day laborers at the docks, although the work is arduous. One can earn a yuan a day by unloading goods from ships and transporting them to warehouses without requiring any special skills. However, it does come with some inconveniences. Li Shuyang remarked. What inconveniences? They eagerly inquired. Everyone was acutely aware of how challenging it was to secure employment these days. Even those in the 10th Brigade faced difficulties if they had a poor relationship with the team leader, rendering them ineligible for profitable side jobs. With the land distribution system now in place, commonly referred to as household contracting, each family tended to their own fields, further distancing themselves from the village's side enterprises, leaving the marginalized even more isolated. Craftsmen in the village could earn a modest income, but apprentices were typically recruited from among relatives, leaving outsiders with little hope of being invited to earn a living. The notion of earning a yuan a day for labor in the countryside felt like a distant dream. I heard they provide neither meals nor accommodation, and there are no welfare benefits or receipts associated with the work. The docks are no longer collective, they've been privatized. While public docks used to offer food and housing, they are no longer hiring, Li Shuyang elaborated. Many struggling factories had begun seeking partners for collaboration, but few had the capital to invest, and even those with money were wary of entering into partnerships. The memories of past failures lingered, instilling a fear of losing everything. Few had the means to lease an entire dock, but in these times, there were still individuals with such resources. Figures like the notorious fifth master of the black market, who consistently engaged in business, possessed substantial wealth, yet few had the audacity to take on such ventures. This is straightforward. As long as there is potential for profit, it's worth pursuing. However, we will need your assistance in figuring out the accommodation, the eldest uncle said, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at Li Shuyang. The matter at hand is rather straightforward. You need only remit the rent to Aunt Zhu and bring along some grain from home for sustenance. If you wish to engage in work, I shall accompany you tomorrow to have a look, and we can see if you can manage a day's labor. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. That sounds good. I still need your assistance regarding the housing matter. After all, you two can communicate effectively. Uncle nodded repeatedly. It is truly challenging to earn any income for the family these days, and it is heartening that Li Shuyang still thinks of them. The group swiftly made their way home after purchasing some festive gifts from the supply and marketing cooperative. Before long, Aunt Zhu arrived at Li Shuyang's home, bearing a plate of dumplings. Dreamran, come and taste how my cooking compares to yours, Aunt Zhu chuckled. While Aunt Zhu's culinary skills may not surpass Wang Dreamran's, she often seeks to learn from her, and Dreamran graciously allows her to observe as she prepares everyday dishes. Your cooking is somewhat better than mine, Wang Dreamran laughed. Well, I suppose my dumplings are superior, but when it comes to stir-frying and pastries, I cannot hold a candle to you, Aunt Zhu replied with a smile. Aunt, I would like to discuss a matter with you. That vacant room belonging to the old lady is just sitting idle. How about renting it to me for a month at $2? What do you think? Li Shuyang inquired, glancing at Aunt Zhu. Shuyang, if you wish to stay, you may do so for as long as you like. Our families need not discuss money, Aunt Zhu replied, her expression serious. Aunt, please allow me to finish. I have found a job for my uncle and the others. If they can manage it, I would like to rent the room to them. If not, then we shall let it be, Li Shuyang explained. Very well, then do not hand me the key just yet. You can bring them over when the time comes. Aunt Zhu smiled. After chatting for a few minutes, Aunt Zhu produced some clothes from her bundle for Wang Dreamran to mend. Aunt Zhu had seen Wang Dreamran's skill, as she had crafted all manner of garments and shoes for her household, with stitches tighter than those found at the cooperative. Aunt, next time you have something that needs mending, just bring it over. It's no trouble at all, Wang Dreamran assured her. Taking the garments, she approached the sewing machine and, in a matter of minutes, had retraced the original stitching. The garments were clearly hand-stitched, with uneven and sparse seams. Before long, the little ones joyfully awoke, dressed themselves, and eagerly prepared to follow Li Mei out. Today, the streets were adorned not only with lanterns, but also with performances and free storytelling. Particularly, their favorite candy paintings were a penny cheaper today, with a chance to win a prize. We'll eat first before heading out, Wang Dreamran instructed. The children's radiant faces fell instantly, and they sat at the table to finish the meal she had prepared before meandering outside. Tomorrow, I will go to the black market to purchase some fabric for you. Make sure to produce as many garments as you can during this time, lest we find the stock sold out within just a few days of opening. Li Shuyang said to Wang Dreamran. All right, she nodded. Li Shuyang had inquired with the construction team about how long it would take to prepare such a building for business. The team assured him that, including plastering and window finishes, it would be completed in no more than 2 months. Wang Dreamran, working alone, could manage only 3 outfits a day at most, given that all cutting and making fell upon her shoulders. Li Shuyang had witnessed the frenzy of those who rushed to buy at lower prices, yet regrettably found it difficult to hire workers to assist him. Nevertheless, he had a plan. It would depend on the business's success and whether it warranted collaboration with Wang Dreamran. The cooperative model would involve those with sewing machines at home. Li Shuyang would specify the required dimensions, and they would tailor accordingly. Payment could be made in scrap fabric or per outfit, though the scraps would need to be returned. The remnants from cutting 3 outfits could easily yield enough fabric for a pair of cloth shoes, which could fetch at least $2. Thus, the scraps could effectively offset the processing fee of 50 cents for an outfit. Chapter 125. Building the house on the morning of January 16, 1983. As Li Shuyang rode his bicycle past the plot of land he had purchased, the construction crew was already present, methodically commencing the excavation, following Li Shuyang's design plans. Although they could not comprehend his reasoning, they were willing to construct whatever type of house he desired as long as he paid. In Jing City. Apart from the Jing City guest house, now known as Jing City Hotel, which Li Shuyang mentioned included restrooms, only the area where leaders resided had any mention of such facilities. Those who had not participated in the construction of these 2 places had likely never even heard of the term. Fortunately, the foreman had previously worked on the Jing City Hotel's construction. Otherwise, he would have stared blankly at Li Shuyang like everyone else, unable to grasp his meaning. Items like chamber pots were hard to procure and could only be found in Ji province. For public institutions, a simple fax could suffice for procurement. As for Li Shuyang, he could only ensure that the external drainage was properly planned, leaving the restroom and used for the time being, to be addressed once the necessary items arrived in Jing City. However, it was crucial to reserve the space in advance. The steel factory was not far from the dock, with most materials transported via water. After having lunch at the factory, Li Shuyang made his way to the entrance. To his surprise, his uncles were already waiting for him there. The group cheerfully headed towards the dock, arriving shortly at the loading dock for porters. After a brief conversation with the manager, he gestured for them to follow. You may work for the afternoon to see if you can keep up. The goods vary in weight. Some are as heavy as 200 to 300 pounds, while the lighter ones weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds, the manager explained, leading them into the dock, with Li Shuyang following suit. Observing the bustling activity as workers energetically transported goods onto a ship, while trucks rolled one after another into the warehouse to unload their cargo, the scene was vibrant. Following Li Shuyang's advice, his uncles handed their cigarettes and alcohol to the manager upon entering, and their assigned task was to unload the trucks. This was somewhat easier than carrying the goods onto the ship, yet the work at the dock was labor-intensive, as mechanization was not yet prevalent. All goods of modest size were still handled manually. After about 10 minutes, the group was drenched in sweat, yet their faces radiated with joy, buoyed by the prospect of earning $30 in a month, envisioning their family moving into a red brick house within half a year, filling their hearts with unexplainable happiness. The manager observed their performance with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. After a brief conversation with Li Shuyang, he departed the dock and returned to the steel factory. By evening, the group received 50 cents each. They returned home brimming with joy, akin to children, and promptly handed $2 to Aunt Zhu before commencing dinner preparations in her kitchen. Uncle, take these vegetables to eat, Wang Dreamran suggested, as she had joined Aunt Zhu in cultivating some vegetables in the backyard. Previously, such areas were off-limits for planting. But now, with no one to oversee these matters following the dissolution of the controlling department in 1979, they faced no trouble. The backyard, extending to the front courtyard's wall, was filled with the vegetables they had sown, while previously damaged flower beds and fish ponds had been repurposed by other residents for planting green onions and garlic. We've brought some pickled cabbage. Keep these vegetables for the children, Wang Dreamran said. Uncle Wang hastily waved his hand, saying, It's nothing. I'm just growing them for fun. The vegetables I eat are delivered to me daily by my father from the city, and we have someone tending to our family plot. Wang Mingrant smiled and added, Aunt Zhu and her husband consume most of these vegetables. I merely join in for the amusement. Ever since the Li family moved to the city, it's been Li Xingye managing our family plot. The produce from the plot is shared between the 2 families, although Li Xingye has not taken his share, remarking that he merely lent a hand and completed the work. That won't do. We can buy what we need, Uncle Peng Monsong chuckled. Dreamran, don't worry about us. We plan to reside here permanently. When we want something, we can simply go to the market. The vegetable market in Jing City is unregulated. As long as one has money, they can procure anything, with most goods brought in from nearby villages. having visited Jing City numerous times. Peng Monsong was well aware of this. All right then, if you need anything, just let me know, Wang Mingran nodded. After saying this, she turned to head home, placing the freshly harvested vegetables on the stove. That evening, Aunt Zhou and brother Li Zhuang came over to deliver some items to their two uncles. After chatting for a while, they finally made their way to Li Shuyang's place. 1,000 yuan? Zhou exclaimed, looking astonished at Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran. Yes. Both replied with a nod. That's quite a sum, Zhou lamented, her heart aching at the thought. Their family had only managed to save nearly 3,000 yuan over the years, and the thought of spending 1,000 yuan to build a house like Li Shuyang's made her reluctant. Dear sister, one must think long-term. Have you noticed how people are inquiring about storefronts? A shop facing the street now earns at least 8 yuan a month. With 2 storefronts, that's 16 yuan monthly. Isn't that more profitable than working as a temporary laborer at a factory? You can simply sit back and earn 16 yuan, Wang Mingran explained. Do you think I could also build a storefront like yours across from you? An investment of 1,000 yuan could yield 24 yuan a month, which would cover our household expenses. From now on, any money my wife and I earn can be saved, Li Zhuang mused, aware of Li Shuyang's insights. The family's current prosperity was largely attributed to Li Shuyang's strategies, leading Li Zhuang to trust him unconditionally. Better to act sooner than later, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Currently, there are no large-scale regulations. Building a house is straightforward as long as you have the funds. Once regulations are in place, building will become challenging. In a heavy industrial city like Jing City, once development begins, owning multiple properties will ensure you can sit back and enjoy life after potential demolitions. This will also alleviate future housing pressures for your children. While our generation may not worry about this, who would refuse an abundance of wealth? Hearing Li Shuyang's reasoning, Zhou, despite her financial concerns, understood the necessity of the investment. Each of Li Shuyang's plans was rooted in foresight. Following his counsel would undoubtedly yield benefits. As Zhou and Li Zhuang walked home, they pondered how long it would take to recoup their investment in rent. Does this mean others are financing our house construction? Li Zhuang contemplated, glancing at Zhou. Now that you mention it, it does make sense, she nodded eagerly. Chapter 126, Opening Day. Time passed in a tranquil rhythm. The two aunts, accompanied by their daughters-in-law, visited the city every 15 days, not only to deliver food and pickled vegetables for their husbands, but also to bring back wages to save. 15 yuan every 15 days brought immense joy to their families. After delivering fresh shrimp to Wang Mingran, they hurried back to their village. The 4 little ones at Li Shuyang's home adored river shrimp, as well as wild fruits like August melons and chicken intestines. Whenever they had free time, they would gather these treats and bring them back. The family shared a harmonious relationship. This season marked the sprouting of Chinese tune, and they brought a handful for Wang Mingran, who delighted in these delicacies. When frying eggs, adding a bit of tune made them particularly fragrant. Wang Mingran quickly prepared the shrimp, placing them in the steamer. Before long, Li Mingwei returned home under Li Shuyang's escort. Upon seeing the steamed shrimp on the table, she beamed with joy, skillfully peeling the shrimp and devouring them. Can you save some for your brother and sister? Wang Mingran remarked, watching Li Mingwei. They had stir-fried asparagus with meat at the factory today. Their meals aren't lacking, Li Shuyang chuckled. The kindergarten's meals are superior to those in the canteen, and the fees are quite reasonable. Occasionally, they even serve meat. If parents are willing to spend a few extra yuan, there's also milk and eggs available every morning. However, Li Shuyang refrained from spending that money, instead purchasing a cup of soy milk for them from a state-run restaurant each morning. Li Minghan, now not allowed to attend school, would burst into tears, missing the playtime with friends, as home felt like a place of torment. Thus, he was often the first to rise in the household. If he refused to eat, all Li Shuyang had to say was, if you don't want to go to school tomorrow, and he would promptly finish every last bite. At kindergarten, he displayed an appetite that rivaled his older sister, devouring 2 steamed buns in one sitting. Li Shuyang observed that the little ones were quite picky at home. Yet when visiting others, even fighting over a plate of potatoes, it was as if they were deprived at home, leading one to mistakenly believe they were starved. Especially at their uncle's house, the children would scramble to eat, as if feasting on a rare delicacy. After their meal, Li Mingwei turned on the television, ignoring her mother's chatter. Once Li Shuyang finished eating, he headed towards the house he was building. The construction was nearly complete, with only 3 wooden doors left to install. The doors were assembled piece by piece, and only 2 elder craftsmen remained to finish the door panels, while the rest of the crew had packed away their tools. In 5 days, they would be ready for business. The house was already filled with the clothing Wang Mingran had prepared, at least 150 sets. Observing the nearly finished house, Li Shuyang nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the construction crew had not exaggerated, and the work would indeed be completed within 2 months. With 10 days still to spare. That evening, as Li Shuyang returned home with the children, One of the storefronts had already been fitted with its wooden door. Tomorrow, he would take a day off to help Wang Minggran set up the shelves, aiming for an early opening. What do you think is a suitable price for our clothes? Wang Minggran asked nervously, glancing at Li Shuyang. For her first business venture, she understandably felt anxious, though she would grow accustomed to it over time. Let us price them similarly to the department store. We won't accept fabric coupons, Li Shuyang replied, taking a bite of his meal. Isn't that a bit too expensive? Wang Minggran still felt the price was high. In their village, such prices would indeed be steep, as people would rather buy fabric to make their own. However, this was Jing City, where many families were accustomed to purchasing fabric to make clothes, well aware of the difference in quality between handmade garments and machine-sewn ones. Incorporating manual calculations into the pricing reveals that it is not excessively high, and moreover, the garments purchased are far sturdier than those made by oneself. Li Shuyang explained with a smile. In this modern age, the quality of any product is incomparable to that of previous generations. Take shampoo. For instance, today's formulations require merely a single wash to keep one's hair oil-free for 3 days. In contrast, shampoos of yesteryears only managed to maintain cleanliness for the day, as capitalists have focused on devising ways to compel daily washing. Furthermore, contemporary electronic products exhibit remarkable durability, often functioning well for over a decade, while their predecessors, costing several thousand, typically last no more than 3 to 5 years unless one is fortunate enough to acquire a highly reliable model. Items of clothing, being consumables, prioritize durability. Unlike in previous eras where even the slightest abrasion could render a garment unwearable. Upon hearing Li Shuyang's analysis, Wang Minggran felt invigorated. Indeed, the majority of families in Jing City prefer to purchase ready-made clothes, with few willing to buy fabric to sew their own. Fabric is only bought during family visits. Otherwise, who would purchase high-end materials like bragi or dakron shirts, and Wang Minggran's favorite woolen coats? Each piece costs several dozen. Mother, give me a dime to buy an ice pop, Li Yuer said, glancing at Wang Minggran after finishing her dinner. I have no money, Wang Minggran replied, pulling out a handful of cash and handing Li Yuer a 2-dime note. 1 ice pop each, Wang Minggran called out to Li Yuer, who was already joyfully running outside. Understood, Li Yuer called back without looking. You're not going to keep an eye on her? Wang Minggran turned to Li Shuyang. Why should that concern me? Li Shuyang replied, casting a glance at Wang Minggran. Teaching kids about ice pops is your responsibility. When the weather warms, they sell ice cakes, glutinous rice pops, and mung bean pops. Li Shuyang has never indulged in cold treats. During sweltering days, the factory distributes chilled watermelon, which he always brings home for his family. I'm talking about needing money every day. I'm not a bank, and I don't have a money printer, Wang Minggran retorted, glaring at the 3 little ones who were about to speak. Their mouths were shut by her words, and they exchanged displeased glances with their father, Li Shuyang. He shook his head, continuing his meal, seemingly oblivious to their gazes. Early in the morning, Li Shuyang returned from the lumber market with a substantial amount of wood and, borrowing tools from 2 elderly carpenters, busily set to work inside the shop. Clothes racks and cabinets for storing garments quickly took shape under his diligent craftsmanship. The primary advantage of hiring a construction team to build the shop is that one need not apply to the Power Bureau for electrical wiring. The team simply needs to request it, and electricity is connected. That evening, Wang Minggran helped Li Shuyang clean up, and after tidying up, they moved all the household clothing in preparation for the grand opening the next day. Chapter 127, Grand Opening as Dawn Broke. Wang Minggran and Li Shuyang arrived at their shop. The majority of garments crafted by Wang Minggran were black zhongshan suits, targeting the teenage demographic. Adults might go years without purchasing a complete outfit for themselves, yet they ensure their children are well-dressed, particularly those in middle and high school, even if it means sacrificing their own attire. In this era, aside from zhongshan suits, most clothing styles are quite uniform, lacking in variety. Wang Minggran also produced a number of floral dresses, still quite popular, especially among female workers who can afford them if tickets are not required. Men's and women's clothing were neatly arranged on opposite sides, with little distinction in size, as the current era lacks abundance, and few individuals are overweight. This has given rise to a saying, the plump are fortunate, fat pigs are well fed. A robust physique indicates a family that can afford good nourishment. Nowadays, slightly sturdier girls attract the attention of matchmakers, with suitors frequently trampling their thresholds. Conversely, excessively slender girls are often perceived as unable to perform hard labor. Shortly after opening, several young women entered the shop. Upon seeing the array of hanging garments, they immediately recognized it as a clothing store, despite the absence of a sign. Excuse me, how much is this floral dress? A beautiful young woman shyly inquired, pointing to a red floral dress. People have developed a habit of merely pointing at clothing rather than touching it, as one risks reprimand for handling items carelessly. Sales personnel might assume you cannot afford the item and are reluctant to sell a soiled garment. 17 yuan, Wang Mingran replied with a smile. This dress costs 20 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative and requires a 3-foot fabric ticket. Here is the money. Please wrap it up for me. The young woman happily produced the money ticket and handed it to Wang Mingran. Here at our store, we don't require fabric tickets. We only accept cash. Wang Mingran said, returning the fabric ticket. Upon hearing this, the other young women's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had also desired to purchase a dress. Wang Mingran's shop boasted several colors of dresses, red, blue, green, each adorned with floral patterns, yet everyone had their own color preferences. Currently, the streets were dominated by gray and black clothing, making such vibrant dresses a rarity. Without fabric tickets, I want one too. Several young women joyfully exclaimed, pointing to their desired dresses. The supply and marketing cooperative had ingrained in people a good habit. Bargaining is generally frowned upon, as it may be perceived as antagonistic and could lead to reprimands. This is why signs reading "Do not hit customers without cause" can be seen in many establishments, especially in state-run restaurants, where such phrases greet patrons upon entry. The practice of haggling only began to emerge in the 1990s, with a culture of demanding exorbitant prices followed by negotiations. After the women handed over their money to Wang Mingran, they pointed eagerly at the dresses they desired, cautious that she might mistake their selections. Only after receiving their chosen items did they tentatively touch the dresses they had just purchased. The fabric felt soft, quite unlike the stiff dacron. Cotton dresses are comfortable to wear, but lack the crisp appearance of dacron. While dacron looks stunning when worn, it does not absorb sweat, making it a torment during hot weather. Nevertheless, many young people still favor it, for the love of beauty is a universal trait. Just as many girls today opt to wear short skirts in winter, prioritizing style over comfort. How much for this dacron shirt? After purchasing their dresses, the group turned their attention to the newly hung dacron shirts. Women still dressed conservatively, typically pairing a skirt with long trousers and a shirt. Otherwise, they would attract the disapproving glares of neighborhood matrons. 10 yuan, Wang Mingran replied cheerfully. The price matched that of the supply and marketing cooperative, but without the need for a fabric ticket, as sourcing from the black market incurs slightly higher costs. Within a mere 10 minutes, Wang Mingran had collected over 100 yuan, netting a profit of more than 60 yuan after deducting expenses. These girls were truly generous, spending an entire month's wages in one go, leaving one to wonder if they would face reprimand upon returning home. Although Wang Mingran was elated, she could not help but voice her grievances. Since the money was being carried by them, it was evident that their household was not lacking in funds. Otherwise, how could the children of impoverished families afford to carry dozens of yuan? Li Shuyang chuckled, wanting to point out that she had not witnessed the individuals of later generations who indulged in consumerism, spending lavishly on luxury items despite earning only a few thousand yuan monthly, often relying on others to foot the bill thereafter. Why don't you just quit your job and help me at the store? I assure you, I won't shortchange you. I can offer you a salary akin to what you'd receive at the steel mill, Wang Mingran jested. Sounds good, Li Shuyang replied with a laugh. You took my joke seriously. Wang Mingran swiftly stowed the money back into her bag. Recalling that the profits from their initial pig-rearing venture had initially been entrusted to Li Shuyang for safekeeping, only for her to change her mind upon seeing the income. She decided to deposit the funds into her own little treasury instead. Currently, apart from the 3,000 yuan in the bank, her private stash contained several hundred yuan. Li Shuyang cast a sideways glance at Wang Mingran before making his way home, carrying the sleepy youngest child while ushering the two little ones towards the steel mill. Recently, he had been searching for a nearby kindergarten, as once he resigned, the youngest would no longer be able to attend the facility at the mill. The second and third children would be starting elementary school in the latter half of the year. The era of untamed wilderness had officially commenced, and only those bold enough to take the first leap would reap abundant rewards, while others would merely sip the broth. The dawn of this new era in Province G indicated that novel ventures had just begun to penetrate the market. It would take a decade for them to permeate the entirety of Longhua Nation. This interim period represented the prime opportunity. Once the majority plunged into the fray, they would merely be following the trend. Li Shuyang was determined not to miss out on this grand feast. With 3 years at his disposal, he would be well positioned to partake in this global banquet, and by then, he would have firmly established his path to prosperity. In the workshop, Li Shuyang's remuneration was already comparable to that of retired masters. Within the workshop, aside from Li Shuyang, a level 6 machinist, all senior machinists had been reassigned to the bustling metropolis, which was in dire need of skilled technicians. There, a level 6 machinist like him could command a monthly salary of 200 yuan, yet he chose not to apply. What use would it be to go to the metropolis when he would have no time to journey back to Province G? He was bound to remain in the workshop, conducting experiments on parts. Upon arriving at his family's storefront at noon, Li Shuyang was taken aback by the bustling scene within, with throngs of customers jostling for purchases. Regardless of age or gender, they were all clamoring, each asserting their right to priority. "I saw it first, so it belongs to me," shouted a middle-aged man at a boisterous lady. "Are you being reasonable? I arrived first and paid first," the middle-aged man retorted. Such scenes were commonplace at the cooperative, where customers dared not express their ire toward the sales staff, but were more than willing to vent their frustrations on one another. "Hold on. Let me fetch more for you," Li Shuyang interjected hastily. "More? That lady already stated that today's clothing is sold out. If you wish to purchase, you must return in a week." A woman grumbled as she stomped out, her frustration palpable. Li Shuyang glanced around the store, realizing that the clothing racks were entirely bare. Meanwhile, Wang Minggran was busy measuring dimensions for the queue of customers willing to pay a deposit for custom orders. The victorious middle-aged man, grinning broadly, paid and eagerly tried the clothes on his son. Li Shuyang was astonished by the unexpected popularity of items that required no receipts. Observing Wang Minggran in her flurry of activity, he contemplated offering assistance, yet felt hesitant to intervene in the delicate task of taking measurements. As the crowd gradually dispersed after the last of the garments had been sold, a few lingered nearby, only to leave disappointed once they realized the store was devoid of inventory. After helping Wang Minggran secure the shop, they prepared to return to the steel mill. "You should come back with me and properly store the money," Wang Minggran suggested, her backpack bulging with cash. Upon arriving at their courtyard, she burst into laughter, sitting cross-legged on the bed to organize the funds. Having sold over 100 garments, their efforts over the past 2 months had yielded several hundred yuan. "Given this scenario, I cannot manage alone. Do you have any suggestions on how we might enhance our efficiency?" Wang Minggran inquired of Li Shuyang. "Perhaps you could have elder sister-in-law cease her mending work and instead focus on garment production for us, with you determining her wages for each outfit. There are several families in our alley with sewing machines. You could enlist those who have daughters without jobs to assist in the production. If you recruit 10 individuals, you could easily sell at least 20 garments a day." Li Shuyang outlined his premeditated plan. The steel mill also housed numerous families with sewing machines, and many households had children who were not employed. He intended to seek out a few partners in Workshop 3 that afternoon. This arrangement would not constitute an employer-employee relationship. They would merely collect fabric each day to return with completed garments, exchanging them for cash. "Sounds good," Wang Minggran exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on Li Shuyang's cheek. Initially, she had assumed that the clothing business could not rival the cooperative, as people were accustomed to flocking to the department stores. To her surprise, even a slight reduction in price drew eager customers. If they could sell 30 garments daily, Wang Minggran would earn over 100 yuan each day, placing her within the ranks of high-income earners. Although Li Shuyang had mentioned selling their business once the second and third children entered elementary school, Wang Minggran had hesitated. Yet, witnessing their current situation, she felt as though Li Shuyang was a deity of wealth, already foreseeing the potential for profit before they even began. What if elder sister-in-law also wishes to venture into the clothing business? Wang Minggran pondered aloud. "Do you expect to monopolize the entire garment industry in Jing City by yourself?" Li Shuyang replied, exasperated. The steel mill alone employed nearly 100,000 workers, not to mention textile and food factories, alongside many other large enterprises. With the population of Jing City swelling to several million, it was clear that the demand would only increase. Let us not even discuss these small shops. Even if you were to manage all 4 department stores on your own, it would be an impossible feat, he added. True, Wang Minggran conceded, nodding in agreement. Nevertheless, she could not help but fantasize about the enormous profits that would ensue if the entirety of Jing City shopped for clothing from her. After locking the door, she followed Li Shuyang out of the courtyard towards elder sister-in-law, Zhou Lan's location. After some consideration, Wang Minggran decided against involving Zhou Lan in the production process, as she had already earned a decent income from mending at her shop. Instead, they ventured further into the alley. Having lived there for many years, they were well acquainted with the neighborhood, fully aware of which families had unemployed children. "I'll await your updates. I want to seek partners at the steel mill for now," Li Shuyang stated after a moment of thought. "Okay," Wang Minggran replied, and after finding 9 individuals willing to assist her in garment production, she made her way back to Zhou village. "Auntie," Zhang Yan beheld Wang Minggran and chuckled. Nowadays, all matters, great and small, within the household were under Zhang Yan's purview, while Wang Minggran's parents solely tended to their tofu and douhua business. "Yan, aside from cooking and managing the shop, you have little to occupy your time. Would you care to earn some money?" Wang Minggran grasped Zhang Yan's hand with a smile. "Finding work these days is no easy feat. Even your uncle can no longer send people into the city," Zhang Yan replied with a laugh. Since the onset of the college entrance examinations, the quota for rural recommendations had dwindled to nearly nothing. You could help me process garments for a yuan apiece. If sister-in-law is willing, she might join as well. After all, you both have plenty of idle time at home, Wang Minggran suggested with a grin. The Wang family now possessed a sewing machine. Not only had Wang Yongjun purchased one, but even elder brother Wang Guoqing had acquired one for his wife. The initial joy of their purchases had since turned into regret, as they had proven to be of little use. The urban supply and marketing cooperatives no longer accepted processing from rural areas. The children returning from the city were the ones who could do the work. Are you serious, Aunt? Zhang Yin laughed. Since giving birth, she had begun to refer to Wang Minggran as Aunt. Would I deceive you? I'll provide the measurements. But we must be clear from the outset. Although we are relatives, we cannot be negligent. If the garments are substandard, not only will you receive no wages, but you will also have to compensate me for the fabric, Wang Minggran insisted. Rest assured, Aunt, I handle all the clothing at home. And while I may not possess your skill, I assure you there will be no mistakes, Zhang Yin replied, nodding happily. When Wang Minggran informed Li Tingting, the latter was overjoyed, forcibly thrusting the freshly purchased pastries into Wang Minggran's hands. My aunt is so kind, always thinking of us family members. You can trust that the garments I produce will be flawless, Li Tingting promised, patting her chest. All right then, but remember, payment is contingent upon inspection, Wang Minggran teased. Chapter 129, Resignation. Months slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Li Mei and Li Min returned home, beaming with their acceptance letters. May the ancestors bless us, Zhou Lan exclaimed, bowing in all directions with the letters in hand. As an illiterate herself, she could scarcely believe that her daughter and sister-in-law had become university students. A source of indescribable excitement. After the sudden passing of their two grandparents, leaving behind the small duo in Zhou Lan's care, she had spent sleepless nights worrying. She feared that Li Shuyang and Li Mei would not thrive, and the villagers would accuse her of having a heart too cruel to care for her younger brother and sister, particularly with Li Shuyang's frequent illnesses. The acceptance letters felt like a shot of adrenaline, filling Zhou Lan with elation. Has your second uncle heard that you've been accepted into university? Zhou Lan inquired of Li Min. Due to poverty, Li Min had been unable to attend school alongside her sister, relying on Li Shuyang to cover her tuition. Believing that literacy would allow her to surpass their generation and secure a more comfortable living. When their scores fell short of university admission, Li Shuyang had assured them that a technical college sounded appealing, and since the family was not lacking in funds, they could afford to wait another year. Li Shuyang's repeated encouragements to study diligently had finally borne fruit. With university now free of tuition and offering stipends, an education promised a brighter future. I just came from my second brother's place, Li Mei said with a smile. Good. You must express your gratitude to him. Without his support, you would be like most in the village, illiterate until old age, Zhou Lan remarked, her voice trembling with emotion as tears rolled down her cheeks. Mother, why cry on such a joyous occasion? Li Min rushed forward to embrace her mother in comfort. I am overjoyed, truly, Zhou Lan replied, wiping her tears with a smile. At the steel mill, Li Shuyang stepped into Director Han's office. Have you come to a decision, Shuyang? Director Han asked, regarding him keenly. In the latter half of the year, the metropolis had once again issued an invitation for fifth-level employees from various regions to work at the steel and automobile factories, with job placements available for spouses as well. Director Han believed that the opportunities there not only offered higher wages, but also promised employment for Wang Minggran. With Li Shuyang's first month's salary projected at 200 yuan, he could easily support a family, prompting the director to encourage him to seek greater prospects. Director, I wish to resign, Li Shuyang stated. The teacup in Director Han's hand slipped, spilling tea across the floor as he gaped at Li Shuyang in disbelief. Child, while I may not be your true uncle, after all these years, we are practically family. You wouldn't abandon your position just because I suggested you go to the metropolis, would you? Director Han stammered. At merely 26 years of age, Li Shuyang had already achieved the rank of 6th-level fitter at the steel mill. And with another year of experience, he would attain 7th-level status. His salary had been steadily rising, reaching 126 yuan a month, with a promotion to the next level yielding 156 yuan along with improved benefits. He would be allocated a separate housing unit, and his annual benefits would rival those of the workshop director. Uncle, I have long contemplated this resignation. Had it not been for the convenience of my younger siblings attending school, I would have planned to resign and venture to Ji province at the year's start. Li Shuyang replied with a smile. You are being foolish. The current policies are unstable. While business may yield more than a salary, have you considered the potential repercussions? Even as a 6th-level fitter, returning to employment would not be so simple. Furthermore, I cannot approve this resignation. I lack the authority to do so. Take this back. Director Han sighed heavily. He was aware that Li Shuyang's family operated a successful garment shop, with many customers needing to place orders in advance or line up before dawn to purchase clothing. Yet, the notion of relinquishing such a lucrative position seemed unfathomable. In those years, instability had plagued the workforce, with only farmers and laborers remaining unaffected, while others lived in constant anxiety. Li Shuyang might well be the first employee in the entire Jing city to request resignation. While others feared unemployment, he was concerned about the factory denying his departure. Rest assured, uncle, now that I have come, I am resolute in my decision. Currently, 2 cities in Ji province have lifted restrictions on supplies, allowing for unrestricted trade. This experimental policy is bound to spread across Longhua, where goods and food no longer require ration coupons. I have heard that in a fishing village near the economic zone, the average monthly income has soared to 330 yuan. You know I am not one to adhere to convention. I simply wish to see if I can partake in this opportunity. Although Li Shuyang hesitated to elaborate, he sensed that Director Han genuinely regarded him as family, and failing to clarify his intentions would hinder his departure. Without Director Han's signature, there would be no resignation. Very well, if you are determined to leave. I cannot retain you. As your uncle, I will assist you. I will report to higher-ups that you have family matters requiring a 2-month leave. I will have old Zhang from the logistics department draft a letter of introduction for you to the special economic zone. 2 months should be sufficient for your endeavors. And should things not work out, you will still have a fallback. Director Han, unable to persuade Li Shuyang, suddenly devised a compromise that would preserve Li Shuyang's job while allowing him to venture forth for a time. It is quite normal for young people to be ambitious and proud. Director Han himself had experienced such feelings at Li Shuyang's age. Thank you, uncle, Li Shuyang nodded. Understanding that Director Han had exerted considerable effort on his behalf, Li Shuyang was not ungrateful. He recognized that while business may be lucrative, it cannot replace the security of a stable job. He understood that if he found the endeavor overwhelming, he would inevitably come to appreciate the value of work. Young man, be bold yet cautious in the world. Remember, 2 should not peer into a well, 3 should not embrace a tree, and 5 individuals from 3 different surnames should not gather. Director Han sighed, imparting his wisdom. After receiving the special leave slip stamped by Director Han, Li Shuyang made his way to the Human Resources Department, and after completing the necessary formalities there, proceeded to the Finance Department for reporting. As noon approached and the workday concluded, Li Shuyang prepared to head home when Mo Yuliang, with a discontented expression, rushed to him. Little Li, are you truly set on this? He inquired, and behind him, and Ping also looked towards Li Shuyang, as did several other colleagues who were reluctant to see him go. I will return to visit everyone when the opportunity arises, Li Shuyang replied, waving his hand before turning away towards the factory exit. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Li Shuyang was resolute in his decision to depart. Li Shuyang then arrived at the 2nd kindergarten of Jing City to pick up Li Minghan before heading to the shop. Ever since he contemplated resigning, he had transferred Li Minghan from the steel mills kindergarten. Chapter 130, Preparation. Wang Mingran had long been aware of Li Shuyang's intention to resign, believing that he was doing so to secure a better life for his family. Over the past 3 months, Wang Mingran had earned nearly 6,000 yuan, and their self-built home had expanded to 3 stories. Even if Li Shuyang left the steel mill, the family would not lack for housing in the city. However, Wang Mingran was concerned about his move to Ji province, as it would entail a departure lasting approximately 20 days to a month. Her parents now resided in Li Shuyang's self-built home, assisting Wang Mingran in caring for the little ones. While Li Shuyang was at work, Wang Mingran busied herself with business. During this time, the elderly helped with household chores such as cooking and taking the children to the square. Wang Tinghua had sold his tofu business to the Zhang family. The rural market had improved significantly, with far fewer restrictions than before, and the tofu business thrived as a result. However, Wang Mengran's uncle and aunt were quite elderly, and making tofu was no longer suitable for them. Her cousins had jobs and were unwilling to return to take over the business. Similarly, Wang Guoqing had secured a permanent position at the factory and was disinclined to return to the trade. Although Wang Yongjun remained a temporary worker, the slaughterhouse now offered much better conditions than before, with monthly benefits yielding significant income. Li Tingting's family wished to take over the business, but refused to pay for the training or purchase the equipment. Her father-in-law, not foolish, bundled the tools and a donkey together for 300 yuan, selling them to the Zhang family. Now, he enjoyed leisurely days while helping care for the children. Li Tingting would never claim that her father-in-law neglected her family. Since their circumstances improved, she had realized that her family was not making the most of their opportunities. Wang Tinghua did not expect immediate payment, but preferred to receive it gradually over time. However, the Li family seemed to want to take advantage, expecting everything to be given to them since they were family. Besides, the Wang family was not in need of funds, which infuriated her father-in-law. In the Li family village, in the courtyard of Li Shuyang's home, Wang Yongjun remarked, "Brother-in-law, if I go to Ji province and fail to earn anything, it will be disastrous. My wife's monthly salary now exceeds mine. He looked at Li Shuyang, reflecting an old mindset that deemed a woman's earnings superior to a man's, which could tarnish a man's pride and even discourage him from letting his wife work. Have you considered that this money ultimately benefits the family? The more one earns, the happier the family can be. This isn't a chaotic era where women earning more leads to disdain for their husbands or thoughts of divorce. If all else fails, you can always return to work. I've nearly lost my mind listening to you this afternoon. Look at how much your sister earns, yet you still doubt me. As I said, I will cover your expenses, and you will receive a daily wage of 5 yuan. Regardless of my business's success, I will pay you this salary. If you fear a lack of future employment, should I fail, you can assist your sister in the shop and still earn 30 yuan a month. Li Shuyang shot Wang Yongjun an exasperated glance before continuing to wield his hoe, uprooting the orchids he had cultivated for several years, which were just beginning to bud. Orchids bloom throughout the year, with each variety flowering in different seasons. The price of orchids begins to rise as they start to sprout, much like the exorbitant prices of Tibetan mastiffs. When people perceive an opportunity to capitalize on something, they will concoct tales to amplify its value. And by the time one realizes the truth, the opportunists have already amassed considerable wealth. A somewhat rare orchid had once fetched a price of 20 million yuan at auction, an event that transpired in the early 2000s. A particularly robust Tibetan mastiff with unique fur had been valued at over 30 million yuan. Such absurd prices can only be explained as a tax on ignorance. After all, even a tiger would not be worth such an amount. No dog could surpass a tiger's prowess. If a tiger were to die, its bones would still hold value. Since some individuals are willing to act foolishly, why should Li Shuyang not assist them, knowing they will ultimately be deceived? In the special economic zone, a trend for cultivating orchids had emerged, with prices soaring. Some orchids were selling for thousands, while even the cheaper varieties commanded several dozen yuan. Li Shuyang had anticipated such a day, having transplanted the most beautiful orchids from the surrounding area many years prior, filling his courtyard with them. Even Wang Minggran believed that Li Shuyang had a particular fondness for flowers and plants, unaware that he actually relished the company of those lacking in common sense. After successfully transplanting the 7 or 8 flower pots, Li Shuyang instructed Wang Yongjun to carry the orchids to the city. The villagers had grown accustomed to Li Shuyang's passion for beautiful flora, with some even delivering gifts from the mountains. However, Li Shuyang had declined these offerings. By the time he returned home, dusk had begun to settle. Wang Minggran had prepared a sumptuous feast. With the recent lifting of restrictions on pig farming, black market pork had become more abundant, and purchasing meat and oil was far more convenient than in previous years. A bowl of braised pork, a bowl of twice-cooked pork, and a dish of pickled fish adorned the table. Not only was Wang Yongjun coming for dinner, but so was eldest brother Li Zhuang. A few months prior, upon learning of Li Shuyang's intention to resign, Li Zhuang had resolved to follow in his brother's footsteps. This journey to Ji province would be a shared venture among the three, ensuring mutual support along the way. In truth, the current state of public safety was excellent, alleviating concerns about security. Yet, Wang Minggran and her father remained apprehensive, frequently reminding Li Shuyang of potential dangers. The conversation commenced with the reference to Guan Yu's lament over losing Jingzhou, underscoring the necessity for even the most formidable individuals to exercise caution and humility, lest they underestimate others due to their own imposing stature. Li Shuyang recognized that his father-in-law's intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being, which prompted him to suggest accompanying his elder brother and Wang Yongjun on their journey. This reassured his father-in-law. In the past, when the family depended heavily on robust laborers to sustain them, Zhou Lan would have adamantly opposed such a distant venture. However, now that she could effortlessly support the household alone, and considering Li Shuyang's decision to relinquish a substantial salary to pursue his ambitions, the modest earnings of Li Zhuang were hardly worth lamenting. While dining, Li Shuyang's father-in-law reiterated sentiments akin to those expressed by Director Han. When you venture out, always keep this in mind, he urged. Youngest, can you explain the meaning of what I just said? He directed his gaze towards Wang Yongjun. The essence of his warning was to avoid forming alliances that could lead to treachery if one were to perish. It would be in vain, without a confidant, to relay warnings. The trio's refusal to embrace a singular tree symbolized their wariness of potential betrayal from one another, as their journey comprised precisely 3 individuals. Wang Yongjun, upon finishing his statement, looked towards Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang. Chapter 131. The departure, you little rascal. You'll drive me to madness. How could your brother-in-law ever wish you harm? Wang Tinghua exclaimed, striking Wang Yongjun's hand with his chopsticks. Li Shuyang chuckled silently. The boy was perpetually carefree and lacked discretion in his speech. The phrase about not clinging to a single tree encompassed profound wisdom, reminiscent of the concept of a blind well, which lured individuals with promises of comfort, only to ensnare them in deception. Moreover, in business partnerships, while the other two may be steadfast companions, one could find oneself marginalized when profits are reaped. Such scenarios exemplify the principle of avoiding singular dependence, akin to the adage that warns against the pitfalls of diverse affiliations among five individuals of differing surnames. In an era devoid of advanced surveillance and communication, venturing out to work with others of the same kin could render one vulnerable, with the sole wage a potential catalyst for betrayal. Thus, ancient sages distilled these truths, recognizing that self-interest often transforms individuals into beasts, stripping them of their humanity. The advantage of solitary travel lies in the obscurity it affords, dissuading others from acting against you, though it is prudent to carry protective means. Ironically, the most affluent often disguise their wealth within tattered bags, prompting observers to distance themselves. Wang Yongjun quickly fell silent, realizing his father was genuinely upset. Nevertheless, he held unwavering trust in Li Shuyang, having known his character over the years. Furthermore, he pondered what could possibly be of interest to his brother-in-law, Li Shuyang. After dinner, Wang Minggran began preparing Li Shuyang's belongings. I will head to the courtyard to return the keys to Aunt Zhu. If anyone from the logistics department comes looking, please ask her to help with vacating the house, Li Shuyang stated as he grasped the keys and proceeded to his former residence. After handing the keys to Aunt Zhu, he moved firewood from the woodshed to his newly constructed home. Should I sew the money into your underwear pocket then? That way it won't get lost, Wang Minggran inquired. What will I do when I need to buy something to eat? Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Rest assured, this small sum is safe. Besides the 2,000 yuan set aside for business endeavors, he had prepared an additional 100 or so yuan for incidental expenses. As dawn broke, Li Shuyang bound small stacks of money to his person, donned a loose-fitting outfit, and tended to the orchids he had transplanted the previous night in preparation for departure. Jing City was not far from Province G. A train journey of merely 2 days and a night would suffice. Li Shuyang had already inquired about ticket prices, which were approximately 9 yuan each way, totaling a mere 18 yuan for the round trip. In the early morning, Wang Yongjun followed Li Shuyang, carrying a bundle of orchids, until Li Zhuang joined them with his own load. The trio then made their way to the Jing City train station aboard the early bus. The station was bustling with activity, predominantly filled with young travelers, many bearing briefcases as if on business trips. Apart from family visits, few would typically rush to catch a train, as the days of rural assignments had long faded. After presenting his introduction letter to the ticket agent, Li Shuyang was informed. Comrade, there are 3 sleeper tickets available for the train to Province G. I'll take all 3 sleeper tickets, Li Shuyang replied. It would not be practical to endure the entire journey seated. Arriving in Province G would necessitate a full day of recuperation, while traveling via sleeper would afford them the luxury of rest. The price of the sleeper tickets startled Wang Yongjun and Li Zhuang, as the fare had increased from 9 yuan to 21 yuan each. Yet, seeing Li Shuyang's delighted demeanor, they chose to remain silent. Soon, the 3 boarded the train bound for Province G and settled into the sleeper compartment, stowing their orchids beneath the beds before reclining on the narrow bunks to relax. After approximately half an hour, the train, having lingered at the starting station, began its journey, gradually accelerating. You want to deduct the cost of my sleeper ticket from my wages, will you? Wang Yongjun teased Li Shuyang. Having traveled by train before with his parents to visit the Su Man family, he vividly recalled the discomfort of enduring days on a regular ticket. Faced with no other option, Li Shuyang suggested he simply sleep beneath the seat. Boxed meals, 1 yuan each, with a meat and vegetable dish to fill you up, a staff member announced, pushing a meal cart. As they had just departed Jing City, few passengers were hungry, resulting in minimal sales. Such meal carts had only recently been introduced. Previously, travelers dined in the train's dining car. Fortunately, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang had prepared provisions, rendering them unbothered by the need to purchase food during the journey. Each carried 6 egg pancakes and 8 boiled eggs. Due to the weather, however, these items would spoil overnight. Hence Li Shuyang advised Wang Minggran against over-preparing. In this current climate, practical meal carts proliferated, allowing for substantial meals at a mere 1 yuan. In the future, however, one might expect exorbitant prices with scant portions, prompting diners to purchase second servings out of hunger. The fear remained that if one overindulged, they might refuse to buy dinner later. After 2 days and nights of travel, the train finally arrived at Y City, the provincial capital of Province G. Y City bore little difference from Jing City, perhaps even lacking its vibrancy, yet with the backing of an economic special zone. It was only a matter of years before it surpassed Jing City. The weather in Jing City was not significantly better than that of Y City. Both locales suffered from the same oppressive heat, and had it not been for the 3 rivers surrounding Y City, it might have been even more sweltering. Hello, comrade. Li Shuyang greeted upon arriving at the reception area. In a new city, The first order of business was to locate the reception desk. Without an introduction letter from them, one would find themselves homeless on the streets. The personnel at the reception often judged based on appearances, offering better accommodations to those perceived as affluent, provided one maintained a courteous demeanor. In this day and age, there was no longer a necessity to bribe for service with tea money. Hello to you as well. The receptionist replied in somewhat unrefined Mandarin. Listening to Li Shuyang speak such impeccable Mandarin, one might assume he is a frequent traveler. Hence, he presented a hotel introduction letter stamped with an official seal to Li Shuyang. Thank you, comrade, Li Shuyang expressed with a nod of gratitude. You're welcome. The receptionist replied with a smile. There were no direct trains from Jing City to the Special Economic Zone. One must transfer at Y City. And train travel was currently impossible as the station in the Special Economic Zone was under reconstruction. Li Shuyang did not intend to head directly to the Special Economic Zone. Rather, he wished to discern whether the winds of economic change had reached Y City. Chapter 132, Arrival. Li Shuyang led the two companions to the designated hotel, conveniently located not far from the Y City train and bus stations. However, it was currently considered the most luxurious hotel in Y City. Upon seeing the accommodation fee, Wang Yongjun was taken aback. The cost for a triple room was 18 yuan per day, surpassing even his monthly salary. Li Shuyang arranged for a 2-day stay, and a staff member offered to assist them with their luggage to the elevator. Li Shuyang politely declined with a wave of his hand. Nowadays, lodging in hotels or guest houses necessitated an introduction letter, along with proof of business travel from one's unit or a certification from the brigade. For Li Shuyang, it was straightforward. While Li Zhuang and Wang Yongjun had their documents issued by Wang Tingxing. Couples wishing to share a room were required to present a marriage certificate. Otherwise, they would find themselves reporting to the Public Security Bureau shortly after checking in. Failing to clarify their situation could lead them to the farm for re-education. And those involved in illicit relationships could face dire consequences. Public displays of affection, such as couples holding hands, were virtually non-existent. The prevailing social atmosphere had eradicated a profession commonly referred to as the third party, leading many who lived in the present to feel quite content. Upon entering the room, the air conditioning startled Li Zhuang and Wang Yongjun. Isn't the chill rather overwhelming here? Li Zhuang quivered, glancing at Li Shuyang. This is called air conditioning. No need to make such a fuss and invite ridicule. Li Shuyang chuckled after placing the orchids down. The attendant stifled a laugh behind her hand. I have a question for you. Is there a place here that sells goods from Hong Kong? Li Shuyang inquired, handing over a 10 yuan note. The attendant swiftly tucked the bill into her pocket after a glance at it. Although accommodations were expensive and living costs were high, their wages were hardly different from those of laborers. The reason staff in high-end venues often looked down on others, particularly those working at luxury goods counters, was that they had begun to see themselves as part of an elite class, neglecting the truth that they were merely service personnel, who would garner no respect from the upper echelons. The notion of soaring to greatness, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, was largely a fairy tale. The wealthier individuals were, the more astute they tended to be. There are places, you can take the tram to the factory district, where there are vendors, but they only emerge in the afternoons. If you wish to purchase goods from Hong Kong, it's better to go to the Special Economic Zone, as it is quite close to Hong Kong, and prices are lower than in the factory district, the attendant whispered after surveying her surroundings. Li Shuyang nodded, realizing that clever individuals were ubiquitous. He was not the only one to contemplate selling affordable and appealing products. Profit often coexists with risk. In business, if a profit margin of 10% exists, people become intrigued. At 20%, they become proactive. At 50%, they may take reckless risks. 100% profit can lead to madness, and 300% may compel one to cast aside their very life in pursuit of adventure. For instance, traveling to Hong Kong for goods to sell here. The peculiar items emerging from Hong Kong were virtually non-existent in the mainland, and even if they were scarce. Only found in select major cities' department stores, primarily those selling imported goods. The procurement prices of these items were not exorbitant, yet they were priced prohibitively high. In 1983, the first batch of cars produced in collaboration with foreign companies started at a staggering price of 200,000 yuan. This was an astronomical sum. What does 20,000 yuan signify? In those times, having a household income of 10,000 yuan was the envy of many and synonymous with wealth. Presently, rice costs 1.5 yuan per jean, while pork hovers around 0.8 yuan per jean. A family with savings of 1,000 yuan was considered moderately prosperous. When pricing was determined abroad, the initial price was set at 470,000 yuan, but ultimately, the agents insisted on a specific price, leading to a compromise. Opportunistic locals, particularly some idle fishermen close to Hong Kong, devised the initial means of smuggling goods from there. An outsider attempting to seize such business opportunities would find it nearly impossible. Just the absence of an introduction letter would render them vulnerable to immediate reporting, forcing them to retreat whence they came without any need for further action. The situation here was far more complex than it appeared. These smugglers were not as simple as they seemed. In fact, those who appeared the most unassuming were often the most perilous. Presently, Hong Kong and this area were not under the same jurisdiction once one boarded their smuggling vessel. They were subject to the smuggler's whims. Otherwise, taking a life was as trivial as dispatching a chicken. Transporting people was merely a side activity. Their primary purpose was procurement. With the black market in Y City and its vicinity largely sustained by these individuals, this was also why they had amassed considerable wealth to engage in legitimate business ventures. The following afternoon, Shuyang led his companions via bus to the back street mentioned by the attendant. This area displayed a stark contrast to the black market in Jing City. The commerce here resembled a bustling marketplace. While the Jing City market operated with caution, this place was brazenly overt. Fresh goods. This is a video recorder, clearer than the movies and theaters. Vendors hawked their wares along the street. Clothing and fabric sellers were commonplace. After perusing the area, Shuyang found only 1 or 2 vendors selling orchids. But the prices among the hawkers were generally acceptable to him. Perhaps due to their proximity to the source, their prices were not steep. Observing the winds of change sweeping through this region further fueled Shuyang's desire to explore. After resting and regrouping in Y City for 2 days, Shuyang guided his companions to the Special Economic Zone, where development was rampant. Contrary to the towering skyscrapers and bustling thoroughfares he remembered from his past life, buildings exceeding 5 stories were a rarity. Hotels and guest houses in the Special Economic Zone outnumbered those in Y City, some even more opulent, as many were required to accommodate wealthy investors from Hong Kong. "Could you buy me a bottle of soda?" Wang Yongjun asked as he stepped off the bus and noticed a few children selling sodas on the street. This lad had a particular fondness for soda, especially during their stay at the Y City Hotel, where he would often purchase 2 or 3 bottles a day. In major cities like Yang City, Coca-Cola had begun to make an appearance, priced reasonably at 16 yuan per bottle. Most of the soda in the Special Economic Zone was transported from Hong Kong. As a Coca-Cola factory had yet to be established in Longhua, it will be deducted from your wages, Shuyang chuckled, handing Wang Yongjun 5 yuan for him to buy 3 bottles, although Li Zhuang was also eager to sample this foreign soda. In the scenic city, acquiring such soft drinks necessitates the use of remittance vouchers. However, neither Li Zhuang nor his group possess any overseas relatives, rendering them devoid of such vouchers. Fortunately, within the Economic Special Zone, purchases do not require tickets. After a brief respite, Shuyang and Li Zhuang, along with Wang Yongjun, consumed 3 bottles of cola before returning the empty bottles to the young vendor. They then turned to queue at the reception. Previously, Wang Yongjun had struggled to communicate with the vendor for quite some time, with neither party able to comprehend the other's words. Ultimately, Wang Yongjun resorted to handing over 5 yuan, gesturing towards the 3 bottles of cola. The astute child, upon receiving the money, began to provide change while following Wang Yongjun to ensure the 3 of them could enjoy their soda. It dawned on Li Shuyang that Wang Yongjun could not speak Mandarin. The Economic Special Zone was the first region in Ji Province where Mandarin was widely spoken, with nearly everyone conversing in it back in the 1990s. Nowadays, Hakka and Cantonese are more prevalent, especially given the proximity to Hong Kong, where nearly everyone is fluent in Cantonese. The rapid spread of Mandarin in just a few years is attributed to the influx of business people. Those unfamiliar with Mandarin genuinely struggle to understand one another. Motivated by financial gain, learning Mandarin becomes a swift endeavor. Currently, officials from the north, locals, and individuals from other cities converge in this locale, resulting in a tapestry of languages. Without a translator, one would indeed find it challenging to grasp the spoken words of others. However, Li Shuyang was adept at understanding, even conversing in both Cantonese and Hakka. In a previous life, he had even dated a girl from Ji Province, but due to her impoverished background, he ultimately declined to become a live-in son-in-law in Chaozhou for the sake of his elderly grandmother. "Hello, we 3 wish to book a room." Li Shuyang articulated in impeccable Cantonese to the receptionist. "Comrade, how is it that you, from Jing City, can speak Cantonese so fluently?" The receptionist inquired with a cheerful demeanor, pulling out a hotel introduction letter to begin filling it out. "I learned it from watching films from Hong Kong," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. "Your linguistic talent is quite impressive," the receptionist remarked, giving him a thumbs up after handing over the introduction letter. Today, films from Hong Kong have become beloved across various regions, particularly with the recent airing of The Legend of the Heroic Fox on numerous local stations beyond Ji Province. Especially at 7 p.m., many eagerly await in front of their televisions, humming along to the theme song despite the Cantonese dialogue being largely incomprehensible to them. Why are you also speaking in that jumbled manner? Li Zhuang curiously asked Li Shuyang. Exposure breeds familiarity, Li Shuyang chuckled, offering no further explanation. The trio soon arrived at their lodging. Directly opposite the hotel was a more upscale establishment, complete with a doorman, indicative of a shrewd businessman from Hong Kong. As they entered the lobby, carrying their orchids, two middle-aged men excitedly rushed in, kneeling before the trio's orchids with the same reverence one might reserve for a rare beauty. Hello, comrade. May I inquire if you are selling these gladiolus? One of the men scrutinized each pot of orchids before addressing Li Shuyang and his companions. Yes. Li Shuyang nodded affirmatively. Would you accept 30 yuan per pot? The man tentatively offered. Li Zhuang and Wang Yongjun's breaths quickened at the mention of 30 yuan per pot, as there were a total of 30 pots of orchids. Each of them had brought 10 pots from Jing City, initially thinking Li Shuyang was foolish for carrying these inconsequential flowers around, but now realizing that for 900 yuan, this venture might indeed yield substantial profit. Let us pass on that, Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head. While 30 yuan might seem exorbitant in many places, in this economic special zone, it was a different story. Here, people, supported by the economic boom from Hong Kong, often found themselves quite affluent. Despite the area having only recently entered its developmental phase, its residents engaged in trade and were often well off. What price do you propose? The man, having perceived that Li Shuyang and his friends were not locals, initially attempted to secure the orchids at 30 yuan. Knowing it was a sum equivalent to a month's salary for many, and that 900 yuan would be a tempting offer. This amount, Li Shuyang extended one hand, gesturing towards the man. Too expensive, the man replied, raising 3 fingers and then displaying an 8, indicating his maximum offer of 35. And what about this figure? Li Shuyang countered, holding up a finger to indicate 60, smiling. You are quite peculiar. Others typically lower their bids while you are raising yours, the man remarked. Astonished by such a negotiation tactic, Li Zhuang subtly tugged at Li Shuyang's sleeve, suggesting that 35 was already a high price. And even if they failed to close the deal, they would still profit handsomely from the orchids. Moreover, there were other flowers that would bloom in autumn, which could also be sold later. 50 yuan, just to treat you as friends. You don't seem like locals, and I have plenty of goods to sell. If you agree to this price, I can offer you some items as gifts, the middle-aged man suggested with a smile. Agreed, Li Shuyang nodded. Although he was uncertain about the actual price of the orchids, or which variety commanded a higher cost, he sensed a glimmer of greed in the man's eyes, indicating that these flowers were worth more than he proposed. Furthermore, Li Shuyang had no intention of solely selling orchids. This was merely a side endeavor. The two middle-aged men positioned themselves in the lobby to guard the orchids while Li Shuyang left Li Zhuang and Wang Yongjun with them and followed the attendant to the upstairs room. The attendant had some knowledge of the local orchid market. However, given her modest salary, she could not afford to indulge in such luxurious plants. After inspecting his room, Li Shuyang descended and accompanied the two middle-aged men down another street. This area was bustling with vendors selling vegetables, seafood, and various trinkets from Hong Kong. Before long, the trio found themselves in a wooden warehouse brimming with goods. A few pots of inferior orchids were displayed on the counter, lacking the aesthetic appeal of those they possessed. Comrade, here is the money. Please count it. The middle-aged man handed Li Shuyang a thick stack of cash, which he began to tally, discovering it was 1,000 yuan. The man then added 50 large bills to the total. Perfect, Li Shuyang affirmed with a nod. It's all business. Of course, integrity is paramount. Adong, send a few nice items to these 3 comrades. If you come across more exquisite orchids next time, do bring them to me. The middle-aged man called out to a worker in the warehouse. Li Shuyang casually tucked the money into his pocket and reached towards his waist. The middle-aged man's reaction to Li Shuyang's movement was one of alarm. The economic special zone, being close to Hong Kong, had seen its fair share of characters and was no stranger to such encounters. Upon glimpsing the glint in Li Shuyang's eyes, the man instantly recognized the caliber of the individual before him. Brother, do not misunderstand. We shan't resort to underhanded tactics. The longevity of business is paramount. The middle-aged man hastily chuckled. The young man named Adong approached, clutching 3 electronic watches, bewildered by his boss's words. After handing the watches to Li Zhuang, he carefully rearranged the orchids on the ground. Only then did Li Shuyang slightly lower his guard. These individuals frequently traversed between the two locales, inevitably capable of any mischief. Of course, Li Shuyang was no naive fool. Having journeyed far and wide in his previous life, he had encountered all manner of people. He understood the necessity of vigilance, particularly when it came to compatriots abroad. Should the other party entertain thoughts of betrayal, Li Shuyang would not shy away from confrontation. In this era, survival was feasible in any corner, especially since they were not far from Hong Kong. If necessary, he could easily adopt a new identity and seek his fortune elsewhere. Indecision would only lead to one's downfall. Fear not, my friend. I merely jest, Li Shuyang remarked cheerfully, deftly stowing the items into his pockets for easier access. He nodded toward the electronic watches in Wang Yongjun's hands, noting the influx of foreign goods into the economic zone. The middle-aged man, seeing Li Shuyang relax slightly, heaved a sigh of relief. After the recent scandal concerning the two Wang brothers in the northern provinces, who would not be apprehensive? In a time when business was lucrative, who wished to live on the edge? The 30 pots of orchids Li Shuyang had just brought could net a profit of 1 to 2,000 yuan. The prospect of risking his life for a mere 1,500 was hardly appealing. Clearly, long-term cooperation was of utmost importance. Ha ha ha, young comrade. You possess a fine sense of humor. Our warehouse is stocked with plenty of goods. Feel free to browse. As this is your first visit, I shall offer you a discount. Consider it a gesture of friendship. I hope you will return often to support my business, the middle-aged man said, not probing further. After all, it was their first meeting, and with 1,500 yuan on hand, it was a substantial sum. He had just called for his assistant, and it was natural for Li Shuyang to exercise caution. What is the price of this watch? Li Shuyang inquired, gesturing toward the electronic timepiece. 8 yuan each, brother. As a fellow traveler in this realm, I want to misquote the price. The middle-aged man replied with a grin, a scar on his face resembling a wriggling centipede, lending him an intimidating appearance. And what of this fabric? Li Shuyang queried, pointing to the abundant bolts of cloth. Unlike the materials currently available in the market, these felt smoother to the touch, suggesting greater comfort when worn. This fine fabric is 80 yuan per bolt, but this one is cheaper, only 25 yuan, the man stated, having swiftly changed his manner of address several times within half an hour. I'll take 20 bolts of this fabric, another 20 of that, and the electronic watches for 200 yuan, Li Shuyang declared, pointing at the merchandise. Brother, the goods are certainly satisfactory. However, I cannot extend credit. The total for your selections amounts to 3,700 yuan. If you provide the money, I can hand over the goods immediately. I'll even throw in 2 tape recorders as a bonus, the middle-aged man said, his curiosity piqued by the young man's substantial appetite. If he could not produce the funds, today would not bode well for him. This is 1,000. Li Shuyang returned the bill the man had just given him. He left the 500 from Li Zhuang untouched, handing it over instead. Then, he unfastened his shirt, retrieving the 300 yuan tied around his waist, and passing the remainder back. You are quite generous, my friend. I shall consider you a solid ally. The middle-aged man remarked. Adong, assist these gentlemen with their selections, and gift them 2 tape recorders. Here is our invoice. You will need it for train or bus travel, the man added cheerfully as he counted the money. It was rare to see such a large order in one go. How could a significant businessman like him let this opportunity slip? The economic zone was not solely his domain. Li Zhuang began to scrutinize the items with care, finding the electronic watches unappealing and opting instead for women's products. He was preparing to open a general store at home and believed that tape recorders would sell well. 2 tricycles loaded with goods assisted Li Shuyang and his companions in returning to their hotel, where Li Shuyang handed 5 yuan to Adong. Thank you, boss. Adong beamed as he accepted the money with a nod. Upon returning to their room, Li Zhuang was elated. The few pots of orchids that had gone unclaimed on the mountain had fetched 500 yuan. The yard still held many orchids. If each could be sold at that price, they would be on the path to fortune. Even without engaging in business or employment, he could rely on savings for a comfortable retirement. Li Shuyang, however, was unaware of Li Zhuang's thoughts. If he had known, he would have shot him a disapproving glance. Dreaming of retirement with only a few tens of thousands in savings was rather naive. With prices skyrocketing after the year 2000, a few thousand yuan would hardly suffice. Brother, how much do you think we should sell these goods for when we return? Li Zhuang asked Li Shuyang. Why not take a stroll around the street and see? There are plenty of trinkets available, and you can sell them at 3 times the price. For instance, a bottle of cola here costs 16 yuan, while in the Jing City department store, it goes for 62 yuan. 3 times the price is an understatement. Moreover, these items are unlikely to flood into Jing City anytime soon. They began to spread throughout Longhua due to the wave of layoffs. With jobs lost, many were compelled to venture into business, and those with savings boldly transported goods back home to sell. This sparked an economic wave, aiding the development of many regions. There are still about 12 years until the layoff tide hits. This gap provides ample opportunity for Li Zhuang to earn a handsome profit, without even discussing potential earnings. At a minimum, properties akin to Li Shuyang's could be constructed in abundance, allowing for a future of passive income through rent. Many remain oblivious to the immense profitability of business today, mistakenly believing it to be merely setting up a stall on the street and barely making ends meet. Li Shuyang was keen to guide Li Zhuang in striking gold. Their families had shared a good rapport, and it was a form of gratitude, as this body had been raised by Zhou Lan and Li Zhuang. although he would not necessarily lead Li Zhuang into the same business to make money. It was essential to point him in the right direction, sparing his brother and sister-in-law from unnecessary detours. Business acumen is not an innate talent. With time, one invariably accumulates experience. After spending 3 or 4 days exploring the economic zone, witnessing the local business environment, and ascertaining specific prices, Li Shuyang finally led the two back on their journey home. Chapter 135, Homecoming. After 2 days and nights aboard the train, Li Shuyang and his companions returned to Jing City. Thanks to the invoices and proof provided by the economic zone, they encountered few inspections along the way. Wang Yongjun trailed behind Li Shuyang, laden with bags, while Li Shuyang bore a load of fabric over his shoulder and 2 tape recorders on his back. Li Zhuang was not much better off, yet the smile on his face never waned. On the train, he dared to spend 2 yuan on a boxed meal. For that price, he received braised pork, stir-fried green peppers with shredded meat, and a vegetable dish. Though the latter two varied in quality, the flavors were generally pleasing. Compared to future boxed meals, this was a culinary delight, though perhaps the abundance of coarse grains made even the most mundane meats seem delectable. The trio hurriedly boarded the bus, and before long, they arrived at West Street, a journey that had taken them approximately 10 days. The little ones were already on vacation. Though Li Minghan, the preschooler, had no such reprieve. As Li Shuyang alighted from the bus, he spotted his eldest child, Li Mingyue, waiting by the elderly woman's ice pop stall. "You are," Li Shuyang called out with a smile. "Daddy," Li Mingyue exclaimed, turning around and immediately spotting her father. She excitedly dashed towards him, yearning for an embrace, but halted when she noticed the numerous items he carried. With a grin, she merely looked on, wanting to assist him with the burdens, but was gently rebuffed by Li Shuyang. "Let us head home," he suggested cheerfully, casting a glance at the ice pop stall. Li Mingyue fell in step beside her father. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, the matriarch, Wang Mingran, joyfully abandoned the garments she was organizing and rushed to greet Li Shuyang, quickly taking the fabric he had brought and whisking it into the room. Before heading into the adjacent kitchen she had set up, "Eldest, second, come here. Daddy has brought you delightful treasures." Li Shuyang called out to the 2 children who were momentarily lost in thought against the wall. Upon hearing their father's voice, they immediately scampered out, clinging to his legs and playfully vying for his affection. In the past, whenever Li Shuyang returned home after spending 2 or 3 months in another provincial capital for work, the little ones would gaze up at him with forlorn expressions, often hiding behind Wang Mingran as they scrutinized their father, as if they had endured great hardships. This time, however, there were no signs of distress. Instead, they radiated joy. "Here's the cola you've been dreaming of. And this is the headband from that movie that the third one wanted. And for the eldest and the third, lovely floral skirts and sandals. This one is for the second." Li Shuyang unveiled the gifts he had procured from the special economic zone, not forgetting Wang Mingran. The dresses worn by the stars from Hong Kong were indeed more exquisite than those available in the current market, particularly the sundresses, which appeared particularly lovely and suitable for the local climate, being modest in design. "Dear, this is a facial wash from there. I've heard it leaves one feeling refreshed. Try it, and if it works well, I'll bring you more next time." Li Shuyang smiled as he distributed the gifts to his family, even remembering his in-laws. "What? Are you going into business or just showering gifts upon us? We have everything at home. Is it wise to squander money like this?" His mother-in-law shook her head, though she was genuinely pleased that Li Shuyang remembered them. "Mom, you have no idea. My brother-in-law let me choose some flowers, and they sold for quite a fortune. If you knew, you'd be astonished," Wang Yongjun whispered to his mother-in-law. "Could it really be that shocking?" "At most, $2 for them," she retorted, bravely. "Add a 0 to that, and you wouldn't even be close." Wang Yongjun cryptically gestured with his hand. Both the father-in-law and mother-in-law were left speechless, realizing that Wang Yongjun was not one to lie. If he did, his expression would be entirely different. 20 pots of flowers could fetch 1,000 yuan. They had worked hard for years, saving up 800 yuan, which they considered a remarkable achievement. Now, even in their advanced years, without the support of children, they still lived quite comfortably. Yet, Li Shuyang's astounding revelation about the flowers sold for 1,000 yuan was a significant blow to their morale. And then there was Wang Mingran, who, after a month in this place, had sold at least 30 outfits daily, with an 8 yuan profit per outfit. "I believe what that old man Zhou Tinji said. Mingran truly brings good fortune," Wang Tinghua remarked, watching his daughter busily working in the kitchen. "Indeed, some things are destined. While others rely on hard work, we can only admire from afar." His father-in-law nodded, heading toward the kindergarten, though he was quite pleased deep down. When Li Shuyang had expressed his intention to resign, Wang Tinghua had been quite distressed for a long time. Li Shuyang's job was respectable, bringing pride to the entire family, despite Wang Tinghua's repeated attempts to dissuade him. Once Wang Mingran's shop opened and her father-in-law lent a hand for more than 10 days, he ceased to view Li Shuyang's resignation as a misstep. With this income, the family could even afford to hire a nanny. They hadn't expected their son-in-law to have such foresight. Were it anyone else suggesting Wang Yongjun resign to accompany Li Shuyang to Ji province, they would have thought it absurd. Why would anyone abandon a stable job to drift aimlessly? After 10 days of running around with Li Shuyang, Wang Yongjun had earned a modest wage of 60 yuan, spending most of his time eating and drinking without having to work much. "Brother-in-law, I'm heading back now," Wang Yongjun said, having purchased numerous gifts to take home for his wife and children. With his presence secured, he made his way back to Zhouzhuang. "Why aren't you staying for a meal?" Wang Mingran called out, catching up with him. "I already ate on the train. I'll come back tomorrow," he replied with a smile. The little ones, now clad in their new outfits, twirled before Li Shuyang. "They look lovely. My daughter is beautiful. And the second one looks splendid too," Li Shuyang exclaimed, fully aware of their intentions to solicit compliments from the adults. He handed Li Mingwei a yuan. "Take it and buy an ice pop. You can have one each day." He affectionately ruffled her hair as he spoke. Due to the sweltering heat, Li Shuyang had eaten little, merely sampling a few dishes before joining Wang Mingran in another room to sort through fabric. "This fabric feels smoother than the cotton we buy on the black market, and it resembles a kind of wrinkle-resistant material. It must be quite expensive," Wang Mingran remarked, glancing at Li Shuyang for confirmation. "About this much," he gestured, indicating a figure of 8. The price of cotton fabric on the black market was 116 yuan per bolt, while the wrinkle-resistant material cost between 150 to 160 yuan. The fabric Li Shuyang had bought for 25 yuan per bolt, while not as high in quality as cotton, was economical and only cost 25 yuan. Chapter 136. Profit. A single bolt of fabric, when cut, could yield 30 garments or 50 pairs of trousers, priced at 85 yuan each. After deducting the 25 yuan fabric cost, the profit hovered around 230 yuan. If converted into trousers, the profit could reach 400 yuan. However, in a retail setting, a bolt's net profit was approximately 300 yuan, as labor costs could be offset by using fabric scraps. Those who helped Li Shuyang in processing the garments typically did not demand wages, only scraps, which could be fashioned into shoes selling for 25 yuan a pair. 2 shirts and a pair of trousers worth of scraps could yield a pair of cloth shoes, costing merely 15 yuan to produce. The workers were astute and understood the financial calculations involved. A shirt made from wrinkle-resistant material would cost around 15 yuan, and a complete outfit would be even pricier. With the fabric alone, Li Shuyang had already amassed considerable wealth, not to mention the profits from electronic watches. Each electronic watch could be sold for at least 35 yuan, yielding a profit of 400 yuan. The net profit from 40 bolts of fabric amounted to 12,000 yuan. Thus, the total profit from this trip reached nearly 20,000 yuan. At his factory job, earning 200 yuan a month, how long would it take to accumulate 20,000 yuan? Even without eating or drinking, it would take nearly 8 years. Li Shuyang holds the meager salary from the steel factory in utter disdain. It is not that the workers of Jing City cannot afford to consume. Rather, they lack the means to purchase. Otherwise, why would Wang Mingran's clothing sell out within a mere 2 hours of opening? Currently, Li Shuyang has no intention of expanding, with his modest stature. He cannot withstand too much upheaval and must proceed cautiously and gradually. Once he accumulates sufficient wealth, he plans to obtain an identity card from Xinjiang, allowing him to pursue his ambitions freely. It is not out of a deep desire to become a citizen of Xinjiang that he intends to do this. It is a necessity. For instance, in the special economic zone, possessing a Xinjiang ID permits one to stay in hotels without any restrictions. In contrast, even with an ID, Li Shuyang and his peers can only rely on luck. Poor luck may lead them to hostels where 10 or more people share a single room. And misfortune could even bring about athlete's foot. The hygienic conditions and environment are utterly inferior to those of hotels. Moreover, this has implications for children as well. Even if they perform poorly academically, they can still effortlessly graduate from prestigious universities. How much? Wang Mingran gazes incredulously at Li Shuyang. 25 yuan per roll of fabric? Even defective cloth from textile factories costs 70 yuan, yet such flawed materials rarely make it to the market. They are typically absorbed internally by department stores and supply cooperatives. Earning 25 yuan per roll of fabric is astonishingly easy. And what value do you assign to such items? Li Shuyang retorted, producing an electronic watch with a smile. Today, the products from Neon Country rank among the finest in the world, particularly in the realm of electronics, which are both affordable and meticulously crafted, ensuring quality. They have managed to squeeze the American market to the point where its operational space is reduced to a mere third of Neon's. 2 years hence, They united the entire European region to forge a plaza accord aimed at curtailing Neon's development. The electronic watches produced in America not only failed to match the quality of those from Neon, but also succumbed to defeat in price wars. In just 30 years, Neon transformed from a defeated nation into the world's second-largest economy. Consequently, as the market expanded, many consumers sought home appliances. And the joy of acquiring Neon products, such as rice cookers, televisions, and refrigerators, was palpable, as their quality is indeed commendable. Many mistakenly believe that Neon boasts a robust industrial foundation, enabling it to dominate the market. However, this is a misconception. Neon was once regarded as a despised imitation nation by Europe and America, and following its defeat, the entire country plunged into economic despair. To stabilize domestic livelihoods, they were compelled to imitate European home appliances, albeit with initially abysmal quality. This led to widespread apprehension in Europe regarding the purchase of products from Neon, even inspiring films that satirized their imitation. To overcome this hurdle, Neon revamped all its products, altering them to be merely a letter away from the originals. Although this imitation initially boosted sales, Neon was not naive. It followed up with relentless research and development, significantly enhancing the quality of its products. From then on, its market presence flourished. Today, Neon's products have undergone a revolutionary transformation, securing the second position in global sales and emerging as a leading exporting nation. To cater to the market, products exported to various regions are labeled with the local language. While the products remain theirs, the acceptance among local consumers is notably heightened. In markets like Shuyang, electronic watches have become ubiquitous, and as long as they can sell, Neon will not relinquish this market. Is this truly a watch? Wang Minggran scrutinizes the electronic timepiece. It must be worth at least 40 yuan, after all. Such watches are rare in department stores. She donned the electronic watch, examining it with excitement, although she already possessed a steel watch worth 120 yuan, purchased by Li Shuyang from Modu. Yet, girls tend to exhibit a greater fascination for novel items than boys do. What do you think the cost is? Li Shuyang inquired with a grin. At least 30 yuan, I suppose, Wang Minggran mused. 8 yuan. Surprised, are you? This is precisely why I am reluctant to work at the steel factory and prefer to venture into Ji province. Li Shuyang explained. Look at this fabric and these goods. Just one round trip nets us over 15,000 in profit. How long would it take us to earn such a sum if we were to work diligently at our jobs? He affectionately ruffled Wang Minggran's hair. You truly understand the household, he said. Wang Minggran leaned against Li Shuyang's chest, holding the dress he had brought her, feeling an indescribable joy. From now on, refrain from purchasing fabric tickets on the black market. We'll procure whatever we need from there. If we find ourselves overwhelmed, we can always recruit a few more willing partners, Li Shuyang suggested after a moment's thought. What kind of goods did your elder brother bring back? Wang Minggran recalled that her brother Li Zhuang had accompanied Li Shuyang, curious to see if their businesses would clash. Elder brother bought buttons for clothing, toys, tape recorders, cassettes, and various other items. Li Shuyang chuckled. These are all common goods in department stores, albeit at relatively lower prices. Li Zhuang aims to establish a general store, and Li Shuyang sees merit in that. Particularly, if he sells a bit of produce, he could rival future supermarkets. If Li Zhuang were to pursue this path long-term, it could prove fruitful. Chapter 137, Selling Goods. At Li Zhuang's home. Following Li Zhuang's decision to heed Li Shuyang's advice and resign from his job, he returned the family house to the factory for convenience. Gritting his teeth, he invested the money to build a 2-story concrete structure, with a 30-square-meter storefront on the ground floor. This is quite similar to Li Shuyang's setup, and the two families now live within a short walking distance of each other, only 7 or 8 minutes apart. Li Zhuang, during his trip to Ji province, initially carried little money with him, but his sister-in-law persuaded him that it was wise to have some funds on hand while out and about, prompting him to take 500 yuan with him to accompany Li Shuyang. He had thought that 500 yuan would be a substantial amount, but upon arrival, he was dismayed to find it insufficient for anything. Fortunately, Lan Hua managed to sell an additional 500 yuan, allowing him to barely purchase all the items he desired. Li Zhuang heeded Li Shuyang's advice and bought 800 cassettes, spending the remaining 200 yuan on small goods. He did not quite understand why Li Shuyang had urged him to buy these seemingly mundane cassettes, which appeared rather unremarkable. However, accustomed to trusting his brother's judgment, Li Zhuang did not question it. His sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, began sorting through the goods Li Zhuang had brought back, and within mere minutes, her brow furrowed in concern, as the items were nothing but inedible and unappealing black squares. What is the meaning of this? Zhou Lan inquired, looking at Li Zhuang. I have no idea. The second brother insisted I buy these. Li Zhuang shrugged, expressing his own bewilderment. Hearing that these were Li Shuyang's recommendations, a weight lifted from Zhou Lan's heart. She was well aware of Li Shuyang's keen eye for opportunities. From having nothing to becoming a household worth 10,000 yuan. Li Shuyang had achieved this remarkable transformation in just 8 years. That night, Li Zhuang arrived at Li Shuyang's home, carrying over 200 cassettes and a tape recorder. While Li Shuyang awaited him at the door with a bundle. Upon their first encounter, the two brothers exchanged smiles and made their way to the Grand Square. The square in Jing City was teeming with people. Despite the oppressive heat of the day, it was during the night that the crowd reached its zenith. Groups of young people congregated, some with portable cassette players, dancing the cha-cha. There were more men than women, as even though girls were generally more inclined to embrace new trends. The prospect of dancing under the watchful eyes of so many onlookers often rendered them shy. Only a few audacious young women dared to join in. As Li Zhuang reached the intersection, he followed Li Shuyang's advice and inserted a cassette into the player. Sweet, sweet. Your smile is like the blooming flowers in the spring breeze. The melodious tune instantly captivated the attention of countless young men and women, who began to converge towards the source of the enchanting music. Initially, they assumed a dance was in progress, only to realize it was a cassette sale. Nowadays, cassettes were a rarity in the mainland, and the songs were predominantly favored by those around 40. The youth, however, gravitated towards the melodies from Hong Kong. Yet, aside from sporadic radio broadcasts, such music was seldom seen in the marketplace. $2.50, $2.50, 10 classic songs from Hong Kong on each cassette, Li Zhuang proclaimed, reciting Li Shuyang's words. Though he himself did not comprehend what constituted a classic song, he merely felt that Sweet, Sweet was undeniably delightful, its melodies seemingly permeating one's very soul. This song, particularly popular in the early 1990s, was ubiquitous, echoing everywhere he went. Minutes passed, and the 200 cassettes Li Zhuang had brought were sold out in a flash. He had to enlist Li Shuyang, who was selling electronic watches nearby, to watch over his spot while he returned to fetch more stock. By nightfall, the 800 cassettes Li Zhuang had brought were completely sold out. Even the cassette player had found a new owner. His sister-in-law, Zhou Lan, who was collecting money, had her bag filled to the brim. Li Shuyang chuckled and shook his head, noting that the 25 electronic watches he had brought were long gone, yet he did not rush to return home. After all, he had boasted that this watch was a rarity, and acquiring more stock would be a cumbersome task. Selling them for $40 each initially meant that if they were too readily available, it would upset the market balance. Li Zhuang's sale of 800 cassettes was hardly an exaggeration. Li Shuyang recalled a conversation with a fellow villager before the turn of the millennium, where he learned that small vendors in Ji province primarily sold pirated cassettes and videotapes from Hong Kong. On a good day, they could sell at least 4,000 cassettes. The notion of selling 4,000 cassettes in a single night was astounding. Currently, Jing City was devoid of such cassette vendors, making Li Zhuang's venture a unique one, with well over 4,000 people merely seeking respite in the square. As they walked home, Zhou Lan and Li Zhuang felt uneasy, clutching tightly to their bundles. "You're quicker than picking up money," Li Zhuang exclaimed joyfully. "Of course, these items are scarce in Jing City and quite novel. I told you to buy all the cassettes back then. You should regret not listening now," Li Shuyang teased. "When shall we make another trip?" Li Zhuang inquired. "In 10 days, Li Shuyang replied thoughtfully. Selling 20 watches a day would likely see them sold out in that time frame. And he had no worries about the clothing side of things. Many people were acting as second-hand vendors for Wang Minggran, bundling up clothes she no longer wanted and selling them in neighboring counties. Each piece fetched a profit of 1 yuan, and they remained undeterred by the effort. The fabric brought over could last no more than 10 days, after which Li Shuyang would embark on his journey to the economic zone in due time. A brief pause in stock would also help others realize that such items were not so easily acquired. That night, Zhou Lan and Li Zhuang lay in bed counting their earnings, with Zhou Lan unwilling to turn on the lights due to the high electricity costs. After a considerable time, they finally totaled their earnings, 2,032 yuan. "You've truly outdone yourself," Zhou Lan beamed at Li Zhuang, preparing to express her affection, while Li Zhuang hastily gathered the bundles of money into a bag. Having spent 818 yuan, they sold for 2,032, earning over 1,000 yuan in just half a month. It was no wonder Li Shuyang often hinted at his disdain for the meager wages at the steel mill. Who would settle for such paltry earnings if they knew how lucrative this trade could be? Upon returning home, Li Shuyang handed Wang Minggran 1,000 yuan. Initially, he planned to sell the electronic watches for 40 yuan each, with the price dropped to 35 yuan the following year. Once others recognized the opportunity and began sourcing goods from the economic zone, Li Shuyang would already be adjusting prices. In the realm of unique business ventures, maximizing profit early on was crucial. Waiting to raise prices later would be too late. Wang Tinghua observed with a sense of numbness as Li Shuyang and his wife made money as effortlessly as one might sip water. The speed of their earnings was almost unbelievable. It was likely that others would think he was delusional. Chapter 138. A flourishing venture. The older brother and his wife exchanged joyous words, a silence of happiness enveloping them. After many years of marriage, from confusion to hardship, they had endured days where they could hardly see the end of their struggles, laboring tirelessly just to accumulate a few credits. Every year, they found themselves a little short in their quota, and they could not dare to buy new clothes, relying instead on the hand-me-downs from Zhoulan's family. They feared that spending money inappropriately might lead to hunger. Zhoulan's mother often comforted her, saying, "Lan, fortunes rise and fall, though we endure hardship now. Life will ease once Shuyang and Maisie grow up." Such words, when first spoken, felt like a fleeting breeze. Who could have predicted what the future held? No one anticipated that after marrying, Li Shuyang would transform remarkably, single-handedly improving the lives of both families. Not only had their daughter been accepted into university, but the two remaining children were also on the verge of entering middle school. In the past, raising even one child for school was a daunting task. Now, all the children were studying without any financial strain. Did Wang Tinji really wish for our second son to suffer? He claimed our second son would live past 25. Look at him now. He is 26, and we have no worries about food or basic needs, far from the short-lived fate he predicted. Zhoulan leaned against Li Zhuang's chest, reflecting on the past when she had approached Wang Tinji with the seemingly ailing Li Shuyang. Wang Tinji's words echoed. "You believed his nonsense? Our second son is healthy. He cannot possibly be as short-lived as he claims. In fact, he seems like a reincarnation of the god of wealth. Whatever he does, money flows in as effortlessly as the wind." Li Zhuang chuckled. "Indeed, your three siblings are all good-hearted individuals. My life now feels sweeter than ever. By the way, dear, I heard our second son is taking his brother-in-law south to help with transporting goods for a mere 5 yuan a day?" Zhoulan queried. "Yes. It's nothing much, merely accompanying them for food and drink, and assisting with the heavy lifting," Li Zhuang mused, before sharing his experiences from the trip south. Especially about the air conditioning, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is it really cooler than simply placing ice at home?" Zhoulan asked skeptically. "If you have the chance, I'll take you to see for yourself, along with the elevators from the movies." Initially, I was terrified. An old man entered, and a young lad emerged. A girl went in, and an elderly woman came out. Later, the second brother confided to me that it was merely a staircase. After closing the door, one would descend to their destination, and it was perfectly normal for those entering and exiting to be different individuals. Wang Yongjun and I enjoyed a complimentary ride on it over a dozen times, and indeed, it proved to be quite remarkable, much more effortless than traversing the stairs. Li Zhuang reminisced about the profound astonishment he felt upon first encountering the elevator. The head of the household inquired whether my elder brother could accompany them, proposing that he could assist with moving items for a mere 3 yuan a day. It was then that Zhoulan voiced her thoughts. Initially, her maternal family had supported her considerably, yet now all the side businesses in Zhou village had fallen into private hands, leaving her with little income beyond that from farming. Earning 3 yuan a day for food and drink, a trip lasting about 10 days could yield an income of 30 or 40 yuan for the household. Although the family did not currently lack funds, those earnings were hard-earned alongside Li Zhuang, and she could not possibly use them to support her maternal family. Even when her younger brother was getting married, she hesitated to lend him more than a small amount, fearing it would displease Li Zhuang. "Fool, let your brother accompany me to the south, and let your elder brother go with the second brother to sell clothes. I heard from the second brother that the profit on clothes is quite substantial. Wherever there is a market, that's where we should go. A trip could easily earn 30 or 40, or at least a few tens effortlessly." At that time, the second brother was speaking to Wang Yongjun, who felt too embarrassed to join. Li Zhuang recalled the incident on the train when Li Shuyang suggested Wang Yongjun sell clothes. In the special economic zone, ready-made garments were scarce, particularly skirts and floral blouses. Li Shuyang did not make a purchase but intended to return for another look next time. Li Zhuang preferred not to engage in the same business as Li Shuyang, believing he had a more promising avenue. Presently, Li Zhuang regarded the peculiar items brought from Shangjiang as genuinely lucrative. One morning, as Li Shuyang had just awakened, Wang Yongjun and Li Zhuang arrived. The second brother wandered into the mountains. Li Zhuang carried a basket on his back and a small hoe for gathering herbs, clearly intending to search for orchids in the mountains. Li Shuyang nodded. The only area nearby that he hadn't explored was the Laoisi region, which previously contained parts belonging to other teams. Whether it was for firewood or any other purpose, it was prohibited. However, harvesting wildflowers should go unnoticed. The worst that could happen would be a reprimand in exchange for a pack of cigarettes. The three of them rode their bicycles for a short while until they reached Laoisi, where they spent the entire morning without any success. Nowadays, fishing had also become a private venture, disconnected from the village. A few individuals had partnered to claim the fishing rights in Laoisi, paying the village a nominal fee annually. However, the number of partners was considerable, resulting in only a marginal increase compared to the previous household-based distribution. Yet everyone was elated to have any income at all. Upon seeing Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang, the others turned away as if they had seen a ghost, not daring to look in their direction. At their age, they still had to address Li Shuyang and his brothers as great-grandfather, a title that felt quite awkward. Naturally, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang would not approach them intentionally. It was evident that they were fearful of encountering them, particularly during clan meetings when everyone had to greet the two brothers first. Now, the oldest members of the Li family remaining were Li Shuyang and his siblings. For ancestral worship and related ceremonies, Li Zhuang had to be notified in advance to preside over the rituals. Without his presence, they would have to postpone the ceremonies. The elders had passed on. Seeing Li Shuyang and his companions leave brought a collective sigh of relief. It wasn't that they were embarrassed to call upon them, but rather that it was difficult to find the words. Let us hasten to transport the fish to the water plant market. The weather is warm, and if we delay too long, the fish will perish. In Zhou village, the nearby mountaintops had virtually no traces of orchids left, leaving only the hope of finding luck in Zhou village itself. By nightfall, the three emerged from the mountains, each having unearthed 2 pearls. Li Zhuang and Wang Yongjun were overjoyed, while Li Shuyang remained somewhat composed, though it was still an income. After a long day, they had made around 100 yuan. That night, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang arrived at the square, and as they approached the spot where they had set up their stall the day before, many quickly cleared a path for them. The bustling scene delighted Li Zhuang immensely, as people lined up, eager for him to produce the cassette tapes. Unfortunately, what he brought out did not include any tapes, leaving many girls somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, the small goods he presented captivated their attention, showcasing items that could only be seen in films. Upon inquiring about the prices, which were quite reasonable, the beauty-conscious young women were naturally unwilling to miss out. Chapter 139, A Deadly Proposition. In Zhou village, ever since the land was allocated to households, Zhou Lan's maternal family had virtually lost all sources of side income, and the crops in the fields had yet to be harvested. The several children in the household attending school had become a source of great concern for the Zhou family. Zhou Lan's eldest daughter had recently been accepted into university, and the family was hopeful for a brighter future, aspiring for their children to attain higher education. They believed that even if university was not achievable, it would still be a better fate than their own blind existence. Thus, Zhou's mother, gathering her courage, approached Zhou Lan for assistance in finding a way out, especially since Li Shuyang could bring Wang Yongjun along. Surely, it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate one more person for Li Zhuang. Zhou Lan, upon hearing this, hesitated to agree immediately, as at that time, Li Zhuang had just departed for Province Ji, and it was uncertain whether it would be a venture to wealth or loss. Therefore, Zhou Lan dared not make any promises to her maternal family. Only this morning, with the household's supplies dwindling, Zhou Lan decided to take some items to her maternal home. Upon seeing Zhou Lan's radiant smile, her 2 sisters-in-law were taken aback. The once impoverished sister-in-law now resided in a grand house in the city. Moreover, since the family's future depended on her ingenuity, their enthusiasm was heightened. Mother, Zhou Lan cheerfully began to unpack the gifts she had brought, astonishing the entire family. There were complete sets of clothing, new cloth shoes, and sodas sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Lan, are you not afraid of getting into trouble? Zhou's mother stammered. Bringing such things to your maternal home. If your husband finds out, it would be worse than catching a thief. You must understand that clothing is not inexpensive these days. Each set costs over 10 yuan. And you've brought back 5 or 6 complete outfits, totaling nearly 100 yuan. Even if the family is well off, your husband would not tolerate this. Sending some old clothes would be more acceptable. Have you forgotten what I do? Zhou Lan chuckled. In the city, she specialized in alterations in garment making, and the fabrics were purchased from the black market. In the past, when her family was struggling, her maternal family had supported them generously. Although her sisters-in-law often teased her about being a burden, they never stopped Zhou Lan from visiting, nor did they quarrel with their husbands afterward. Now that she was doing better, Zhou Lan would not forget the kindness shown to her in the past. Each time she returned to her maternal home, she brought numerous gifts, but this time was the most substantial. Even if you made the clothes yourself, are you not afraid of Li Zhuang causing a fuss? You must know that his family is not lacking now. If he were to divorce you, how would you manage? He could easily remarry. But if you were to divorce him, what would become of your life? Zhou's mother's tears began to flow. Fearing that her daughter's support for her maternal family might provide Li Zhuang with an excuse for divorce. Once a man acquires wealth, his desires often multiply. There are plenty of young and beautiful girls, especially in the countryside, where a mere 100 yuan could win one over. He dares? I would hammer him to pieces. All these gifts are what he instructed me to bring. Mother, Did you not want my elder brother to accompany me to help over there? In the realm beyond our doors, one is often judged by their attire, and a horse by its saddle. A lackluster appearance might invite disdain. Zhou chuckled lightly. Upon hearing her words, the anxious hearts of the Zhou family members were finally set at ease. Li Zhuang, at merely in his 30s, could hardly be deemed unremarkable. Should a divorce occur, it would be a misfortune brought upon their sister by them. For 3 consecutive days, the young people at the square eagerly awaited the arrival of Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang at their stall, eager to purchase the novel trinkets on offer. Particularly, the pirated posters priced at merely a few dimes, which the young ladies were surprisingly willing to spend a whole yuan on. Li Zhuang was at a loss as to their motivations. Nevertheless, this served as proof that the vendor was not misleading them. The youth indeed held a fondness for such curiosities. Li Shuyang, however, spent less time selling and more engaged in conversation with those who had missed out on purchasing the electronic watches, discussing the fashion of films from Hong Kong. Yet, after much discourse, these young individuals struggled to articulate their thoughts coherently. Shanghai Bund had yet to be introduced to the mainland, and there were few imitations of Su Wenxiang style. Most films imported from Hong Kong were martial arts flicks set in semi-period settings. Leaving a vague impression of Hong Kong fashion, Li Shuyang contemplated acquiring some fashion magazines, mindful that they should not showcase overly revealing attire, lest he find himself repenting on a farm. With illustrations to pique interest, he believed it could captivate the audience. In the special economic zone, the youth had begun to don bell-bottom trousers, yet it would take at least 2 or 3 years for such trends to reach Jing City. However, fashionable hairstyles had indeed arrived, with many affluent young women sporting permed hair. Items such as blazers and knee-length skirts had yet to hit the market in Jing City. But Li Shuyang planned to experiment by bringing in bell-bottoms and oversized sunglasses, along with blazers, knee-length skirts, and affordable women's sandals. As for the cassette players, he left that task to Li Zhuang. That evening, the trio returned home with laughter. Zhou, now reluctant even to mend clothing, had taken to selling wares alongside Li Zhuang every evening. Yet, due to Li Zhuang's underestimation of Jing City's purchasing power, he found his stock depleted. Li Shuyang's electronic watches, however, could last a couple more days. Brother, should we set off now? Let your sister-in-law sell the electronic watches. Once sold, we can hand the earnings to Mingran. Li Zhuang urged anxiously. Every moment wasted could mean a loss of potential earnings. I am waiting for the orchids to bud, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. If we head over empty-handed, our expenses along the way will be substantial. Li Zhuang nodded in agreement, recalling that their ancestral home had several orchid plants on the verge of blooming. Such orchids, nearing flowering, could fetch a reasonable price, yet if taken as is, they might not yield even 50. Furthermore, Li Shuyang knew little about orchids, merely aware of the potential profit. His aim was not to amass wealth from this windfall, but rather to leverage it to seize the first wave of trendy goods from the special economic zone. This endeavor had the potential for long-term growth, and Li Shuyang was well-versed in its operation. Indeed, as the head of the family, your understanding may be limited. It is wise to heed the insights of your younger brother, Zhou interjected. 10 pots of orchids for 500 yuan. With that cost, a trip could yield unknown profits. Who would have thought that these seemingly worthless flowers could be so lucrative? Zhou mused, perplexed by the whims of the wealthy. What purpose do these flowers serve beyond their aesthetic appeal? Yet, if people are willing to pay, that suffices. Those villagers who once mocked the 2 brothers would be astonished to learn that a single pot could sell for 50, perhaps even fainting in disbelief. I heard that when a man has money, he becomes unfaithful. When do you plan to divorce me? Zhou recalled her mother's words as she glanced at Li Zhuang. Li Shuyang, upon hearing this, recognized it as a perilous topic and hastily withdrew from the conversation. Chapter 140, Domestic Affairs. Li Zhuang looked at Zhou, bewildered. Isn't all our money managed by you? Besides, where would I find money? Even if I had wealth, it would be yours, he stated earnestly. Zhou burst into laughter. After years of marriage, she was well aware of Li Zhuang's character. Every household matter was ultimately decided by her. Li Zhuang was the sort to lack decisiveness, always seeking her counsel in times of uncertainty. When Li Shuyang had advised him to resign and accompany him to Province G, it was only after lengthy discussions with Zhou that he agreed. Li Shuyang cannot accompany him for a lifetime. It is Zhou who will share that journey. Therefore, Li Zhuang largely follows Zhou's lead. Moreover, when out in the world, Zhou encouraged Li Zhuang to heed Li Shuyang's advice. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to purchase cassette tapes. The phrase I hear most often from you is, "I'll consult with your sister-in-law," she joked. I assume you wouldn't dare to suggest otherwise. I won't leave unless I am dead. I forbid you to say such things. I do not wish for your demise. Li Zhuang retorted, slightly irked. All right. It was merely a jest. Your demeanor is rather frightening, Zhou replied warmly, intertwining her arm with his. At Li Shuyang's home. Did a dog chase you? Wang Mingran teased as she observed the panting Li Shuyang. Don't mention it. I have no idea where my sister-in-law heard that when a man has wealth, he becomes unfaithful, and she asked if my brother would divorce her. I need to steer clear of such matters, Li Shuyang replied after catching his breath. And you? Wang Mingran inquired playfully, her gaze fixed on Li Shuyang. Young couples grow old together. One should remain steadfast in their commitments. I am not the sort to change my heart for riches, Li Shuyang said, embracing Wang Mingran with a smile. What did your brother say? Wang Mingran asked, her heart fluttering with delight. Having spent so many years at the steel factory, earning a commendable salary and possessing good looks, if he wished to leave her, he would have done so long ago. Despite the multitude of attractive unmarried women in the factory, no rumors of Li Shuyang's infidelity had ever surfaced. I don't know. I fled upon hearing my sister-in-law's words. You know the type of person my brother is. Every decision is made by my sister-in-law, and everything is at her behest. Without her management, our family would have crumbled long ago, Li Shuyang explained. When Zhou Lan had first entered their home, significant upheaval had occurred within a year. Had she departed, the likelihood of the three siblings surviving would have rested solely on Li Zhuang. Men often mature slowly, while women are quick to awaken. Without Zhou Lan's support, it would have been nearly impossible for Li Zhuang, at merely 18 or 19, to sustain Li Shuyang, Li Mei, and Li Min. Your family of three siblings are indeed conscientious individuals, especially your sister-in-law, who has endured countless hardships for you, Wang Mingran remarked, nodding in agreement. Let us sympathize. They have treated us well, and how could I possibly mistreat them? The essence of being human lies in possessing fundamental conscience. Those devoid of such qualities cannot claim to be human, Li Shuyang said as he took Wang Mingran's hand, leading her back to their room, where he prepared hot water for her to freshen up. Morning in Zhou village, Zhou Lan's maternal home. Two brothers prepared to draw lots. One slip inscribed with engage in business, and the other with head south. Whosoever accompanies Li Zhuang to the south shall do so by fate, while the other shall venture to Wang Mingran to procure goods for the market. In truth, both brothers yearned to draw the southern route. They had heard from Wang Yongjun that accompanying him southward entailed no labor, and one could earn several yuan a day, with wages commencing the moment they boarded the train. All provisions, food, drink, and lodging would be covered by Li Shuyang. Conversely, the notion of engaging in business seemed rather dubious, as very few in the countryside had ventured into trade, and there existed no precedents to guide them. The elder and younger brothers recognized that harmony within the family was paramount. Whatever fate decreed should not evoke complaints or grievances. Even if one drew the business lot, there was no need for excessive pessimism. I heard from Lanzi that engaging in business might yield an income of 12 yuan. While it lacked the stability of heading south, it was still a form of revenue. Mother is ready to toss the slips into the jar, she said. Do not worry. Mother, we shall not falter, the elder brother assured her. He was the first to reach into the jar, withdrawing a slip only to retract it swiftly. Upon opening it, he found it read engage in business. The other slip revealed head south. Eldest, this is the 200 yuan our family has saved over the years, covering our collective expenses. You have both grown up now, and your father and I are aging and cannot manage everything as we used to. As trees grow, branches divide. As children mature, families must separate. Living together inevitably leads to friction, akin to one's teeth biting one's tongue. From now on, you must manage your own households. This 200 yuan shall be divided equally, 100 for each family. I am not partial to either. The house will be divided as it has been lived in. The 2 rooms will be yours to share once your father and I have passed. Mother Zhou spoke her mind with a languid demeanor. The 2 brothers nodded in agreement. After packing their belongings and ensuring all was in order, Zhou's parents made their way to Jing City. Following Li Zhuang's departure, the household matters would largely fall to Zhou Lan, as no one would be available to pick up the youngest child from school. If Li Shuyang could allow his father-in-law to live with him, Li Zhuang felt it reasonable for the elders to enjoy a comfortable life as well. Zhou's father and mother, along with Zhou Taizhu, quickly arrived at Jing City on a tractor. However, they had never visited Li Zhuang's new home, only the old courtyard. They had heard of Zhou Lan and Li Zhuang's grand house, but had not found the time to see it. Zhou's second son had visited before, assisting during the construction, albeit in a limited capacity, merely overseeing the materials at the site. As thieves were known to prey on iron and steel. Oh, this house rivals the commune's office building, Zhou's father remarked. Though it was now referred to as a town, many still preferred the older nomenclature. A row of 3 storefronts topped with an additional floor for living quarters stood tall. The commune office building was merely 2 stories, and although it had a few more floors, their heights were comparable. That house over there belongs to Li Shuyang. Zhou Taizhu pointed to a nearby 3-story building. Currently, there were no tall buildings on the outskirts of the city. Most structures were single-story houses. making a three-story edifice easily noticeable from afar. What an accomplishment! Zhou's father chuckled, nodding in approval. Upon seeing her parents arrive, Zhoulan rushed from the storefront, taking the bundles from the elderly couple and leading them upstairs. Mother and father have come home, Zhoulan called into the room. Hearing this, Li Zhuang stepped out. I'm off to buy some vegetables. I'll call the younger ones over for a drink later. Li Zhuang grabbed a few yuan and headed for the market. Chapter 141, Clue. At Li Shuyang's residence, Han Xiao arrived with Lu Meili and their child for a visit. Shuyang, you've been resting for almost a month. If there's nothing pressing, you should return to work, Lu Meili urged, cradling her 1-year-old daughter. Since marrying Han Xiao, she had given birth to a son and a daughter, which had delighted Aunt Lu immensely. Now that she had grandchildren, her smile never faded. Indeed, Shuyang. Engaging in business isn't as straightforward as it seems. Your wife can manage the trade while you work at the steel mill. I've heard they're constructing family housing there now, not the old type of dormitory, but apartments like those in the big cities, even larger than our current dorms. Han Xiao added earnestly, eldest brother and sister-in-law, I appreciate your concern, but a single trip to Province G for supplies can yield nearly 500 yuan. Even if I only go once a month, it surpasses what I earn at the factory. Nowadays, with land contracts, purchasing grain doesn't require going through the grain bureau. There's plenty to buy in the village. Li Shuyang smiled. Shuyang, I'm not mocking you. My intention in coming here is not solely about the money, but rather your duty as the head of the household, Han Xiao replied, his brow furrowed. Are you aware that incidents of petty theft have begun to arise? Jing City has seen a surge of such cases recently, and we've been investigating. Han Xiao's expression turned grave, revealing no leads. Eldest brother, your mention of this reminds me of a group of people who offer knives and iron pots on credit. It would be wise to investigate them. Also, have someone look into the coal mines in our province. These individuals often operate either in the mountains or around coal mines. Additionally, some traffickers masquerade as your security personnel, using fake seals to interrogate solitary women under the pretense of investigating certain cases. They then abduct them in secluded areas, Li Shuyang stated, his tone serious. This phenomenon first came to light in the 1990s. Initially, no one understood their methods or the manner in which they operated. You should report this matter so that the security bureaus everywhere remain vigilant, he advised. They commonly use specific jargon. Li Shuyang began to elaborate. Han Xiao, now serious, took out his notebook to jot down the information. It took 5 full pages to record everything Li Shuyang had shared. Where did you acquire this knowledge? Han Xiao inquired, gazing at Li Shuyang. Having known Li Shuyang for nearly a decade, Han Xiao was aware of how he had met his mother and had even investigated him at one point. He had even used a stone sold by Li Shuyang for cooking. The longer they spent together, the more intriguing Li Shuyang became. Regardless of whether he was a good person, he was certainly not a bad one, and the stone he sold seemed to make food more fragrant, perhaps a psychological effect. The stone had been taken by Han Ying, leaving his mother lamenting for several months. A mad monk told me this, but alas, he has since passed away. Li Shuyang divulged. Is he the one who died in your village 9 years ago? Han Xiao recalled, having previously encountered that monk during his investigation of Li Shuyang. The monk's ramblings had been incomprehensible. Moreover, it was not surprising that the monk had roamed far and wide in his youth, mingling with various people. So, you dare to wander about while leaving your child at home? Han Xiao shot Li Shuyang a disapproving glance. My parents pick the kids up from school, and I don't allow them to leave without an adult. I've spoken with the teachers about it, and I've also instructed everyone else at home. Li Shuyang replied with a sheepish smile. All right, I know I cannot persuade you otherwise. My father has insisted that I make this trip, and since there is nothing further for you here, I shall take my leave. The information you provided is of utmost importance. I must report it immediately. Han Xiao, clutching Lu Meili with one hand and holding his son with the other, hurriedly departed from Li Shuyang's residence. Today, Han's father had sent him to dissuade Li Shuyang, but he never anticipated such significant findings. For this matter, Yao Yu had gone countless days without a peaceful night's sleep. Despite patrolling everywhere, he had failed to detect any suspicious individuals. Ironically, the most inconspicuous person harbored the greatest motive for the crime. Just as Han Xiao and his party departed, Li Zhuang arrived at Li Shuyang's home, carrying a considerable amount of vegetables. You guys need not cook for lunch. Come over to my place to eat, Li Zhuang declared, unconcerned with the reactions of Li Shuyang and his wife, as he turned to head back home. I was just considering not cooking anyway, Wang Minggran remarked with a smile. When do Maisie and the others start school? Li Shuyang inquired of Wang Minggran. He had been preoccupied with matters in Province G and was unaware of when Li Mei and the others were scheduled to begin classes. In a few days. We only need to go for enrollment. The university is not far from here, Wang Minggran replied cheerfully. Indeed, Li Shuyang nodded. He realized he had scarcely seen these two since the holidays began. What were they busy with all day? Curiously, he asked Wang Minggran. Aren't they hiring temporary workers at the match factory? They went there to work, claiming they could earn a little extra pocket money and lessen the burden on our family. I told them that attending university incurs no expenses. The school covers food and drink, and our family is financially stable now. Their meager allowances are inconsequential. Yet these two fools are adamant about working. Wang Mingran shook her head and laughed. Nowadays, students attending university are exempt from tuition, and the school even subsidizes each student with a monthly allowance of 418 yuan, along with 29 jin of grain coupons. For students in teacher training, sports, or police academies, the monthly grain coupons can reach 31 or 34 jin. Attending university essentially amounts to full government sponsorship, with only those who require larger portions needing a bit of extra support from home. However, most students save their money and send it back to their families. Li Mei's University, Jing University, provides a monthly subsidy of 195 yuan, which is 15 yuan more than the average school subsidy, ensuring that graduates find stable employment. Thus, Wang Mingran found it amusing that the two girls chose to work despite their family's financial abundance, as they believed that having more money would provide them with greater comfort. Wang Mingran had promised Li Mei that, as long as she was accepted into university, the family would give her 10 yuan a month for pocket money. Coupled with the school's subsidy, a young girl would have no trouble spending it. The family set off in high spirits towards Li Zhuang's home. "Aunt!" The little ones exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Zhou Lan, rushing forward to hand her the items they were carrying. Li Mingyue offered her pastry to the youngest cousin. "Goodness gracious!" Zhou Lan chuckled, affectionately patting each niece and nephew on the head. The children, when in good spirits, would almost share a single pair of trousers, yet when squabbling, they resembled enemies. However, within half an hour, they would make amends. Of course, Gooden and Yaya did not partake in their skirmishes, but merely observed the spectacle. Chapter 142. The interregnum. After lunch, Li Shuyang made his way to Zhou village. There, Wang Yongjun was assisting his wife, Zhang Yin, in organizing clothing, which she was processing for her elder sister's family. The current processing fee for a set of clothing stands at 0.5 yuan, and there are 15 sets to be completed. In addition to processing clothes, Zhang Yin also had to care for the children at home. Although the donkey shed had been dismantled, they still needed to raise 2 large pigs. Consequently, she had little time for garment processing, managing only about 2 sets a day, which was still better than factory wages. On the other hand, Li Tingting's family did not raise pigs, and with the children older now, she had ample free time, producing about 5 sets daily. There are nearly 10 workers like Li Tingting, specializing in home garment processing, which is why Wang Mingran felt confident in wholesaling clothing. Otherwise, their family shop would not have enough stock to sell, making wholesale impossible. The wholesale price per set is only 0.5 yuan less than retail. Yet both aunts visit roughly every 3 days, purchasing 10 or more sets to sell at the market. Li Shuyang had previously advised his uncles and several cousins, who worked at the docks, to abandon such laborious jobs in favor of pursuing business ventures. However, the deeply ingrained belief in stable employment, where work is guaranteed every day and a consistent monthly income flows into the household, remains strong. The idea of business is perceived as risky, leading them to hesitate in relinquishing their reliable source of income. Li Shuyang, feeling weary of convincing them, allowed his 2 aunts to give it a try. Neither uncle expected that within just 2 months, they would be constructing new homes, something they had never dared to dream of. The thought of not worrying about food and drink and living in red brick houses with tiled roofs had once been a distant fantasy. It wasn't long before Li Shuyang arrived at Zhou village on his bicycle. However, he was surprised to encounter Li Xingye there. Upon seeing Li Shuyang, Li Xingye rushed over, beaming with excitement. "Old friend," he exclaimed, offering Li Shuyang a cigarette. Li Shuyang waved it off politely. In Li family village, only Li Xingye and Li Minghai greeted him warmly upon seeing him. Others would typically avoid him except during ancestral rituals or clan meetings. "What brings you here?" Li Shuyang asked with a smile. "I just delivered the grain tax and brought some food to exchange for money. Today is market day in Zhou village, and many vendors from the city come to the rural market to buy grain," Li Xingye explained, scratching his head with a grin. Li Xingye held a deep respect for Li Shuyang. If it weren't for his great-grandfather's early demise, he doubted he would have ever left his aunt's home to establish his own household. The family's current prosperity was entirely due to this esteemed ancestor, who, however, never acknowledged his role in their salvation, attributing it instead to fate. "If heaven did not bestow upon us the means to eat, we would likely encounter traps without any rewards," he would say. Currently, urban regulations permit small vendors to operate, yet grain remains a persistent issue. To alleviate this, rural markets have been fully opened. Eggs, vegetables, and other goods can now be sold without needing to exchange them at designated locations. And surplus grain after fulfilling supply quotas can be sold at stalls. However, people remain fearful of hunger. Only when their cupboards and granaries are filled do they feel at ease. The grain sold is minimal, but it suffices to sustain these small vendors. Since the collective grain harvest was completed, rural feasts have transformed. No longer do they merely set up a few tables. Typically, they start with at least 10 tables, and those attending can generally leave satisfied. Nevertheless, the customary gifts remain unchanged. Eggs, rice, and noodles are prevalent, while cash gifts are rare. Haven't you been conducting business lately? Li Shuyang inquired with a smile. I have, but there are fewer goods from the mountains now, and I'm planning to try my hand at something else. Li Xingye replied candidly. Hunting has indeed become increasingly scarce, and Li Xingye is not the only one engaged in such activities. Since the rural market was opened, many have ventured into the mountains to gather wild goods for sale. After all, with farming no longer being measured by labor points, there is ample free time once field work is complete. Even finding items like kudzu root in the mountains can provide sufficient sustenance. During the tumultuous years of the 60s, amidst widespread famine, villagers were compelled to drive pigs into the mountains in search of sustenance. The villagers would forage for whatever the pigs consumed. For pigs possess an instinctive aversion to poisonous plants, unless, of course, the toxic items were cooked, rendering their scent undetectable. In contemporary times, with leisure becoming more abundant, people have resumed relying on the mountains for their livelihood. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you along, Li Shuyang remarked with a smile. Although he intended to capitalize on a 2-year period of economic reprieve, he foresaw that in 2 years, the wholesale of these goods would be most opportune. Naturally, the more individuals interested in wholesale, the better. As the economy gradually begins to recover, the urban market alone cannot absorb such a vast quantity of products. The rural sector has already mitigated 2 economic crises. The impending economic downturn will once again require the rural population to alleviate its effects. During the first crisis, capital hoarded goods, halting trade in anticipation of selling at inflated prices to Longhua country. Yet the rural populace ground their own flour and wove their own cloth, thus resolving the first crisis. In the second crisis, an excess of idle labor in cities led to inadequate food supplies, prompting the rural areas to accept urban laborers who contributed grain to alleviate the shortage. The third economic crisis is now spreading. With urban production surpassing demand, goods are beginning to accumulate. The recent opening of rural markets and the allowance for individual entrepreneurship in cities serves as a litmus test. Plans are underway to establish factories in townships, providing rural income sources to absorb the surplus production from cities. Consequently, Li Shuyang aims to wholesale these goods, necessitating a larger workforce to ensure distribution across all cities in each province. Is that true? Li Xingye asked, his excitement palpable as he turned to Li Shuyang. It is indeed true, Li Shuyang confirmed, but you must be patient for a while. The business is only just beginning to stabilize, and there is no immediate need for an extensive workforce, he explained with a smile. The fewer people who are aware of the sourcing of goods from Ji province, the better. Otherwise, curious youths at the market might inquire about the origins of the products, and Li Shuyang had no intention of disclosing his procurement from the bustling metropolis. Not everyone in the city possesses employment, nor does everyone shy away from entrepreneurial ventures. Once these individuals discover the channels for procurement, their frenzied buying behavior would be nothing short of remarkable, given the substantial profits at stake. The current period, devoid of competition, represents the most lucrative time to earn money. Once competitors emerge, price wars will ensue, which would undoubtedly complicate matters for Li Shuyang. I shall await your guidance with great anticipation, Li Xingye replied cheerfully, his heart brimming with joy. Presently, it is common knowledge in Li family village that the most prosperous household belongs to the 3 siblings of the Li Zhuang family, who have produced 2 factory workers and a university student, moving from the countryside to the city and constructing a cement house. Chapter 143. The way forward. After engaging in light banter with Li Xingye, Li Shuyang made his way to Wang Yongjun's residence, where he fortuitously encountered Wang Yongjun preparing to send a bundle of clothes to the city. Brother-in-law, Wang Yongjun greeted Li Shuyang with a smile, tightening the ropes on his bicycle's rear seat. We depart tomorrow. Please make your preparations while I fetch the orchids. Li Shuyang elucidated the purpose of his visit. Wang Yongjun nodded in understanding. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I shall not delay you. The house is manageable for Yanzi alone. With that, Wang Yongjun mounted his bicycle and hurried towards Jing City. Li Shuyang then entered Wang Yongjun's home, proceeding directly to Li family village. In the old courtyard, only 10 orchids had blossomed, while the remainder would bloom in spring, and Li Shuyang had no intention of transporting them at this time. After arranging the jars he had brought back, he began the meticulous process of uprooting the orchids one by one. Is uncle here? Li Dan called out as he passed by Li Shuyang's courtyard and noticed him at work. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Li Shuyang inquired with a chuckle. Today is my day off. The factory's performance is declining, leading to increased rest days, Li Dan replied, his face etched with worry. With the factory struggling, wages were no longer dispersed punctually. Food factories in Jing City had begun merging, and some were even transferring workers to other facilities. Li Dan was uncertain how much longer their food factory could endure. Li Shuyang sighed, shaking his head. It was not uncommon for food factories to falter, as management often awaited external resolutions to their immediate challenges. When problems arose, they merely escalated them to higher authorities, waiting for solutions to be devised. It would be remarkable for a factory to sustain itself under such management. Li Shuyang could not alter this situation, as he was but a minor figure without influence. His suggestions might not be heeded and could even lead to accusations of meddling. Uncle, do you think I could follow in my uncle's footsteps, resign from my job, and engage in business with you? Li Dan summoned his courage to express his thoughts. Since Li Zhuang had resigned, his family was thriving. Li Dan, having spent considerable time in the city, was not naive. If business were unprofitable, why would Li Shuyang have given up a well-paying job? It was known that the closure of any factory would not impact the steel mill. The steel plant in Jing City supplied several provinces and was perpetually busy with orders and production. What skills do you possess? I recall you graduated from high school, correct? Li Shuyang posed two questions in succession. Upon hearing Li Dan's desire to resign, he was reminded of something. I have no particular skills. I did indeed graduate from high school, but my grades were not impressive, and I have failed the college entrance examination multiple times, Li Dan admitted candidly. Li Shuyang's insight was such that even Li Minghai held him in high regard. It would be splendid if he could suggest a path forward. I have heard that the commune has established a credit cooperative seeking high school graduates for employment. Those who pass the assessment will secure formal positions, while those who do not may start as temporary workers. Although the salary appears modest, several dozen yuan a month, the benefits are decent. Should one become a permanent employee, there is a chance of promotion back to places like Jing City, Li Shuyang proposed thoughtfully. I doubt I would qualify. Uncle, just guide me in starting a small business. Li Dan responded, shaking his head. The mere thought of examinations made him feel overwhelmed. Are you determined to enter the business world simply because you've witnessed my success? If you are keen on entrepreneurship, I will assist you, but it would be prudent not to resign from your job. You can have your wife manage the business while you help after work. That way, you can be involved daily, Li Shuyang suggested. While the factory appeared to be faltering, it would still provide retirement benefits. Even if the factory ceased operations, efforts would be made to transition existing workers to other factories. With nearly 8 years of work experience, Li Dan needed only to endure 7 more years to accumulate 15 years of service, ensuring a retirement pension even if he faced job loss. Much like the many educated youth, the time spent in rural service would count towards their work history. This financial security would increase over time, alleviating future burdens for his children. What are you suggesting, Uncle? Li Dan inquired, his interest piqued. The prospect of running a small business while maintaining his job seemed ideal. Food production, Li Shuyang replied. The docks have already been privately contracted. They no longer provide meals or lodging. Moreover, all of it entails strenuous physical labor, leaving these individuals with little time to return home and prepare meals even after their shifts have ended. In the initial phase, business will inevitably be sluggish, as these individuals are still unfamiliar with you. However, should you persevere for a while, your patronage will gradually increase. To sustain a long-term business venture, one must operate with integrity, offering discounts on bulk purchases while ensuring a modest profit margin. A single bowl of noodles might yield only 3 cents, but with 10 bowls, that's 30 cents. The dock sees no fewer than 700 to 800 workers each day, even if just 70 choose to dine at your establishment. That translates to an income of 2 yuan and 10 cents. With 2 yuan and 10 cents for lunch and the same for dinner, your daily earnings could reach 4 yuan and 20 cents. Assuming you operate for 25 days a month, that could add an extra 100 yuan to your household income. As long as patrons find value in your offerings, more will be inclined to dine with you, Li Shuyang remarked, patting Li Dan on the shoulder. In today's world, many are eager to earn money, yet their thinking is often constrained, lacking a roadmap for guidance. Li Shuyang, having experienced this journey himself, noted that in later times, many individuals sell dumplings and noodles at construction sites for 6 yuan a bowl. If one cannot make a profit of 2 yuan per bowl, who would be deemed a philanthropist? These vendors rely on their humble stalls to support their families. A bowl of shredded pork noodles at a state-run restaurant costs 50 cents. I have heard from Uncle that a dock worker's daily wage is merely 1 yuan and 20 cents, so how could they possibly indulge in 50-cent noodles? Li Dan turned to Li Shuyang and remarked that when people think of profit, their minds immediately gravitate towards meat. Profit is abundant everywhere, particularly in our villages' fields, where tiny loaches, fish, and shrimp abound. If you're unsure about making the sauce, your aunt can teach you. Moreover, one need not rely solely on lard. Combining vegetable oil with lard enhances the flavor. Li Shuyang smiled at Li Dan, realizing this lad had little culinary skill. Upon hearing that one could earn 100 yuan in a month, Li Dan could hardly contain his excitement, nearly kneeling before Li Shuyang. You rascal! It's not even the new year yet, and I have no red envelopes prepared. If you kneel, I'll owe you a yuan. And teaching you a skill will cost me too. You truly know how to count your blessings, Li Shuyang jested. Having spent considerable time mingling with Li Shuyang and the others in the city, Li Dan was deemed a decent fellow in Li Shuyang's eyes. Furthermore, since Li Minghai was the captain, he also took care of his own family. Given that they sought guidance, Li Shuyang was more than willing to assist. Chapter 144, A Return to the Past. Li Dan recognized this as an opportunity to enhance his family's circumstances and wasted no time returning to his ancestral home. The long-abandoned Li family residence was once again alive with activity, as Li Minghai had repaired the dilapidated areas. Had Li Minghai's father not been kind enough to rescue that mad monk in the mountains, it's likely the Li family home would have been lost, and they would not have survived that difficult period. After all, unlike Li Mingyi, who had the means to secure medical treatment and forge connections wherever he went, Li Minghai lacked such advantages. Reflecting on his youth, when he first resided in this opulent courtyard, Li Minghai recalled his spirited demeanor. The majority of Zhangji village was under their family's stewardship, with the remainder belonging to the Li Mingyi family. The others were either laborers or tenant farmers, with only a handful of families possessing their own land. Their household sustenance surpassed that of the wealthiest families in the region, rivaled only by a few households in Zhou's village. However, one fateful night, the arrival of a mad monk led to their parents dividing their land and vacating their ancestral home. After conveying these directives, both parents met with an untimely demise. Li Minghai dared not defy their last wishes, and to his astonishment, the mad monk ultimately saved their family as land reforms swept through the region. Now, as he returned, Li Minghai felt a torrent of emotions surging within him, the familiar scene stirring a mix of nostalgia and melancholy. Father. Li Dan entered the main room and noticed a glimmer of tears in Li Minghai's eyes, prompting him to call out softly. Ah, Li Minghai replied softly. What is the matter? Li Dan inquired, concern etched on his face. Just a wave of sentimentality upon seeing familiar sights. By the way, why have you returned today? Li Minghai asked his youngest son. Well, Li Dan quickly recounted Li Shuyang's suggestions. Upon hearing this, Li Minghai nodded thoughtfully. He had witnessed the glory of the Li family in the past, and he understood the reliability of engaging in business. After all, Li Shuyang was bold enough to resign from his job to pursue entrepreneurship, even calculating profits for Li Dan. According to Li Shuyang, making 3 cents per bowl of noodles was indeed feasible. The dock bustles with not just laborers. With honest management, serving 200 bowls of noodles daily is easily achievable. Their household still had a significant stock of grain, which could all be converted into noodles for sale. The rural market had been open for nearly half a year, indicating that business had stabilized. Even if this venture were to falter, Li Dan remained a worker, and it would not affect him adversely. Perhaps this endeavor could indeed restore prosperity to their family. Without further ado, Li Minghai led Li Dan and his grandchildren towards their fields. This season was particularly bountiful for loaches, fish, and shrimp. In Jing City, at Li Shuyang's shop, Wang Mingran began sewing a money belt for him, intending to encourage Li Shuyang to stock up on more goods, especially fabric. The inexpensive clothing sold well in bulk, receiving positive feedback from various resellers. Wang Mingran filled the belt with 7 stacks of cash, all 10 yuan bills freshly withdrawn from the bank. Just as she locked the box containing the filled money belt, Li Dan arrived on his bicycle, carrying a load of fish and shrimp. Auntie, Li Dan called out, the term rolling off his tongue effortlessly after several years of usage. What is the matter, Dancy? Wang Mingran asked, glancing at the 2 buckets of fish and shrimp, puzzled. Although the little ones at home enjoyed shrimp, they typically only allowed Li Dan to bring back about 3 pounds at a time. It's like this. Li Dan recounted Li Shuyang's instructions. Oh, for this matter. Go home and bring your wife over. I'll teach you both. Wang Mingran nodded. As soon as Li Dan left, Wang Mingran began processing the fish and shrimp with Li Minghua. By the time Li Dan returned with his wife, Wang Mingran had already prepared a large bowl of clean seafood. She then lit the stove and began her explanation. After about 10 minutes, the dish was ready. Following that, she boiled water to cook the noodles. How does this compare to the shredded pork noodles from the state-run restaurant? It looks quite rich in flavor, Wang Mingran chuckled. Not bad at all, Auntie. Your culinary skills rival those of the chefs at state-run restaurants. Li Dan nodded vigorously. All right, daughter-in-law, give it a try. Seeing it 100 times doesn't compare to doing it yourself once. I'll be here to guide you, Wang Mingran smiled. Li Dan's wife confidently took the spoon and began heating the oil as instructed. Meanwhile, not far from County J, outside a coal mine, Han Xiao led a team lying in wait. They had not rested for several days, having followed this group of loan sharks to their current location. In fact, when the loan sharks initially incapacitated a few victims, Yao Yu had been ready to strike, but Han Xiao held back, recognizing that capturing these individuals would only rescue a handful of victims. However, following these individuals to their sales point may indeed rescue more victims. As the signal from Yao Yu was received, a team swiftly mobilized. Several debt collectors gathered once more, and there were more victims in the sacks on the ground than Han Xiao and his team had initially observed. Han Xiao, leading his contingent like a divine intervention, instilled considerable fear in the traffickers, who were caught completely off guard. Li Shuyang's earlier assertions proved accurate. This group was indeed nefarious. Yao Yu remarked with resentment. Let us not dwell on this any longer. What awaits them now is the judgment of the law. We must extend our gratitude to that young man. Without his words, many more women could have suffered. Han Xiao patted Yao Yu on the shoulder. They rushed back to Jing City overnight, arriving just as dawn broke. At that moment, Li Shuyang had already boarded a train to Ji province. This time, Li Zhuang did not require Li Shuyang's assistance with the train fare, as he was untroubled by the prospect of financial loss in Ji province. Previously, Li Shuyang had coaxed him into coming, but now Li Zhuang was even more anxious than Li Shuyang. Zhou Taizhu, experiencing train travel for the first time, found everything novel. He even spent an inordinate amount of time studying the train's restroom, almost incurring the ire of those waiting in line. Shuyang, do you think this train can outrun a horse? Zhou Taizhu inquired of Li Shuyang. In the short term, a horse would indeed be swifter, but a train can carry far more cargo and passengers without needing rest, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. After all, the slow start and modest speed of the green train mean that, on a straight track, a horse would certainly be faster. Chapter 145, The Booming Noodles. In the early morning, Wang Minggran dropped several little ones off at the elementary school, while Li Minghan was sent to kindergarten by his grandparents. After Wang Minggran returned from wholesaling clothes, she prepared to head to the dock. With the increase in wholesalers, she found herself disinclined to sell clothes in her shop. It was not only exhausting, but also particularly troublesome. The hustle and bustle of the crowd were less appealing than the straightforwardness of wholesale. Although she earned a mere $1 less per outfit, it considerably eased her mind. In the afternoon, she would return to the shop to sort and package the delivered garments. As she ambled toward the dock, Li Dan's wife had just arrived. At Li Shuyang's home, Han Xiao and Yao Yu brought a banner to visit him, only to find the house empty. Fortunately, they encountered Wang Fu and Wang Mu returning from delivering their child. Uncle and aunt, they greeted warmly. Wang Tinghua, being older than Director Han, could not be addressed as uncle. Over the years, their families had developed a rapport that transcended mere kinship. They often assisted each other with whatever needed to be done, as the people of that era valued relationships more than the economic status that dominates modern times. What brings you here? Shuyang went to Ji province with his brother, and Minggran is helping a relative with the stall today. Come in and sit down. Wang Tinghua cheerfully invited. We came to present the banner to express our gratitude to Shuyang for helping us eliminate a menace, Han Xiao explained, recounting Li Shuyang's heroic deeds. It's the least we could do. These individuals deserve nothing less than execution for the havoc they wreaked on innocent lives. Wang Tinghua beamed with delight, as if the banner were a personal honor, holding it unsure of where to display it. Well then, we shall take our leave. There are meetings to attend in the coming months, Han Xiao suggested. Take care, and remember to prioritize the safety of the people in your work. I won't keep you any longer. Do visit whenever you can. Wang Tinghua responded with a nod of understanding. Having accompanied his elder brother for so long, Wang Tinghua had picked up quite a bit of official rhetoric. Han Xiao and his team were genuinely busy, not only spreading awareness in H province, but also traveling to neighboring provincial capitals to share their experiences. The authorities were taking this trafficking incident very seriously. That Han Xiao and his team managed to crack such a large-scale trafficking case in a short time demonstrated their diligence and commitment. At the Jing City dock, Wang Minggran was assisting Li Dan's wife in setting up the cooking pot when Li Minghai and his spouse arrived, their faces brightening upon seeing her. Aunt, what brings you here? They inquired with cheerful smiles. Shuyang asked me to lend a hand for a couple of days. He said it would be helpful if anything came up, Wang Minggran replied with a smile. Previously, when no one was available to work at home, Li Minghai had diligently recorded 6 work points daily for the newly born Li Minghua, with no one at home to manage the land. Li Minghai had even helped divide it and delivered the contract to Li Shuyang's family. Now, when there were minor matters at hand, Wang Minggran could not simply pretend not to see. Mutual support was essential for maintaining such bonds. Relationships were cultivated through interaction. Otherwise, even cousins who seldom interacted would feel less close than neighboring acquaintances. It's the least I can do. I don't mind running errands for such small matters, Li Minghai's wife remarked with a smile. It's only right, Wang Minggran replied with a chuckle. The aroma of the sauce soup soon wafted through the air. causing those returning from work to have their stomachs rumble in response. Peering into the pot revealed fish and shrimp, glistening with ample oil. "Comrade, how much for a bowl of this sauce noodles?" a few onlookers asked, unable to resist the allure of the enticing dish. 15 cents a bowl. With 2 tails of noodles and a few slices of vegetables, Wang Minggran announced, stepping into the role of proprietor. Such a bargain? The crowd surged forward, eager to partake. They knew that a bowl of plain noodles at the state-run restaurant cost 8 cents, and it lacked the richness of this offering. For a bowl of meat noodles, the price soared to 50 cents, a significant amount given their modest daily wages. Cooking at home yielded little oil as well, leaving them ravenous by the end of the workday. "It's all in the pursuit of a few coins, but it's not exorbitantly priced," Wang Minggran explained. "Your honesty is refreshing. I'll take a bowl to taste," a burly man declared, promptly retrieving his money. Wang Minggran accepted the payment and returned change. She then directed Li Dan's wife to start cooking the noodles. Once the first purchase was made, others could no longer contain themselves. The sight of such appetizing noodles proved irresistible. A line formed as people began to pay. These individuals, accustomed to working at the dock, exhibited commendable orderliness as they queued. As Li Minghai observed the growing line, his smile widened. He was genuinely delighted to assist with serving noodles and washing bowls. By the time Li Dan arrived at the dock on his bicycle, the noodles brought by his wife had already sold out. It was the first day, and they had prepared only a limited quantity of 50 bowls, 25 for the morning and 25 for the afternoon. Surprisingly, those who missed out were reluctant to leave. "Boss, prepare more for the afternoon. We'll be dining here from now on." Those who have savored the delectable noodles cannot help but give a thumbs up. The sauce is simply exquisite. After finishing the noodles and savoring the broth, they feel a delightful fullness in their bellies. And the oil floating atop the soup brings them immense joy. It feels as though they have struck an extraordinary bargain. Especially for those who were unable to procure any noodles, watching others slurp them up with eager abandon, swallowing their saliva countless times in regret for not having paid promptly. Upon hearing this, Li Minghai could hardly remain seated. He hurriedly seized Li Dan's bicycle and pedaled back to the village, eager to deliver the fish and shrimp prepared for tomorrow to Li Dan's home. In the span of merely 2 hours that morning, they earned 5 yuan, and the family was overjoyed, not merely because of the amount, but because they glimpsed the dawn of prosperity. "Li Dan, while business is thriving, we mustn't be careless. You ought to heed your uncle's counsel. Integrity is paramount in commerce, and we must ensure our broth is generous. Adding a couple more leaves of vegetables is inconsequential. As long as we win people's hearts, a steady stream of customers will follow. We must not be negligent," Li Minghai advised as the family busied themselves stirring the sauce. "Rest assured, uncle, I will not squander the path to wealth you've laid out for me. I shall not disappoint your goodwill," Li Dan responded with a cheerful smile. Chapter 146, A Return. Li Dan was astounded to discover that a casual suggestion from Li Shuyang could yield such profits. However, he also kept in mind Li Shuyang's admonition against resigning impulsively. Even though the noodle stall had been consistently bringing in 5 to 6 yuan daily, far exceeding his previous factory salary of 35 yuan, there must be a rationale behind Li Shuyang's advice that he had yet to fully grasp. "Li Dan, now that your business is stable, do you think you could invite your sister-in-law to set up her own stall nearby? Perhaps she could sell steamed cornbread and a few vegetable dishes," Li Minghai inquired of his younger son. "Business is never-ending. If she wishes to come, she should. Besides, that stall space is not exclusively mine. As long as the stall fee is paid, it's all fair game," Li Dan chuckled. Although street vending is now permitted, those who do not pay the stall fee and obtain temporary permits from the local authorities risk having their goods confiscated. Economic Special Zone. Li Shuyang and his party of 4 arrived once more, and indeed, the 5 yuan tea fee secured them accommodations in a hotel of excellent quality. Li Shuyang dreaded staying in dormitory-style lodgings with their unpleasant foot odor, a memory he wished to avoid repeating after his previous experience with his father-in-law's family at Su Man's home. Although the hotel charges were a tad higher, they offered a level of comfort that was worth it. After securing 2 double rooms, Li Zhuang took his uncle to perform magic tricks, remaining in the elevator for quite a while, making numerous trips up and down before he was finally satisfied. Li Shuyang, on the other hand, was utterly exhausted. Although he traveled in a sleeper train, restful sleep eluded him, and he could only manage to keep one eye open. While pickpockets were now a rarity on trains, a few individuals were already showing signs of lurking about, targeting those who were fast asleep. With 7,000 yuan in cash on him, a theft would result in significant loss. In the afternoon, while Li Shuyang was in deep slumber, Wang Yongjun and his companions raided the dining hall, indulging in a feast. The hotel provided 3 meals a day, each with different dishes, unlike the previous hotel they stayed at, which was not the same establishment. This one appeared to be run by a Hong Kong businessman, operating under a model vastly different from that of the mainland. I devoured 5 buns, 2 eggs, and even a cake, along with 2 bowls of seafood congee, Zhou Taiju boasted to Wang Yongjun. With the daily accommodation fee of 15 yuan. Do you really think you can recoup it with just that little food? For 12 yuan and 50 cents. You could buy 100 jin of flour. Imagine how many buns that could yield. You should follow my lead and indulge in egg tarts. 6 of those would cover your expenses and keep you quite full. The two bantered playfully as they made their way back to their room, comparing who had the more extravagant meals. In the Lin Shen grocery warehouse, the area designated for orchids appeared desolate, yet Lin Shen's smile radiated brighter than the spring blossoms. The orchids Li Shuyang had brought were sold at a modest price of 100 yuan for the least impressive specimen, while those of slightly better quality fetched prices of 500, with the lowest negotiable price set at 300. With dozens of pots of orchids, he reaped a bountiful profit. Lin Shen was unsure who had initiated the hype, but while these orchids were rare, he couldn't bear the thought of keeping them at home. Business was indeed lucrative. However, they were currently unable to roam freely. Although they could discreetly procure goods from Hong Kong, the mainland maintained strict controls, particularly concerning the collection of orchids, which drew attention. He could only rely on those who ventured there to see if they could yield any results. Thinking of Li Shuyang as a major client, Lin Shen's smile widened. A single order could amount to several thousand yuan. Compared to those vendors who scoured far and wide, his dealings were far more favorable. Nearly a month had passed since he last saw Li Shuyang, which left Lin Shen with some apprehension. After all, the economic special zone was not solely his domain for wholesale business, and if such a significant client were to be lured away by someone else, it would result in a considerable loss. Thus, Lin Shen had a dong, a helper in the store, frequently check nearby hotels for any sighting of Li Shuyang. A dong actually had a fondness for Li Shuyang, having delivered goods for him many times, and he appreciated the tips he received. 5 yuan was equivalent to several days of hard work. Brother Shun, I just spotted Boss Li and his entourage. They seem to have brought around 20 pots of orchids, and their quality is even better than before. In the economic special zone, the influx of Hong Kong individuals was notable, many of whom preferred to be addressed as boss or sir. Thus, upon seeing Li Shuyang enter the Regal Hotel, a dong dashed back excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shen hopped on his motorcycle and sped toward the hotel. After tipping the front desk staff 10 yuan, he finally learned which room Li Shuyang occupied and cheerfully made his way to it. When Li Zhuang heard the knock on the door, he initially assumed it was his brother-in-law and Wang Yongjun returning to seek his counsel. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the beaming face of Lin Shen. After ushering him into the room, Li Zhuang inquired, "What brings you here, Comrade Lin?" "Ah, it's all about fate." "Oh, has Comrade Li not awakened yet?" "Then we shall speak softly to avoid disturbing him. We can discuss business once he is awake," Lin Shen replied with a smile. Given that Li Shuyang was the cornerstone of their partnership, Lin Shen was keenly aware that even if they reached an agreement on pricing, it would be futile if Li Shuyang disagreed upon waking. Thus, they engaged in casual conversation, often struggling to comprehend each other's words. Yet having been in business for so long, they could generally infer the meanings. Finally, as night fell, Li Shuyang awoke, and upon opening his eyes and sitting up, he was met with Lin Shen's smiling face. "When did you arrive, Comrade Lin?" Li Shuyang promptly extended his hand. "I've been here for a while. I didn't want to disturb you while you were still asleep," Lin Shen replied with a grin. This implied that he respected Li Shuyang's need for rest, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing their business partnership. That was indeed somewhat impolite. "Comrade Lin, if you have something to say, please speak directly." Li Shuyang, not one to beat around the bush, recognized that they were all in the business realm, and thus decided to speak plainly. "I have taken a liking to Comrade Li's orchids. I won't quibble over prices. Let's settle on 100 yuan per pot." Lin Shen turned to Li Shuyang, extending a finger with a smile. Although Li Shuyang was not well versed in the pricing of orchids, he possessed a keen eye for people. Lin Shen's gaze was clear and unwavering, with little change in his expression. It appeared that this was the highest price the other party had in mind. "Very well. Comrade Lin, you are straightforward. Just so happens I need to procure goods from your side tomorrow. You should also look after us outsiders." Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I assure you, I will provide the most favorable prices here. Comrade Li is welcome to explore and make comparisons." Lin Shen smiled at Li Shuyang. Even if the price offered to Li Shuyang is slightly lower, there remains a profit margin. Furthermore, given the substantial quantities Li Shuyang typically purchases, even a small discount amounts to significant earnings. Having chosen to collaborate, it is clear that trust is established in Comrade Lin. "Ha ha ha. Comrade Li, you are quite forthright. Should you find anything else you fancy, please feel free to compile a list. Anything not available here, I can arrange to have shipped over." Lin Shen felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Li Shuyang's words. After finalizing their agreement, Li Shuyang instructed Wang Yongjun and Zhou Taizhu to select the orchids to take back. Li Shuyang counted out 1,000 yuan to Li Zhuang from the total of 2,000. The two parties had not engaged in a formal business partnership. Such partnerships often lead to misunderstandings, and any unresolved grievances might fester until they explode, resulting in a complete severance of relations. By maintaining a non-partnership, they could merely assist one another, thereby strengthening their camaraderie. Moreover, Li Shuyang would always hint at profitable ventures to Li Zhuang. Within mere minutes, Wang Yongjun and Zhou Taizhu returned. Shuyang, you are indeed fortunate. No wonder my uncle always says that fortune is a matter of fate, luck, and feng shui. Alongside accumulating virtue, education, reputation, demeanor, respect for the divine, connections with benefactors, and the cultivation of health, Zhou Taizhu remarked, smiling at Li Shuyang. In truth, he felt a genuine envy for Li Shuyang's good fortune. While others were still struggling, he was already enjoying a steady supply of provisions. This statement should be interpreted with caution. One must not take opportunities for granted, as even when presented with chances, some may remain oblivious. Fate must indeed be present. Yet one must first cultivate good habits and maintain good health to encounter benefactors. Otherwise, if one's character is flawed and health is poor, what benefactor would wish to collaborate? Respect for the divine does not imply worshipping deities, but rather holding a sense of reverence, avoiding the temptation to earn money undeservedly. The notion of demeanor refers to one's image. By earning honestly and not wielding power oppressively, one cultivates a reputation of being approachable, thus achieving a certain level of recognition. Education signifies that with accomplishments come the responsibility to learn and adapt to the changing times. Accumulating virtue is easily understood. Wealth and fame necessitate acts of kindness to broaden one's path and enhance one's reputation, leading to increased sales. As for feng shui and luck, these depend on one's efforts to improve circumstances. Once these foundational elements are established, fortune naturally follows. Li Shuyang elucidated to the three of them. In essence, he implied that they were in the presence of benefactors, and since he was willing to guide them in this venture, they would surely find opportunities to earn together in the future. As long as they worked diligently, once they acquired capital, they could collectively procure goods for resale. Thus, their future would gradually improve. Provided they did not become traitors, Li Shuyang would undoubtedly lend a helping hand in times of difficulty. Li Shuyang preferred not to articulate his thoughts too explicitly. Those who understood would grasp the meaning, as a resonating drum need not be struck forcefully. Wang Yongjun nodded, somewhat perplexed, feeling that the explanation had made things even more convoluted. Unable to comprehend, he resolved not to overthink it. After all, as long as he followed his brother-in-law's lead, he was assured of fair treatment, earning 5 yuan a day without having to toil, while also enjoying meals and lodging, and gaining exposure through his sister's guidance. His wife was also earning a monthly income under her supervision. Meanwhile, Zhou Taizhu cast a glance at Li Shuyang, lost in thought, remaining silent until they departed from Li Shuyang's presence. Li Shuyang had become a notable figure across the villages. Surely, the words of such a capable individual held merit. It was only natural that he would speak so, because they were all kin. Reflecting on these words late into the night, Zhou Taizhu found his once heavy heart lightened. A benefactor indeed, his brother-in-law Li Zhuang. Was not Li Shuyang himself a benefactor? On a bright morning, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang, accompanied by 2 others, arrived at Lin Shun's general store. Inside, several elderly gentlemen clad in traditional attire were examining the orchids that Li Shuyang had had Wang Yongjun deliver the previous day. Li Shuyang chose not to linger on this matter. Those orchids now belonged to Lin Shun, and how much he chose to sell them for was his prerogative. The extent of profit or loss was a testament to his own business acumen. If he did not profit, he was not running a charity. Seeing that Li Shuyang did not approach, Lin Shun breathed a sigh of relief, pleasantly surprised by Li Shuyang's understanding of decorum. And he did not seem inclined to sell them himself next time. Such a character is indeed worthy of deeper friendship. 30 bolts of this fabric, 100 bolts of that, and 300 for the electronic watches, Li Shuyang directed a dong, who was assisting in the warehouse, and 40 pieces of these skirts. He added, pointing at the newly displayed samples. A dong, upon hearing this, beamed with delight and began loading the cart with the requested goods. In no time, he had filled the cart to the brim with the items Li Shuyang needed. Comradely, these items may be cumbersome for you to transport. Allow me to deliver them directly to the train station, as our station has just been renovated today, a dong suggested with a smile. Very well, I appreciate your kindness. However, I must first return to settle the room, Li Shuyang replied with a nod and a smile. Not an issue, it won't take much time. A dong reassured him with a nod. When Li Shuyang returned with the list to find Lin Shun, the elderly gentleman had already departed, leaving only about a dozen pots of orchids on the ground. Brotherly, The total for these goods amounts to 7,936 yuan. Since you trust me, I, Lin Shun, am willing to treat you as a brother. Thus, you can give me 7,800 yuan and consider the remaining 136 as my treat for the brothers. Lin Shun smiled at Li Shuyang. That is immensely generous of you, Brother Lin. I look forward to our next meeting, and I shall treat you then. Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Splendid. Brotherly, you are indeed straightforward. When the time comes, let us share a few drinks. I have some exquisite foreign liquor here that I assure you have never tasted before, Lin Shun chuckled. After receiving the payment and counting it, Lin Shun adhered to the business practice of counting money in front of the other party to avoid offense. First the small man, then the gentleman. At the Economic Special Zone train station, the newly rebuilt station was even more bustling than the one in Y City, with a scattering of vendors on either side. A dong, pulling the cart, was engaged in conversation with a staff member, and after their exchange, he wheeled the cart onto the train platform. Thank you for your hard work, Li Shuyang said, handing a dong a 10 yuan note. It was no trouble at all, a dong replied with a smile. Accepting the money, well aware of the generosity and politeness of this boss. Until the train arrived, a dong did not depart, helping Li Shuyang and his companions load the goods onto the train before finally taking his leave. Shuyang, you are remarkably kind to a stranger, Li Zhuang remarked, glancing at Li Shuyang with a hint of confusion. Chapter 148, The Way of the World. Why do you think others go out of their way to escort us to the platform and meticulously select fabrics for me? Li Shuyang responded with a smile. That's precisely his job. Can he simply disregard the boss's orders? Li Zhuang replied casually. Even if the boss gave the directive. What if he carelessly loads the fabrics onto the cart, and we only discover their flaws upon returning to Jing City? Should we confront him then? If he claims to have been too busy to notice, what recourse do we have? If he merely delivers the goods to the train station's entrance, what can we do? Is it fair to call him inconsiderate? Li Shuyang's barrage of questions left not only Li Zhuang, but also Wang Yongjun and Zhou Taizhu at a loss for words. Indeed, the boss had instructed that the goods be delivered, but he hadn't specified where. Dropping them off at the train station merely means we must carry them inside ourselves. Shortcuts can yield momentary gains, yet it is a clever mind that reaps rewards for a lifetime. One must understand the intricacies of human relationships, never offending even a beggar. Should someone insist on being adversarial, it is crucial not to act rashly. If one chooses to retaliate, it must be with the assurance of a safe escape. Life resembles a mirror. One should strive to maintain a smile when engaging with others. Li Shuyang gently conveyed to Li Zhuang, reminiscent of his own past with Zhang Dashan, where he consistently yielded, wishing to avoid further conflict. This was not born of fear, but rather an understanding that Zhang Dashan's life was too trivial. With a promising future ahead, any misstep could lead to Li Shuyang's ruin, and he was not foolish. If one refrains from acting, it is wise, but should they act, it must ensure the adversary can never again hinder them. Although he intended to deal with Zhang Dashan, he regrettably escaped a dire fate. There are no secrets that remain hidden, unless one has truly committed no wrongdoing. Wealthy and powerful individuals may present themselves as gentlemen, yet inwardly, they often harbor disdain for the impoverished. They exhibit politeness, even towards waitstaff, not out of genuine courtesy, but to avoid any unforeseen complications. A single complaint may foster resentment, and should they deem it unwise to retaliate, their own life takes precedence above all. Ironically, many perceive them as highly cultured. In truth, the wealthier individuals tend to conceal a more sinister nature, adept at maintaining their privacy. For instance, who among the impoverished could afford to hunt ferocious beasts in remote savannas? Underground fights are merely a perilous pastime for the affluent. Such activities are beyond the reach of an ordinary person. In contemporary media, the wealthy are often glorified while the poor are vilified. Yet, the majority of the impoverished are inherently kind-hearted, devoid of any malicious intent. Their pride and conscience often prevent them from accumulating wealth or achieving greatness. Even when opportunities arise, they may forfeit them, perceiving the money as too hot to handle, ultimately due to their unwavering moral compass. After delivering his thoughts, Li Shuyang chose not to engage further with Li Zhuang and the others, regardless of whether they grasped the meaning or could adhere to his wisdom for a lifetime. Li Shuyang himself needed to continually ponder the art of navigating life. The grand era was unfolding, and he was poised to seize the opportunities it presented. He could not remain tethered to the trivial pursuits of Li Zhuang and his companions forever. The magnificence of this new epoch was undeniable. Missing it would lead to lifelong regret. The gears of fate were turning, and missing this grand era would result in a delayed start, rendering one unable to partake in future significant events, left only to watch others prosper. Li Zhuang and the others observed the workshop overflowing with goods, then glanced at Li Shuyang, whose eyes were closed. Though they could not comprehend some of Li Shuyang's peculiar behaviors, time would invariably vindicate him. Since embarking on this business venture, Li Zhuang noted that Li Shuyang had gradually begun to impart lessons on life's principles, though challenging to grasp. Following Li Shuyang's guidance seemed unequivocally right. 3 days later, at the Jing City train station, Li Shuyang arranged for a tractor. Had it solely relied on him and Wang Yongjun, they might have struggled to board a bus, as even the fabrics alone would have made it nearly impossible to fit. Moreover, the ticket collector would never permit such a substantial load in the bus compartment. While shipping was feasible by train, it was not an option for buses. The fare was 3 yuan from the train station to West Street. Upon returning home, Li Shuyang found Wang Minggran wearing a worried expression, which brightened instantly upon seeing him. The household's fabric supply had been entirely depleted. They had resorted to purchasing some from the black market, which yielded minimal profit and was inferior to the 80 yuan per roll fabric from Province G. Lowering the price would render the 25 yuan fabric more appealing. They could only buy it during severe shortages as a temporary measure. Observing the tractor laden with goods, predominantly fabrics, Wang Minggran gleefully took Li Shuyang's hand and twirled around in delight. I bought 100 rolls of the 25 yuan fabric and 30 rolls of the 80 yuan fabric. After all, the lower price makes it easier to sell, Li Shuyang informed Wang Minggran, noting her previously furrowed brow now relaxed. Having more of the 25 yuan fabric is advantageous. Those who attend the markets prefer to sell such affordable clothing. Wang Minggran nodded in agreement. Wang Yongjun and Zhou Taizhu, uninterested in the couple's conversation, hurriedly assisted in moving the goods into the warehouse. Each purchased a few bottles of soda from the economic special zone, eager to bring some home for their families. Zhou Taizhu even advanced some money to buy his wife a fashionable skirt, inspired by the appealing attire of the girls from the economic special zone. Once they finished unloading, the two wasted no time in heading back to Zhouzhuang. Minggran, if I plan to take you to Xiangjiang, would you be reluctant? Li Shuyang inquired of Wang Minggran. Not at all. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Wang Minggran replied after a moment of contemplation. Although she was unsure of Li Shuyang's motivations for wanting to go to Xiangjiang, she believed in the adage of following one's spouse, regardless of the circumstances. Since starting their business, Wang Minggran had noticed a marked change in Li Shuyang's demeanor. Initially, she attributed it to their increased earnings. However, Li Shuyang did not seem overly concerned with money. No one could ascertain the true situation in Province G. Yet Li Shuyang was willing to venture forth based on scan information. Wang Minggran felt her husband was remarkably daring, now desiring to expand further into Xiangjiang. Nevertheless, as long as Li Shuyang treated her well, she harbored no fears about where their journey might lead. I knew you would be willing, Li Shuyang chuckled, playfully pinching Wang Minggran's nose. With the year 1985 still ahead, there remained a year for Li Shuyang to accumulate capital. Chapter 149, Clan Meeting. After a restful night, Li Shuyang rose early the following morning, preparing to send the children to school when he heard Wang Minggran calling out. Dear, come here for a moment. I was overjoyed to see you yesterday. Li Minghai from the village is looking for you. As Li Shuyang made his way back to the room, Wang Minggran added. Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. As I mounted my bicycle, I pedaled swiftly back towards Li family village. The village had not undergone significant changes. It merely boasted a few additional red brick houses, constructed by those who had prospered from fishing in the old Lord Sea. Uncle, great-uncle. Upon entering the village, Li Shuyang was greeted with cheerful hellos from numerous villagers. Greetings to you all, he replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Uncle, listen. The commune intends to establish some factories, and they are seeking financial contributions from the brigade teams. They claim that the monthly wages will be 20 yuan, a young man eagerly interjected. The garment factory needs individuals with sewing machines, but one must bring their own. Those without machines will find no work. We wish to hear your thoughts, uncle. If you deem this venture viable, we would pool our resources to acquire a machine for the children to work. A throng of villagers surrounded Li Shuyang as they made their way to the ancestral meeting ground. The area near Li Mingyi's home had transformed into the clan's gathering place, where all significant matters were discussed. Those not bearing the Li surname were not permitted entry. Within moments, they arrived at the assembly point, and Li Shuyang found himself at the forefront, where Li Minghai hurried over upon noticing his arrival, greeting him before taking a seat to his right. Currently, within the family, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang held the highest seniority, yet Li Zhuang lacked vision and could not guide the others toward a better life. Aside from participating in ancestral rites, all discussions regarding supplementary income were directed by Li Shuyang's council. The commune's factory offered a monthly wage of 20 yuan. Although a sewing machine cost 150 yuan, one could recoup that investment within 8 months at most. If this continued, akin to a worker with a stable income, the returns on such an investment could be substantial. Everyone, please quiet down, Li Shuyang gently urged. Instantly, the previously boisterous hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The villagers ceased their discussions and turned their attention to Li Shuyang. I have grasped your sentiments during our walk here. But have you considered that this endeavor may be fundamentally unfeasible? The garment factory in Jing City is already facing a backlog of goods. Why would they expand operations in our rural area? Even if this venture were to proceed, how many years could it last? I understand your aspirations for employment that provides a stable supply of grain. Yet have you inquired about the conditions? Beyond the wages, there are no additional benefits. I empathize with your desire to earn, but there is no need to take unnecessary risks. While the factory advertises a monthly wage of 20 yuan, they refer to skilled workers. Achieving proficiency within a month is unlikely. What if the garment factory ceases operations in a year? As Li Shuyang finished speaking, he surveyed the crowd, who collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that the commune had not explicitly stated they were hiring, nor whether the positions were temporary or permanent. They merely mentioned bringing a sewing machine to achieve proficiency for that wage. Furthermore, as Li Shuyang resided in the city, he was undoubtedly more informed about urban affairs than they were. Since textile factories were already experiencing excess inventory, why would they establish a factory in the countryside? Who would purchase these goods? Uncle, if you deem this venture untrustworthy, could you propose a more reliable livelihood? You are aware that we no longer work collectively, and the fishing profit sharing has ceased. Although the livestock farm still offers 3 yuan a month, that is hardly sufficient for families with children in school, a widow implored, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Li Shuyang. The livestock farm had not been disbanded, as Li Minghai followed Li Shuyang's advice. Not every family in the Li clan enjoyed prosperity. Keeping the farm operational, without external contracts, provided some income for families lacking strong laborers to cover daily expenses. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked eagerly at Li Shuyang. Indeed, he was akin to a reincarnated deity of wealth. Once he spoke, how could profit elude them? I have contemplated this matter during my journey here. The regulations on livestock have been relaxed. Although pigs are taxed, calves are exempt, and the canning factory is in need of fruits. Our lands near the Old Lord Sea are abundant with fruit trees. With diligent care over a year or two, those fruits could be selected by the canning factory. Although raising cattle is costly, the returns are significant. If one cannot afford to rear a cow alone, why not collaborate? Similar to raising chickens or ducks, with each family contributing a set amount, profits can then be evenly distributed. Li Shuyang proposed to the assembly. The villagers nodded in agreement. Yet they were aware that the effectiveness of Li Shuyang's suggestions might take time to materialize. They would not see returns for at least 2 years. Uncle, while your suggestions are indeed practical, they take too long to yield results. A middle-aged man bravely voiced the collective concern. We could send vegetables to the city. As the urban market has a unified collection point, it no longer matters which village they come from, as they accept all vegetables. If you doubt the reliability of this venture, we could deliver to my elder brother's home. He is preparing to open a grocery store. They will accept mountain goods, vegetables, and noodles. Li Shuyang chuckled, having anticipated their impatience. Although he assured them that they would certainly follow through, it remained imperative that each household secured a consistent monthly income to sustain themselves. Presently, the villagers were no longer anxious about hunger. After fulfilling their grain supply obligations, most had a surplus. All day we toil merely to stave off hunger. Once our bellies are full, we long for clothing. With both food and apparel secured, thoughts turned to a charming wife. Such is human nature. Now that families need not fret over basic sustenance, they began to worry about their children's future. What family does not wish for their children to receive a better education? No one desired their offspring to remain ignorant. Akin to those who could not see their own hands, but rather to emulate Aunt Li Mei, becoming university graduates with stable careers, eventually rising to positions of authority. However, education requires funding, and rural areas suffer from a lack of income sources. Though wealth may be attainable in a few years, by then, children would be older, and opportunities may slip away. The earlier one studies, the earlier one graduates and enters the workforce. If Li Shuyang's assertions hold true, and the city accepts these goods, even modest earnings would suffice to support a child's education without strain. After clarifying some details, the villagers hurried home to prepare for harvesting vegetables, planning to deliver them to the city by 3 or 4 in the morning. Uncle, is your idea about the orchard truly feasible? Li Minghai inquired, looking towards Li Shuyang. As for raising cattle, it was an obvious choice. Who would not want a cow at home? Even the strongest laborer cannot plow as swiftly as a cow. Supplying grain with a cart would suffice, eliminating the need for constant manual transport. Chapter 150, Clan Meeting 2. Minghai. Li Shuyang called out to Li Minghai, who was about to depart. Do you have any further instructions, uncle? Li Minghai paused and turned to face him. There is one more matter I did not address at the clan meeting. As you are now the clan leader, it would be more appropriate for you to convey this. Have you noticed that they are still hiring laborers at the docks? Moreover, many private enterprises in the city require goods transported to the docks. Opportunities for work as porters are plentiful. That Huang Shui lacks the means to support her child's education. You could introduce her to a position as a nanny in the city. Your family's operations have already found their footing. It would be beneficial for you to assist the villagers by seeking out available work in the city. The notion of establishing a noodle-making factory in the village, or perhaps collaborating collectively, is indeed a feasible endeavor. Hasn't the brigade already commenced the installation of electrical lines? Your kindness will undoubtedly be retained in the hearts of the villagers. After finishing his words, Li Shuyang approached the nearly 60-year-old Li Minghai and gently patted the old man's shoulder. Li Minghai, taken aback, instinctively slapped his forehead in embarrassment. He had been so preoccupied with assisting his two sons in their market stalls that he had overlooked such matters. It appears that a thorough exploration of the village is warranted tomorrow. As the family is no longer burdened by economic hardship, it is indeed time, as Li Shuyang suggested, to lend a hand to relatives within the family. Just then, Huang Shui returned home. The young girl who was chopping pigweed in the yard burst into a joyful laugh. Mom, did Grandpa think of another way for the village to earn money? Can I go to school now? The girl looked up at her mother, her innocent smile radiating hope. Huang Shui's husband had tragically perished while collecting firewood in the mountains, and by the time help arrived, he had already succumbed. A woman tasked with supporting two elderly relatives and a gaggle of children was fortunate to benefit from the village's supplementary income distribution. Li Minghai had offered them a little extra assistance. Of course you can go, Huang Shui replied, though the words struggled to leave her lips. Over the years of frugality, they had managed to save a modest sum of 1 or 200 yuan. Initially, Huang Shui had intended for her son to attend school, but he was merely 5 years old and not yet of school age, so there was ample time to wait. Moreover, with Li Mei and Li Min, the two university graduates from the Li family village being female, Huang Shui found herself somewhat tempted. Regardless of gender, they were still her flesh and blood. And if one of them were to gain admission to university or a college, she too would bask in the glory. Can I go next year? The girl asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at her mother. Yes, you can go tomorrow. I will take you to register, Huang Shui resolutely replied. Although the school year had already commenced for over a month, the girl had learned for more than a year from a village substitute teacher and should be able to catch up. Upon hearing this, the girl leaped joyfully in place, clapping her hands in delight. However, the two elderly figures in the yard furrowed their brows, yet not a word escaped their lips. With their son gone and their own advanced age, they could still manage some tasks, but ultimately, the household was under Huang Shui's stewardship. A century from now, it would still be Huang Shui who would see them off. Such matters were beyond their capability to assist. Though the village had produced 2 university graduates, both were girls from the Li family. Should Huang Shui become upset and decide to leave, what would become of the elderly and the young left behind? The following morning, after registering her daughter for school, Huang Shui returned home to find the village assembling once more, this time with no outsiders in sight. Only members of the Li family gathered. Yesterday, my uncle left me some words, urging me to play the role of the benevolent one, to elevate my standing in your hearts. However, I, Li Minghai, am not that type of person. The matter concerns our village's lack of stable income and the inability of families to send their children to school, a situation I have regrettably overlooked due to my own carelessness. Presently, the city docks are hiring laborers, offering a wage of 1 yuan and 20 cents a day, albeit arduous work. Yet, payment is received at the end of each day. Many private warehouses are also seeking workers. If any of you wish to join me in going to the city today, we might secure an additional source of income for our families. Huang Shui, you should come as well. You are the sole pillar of your household. After delivering his message, Li Minghai turned his gaze toward Huang Shui. Uncle, no matter how capable I am, I cannot compare to men. They seek strong laborers, and I fear I would only be a hindrance, Huang Shui replied. Though she longed to join, earning 1 yuan and 20 cents daily would amount to over 30 yuan a month, sufficient for her children's education. Given that the elderly were already taken care of, I have already inquired about a job for you. It is not strenuous work, simply caring for an elderly lady. Although the monthly wage is only 22 yuan, your duties will involve preparing meals, assisting her with personal hygiene, and taking her for strolls when the sun shines. You will share meals with her, Li Minghai explained to Huang Shui. That sounds wonderful, Huang Shui exclaimed, her spirits lifted. As the discussions of the Li family flourished, the Zhang family observed from a distance, bewildered by the lively exchanges. Yet, the Li family remained indifferent to them. Opportunities for advancement in the village were not extended to outsiders, akin to how a poultry farm remained operational but only benefited those with the surname Li, leaving others languishing on the outskirts. A spirited procession made its way toward the city, with Li Minghai directing everyone to wait at the docks while he accompanied Huang Shui to the home of the elderly woman requiring care. Upon arrival, they encountered a middle-aged woman dressed in an extremely fashionable outfit, complete with the latest hairstyle and a trendy dress paired with stylish shoes, a clear indication of affluence. "You must be here to serve as a caregiver?" The middle-aged woman addressed Huang Chui'er in a somewhat indifferent tone. "Yes, I will take good care of the elderly lady," Huang Chui'er promptly affirmed, nodding earnestly. "I will check in on her daily. As long as you provide proper care, your monthly salary will be assured. Here are the keys to the house. If you have no other business, you may stay with her. Should anything happen, simply come to the bank in front and find me," the woman said, handing over 2 keys before striding away with an air of authority. Huang Chui'er and Li Minghai stepped into the tranquil courtyard, where fallen leaves blanketed the ground. The room exuded a musty odor, and within lay an elderly woman half reclining on the bed, observing the newcomers. Huang Chui'er immediately set about tidying the space, and upon seeing her diligence, Li Minghai took his leave toward the docks. Before long, the room was spotless, and Huang Chui'er had boiled some water, mixing it with cold water until it reached the right temperature. She then began to assist the elderly woman with dressing and personal care. The elderly lady remained silent throughout, merely watching as Huang Chui'er attended to her. Once clean and dressed in fresh garments, Huang Chui'er proceeded to comb the elderly woman's hair before stepping outside to clear away the fallen leaves. During lunch, as they shared the meal prepared by Huang Chui'er, the elderly lady finally spoke. "The food is quite good, though a bit bland. You might consider adding a touch more salt." Chapter 151, Huang Chui'er. Throughout the day, Huang Chui'er remained industriously engaged, whether airing out the musty blankets or washing the long-stored sheets. She meticulously cleaned every corner of the house. Noticing that the weather was turning cooler, Huang Chui'er gently lifted the elderly woman into a wheelchair, a contraption she had encountered in the hospital, thus familiarizing herself with it. She pushed the elderly lady towards the square, where the woman silently enjoyed the attention of her youthful caretaker. As evening fell, they shared a quiet meal together. "Dear lady, I must return home for a while. I will move in tomorrow to stay with you," Huang Chui'er said sheepishly, aware that assisting someone with limited mobility during the night could pose challenges. Unfortunately, the elderly woman's sons and daughters-in-law had jobs and lacked the time to care for her, and her daughters-in-law often wished for her to pass away sooner rather than later. It was merely due to certain circumstances that she had to spend money hiring someone to care for her. The previous caregiver was initially quite kind to her, but over time, grew somewhat impatient. The nutritional supplements sent by her son were all taken back to their own home, while the meals she received were of terribly poor quality. Fortunately, her son visited her once every 6 months, and, upon discovering the caregiver's neglect, sent her away. Meanwhile, her daughter-in-law was indifferent to these matters, focusing solely on delivering the essentials each month. Huang Chui'er tidied everything up, bringing back the sun-dried quilts, and placed a jug of cool boiled water beside the elderly woman's bed, along with a few washed fruits. After finishing her tasks, she turned to leave, while the elderly woman silently observed everything until Huang Chui'er's figure vanished from sight. Huang Chui'er felt a profound sense of joy. Such simple work would earn her a wage. Before her marriage, she had also attended to her grandmother, who was quite fierce. If she missed a spot while helping her bathe, she would be reprimanded. This elderly lady was far gentler than her grandmother, despite being somewhat taciturn. Upon arriving home, her family awaited her return, eager to share a meal. "I've already eaten. Uncle Minghai helped me find a job in the city, caring for an elderly woman with mobility issues, earning 22 yuan a month. Children, you must behave at home. Once I receive my salary, I'll buy you something delicious, allowing you to focus on your studies," Huang Chui'er cheerfully announced. The 2 elderly listeners were equally delighted by this news. "By the way, Mom and Dad, please prepare the vegetables and wash them before sending them to Uncle Li. Today, while I was taking the elderly lady for a stroll, I encountered Uncle Li Zhuang, and they are genuinely harvesting vegetables, selling them for 8 cents a pound. They deliver a pound to my place every day," Huang Chui'er mentioned to her in-laws. The 2 elderly people nodded in agreement, promptly echoing her words. "In the future, I might only be able to come home once a month. The elderly lady requires assistance with nighttime bathroom trips and needs someone by her side due to her advanced age. If Uncle Minghai suggests pooling resources to raise cattle or manage fruit trees, you must participate. I will provide you with the funds. These are suggestions from Uncle, and they are undoubtedly profitable. If the money is insufficient, do not hesitate to take out a loan. Do you understand?" Huang Chui'er urged. "All right," the 2 elderly replied, taking a bite of their meal. They certainly regarded Li Shuyang's advice with seriousness. Ventures like fishing or poultry farming had not yielded profits. Moreover, with Li Minghai around, the villagers would not act recklessly, as he was seen as a fair and just leader, currently serving as the head of the Li family. Before dawn, Huang Chui'er gathered a few articles of clothing and prepared to head to Jing City. The 2 elderly people also finished preparing their vegetables. Huang Chui'er carried the vegetables. Her father-in-law carried the grandson on his back, while her mother-in-law assisted with the bundles as they made their way to Jing City. Just as the first light of dawn appeared, Huang Chui'er arrived at her workplace, briefed the elderly couple, and sent them to Uncle Li Zhuang's home. Li Shuyang was lost in thought as he stared at the work transfer certificate given to him by Director Han. Who could he sell this to now? After much deliberation, he decided to hold off on the transfer certificate for the time being. He certainly would not be going to work at the steel factory, and neither would Li Zhuang, as there was no shortage of jobs for their family. Even his brother-in-law, Wang Guoqing, was now a formal worker in the county town. It seemed he would have to worry about his brother-in-law's situation instead. Li Shuyang initially intended to bring them into business, but unfortunately, they were unwilling, preferring the steady income of the dock at 1 yuan 20 cents a day. The journey to the special economic zone was becoming increasingly commonplace, and he felt compelled to lend a hand to his uncles. Although the dock offered stable wages, it was exhausting, and as one aged, the toll on the body could not be easily remedied. Li Shuyang planned to invite his two uncles over for dinner today, hoping to showcase the benefits of engaging in business. Despite the fact that his two aunts had earned quite a bit from selling clothes, their mentality still had not shifted. At the home of elderly Lady Yu, as soon as Huang Chui'er entered, she began boiling water and checked if the elderly woman had soiled her bedding, which was clean. She quickly lifted the elderly lady into a wheelchair and wheeled her towards the restroom, carefully placing her on a chair. After ensuring the elderly woman was settled, Huang Chui'er began preparing breakfast. Just after finishing, her in-laws knocked on the door. The little one was overjoyed to see her mother and, despite the coaxing of her grandparents, could not bear to leave her side. Stay here. With more people, it's livelier. Elderly Lady Yu, who was usually reticent, finally spoke up, looking at the little one. How can that be? I am here to take care of you, not to watch over children. Huang Chui'er shook her head. What if I lose a woman who has difficulty walking? With the gate locked, she cannot run away. Elderly Lady Yu replied slowly. At last, the little one remained in the city with her mother, happily laughing as she played outside. Elderly Lady Yu offered the fruits she kept by her bedside to the little one, but seeing her mother shake her head, the child did not reach out for them and instead ran off to play in the yard. After spending over half a month together, Huang Chui'er's kindness had touched the reclusive elderly woman, leading to more frequent conversations between the two. Elderly Lady Yu, too, had lost her husband at a young age and had raised her children alone. As they grew up and became busy with their own lives, she had taken a fall and broken her leg, leading to her current state. Elderly Lady Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Huang Chui'er's plight. Moreover, Huang Chui'er never took her belongings home, and the little one never attempted to take the family's fruits without permission. Whenever Elderly Lady Yu offered fruits, Huang Chui'er would nod in approval. If she shook her head, the little one would play outside without fussing or crying for them. With Huang Chui'er's companionship, Elderly Lady Yu's mood had evidently improved significantly. Chapter 152, A Wish. During the past half-month, Li Shuyang's pace in handling goods had been quite slow, selling only a small quantity each day. Li Zhuang was similarly cautious, not releasing all the goods at once. Rarity enhances value. Seeing so much merchandise at the market, priced at 40 yuan, inevitably created a sense of disappointment. These days, 40 yuan was no trivial sum, equivalent to a month's income for a middle-class family. 40 yuan could be likened to 10,000 yuan in later years. Nowadays, that amount could easily sustain a family of 4, with even some leftover. In contrast, in later years, a monthly income of 10,000 yuan might not be sufficient for a family of 3. Thus, electronic watches had become luxury items. With so many luxury goods appearing at the market, buyers would inevitably feel they were losing out, thinking prices might drop significantly if they waited. However, Li Shuyang managed to sell around 1,000 to 2,000 yuan worth of goods each day. Maintaining this air of suspense kept customers intrigued. Those who were too eager would refrain from returning the next day, as a touch of mystery was essential. Otherwise, they might think these items were as common as cabbages, readily available everywhere. After weeks of gradual sales, Li Shuyang was finally close to selling off the 300 electronic watches he had brought along. In a provincial capital like Jing City, a few hundred electronic watches wouldn't make much of a splash. Even tens of thousands of watches could be absorbed into the market without issue. Much like the luxuries of radios and televisions, in the laboring families of Jing City. While not every household boasts such items, approximately 4 out of 10 do possess them. The absence of such possessions is not due to financial constraints, but rather a mere lack of sufficient tickets. Similarly, when the fashionable electronic wristwatch makes its debut, the same principle applies. Witnessing others adorned with such items evokes a profound sense of disparity. Individuals often find themselves showering compliments upon those with watches, remarking on their beauty, which clearly suggests a significant investment, and subsequently probing into their cost and the necessity of receipts. Many are mistaken in believing that this era is devoid of comparison. At any given time, comparison thrives. Take for instance Li family village, where, during the years of scarcity, it was common for individuals to visit others while clutching their bowls of rice. You might assume they sought companionship, but in truth, they were intent on showcasing their plentiful meal, subtly communicating, "Look how well I am feasting today. I shall not be awakened by hunger tonight." Particularly during times when meat was a rarity, if any household indulged in it. One would traverse the village before reluctantly swallowing the meager morsels of meat left in their bowl. This is why it became customary for people to greet one another with inquiries about their meals. It was less about genuine concern and more about gauging one's hunger. Over time, this phrase transformed into a common expression of care, though it initially bore no such intention. On a crisp morning, Li Shuyang returned to Li family village with his entire family in tow. Apart from a few children frolicking in the playground, the village was devoid of idle souls. As the able-bodied had migrated to the city for work, the elderly were either laboring in the fields or accompanying Li Minghai to the orchard. In this age where vegetables command a price, no one can afford to be idle. Today marks October 14th, 1983, the Double Ninth Festival. Li Shuyang has come to pay his respects at the ancestral tombs. Festivals like the Spring Festival, Qingming, Zhongyuan, and Double Ninth are dedicated to honoring ancestors. With the absence of an authoritative body overseeing these matters, the frequency and grandeur of such rituals have notably increased. Grandpa and Grandma, you must bless me with admission to university, so I can earn a great fortune, one that never runs dry. May my homework be devoid of burdens. And may my parents never strike me. Let there be delectable dishes every day, a variety to savor, from roasted chicken to braised duck. I shall return to visit you during the new year. Please bless your granddaughter with a good life, and this year, I hope to receive ample red envelopes. Li Mingyue declared earnestly after bowing 3 times. To expect everything without effort is folly. Ancestors are not deities. They can only bless you with a safe and joyful growth. Li Shuyang remarked with a sidelong glance at Li Mingyue. What a way to make grand wishes with the least expenditure. Even the ancestors would surely wish to flee under such circumstances. The other 3, undeterred by Li Shuyang's murmurs, quickly followed Li Mingyue's lead, each wish more extravagant than the last. Grandpa, you must bless me to marry 8 wives. I can bestow 2 upon my father, Li Mingyue proclaimed, his head nodding vigorously. Such filial piety, my son, Wang Mingyuan teased, playfully twisting Li Mingyue's ear. After visiting several graves belonging to direct relatives, Li Shuyang shook his head in resignation as he descended the mountain. The fervent wish-making upon encountering ancestors seemed ingrained in their very DNA. The belief in ancestral spirits persisted, regardless of the existence of parallel universes. If the deities falter in their efficacy, believers may waver, but should the ancestors fail, descendants are likely to feel they have fallen short, displeasing their forebears. Thus, the following year, one must strive to perform better to earn ancestral approval. When you grow up, if you cannot marry 8 wives, just see how I will deal with you. You must still honor your father with 2, Wang Mingyuan said, twisting Li Mingyue's ear once more. Li Mingyue shot her a glare and darted ahead to catch up with Li Shuyang. I did not teach him that. Do not take your frustrations out on me, Li Shuyang protested, only to be met with another playful tug on his ear from Wang Mingyuan. Upon entering the village, they encountered villagers returning from the fields, prompting Wang Mingyuan to release her grip on Li Shuyang's ear, greeting everyone with a cheerful smile. Uncle Andy. Gradually, the villagers began to accept Li Shuyang as a respected elder, and addressing him no longer felt awkward. He had become their guiding light, and their improved circumstances were undoubtedly tied to his guidance. Wang Mingyuan graciously declined all invitations for lunch from those who greeted them. Brother and sister-in-law, you arrived quite early. We thought we were the early birds, she remarked as they left the village. When they arrived at their ancestors' graves, the weeds had been thoroughly cleared, and the offering table had been tidied up, with incense and candles still faintly glowing. They had likely risen earlier than usual to celebrate the birthday of sister-in-law's father in Zhouzhuang. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement, reflecting on the sentiment that perhaps the elderly longed for sons, believing that even a less than stellar son would ensure remembrance and care for their graves for generations to come. Whereas daughters, no matter how exceptional, could only enjoy life while they were alive. Li Shuyang was ambivalent about this notion, yet he acknowledged that every tradition holds its own rationale. Upon returning home, Wang Mingyuan reheated the roast chicken and braised pork prepared for the ancestral offerings. The children were overjoyed, realizing that their ancestors were so generous, reluctant to consume the offerings meant for worship. Chapter 153, Contemplations. Dad, I want to visit our ancestors again during the new year, Li Mingyuan mumbled, watching Li Shuyang devour a chicken wing. Today, they brought a considerable amount of offerings for the ritual, as this body is undeniably someone else's son. and Li Shuyang could not neglect the duty of reverence. Having inherited this body, he must fulfill the obligations that accompany it. In truth, these rituals serve primarily to assure the living that the graves are cared for, dissuading anyone from defiling them, lest they invite trouble. This is one reason why people hold their ancestral graves in such high regard: the fear of having no son to tend to their resting place after a century, leaving it vulnerable to desecration. Yes, we shall visit our ancestors again during the new year, Li Shuyang affirmed, offering carefully deboned fish to his youngest, Li Mingyu, who relished fish but detested handling its bones. If left to fend for herself, she would gaze at him with tears brimming in her eyes, silently conveying a sense of profound injustice. Let's discuss with your brother about refurbishing the grave, Wang Minggran suggested to Li Shuyang. Now that the family was financially secure, the grave appeared merely as a small mound of earth, lacking the grandeur of other ancestral tombs. When your brother returns tonight, I'll speak with him. Let us allocate 400 yuan to refurbish those graves, Li Shuyang agreed. Mentioning the ancestral graves brought to mind a peculiar custom he had heard about. Unmarried clan members were not permitted to be buried in the ancestral tombs. These unmarried, older men, facing such a predicament, concocted a plan to pay women to partake in a mock wedding, offering sums of 10 to 20,000 yuan. They would then stage a ceremony not far from the ancestral graves in the ancestral hall. It was akin to burning paper offerings at the grave, a charade played upon the ancestors. There was also a rather distasteful practice known as ghost marriage. Purchasing a girl's or woman's corpse to conduct a ghost marriage and burial is indeed a matter that brings a smile to Li Shuyang. Their misunderstanding of the ancestral burial rules stems from a misinterpretation of the original intent behind their establishment. The essence of these rules is encapsulated in the proverb: among the three forms of filial piety, having no descendants is the gravest. The ancestors intended to convey that if one fails to leave behind a lineage, there is no reason to acknowledge their ancestry or disturb their resting place. Many, however, mistakenly believe that being unmarried is the sole reason for exclusion from the ancestral shrine. Without descendants, one's name will inevitably vanish from the clan genealogy within 2 generations. Suddenly lost in thought, Li Shuyang reminisced about certain events from his past life, contemplating the insidious nature of the Westerners. To dismantle the traditional beliefs of Longhua, they have employed every conceivable method to undermine the ideologies of this ancient civilization. Just as they did with Neon, they initiated a cultural invasion, targeting the most impressionable minds and instilling in them a desire to rebel against traditional values. This not only has the potential to erode deeply rooted beliefs, but also serves to diminish the birth rates of these nations, thereby achieving their ulterior motives. While Li Shuyang perceives this conspiracy with clarity, he finds himself helpless to counteract it, as it ensnares people in an unending vortex. The duration of this manipulation may be protracted, yet they possess ample time to wait. Once a certain threshold is reached, their objective of conquering without conflict will be realized. What is wrong with you, head of the household? Wang Minggran observed Li Shuyang lost in thought as he picked at a fishbone. It's nothing. Just pondering a few matters, he replied, shaking his head, realizing his thoughts had strayed too far. He resolved to focus solely on his family. As long as he amassed sufficient wealth, at least this conspiracy would not ensnare his descendants. As for others, he could not extend his care. They would have to awaken to the realization that they were being manipulated. Li Shuyang understood that he could not voice these concerns to everyone, for speaking out would only lead people to believe he was viewing the issue solely from a male perspective. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he retreated to his room, lying on the bed as he contemplated significant events from his previous life. By the end of this year, he must venture to Shangjiang for his development. Remaining in this place with trivial matters would be futile. By the time these financial magnates reached a consensus, it would be too late to partake in the spoils. In their eyes, Neon was already an exquisitely delectable cake. These financial tycoons had previously conspired to short-sell Brazil's economy, dividing its resources among themselves. And now all of Brazil's fertile produce and factories lay in their grasp, though they had yet to fully digest their gains. By the late 1970s, Brazil's per capita income had soared to over 1,900, a level that the future Longhua nation would not achieve. In contrast, today's Neon barely reaches an average income of 900. With Brazil's example before them, it is evident how astute these financial magnates must be for Neon to enter the fray. Many believe that Neon was coerced into participating by the United States, but this is a misconception. The Plaza Accord genuinely favored Neon. An increase in exchange rates signifies a substantial appreciation of Neon's currency, allowing them to purchase 1.5 times the amount of raw materials for the same price. Given that Neon relies on imported materials for production, it is clear that this situation is advantageous. However, the true issue lies in these magnates' grasp of human nature. When ambition swells, it becomes the moment one is most susceptible to deception. One may think they are in control, yet everything has already been firmly grasped by others. Thus, the grand feast of the world begins. Li Shuyang does not yearn to participate. He merely desires a taste of the broth to elevate himself into the echelons of Xiangjiang's affluent society. Thus, the plan to journey to Xiangjiang can officially commence. Li Shuyang's prolonged collaboration with Lin Shun has been aimed at this very goal. Apart from the financial tycoons wielding the knives, only Li Shuyang is aware of the true horror of this banquet. A horror so profound that it requires the simultaneous efforts of numerous magnates to orchestrate this grand scheme. On a bright morning, Li Shuyang and Li Zhuang had deliberated on whom to invite to the ancestral tomb, and that afternoon, they once again ventured to the special economic zone. At Li Shuyang's residence, Huang Chui'er arrived with a plethora of gifts. "Auntie," she called out cheerfully upon spotting Wang Minggran. "Why are you here again? Haven't I told you that we truly don't lack for these things? You should be saving money to support your entire family." Wang Minggran gently patted Huang Chui'er's hand. "Auntie has done me such a great favor. How could I not come to visit?" Huang Chui'er placed the fruits she had purchased on the table, smiling. Although this job was arranged for her by Li Minghai, it was actually Li Shuyang who sought help from Director Luo. Families that can afford a nanny typically have high-paying dual-income earners. Li Shuyang had also inquired with Director Han. But nowadays, elderly individuals capable of cooking for themselves rarely hire nannies. Only those of Director Luo's caliber, who have no time to cook and have young children to care for, would consider employing a nanny. Chapter 154, Exchange Rate. Special Economic Zone. Although it was the 9th month of the lunar calendar, the scorching sun continued to mercilessly beat down upon the earth, leaving a drowsy sensation when the midday rays struck. In Lin Shen's grocery warehouse, Li Shuyang and Lin Shen sat facing each other. The people here seemed to have a penchant for cooling tea. While ordinary tea leaves were relatively uncommon, after a sip of cool tea, Lin Shen turned to Li Shuyang and inquired, "Brotherly, why do you wish to go to Xiangjiang?" In the office, it was only Li Shuyang and Lin Shen present. Lin Shun's curiosity did not stem from fear that Li Shuyang might procure goods from Xiangjiang and abandon him, but rather from genuine interest. The number of individuals who went to Xiangjiang was not limited to 50,000, but rather ranged from 30 to 40,000, and not everyone who ventured there thrived. For many, it merely resolved their basic needs. "Are you not aware that Xiangjiang is a land of opportunity?" Li Shuyang jested, leaning back in his chair. During the 1950s and 60s, Xiangjiang's industries surged, with textile factories and cigarette manufacturers proliferating. The opening of trade at the docks created an immense demand for labor. While the first wave of migrants may not have fared exceptionally well, they did manage to secure their basic needs and even obtained legal residency permits. However, the current situation in Xiangjiang does not lack labor. Rather, it has begun to expel illegal entrants, particularly those arriving by sea, making it exceedingly difficult. Yet, how is it that Lin Shun and others can effortlessly transport goods there? In today's Xiangjiang, as long as one has the financial means to facilitate arrangements, there is virtually nothing unachievable. Brotherly, you may have been misled by rumors. Although our dealings may seem straightforward and lucrative, the reality of Xiangjiang circumstances is not as favorable as you perceive. Where would someone of your standing reside there? Most likely, you would find yourself hiding in Kowloon City, living a life shrouded in secrecy. Wouldn't it be better to conduct business here honestly? Lin Shun, who frequently visited Xiangjiang, was well aware of the prevailing conditions. Red light districts, gambling dens, and underworld dealings proliferate. Even a modest business requires paying tribute to the docks, and a misstep could lead to severe repercussions. Even if Li Shuyang is a dragon crossing the river, what can he accomplish alone? Over there, death is as commonplace as a chicken. On that fateful day in Kowloon City, the lifeless bodies of 7 or 8 drug users lay discarded, their existence disregarded by the Royal Police of Hong Kong, who showed little interest in those without a Hong Kong identity card. Even a dead chicken could still yield a comforting soup, but for those without identification, the fate was merely to be cremated and scattered. Brother Lin, having lingered in this realm for so long, could he not discern the prevailing circumstances? Li Shuyang did not directly address Lin Shen's inquiry. Instead, he posed a new question to him. What circumstances? Lin Shen extinguished his cigarette and straightened his posture. Despite having traversed the underworld and encountered myriad individuals, Li Shuyang remained an enigma to Lin Shen. If one were to label Li Shuyang as astute, it was perplexing that he understood the high value of orchids yet was willing to sell them cheaply. Conversely, if one deemed him foolish, he audaciously transported goods worth tens of thousands to other cities. The mention of the Hong Kong identity card elicited a smile from Li Shuyang as he turned to Lin Shen. Upon hearing those words, Lin Shen first furrowed his brow, then fell into contemplation. "Ha ha ha, Brother Li truly possesses foresight. Speak, what must I do?" Lin Shen's gaze towards Li Shuyang grew increasingly fervent. Those who came from Hong Kong not only received special treatment, But even the establishment of a factory employing over 200 workers was entirely legal. Yet here, hiring more than 8 individuals was prohibited. Why not procure a Hong Kong identity card to conduct business here, allowing one to operate freely and enjoy preferential treatment? It was no wonder that Li Shuyang harbored ambitions for Hong Kong. This was his true objective. I wish to acquire a Hong Kong identity card, Brother Lin. Can you leverage your connections there? We can negotiate the financial aspect. Li Shuyang disclosed his genuine intent with a smile. I can answer you now, Brother Li. Indeed. It is feasible, though the cost is somewhat steep, no less than this amount. Lin Shen gestured with his fingers to indicate 8. Uncertain whether Brother Lin referred to Hong Kong dollars or our local Longhua currency, Li Shuyang chuckled. $800. Lin Shen replied with a grin. In January 1980, $1 was equivalent to 15 Longhua coins, and $1 could be exchanged for 57 Hong Kong dollars. Thus, 1,200 Longhua coins for a Hong Kong identity card was not only reasonable, but also quite profitable. With this identity card in hand, Li Shuyang would find many future endeavors considerably easier, facing minimal obstacles. This poses no issue. When shall we set forth? Li Shuyang inquired of Lin Shen. Tonight. To prevent any unforeseen complications, obtaining an identity card is a swift process. If one is willing to spend, it can be acquired on the same day. After some consideration, Lin Shen responded. Prompted by Li Shuyang's insights, Lin Shen realized he too could procure such an identity card to establish a hotel in the economic zone, where he would be warmly welcomed. Unbeknownst to Lin Shen, possessing this identity card would yield a plethora of benefits in the future. The banks in the economic zone. Li Shuyang had exchanged his dollars. Although the Longhua nation's foreign reserves were currently limited, the proximity to Hong Kong made the economic zone a prime area for investment attraction. Several banks readily exchanged universal currencies to facilitate incoming investors. For someone like Li Shuyang, exchanging a few thousand Longhua coins posed no challenge. The economic zone not only aimed to boost the foreign exchange exports of the entire Ji province, but also served as a gateway for international engagement. A litmus test for promoting goods globally through Hong Kong. That night, Lin Shen escorted Li Shuyang to a dock. Before long, a cargo ship approached. And as it neared the shore, a beam of light illuminated the area. After a momentary pause, Lin Shen produced a flashlight to signal the opposite side. In a few minutes, a small boat arrived at the shore. Several individuals disembarked from the vessel, exchanged a few words with Lin Shen, and then signaled the large ship again, prompting small boats to converge. Li Shuyang joined Lin Shen on the small boat as they approached the larger vessel. Inside the cabin, individuals busily transported goods. Brother Kuei, this is a dear friend of mine who wishes to obtain an identity card, Lin Shen remarked, handing over $100 in U.S. currency with a smile. Upon arrival, someone will meet you. Having an identity card indeed facilitates many aspects of life. One can navigate freely in Hong Kong and seek employment. The middle-aged man, known as Brother Kuei, accepted the money and nodded. He too had once prospered by transporting individuals to Hong Kong, but now, shipping goods was far safer and more lucrative. Familiarity could ease the process, yet deliberately seeking his assistance for smuggling was no longer viable, given the heightened scrutiny on illegal immigration into Hong Kong. Chapter 155, Arrival in Hong Kong. Soon, the cargo in the ship's hold was completely unloaded, and Brother Kuei, counting stacks of money, wore a broad smile. In no time, the large ship began its turn toward Hong Kong. Shortly thereafter, several patrol boats approached, and both parties exchanged signals with their flashlights. Within minutes, the patrol boats departed. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, the large ship finally docked. Brothers, once you disembark, I will arrange for someone to take you to rest. Prepare your funds by tomorrow morning, Brother Kuei said, glancing at Lin Shen with a grin. Understood, Lin Shen nodded. The Jordan Road Pier, located in Kowloon's Yau Ma Tei district, is one of the largest in Kowloon. Serving as the primary entry point for goods into the economic zone, Lin Shen explained to Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. Although Yau Ma Tei began its development in the 1990s and later evolved into a bustling area, it has since become a melting pot of vices. Particularly infamous is Nathan Road, situated within Yau Ma Tei and Mong Kok. The docks are frequented by laborers, and the entertainment for the lower classes revolves around gambling, rendering it far from the commercial haven it is seen as in later years. One of Hong Kong's most powerful gangs controls all illicit activities in Yau Ma Tei. Meanwhile, Sham Shui Po to the north has been transformed into luxurious residential complexes, while Kowloon City to the east remains rife with crime and poor sanitation, earning the moniker City of Sin. Within the walled city, one can find any business imaginable. Beauty salons by day transform into strip clubs and casinos by night, even serving as opium dens. Kowloon Walled City is notorious as one of Hong Kong's most infamous slums, housing a majority of the laborers. As Li Shuyang stepped ashore, A smile crept across his lips. He had taken the first step into a new era. Ah Shun, follow me. A man in a suit beckoned to Lin Shun and Li Shuyang. They approached and soon found themselves in a van. The vehicle departed the dock and headed toward Sham Shui Pe. Brother Kuei has briefed me. You will rest at my place. And tomorrow I will facilitate your connections to assist with your affairs. The night in Sham Shui Pe was bustling, akin to a market day, with stalls lining the streets selling newspapers, tapes, and video cassettes. The eateries were filled to capacity, although this area would later be known as Hong Kong's working-class district. The buildings here were tall and orderly, with several 7- to 8-story structures, presenting a more prosperous appearance than the economic zone. Many individuals, though engaged in the act of eating, kept their ears perked up, attentively listening to the news emanating from the radio. They heard professionals analyzing which horse was most likely to cross the finish line first the following day. Soon, a man led Li Shuyang and Lin Shun into a 6-story building, opening the door to reveal a disheveled woman seated inside. Upon spotting the man, she immediately threw herself into his arms. You two will be staying here. News will break by tomorrow morning, the man informed Li Shuyang and Lin Shun. Thank you, Li Shuyang said, handing the man a $100 bill. Thanks, the man replied, pocketing the money before departing with the woman. You've got a good sense of the situation. Lin Shun teased, playfully punching Li Shuyang in the chest. Without a connection, why would anyone go out of their way for me? If they are to help, there must be some benefit, Li Shuyang replied with a nonchalant smile. Lin Shun thought Li Shuyang navigated the world like a seasoned fox. After a brief tidying up of the room, which was cluttered with scattered clothes, Li Shuyang lay down on the bed. He was reluctant to let Wang Mingran and the child reside in such chaos, as he might soon find himself navigating the bustling streets of Hong Kong alone. If they were to remain in such disarray, it would be better for them to stay back home. Shall we go out and unwind? There are plenty of beautiful women around here, Lin Shun suggested with a mischievous grin. I'm preoccupied with my thoughts and lack interest in that regard. You go ahead. I'll unlock the door for you when you return. Li Shuyang shook his head. If you're not going, then it's no fun for me to go alone. Lin Shun replied, reclining on the sofa. Li Shuyang contemplated whether to open a stock market account the next day. The stock market had plummeted by 2,000 points over the past 2 years due to the neon exchange rate's continuous decline. Investors were so disheartened by the situation that they would rather throw their money away than invest in stocks. Currently, the neon stocks had reached an all-time low, and even many seasoned investors in Hong Kong were reluctant to give them a second glance. Yet, no one would anticipate that this seemingly insignificant stock would emerge as the biggest dark horse in the market over the next decade. Presently, investors were only optimistic about 2 of Hong Kong's hottest stocks, having tasted success with them, leading many to believe they were the most stable and profitable options. However, no one could foresee that the 3 neon stocks would suddenly soar by the end of the next year, climbing at a breakneck pace as if propelled by a rocket. Unaffected even by a global market crash, as Li Shuyang lay in bed, his thoughts drifted, but he realized he had limited funds. It seemed he would have to wait until his next trip to invest, as he was not in a hurry, and currently, no one was willing to touch those stocks. He could easily capitalize on the bottom of the market without much effort. Nevertheless, his current funds were scant, and he needed to accumulate more capital. This grand global feast would only allow him a taste of the broth. In Hong Kong, the business opportunities available to Li Shuyang were few, while the lucrative ventures were abundant, necessitating careful organization on his part. The prerequisite, however, was capital. Without money, no matter how eloquently one speaks, others perceive it as mere boasting. With wealth, even the most outrageous claims are taken as truth. Many tycoons will not disclose that their fortunes were built upon the shadows of their ancestors, instead proclaiming they rose from nothing. In truth, very few wealthy individuals are truly self-made. They are akin to rare occurrences amidst billions of people on Earth. Many claim they lack a support system. Yet a foundation must be fought for. Once a certain level of capital is attained, a support system naturally follows. Whether that support is genuine or illusory is left to one's own discernment. Brotherly, it seems you carry a heavy heart. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to share with me. I may not be able to promise much, but looking after you is a small matter I can manage, Lin Shun remarked, unable to sleep as he turned restlessly, noticing Li Shuyang's furrowed brow and then relaxed expression. He assumed Li Shuyang was worried about not being able to return to his home after arriving in Hong Kong, especially after witnessing a few thugs brawling on the streets earlier. Chapter 156, Identity Card. As for Lin Shun's concerns, Li Shuyang felt no fear. Compared to the brawls of the 1990s in G Province SY City, the skirmishes in Hong Kong seemed trivial, not even rivaling a serious conflict between 2 larger villages. The most infamous village conflict could rival the scale of a war between 2 small nations, with both sides establishing command centers, logistics teams to ensure the warriors' sustenance. and transportation units for weapons, reinforcements, and the wounded. The villagers' enthusiasm was unparalleled, with men aged 18 to 50 charging into the fray, while women and the elderly supported from the rear, providing supplies and refreshments. The commanders from both villages had basic military training, directing villagers to secure high ground and key transportation routes, setting up artillery and fortifications, creating a complex web of firepower. Even the most formidable gangs had never witnessed such a spectacle. However, Lin Shun remained oblivious to Li Shuyang's thoughts. The night passed in silence. By dawn, Li Shuyang had already awakened. Observing that Lin Shun was still asleep, he ventured downstairs to procure 2 breakfasts. The local shops seemed to operate in shifts, with daytime businesses giving way to different vendors at night. For instance, a stall that appeared to be a late-night eatery transformed into a breakfast spot by morning. After enjoying his meal, Li Shuyang strolled along the street, where recording devices and videotapes were plentiful, a rarity in the economic special zone of Jing City. After inquiring about prices, he found them affordable enough for a dual-income household. However, he hadn't brought much money on this trip, and such items felt ostentatious. After completing his leisurely exploration, he returned, just as Lin Shun was waking up. "Brotherly, you're quite the early riser. Are you having trouble adjusting to the sleep here?" Lin Shun joked. "A person who roams the streets can sleep soundly on a mere mat. I simply prefer to rise early. I brought you breakfast. Remember to eat after you freshen up," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. The money Li Shuyang spent in Sham Shui Po was exchanged with Brother Kuei for US dollars. Although US currency was accepted here, it was not as convenient as the Hong Kong dollar. After finishing breakfast, the two engaged in conversation for an undetermined length of time until the man who had escorted them the previous night arrived, sporting dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not rested well. "Follow me. Everything is arranged," he instructed before heading downstairs, prompting Li Shuyang and Lin Shun to follow. Before long, the trio arrived in Central, where they were led into the lobby of a grand building. Shortly, a man in a suit approached with 2 forms. Under the man's guidance, Li Shuyang and Lin Shun filled out all the necessary information. "Has Brother Kuei informed you of the fees?" After completing the required information, the man spoke softly to Lin Shun and Li Shuyang. "Yes," Li Shuyang nodded. "Is this money for you?" he inquired. "Indeed, if you wait here. Your identity cards will be ready in no more than 3 hours, the man replied with a smile. In contemporary Hong Kong, obtaining an identity card typically takes about 510 days. However, there are many intricacies involved, such as lost identity cards or system errors that can expedite the process, provided one has the financial means. An identity card costing $800 is equivalent to a month's salary for a white-collar worker, while the income of an ordinary worker in Hong Kong ranges from 17,000 to 23,000 HKD. White-collar workers earn at most around 5,000 HKD, which translates to approximately $878. Thus, those with wealth will go to great lengths to facilitate the process, while those without must endure a sluggish queue for their applications, awaiting news. Central, located in the most prosperous economic district of Hong Kong, boasts countless financial centers, a diverse array of dining establishments, and brand-name boutiques, making it a favored shopping destination for both tourists and locals. Li Shuyang's long-cherished stock trading venue lies in this very area. The 3 hours passed swiftly, and finally, Li Shuyang and Lin Shun received their Hong Kong identity cards, which significantly differed from the commonly seen cards of the future. "Where to next?" Lin Shun asked, glancing at Li Shuyang, noting that the young man who had accompanied them to handle the paperwork had disappeared and had yet to return. "To the mainland's office in Hong Kong," Li Shuyang replied with a smile. "What do we intend to do there?" Lin Shun questioned, puzzled. "Do you not wish to expand your business, to avoid the clandestine unloading of goods at night? Although there will be taxes on future imports, your business will flourish without interference, even in the most bustling areas of the special economic zone," Li Shuyang explained to Lin Shun. In truth, Li Shuyang saw potential in Lin Shun. Assisting him in such matters could prove beneficial. In the future, Li Shuyang would undoubtedly rely on Lin Shun's network of connections. If one possesses only favors without a binding interest, such favors are worth only a couple of assists. However, with vested interests, the relationship transforms, as the saying goes. Severing someone's financial path is akin to murdering their parents. By partnering with Lin Shun in business, perhaps Li Shuyang could become his benefactor, if not, at least a collaborator. What is most expensive in Hong Kong is what is cheapest in the mainland. This disparity in information translates into profit. Hong Kong, reliant on the mainland for a continuous supply of fresh water, finds that fresh vegetables are exorbitantly priced here. Even if Li Shuyang were to supply vegetables from Jing City, he would reap considerable profits, let alone any other business ventures. Jing City, conversely, is in dire need of capital, particularly foreign currency. In Hong Kong, Seafood prices pale in comparison to those of vegetables. Given the limited land, every parcel carries commercial value. Who would cultivate vegetables on such land? Thus, vegetables in Hong Kong must be imported via sea, leading to inflated prices due to the high costs associated with long-distance transportation. Yet, Jing City is not far from Hong Kong, and cargo ships can carry far more than trucks. By reducing transportation costs, prices can naturally be lowered, attracting a larger customer base. What appears minimal can, in fact, be more lucrative than inflated pricing. Hong Kong can provide Shuyang with inexpensive fabrics and advanced machinery, with cargo ships frequently transporting goods. While Shuyang has difficulty contacting ships, Linshan can, and he can also afford to incur some debt. After all, prolonged collaboration breeds trust. Thus, subtly guiding Linshan is, in essence, paving the way for his own future. Chapter 157, Return. The mainland office in Hong Kong. Not far from Central, Shuyang inquired of passers-by for directions, and soon found himself at the long-established office. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" The security personnel at the entrance greeted Shuyang and Linshan warmly. "We wish to inquire about the possibility of investing in the mainland for a small business," Shuyang replied. The security officer nodded in acknowledgement. "Please wait a moment. I will make a call to check." Within 2 minutes, he returned. "Follow me, please." The security officer smiled and gestured for them to proceed. The office was quite spacious and exuded an air of solemnity. After a brief elevator ride, the trio arrived at the door of an office. "Please, come in." After the security officer gently knocked, he left as Shuyang and Linshan entered. "Are you two looking to invest in the mainland?" A middle-aged man in the office rose to greet them, extending his hand for a handshake. "Yes, but our capital is limited, so our investment may not be substantial," Shuyang admitted somewhat bashfully. "Investment is investment, regardless of the amount. It serves to set an example and stimulate the mainland economy," the middle-aged man reassured them. He did not dismiss Shuyang due to the mention of their modest investment. Although many wealthy individuals had passed through Hong Kong, few genuinely invested. The mainland's transportation and machinery are significantly underdeveloped, lagging far behind developed nations. Currently, employment issues pose a considerable challenge. Even if the two individuals before him were to establish a business that employed merely 10 people, it would still contribute to resolving the employment crisis in the mainland. If they were to earn a profit, the number of small investors would gradually increase, elevating the mainland's economy to a higher level. Wealthy merchants would inevitably take notice. Soon, the director of the economic office provided Shuyang and Linshan with a certificate for investment in the mainland, along with permits for cross-border travel. Future journeys between Hong Kong and the mainland would no longer be cumbersome. Shuyang and Linshan, elated with their newly acquired documents, returned to the building where they had obtained their identity cards. At that moment, the young man who had assisted them previously arrived. "I apologize. I received a message that required my attention. Now, shall we return?" he suggested. "No, we'll make our way back to Liu Bridge ourselves. With this document, we need to report in over there. Please send my regards to Brother Kuei, and we shall meet in a few days for a detailed discussion," Linshan explained. Shaking his head, the two caught a bus, transferring multiple times until they ultimately decided that it was too slow and hailed a taxi to Liu Bridge. As they approached the bridge, it was already around 6 o'clock in the evening. The staff at the Hong Kong Border Control Station had yet to finish their shifts. Since the launch of the Homecoming Visit program, many residents of Hong Kong have longed to return and see their families. The line for inspection was filled with people carrying various items, primarily cooking oil, rice, and old clothing. Those coming from the mainland certainly knew what their families needed most. Although life here was arduous, it was undoubtedly better than at home. Originally a railway bridge, it has now transformed into a pedestrian passage. Finally, Shuyang and Linshan passed through the inspection and stepped onto the pathway leading back to the mainland, noticing that another double-decker bridge was under construction nearby. This bridge, once small and accommodating only pedestrians, had been upgraded to allow trains to cross, eventually evolving into the structure seen today. The wooden bridge had transformed into steel, with people hurrying to reach the opposite shore. In but a few minutes, they traversed the 100-meter stretch. The opposite shore was entirely enclosed by steel mesh on both sides. Shuyang and Linshan were the last two to pass through the safety inspection, successfully acquiring the hotel introduction letter for the Special Economic Zone. The quaint fishing village of Ur was now transformed into a bustling construction site, with towering edifices just beginning to rise from their foundations. This stark contrast stood in sharp relief against the opulence across the harbor in Xiangjiang. Presently, the Special Economic Zone was not as expansive as it would later become. Even a brief stroll brought them back to the hotel where a few had journeyed from Jing City. "You had me worried sick, second brother. What project were you inspecting that took you so long?" Li Zhuang's anxious demeanor visibly eased upon seeing Shuyang, the furrows on his brow smoothing out. We went to observe the shipping origins of these goods, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Have you eaten? Xiao Jun, go fetch a meal for your brother-in-law. Li Zhuang instructed Wang Yongjun, who promptly dashed to the dining floor. How could you be so bold as to venture into Xianjiang? Li Zhuang reproached. Brother, worry not. I am well aware of my bearings. In the future, I shan't need to hide when visiting Xianjiang. Look at this. Li Shuyang produced his Xianjiang identity card with a grin. Li Zhuang, unfamiliar with its significance, merely noted Li Shuyang's photograph on the small card. What is this? Is it truly so useful? He inquired with confusion. This is the Xianjiang identity card. Henceforth, I shall be a citizen of Xianjiang. Next time I visit, I can bring you to experience the hospitality of Xianjiang's hotels. Li Shuyang elucidated. Second brother, wherever you go, remember your roots. We are natives of Lijia village, Li Zhuang expressed with a hint of discontent. Upon witnessing Li Zhuang's expression, Li Shuyang finally comprehended why his grandmother was so reluctant to accompany him to the city, allowing him to care for her. Few would willingly leave their homeland unless compelled by dire circumstances, yet to pursue a better life, one must dare to venture forth. Unless one possessed the capital inherited from their forebears, such a journey was fraught with peril. Attempting to explain the adage man thrives as trees perish to Li Zhuang would surely fall on deaf ears. Rest assured, brother, wherever I go, I remain a member of Lijia village. I shall never forget our parents, or you and sister-in-law, Li Shuyang reassured him. Li Zhuang nodded. Li Shuyang was ambitious, audacious, and unafraid to take risks. Li Zhuang harbored no expectations of him, merely wishing for Li Shuyang to remember his parents and always acknowledge his roots. Observing the cargo around them, predominantly sourced from Xianjiang, Li Shuyang recognized the vast opportunities that lay beyond the mainland. As long as he remained aware of his origins, he would always have his brothers by his side. In the early morning, upon arriving at the train station of the Special Economic Zone, Li Shuyang efficiently arranged for his cargo transport. Noting the marked improvement in speed and warmth of service compared to previous experiences, after 2 days and nights of travel, the train once again halted at Jing City Station. Without needing to say a word, Li Zhuang and Wang Yongjun swiftly sought a tractor to transport their goods. One tractor was sufficient to completely load Li Shuyang's cargo. Li Shuyang glanced at the various documents in his hand and smiled. Now, he could truly unleash his ambitions. Chapter 158. Negotiation upon returning home. Li Shuyang found Wang Minggran directing a few individuals unloading cargo, while his mother-in-law assisted in preparing dinner. Under his father-in-law's guidance, the tractor was quickly unloaded. The driver received a smile and a 5 yuan payment before departing. Is that all there is? Wang Minggran asked, looking at Li Shuyang. Much was spent on paving the road. Li Shuyang replied with a grin. Did you go there? Wang Minggran asked quietly. Yes, Li Shuyang nodded. After dinner, Wang Yongjun took his goods and left, while Zhou Taizhu went to brother Li Zhuang's home to join him in setting up a street stall. Back in his room, Wang Mingting began inquiring about what Xianjiang was like. After Li Shuyang offered a brief description, Wang Minggran appeared somewhat disinterested. Can we really hire many workers with this? She asked, looking at Li Shuyang. Why would I deceive you? You can read, and it is clearly stated, Li Shuyang explained. Do we really need to set aside half the money to build a shopping mall? Wang Minggran asked, somewhat reluctant. Don't worry, look at how our lives are improving. Besides, our future business won't primarily focus on this area. Apart from taxes and wages, the money we earn will be saved in Xianjiang. Li Shuyang began to paint an optimistic picture for Wang Minggran. Is it true that vegetables there cost 5 yuan per pound? Wang Minggran could scarcely believe it. Why would I lie? The 5 yuan per pound is the market price. Vegetables supplied to high-end restaurants start at 15 yuan per pound, Li Shuyang confirmed. In Deepwater Port, Xianjiang, Li Shuyang had also consulted numerous vendors operating large food stalls. Vegetable heart was priced at 18 yuan per pound, cilantro at 20, and even sweet potato leaves fetched 13 yuan. These vegetables had to be procured early at the market, otherwise, they would be snatched up at the first opportunity. Currently, there were no large vegetable bases in the mainland supplying Xianjiang. The vegetables primarily entered the market via maritime transport. The vegetable trade in Xianjiang was exceedingly lucrative. Moreover, the fabric prices in Xianjiang were cheaper than on the mainland, making the cost of garment production more economical. Due to the advanced machinery in Xianjiang, production volumes were far superior. The market for vegetables in Xianjiang was in a state of opportunity once the 1990s arrived. Many would realize that vegetables were a highly profitable industry. The low production costs of mainland vegetables were akin to being given away for free, requiring only transportation costs for guaranteed profits. Presently, vegetables costing no more than 1 cent per pound could yield profits of several dozen times. A swifter gain than picking up money off the ground. In the early morning, Li Shuyang arrived at the reception hall in Jing City. Upon learning that he was an investor from Xianjiang, the city officials treated him with utmost regard. Nowadays, aside from the special economic zone, the bustling metropolis had seen little foreign investment, and foreign currency had become a priority economic project for every region. Investors willing to pay taxes in foreign currency significantly boosted local revenue. After thorough discussions, they ultimately settled on an annual rental fee of $10,000 for the largest warehouse in Jing City, capable of accommodating a large cargo ship, with docking fees set at $100 per visit. After signing the contract, Li Shuyang joyfully called Lin Shun, confirming that a cargo ship would arrive at Jing City's dock in 10 days. Upon returning to Lijia village, he found the villagers gathered in the ancestral hall for a meeting. They had just received news that the Jing City dock was making a large-scale purchase of fresh vegetables, buying all types, even wild vegetables from the mountains. The villagers looked to Li Minghai, awaiting him to propose a course of action. "Uncle is here," a middle-aged man exclaimed upon spotting Li Shuyang, prompting the villagers to turn in unison toward him, as if he were their guiding light. "Why is it so lively today?" Li Shuyang queried, puzzled by the unusual gathering. Typically, these individuals were hard at work in Jing City unless a significant matter arose. Yet today they had all come to the ancestral hall. "Uncle Yi is purchasing a substantial quantity of vegetables at the Jing City dock. We are deliberating the reliability of this venture. Should it prove dependable, we will increase our vegetable shipments to that location. However, there is concern that they might cease collections after just a day or two." It was at this juncture that Li Minghai recounted the entire situation. "This matter is indeed genuine. Even if I continue to procure, you need not worry. They will surely be collecting for at least several years," Li Shuyang remarked with a smile. Upon hearing that it was Li Shuyang who was gathering the vegetables, everyone felt considerably reassured, as they were all part of the same family, and Uncle Yi would not jest with them. "I have come today with a proposition for you. The Jing City know. One dock has been leased to me, and there is a vast expanse of vacant land adjacent to it. I intend to construct a wholesale warehouse on that land. Hence, I am here to enlist your assistance. I can offer a daily wage of $1.20, and I need you to expedite the completion of 2 rooms for me." Li Shuyang revealed his purpose for visiting. The crowd nodded in agreement, reassured that Li Shuyang would uphold his word, and many volunteered on the spot. "Additionally, I plan to hire some long-term workers at a monthly wage of $30. With accommodation provided but meals not included. They must be able to read and calculate. If anyone at home has suitable candidates, please send them to find me tomorrow," Li Shuyang continued. Upon hearing this, the people were overjoyed. Many young women in the village, who had not pursued education beyond elementary school, suddenly found themselves with job opportunities. There was no need to invest in sewing machines to work at the commune. They could earn $30 a month without any financial outlay. In the future, should they secure jobs in the city, they might even find husbands from the urban area, particularly the parents of educated young men, who were practically beside themselves with excitement. Villages near Jing City were promptly informed about the vegetable collection at the number 1 dock. However, there was some trepidation among the villagers regarding the actual value of the vegetables. What if they arrived only to find that the dock had already collected enough? Nonetheless, they prepared to visit the next day, believing that if collections continued, they could still deliver their produce in the afternoon. At dawn the following day, residents from various villages rose early, though only a handful carried baskets of vegetables toward the number 1 dock. In contrast, the Li family village saw nearly everyone, save for a few households, transporting goods on their backs or using heavily laden ox carts, all heading towards the dock in a grand procession. The Jing City government had promised to send personnel to assist Li Shuyang for a week, while also training the newly employed workers, urgently reallocating numerous staff from major vegetable markets to prepare at the number 1 dock. Before long, Li Shuyang arrived with a group of young workers. The warehouse doors were all wide open, with a staff member at each entrance equipped with a scale, ready for action. Wang Mingran, with a considerable amount of cash, took her place at the warehouse window. She wholeheartedly supported Li Shuyang's endeavor, having borrowed a significant sum from the bank to ensure ample preparations. The dock soon filled with people, most of whom carried only provisions, eager to ascertain whether the rumors of vegetable collections were indeed true or merely a ruse. Chapter 159. The Arrival of the Cargo Ship. In Xiangjiang, a middle-aged man known as Brother Kuei looked at Lin Shun with great excitement, though he kept his composure. "Can you guarantee this?" Brother Kuei scrutinized Lin Shun as if he were a rare beauty. "How could I jest about such matters? Furthermore, if you make a fruitless trip, would I not be liable for your losses?" Lin Shun responded. "You've seen the vegetable prices in Xiangjiang. Everything there is priced at $5 per pound, regardless of the type. If it weren't for the lack of manpower and connections, this opportunity would not have fallen into our hands," Lin Shun added with a smile. Had it not been for Li Shuyang's intention to purchase vegetables, Lin Shun would not have traversed the Xiangjiang vegetable market. Upon discovering the prices in Xiangjiang, Lin Shun was filled with exhilaration. Yet, he realized that he could not undertake this alone. It was imperative to contact Ma Kuei, the foremost figure at the Shuyang dock. After all, he had the capability to effortlessly transport goods to the special economic zone, with a sufficient workforce at his disposal. Few relish the precarious life of high-risk ventures when a stable income with protection from an elder brother is available. If Ma Kuei could transport the vegetables to Xiangjiang, his subordinates would handle wholesale sales. Earning money would be swifter than picking it off the street. But will they allow our ship to dock? Ma Kuei expressed concern, acutely aware that conditions were not as lenient in the mainland. Here, he was operating under the auspices of the Su family company, while the Xiangjiang dock allowed for free docking. However, the mainland was far less accommodating. There was a risk of having the vessel detained. It costs $100 to dock once. We can depart immediately. That fellow mentioned that the vegetable warehouse is nearly at capacity, Lin Shen urged. Upon hearing this, Ma Kuei felt a wave of relief wash over him. If docking were free, he would have been hesitant to proceed, given his understanding of the mainland's circumstances. The cargo ship soon set sail. After more than 2 days, they finally reached the inland river mouth, where patrolling vessels, upon confirming that the ship was en route to Jing City to deliver vegetables, began to guide the cargo ship towards the number 1 dock. As Wang Minggran observed the warehouse brimming with vegetables, anxiety gripped her heart. Should they fail to sell these, nearly a decade's worth of savings would be squandered, compounded by significant debts to the bank. The wages for the laborers and the bonuses for the support staff were substantial, alongside nearly 20 tons of vegetables. Although these vegetables were worth only $400, the combined costs of labor and warehouse rental far exceeded the value of the produce. The signed contract stipulated a 3-year term, meaning that regardless of the success of the venture, Li Shuyang was obligated to pay Jing City $30,000. Fortunately, the garment business had not been neglected, with a steady influx of income. Suddenly, a cargo ship bearing the Xiangjiang flag docked at the port, significantly alleviating Wang Minggran's anxiety. However, she hurried into the warehouse to summon Li Shuyang. The dock workers were securing the large vessel, as Li Shuyang joyfully scrutinized the data in his hands when Wang Minggran entered. Head of the household. A ship has docked at our warehouse entrance. It appears to be flying the Xiangjiang flag, she excitedly informed him. Having never seen the flag in person, but recalling it from films. Let us go down and take a look, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. As they exited the warehouse, Ma Kuei and Lin Shen were making their way over, guided by the workers. Upon spotting Li Shuyang, their previously tense minds finally relaxed. They hoped not to have made a fruitless trip, otherwise, Ma Kuei would undoubtedly vent his frustration on Lin Shen. Brotherly, the two greeted with smiles, extending their hands to shake Li Shuyang's. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Have you brought the goods I requested? Rest assured, brotherly, how could I possibly arrive empty-handed? Just let me know where you wish to unload them, Ma Kuei responded, his joy reminiscent of a child's delight. It was their first time conducting business in the mainland, and such a substantial deal at that. Li Shuyang immediately understood Ma Kuei's implication and swiftly led the way. Upon entering the warehouse, they beheld a vast array of baskets brimming with vegetables, which filled Ma Kuei with uncontainable delight. Brothers, let us not delay. I will summon my men to load the goods immediately. Please show me the invoice so we can settle our accounts, Ma Kuei urged, suppressing his excitement. The volume of vegetables was no less than 10 tons, and once they reached Xiangjiang, the profits would be extraordinary. Counting the money would be a workout for his hands. After reviewing Li Shuyang's weight measurements, Ma Kuei nodded in agreement. No wonder the price Li Shuyang offered was so competitive. It turned out that a pound on this side was 10 taels, whereas in Xiangjiang, a pound equated to 16 taels. However, after calculating, Ma Kuei realized it was still a profitable venture. The minimum price for these vegetables in Xiangjiang was $13, with premium quality fetching prices starting at 20. The path to substantial profit lies even in the modest sum of 16 taels. I owe you, dear brother, a payment of 35,088 for the goods. Please verify if my calculations are correct, remarked Ma Kuei with a smile, directing his gaze toward Li Shuyang. At the rate of $5 per pound, the total value of the vegetables here amounts to 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, translating to just over 35,000 in U.S. currency. Li Shuyang had instructed Lin Shen over the phone that this transaction required payment in dollars. Although Ma Kuei was unaware of the rationale, he still brought along 100,000. However, only a small fraction of that was expended. After confirming the funds, Ma Kuei proceeded to reconcile accounts with Li Shuyang. The fabrics, video recorders, televisions, and electronic watches he had brought collectively cost nearly $10,000. The cargo continued to be loaded onto the vessel, and the cleared space began to accommodate the goods Li Shuyang required. Brother, I've selected only the finest vegetables for you. You won't need to sift through them again upon arriving in Hong Kong, Li Shuyang pointed out with a grin, indicating the other side. Remarkably, nearly one-third of these vegetables appeared superior to those found in the markets of Hong Kong. You're a straightforward man, brother. Should you need anything in Hong Kong, do not hesitate to ask, Ma Kuei replied with a chuckle. Without any strength, one could scarcely manage the dock workers, let alone secure a share of the profits from the merchants. Even if one were to become a foreman among the laborers, lacking strength would preclude any chance of success. If matters at the docks could not be resolved, or if trouble arose, the wealthy merchants could easily replace you with someone more capable. What is most lucrative in Hong Kong? Undoubtedly, it is the realms of vice. However, Ma Kuei abstains from such pursuits and forbids his brothers from engaging in them as well. He would rather earn a modest sum at sea than partake in activities that harm both others and oneself. Yet, in the Kowloon area, Ma Kuei's words still carry some weight. With over 1,000 laborers under his command, few dare to encroach upon his territory. Nonetheless, relying solely on commissions yields meager returns. Ma Kuei has no desire to profit excessively from them, resulting in strength without substantial financial gain. In today's Hong Kong, where monetary power reigns supreme, there are indeed many capable individuals who choose to remain discreet. In that case, I might truly have to rely on you, dear brother. Since there is ample time before the loading is complete, allow me to treat both of you to a modest meal, Li Shuyang suggested with a smile towards the two. Chapter 160, Ma Kuei. Let's call it a day, brother. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. These men have never handled vegetables before, and I, along with Shun, must keep a watchful eye. Next time, dear brother, I shall bring you fresh seafood. Ma Kuei cheerfully waved his hand in refusal. Enveloped in dreams of wealth, he could hardly accompany Li Shuyang for a meal. Even if these vegetables yielded only a 50% profit, it would still amount to over 30,000 for a single trip, nearly 100,000 monthly from just these vegetables, not to mention the other goods delivered. This far surpasses earnings from a transport ship. Moreover, these vegetables could only supply a small portion of the Mong Kok market. Monopolizing the entire Hong Kong vegetable market would be nothing short of formidable. Furthermore, competition in the vegetable sector is not overly fierce, as transportation costs from the mainland are low, allowing for price reductions to undercut the market. The high-priced vegetables cannot withstand this tidal wave. Not to mention the entirety of Hong Kong. Simply securing the vegetable supply for Mong Kok would render one a wealthy individual. Wang Minggran, having seen U.S. dollars in films, understood that Li Shuyang's warehouse rental was merely 10,000 per annum. This venture could yield tens of thousands of dollars. Leaving Wang Minggran somewhat bewildered. Why must we settle in dollars? What about paying the other workers? She inquired of Li Shuyang. Isn't it still too early for that? Besides, selling these goods will also generate revenue. I've enlisted Jing City to help promote our household appliances. The goods here do not require invoices and are entirely imported. We should expect buyers to arrive tomorrow, Li Shuyang reassured Wang Minggran. The most pressing concern now is to negotiate with Jing City to encourage nearby villages to cultivate vegetables for supply here. As for the grain issue, Li Shuyang has pondered it thoroughly. Grain can be transported directly to Hong Kong via sea routes. The villagers who sell vegetables to Li Shuyang can procure grain locally. Vegetables have a short growth cycle, with crops like bok choy ready for harvest in just a month. If greenhouses are utilized, the growth period can be even shorter. Once Li Shuyang's funds are sufficient, he can supply each village with plastic sheeting for greenhouse construction, allowing them to use bamboo for the framework. While the quality may not match steel, it is cost-effective and can last for 3 to 4 years without issue. The higher-ups in Jing City are currently in a meeting. Since Li Shuyang began purchasing vegetables, the surplus goods in various warehouses and department stores indicate a positive impact on the market economy. However, if vast tracts of land are devoted entirely to vegetable cultivation, the grain supply will undoubtedly be affected. Yet, since Li Shuyang assures that grain can be procured at market rates for the farmers, this issue appears entirely feasible. After all, economic stimulation requires sacrifice. One cannot have both fish and bear's paws. But can he guarantee such an influx of grain? This concern was raised during the meeting. Grain is a strategic reserve commodity, especially now that Longhua is facing a shortage. Should Li Shuyang's venture falter, the repercussions could be dire, potentially plunging all of Jing City into a famine crisis. The risk involved is indeed considerable. I've contemplated this matter as well, with several months remaining until spring planting. As long as he can secure the grain before the crops are sown, it will not be too late. If he cannot, dismantling the greenhouses for grain cultivation can still be accomplished in time. A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table addressed the assembly. The others nodded slowly in agreement. Just 10 days into the vegetable collection, initial results were already visible, and many villages had not been informed by Jing City. Should the collection be expanded, regardless of the income increase, at the very least, urban goods would find buyers, and factories would receive orders to continue production. Li Shuyang's vegetable collection efforts have not ceased, and the self-built wholesale warehouse is merely awaiting roofing. With limited funds, Li Shuyang can only opt for simplicity, focusing on processing goods, as a greater capital base will enable further ventures. On this occasion, he imported 20 color televisions, each priced at less than 300, which converts to just over 500 Longhua dollars after taxes. In department stores, these televisions are priced at 200. However, Li Shuyang intends to sell them for a mere 500. Whether purchased by second-hand vendors or for personal use, he aims to sell in volume. As for the electronic watches, he does not plan to reduce the price significantly for now, maintaining a wholesale price of 25 each. Once the other warehouses are established, he intends to procure a greater variety of small goods for sale. Days later in Hong Kong, Ma Kuei counted the stacks of cash, his smile frozen in astonishment. He had not anticipated that numerous upscale restaurants would seek his vegetable supply. As long as the quality was superior, they were purchasing at a rate of 20 per pound. Reflecting on Li Shuyang's remark that water could be sold for profit, and not at a low price, Ma Kuei felt a surge of excitement. However, he understood that patience was essential, as Li Shuyang advised against rushing into things. Ma Kuei was in a state of urgency. If inexpensive water could seize the market, he would surely wake up smiling from his dreams. He was acutely aware of the severe scarcity of water resources in Kowloon City. Obtaining clean drinking water was an arduous endeavor. A 40-pound barrel of mineral water was priced exorbitantly at over 30 Hong Kong dollars in Xiangjiang, while a 1-pound bottle cost around $7. In stark contrast, Coca-Cola was merely 15 Hong Kong dollars and beer only 22. Naturally, one could opt for tap water, but it was intermittently supplied. No water on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and only sporadic supply on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, with no water at all on Sundays. The cost of 1 ton of water hovered around 47 yuan. The destitute could hardly afford such prices and had to wait for the tap water to flow. Preparing a few large barrels for storage, Li Shuyang remarked that aside from the costs of building the factory, taxes, and wages for workers, water was essentially free. This notion was undeniably enticing to Ma Kuei. There were various ways to fund the construction, and he could gradually expand in the future. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, sleep eluded him, and whenever he closed his eyes, visions of cascading wealth flooded his imagination. However, all of this hinged on Li Shuyang taking the lead. Ma Kuei was unfamiliar with the operational intricacies. Even though he had visited Jing City once and managed to sell a substantial quantity of vegetables, he still lacked a comprehensive understanding of the agricultural trade. He wasn't particularly keen on delving deeper. As long as they could achieve a mutually beneficial partnership, that sufficed. Li Shuyang and Ma Kuei's collaboration stemmed from the absence of manpower to manage affairs in Xiangjiang, as local stakeholders could navigate the complexities more adeptly than Li Shuyang could alone. While the competition in Xiangjiang appeared tranquil, beneath the surface, currents of rivalry swirled. Even the dockworkers needed considerable strength to lead. Li Shuyang, on his own, could scarcely make waves. The lure of profit was the most effective means to bind others to one's chariot. Moreover, Xiangjiang was far more intricate than it seemed. Chapter 162, A Visit from Fifth Master. Li Shuyang had little inclination to explain this matter to Wang Minggran. You know old Master Zhou from Zhou Village, don't you? Just ask him, and you'll understand, he said, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Minggran. Old Master Zhou was a figure from the Qing dynasty, and though he was approaching an age where he could soon be laid to rest, he remained remarkably robust. Given his current state, it was reasonable to assume he could live for another 3 to 5 years without issue. Wang Minggran immediately grasped the implication. The grain was concentrated in old Master Zhou's hands, and he possessed enough to last a lifetime. However, he would not sell this grain at a low price to the hired laborers. It was reserved for those who could afford it. The workers only needed enough to stave off hunger. Anything that could fill their bellies sufficed as food. Wheat and rice, though cultivated, would never reach their tables. How do you know all this? Wang Minggran suddenly inquired, looking curiously at Li Shuyang. They both grew up in the rural areas of Jing City. Yet he seemed so well informed about these significant matters. Such knowledge comes naturally to those who are attuned to the world. Marry me, and you shall await a life of comfort, Li Shuyang replied with a smile, lifting Wang Minggran back onto the bed. The dawn had yet to break. Shuyang. A voice echoed, belonging to his father-in-law. What is it, Dad? Li Shuyang replied, rubbing his eyes as he flicked on the light. Someone is looking for you. Wang Tinghua called out. After dressing, Li Shuyang descended the stairs. Fifth Master, he exclaimed upon recognizing the visitor as the notorious figure from the black market, his face lighting up with a smile as he promptly offered a cigarette from his pocket. This cigarette, originally from Great Britain, had somehow found its way to America, becoming the world's best-selling brand. In Xiangjiang, it commanded a price of 58 Hong Kong dollars per pack, a considerable luxury, especially when Maodai was currently priced at only 1,215 per bottle, with Fingio and Shifeng ranking as the most popular spirits. This smoke is rather unpleasant. Fifth Master remarked after taking a puff, shaking his head. Li Shuyang chuckled, realizing Fifth Master preferred matured tobacco, while this cigarette was made from raw leaves. What brings you here, Fifth Master? Li Shuyang inquired with a grin. Without Fifth Master's letter of introduction, Li Shuyang would not have amassed such considerable capital. Patrol officers were stationed at every major intersection, all recognizing the credentials from Fifth Master's end. It was likely that Bai Qingqing in his previous life had leveraged Fifth Master's letter to brazenly bring pastries into the black market. Without proper arrangements, transporting goods from the countryside to the black market would have been nearly impossible. I came to discuss some business with you, little brotherly. I wonder if you still have any interest in me, Shun, Fifth Master said, extinguishing the foreign cigarette and lighting his own. Fifth Master, you're too modest. If it weren't for your constant support, my family wouldn't be living so comfortably. Please, feel free to state your business, as long as the terms are reasonable. I'm all ears, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. It was important to remain loyal to those who had extended a helping hand. As long as Fifth Master did not use his goodwill to make things difficult, conducting business with anyone was a matter of course. I wish to lease your wholesale warehouse. Just tell me your price, Fifth Master said, eyeing Li Shuyang, feeling a bit sheepish yet undeniably tempted by the lucrative nature of the wholesale warehouse. As the goods were incredibly in demand. To be frank, I fear you might not be able to handle it. It's not merely a small quantity of goods as you might perceive, Li Shuyang cautioned. Whatever you need, I can have it delivered within 3 days. You can have as much as you require. How will you manage that? Li Shuyang did not perceive Fifth Master as overly ambitious or unreasonable. The implication was clear. He wanted to purchase goods at Li Shuyang's selling price and profit from the difference. How much can you provide? Fifth Master asked, taken aback. Even with his connections to the television factory, he could only acquire 1 or 2 units a month. Yet Li Shuyang's assertion of limitless supply, contingent solely on financial means, was astonishing. Yes, I can supply as much as needed, Li Shuyang confirmed with a nod. Legitimate? Fifth Master inquired, eyeing Li Shuyang. You can see for yourself, my warehouse operates transparently. I'll provide you with a certificate, and you can obtain the necessary permits for legal sales. However, you might find it challenging to secure a foothold in Jing City, as I can offer you even lower wholesale prices here. For instance, I could discount the price of televisions by 100, Li Shuyang elaborated. Can you source motorcycles? Fifth Master asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. He had a strong desire for a motorcycle, but the offerings in Jing City were either second-hand or of poor quality, diminishing their value. That's not an issue. Li Shuyang nodded. Brotherly, you are quite the friend. I certainly plan to keep some of my associates to manage the warehouse in Jing City, but rest assured, I won't compete with you for business here. I have connections in several surrounding provinces. As long as you can provide the goods, we'll be fine. Fifth Master continued. These are the most sought-after items I've observed during my time at the warehouse. Let us start with 10,000 pieces of each. I'll deliver the payment this afternoon. The sooner the goods arrive, the better. I will be at the usual spot. After finishing, Fifth Master handed Li Shuyang the prepared list. Initially, he had intended to take over Li Shuyang's warehouse for his own wholesale purposes, hoping to earn some profit, especially from the televisions, which could easily sell for 2,000 each. In the black market today, a 19-inch color television is being sold for an astonishing 3,000 yuan each. Yet stock remains elusive. To my surprise, Li Shuyang has proven to be quite the grateful individual. Such a person is worth a long-term partnership. If there were enough goods to distribute, Shun Wuye would hardly fathom the profits to be made in just a month. In Xiangjiang, Ma Kuei furrowed his brow as he perused the list in his hands. Just as they were preparing to set off, Li Shuyang sent another order. You all hold the goods and proceed first. I will seek a smaller cargo ship from Mr. Su and catch up later. We promised the vegetable merchants delivery in 6 days. We cannot let them down. One must uphold their integrity. Ma Kuei turned to Lin Shun and said, All right, Brother Kuei. Then we shall depart now. The brothers following Ma Kuei were particularly elated, as they no longer had to engage in brawls or compete for territory. And their incomes had significantly increased. Their families were also spared from the harassment of thugs. Without competition for profit, conflicts between gangs were unlikely. Ma Kuei opted for a business route, while others pursued a gray area, which did not conflict nor warranted violent clashes. In the lower strata of Xiangjiang, those who wished to protect their families from bullying had only 2 paths: serve as law enforcers or become thugs. Should I buy a motorcycle to match my identity? Ma Kuei mused. Shouldn't I acquire a car instead? Cars in Xiangjiang are not overly expensive. Chapter 163, Greenhouse Construction. Wang Mingran overheard the conversation between Li Shuyang and Shun Wuye. However, with Shun Wuye present, she felt it inappropriate to interject. Major family decisions were Li Shuyang's domain, and her role was merely to ensure logistical support for him. If we lower the price of the goods, how can he profit? Wang Minggran questioned Li Shuyang with a puzzled expression. The best way for a couple to interact is to openly discuss any misunderstandings rather than harbor them. Due to the large quantity and extensive connections, while we may only be able to sell in Jing City, we have no foothold in the neighboring provinces. Even Jing City will reach saturation eventually, and it may take years for others from different provinces to come and purchase for resale. However, Shen Wuye can immediately dispatch these goods, thus broadening our business. The more individuals involved in the trade, the better. Those who earn money here are unlikely to easily forsake it. If we encounter challenges, these individuals will not remain indifferent, but rather will exert every effort to assist. Li Shuyang explained to Wang Minggran. Shen Wuye is not to be underestimated. He has maneuvered the black market for many years, possessing connections far superior to mine. While I can conduct business in Jing City using my Shangjiang ID, how would I find labor in other provinces? Hiring workers is out of the question. Anyone would be tempted by such lucrative business, and should any underhanded dealings arise, I would not be the first to know. The current transportation and communication infrastructure is exceedingly inadequate. To find reliable workers, one must seek those who are financially secure. Shen Wuye has accumulated considerable wealth from years in the black market. Once he tastes the sweetness of this business, he will not wish to withdraw or betray me, especially since I am spearheading these goods. Even if Shen Wuye realizes they are from Shangjiang, he would not dare venture there to procure them, fearing he might not return. In Jing City, he is a local powerhouse, but in Shangjiang, he holds no significance. Wang Minggran nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Li Shuyang's assessment was indeed accurate. There was no one in Li Shuyang's circle capable of sustaining a grand enterprise. The only way to bind others together, aside from profit, is through trust. Individuals like Li Zhuang and Wang Yongjun, when sent elsewhere without Li Shuyang's presence, could easily be sold out and left to assist others in counting their earnings. Where shall we place this liquor? Wang Minggran inquired, eyeing the 2 bottles of Matai in Li Shuyang's hands. Since Li Shuyang became a formal worker, he often frequented the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase Matai, specifically inquiring about older vintages. Over the years, he had acquired over 20 bottles, nearly filling the dark recesses of the cellar. Initially, it was assumed that Li Shuyang simply enjoyed the drink. However, during holidays and festivals, he never seemed to indulge, leading Wang Minggran to believe it was merely a hobby. She would also visit department stores and, upon spotting newly released Matai, would buy a bottle for him to store. I will return to the village shortly. I can take it back then, Li Shuyang replied with a smile, noting that it was a gift from Shen Wuye. Upon checking the production year, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was from 1958, causing a smile to unconsciously form on his lips. While Li Shuyang was not a drinker himself, others appreciated it, and although Matai sales had declined compared to Fingio, these bottles would be priceless in due time. In Zhangjiatuan, the villagers were fervently engaged in transporting bamboo from Laoisi. All residents, regardless of age or gender, were industriously busy. Having tasted the sweetness of their efforts, they discovered that cultivating vegetables was far more advantageous than growing grains. Coupled with the promotional efforts from Jing City, which claimed that greenhouses could accelerate vegetable growth, their spirits soared. Lijia Village, the closest to Laoisi, though receiving the news late, saw each household chopping considerable bamboo in preparation for greenhouse construction. Let me tell you, when Uncle was born, I witnessed a golden phoenix alight upon his thatched roof. I have kept this secret all these years, as you know such things were not to be spoken of in those times. I always believed Uncle was destined for great wealth, and now it seems to be coming true, an elder remarked to the assembly with an air of mystery. If your father is idle, you should join him for a game of chess at the village entrance. Everyone else is busy working, another elder replied, not exposing the first elder's tall tale. When Li Shuyang married Wang Minggran, the elder claimed that Li Shuyang could not support a sickly wife and a young girl. Now, witnessing their flourishing life, he swiftly changed his tune. Who would believe the words of such a gossip monger? Li Minghai stood on the platform, observing the crowd, which continued to chatter incessantly. Their homegrown vegetables had all been sold, yet the market was still receiving fresh produce. Quiet down and listen for a moment. Do not come to me later claiming you missed out on important details, Li Minghai called out, brandishing a loudspeaker. The Zhang Dashan family may leave. Li Shuyang has explicitly stated that he will not extend credit for your greenhouse film, nor will he accept your vegetables. Li Minghai directed his gaze at the Zhang Dashan family, who finally emerged. It was rumored they had perished. However, Zhang, who had now become a cripple, and Zhang Dashan appeared to have aged considerably, hunched over and looking as though he had crossed into his 70s, despite being under 60. Li Shuyang had no concern for their misfortunes. He had shown no mercy during their dealings. Had it not been for Li Shuyang's robust health, He would have been worn out by this old fellow's burdens. As Li Shuyang arrived in Zhangjiatuan, he found the area bustling with individuals transporting bamboo to the fields. They had already seen the greenhouse model at the commune entrance, and it appeared to pose no difficulty. Upon returning to Lijia village, he noticed that aside from a few elders, not a single child was idly playing. All were diligently assisting their parents in the fields. "Uncle, come home for a meal," called out a woman heading home to cook, greeting Li Shuyang with a cheerful smile. Li Shuyang chuckled and shook his head. With only over 20 bottles of matai tucked away in the cellar, Wang Minggran felt it was far too many. After placing the matai carefully, Li Shuyang made his way to the edge of Li Minghai's residence. Uncle Li Minghai was seated, sipping water, and upon noticing Li Shuyang, he promptly poured a bowl of water for him. The task assigned to Li village was the cultivation of cabbage, which Li Shuyang had valued at 3 cents per pound, with each cabbage weighing approximately 3 pounds. However, these endeavors would have to wait until the greenhouse was constructed. By planting corn for a season, these vegetables could nearly be harvested thrice, and selling a single cabbage to Li Shuyang could procure over a pound of corn. "When will the film arrive, uncle?" Li Minghai inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If this trend continued, the family's land would yield a substantial profit each year. It should reach the dock within 3 days. At that time, the transportation from Jing City will be arranged for you, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Chapter 164. Affordable grain at the Jing City No. 1 dock warehouse. The cargo ship arrived once again, this time escorted by Lin Shun. The primary cargo of 40 tons of flour was specifically requested by Li Shuyang, intended to ensure that Jing City understood he was not speaking falsely. Indeed, he was capable of supplying grain. The flour was priced at 8 cents per pound, totaling $600, with no shipping costs to Li Shuyang, as the procurement price was only 6 cents per pound, with shipping already factored in. This flour was imported from the Monkey Nation to Xinjiang. Sadly, their grain did not resonate as deeply with the populace as proclaimed by Great Britain, and most farms in the White Elephant country were owned by British merchants. Currently, Xinjiang was under British management, making it difficult for local merchants to compete, as their wheat and rice could fetch 13 cents, while theirs sold for only 8 cents. Primarily limited to the dock area, the laborers, driven by the need to fill their stomachs, cared little for quality, as long as the grain sufficed. Despite the lower prices, the shorter shipping routes allowed them to profit, and even if they could not penetrate the market, they still earned a decent income at the dock. As for how Ma Kuei negotiated the price of 8 cents per pound, it likely stemmed from the volume of the transaction. The transportation of grain was merely ancillary. The real profits lay in the general merchandise of Xinjiang and the vegetables from Jing City. "What about Brother Kuei?" Li Shuyang inquired, directing his gaze towards Lin Shun. "He should arrive the day after tomorrow. I have brought the funds. Let the brothers begin loading the vegetables onto the ship while you arrange for your crew to unload the grain," Lin Shun urged. The remarkably affordable vegetables quickly captured a significant market share, with vegetable vendors flocking to the wholesale market daily. In just 3 days, 20 tons of vegetables were sold out, with many placing orders for more. The warehouse was now stocked with considerably more vegetables than before, as the continuous collection at the dock reassured many. Those who had initially doubted the venture no longer harbored concerns. Within 10 days, over 30 tons of vegetables had been gathered. The 35 tons of vegetables amounted to $61,400. A multitude of laborers now gathered at the dock, all seeking work after finishing their farming duties. With nothing to do at home, they figured they might as well find temporary work at the dock. Li Shuyang enlisted his brother-in-law, Wang Guoqing, to recruit 20 strong laborers to unload the cargo, each handling 40 bags. The daily wage for each laborer was merely $2. However, the entire cargo could be unloaded within 2 hours. This time, Li Shuyang procured over $10,000 worth of general merchandise, with the total expenditure on grain falling below $20,000. After excluding shipping costs, Lin Shun would still owe Li Shuyang $40,000. Once both parties reconciled their accounts, Lin Shun dispatched the cargo ship towards Xinjiang. At the dock entrance, Li Shuyang erected a sign proclaiming flour at 12 cents per pound, no ticket required, an unlimited quantity. Many dock workers passing by during their shifts paused to curiously inspect the offer. Wang Guoqing stood nearby, explaining to them the reason for the absence of tickets. Originally, Wang Guoqing had a stable job at a county factory, but he was easily persuaded by a few words from Wang Minggran to abandon it. He now came to assist Wang Minggran in managing the employees for a monthly wage of $37, with a promise of constructing a modest house with a courtyard for him after 5 years of service. Li Tingting eagerly joined to help, having entrusted her family's garment work to her maternal family. Such an opportunity to reside in Jing City was not to be missed. With no one to keep an eye on things, Wang Minggran felt more secure having her own people to monitor the vendors selling vegetables. However, Li Tingting was not assigned to work at this location. Instead, she joined others in the general merchandise warehouse to procure goods. Just as the unloading was completed, Master Shin arrived at the dock, his heart racing at the sight of such an abundance of Xiangjiang merchandise. These aren't yours, Master Shun. Your goods will arrive the day after tomorrow, and you've ordered even more than I have. Li Shuyang chuckled in explanation. I know that. I merely came to take a look. Master Shin nodded, curious to ascertain the veracity of Li Shuyang's claim of boundless supply. Additionally, Master Shun had coordinated with numerous trucks for transport, ready to dispatch the goods as soon as Li Shuyang notified him of their arrival. Li Shuyang proceeded to the Jing City office to pay the required taxes. For tax and rental payments, Jing City preferred that Li Shuyang use either US dollars or Hong Kong dollars, given that these were universally accepted foreign currencies. In the early morning, a group of women hurried to the dock with cloth bags. Why are you up so early? They would inquire upon encountering acquaintances. Don't you know? The #1 dock warehouse is selling grain, no tickets required. And in unlimited quantities, one of the women en route to purchase exclaimed. Wait for me. I need to grab my bag. No time. Just take your time, came the reply. Such scenes were commonplace across Jing City, with several long lines forming at the general merchandise warehouse entrance, nearly spilling out onto the street. The least purchasing individuals bought 10 pounds, while others opted for entire bags weighing 100 pounds. Even as twilight approached, people continued to flock to the area. By the end of the first day, half of the 40 tons of flour had already sold out. Will there be more tomorrow? Those fortunate enough to secure flour lamented their small bags, wishing they had brought larger ones for the next day. Indeed, there will be more in a couple of days, the salesperson assured with a smile. Ma Kuei was bringing over 60 tons of corn towards Jing City. Once the flour was sold, the corn should arrive as well. Initially, people would likely rush to buy, but the available grain would only suffice for a fraction of Jing City's population. Nonetheless, it would alleviate some anxiety regarding food supplies and demonstrate Li Shuyang's capability to assist farmers in fulfilling their grain needs. Many from Li Village were employed by Li Shuyang. They initially believed this work paled in comparison to factory jobs, yet witnessing the situation, they realized it was even more favorable. Internal employees purchasing goods and grain received discounts. Items such as fabric and clothing were cheaper than external prices, and the quality of merchandise rivaled that of department stores, even offering items that the department stores did not stock. Presently, Longhua country had yet to open up overseas grain procurement. Although they were aware of the relatively low prices abroad, they could barely sustain their own supply. In recent times, apart from the decision to completely abolish the requirement for purchase tickets in the special economic zones, many cities have only just begun to eliminate the tickets for certain less essential goods. For instance, cities adjacent to the special economic zones have already discontinued meat tickets, allowing for an unrestricted supply to the citizens. Consequently, the announcement of ticket-free grains has sparked considerable excitement among the populace, particularly given the relatively low prices, which are significantly cheaper than those in the black market. Chapter 165, Fear Not. When Ma Kuei arrived at the port of Jing City, the flour in Li Shuyang's warehouse had already been sold out, yet the number of people seeking to buy grain was only increasing. Early that morning, 5 trucks from the transportation station had also arrived at dock #1, waiting at the entrance of Li Shuyang's warehouse. Can we confirm that it will arrive today? I've already boasted about it, Ma Kuei inquired. It should be soon. The ship carrying the vegetables is nearing Xiangjiang, Li Shuyang reassured with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than a cargo ship, slightly larger than the one carrying vegetables, began to approach slowly. My brothers, dealing in tons is quite troublesome. This time I've secured the entire grain shipment for them, 200 tons in total. Please make the arrangements for unloading, Ma Kuei said with a smile as he stepped off the ship. However, Master Shin could not comprehend Ma Kuei's words, as neither party spoke Mandarin. Li, could you please ask if my batch of goods has arrived? The brothers are eager to get to work, Master Shun urged Li Shuyang. The goods Master Shun was bringing in consisted entirely of televisions, ranging from 14 to 21 inches, including both black and white and color models, all capable of connecting to tape recorders. He intended to sell the televisions bundled with the tape recorders. Do not worry, he will provide me with the order, Li Shuyang chuckled. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Master Shun discovering his profit margin, given that the amounts on the orders were settled in Hong Kong dollars and later converted to US dollars. After finishing his remarks, Ma Kuei handed 2 densely filled order sheets to Li Shuyang. His diligent assistant, often seen with panda-like eyes, was carefully directing a few individuals as they gently lowered a motorcycle. This time, the assistant appeared to have significantly less of a panda-eye look. For every set of television and tape recorder, Li Shuyang earned 200 yuan, netting 150 yuan after taxes. The 21-inch color televisions were priced at 350 yuan each from Master Shin, while the tape recorders were set at 800 yuan apiece. The prices were considerably more favorable compared to the market, and how Master Shun intended to resell them was of no concern to Li Shuyang. After paying the taxes at the docks customs office, Li Shuyang handed the tax receipts to Master Shun. With these documents, all household appliances could be sold legally. Li Shuyang needed to pay Ma Kuei 15,000 USD for the 200 tons of corn, with additional costs for transportation exceeding $1,000. Li Shuyang's profit from Master Shun's goods amounted to 70,000 USD, demonstrating that Master Shun, having operated in the black market for many years, had quite an appetite, able to produce such a sum for a single purchase. Ma Kuei then handed Li Shuyang a box filled with ice. This is a sample of seafood for you to try. It is not cheap in Xinjiang. Only the wealthy can afford it, $70 per pound, and I only managed to get 2 pounds for myself, so I'm gifting you one to sample. It requires no cooking. You can enjoy it with dipping sauce right away. After glancing at the warehouse, Ma Kuei was surprised to see that despite having just shipped over 30 tons of vegetables, it was once again brimming. Following Li Shuyang's increase in vegetable purchase prices to 2 cents per pound, even villages several dozen miles away were enticed to deliver their produce. Within 3 days, the volume of vegetables received equaled that of the initial 10-day supply. Brother, there is a significant shortage in the Xinjiang market. I will not wait for a Shun and the others to come and load. I am returning, as I have no cargo left. Ma Kuei remarked with a smile at Li Shuyang. All right, Kuei go. I will arrange for workers immediately. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. Master Shun, riding a motorcycle at the dock, exuded an aura of confidence as his cargo was nearing completion. Ma Kuei had initially assumed the motorcycle was for Li Shuyang, only to realize it was ordered for an outsider. Brother, what's this? Ma Kuei pointed at Master Shun, looking at Li Shuyang with confusion. A living advertisement. We might need to sell these in the future, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. While many in Jing City might not understand the term advertisement, it was ubiquitous in Xinjiang. Ma Kuei gave a thumbs up to Li Shuyang upon hearing this. He had visited Jing City a few times and heard from Lin Shun that it was still a heavy industrial city. Yet the vehicles on the streets were a stark contrast to those in Xinjiang. Aside from the ubiquitous bicycles, cars and motorcycles were a rarity. And while there were many buses, they were currently significantly more numerous than in the special economic zones. Li Shuyang did not profit from the price difference on Master Shun's motorcycle, as such vehicles were almost non-existent in the market. Even second-hand ones were priced over 2,000 yuan. The Honda 125 light motorcycle was sold for $500 in Xinjiang, while Ma Kuei, thinking it was for Li Shuyang, had not accounted for freight costs. Li Shuyang sold it to Master Shun for 250 yuan. From the late 1980s to the mid-1990s, Honda motorcycles entered the market, and back then, a motorcycle would cost between 8,000 to 10,000 yuan, while domestically produced models started at 4,000 yuan. During this decade, prices remained largely unchanged. It was relatively easy to earn 1,000 yuan on each motorcycle sold, and others would perceive it as a commendable deal. During a period when wages generally hovered around 50 yuan, purchasing a motorcycle was a significant challenge, though many could still afford one. As inquiries increased, Li Shuyang contemplated whether to sell. He decided that a deposit would be required beforehand to avoid the loss incurred from leaving goods unclaimed. As the grain was unloaded from the ship, numerous individuals hurried to the grain sales window, eagerly watching as bag after bag of grain was transported into the warehouse. The citizens purchasing grain were overjoyed. Essentially, every household in Jing City could afford grain. Hunger was often merely a consequence of a growing child's appetite amidst limited supplies. Given the already tight margins, how could they possibly miss the opportunity to acquire ticket-free, unlimited grain? This time, the buyers were no longer limited to 10 or 20 pounds. They came with their husbands in tow, each couple carrying a 100-pound bag home. Moreover, the bags used for the grain could be sold for 5 cents, making them a sought-after commodity in the rural areas. Even late into the night, the staff selling grain continued to rotate shifts, with no signs of a decrease in customers leaving with their purchases. As Li Shuyang departed from the dock, he observed numerous individuals pushing carts toward the area. Next to him, a young couple secured 2 bags of grain onto their bicycle, with the woman steering while the man held the rear to prevent the bicycle from tipping. Their conversation, filled with joy, reflected their satisfaction at having secured the grain. Upon returning home, Li Shuyang found Wang Minggran waiting for him in the living room. Aren't you worried that Master Shin will seek to collaborate with Ma Kuei? She asked Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang, currently profiting by capitalizing on information disparities, had limited foundational support. It would be quite simple for someone to usurp his business by merely allying with Ma Kuei. Not at all, Li Shuyang shook his head. Even without Zhang the butcher, one can still consume a pig with fur. The vegetable business is already well established, and there are more players at the Shuyang dock than just Ma Kuei. In the worst-case scenario, one could resort to a price war. There are countless individuals in Hong Kong who rely on their boats for a livelihood. Who would be foolish enough to forgo wealth? Ma Kuei is certainly not a fool, and he must comprehend this reality. Chapter 166. The Feast. What if Master Shin were to reach out to Ma Kuei himself? If we can procure vegetables, can he not? Lord Guan's carelessness cost him the state of Jingzhou. The closeness of their dealings is not advantageous for you, Wang Minggran cautioned. Shin Wuye is unaware of the prevailing circumstances in Hong Kong. Even if Ma Kuei were to speak with grandiloquence, Shin Wuye would remain skeptical. The truth is, he dares not venture into Hong Kong, Li Shuyang asserted. Before liberation, the underworld magnates of Shanghai flocked to Hong Kong, basking in the glory they once held in Shanghai, many of them having risen from humble beginnings. But what became of them in Hong Kong? Aside from indulging in feasting and revelry with acquaintances, what business could they engage in? Others are wary of him attempting a resurgence in Hong Kong. For an individual like Shin Wuye, who thrives in Jing City, Ma Kuei could easily manipulate him if he set foot in Hong Kong. He could flatten him or mold him at will. How could he entrust his very existence to Ma Kuei? The fundamental reason lies in the fact that those who have achieved success value their lives and are reluctant to take risks. If one is too apprehensive to take risks, how can others place their trust in him? Li Shuyang himself possesses little that would warrant Ma Kuei's interest. To eliminate Li Shuyang over a mere few $1,000s would be a fool's errand for Ma Kuei, akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Likewise, Ma Kuei would not place his trust in Shin Wuye, for the situation would be the same. He could easily detain Shin Wuye if he so desired. Once the cargo reaches a critical mass, bringing in a dozen large vessels worth of goods, if Shin Wuye were to initiate a black market transaction, Ma Kuei would find himself with no recourse for lamentation. The primary reason they are willing to collaborate with Li Shuyang is that he lacks significant power, allowing everyone to earn their desired share peacefully. Are you so certain? Wang Minggran inquired, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded Li Shuyang. You may not grasp this, but when a person possesses nothing, they fearlessly engage in various endeavors. However, once one has attained wealth and a stable life, the fear of death becomes particularly pronounced. In poverty, death seems inconsequential, yet in affluence, the desire to live and savor life intensifies. Li Shuyang embraced Wang Minggran, saying, "Tomorrow is my uncle's birthday. We must return for his 70th celebration. I will have Han Ying and my sister-in-law keep an eye on matters here." Wang Minggran, realizing she could not sway her partner, shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. Mentioning Wang Minggran's uncle brought a smile to Li Shuyang's face. Back when Zhou Zhuang had yet to be electrified, he rushed to purchase a television, only to find it useless without power. He argued vehemently with a sales clerk at the department store, claiming he had been sold an empty box. He even filed a complaint against the store, and ultimately, the befuddled clerk and a repairman had to visit Zhou Zhuang, only to discover the absence of electricity. They had no choice but to refund all of Wang Tingxing's money without explanation. This year, with Zhou Zhuang finally electrified, the old man returned to the department store, and this time, the clerk ensured that the area had power before selling him another television. They even sent a repairman to assist with the antenna, fearing that Wang Tingxing might struggle with it and cause a scene at the store. Wang Tingxing boasted that the department store had sold him a fake television. Had he not been clever, he would have been deceived. Anyone who mentioned the lack of power would be met with his rebuttal, asserting that the radio at Li Shuyang's home operated without electricity. His radio ran on batteries. So surely this advanced television contained batteries as well. The television he purchased must have had dead batteries that he was reluctant to replace. After the electrification, when questioned again, he claimed that the plug was for charging. It was not until Wang Yuanchao returned and explained the situation that he finally understood. On a bright morning, Wang Minggran placed the prepared gifts on the front of her bicycle, with 2 sets of clothes tied at the back, crafted by her sister-in-law, Zhou Lan. Her parents-in-law had returned home the previous day. Wang Minggran perched herself on the front beam of the bicycle as Li Shuyang pedaled towards Zhou Zhuang. The little ones had returned with their grandparents the day before. The yard of Wang Tingxing's home was bustling with young men and women coming to help, while laughter filled the kitchen. Wang Tingxing's house was renowned for hosting the most lavish feasts in Zhou Zhuang, particularly now that land was allocated to households, and food was no longer scarce. Even the most modest families could manage a decent banquet. Li Shuyang, not being from Zhou Zhuang and merely a son-in-law, was not required to help with the tables and benches. Nowadays, the items for the feast were a hodgepodge, with one household lending a bench and another a table, while everyone scrounged for bowls and chopsticks. The larger items were easily identifiable and straightforward to return, yet chopsticks were indistinguishable, with only a count of how many pairs borrowed to ensure they were returned. Consequently, During the 1980s and 1990s, many households had chopsticks of varying lengths, and bowls often mismatched in patterns. The stage at the entrance had long been erected, and the elder villagers had brought their small stools to sit and enjoy the performance. Meanwhile, Li Shuyang's children were chasing after an ice cream vendor. Before long, they had led the bicycle selling ice cream to the gates of the Wang family estate, attracting a throng of children who drooled over the frozen treats, crying when their parents refused to buy. How much for a box of ice pops? Wang Minggran shot a disapproving glance at her children before turning to the young woman selling ice cream with a smile. It's 30 ice pops for 90 cents. The young woman replied with a grin. Please bring me a few more boxes, Wang Minggran said cheerfully, handing over $3. These children's parents were all here to celebrate her uncle's birthday, and it felt awkward for Wang Minggran to only buy for her own children. Moreover, this small sum of money was inconsequential for her. You'll have to wait an hour. I'll return to Jing City to fetch more, the young woman said happily, accepting the money and handing over the ice pops one by one. After giving her own children one each, Wang Minggran began distributing them to the children surrounding her. Minggran, you're being too extravagant. The little ones should at least thank their aunt, someone helping remarked as they saw their children receiving ice pops from Wang Minggran. It's nothing. Today is a joyous occasion, Wang Minggran replied with a smile. Many in Zhouzhuang were well aware of Wang Minggran's family's wealth. They rented a warehouse at the dock, selling grain in torrents. The unusual items in their home were beyond what they had ever seen, and after selling vegetables, they would indulge their eyes at the warehouse. These items were beyond their means, yet the warehouse was brimming with them. Minggran, how much do you earn in a month now? Wang Minggran's cousin asked her with a smile. I remember not long ago, Wang Minggran wanted to invite her siblings to work at the warehouse, but now that the factory had allocated them housing, they had grown fond of it and were reluctant to leave. Chapter 167, Strolling. We can earn several hundred yuan in a month, Wang Minggran replied with a cheerful demeanor. Speaking too much might frighten these folks. Although Li Shuyang managed everything under the guise of his Hong Kong identity, he still worried about potential sabotage. While it wouldn't undermine the foundation of the dock warehouse, such actions would be distasteful. Thus, Wang Minggran chose to remain low-key. After delivering gifts and enjoying the birthday feast, Li Shuyang finally pulled Wang Minggran towards home. Now, both Uncle Da and Uncle Air's families are assisting Li Shuyang in his endeavors. During the day, they help arrange the harvested vegetables, and at night, they keep an eye on the warehouse to deter any potential thieves. Why do I feel your temperament fluctuates so unpredictably? Just earlier at Uncle's house, you were generous enough to serve a bowl of rice to the beggar. Why not extend the same kindness at the dock? Wang Minggran asked, perplexed, as she looked at Li Shuyang. At the dock, Li Shuyang bears the expense of food and drink for those working for him, mindful of their substantial appetites. Hence he prepares ample provisions each time. However, such daily feasting diminishes their labor capacity, and inevitably, people's appetites will shrink. Consequently, there is often leftover food in the cafeteria. Yet Li Shuyang instructs Wang Minggran to discard it into the waste bucket rather than give it to the beggars. Naturally, Wang Minggran complies with Li Shuyang's wishes, though she struggles to comprehend his rationale, suspecting him of being heartless. Yet, upon their return to the village, she observes that Li Shuyang occasionally lends a hand to a few impoverished families, further deepening her confusion. One must be cautious with kindness. Too much generosity leads to resentment. Your uncle's family does not host banquets daily. If they beg, they can only afford one meal and will eventually seek sustenance elsewhere, Li Shuyang explained. In the village, my assistance is merely for emergencies, not for perpetual charity. If I continuously dispense alms to those loitering at the dock, they will come to expect it as their due, eventually assuming they can simply dine at the cafeteria without hesitation. And when hunger strikes, they will hardly turn up their noses at the scraps in the waste bucket. Li Shuyang elaborated, when one is too generous over time, the recipient may feel indebted, consuming without gratitude. Just as I am with Li Zhuang. I clarify the transportation fees he is to pay, ensuring he acknowledges his obligations. I will not hesitate to support him where necessary. But I will also be the first to alert him to any profitable opportunities. Certain habits should not be cultivated. Upon hearing Li Shuyang's reasoning, Wang Minggran ceased her inquiries, recalling similar occurrences in Zhou village. Once, despite being of considerable age, Li Minghan had to fend for himself, with Li Shuyang imparting skills but never offering food without reason. A kindness once or twice is a favor. Beyond that, it breeds animosity. Whether one survives is a matter of fate. Li Shuyang can only provide for Li Zhuang, Zhou Lan, and Wang Mingran's parents. As for others, they are not his concern. Helping is a courtesy, while not helping is a matter of principle. In the early morning, Li Shuyang arrived at Zhangjituan, where Wu Chuanhua greeted him with an exceptionally joyful smile. He mused about the old adage, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, a astonished at how this once small figure had risen to prominence, especially as a notable representative of their brigade. Wu Chuanhua had also purchased a considerable amount of goods from Li Shuyang's warehouse. "Comrade Li, are you here for an inspection?" He chuckled, not hesitating to call Li Shuyang by name. Despite their previous hierarchical relationship, Li Shuyang nodded, recognizing Wu Chuanhua's cunning. He had indeed mastered the art of superficial charm. "We have essentially completed the greenhouses here. I just hope they meet Comrade Li's standards," Wu Chuanhua remarked as he led Li Shuyang to the fields. The plastic film had been distributed to each village the day prior, and the villagers were diligently covering the greenhouses, preparing to plant vegetables. After all, during the promotional campaign, it was stated that even in winter, greenhouse vegetables would thrive unimpeded by the weather, growing faster by over 10 days in summer. Li Shuyang accompanied Wu Chuanhua to their greenhouse, where the soil had already been tilled, and the villagers were busy sowing seeds. "Captain Wu, after sowing the seeds, could you cover them with a layer of straw? Once the seeds germinate, you can simply remove the straw. The soil temperature will also help in nurturing the vegetables," Li Shuyang suggested with a smile. "All right, I'll have someone fetch straw to try it out," Wu Chuanhua responded, equally cheerful. These vegetables are not merely vital for Zhang Jituan's income. They also directly impact Li Shuyang's earnings. He cannot deceive himself, after all. According to Ma Kuei, the sales of bok choy are surpassing those of other vegetables, as its petite size makes it both delightful to eat and easy to clean. As he departed from Zhang Jituan, Li Shuyang handed Wu Chuanhua a list detailing the future prices for vegetable purchases, each item seeing an increase of 1 cent. Today, he intended to visit several brigades, as they would be the main suppliers of vegetables for him in the future. At the entrances of various grain and oil supply stations in Jing City, there was an unusual desolation. Typically, on procurement days, long lines would snake out the door. Yet today, aside from a few scattered individuals seeking oil, not a single soul could be seen. They knew the reason well. After all, with the docks warehouse openly supplying grain and foreign oil, they had stockpiled at least 3 months' worth at home. The few who did come to purchase were small-time vendors, currently buying less than usual, as the dock allowed purchases without tickets. In the afternoon, Jing City's higher-ups convened an impromptu meeting regarding this matter. The consensus was that Li Shuyang indeed possesses the capability to supply grain to these brigades. Not only can he meet their needs, but as long as there is money in Jing City, he can readily provide. Moreover, Jing City can now dispatch all its reserve grain to assist areas suffering from severe shortages. The meeting concluded with a decision to construct 2 additional warehouses for rental purposes. After visiting several brigade offices, Li Shuyang opted not to wander through the villages. Some brigades governed villages nestled in the mountains, and it could take him 5 days to complete such a journey. Raising the vegetable purchase prices was also a strategy to encourage more enthusiasm among the farmers. To make the horse run, one must feed it more grass. Attempting to suppress prices while expecting a larger harvest is simply unfeasible. If the prices are too low, they could opt to grow grains instead of vegetables. Each brigade received similar orders, with Li Shuyang notifying them in advance regarding which vegetables he required. As for the amount of plastic film they utilized, they would reimburse him at the original price by the end of next year. By the time Li Shuyang returned home, night had already fallen. Outside his door stood a new motorcycle belonging to old Master Shun, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with several young men. They appeared particularly merry. "Old Master Shun," Li Shuyang greeted with a smile upon seeing him. "Li, my brother." Old Master Shun responded with equal warmth as he approached. The others did not come over, but Li Shuyang could easily discern from their attire the nature of their activities. As for why Old Master Shun was so cordial with this group, Li Shuyang had a general understanding. Although they might not contribute anything substantial, their familial connections warranted Old Master Shun's amiable demeanor. While they might not be able to assist Old Master Shun, they certainly excelled at causing trouble. However, Li Shuyang felt no need to curry favor with them. His status had changed, and he now belonged to the Hong Kong elite. Should they dare to cause a ruckus, there would be no one to stop them. All he would need to do is take a few photographs and promote them back in Hong Kong. That would create quite the international spectacle, and it would deter any wealthy investors from Hong Kong from coming forward. This is precisely why Li Shuyang refrained from fully unleashing his ambitions prior to obtaining his Hong Kong identity card. Presently, the policies favoring overseas and Hong Kong investors are exceptionally generous. For instance, if Li Shuyang were to lease a warehouse at the docks under the guise of a resident of Jing City, the chances of success would be slim. Even if he could secure a lease, the approval process would not be expedited. The rental price would likely exceed 15,000, starting at a minimum of 20,000. These favorable policies are designed to invite affluent businessmen from Hong Kong to invest in the mainland, offering not only incentives, but also conveniences for investors. For example, with a Hong Kong identity card, Li Shuyang could purchase items requiring remittance vouchers at department stores without needing tickets. Another compelling reason for Li Shuyang to obtain his Hong Kong identity card by 1983 is that delaying until 1984 would complicate matters significantly when it comes to the special economic zones. Without the requisite documents, he would risk fines or deportation while out shopping. Recently, Li Shuyang also needed to make a trip to Hong Kong to collaborate with another group. Although he had reached a verbal agreement with Ma Kuei regarding the vegetable market, it was prudent for him to keep a safety net. He intended to supply fresh vegetables and fruits to large supermarkets. Relying solely on one source is never a secure strategy. Currently, Li Shuyang was capitalizing on these information disparities to generate profit. What brings you here, Fifth Master? Li Shuyang inquired with a smile directed at Master Shun. These young gentlemen wish to purchase motorcycles from you, but I haven't settled on a price yet. I've inquired about new motorcycles in the Magic City, and the price falls within this range. Fifth Master Shin gestured with a hand sign indicating the figure. I understand, my dearly, that you are offering me such a generous price out of gratitude for my years of support. These gentlemen's families are well off, so feel free to charge them what they deserve, Fifth Master Shin whispered. They are only here because of your reputation, so I believe I should extend a courtesy as well. How about I discount them by 2,000? What do you think? Li Shuyang replied with a grin. Since Fifth Master Shin had already suggested charging what was fair, Li Shuyang was not foolish. These buyers sought to flaunt their status, distinguishing themselves from the ordinary populace. After all, bicycles have become premium products. A brand new model can still capture the attention of countless young people on the streets. Their psychological state revolves around I possess what you lack, and you cannot afford what I enjoy. As long as there is profit to be made, Li Shuyang would seize the opportunity, knowing that once the goods entered the port and taxes were paid, everything would be legal. Fifth Master Shin approached the group and began speaking softly with them. They were aware of the motorcycle situation in the Magic City, but acquiring one was difficult and required connections. Bringing one over would cost at least 10,000. The fact that it could be purchased here for 6,000 suggested a close relationship between Fifth Master Shin and the Hong Kong businessman. Li Shuyang soon received a deposit of 12,000, with a 2,000 deposit for each motorcycle, set for pickup at the dock warehouse in 4 days. In the early morning, Lin Shin arrived once again in Jing City, bringing with him 100 tons each of flour and rice, along with a variety of other goods. What brings you to Hong Kong, brotherly? Lin Shin asked. Just a few matters to attend to, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Due to the sudden plunge of the Hong Kong dollar, these two shipments had been settled in Longhua currency, and once the Hong Kong dollar stabilized, Li Shuyang certainly needed to make a trip to Hong Kong. Over the course of just 2 months, the exchange rate for the Hong Kong dollar had fallen from 57 to 1, plummeting to 78 to 1. During this time, vegetable prices had also surged, only to stabilize again later. Li Shuyang was eager to seize this opportunity. Arriving at the Hong Kong docks 3 days later, Li Shuyang disembarked and was escorted to the Central Economic Zone. During this period, he had amassed nearly 250,000 USD. After opening a bank account in Central Hong Kong, he converted all his dollars into Hong Kong currency and exchanged 50,000 to 60,000 Longhua currency into Hong Kong dollars before heading to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. After establishing his personal account, he transferred his funds into it on November 17, 1983. The sharp decline of the Hong Kong dollar had created a significant impact. The stocks of the Neon Corporation were being ruthlessly sold off in the stock market, plummeting to 8 Hong Kong dollars per share. While real estate stocks hovered at 78 Hong Kong dollars per share, both were at critical lows. Yet, a shift was imminent. Prior to the Plaza Accord, savvy investors would begin to acquire these undervalued stocks, a strategy known as bottom fishing. By 1984, these stocks would enter an upward trajectory, with the potential for a staggering 150-fold increase in value. Li Shuyang certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. The staff at the stock exchange watched with furrowed brows as Li Shuyang purchased nearly $2.5 million worth of Neon real estate stocks. However, as a customer, they had no choice but to remain silent. Li Shuyang effortlessly acquired 25,000 shares of Neon real estate stock, and with his remaining 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, he purchased Neon currency stocks, holding a total of 37,500 shares of Neon currency stocks and 25,000 shares of real estate stocks. By early 1984, Neon real estate stocks would suddenly soar to 120 Hong Kong dollars per share, while currency stocks would reach 17 Hong Kong dollars per share. At that point, Li Shuyang planned to make a significant move with Neon, emulating the strategies of the major players, determined to capitalize fully on this opportunity. Li Shuyang grinned as he gazed at the 2 receipts in his hand, while onlookers regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Those who had invested in Hong Kong currency previously were now lamenting their misfortune. How could the exchange rate of a country like Neon, competing with the United States, possibly rise? Was this not merely a means for Neon to exploit investors in the US? An increase in currency value signifies an elevation in status. The United States was not naive. Ignoring the incredulous glances of those around him, Li Shuyang departed the stock exchange. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the dock, where Lin Shun regarded him with a peculiar expression. Chapter 169, Temptation. Lin Shun and Li Shuyang arrived at the apartment Lin Shun had rented in Sham Shuipa. Brother Shuyang, do you think establishing a separate dock is wise? Lin Shun inquired. Li Shuyang had already explained during their boat ride to Hong Kong that the vegetable base in Jing City had nearly taken shape. The 5 teams' greenhouse vegetables were officially entering the market, and it was clear that Ma Kuei alone could not absorb the entirety of it. Other teams were not foolish. They would not pass up a lucrative opportunity. As long as they could fulfill their grain supply obligations, they would have access to food without needing grain coupons, all while making a profit. So why couldn't they cultivate greenhouse vegetables to sell to Li Shuyang? The growth rate of greenhouse vegetables is twice that of those grown in open fields, particularly since the greenhouses were already constructed. Rapeseed is among the most suitable vegetables for autumn and winter planting, yielding a harvest in about 25 days. Additionally, water spinach grows remarkably quickly in greenhouses, maturing in roughly 30 days from seed to harvest. Each team has multiple greenhouses, and these are not crops that take 3 to 4 months to yield. On average, they would need to sell at least 800 tons of vegetables each month. Each team boasts at least 800 mu of dry land, with Li Shuyang estimating a yield of 1 ton per mu. How could Ma Kuei possibly consume it all? Even if he could, Li Shuyang had no intention of providing him with the entirety of the supply, as the current output from these teams barely sufficed for half of Hong Kong's needs. Li Shuyang's ambitions extend far beyond just Hong Kong. There are several neighboring countries reliant on imported vegetables, all of which currently depend heavily on imports. Therefore, Lin Shun must not only establish a new dock, but also engage with shipping companies from Japan and Singapore to swiftly seize these untapped markets. Naturally, discussions can also be held regarding their preferred vegetables, which Li Shuyang can arrange to cultivate. As long as the prices do not fall below those in Hong Kong, Li Shuyang remains indifferent to whether their offers are high or low. If you are content to remain subservient, then I shall seek collaboration elsewhere. Li Shuyang remarked to Lin Shun. Human beings are inherently driven by desires. Everyone possesses them. Money is the most alluring of all, especially when one is aware that once a deal is struck, vast sums will come pouring in. Others may be oblivious, but Lin Shun, having followed Ma Kuei for 2 months, cannot be unaware of the substantial profits involved. Does this count as betraying Brother Kuei? Lin Shun questioned, though internally he was quite exhilarated. People often wish to amass wealth while also maintaining a good reputation. In the business realm, familial ties hold no weight. There is no betrayal to speak of. If one fears, they may seek a different patron, but to dictate one's own fate, risks must be embraced. As success is invariably built upon financial foundations. With wealth and allies, what is there to fear? Moreover, the original agreement remains intact. His share will still be provided each month, and perhaps even increased. One cannot prosper without taking risks. Wealth does not simply fall into one's lap. Li Shuyang urged with a smile. Ma Kuei can only consume the output of 2 large teams of vegetables each month. What shall be done with the surplus? Should I purchase it back only to discard it? Handing over the business to Ma Kuei would merely tighten his grip around my neck. While Lin Shun may not match Ma Kuei's strength in Hong Kong, his influence in the special economic zone is considerable. He can easily bring others to Hong Kong to become his capable aides. The initial investment is not substantial. It merely requires arranging proper identification and covering living expenses for these individuals. They venture out to seek better lives for their families. If Lin Shun can fulfill this, these individuals will brave any danger without hesitation. Li Shuyang is reluctant to engage extensively with locals in Hong Kong, as they show little interest in legitimate businesses. Their focus has shifted to the gray market, leading to fierce competition. In this nascent era, business acumen reigns supreme, which explains why many magnates rushed to pivot their enterprises as the 1990s approached, realizing that certain paths are unsustainable. The rationale behind choosing Lin Shun is simple. His foundation in Hong Kong is shaky, and his income streams are limited to following Ma Kuei or relying on meager wholesale operations. Who wouldn't aspire to rise above? The opportunity lies before them. The brothers back home earn no more than 50 a month. Here, their salaries could multiply several times over. If anyone were to threaten their livelihood, would they acquiesce? Under the allure of money, ethics become trivial. While this is not an absolute truth, how many would choose principle over profit? On the surface, they may extol virtue and morality, but behind the scenes, they are the ones wielding the knife, for only those closest to you know your vulnerabilities and can strike decisively. Furthermore, Li Shuyang has not pushed Lin Shun to sever ties with Ma Kuei completely. Rather, it is a matter of each pursuing their own path, while gradually accumulating strength, awaiting the moment when they can fully spread their wings. With 2 or 3 competitors, Li Shuyang need not worry about being stifled in the future. Cultivating competitors is thus the second objective of Li Shuyang's venture in Hong Kong. Brotherly, since you hold me in such regard, I shall not disappoint you. Just tell me what you need me to do, Lin Shun declared, seemingly resolute. The task is straightforward, although you may not currently possess ample capital to purchase cargo ships. The shipping industry in Hong Kong is currently lackluster. You can rent vessels from shipping companies. You are aware of when Ma Kuei and his associates arrive in Jing City. Simply stagger your timing accordingly. As for the dock, you need not concern yourself with it. There is no need for wholesale. Just lower the prices slightly and deliver to supermarkets and restaurants. Victoria Harbor will serve as a direct docking point for your goods. I can even offer you a better rate. Time is of the essence. You have just over 20 days to prepare. You must finalize staffing, secure buyers, and rent ships. I will also allocate half of the grain purchasing business to you, ensuring you are not left empty-handed, Li Shuyang said, patting Lin Shun on the shoulder with a smile. Very well, I shall follow Brother Li's guidance and begin preparations immediately. Lin Shun nodded in agreement. How could Lin Shun not be excited? Earnings in the tens of thousands of dollars per venture, and these goods do not require the same pressure on stock as wholesale items in Hong Kong. Upon arrival, they will be eagerly purchased, and the conditions Li Shuyang has presented are simply irresistible. The collaboration with Ma Kuei is merely a business arrangement. There is no need to feel guilty about betrayal. Lin Shun merely wishes to gauge the value of Li Shuyang's insights and whether they are worthy of consideration. Chapter 170. Why? Li Shuyang understood that human nature is inherently greedy. No one wishes to miss out on progress. Whether one is willing to stab another in the back depends solely on the value of the stakes involved. Few individuals are willing to remain by your side, regardless of how much or how little you offer them. Those who toil alongside you do so in search of an opportunity to rise above. And if you cannot provide that opportunity, why should they not seek it elsewhere? Li Shuyang was confident Lin Shun would act accordingly, which is why he dared to discuss matters privately with him. He also possesses methods to address situations on Ma Kuei's end. All that remains is for Lin Shun to strengthen his position. As for engaging with the Japanese, Li Shuyang is not yet inclined. Although they are often naive with their wealth, they bring along a multitude of complications. Everything must align with their demands, and they even require oversight. Those in Longhua already harbor resentment towards them, and Li Shuyang's actions may deter some from continuing to cultivate vegetables, dissuading them from pursuing this profit. However, over time, as stable incomes are established, their resistance will diminish significantly. Li Shuyang is in the business of trade, not merely serving the Japanese. Early the next morning, Lin Shun returned with a smile, excitedly sharing that he had successfully negotiated with several shopping malls. However, it wasn't long before a frown creased his brow. Brotherly, I've been feeling unwell lately. At first, I thought it was a lingering effect from the boat ride, but after a checkup, the doctor assured me my health is fine. Yet, I constantly feel a heaviness in my chest and discomfort in my sides. Just as Lin Shun was about to leave the room, he recalled his health issues. Though the pain was not severe, it significantly affected his mood. If Western medicine cannot identify the issue, perhaps you should consult a traditional Chinese physician. There are skilled practitioners in Hong Kong who can assist. It may be that your liver qi is stagnant, Li Shuyang suggested after a moment's thought. Isn't traditional Chinese medicine just a scam? Lin Shun shot back, leaving Li Shuyang momentarily speechless. Having perused Li Mingyi's medical texts, Li Shuyang understood that certain ailments are perceived differently in Western and traditional Chinese medicine. For instance, while Western medicine refers to the kidney as an organ, traditional Chinese medicine views it as the repository of essence and vitality. All bodily organs require nourishment from kidney essence. A deficiency in this essence can lead to loose teeth, hair loss, fatigue, and a general sense of malaise. For instance, in Lin Shun's current predicament, no abnormalities can be detected through machinery. Only when this organ begins to necrotize can Western medicine discern the issue. Initially, minor ailments remain utterly elusive to their understanding. Take, for example, an individual who suddenly experiences chest tightness and shortness of breath, accompanied by slight pain. Standard tests like blood draws or CT scans reveal no underlying cause. In truth, this signifies a stagnation of qi and blood, and timely intervention would prevent severe complications. Conversely, Western medicine addresses symptoms in isolation, headaches treated at the head, foot pain at the foot, without comprehending the underlying causes of these ailments. This is why, upon encountering traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, Western nations have contrived a grand deception aimed at eradicating it. They endeavor to validate the purported scientific basis of their mere 2-century-old practice by denouncing the nearly 5,000-year-old healing art of TCM as mere sorcery, all while continuously amassing knowledge from it. The absurdity is akin to attempting to disprove the remaining 93% of the universe based on a mere 3% of observable phenomena. A ludicrous falsehood that some are willing to believe. Moreover, there are plans to escalate this scheme, beginning with the exorbitant procurement of traditional Chinese herbs, driving up costs, which, in turn, leads unscrupulous merchants to counterfeit medicines, rendering TCM prescriptions ineffectual over time, thus achieving their desired end. Presently, in Japan, there is a fervent exploration of classical TCM formulas, with numerous patents being sought, transforming what rightfully belongs to others into their own. Consequently, nearly every pharmacy on the streets of Japan now stocks TCM, despite their Western medical expertise ranking among the highest globally, particularly in neurosurgery, where no one dares claim superiority. It seems rather absurd for such pinnacle practitioners to invest substantial resources into researching pseudoscience. In the early 1970s, Japan introduced Shuyang granules, capturing a significant share of the overseas market within 3 short years, accounting for 45% of their pharmaceutical production. Research investments in TCM continue to rise, with 60% of the medications available in Japanese pharmacies now being TCM products. Having witnessed the miraculous efficacy of TCM, Japan began cultivating talents skilled in both Western and Chinese medicine, with 80% of physicians in future hospitals proficient in TCM, often favoring it in their prescriptions. Despite a tragic incident in the 1990s where Shuyang granules led to fatalities, Japan did not cease its TCM development. Instead, they increased investments, drawing more talent to investigate the underlying causes of this occurrence. Far from denouncing TCM as pseudoscience, they continually expanded production and export of TCM, with 95% of their pharmaceutical exports post-1990 being TCM products. Currently, Japan harbors more ancient TCM texts than Longhua, even sending exchange students to the United States to study acupuncture. The absence of TCM clinics in the West results from their lack of thorough research and understanding. These individuals are emblematic of those who enjoy the fruits of another's labor, yet seek to dismantle the very foundation that supports it. However, many, like Lin Shun, remain convinced by external voices that TCM is pseudoscience, leaving Li Shuyang at a loss. Whether Lin Shun believes or not, Li Shuyang has grown weary of explanations, fearing that excessive clarification might label him as contrarian. With a dismissive glance, Li Shuyang refrains from elaboration. A couple of doses of TCM won't be fatal. Trying it is hardly a loss, and one might consider it a gamble. Li Shuyang needs Lin Shun's assistance in championing this cause, should he fall ill. Finding a suitable replacement would prove challenging. Otherwise, he would rather not squander his breath. In their minds, the efficacy of TCM is mere luck, while Western medicine's failures bear no blame. Much like in future hospitals, should machinery fail, how many doctors would accurately diagnose a patient's ailment? They would hesitate to prescribe anything beyond a couple of vitamin drips and glucose. Li Shuyang does not believe that Western medicine lacks merit. Rather, he despises those who are swayed to suppress TCM. Both approaches aim to heal, so why strive to undermine one another? Their coexistence fosters healthy competition, ultimately providing patients with a broader spectrum of choices. Setting aside these thoughts, Li Shuyang contemplates the establishment of a water plant. Since Lin Shun became involved in the vegetable venture, Ma Kuei ought to be ready to offer some incentives. Li Shuyang is reluctant to offend Ma Kuei. After all, Ma Kuei's influence in Xiangjiang surpasses Lin Shun's. After loading grain bound for Jing City at the docks, Li Shuyang embarked on his return journey. Just a day after his departure, Ma Kuei had returned to Xiangjiang, nodding as he heard from his subordinate about Lin Shun's intent to withdraw. Chapter 171, Plans for the Factory. Lin Shun, acting as an introducer, collects a commission of 1,500 for each transaction. Although not substantial, it represents a significant expense. Since Lin Shun wishes to depart, Ma Kuei does not press him to stay, as their collaboration with Li Shuyang has now gained momentum and the vegetable wholesale business has stabilized. If clean drinking water could be consumed without boiling, would you purchase it? Ma Kuei inquired of a laborer unloading goods. The laborer glanced around, realizing Ma Kuei was addressing him, and shook his head. While their home water may lack hygiene, boiling it renders it drinkable. With a family to support, spending extra money on water is not feasible. Ma Kuei asked about 10 laborers, receiving uniformly negative responses. They had not even considered the matter. Brother, you're asking the wrong crowd. You should inquire with those living in upscale neighborhoods. Folks like us don't have the luxury to enjoy life, one laborer replied with a smile. Ma Kuei slapped his forehead in realization. These laborers earn at most 3,000 Hong Kong dollars a month, translating to around $380 US. Their daily concerns revolve around working harder to earn more for their children's education and ensuring their families are well-fed and warm. Enjoying life is a luxury they cannot afford. Regarding the healthiness of water, it pales in significance against the backdrop of daily meals. Ma Kuei knows that bottled drinking water in Shuyang costs 20 Hong Kong dollars per barrel, and each barrel weighs about 20 pounds. The price of mineral water is even higher, nearing that of soda. The cost of bottled water in Longhua currency is approximately $6 per barrel. According to Li Shuyang's plan, selling 40-pound barrels of water at the same price is certainly feasible. In terms of competition, Ma Kuei's advantage lies in volume and affordability. Those who can afford such water are primarily middle class, who, while not affluent, are keen to save where they can. Li Shuyang has set his price at $2 per barrel, but the pipes and other materials required for the factory must be provided by Ma Kuei, as well as the barrels produced by the plastic factory. If Li Shuyang were to cover these costs, each barrel would rise to $4. Seated on the sofa, Ma Kuei calculated the expenses, ultimately deciding that providing the materials made more financial sense, given that this business would span at least a decade. This matter warrants a detailed discussion with Li Shuyang. Rubbing his temples, Ma Kuei focused on his subordinate who was compiling a price list for bottled water from various supermarkets. At the Jing City dock, Li Shuyang disembarked from the cargo ship and headed straight to the warehouse office, where Wang Minggran was busy placing each paycheck into envelopes and labeling them with the workers' names. As for the individuals responsible for loading and unloading goods, they are temporary workers. A simple call at the entrance suffices when there is work available, with daily settlements. The dock manager inquired whether we would like to rent the adjacent vacant warehouse, to which I replied that I was unaware of the situation and would wait for your return. He mentioned that upon your return, he would inform me. Upon seeing Li Shuyang, Wang Minggran cheerfully remarked that this matter could be discussed later. Li Shuyang did not immediately decide on the rental. Currently, there are few individuals renting dock warehouses, as only a handful truly understand their significance. He intended to wait for Ma Kuei's arrival to finalize the construction of the water plant before making any decisions. For the time being, the warehouse designated for storing vegetables and grains was more than sufficient. Should Ma Kuei be unwilling to collaborate, Li Shuyang would finance the construction of the water plant and partner with Lin Shun. Very well, you should take a rest now, after several days aboard the vessel. You must be quite fatigued, Wang Minggran urged Li Shuyang to rest. Adjacent to the warehouse office, there was a small room available for resting. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. After the port began its open supply of grains, Jing City no longer witnessed throngs of people lined up until midnight to purchase supplies. Although a significant number of individuals still came daily to buy grains, the frenzy of the initial half-month had dissipated. Now, most buyers were from the nearby counties, arriving by train to procure grain before returning home. Initially, Li Shuyang believed that Master Shun would engage in this trade. However, after making a profit from the department store, Master Shun was reluctant to deal with the lower-margin grain business. The profit from a medium-sized truck of grain likely fell short of that from a single television set. Currently, the appliance sales window at the Jing City department store bore no signs of life. Previously, as soon as goods arrived, a line would form with eager customers, particularly for televisions, where individuals were almost ready to fight for a chance to purchase. The factory producing televisions had an annual output of merely 200,000 units, which needed to be distributed among numerous cities, resulting in a scarcity for each location. Especially since the colored television production line had only been introduced from Neon around 3 years ago. The large color televisions reaching the Jing City department store were few and required special tickets. At the warehouse dock, one could purchase freely, provided they had the financial means. If goods were unavailable, a deposit would suffice to secure delivery within 3 to 5 days. Additionally, prices were significantly lower than those at the department store. Since Master Shun began evaluating purchases across surrounding cities and provinces, the impact has been considerable. The department store, aside from tobacco and alcohol, which Master Shun refrained from selling, offered a more comprehensive range of products than its competitors. With Li Shuyang's legitimate procedures, chain stores began to open one after another. Each subsequent procurement surpassed the last, particularly in bicycles, which Li Shuyang was reluctant to stock, yet Master Shun acquired in substantial quantities. Li Shuyang slept soundly until the following morning. Indeed, he had not rested well aboard the ship, as the swaying made slumber elusive, and he would awaken almost immediately upon falling asleep. After rising, Li Shuyang rode his bicycle to Li Family Village. In Li Family Village, apart from the able-bodied laborers who had come to Jing City seeking work, most were diligently tending to the seedlings in the greenhouses, showing more care than anyone else. Even the elderly, who typically preferred to linger under the old locust tree, had taken to assisting with household chores. The playground was devoid of adults, save for a cluster of small children. Li Shuyang made his way to the mountain spring and, following its flow upwards, soon arrived at a small cave entrance. The cave was rather diminutive, barely spacious enough for a child to crawl inside. He cupped the spring water at the entrance and took a refreshing drink, smacking his lips in approval. The taste was quite pleasant, comparable to the well water near the old locust tree in the village. This water belonged to Li family village, and should a factory be established at the foot of the mountain, it would surely require rental agreements with the village, with the paramount consideration being the recruitment of workers from within Li family village. With these two assurances, the construction of the factory would not only face no opposition, but would also receive robust support from the village to expedite its establishment. The remaining issue was the need to repair the road from Li family village to the national highway. Otherwise, large trucks could easily become mired in the mud. As Li Shuyang sat beside the mountain spring, contemplating a pile of scattered stones, he heard the voice of Li Xingye nearby. "How come you have the time to wander about?" Without turning, Li Shuyang recognized the voice instantly. Li Xingye, now blessed with both a son and daughter, found himself with a bustling household. Without elder relatives to assist, he had to invite his in-laws over to help with the children. In due time, he would support the two elders in their old age, as their own son showed little filial piety. After previously seeking employment at the dock, he had shamelessly approached Li Shuyang, insisting on helping him with vegetable collection. His wife was at home, tending to the fields with the children. "Today is my day off. I got up not long ago and saw you here, so I came over," Li Xingye said with a broad smile, scratching his head. "How is your education going?" "I have always told you that one ought to know a few characters," Li Shuyang remarked, glancing at Li Xingye with a grin. "I've been studying steadily. Whenever there's free time at home, I attend classes at school and ask the teacher about anything I don't understand," Li Xingye replied earnestly. Initially, it felt somewhat awkward for a grown man to sit behind a group of children in class, yet he approached it as a task assigned by Li Shuyang. He had nearly mastered the elementary school curriculum and could even assist his own children with their homework. At first, he thought that whether one knew characters or not made little difference in the fields, but when Li Shuyang announced that hiring would require literacy and numeracy, he understood the importance of knowledge. When the quantity of vegetables increased, it could become overwhelming. However, those with knowledge, despite occasional mistakes, possessed a greater adaptability. They could even write a decent invoice. "Study well, and next year, I'll promote you to a managerial position," Li Shuyang encouraged, patting Li Xingye's shoulder with a smile. "All right, old buddy, come over for breakfast. I have not treated you to a meal all these years, and I feel quite guilty about it," Li Xingye expressed, his eyes glimmering with hope for Li Shuyang's agreement. "Very well," Li Shuyang nodded in assent. Li Xingye's household had undergone significant changes. Several red brick houses had replaced the stone wall structure, and the pig pen housed several large, plump pigs. As Li Shuyang entered the courtyard, a swarm of children surrounded him, giggling. Li Xingye's wife and mother-in-law were busy chopping pigweed for the pigs, while his father-in-law busied himself in the kitchen. "I don't want anything too greasy for breakfast. Just whip up a couple of vegetable pancakes," Li Shuyang called out as he noticed Li Xingye entering the kitchen with cured meat. Li Shuyang preferred to eat whole grains at home, while only Wang Minggran and others enjoyed rice and meat. Especially the snacks sold at roadside stalls brought immense joy to the children, more so than during the New Year celebrations. Breakfast was prepared swiftly, and Li Shuyang observed that Li Xingye's in-laws appeared far younger than their 60 years, their backs slightly hunched and their hair sprinkled with gray. They hurriedly filled the bowls of their grandchildren with the best dishes, while they themselves settled for mere vegetables, insisting that they did not wish for meat. In old age, one should consume more nutritious food. These good days have only just begun, so do not let your health suffer from a lack of nourishment," Li Shuyang advised the elderly couple. "In our youth, we have eaten plenty. Now that we are old, we prefer something lighter," the two elders replied with smiles. "The son-in-law of your family earns a meager 40 yuan a month, yet even with daily meat consumption, you can afford it. Why not live a few more years and relish the present life? Look at the pig pen, housing 3 or 4 plump pigs, and on top of that, we receive 2 pounds of pork every month from our side, not to mention that nutritional supplements can be purchased without tickets." Li Shuyang offered his counsel. Sigh. The two elders nodded in agreement. Such simple folk are always meticulous in their actions, fearing they might burden the younger generation, lamenting their own consumption while contributing less. Li Xingye, whom Li Shuyang had known for many years, was well aware of his temperament. He was a devoted child. Once he pledged to care for his in-laws, he would not begrudge them, nor would he find their state unclean. When his own grandparents were bedridden, relying on him for their daily needs, he tended to their every requirement. The adage that no filial child exists by the bedside of a long-sick person does not hold true in every case. There are indeed many dutiful children. Li Xingye's wife, without a doubt, was a paragon of filial piety, showing no complaints towards her grandparents, and would harbor none towards her own parents. However, When the elders claimed they disliked certain foods, they believed it to be sincere. For simple souls lack the guile to feign such sentiments. Otherwise, with the family's provisions left in an empty room and the cooking solely undertaken by the two elders, how could they ascertain the elders' true feelings without locking things away? After finishing his meal, Shuyang noticed several individuals entering, causing the two elders to beam with joy. The newcomers greeted them and began to lift the round logs from the yard. Shuyang immediately understood they were preparing a coffin, realizing the source of the elders' smiles. He comprehended their fear of not having a proper coffin after their demise. He recalled a past life incident in the village where two elders nearly starved themselves fighting over a coffin. One elderly man, unable to endure hunger, ultimately perished, and his wish for a coffin was fulfilled. Shuyang found it perplexing how these elders perceived such matters. "You should come to the clan later," Shuyang said, addressing Li Xingye. Afterward, he made his way to Li Minghai's home. Li Minghai lay in his yard, enjoying the radio while covered with a light blanket, his expression radiating contentment. His two sons worked as laborers, and his daughter-in-law ran a business at the docks, each earning a monthly income of 1 to 200 yuan. His daughter's family was also faring well, both working at Li Shuyang's warehouse, leaving him little to worry about aside from a gaggle of small children. As for the village affairs, everything was progressing steadily under Li Shuyang's guidance. The calves he purchased had grown considerably. Presently, Li family village appeared to be on the cusp of a prosperous year. "Grandpa and Grandma have arrived," a child exclaimed, rushing into the yard. Li Minghai knew it was either Li Shuyang or Li Zhuang, and quickly got up to enter the main room, boiling water to prepare a cup of tea. Just as he placed the kettle on the small stove, Li Shuyang walked in. "Uncle," Li Minghai greeted with a warm smile. "Minghai, I came to discuss something with the village. This matter concerns not only the Li family, but everyone in the village. Notify all the heads of households, and I will explain everything on the platform shortly," Li Shuyang stated as he settled down. Regarding side businesses, Li Shuyang intended to prioritize the Li family to enhance both Li Minghai's and his own standing. Yet this matter required the consent of the entire village, as it directly impacted all villagers. After hearing Li Shuyang's words, Li Minghai nodded and led him to the village office. "Everyone, put down your work and gather at the playground for a meeting. Heads of households, please come. Those who are not here, stay by the stoves," Li Minghai announced through the loudspeaker. After 3 calls, he paused to sip some water while waiting for the crowd to assemble. It wasn't long before a throng of villagers hurried to the playground, including Zhang Dashan and his family. Li Shuyang spotted the father and son immediately. Despite his resentment towards them, he chose not to dwell on it, as their current statuses no longer matched. He instructed that any vegetables sent from the Zhang family should be rejected. He had already shown restraint by not confronting them. They would not profit from him again. As the villagers gathered, Li Shuyang took the microphone. "The reason I called everyone here today is that I plan to construct a water plant in the village. However, it will not be built without compensation. I will provide 1,000 yuan annually to the village, which will be distributed equally among households as before. Workers needed for the plant will be selected from the village, prioritizing those who perform well once the plant is operational. The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss the preliminary project. The road leading to the national highway requires widening and leveling on both sides, and we must ensure it is constructed as a cement road. This will facilitate the delivery of vegetables and the entry of trucks to fetch water in the future. The roadwork will benefit everyone, yet it will not incur any wages since it is for the common good. The work to connect Li Family Village to Zhangjidan will be our responsibility, while the segment from Zhangjidan to the main road will be managed by them," Li Shuyang concluded. Surveying the crowd, the Li family members nodded in agreement. Recognizing that a cement road would ease their journeys to the city for vegetable deliveries without returning home caked in mud. The other villagers were equally intrigued by the prospect of a water plant and job opportunities. After all, Li Shuyang had successfully hired over 20 workers in his city warehouse. They had no reason to doubt him. "Please commence work promptly to expedite the construction of the plant, ensuring those without jobs can have a shift soon," Li Shuyang instructed before placing the microphone back in its rightful spot. He then headed towards Zhangjidan, leaving behind the situation in Li Family Village. Each household in Zhangjidan possessed slightly more land than those in Li Family Village, primarily consisting of dry fields. Upon hearing Li Shuyang's plans for a cement road, Wu Chuanhua joyfully pounded his chest. The residents of Zhangjidan had tractors, bull carts, horse carts, and flatbed carts, and every rainy season, the fields would become pockmarked and muddy, making transportation a hassle. With a cement road, they would no longer have to worry about travel issues, and the greenhouse vegetables were thriving, nearing harvest time. "Let South expedite the road construction within 20 days. Once the cement is laid, it will be ready for use in 2 to 3 days," Li Shuyang thought as he returned to Jing City. Upon arriving, he sought out the local government department to discuss the establishment of his factory. Aside from taxes and foreign exchange requirements, everything proceeded smoothly. The cement cost for the road from the factory to the main road would be shared equally between Li Shuyang and the authorities, and he received a special approval document. As for the amount of cement, stone, and sand required for road construction, Li Shuyang will only need to pay half the cost. What an unexpected thought! How could water from the mountains possibly be sold? Wang Mingran teased upon seeing Li Shuyang return. If I claimed that this water could fetch sky-high prices if transported further away, you would surely think I was dreaming, Li Shuyang retorted with a sideways glance. I believe you are the one who hasn't fully awakened. In a few days, you might even think about selling the mud. Wang Mingran seemed to relish their banter. Do not underestimate the value of mud. Some types can indeed command exorbitant prices, and people will clamor for them, Li Shuyang remarked with a chuckle. Very well. I shall await the day you turn mud into gold, Wang Mingran replied, acknowledging that she could not win the argument against Li Shuyang. She playfully pinched him before getting back to organizing the accounts. Li Shuyang shook his head, anticipating a retort from Wang Mingran, only to find her not following the usual script. After all, the clay used for ceramics and the rare earth minerals require substantial investment. I merely meant that some mud can indeed be sold profitably, he added, before turning his attention to contacting the plastic factory. Packaging machines and related equipment needed to be procured from Xianjiang, but it was preferable to purchase pipes locally. After several days of effort, Li Shuyang successfully secured the approval for his factory. Construction could commence once the road was completed. Ma Kuei's cargo ship had also arrived once more at Jing City. Upon spotting Li Shuyang, he jovially draped an arm around his shoulder. Brotherly, Ma Kuei exclaimed, his demeanor brimming with happiness. Through extensive inquiries and market research, Ma Kuei had discovered that clean, pure water indeed yielded substantial profits, particularly in neighboring Singapore. Due to various reasons, conflicts often arose between them, although freshwater issues had persisted. Readily available pure water was scarce, creating a gap in the market, especially since their land could only sustain 10% of their population. The remaining 90% relied on imports. Ma Kuei could profit by offering prices slightly lower than those of other merchants. Brother, what do you think about selling vegetables to Singapore? Ma Kuei sought Li Shuyang's opinion. Although Ma Kuei perceived that Li Shuyang had limited market experience, Li Shuyang demonstrated remarkable acuity, particularly in business matters. Today, Xianjiang's commercial landscape was saturated, with few profitable ventures beyond tourism and services. Yet, after just a few days in Xianjiang, Li Shuyang had identified a pathway that could help Ma Kuei earn a considerable sum. It was important to note that other businesses were essentially monopolized by competitors, and to carve out a share would require significant effort to overpower them. If you wish to make your mark there, it is imperative to act swiftly. Ideally, securing a contract as soon as possible, Li Shuyang advised Ma Kuei with a smile. Why? Ma Kuei appeared somewhat perplexed. Because, at most, within a year, competitors will emerge, and their capabilities cannot be underestimated. Others are not oblivious. If you are sending cargo ships there, they will wonder what the profit is, Li Shuyang shrugged, smiling. Chapter 174, Analysis. Brotherly, do you have some insider information? Ma Kuei inquired. Let me ask you this. Brother Ma, if you were to frequent the docks in Xianjiang and suddenly saw a cargo ship unloading grain every 10 days or so, you wouldn't find that suspicious? Li Shuyang smiled as he analyzed. Xianjiang is not close to Singapore. A round trip takes at least 20 days. And you are not the only one in the shipping business. Many, once they begin to earn money, can become somewhat arrogant, believing themselves to be the kings of their industry, but this perception is limited to their own circles. Often, their businesses are too small for real moguls to take notice. There is undoubtedly competition in exports, but securing a contract lasting 5 years or more is far more advantageous. Even if the other party defaults, they must compensate you. If prices are comparable, you need not worry about supply for at least the next 5 years. The greatest competition would primarily come from Malaysia, but they are currently embroiled in disputes. If Ma Kuei can pursue this business during this period, he could undoubtedly secure a contract for 5 to 10 years, especially for the supply of pure water. So, brotherly, what do you think our chances are of capturing that market? Ma Kuei asked. After hearing Li Shuyang's analysis, Ma Kuei began to realize that Li Shuyang was far more astute than he initially appeared, as though he possessed an uncanny foresight. 80% chance. Li Shuyang gestured with his fingers. And the profit? Ma Kuei pressed, seeking confirmation. Less than in Xianjiang, but in larger volumes, Li Shuyang replied, tapping his fingers on the desk. Impressive, Ma Kuei said, giving a thumbs up. Let us discuss the water factory. The longer this drags on, the more uncertain I feel. I will cover all costs for the factory and equipment. As for the price, let us go with what you suggested for a trial contract of 5 years. During this period, our bottled pure water can only be supplied through me. We can discuss future matters later, Ma Kuei tentatively proposed to Li Shuyang. If this affordable bottled pure water were to enter both Xinjiang and Singapore, it would undoubtedly become a necessity for the middle-income demographic. The profits could be substantial. Moreover, acquiring 2 packaging machines would only cost a little over $30,000, making it an unmissable opportunity. Furthermore, Ma Kuei had come to understand the local labor costs during his time in Jing City, and establishing a factory capable of housing 2 packaging machines would cost no more than 30,000 Longhua coins. This meant that a single trip with a 2,000-ton cargo ship could recoup the initial investment. All right, we have an agreement. Let us expedite the procurement of the packaging machines. We should be able to set up a temporary factory within 2 months. The government is also assisting in arranging electricity for our chosen site. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. Next time, I will bring the contract, Ma Kuei said cheerfully. Afterward, Ma Kuei departed for the guest house in Jing City. Li Shuyang sat in his office, digesting the information Ma Kuei had provided. Once Ma Kuei's business began to expand, the 5 teams of vegetables would soon feel insufficient. However, finalizing such arrangements would not be accomplished in a day or 2. Once the team saw profits, the others would undoubtedly follow suit. Is Xiaoli here? A familiar voice called from the other side of the office door. Yes, Li Shuyang replied with a smile, immediately recognizing the voice of Mo Yuliang. Following him was a shy girl of about 17 or 18 years old, who greeted Li Shuyang with a soft uncle. What does Director Mo wish to discuss with me? Li Shuyang cheerfully asked, pouring a cup of tea for Mo Yuliang. The title Director Mo was a playful moniker Li Shuyang had given to Mo Yuliang, as he was always in the know regarding the factory's affairs. I need you to assist me with a small favor. Just tell me if you can help. Mo Yuliang said with a smile, looking at Li Shuyang. How could I refuse the request of Director Mo? Li Shuyang replied without inquiring about the specifics. Knowing well Mo Yuliang's temperament after nearly a decade of friendship, it is certain that Li Shuyang would not engage in tasks that are excessively burdensome. Your niece is nearly of age now. However, finding employment in the city is quite challenging. It wouldn't be feasible to ask her mother to relinquish her job. Which brings to mind that she has an uncle who is a significant boss. Mo Yuliang jestingly turned his gaze towards Li Shuyang and remarked, this is hardly a difficult matter. The girl can simply come over, learn from your aunt for a while, and assist her in managing the accounts for the cafeteria's procurement. As for her salary, it will start at 30 yuan a month, and rest assured, you will not be forgotten in terms of benefits. You haven't had your meal yet, have you? Let us have lunch together at the cafeteria, and in the afternoon, she can acclimatize alongside your aunt. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. In truth, Li Shuyang had previously invited Mo Yuliang to work here, but alas, Mo Yuliang, like Wang Minggran's cousins, was reluctant to part with the housing allocated by the factory, especially since their salaries were not insignificant. Li Shuyang's enterprise was a private one, and one could never predict when it might falter. Thus, he could not afford to take even the slightest risk given the weight of responsibility resting upon his shoulders for his entire family's sustenance. Realizing that further persuasion was futile, Li Shuyang ceased his attempts, merely instructing them to notify him should any children in their household remain unemployed. Thank you, uncle. The young girl cheerfully nodded. Although Li Shuyang no longer worked at the steel plant, he maintained contact with friends made during that time, reaching out to them monthly. Particularly with Zheng Chuanlu, he would ensure that Wang Minggran would occasionally visit the 2 elderly individuals. As for Lu Hui's aunt, Li Shuyang did not visit as frequently, since several children from his family would play with Han Xiao and Han Ying's children almost every day. Each evening, Han Ying would send a few children over, and if she didn't it was his father-in-law who would go to fetch them. Life was quite pleasant, almost surpassing that of the steel plant. Mo Yuliang chuckled while enjoying a generous serving of braised pork. It's not too bad. We indulge in such feasts once every 10 days. Today, you are indeed fortunate to have chanced upon this. Li Shuyang observed the young girl, slightly embarrassed, as he encouraged Wang Minggran to assist in serving the dishes. Over time, she would surely become more accustomed to it. At the factory, such dishes were portioned for each individual, and should there be insufficient food, one could request more, with waste strictly prohibited. Yet, on days when meat was served, many would discreetly transfer the meat into their takeout containers to share with their families later. While they claimed it was for sharing, it essentially meant providing for their children. Whether they themselves ate or not was inconsequential, for seeing their children enjoy the meal brought great joy to the parents. Mo Yuliang had anticipated that Li Shuyang's assent to being a boss would bring about some changes. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that Li Shuyang remained the same as during his time at the factory, not distancing himself from them due to newfound wealth or status. Chapter 175, Chongqing Brand. Days swiftly passed, and Li Shuyang led the construction team to the road from Zhangjiaton to Lijia village. The road had been significantly widened, and the land leveled impeccably. With winter's arrival, there had been little rainfall. The path from Lijia village to the site where Li Shuyang would soon establish his factory was also completed. However, the construction team planned to repair from the main road inward. This approach had the advantage that when they reached Lijia village, the road from Zhangjiadin would be fully accessible, ensuring that the delivery of vegetables into Jing City would not be hindered. The endeavor to construct a cement road attracted quite a crowd of onlookers, all curious as to why this particular brigade received special treatment for growing vegetables in the warehouse area. Old Wu, you're being somewhat unfair. Why is the commune so biased? The leaders of other brigades teased Wu Chuanhua, expressing their grievances. This is not being built for us in Zhangjiadin. It's for the factory being constructed in Lijia village. We are merely benefiting from it. Wu Chuanhua replied with a smile. A factory in Lijia village? Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up. Don't get your hopes up. Even if they were to recruit workers, it would primarily be from Lijia village, Wu Chuanhua laughed. The fervor of the crowd was doused by Wu Chuanhua's words like cold water. Li Shuyang's factory in Lijia village? They speculated, wondering why a wealthy individual would choose to build a factory in such a poor place instead of Jing City. It appeared that a god of wealth had emerged from that area, seemingly poised to elevate an entire village to prosperity. Wu Chuanhua did not confirm whether it was indeed Li Shuyang, yet his words were implicitly clear. The construction team worked tirelessly, mixing cement and laying down the road, completing the task within 5 days. Aside from a few mischievous children who found the new road intriguing enough to run upon, the adults took great care of the newly paved road. Aside from trucks, which were not yet permitted, tractors had left no trace on the road beyond Zhangjiadin. Li Shuyang observed the carts arriving at the Jing City dock, knowing that the first batch of greenhouse vegetables from these 5 brigades had matured. Ever since finalizing the collaboration with Ma Kuei for the construction of the water plant, Li Shuyang had also rented 2 larger warehouses, one for unloading grain and the other for storing purified water. The initial warehouse was solely designated for vegetables. At Huang Chui's home, she had asked her mother to help her for 2 days in caring for Grandma Yu, while she returned to assist her in-laws with the vegetable harvest. From morning until evening, they finally completed the harvest from the 5 greenhouses. Thanks to her numerous siblings, she could gather help for a meal, as most other families had managed to harvest only 2 greenhouses at most. A table filled with food was set in the courtyard. Today's harvest amounts to a total of 200 yuan, her grandfather announced, handing the money to Huang Chui for safekeeping. How much? The helpers looked astonished at the amount for 5 acres yielding 200 yuan in a month. If it yields that much in a year, wouldn't we be rich? Many people could scarcely spare 10 yuan in their pockets, and suddenly receiving 200 felt almost surreal. 200 yuan? Our family has less land. Li Xingye sold over 400 yuan today, Huang Chui's grandfather quickly clarified. Sister, is your uncle a deity? No wonder he was so adamant about you remarrying. It seems he knew your village would prosper, Huang Chui's sister remarked with a laugh. It seems so. The villagers all say that the Chongqing brand is enshrined in the ancestral hall, Huang Chui mused. In rural areas, earning 200 yuan a month from farming was an astronomical figure, unimaginable for many city workers. My ancestor is indeed a deity. He can conjure a great deal of money and even help my mother find a job, Huang Chui's daughter chimed in joyfully. The 5 brigades cultivating greenhouse vegetables were in a frenzy, pinching themselves as they stared at the money before them, fearful that they were merely dreaming. Sister, can we also grow greenhouse vegetables to sell for money? That should be possible. Even if at ISNT, you can grow them and send them to my grandfather. He can take you there, Huang Chui nodded. You're truly wonderful, sister, her siblings praised her eagerly. By the way, sister, if all the land at home is used for vegetables, how will we manage the grain supply? Huang Chui's elder brother inquired. There's no need for tickets to sell our vegetables. Grain is priced at 8 cents per jin. In 6 months, how many batches of vegetables will you have sold? Will you still worry about not being able to buy grain for submission? Huang Chui's husband chuckled, revealing that he had procured 50 pounds of rice today, as their little grandson had an insatiable fondness for it. While residing in the city with the elderly lady, he often relished the remnants of her cooked rice. Meanwhile, Huang Chui prepared 2 types of meals. She and the child consumed coarse grains, while the elderly lady feasted on more refined fare. The couple, Li Xingye and his wife, were elated to learn that their son had made a considerable sum from sales today, yet a profound sorrow lingered within them. It was not that their daughter's family treated them poorly, but rather that their son's family had also ventured into greenhouse vegetable cultivation, ostensibly earning a fair income. Previously, they could attribute their neglect to financial constraints, but now it seemed clear that it stemmed from a disdain for their advancing age and perceived obsolescence. The vegetables grown in the greenhouse, nurtured with fertilizers, indeed boasted an impressive appearance, and with winter upon them, the supply of vegetables from neighboring villages would inevitably dwindle. For the coming months, they would have to rely solely on their own crops. Early in the morning, Li Shuyang arrived at the ancestral hall of Li family village, preparing to solicit the villagers for the construction of a purification pool when he inadvertently spotted his own name displayed prominently. It was positioned in the middle of the last row, devoid of any surrounding names. What does this mean, Minghai? Are you cursing me to die early? Li Shuyang's expression darkened instantly. Uncle, please observe closely, Li Minghai replied with a chuckle. Even if I weren't attentive, I couldn't misread it. It clearly states Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang bellowed. But it also includes Changxing Shai. Doesn't Changxing imply death, uncle? Li Minghai hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyang scrutinized the nameplate more closely. The other names were of ancestors and predecessors, while his own was accompanied by the title Changxing Shai, indicating respect, unlike the labels of mere filial descendants. Understanding that it was a Changxing plaque, Li Shuyang's demeanor softened considerably. Chapter 176, Commencement of Work. Let us refrain from such trivialities, Li Shuyang remarked. Though inwardly he felt a swell of joy, for he had only heard of such honors before and now found himself venerated. This wasn't my doing. It was a collective request from everyone. Li Minghai shook his head emphatically. Now let us put that aside. My purpose today is to enlist some strong laborers to construct the water reservoir. Li Shuyang recalled the matter at hand and spoke earnestly, nearly allowing the honor to cloud his thoughts. This task is straightforward. Just give the word, and it shall be done. Li Minghai nodded in agreement. Before long, Li Minghai led a group of robust laborers to the location of the spring behind the mountain. Li Shuyang was diligently marking the spot with twigs. Uncle, uncle. The workers enthusiastically called out upon seeing Li Shuyang, for he was their benefactor, more cherished than their own fathers. Each household earned a minimum of 200 yuan a month, a feat unparalleled by their biological fathers. They felt no shame in calling him uncle. Indeed, it felt more affectionate than addressing him as grandfather. Everyone, listen closely, Li Shuyang commanded, and the bustling scene fell silent. First, we need to dig several large pits at these locations, utilizing the stones from the mountain to form the reservoir structure. Subsequently, the construction crew will come to apply cement. After the cement is set, we will fill the interior with charcoal and river sand. We need to excavate 3 reservoirs in total, ensuring one has an opening at the bottom for the water pipe. The first 2 will be filled with charcoal and sand, while the last one will remain empty. Li Shuyang gestured towards the downhill terrain as he spoke, marking the spots with twigs. The workers nodded in understanding, and under Li Minghai's urging, they began their labor. While those unable to assist started clearing the path leading downwards, recognizing that a route must be established for future transport. The water plant will require around 40 to 50 workers. We will select from within Li family village, prioritizing those who have come to assist, Li Shuyang declared, glancing at the diligent laborers. Thank you, uncle. We shall work hard and not trouble you, they replied, bowing their heads to resume their tasks. Although the spring water was safe to drink, Li Shuyang decided to construct an additional purification pool to filter out impurities, also planning to fortify the exit to prevent disruptions from meddlesome individuals. Many envied those living well. Thus, it was prudent to prepare for potential disturbances. When Lin Shen arrived in Jing City, Ma Kuei and his team had only departed for a day. Observing the warehouse brimming with vegetables brought him immense joy. By the time Li Shuyang was summoned back to the dock by Wang Guoqing, Lin Shen was already overseeing the packing of vegetables. Most of the deals had been finalized, contingent upon quality assurance, which would facilitate long-term partnerships. Lin Shen turned to Li Shuyang, reassuring him, rest assured, the quality is guaranteed. Focus on managing your business for now. The issue with bottled water is temporarily on hold until we receive news from Ma Kuei. I will also find a way to provide you with some. But your selling price must be higher than Ma Kuei's. Otherwise, he deduced the source. It must be at least 10 Hong Kong dollars more. As some individuals prefer to pay a premium, even for identical items, a mere name change can justify a price hike. Li Shuyang responded. Many people are indeed inclined to purchase the more expensive option rather than the right one. Furthermore, for the goods you brought, avoid sourcing directly from Neon for appliances. Instead, procure them from Siam, where their light industry has recently stabilized, offering prices more competitive than those of Neon. Particularly, their agricultural products are significantly cheaper than those from the monkeys. Li Shuyang instructed. The Siam of the 1980s, often referred to as the transgender capital in later years, had undergone a series of reforms to integrate into the global economy, shifting its focus from mere agricultural exports to industrial production. There, labor costs were low. Although their overall industry lagged behind Neon, many small goods were indeed more affordable. It was merely that their operational efficiency did not match that of Neon, especially in heavy industries, where few nations could rival Neon. Had it not been for the economic predators that set their economy back a decade, Siam could have outpaced Hong Kong in the 1990s, avoiding a decade of stagnation and at least keeping pace with the economic development of regions like South Korea. Yet, faced with the economic predicaments that befell Neon, they made no significant changes. Many attributed the downturn to the financial crisis, but it was largely a consequence of human actions, with individuals resorting to unscrupulous means for profit. If Hong Kong had not been supported by Longhua, its fate would not have been much better, and the Hong Kong dollar would have risked becoming worthless. Am I to send an empty ship then? Lin Shen asked, perplexed. Currently, they lack vehicles. Consider bringing items like color televisions and other appliances for inspection. You can supply them directly, as there are no tariffs. Just ensure you manage the dock personnel appropriately. Motorcycles are particularly popular there. Li Shuyang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shen and remarked, the majority of those engaged in commerce over in Siam are primarily individuals from the mainland. The locals generally shy away from risk, preferring the safety of a stable salary. During this tumultuous era, a few laborers from Longhua Nation have risen to prominence, having started their ventures with modest businesses. One individual even began as a street vendor, leveraging the dock for wholesale, eventually becoming one of the most influential business magnates in Siam. Lin Shen gazed at Li Shuyang in astonishment, pondering whether he was some sort of ancient sage, seemingly aware of everything. Li Shuyang intended to inform Lin Shen that within 2 years, the neon merchants would uncover this business opportunity and establish motorcycle factories in Siam. He too wished to seize a slice of the pie, but he understood that the timing was not yet ripe. Patience was required. After all, it was not about who reaped the benefits, but rather how it was done. Besides, Li Shuyang was not inclined to be overly ruthless. With Li Shuyang continuously procuring grain for the market at Jing City, it would not be long before others recognized the opportunity. Although the profit from selling grain was modest, it was still preferable to having no business at all. Hence, imported grain would inevitably become a necessity for Jing City and several surrounding areas. Li Shuyang planned to sell it in Jing City and then transport it to other cities, profiting from the price differential without any loss. Lin Shen nodded, choosing to trust Li Shuyang's words, for they were partners in this endeavor. And the goods brought in were ultimately to be sold to Li Shuyang. It made no sense for him to undermine his own interests. Just as Lin Shen departed, Wang Mingran approached Li Shuyang. Why is it that all the heads of households seem to favor hen dishes? She inquired. It's not about eating hens. It's just a matter of understanding what you're saying, Li Shuyang replied, recognizing that Wang Mingran had already conversed with them. But Lin Shen and his companions did not comprehend what she meant, leaving them in ignorance. Chapter 177, Deception. I merely mentioned a preference for hen dishes. It's not something to dwell on. Wang Mingran nodded in agreement. How is it that you can speak their language? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Li Shuyang, in response, casually remarked, I learned it from watching films. The dialogue in Hong Kong cinema is precisely their vernacular. Wang Mingran appeared enlightened by this explanation. If you were to send your little ones to Hong Kong, they would undoubtedly learn the language in less than 6 months. Children have a remarkable aptitude for language acquisition, especially those who have not yet completed elementary school. But would they adapt to the environment there? Are schools easy to find? She pondered aloud. Li Shuyang was momentarily taken aback, as he had merely made a metaphor, while Wang Mingran's interpretation diverged entirely from his intent. It was evident that the thought processes of men and women were indeed different. You need not worry about these matters. I do not intend to send them there for education just yet, he replied with a hint of exasperation. They have already settled in here, with their own friends and places to enjoy. A sudden change in environment could be quite disorienting. Li Shuyang had no expectations for them to attend prestigious universities. He believed that with intelligence, they could take over the family business. Even without such intellect, he could ensure their lifelong comfort. Forcing children to adhere to a predetermined path was not nurturing, but rather breeding obedient automatons. As Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran continued their discussion about the children, Wang Guoqing knocked on the office door before entering. Shuyang, there are many people outside who wish to see you, he said, his expression tinged with resignation. Li Shuyang rose to follow Wang Guoqing, finding a group of modestly dressed middle-aged men engaged in conversation with the staff at the entrance. However, the staff was shaking their heads in refusal. I am the person in charge here. If you have matters to discuss, please do so one at a time. Kindly appoint 2 representatives to speak, Li Shuyang called out to the crowd. As soon as his words fell, silence enveloped the group, and after some deliberation, 2 elderly men stepped forward. What can I assist you with, gentlemen? Li Shuyang inquired, sending a staff member to fetch several buckets of water to quench their thirst. Comrade Li, we are farmers as well, and we have visited places like Zhangjiaton, Li Family Village, and Huang Family Village. We've heard that in those areas, cultivating greenhouse vegetables can yield an income of 40 yuan per mu per month. We believe our region is not much farther than those villages, and our land is equally plentiful. We would like to inquire if we could procure plastic sheeting from you on credit to construct greenhouses. We would repay this amount during the first harvest, allowing us to also profit from vegetable cultivation, the elder explained. Is this the consensus of your group? Shuyang asked. Raising his voice, the crowd nodded in unison. While I do plan to select a few teams to supply vegetables, I won't require too many. And I have regulations against using chemical fertilizers. It is not merely about growing fast-yielding vegetables. We must cultivate what the market demands. You cannot purchase pesticides on your own. They will be provided to you. However, results will not be immediate. We will need to wait a while, though it shouldn't exceed a month. At present, I cannot offer any guarantees, Shuyang addressed the group. Makawe's dealings with the Singaporean side should yield results soon, as the demand for vegetables will depend on what is popular locally. Just as some people dislike cilantro, finding the taste intolerable, not every vegetable appeals to everyone. The local customs vary, thus we must adhere to the orders from that region. As for Hong Kong, adding one more team to the greenhouse vegetable supply should suffice. Any more would disrupt the interests of the original suppliers, Shuyang explained. At this stage, he was still a fledgling, and it would be unwise to compete in the high-end market. Methodically and steadily was the approach he needed to adopt, ensuring that over time, the citizens of Jing City would associate his vegetables with affordability and quality. Even if he refrained from undercutting prices to vie for market share, he would not incur substantial losses. Upon hearing Shuyang's words, the crowd sighed in unison, though they were not overly disappointed, knowing that he would still accept the vegetables they brought. However, since there was a fixed limit on the quantity purchased each day, the number of individuals bringing vegetables had multiplied exponentially. Shuyang's reluctance to expand the greenhouses was also to ensure that these smallholders had some income. If they were all confined to the greenhouse operations, they would lose even that meager revenue. Should Makawe finalize the market supply in Singapore, these farmers could indeed establish greenhouses to cultivate vegetables for that market. Additionally, Lin Shun's ability to sway the neon merchants into securing supply contracts would also be beneficial. Currently, the two nations had not yet formally established diplomatic relations, and 50% of Neon's vegetable supply still relied on imports, with Siam being one of the few nearby sources, albeit with higher transportation costs. Shuyang understood that as long as the fields could yield monthly income, these farmers would not be overly concerned about to whom they sold their produce. After bidding farewell to the group, Shuyang returned to his office. Shuyang was contemplating the prospect of capitalizing on opportunities, and this time he intended to accompany Lin Shun to Hong Kong, further intensifying his investment in the two stocks he held. He also planned to take Wang Minggran along to facilitate the acquisition of their identification cards. What benefits are there in obtaining a Hong Kong ID? Wang Minggran inquired, puzzled. The advantage lies in your ability to encounter the stars from the silver screen. Surely, you wish to see what these celebrities look like in real life. This trip presents a perfect opportunity for that, Shuyang responded, embellishing his words. In truth, the film stars of that era in Hong Kong were not as aloof and pretentious as those in later years. Rather, they were quite approachable. They often attended the cinema to watch their own films, and as long as one did not obstruct the corridors, it was quite feasible to greet them up close. I cannot go. If I leave, who will oversee the business here? I am not confident in their ability to manage the accounts. Wang Minggran shook her head in refusal. Shuyang understood that it would be futile to persuade her otherwise. It seemed paramount to find someone trustworthy to manage the accounting, for Wang Minggran would remain uneasy wherever she went. Currently, aside from Su Man and Wang Yuanzhao, he could not think of anyone else suitable. After all, the third brother and Su Man were more easily swayed. The benefits that their workplace offered could be matched here without any difficulty. Darling, what do you think about bringing Su Man and the others over to work with us? With their assistance in managing the accounts, it would alleviate your burden significantly. Obtaining identification cards is relatively straightforward now. It may become troublesome later, Shuyang proposed to Wang Minggran. They have so many days off at school, and their salaries are quite decent, plus the housing provided by the school. I fear they won't agree, Wang Minggran reflected. This is simple. We can purchase a few dilapidated earth houses in their names and construct concrete dwellings for them. We are certainly capable of providing the benefits that their workplace offers. You could ask Director how to inquire about this. She has considerable resources at her disposal. For now, we can offer them a monthly salary of 200 yuan. And there is no need to worry about food, Shuyang chuckled. If they were to construct family quarters for the employees in the future, it might pose complications. But Shuyang had no immediate plans for that. Aside from a few crucial positions that required trustworthy individuals to manage, the other ordinary roles did not have such stringent demands. If distance was a concern, a bicycle could be assigned to each person, or perhaps a motorcycle could be provided. Then I shall first consult Director how to finalize these matters. Once I have news from her and the construction team is ready, I will discuss it further. Otherwise, If it cannot be arranged, the third brother may not voice his displeasure, but he would certainly feel deceived. Wang Minggran nodded in agreement. Although Wang Minggran had a penchant for teasing her two younger brothers over trivial matters, she was quite forward-thinking when it came to significant issues. Zhou Zhuang. Presently, only Wang Yongjun's wife and child remained in the Wang family home, tending to the land. Since the establishment of greenhouses in Li family village, Wang Minggran had encouraged her sister-in-law to join in the endeavor. The tasks of cultivating vegetables, erecting greenhouses, and fertilizing were all contracted out at her expense. This time, over 10 acres yielded a profit of 600 yuan, and hiring labor for all these tasks cost less than 30 yuan, including transportation fees. Today, Li Tingting had specifically taken a leave to return to Zhou Zhuang and sought out Zhang Yan. "Aunt, is your work keeping you busy?" Li Tingting greeted Zhang Yan cheerfully. "Why? Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Zhang Yan responded, setting aside her work upon seeing Li Tingting. "I've come to discuss something with you. As you know, my family is facing considerable difficulties. Although I now have a stable job and have moved to the city, I am unable to support my family back home. If my father discovers that I am sending money, he would surely scold me," Li Tingting lamented. Zhang Yan could empathize, as her own family situation was similar. Her brother was irresponsible, and she was solely responsible for covering her younger siblings' educational expenses through her garment processing work. As for the money Wang Yongjun earned, Zhang Yan allocated 10 yuan for her mother-in-law and used the remainder for household expenses, never contributing to her birth family due to their favoritism towards their eldest son. Throughout the year, she had managed to save a significant amount of money, aside from the registration fees for her younger siblings each semester. She would never spare a penny for her parents, knowing they favored her brother over her. Before Li Tingting's arrival, Zhang Yan's parents had visited, hoping she could lend them money for housing construction, but she had firmly refused. Since the establishment of the greenhouses, her elder brother had started earning money and had fallen into gambling. The request for housing was merely a facade. Sister-in-law, Li Tingting's situation appeared more favorable than hers, as there were no reports of gambling among her siblings. However, life in Team 11 was challenging. Situated in a remote mountainous area with low agricultural yields and even lower incomes, Li Tingting's marriage into Zhou Zhuang felt like a plunge into bliss. With in-laws who could provide for her, a stark contrast to her own family. Thus, she frequently transported items from her in-laws' home to her birth family. On one occasion, she even sent 2 sets of clothing belonging to Wang Minggran, along with a pair of cotton shoes that Wang Minggran disliked. This led to a severe reprimand from Wang Guoqing, leaving her bedridden for half a month, yet she showed no signs of change. Whenever there was surplus grain at home, she still transferred it to her birth family. Each time she quarreled with Wang Guoqing, she would lament that she could not wear the items her sister had discarded, as the entire family favored Wang Minggran over her. In recent months, she had frequently purchased 100 jin of grain with her salary for Wang Jianhua's uncle to carry back home, and had even bought fabric at the wholesale market to make clothes for her nephew. This money was entirely from her earnings, and Wang Guoqing, disinterested, opted not to interfere, recognizing that her audacity would not be easily deterred. "Sister-in-law, if you have something to say, please do so directly without beating around the bush," Zhang Yan urged, sensing Li Tingting's intentions to provide for her birth family, but uncertain of her exact motives. "I was wondering if you could speak to your husband about allowing my elder brother and his family to come over and cultivate vegetables for sale on the land in our name." Li Tingting finally broached the main topic. She and Wang Guoqing, along with their daughter, had land in Zhou Zhuang, which had already been harvested and now lay fallow. To establish greenhouses and grow vegetables, approval from Wang Minggran was necessary, along with some form of documentation. Otherwise, the produce transported there would fetch a mere penny per jin. "Sister-in-law, you work there every day. Surely, you could mention it?" Zhang Yan remarked somewhat irritably. "You know very well that my aunt does not favor me. If she discovers I am doing this for my birth family, she will certainly disapprove." Li Tingting grasped Zhang Yan's hand imploringly. "I cannot guarantee this. Once my husband returns, I will inquire with him." Zhang Yan pondered, considering that Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran would likely not be overly concerned, as they were relatives and Li Tingting had not offended them in any way. Furthermore, Li Tingting was still working for Li Shuyang's family, and Wang Minggran had never prevented her from participating in garment processing. Good fortune had always included her, though she had since passed that work on to her sister-in-law. The sewing machine had also been sold to her birth family at a discounted price of 100 yuan, yet her father-in-law had scolded her for days upon discovering it, lamenting that it had depreciated by 58 yuan within just 2 years, causing Wang Tinghua considerable distress. Li Tingting, with a beaming smile, handed the pound of fruit candies she had bought to Zhang Yan before hurrying back to the city. Just as she arrived at Li Shuyang's doorstep, she overheard Wang Minggran announcing plans to build houses for the 3 brothers, conveniently located not far from West Street. Shortly after returning home and preparing dinner, Wang Guoqing walked in. This was the residence shared by the two of them. Our little ant is going to build us a house, Li Tingting exclaimed joyfully. Oh, Wang Guoqing replied, having already heard about this from Wang Mingran earlier that morning. He was well aware that Wang Mingran would not jest about such matters. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having only been employed for a few months, he was uncertain how long he would be able to sustain this job. If he could only work for 2 or 3 years, he felt it would be unfair to the house. Soon, we shall be city dwellers, Li Tingting chirped, pouring Wang Guoqing a glass of wine. Chapter 179, Recruitment at the Water Plant. Early in the morning, Li Shuyang arrived at the water plant. Observing the villagers of Li family village at work, everyone, young and old, gathered to assist in constructing the water purification pool, hauling stones to build the surrounding retaining walls. Li Shuyang's business prioritized the welfare of the villagers, and within his means, they willingly offered their labor free of charge. With the entire village mobilized, the 3 reservoirs and the trenches for the pipelines were swiftly completed in just 5 days. The villagers then began leveling the area around the site, extending all the way to the newly repaired road. Ma Kuei led a team of engineers from Xiangjiang, while the construction crew from Jing City diligently commenced the pipeline connections. Utility poles were also being erected from the nearest transformer station towards this location. These two are here to instruct the workers on how to operate the packaging machines. They speak Mandarin, Ma Kuei remarked, pointing at the engineers with a smile. Contracts for supplying vegetables and purified water had already been signed with Singapore, and the current task was to expedite the completion of the water plant to commence production. Ma Kuei had purchased a cargo ship larger than the one he had been using for several years, with a capacity approaching 5,000 tons. With markets in both Xiangjiang and Singapore, it was nearly impossible not to prosper. All of this was owed to Lin Shan, whose decision to take Li Shuyang aboard the cargo ship had set Ma Kuei's fortunes in motion. Otherwise, he would still be following Lin Shan, engaged in guerrilla tactics. Not only was he unable to brazenly enter the mainland, but even at night, one wrong move could lead to confiscation. It remained uncertain whether he would still be so delighted if he knew Lin Shan was competing with him for business. Li Shuyang accompanied Ma Kuei as they strolled through Li family village. Upon seeing the vast expanse of greenhouses, Ma Kuei felt a surge of happiness. By the way, Li Shuyang, the large air conditioning units you requested have begun installation at the dock warehouse. You no longer need to order ice blocks from the cold storage. Ma Kuei recalled with a chuckle. Li Shuyang had procured a significant quantity of insulation panels and large refrigeration units. Previously, the dock warehouse had relied on ice blocks from the cold storage to keep the vegetables fresh. Although the vegetables appeared less fresh upon arrival in Xiangjiang, they still sold well when marketed as locally grown produce. Once business was on the right track, Ma Kuei also improved the ship's hold to ensure that the vegetables would not deteriorate significantly during transport. Particularly with the recently acquired cargo ship, the preservation efficacy was commendable. With insulation panels and air conditioning, Li Shuyang no longer needed to purchase ice blocks from cold storage. The cost of a single ice block often exceeded that of the vegetables Li Shuyang sold, and with the potential for this business to thrive for many years to come, he resolved to reduce unnecessary expenditures. Moreover, the cooling effect of ice blocks was inferior to that of specialized cooling equipment. The purification plant was finally completed half a month after Ma Kuei's departure, albeit consisting only of a rudimentary warehouse and 2 brand new packaging machines. However, this did not impede Li Shuyang's ability to generate income. He returned to Li family village with Li Xingye. Despite the cooling weather, the water plant buzzed with activity. Today marked a significant day for them as they became workers, ensuring a steady income of several hundred each month. With their newfound employment, their lives were bound to flourish even further. Even the crafty old man, Shun Wuya, had established a consignment point in Zhouzhuang, where daily necessities and appliances that did not require tickets could be purchased. The prices were comparable to those at Li Shuyang's dock warehouse, as he had provided favorable pricing for his supplies. The combined purchasing power of the 5 teams was considerable, although sales were currently modest. These individuals had only recently begun earning, and their frugal nature had yet to change. Over time, however, this would naturally evolve. Li Shuyang arrived at the expansive area designated for aquaculture, where the villagers of Li family village gathered, including many young women. While only strong laborers were needed for the selection, everyone was eager to participate. Everyone, please quiet down, Li Shuyang instructed, raising his hand. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, their faces alight with anticipation as they turned towards Li Shuyang on the platform. Regarding the selection of workers, I, Li Shuyang, will indeed keep my word. Priority will be given to those who have assisted with the work. However, we do not require so many at present. I can only select 60 workers, with a monthly salary of 40 yuan. As his words fell, The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, the sound deafening enough to interrupt Li Shuyang's speech. Currently, there were just over 100 households in Li family village, as many had separated after marriage due to side business issues. Among them, only about 80 households could genuinely be considered strong laborers, especially since some had already been hired at the dock warehouse. The remaining slots should be allocated to those families without jobs, ensuring that nearly every household in Li family village would have at least one employed member. Indeed, Li Shuyang continued, calming the crowd with a gesture. Those families already employed at the dock stepped back, while those without jobs remained in place. Naturally, families with jobs would not shamelessly seek additional employment, for Li Shuyang was no outsider. He was their ancestor, and all village matters were discussed with him. Offending him would result in significant losses. All right, from now on, you will be working at the water plant. The factory will provide all the necessary benefits. Although we will not be allocating housing, there will be a subsidy for housing construction after 5 years of employment, limited to 1 time per person, amounting to 300 yuan. Li Shuyang nodded in satisfaction. The crowd burst into applause once more. Life in Li family village was not bad, though the only drawback was the somewhat shabby appearance of their homes. They had not anticipated such concern from their ancestor. After selecting the workers, Li Shuyang beckoned to the couple, Li Yongli and her husband. Uncle, they approached quickly. Although they had not been selected as workers due to missing the opportunity to assist in the construction, Li Yongli had resigned from her temporary city job to join her husband in cultivating vegetables for sale. Yongli, please help me monitor the daily output of water vehicles here. And later, reconcile accounts with your uncle and aunt, Li Shuyang instructed. Put some effort into growing those vegetables. The prices will gradually improve. And managing them well can be just as rewarding as working in the city. He patted Li Yongli's husband on the shoulder with a smile. Understood, uncle, they nodded. You will need to oversee matters concerning Xingye. If anything arises, come find me at the warehouse. If I'm not there, seek out my wife. Li Shuyang said to Li Xingye earnestly. All right. Li Xingye nodded solemnly. During this period, it was Wang Minggran who led him and instructed him on management. Wang Yongjun, that rascal, had been learning from Li Shuyang for such a long time, yet he remained utterly clueless. When he retorted, he merely stated that he would focus on assisting his brother-in-law with his work, leaving other matters untroubled. Chapter 180. The water plant commences operations. Once the workers for the water plant were finalized, Li Shuyang entrusted the task of distributing work uniforms to Li Yongli and Li Xingye. Upon hearing that Li Xingye was the plant manager, the crowd ceased to address him by name and instead referred to him as Manager Li. In terms of generational hierarchy, Li Yongli was actually Li Xingye's great-aunt. However, Li Xingye's lineage held the lowest standing in the village, being the first branch of the Li family. Otherwise, they would not have been relegated to living on the mountainside, for their family had once been the wealthiest in the village. Their main residence was situated near the city of Jing, but the circumstances that led Li Minghan to return to Li family village with his son and grandson remain unclear. At that time, despite their family's decline, they were still better off than the Li Minghai family. The prosperous third branch of the Li family was represented by Li Minghai, who survived a calamity, while Li Shuyang's lineage had always been impoverished, initially dependent on the Li Mingyi branch for survival. The azure work uniforms donned by the workers elicited laughter, revealing their gleaming smiles. They had once envied Li Shuyang for possessing such attire, and now, unexpectedly, they too were adorned in it. The uniforms for the water plant had been produced by Wang Mengran's processing team at Li Shuyang's dock warehouse. Comradely, if you build the wall that far, the construction will be quite challenging. The road and other aspects here are inadequate, and transportation will be difficult. We may not meet our deadline, remarked the construction foreman as he accompanied Li Shuyang around the spring source. Li Shuyang intended to enclose the area from the water outlet to the third purification pool with a wall to prevent vandalism. You need not worry about transportation costs. I will arrange for someone to help you transport stones and bricks. You need only ensure the height and quality. Li Shuyang waved his hand dismissively. Afterward, Li Shuyang led the construction foreman down the slope to the construction site cafeteria, where he ordered 20 bottles of Fengjiu. Today marked the commencement of operations at the water plant, and Li Shuyang was delighted to treat the construction crew to a hearty meal. At present, Fengjiu is a leading brand, with bottled liquor sales far surpassing other types of baijiu, a trend that persisted until 1994. Due to its high sales and quality, Fengjiu initially scoffed at advertising. This allowed Wu Lianye and Jin Nanshuan to exploit the gap, and after 1994, their sales gradually caught up, even surpassing those of Fengjiu. Nevertheless, today, offering a bottle of Fengjiu at a gathering signifies that one holds their guests in high regard. The preliminary construction of the water plant has been completed. What remains are the walls and the warehouse. In the cafeteria of the water plant, a group of children approached with bowls in hand to receive their meals. As their fathers worked nearby and their mothers labored in the fields, As long as they possessed meal cards, they could eat at the cafeteria. A meal cost very little, which was a form of care provided by Li Shuyang for his employees. Many children filled their earthen bowls to the brim, carrying them home to share with their siblings. Starting today, this free water would convert into profit, with at least 2,000 barrels of water arriving at the dock warehouse daily. Li Shuyang made a net profit of 2 yuan per barrel, and after deducting all expenses, the daily earnings were substantial, making the cost of food negligible for him. Upon arriving at the warehouse dock, Lin Shin awaited Li Shuyang, who planned to accompany Wang Minggran to Xiangjiang to obtain identification cards, as well as household registration for several children. Are we truly providing these uniforms for free? Wang Minggran inquired wistfully, eyeing the attractive garments. It seemed a shame to give away such appealing clothing. We do not yet know if they even desire them. Do not assume that just because they are free, others will accept them. They have no shortage of food and clothing. They seek high quality and high-end consumption, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. In Li family village, Li Xingye arranged for several astute young men to learn technical skills from 2 engineers from Xiangjiang. They were to not only learn how to operate machinery, but also how to diagnose malfunctions. These apprentices would not remain in Li family village for long, having only agreed to stay for 2 months. By then, they would be capable of repairing simple mechanical issues independently. Trucks entered the water plant one after another, transporting packaged, bottled water to the dock, as other trucks continuously delivered empty barrels. Li Yongli was responsible for counting and signing off on these deliveries. In the evening, as the first shift of workers concluded their duties, the second shift commenced. Li Xingye did not leave immediately. Rather, he meticulously briefed the incoming crew on various details. When night fell and he observed the workers efficiently settling into their routines, Li Xingye leisurely made his way home. Do you enjoy such favorable conditions at the water plant? The youngest went to get lunch and even had meat, his wife remarked, looking at him. It's comparable to the dock, and that's due to the kindness of the elders. Otherwise, how could they eat so well? Li Xingye sighed. He constantly felt the weight of fulfilling Li Shuyang's expectations, lest he betray the trust and favor bestowed upon him. It truly takes skill for someone to turn something so undervalued into profit, his wife chuckled. My great-grandfather said that the elders were reincarnated bodhisattvas. And aren't those beings known for their ability to transform stone into gold? You cannot imagine the celestial methods employed by the elders. Li Xingye recounted his great-grandfather's encounter with Li Shuyang. The elderly couple listened intently, nodding in agreement, as they recalled the hardships faced by families at that time. They sighed deeply when they heard that Li Xingye's great-grandmother was on the verge of starvation. Although they too were poor, they were not destitute enough to lack food entirely. After Li Shuyang's guidance, Li Minghan earned 90 yuan in a month, while also storing 300 jin of grain. This left Li Xingye's father-in-law and mother-in-law utterly astounded. They had known Li Minghan, who was nearly 90 years old at that time. While he could manage ordinary labor, he could not compete with the village's robust labor force. However, which laborer in the village would dare claim they could earn 90 yuan in a month along with 300 jin of grain? Surely none could. As the workers from the water plant returned home, they beamed with pride upon hearing their family praise the cafeteria. Brother, should we go find Li Shuyang and ask for a job as well? Otherwise, we will surely not fare as well as those from the Li family, suggested the eldest Gu. Years of estrangement had rendered even familial bonds somewhat distant, let alone those of mere acquaintances. The eldest Gu shook his head. Perhaps we should approach our second uncle. He once presided over the division of assets between Li Shuyang and his brother. If he could intercede, our families could benefit from additional income. The third Gu turned to his elder brother. I fear that will not work. If that route were viable, their family would have sought our second uncle's assistance long ago, the eldest Gu expressed regretfully. Originally, the relationship between the two families was closer, with the Li family being somewhat more connected to the Gu family in Li family village. However, since the passing of Li Shuyang's parents, Li Zhuang had to single-handedly support his younger siblings, along with his wife and children. Life had undoubtedly become increasingly challenging for him, and the thought of possibly needing to ask for grain or items from the Gu family led to a dwindling of their interactions. Chapter 181. The star Wang Minggran arrived at Xiangjiang for the first time, where the bustling docks were filled with cranes lowering cargo from the ships. Presently, there was only one such piece of equipment in Jing City. Observing the number of cargo vessels docked here, Wang Minggran felt that Xiangjiang was indeed more prosperous than Jing City. As she settled into the small car that Lin Shun had purchased in Xiangjiang, her gaze drifted outside the window. Particularly upon reaching the vicinity of Central, her astonishment was unceasing. The area was not only teeming with vehicles, but also adorned with towering skyscrapers, a level of opulence that Jing City could scarcely compare to. Li Shuyang, however, was not particularly surprised. Xiangjiang was an international metropolis, and Jing City had a long journey ahead to catch up. Nevertheless, The development speed of Longhua country was swifter than outsiders anticipated, as Jing City had managed to replicate many of Xiangjiang's architectural marvels in a mere 25 years. It is worth noting that Xiangjiang had been advancing for nearly a century prior, with Western-style high-rises and rudimentary factories emerging as early as the 1940s and 50s. From the 1950s to the 1970s, the export proportion of manufactured goods from Xiangjiang consistently rose. The industrial growth and global architectural trends significantly influenced Xiangjiang's building style. The narrative of Xiangjiang's development is often misattributed to Western nations like Great Britain, as many locals, lacking historical insight, believe. Initially, when Longhua country was technologically backward, countries like Great Britain seized the opportunity to forcibly designate Xiangjiang as their concession. However, this did not alter Xiangjiang's trajectory of development. They merely exploited it as a natural harbor for trading and military purposes. Ultimately, the progress of Xiangjiang stemmed from the relentless efforts of its own people. Back then, entrepreneurs from the Magic City fled to this region with U.S. dollars, gold, skilled workers, and numerous orders for imported machinery. The most advanced production lines in Asia established themselves in Xiangjiang, forming the backbone of its initial factories and addressing urban employment challenges. By the 1970s, the export volume of these goods accounted for 81% of Xiangjiang's total, leading to a plethora of orders for cargo vessels. The rise of the neon industry disrupted everything. Supported by the nation, it threatened to surpass Xiangjiang. After a few years of imitation, with advanced technology and competitive pricing, their industrial goods nearly monopolized the Western market. By the 1980s, the industrial downturn in Xiangjiang adversely affected multiple sectors, particularly the maritime industry, which faced a dramatic decline. During this period, Longhua country stepped in, facilitating the exportation of goods through Xiangjiang's docks, alleviating the maritime industry's predicament of having no cargo to transport. Although the performance of Xiangjiang's factories continued to dwindle, they remained indecisive about relocating to the mainland, with only a handful of entrepreneurs moving their operations to the special economic zone. In the textile, footwear, plastics, hardware, electronics, and machinery sectors, the total export volume of the other three small dragons in the early 1960s was still less than a fraction of Xiangjiang's. However, by 1975, these regions had already surpassed Xiangjiang. Presently, Xiangjiang can only compete in the toy and ready-to-wear sectors. The garment industry, the largest sector, accounted for 34% of total exports in 1980, nearly unchanged from 35% in 1970. This was a grim reality. Once the largest manufacturing sector in the vicinity, 30 years later, it boasted no notable leading brands. Many neon brands had already made their mark in developed countries, while the Republic of Korea began concentrating on its national brands, simultaneously emulating Neon's operational strategies and studying their shortcomings for transformation. Li Shuyang shook his head, contemplating these matters. The commercial landscape remained uncertain, and the potential for emerging dark horses persisted. For a brand to achieve global recognition, considerable effort was still required. In an era when information was not as developed, even established competitors might not prevail against effective promotional strategies. Just as the spear eventually surpassed its intended target. At the identity card application hall in Xiangjiang, the same staff member who assisted Li Shuyang previously attended to him and Wang Minggran. After spending an additional $100 dollars, Wang Minggran successfully obtained her Xiangjiang identity card. Brotherly, you can explore around here for now. When you tire, feel free to return to rest. You know where I'm staying. I want to intrude on you today, Lin Shen said, swiftly departing in his car. Li Shuyang and Wang Minggran made their way to the stock exchange, where Li Shuyang brought nearly $450,000 US dollars. He reinvested $400,000 to acquire two scattered stocks, discovering that their prices had risen by $1 Hong Kong, indicating that someone had begun to take action in other regions. However, Li Shuyang remained unperturbed. As long as the major players had not begun their moves, there was still ample time. With the remaining $50,000, he registered a company named Minggran Investment, with a capital injection of less than $400,000 Hong Kong dollars. Currently, the quickest avenues for profit in Xiangjiang were gambling and filmmaking, yet Li Shuyang knew this sum was inadequate. Especially without a cinema chain, an outsider faced numerous constraints. Investments did not require as much capital, as a single investment could reach several million Hong Kong dollars instantly. At present, Xiangjiang's film production had not yet escalated to the billion-dollar level. Li Shuyang did not intend to settle in Xiangjiang for the time being. He merely registered a company in preparation, ready to monitor stock market fluctuations when the global festivity commenced. To reap the rewards, one must seize the moment fully. After a long day following Li Shuyang, Wang Mingran finally believed his words. Even free clothing was genuinely disregarded by others. Why do people not appreciate free clothes? She inquired. Perplexed. Fear, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. As they sat at a street stall in Sham Shui Pa, enjoying a hot pot, Li Shuyang did not harbor absolute confidence in the potential for promotion. His primary aim was to take advantage of the opportunities presented by Siam, with the clothing aspect merely a secondary consideration. If someone could assist with advertising, that would be ideal. If not, there was no need to rush. After all, the explosion of information would not occur until the 1990s, when films proliferated and information circulated much faster than now. What is there to fear? Wang Mingran queried. Taking a bite of seafood. Fear of damages that require compensation, Li Shuyang explained. At that moment, a group of about 10 people took the vacant seats next to them, ordering a substantial amount of food. One young lady, speaking with halting Cantonese, was engaged in conversation with the leader of the group. Li Shuyang glanced over, recognizing several big-name stars, celebrities who were the talk of the town in the 1980s and 90s, the most agile star in action films. Chapter 182. Seizing opportunities. Wang Mingran pondered for a moment and then understood. After all, Xiangjiang was not like Jing City, which faced a severe shortage of fabric. According to Li Shuyang, the garment factories once thrived here but had lost considerable business due to the broader economic climate, resulting in a seemingly diminished number of clothing factories. However, they still outnumbered those in the larger cities of the mainland. It was merely uncertain if there was a custom of giving away free clothing here. The script had been polished and was ready to commence production once the investment funds were secured. The costumes and props did not require custom orders like those for period dramas. Whatever was needed could simply be brought along. The portly leader gazed at the others while munching on his food. I do possess quite a variety of attire, but I haven't brought much this time. The beautiful girl spoke in a somewhat halting Cantonese. Wang Mingran, unable to comprehend the dialect, paid little heed to the conversations behind her. Only Li Shuyang was attentively listening. This chubby star, notably the illustrious leader of the Hung family clan, had propelled numerous fellow disciples into the limelight. No matter the circumstances, those who accompanied him in films were assured either a leading role or a prominently featured supporting character. His film company had been established for around 4 years, yet it lacked significant investment from major players. However, a turning point was imminent. The lovely girl beside him had captured the attention of a certain mogul after finishing this film. In support of her career, he had acquired the Shaw Brothers distribution line and invested heavily in the Dagbao Film Company, ensuring its protection for nearly a decade and a half. The failure of Shaw's films stemmed from a flawed business model that sought to encompass everything while neglecting employee welfare, leading to its inevitable decline over time. It was also possible that transitioning to television left insufficient energy for managing the film side of things. Li Shuyang pondered briefly before shaking his head. Even if sponsorship were offered, it would hold little significance. He decided to wait a few more years until the film industry reached its zenith, at which point his influence would be more pronounced. Otherwise, who would believe him now when he spoke empty words? Presently, he had no intention of lingering in Hong Kong. Relinquishing control to others was not something Li Shuyang was prepared to do. He gently tapped Wang Mingran's hand, signaling her to observe the star behind them. Wang Mingran glanced over, but recognized no one familiar, unsure of what Li Shuyang wanted her to see. Although Hong Jinbao was renowned in the Hong Kong film circle, his films had little recognition in mainland China until the 1990s, when cinema surged into the region and his fame grew. Even the iconic impersonation of Su Wenxiang from Shanghai Bond, which had influenced imitation shows for 2 to 3 years, only premiered in the mainland in 1985. Despite her love for films, Wang Mingran did not remember the stars within them. The film The Heroic One, Hui Yuanjiao, was currently a massive hit in the mainland, yet its attire did not entice younger audiences to emulate. When are we returning home? Wang Mingran inquired of Li Shuyang. In a couple of days, tomorrow. I plan to seize an opportunity in Central before we head back, Li Shuyang replied with a grin. What scheme do you have this time? Wang Mingran asked, smiling at him. You'll find out soon enough, Li Shuyang said with a mysterious smile. Because the two were conversing in the local dialect of Jing City, no one around could grasp their words. After Li Shuyang settled the bill, he and Wang Mingran strolled leisurely down the street. Before long, they returned to the rented apartment in Linshan, where Wang Mingran gazed at the towering buildings on either side, longing to return to Jing City to oversee the business at the docks. In the morning, Li Shuyang escorted Wang Mingran to the central business district. Here, the Siam Bank was present. Cities interconnected with the world typically housed foreign banks, such as the numerous branches established by Japan and Hong Kong. Open market nations often provided mortgage loans, allowing individuals to use internationally recognized stocks as collateral for equivalent cash. Banks also offered currency exchange services. This openness made such countries vulnerable to financial storms. When the stock market plummeted, loans could turn into bad debts, forcing the borrower to shoulder the consequences. Thus, the stocks mortgaged to banks were expected to be shares of internationally recognized corporations, which were generally believed to withstand declines without hitting rock bottom. Even if they did, shares from major corporations would still retain the potential for recovery. Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran arrived at the Siam Bank, where the receptionist, upon learning that Li Shuyang sought a stock-backed loan, escorted the couple to the manager's office on the second floor. The amount Li Shuyang wished to mortgage was not substantial for Siam Bank, totaling merely $70,000 in stocks. The parties swiftly signed a loan agreement for a one-year term with an interest rate of 5%. If repaid within a month, the interest rate would drop to 3%. Within 3 hours of the break, Li Shuyang's loan was approved, as the bank needed to verify with the stock market. The exchange of 12.6 million Siamese baht equated to just $70,000. Li Shuyang mortgaged the stocks at their minimum value, and although they had risen by a Hong Kong dollar since, the bank was unwilling to assume significant risks. Carrying the bank's prepared $70,000, Li Shuyang made his way to the stock exchange to deposit the funds into his account. Why did you borrow so much money when we have funds available? We still have over 100,000 in the Jing City Bank, Wang Mingran questioned, puzzled at Li Shuyang's actions. Because in a month, we'll have an additional $23,000 for free, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Siam Industries aimed to emulate Japan's model to penetrate the West, but their raw materials were scarce, and they needed to import Western machinery, thus increasing the exchange rate imposed by the West. Countries lacking substantial foreign reserves and resources often faced volatile exchange rates, akin to a child's whims. Currently, the Siam to USD exchange rate stood at 118. But in a month, it was expected to drop significantly to 127. Li Shuyang had borrowed Siamese baht, not dollars, so when the time came, including interest, he would convert back to approximately 470,000 baht, yielding an unexpected 23,000 in profit, essentially a gift from them to him. This tactic mirrored that employed by financial magnates sweeping through smaller Asian nations, although Li Shuyang's approach differed significantly. He refrained from cashing out stocks to buy currency shares and then selling them off to induce panic, causing the unstable exchange rate to plummet and profiting from the difference. Instead, he merely reaped the benefits of foresight without incurring disdain. I still don't understand. Wang Mingran expressed her confusion about how lending money could lead to a loss of 23,000. If it were all like this, who would dare lend money in the future? After concluding this affair, Li Shuyang led Wang Mingran on a tour around Hong Kong, showing her various Western architectural marvels while analyzing the shameless history of the West. Chapter 183, Pretending Not to Know. Morning arrived as Li Shuyang and Wang Mingran boarded a cargo ship bound for Jing City. Lin Shun had established a notable reputation in Hong Kong's market through his vegetable supply, now catering to a majority of the upscale markets in the region. In the best resting quarters of the cargo vessel, Wang Mingran looked at Li Shuyang and said, I still don't grasp how you make money. Li Shuyang understood she referred to the matter of borrowing from Siam Bank. You see, when Lin Shun and Ma Kuei come to Hong Kong for goods, I insist on settling in dollars because the $1T plummet unexpectedly for us. Even if it drops, the rate 1T be excessively wild. It's like when I borrow money from you to buy gold. For instance, if you lend me 100,000 and I use that to purchase gold, and suddenly that gold appreciates to 200,000, that doesn't really affect you. My claim of gaining 23,000 also doesn't concern Siam. This is the essence of information asymmetry, Li Shuyang explained with a smile. Even if the exchange rate falls, it doesn't significantly impact Siam's livelihood, as long as their prices remain stable. Much like the current rise of Longhua coin to 124, domestic prices remain unchanged, seemingly indifferent to the broader economic landscape. The cost of purchasing their goods has considerably escalated. Are you suggesting that the dollar will only appreciate? Wang Mingran inquired, gazing at Li Shuyang in confusion. This is not necessarily the case. It is a mere illusion. My knowledge in this area is somewhat limited, but do not assume that the dollar will perpetually appreciate. However, its ability to retain value is indeed reliable. This represents one of the three great illusions, the belief in one's own capabilities. Neon has suffered from this delusion. Convinced that its economy had reached the pinnacle of the world, aspiring to transform the neon currency into a universally accepted monetary standard. It is essential to recognize that the United States harbors 1/3 of the world's elite financial magnates, with 2/3 of the wealthiest individuals' assets denominated in dollars. With so many financial titans in the U.S., they will employ every conceivable means to preserve the value of their assets. You may question the integrity of these individuals, but you cannot dispute their foresight. In certain respects, they are even more astute than the most cunning of dealers. Naturally, Li Shuyang cannot compete with such a multitude of affluent figures. In their eyes, he is merely a small fry, unworthy of their attention. 3 days swiftly passed, and Wang Mingran managed to endure 2 boat rides without succumbing to seasickness. Li Shuyang, on the other hand, felt somewhat unwell. The tumultuous waves at sea rendered the boat ride more exhilarating than a roller coaster, and he nearly lost his lunch on several occasions. Upon Lin Shun's arrival at the port, he urged everyone to expedite the packaging of bottled water and vegetables. His bottled water and ma kueis had distinct outer packaging, one labeled as bygone purified water and the other as natural purified water. Although the taste remained the same, the mere change in nomenclature led many to perceive the latter as superior. Lin Shun required significantly fewer quantities than Ma Kuei, who was now supplying 2 markets. Numerous warehouses of varying sizes had sprung up around the warehouse rented by Li Shuyang. To accommodate Lin Shun, he rented 2 warehouses, one for storing his vegetables and the other for bottled water. Half a day after Lin Shun's cargo ship departed the dock, Ma Kuei's vessel arrived. In truth, Ma Kuei had been aware of Lin Shun's collaboration with Li Shuyang in the vegetable business for a month. However, Lin Shun had seized the high-end market, which did not conflict with the wholesale vegetable market. The quantity he required remained unchanged, and he did not instigate a price war with Lin Shun. The prices of vegetables had not risen and had even decreased somewhat. Thus, Ma Kuei feigned ignorance, understanding that some matters are better left unspoken to avoid mutual embarrassment. He also recognized that the price disparity could be so pronounced simply due to varied placement of identical products. Nonetheless, he was solely focused on volume and had no intention of pursuing the high-end route like Lin Shun. Ma Kuei had visited the shopping malls in Xiangjiang and even purchased a few of the delivered vegetables from Lin Shun, finding them indistinguishable from his own. The only difference was that Li Shuyang had prioritized the more aesthetically pleasing vegetables for him. Brotherly, Ma Kuei said as he descended from the cargo ship, embracing Li Shuyang warmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ma Kuei broached the matter at hand. Little brother, can you add another packaging machine? Beyond the Singapore and Xiangjiang markets, I have secured an order from an overseas shipping company looking to procure some purified water. Additionally, I have negotiated with 2 overseas companies in Xiangjiang. Ma Kuei looked at Li Shuyang with a smile. Certainly, I have reserved several outlets for equipment at the water plant. Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. Hearing Li Shuyang's response, Ma Kuei expressed his satisfaction with a nod. His purchasing quantities had been increasing steadily. Li Shuyang adhered to the terms of their contract, refraining from raising prices despite holding the power of supply, which greatly pleased Ma Kuei. This was also the primary reason Ma Kuei chose to feign ignorance regarding Lin Shun's encroachment on his business. Unbeknownst to Ma Kuei, Li Shuyang was still reliant on him as a significant player. Although Lin Shun had entered a stable phase, he still lagged behind Ma Kuei, and Li Shuyang would not pursue the expulsion of Ma Kuei in favor of fostering Lin Shun. Their coexistence served as a necessary counterbalance. A single dominant entity would only lead to vulnerability. Upon arriving at the warehouse, seeing the abundance of goods, Ma Kuei nodded, affirming that Li Shuyang had not changed. His partnership with Lin Shun in business was undoubtedly a means of repaying the favor of Lin Shun, introducing him to Ma Kuei. Ma Kuei mused to himself, otherwise, why would vegetables and bottled water be prioritized for him? The group shared a simple meal in the cafeteria before Ma Kuei headed towards the guest house. In a month's time, the loading and unloading of goods at the dock would become significantly more streamlined, as imported mechanical loading equipment was being installed, marking the end of an era reliant on manual labor. Naturally, the costs associated with docking and loading would increase, but the benefit lay in the enhanced speed of cargo handling. The warehouse contract window at the dock was now bustling with activity. As soon as news broke about ongoing collaborations with other teams for greenhouse vegetable cultivation, many flocked to seek partnerships. Observers noted the thriving conditions in teams like Zhangjiatuan, where monthly incomes soared into the hundreds, far surpassing the ease of picking money off the street. Those queuing at the window found themselves unable to secure the answers they sought. Li Shuyang was not engaging in individual partnerships, but was signing contracts with entire teams. Collaborating with individual farmers proved too cumbersome. Li Shuyang summoned his 2 uncles. His family had become the envy of the 10th team, boasting a substantial red brick house, with both sons and daughters-in-law holding jobs. The 2 uncles had also been engaged in business, and upon their return, many would arrive bearing gifts, hoping they could help them find work. Eldest uncle, second uncle, you've been in Jing City long enough to witness the changes. Although there are still many years of labor ahead, you are also growing older. During your time here, you must have seen how lucrative business can be. I still maintain my stance. You should find ways to engage in commerce. If you are unwilling, I can speak to the 10th team about cultivating vegetables there. Manual labor at the dock will gradually diminish. The replacement of humans by machines is an inevitable trend, Li Shuyang stated, glancing at his 2 uncles. The 2 uncles nodded thoughtfully. Li Shuyang's foresight surpassed theirs. Their collective wages barely matched what their wives earned in business. Having ventured into trading for over half a year without any issues, they were eager to inquire if Li Shuyang could facilitate vegetable cultivation in the 10th team. Home is comfortable, but venturing out is fraught with challenges. If one could earn a living right at their doorstep, who would wish to leave home today? You should return and consult with your team leader to see if he would be willing to rent out the bamboo forest to me. We can discuss the cooperative greenhouse vegetable project afterward, Li Shuyang said, handing over their wages. This should not be difficult. Those bamboos are of little use. And clearing the land is arduous. Otherwise, they would have been cut down long ago. Eldest Uncle Peng Monsong chuckled. Clearing a bamboo forest is no easy task. Those roots are intertwined, and a hoe could wear out before making significant progress. Surrounding the 10th team, the bamboo forest is the only notable feature. And the mountains there do not compare to those in Li family village. I asked my brother-in-law to take you back, once the negotiations are finalized. Have him return to inform me so that I can bring the contract to your location. Li Shuyang nodded and escorted his two uncles to the dock's entrance. Wang Yongjun is currently responsible for processing the delivery orders at this location, which are all submitted to Wang Mengran's office by evening. At long last, the eldest sister has remembered our arduous struggles. Su Man and Wang Mengran were playfully teasing one another in the office. As the housing constructed for the three Wang brothers has now reached its near completion, the remaining interior decorations will have to be arranged by themselves. After the house was finished, Wang Mengran approached Su Man and cunningly persuaded both her and her husband to resign from their jobs. I haven't forgotten about you in this arrangement, have I? Just look at the housing conditions your unit is offering. You can't possibly compare it to my place. A standalone villa with a private courtyard, not to mention a motorcycle to boot. I'll pay you a monthly salary of 100 yuan, the highest in the entire unit. You must commit wholeheartedly to your work, Wang Mengran teased. Wang Yuanchao smiled but refrained from responding, instead examining the work environment with keen interest. The houses built for them are indeed impressive, a two-story, standalone villa. Furthermore, a salary of 100 yuan per month is certainly generous. Had it not been for his elder sister, Wang Yuanchao would never have resigned. Private enterprises simply cannot rival state-owned units. Upon glancing at the account books, Wang Yuanchao was rendered speechless. The income from the purified drinking water alone reached an astonishing 4,000 yuan per day. It seems that his elder sister was truly not deceiving them. Their future salaries will undoubtedly rise steadily. Wang Yongjun rode the motorcycle, transporting the two men to the 10th Brigade. The motorcycle attracted considerable attention as it entered the village. Bicycles are a rarity in the 10th Brigade, let alone a motorcycle. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, a throng of villagers rushed forward to take a look. This hefty foreign horse could surprisingly carry 3 robust men. Congratulations, Man Song. You've struck it rich to afford such luxuries, some elders remarked, giving a thumbs up. Ever since the introduction of large greenhouse vegetables, life in the 1st Brigade has improved significantly. Now, over half the village is engaged in constructing red brick houses with tiled roofs. Just hearing about it is enough to evoke envy. They too wish to send vegetables to Jing City, but the distance is formidable, requiring at least 6 hours on foot. Few possess such endurance, although there are still some willing to make the trek, albeit in limited numbers. Ah, a rare guest. The captain of the 10th Brigade observed the unspoken envy on Peng Monsong's face. Even his own family could not compare to the prosperity of Peng Monsong's household. Captain, I have matters to discuss with you today, Peng Monsong addressed Captain Yang. Come inside and sit, Captain Yang replied, his face lighting up at the prospect. For he was well aware that Peng Monsong's nephew is the owner of the dock that collects the vegetables. Only with the blessing of that individual could they cultivate greenhouse vegetables in the 5th Brigade. Peng Monsong and his brother, being diligent workers, were unlikely to have any significant business to discuss. Surely, it must be regarding his nephew, Li Shuyang. Captain Yang's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. The situation is this. My nephew wishes to lease all the bamboo groves in our 10th Brigade. If you agree, the greenhouse vegetables will be prioritized for our brigade. As soon as Peng Monsong's words fell, Captain Yang's brow furrowed. The bamboo groves yield only bamboo and bamboo shoots. While it is true that Li Shuyang collects vegetables, he has not been known to harvest bamboo shoots. This arrangement is feasible, but the rent must be paid annually. It's acceptable even if the bamboo is completely harvested. Captain Yang thought deeply, still perplexed about Li Shuyang's intentions for leasing the bamboo groves. If they were cleared, it would facilitate land reclamation, and those lands would ultimately belong to the 10th Brigade. The primary goal now is to secure the cultivation of greenhouse vegetables to send to the dock. During a meeting in town, the leaders smiled at the captain of the 1st Brigade, while those with fewer side businesses had to bring their own refreshments. It was a common occurrence for them to lament their poverty during such visits, as the town itself is not affluent. The 10th Brigade boasts extensive bamboo forests. while the bamboo in other brigades is scattered and too fragmented for effective management. The purpose of leasing remains unclear. It is merely heard that once rented, laborers from this area are employed annually. Peng Monsong responded, Li Shuyang has his reasons for leasing. The specifics, however, elude me. After receiving the news he sought, Wang Yongjun hurried back to the dock on his motorcycle. Brother-in-law, they agreed to rent the bamboo groves to us. You'll need to negotiate the price, Wang Yongjun said, parking the motorcycle before rushing into Li Shuyang's office. There's no rush. Let us wait for news from Lin Shun. Since you've been with me for so long, don't you wish to take on a managerial role? Sitting at the entrance collecting orders every day isn't a sustainable endeavor, Li Shuyang remarked, putting down the order forms and looking at Wang Yongjun. I have an important task for you. Do you have the confidence to execute it? For the time being, Li Shuyang would remain at Jing City. But once the festivities commenced, he would have to be present, with Wang Minggran certainly by his side. They must cultivate a few capable assistants here. And Wang Yuanchao and Su Man from Wang Minggran's family are certainly insufficient. It will take some time before Li Mei graduates. In the future, Li Mei must be groomed to take over in Jing City. Chapter 185, Cultivation. What's the matter? Wang Yongjun inquired, puzzled as he looked toward Li Shuyang. Beyond diligently working, he had yet to undertake any independent tasks. I wish to establish a collection point for mountain goods in Zhouzhuang. You know that certain places are unsuitable for greenhouse vegetables, such as Huangying Ao and Dezhugo. These locations not only lie in treacherous valleys, but also possess land that cannot accommodate greenhouses, Li Shuyang explained slowly. Those mountain fields are barely 2 meters wide, with some areas even narrower, resembling terraced fields. While corn and potatoes can be cultivated there, Li Shuyang lacks the expertise to assist them with greenhouse vegetables. However, their geographical location is advantageous, nestled deep within the mountains, rich in natural resources such as wild mushrooms. What does that have to do with us? Wang Yongjun queried, perplexed. He believed that managing one's own territory sufficed, and that the poverty of other places bore little relevance to him. If one were to adopt Li Shuyang's perspective, there would be countless impoverished areas. Would one have to establish collection stations in each? Because these resources are invaluable beyond your imagination, Li Shuyang replied, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Yongjun. While the poverty of these areas may not directly affect them, they possess renewable natural resources, and if utilized well, both parties stand to benefit. Why not pursue mutual advantages? During a stroll with Wang Minggran along the streets of Shangjiang, Li Shuyang noticed that the mountain goods brought over from the monkeys seemed to be quite popular among the neon-laden populace. Some mountain products commanded prices exceeding $100 for 500 grams. Given the lucrative nature of such a business, Li Shuyang was not naive. The offerings from the monkeys pale in comparison to those mountain goods. Oh, Wang Yongjun still did not grasp the concept, but decided to follow Li Shuyang's directives. I need you to open a collection point for mountain goods in Zhouzhuang, and you must also ride your motorcycle to promote it. Visit the surrounding counties, especially those near or within the mountains. I shall not shortchange you. Should this matter be executed proficiently, I shall grant you a raise, instructed Li Shuyang. You are to recruit 5 or 6 workers for the shop in Zhouzhuang. I will prepare a list detailing the specifics, and you shall use these documents for promotion. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I am well aware of how to proceed, Wang Yongjun asserted, nodding vigorously. Promoting the collection of mountain goods is remarkably simple. I can ride my motorcycle around, exuding confidence. However, when weighing the goods, ensure that you do not shortchange anyone, nor should you impose by virtue of authority. Approach this task with earnestness, and be patient and calm during your promotions. Do you understand? Li Shuyang regarded Wang Yongjun with solemnity. Yes. Wang Yongjun replied earnestly after scratching his head. Since his family began selling tofu and douhua, he had never shortchanged anyone, maintaining a calm demeanor. As he had learned from his parents during their business dealings, he understood the importance of this principle. Very well, return and establish the warehouse, preferably near the roadside for easier access for delivery trucks, Li Shuyang said, patting Wang Yongjun on the shoulder to send him off to attend to the matter. I fear that the youngest, in his carefree manner, might misinterpret your instructions. Perhaps it would be prudent to select someone else. Wang Minggran expressed her concerns to Li Shuyang as she watched Wang Yongjun depart. She was acutely aware of her brother's temperament. Should he frequently mismanage Li Shuyang's directives, it could lead to future misunderstandings, no matter how amicable their relationship. One cannot remain a child forever. Your elder brother has become quite adept at managing the warehouse operations. His management is commendable, and thus, a raise is warranted. After all, he has been diligently assisting us, and we cannot turn a blind eye to the efforts of others. You have also witnessed how your second uncle and aunt have taken over the bookkeeping. They arrive early and stay late to ensure accuracy, treating it as if it were their own affair. Can we afford to neglect their contributions? As the salaries of both brothers rise, we must consider how the youngest feels. Despite his current carefree demeanor, he may harbor feelings of resentment for not being given the opportunity to grow. Monks learn from humans. When faced with difficulties, solutions must be sought. If he struggles with something as straightforward as collecting mountain goods, perhaps manual labor would suit him better. It is not that he lacks intelligence. He simply resists using his mind, Li Shuyang reassured Wang Minggran, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Upon hearing Li Shuyang's rationale, Wang Minggran felt considerably more at ease. Li Shuyang had always been exceptionally considerate of his elder brother, and now Li Zhuang had constructed a department store over on West Street, filled with merchandise related to movie stars, including video recorders. However, the most popular items remained the tapes, star posters, and replica clothing. The posters displayed outfits that attracted numerous fashion-conscious young women. Zhou Lan's ability to replicate was truly remarkable. With just a glance at a poster, she could produce a near-identical version. As Li Shuyang's household flourished, who wouldn't he desire a better life? After all, even the closest of relatives must engage sincerely. Everyone's goal is to stand out from the crowd. If Li Shuyang were to overlook this fundamental truth, he would be ill-suited for business. Thus, as operations stabilize, it is essential to provide opportunities for gradual adaptation, making future salary increases entirely reasonable. Second brother, Li Mei entered the dock office, accompanied by several youngsters. Are you on break? Li Shuyang inquired with a smile. Yes, Li Mei nodded. Your second sister-in-law may be preoccupied with clothing processing during this period. Since you have some time off, lend a hand in overseeing things, Li Shuyang suggested as he lifted his youngest child. That's simple. Mingyue can manage that. Li Mei agreed with a nod. When Li Mingyue was not attending school, she assisted Wang Minggran at home, handling incoming clothing, managing accounts, and wholesaling to vendors. She managed it all quite adeptly, never making a mistake with sizes. Then it shall be you two, aunt and niece, overseeing the operation. I will arrange for a portable cassette player for you, Li Shuyang proposed enticingly. In the late 1970s, a compact integrated circuit board was unveiled at an electronics exhibition in Britain, leaving the scientists researching it puzzled about its potential applications. However, the owner of a Japanese electronics company immediately recognized its value and acquired the patent at minimal cost. By 1979, after thoroughly understanding the electronic circuit board, the company launched a portable cassette player that quickly captivated the youth, followed by headphones the subsequent year, capturing the hearts of trendsetters. Li Mei was aware of the existence of the portable cassette player. Her university professors often spoke of the advanced technology in Japan, illustrating the disparities using household electronics as examples. For instance, color televisions were already in production in Japan during the 1960s, and the now popular cassette player was merely the size of a palm, yet boasted capabilities comparable to larger tape recorders. Li Mei had seen pictures of the cassette player, but was unaware that her second brother Li Shuyang intended to buy one for her. Really? She asked, her eyes lighting up as she looked at him. Why would I deceive you? Li Shuyang chuckled. The cassette player has already gained popularity in Hong Kong, and I know that the factory originally producing tape recorders has begun engaging with the company, hoping for collaboration. In Kyoto, such a compact cassette player is priced at nearly 700 yuan on the black market, with similar circumstances in Shanghai. Due to the recent arrival of the product in Hong Kong, inventory is scarce and demand exceeds supply, hence Li Zhuang has not received any surplus stock. However, this situation should ease within 3 months. The collaboration with the Japanese will undoubtedly proceed, as they earn royalties for each unit sold. You are too generous, second brother, Li Mei exclaimed, spinning around joyfully with Li Mingyue in her arms. In just over 10 days, Li Shuyang would return to Hong Kong to settle the debts owed to Siam. He was not one to skimp on unique items that delighted his family. The children at home had become the envy of their peers, as Li Shuyang always brought back an abundance of toys from his trips. Currently, the games available to children included iron hoops, spinning tops, weaving flower baskets, jump ropes, and hopscotch. Few had toys to play with. The exported toys from Hong Kong were quite popular here, yet few parents were willing to splurge on them. Li Zhuang had procured a few, but after lackluster sales, he ceased to stock them. Dad, I want one too, Li Mingyue whined, looking up at Li Shuyang. What do you want? The top I bought for Mingyue was lost when you took it to school, Li Shuyang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at his daughter. This little girl seemed to want everything unusual for her room: a lamp, a radio, a television, a harmonica, and even the guitar Li Shuyang had brought back from Hong Kong. Except for Wang Minggran, she allowed no one into her sanctuary. Li Shuyang began to suspect whether the top had truly been lost or if she had hidden it away. Even her set of dolls had vanished, box and all. Just buy her one. It won't cost much, he was urged. Wang Minggran, cradling Li Mingyue, chuckled. The eldest is as precious as a gem, while the youngest resembles a mere blade of grass. Li Shuyang refrained from responding, shooting a glare at Wang Mingyuan before stating, "Whenever Li Mingyue errs, you protect her like a mother hen guarding her chicks, merely offering a few verbal admonitions. Yet when others falter, you always have me rectify the situation. Especially with the rambunctious Li Mingyu, who invariably faces your wrath during every holiday. I won't buy it if you don't," Wang Mingyuan proclaimed after planting a kiss on her eldest daughter's cheek. "Please gather everything in one go, so I can procure everything at once." Li Shuyang felt utterly defeated by Wang Mingyuan. Her fondness for Li Mingyue was not solely due to her being the first child. It was also because Li Mingyue was obedient and willing to assist with chores. Whenever possible, Li Mingyue would lend a hand, and as the eldest, she naturally garnered more affection from Wang Mingyuan. In contrast, Li Shuyang treated each child equally, ensuring that everyone received their fair share. Any missteps were met with consequences. Although it seemed that only Li Mingyu was particularly troublesome. In the heart of Hong Kong, Lin Shun entered the Neon Investment Building with a furrowed brow. "Hello. I was invited by Mr. Yamamoto," he informed the receptionist. "You must be Mr. Lin Shun," the receptionist inquired, rising from her seat after checking her guest list. "Indeed." Lin Shun nodded in acknowledgement. "Please follow me," she beckoned, leading him to the elevator and pressing the button for the 16th floor. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Lin Shun was struck by the opulence of the decor, which far surpassed any place he had visited previously. His casual attire felt starkly incongruous in this lavish setting. "Please, come in," a middle-aged man's voice resonated from within the office. After the receptionist opened the door, she guided Lin Shun inside and prepared a cup of tea for him before discreetly exiting. The office, while appearing grand, bore an air of simplicity. A wooden desk, a set of sofas with tea utensils, and a solitary bookshelf filled with books comprised the furnishings. "Mr. Lin, we meet again," the middle-aged man said with a warm smile as he approached and extended his hand for a handshake. "Yes, indeed, it's a pleasure to see you again," Lin Shun replied with a smile. Uncertain of the purpose behind this meeting, Lin Shun pondered that his business in Hong Kong primarily revolved around procuring grains and electronic products, as well as supplying vegetables and purified water to local markets. It seemed there was little connection to Neon Investments, which had a substantial presence in Hong Kong, engaging in various industries. After a period of silence, Lin Shun, feeling the conversation stagnant, considered excusing himself due to pending negotiations with other markets. "If there's nothing pressing, I should take my leave," he suggested, looking at his now empty teacup. "Does Mr. Lin not wish to discuss a potential collaboration with us?" Yamamoto inquired with measured calmness. "My current business mainly revolves around vegetables and purified water, which seems of little interest to you," Lin Shun replied, puzzled. "To be frank, we are eager to collaborate on your vegetable business. Your vegetables likely come from Longhua, correct? If we partner, the procurement volume would be significantly greater than what you currently supply to Hong Kong," Yamamoto remarked, tossing out a tantalizing proposition. "While the volume might be substantial, I'm afraid I cannot accommodate such an arrangement at this time," Lin Shun gently declined, shaking his head. The logistics of transporting goods to Neon, where he was unfamiliar with the territory, posed a considerable risk. "Should you find it unfeasible, perhaps you could recommend someone else? Rest assured, we would not sever our ties once a deal is struck, and we would ensure Mr. Lin receives benefits," Yamamoto replied with a smile. Neon, though small in area, boasted a dense population, ranking among the top 15 globally. It primarily relied on imports for grains and vegetables, with domestic production barely sustaining 20% of its populace. Given Neon's robust economy, which heavily favored export trade, the situation appeared stable. However, a reversal could lead to dire consequences for many. Thus, food security remained a paramount concern for every nation, and Neon was no exception, with grain silos established worldwide. Witnessing Lin Shun's regular vegetable deliveries to Hong Kong ignited Yamamoto's interest in a potential partnership, especially since Longhua offered a more efficient route, potentially reducing transportation costs. "I must return to consult before providing a definitive answer," Lin Shun replied, hesitant to make decisions on behalf of Li Shuyang. "We can offer a slightly higher price than what you currently receive in Hong Kong. Please keep this in mind, as it is a small token of our earnestness," Yamamoto said, handing Lin Shun an envelope. Having spent many years in Hong Kong, Yamamoto understood the local customs of doing business, where gift-giving was a fundamental courtesy. Lin Shun accepted the envelope, feeling its thickness, suggesting it contained a considerable amount. Upon departing the Neon Investment Building, he glanced at the contents, a stack of $100 bills. He did not find it objectionable, considering it merely a travel expense. The outcome of this potential collaboration remained uncertain, especially regarding Li Shuyang's stance. After successfully concluding his dealings at the remaining two markets, Lin Shun felt as though fortune was on his side, as discussions progressed smoothly. His vegetables, priced competitively, outshone those sourced from British merchants, allowing him to profit even when offering discounts. The swift acceptance of his products by other markets was met with enthusiasm. Although they continued to procure from British suppliers, time would ultimately reveal the truth. At the dock, Lin Shun surveyed the smallest of the cargo vessels. Just one more month, and I'll upgrade to a larger ship, he mused. The volume of imported grains in Jing City was steadily increasing, with Lin Shun consistently returning with full loads. Each round trip proved lucrative, and he had nearly secured supply agreements with the major markets near the dock, ensuring substantial earnings. The transportation costs for the grains were covered by Li Shuyang. As winter descended upon Jing City, delicate snowflakes began to fall, marking a rare sight that would soon become a memory of the past. As industrialization proliferates, the weather gradually warms, and the future landscape of the city is likely to be devoid of snow. Li Shuyang sat atop the podium at the playground of Team 10, gazing skyward. The cold snowflakes fell upon his face, invigorating him considerably. Comradely, is the contract for the bamboo grove priced at an annual payment or a one-time fee for 10 years? Captain Yang, holding a bundle of money, excitedly inquired of Li Shuyang. Li Shuyang clarified that the annual fee for the bamboo grove was 10,000 yuan, subject to adjustment based on circumstances each year. Naturally, Captain Yang was unable to comprehend the contract, mistakenly believing that the 10,000 yuan was for a decade's worth of leasing. This sum was astronomical for the rural community, akin to a pie falling from the sky and striking one's face. It's for 1 year, Li Shuyang elucidated. Hiss, Captain Yang inhaled sharply. Feeling as if it were too surreal, he discreetly pinched his thigh to confirm he was not dreaming. I won't disturb comradely any further. I will return to notify the village teams to convene. Overwhelmed with excitement, Captain Yang dashed off, clutching the money tightly against his chest. What purpose do these bamboo stalks serve? Wang Mingran queried, surveying the bamboo that surrounded them with confusion. While these bamboos may lack intrinsic value, bamboo shoots are quite lucrative. Li Shuyang explained, grasping Wang Mingran's hand. Fresh winter bamboo shoots fetch nearly 20 Hong Kong dollars per pound in Shanjiang, while dried bamboo shoots command between 80 to 90 Hong Kong dollars per pound. Oh, Wang Mingran nodded, initially believing that Li Shuyang intended to purchase the bamboo for some purpose, only to realize he was focused on the spring and winter bamboo shoots. After 2 days of surveying all the bamboo groves in Team 10, as Li Shuyang departed with Wang Mingran, the village leaders were embroiled in a heated dispute on the playground, dissatisfied with each other's clandestine expansion of the bamboo grove boundaries. When Captain Yang read out Li Shuyang's leasing contract, the crowd's eyes lit up. The bamboo grove belonging to a particular team would henceforth require laborers from that team for the bamboo shoots, with the obligation to safeguard the bamboo grove from destruction and unauthorized harvesting. Any infraction would result in the termination of all cooperation. This implied that the broader the bamboo grove, the longer the labor, naturally causing discontent about the boundary encroachments. Each leader sought to secure more employment opportunities for their village. Let us not allow trivial matters to sour our harmony. We should rejoice. Since we have measured the bamboo groves of each village, let us distribute the payments accordingly. You should also ensure this money reaches every household, Captain Yang interjected, halting the ongoing squabbling, presenting stacks of money. Upon seeing the imminent distribution of funds, the crowd ceased their jostling. Gathered around the team's office desk, they awaited their signatures to claim their money. Each village would receive nearly 1,000 yuan, translating to approximately 80 to 90 yuan per household. For them, this year had become remarkably prosperous. Initially, they had anticipated another barren year. Unexpectedly, the seemingly worthless bamboo grove had transformed into their tree of wealth. Previously, they had cursed the bamboo grove, believing that cultivating it was an insurmountable challenge. When each village leader returned to their respective communities to relay the news of the bamboo grove leasing, excitement erupted at the prospect of receiving 80 to 90 yuan per household. The villagers were eager to celebrate. I have something to share. Our village will also begin cultivating greenhouse vegetables, but this comes with a condition. We must take good care of our bamboo grove. Aside from occasionally harvesting some for reinforcing the greenhouses, no one is permitted to cause any damage, nor should the bamboo encroach upon our fields. We must maintain the existing foundation, one leader declared, prompting joyous applause from the crowd. Chapter 188, A Message. At the Jiaojiapo of Team 10, Huang Shui returned to her maternal home, carrying fabric purchased from the city. My aunt has arrived. Quickly prepare the cured meat. Huang Shui's sister-in-law beamed upon seeing her, her eyes crinkling with joy. Initially, the family had urged Huang Shui to remarry, but this sister-in-law had advised her to stay and care for her children. Huang Shui still recalled her sister-in-law's words fondly. Why is everyone so cheerful today? Huang Shui inquired, cheerfully handing the fabric to her sister-in-law for distribution. Our village is about to enjoy a better life. Your uncle has been here. He has not only leased the entire bamboo grove, but also intends to hire workers from the village for harvesting bamboo shoots. Isn't it true that your brothers have gone to the mountains to harvest bamboo shoots? They can earn 8 cents per 100 pounds after meeting the quota, which will no longer be needed after the winter solstice. They must wait until spring next year. Furthermore, everyone in our village will have the opportunity to grow greenhouse vegetables. Starting today, following the winter solstice, we will begin to widen the road, extending it all the way to Zhangjiaton, allowing us to commence the cultivation of greenhouse vegetables. Her sister-in-law joyfully explained. Upon hearing that it was Li Shuyang who had initiated these developments, Huang Chui's worries dissipated. She feared a repeat of the rushed establishment of a garment factory that had failed within 6 months, as seen in the commune. Not only did Huang Chui wholeheartedly believe that Li Shuyang could lead them to a prosperous life, but even the 3-year-olds shared this conviction. As winter arrived, the children in Li family village donned brand new cotton-padded jackets, each without a single patch. When asked who ensured they had meat to eat and lived so well, they would readily attribute it to their ancestors. Whether working at the water plant or the dock, each family received a meal card, allowing them to enjoy meals at the water plant's canteen. The deductions for meals were minimal, and they included both meat and vegetables. Is it just you at home? Huang Chui asked her sister-in-law, as she had become accustomed to being surrounded by children calling her aunt whenever she visited, especially since she often brought fruits and candies from the city, endearing her to her nieces and nephews. While helping with work in Li family village, the children were notably eager. After half a day, she only saw her sister-in-law and another sister-in-law at home. Mom and Dad have gone to the mountains, and the kids have gone along to help. Her sister-in-law replied cheerfully while starting to prepare dinner, responding to Huang Chui's inquiry. Are you delivering it yourselves, or waiting for the truck at the dock? Huang Chui asked. A truck comes to pick it up. We only need to deliver it to the commune, her sister-in-law responded. And how will you calculate the wages? Huang Chui inquired. Didn't I mention that it's 8 cents for 100 pounds? Each laborer is responsible for 100 pounds, and we settle up after weighing it. Anyone caught cheating will not only lose the opportunity to grow greenhouse vegetables, but will also forfeit their eligibility for bamboo shoots. They continued their conversation casually while preparing dinner. At the Jing City dock, Lin Shun bumped into Ma Kuilin. Brother Kuilin, Lin Shun greeted with an awkward smile. Hey, you sly fellow. You've quietly snatched quite a bit of my business. Ma Kuilin chuckled, playfully punching Lin Shun. Instantly relieved, Lin Shun realized Ma Kuilin was not pursuing the matter of his business being taken. Brother Kuilin, in a few days when you return to Shangjiang, let us have a feast to make amends. Lin Shun quickly offered a cigarette. All right, you've earned quite a bit these past couple of months, haven't you? Ma Kuilin responded with a grin, acknowledging that business was business. Claims of one person stealing another's trade were mere nonsense. The clientele has not fled to your hands to snatch away customers, for the market is vast, and numerous individuals engage in business. It is not as if your enterprise precludes others from operating in this domain. Even if Lin Shun refrains from unloading goods at Victoria Harbor, conducting wholesale at the dock where Ma Kuei is situated does not contravene any regulations. Such actions merely render everyone uncomfortable and displeased. Brotherly, the packaging machine you requested has arrived. I have heard it said that using a packaging machine for vegetables does not significantly enhance their freshness, as low-temperature preservation remains essential. Ma Kuei did not question Li Shuyang about his collaboration with Lin Shun. Instead, he shifted the discourse to another topic. Once this subject was broached, an air of awkwardness enveloped the group, and as a seasoned veteran, Ma Kuei surely understood this sentiment. It is not intended for packaging vegetables, but rather for mountain goods, which many overseas Chinese have an affinity for, and the market prospects appear promising. Li Shuyang chuckled, fully aware that vegetables are best preserved under low temperatures. In northern rural areas, it is common to excavate cellars 2 to 3 meters deep to store vegetables, maintaining a temperature of approximately 5 degrees Celsius by placing several jars of water within. Vegetables such as potatoes, radishes, and cabbages can be kept in these cellars, often lasting until the following spring. They achieve this without advanced technology, and the preserved vegetables still look remarkably fresh. Moreover, these natural refrigeration methods often outperform some artificial refrigerators. As long as the vegetables maintain a low temperature during transit, there should be no issues. Li Shuyang had yet to consider employing a vacuum packaging machine for vegetables, as such an approach would be a waste of both financial and human resources. Mountain goods, on the other hand, are naturally dried and less prone to decay. Vacuum packaging enhances their perceived quality. How about your bamboo shoots? You know it is the season for them. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? Ma Kuei jested. The demand for bamboo shoots is indeed significant, particularly in the Singapore market. You'll be able to procure them on your next visit. Arrangements have already been made. Li Shuyang replied with a smile. Shall we go together? Ma Kuei inquired as he prepared to head to the guest house, glancing back at Lin Shen. No, Quiche. I have matters to discuss with Brother Li, Lin Shen responded, waving his hand. Very well, you two converse, Ma Kuei acknowledged, signaling to his companions as he made his way to the guest house. What is it? You've been hesitating for quite a while, Li Shuyang remarked, puzzled. He sensed that Lin Shen was grappling with something difficult to articulate. Brother Li, a businessman from Neon, reached out to me, hoping I could facilitate an introduction. He mentioned that his order volume is substantial and that he is willing to pay a premium compared to the market in Shanjiang. I was unsure if you were open to engaging with Neon merchants, so I refrained from making any commitments, Lin Shen explained. Feeling a sense of obligation after having accepted a 10,000 finder's fee, he thought it prudent to at least relay the message, choosing not to involve himself further in the decision. Should the deal materialize, it would be mutually beneficial and he might receive a bonus. If not, it would not adversely affect his business in Shanjiang. Neon merchants? Li Shuyang inquired uncertainly. Yes, Lin Shen nodded. Li Shuyang's expression remained inscrutable. For the people of Longhua harbored a deep-seated animosity towards that region. Vegetable business? Li Shuyang reconfirmed. Presently, his only venture in Shanjiang revolved around vegetables, as water resources were of little interest to the Neon market. Chapter 189. Changes in Li Family Village. Li Shuyang looked at Lin Shen, seeking confirmation that he indeed meant Neon was interested in purchasing vegetables. Neon is currently recognized as the world's second-largest economy. It is worth noting that the Hang Seng Index in the Shanjiang stock market comprises merely 20 or so listed companies. The Hang Seng Index serves as a collective term for stocks in Shanjiang. Certainly, investors can directly purchase the Hang Seng Index and Nikkei futures, though such endeavors carry significant risk and require constant monitoring of market fluctuations. The Hang Seng Index features 20 listed companies, making investments in promising stocks comparatively less risky. In contrast, the Nikkei boasts nearly 200 listed enterprises, all of which can be directly purchased within its index. The Hang Seng and Nikkei indices provide external investors with the most immediate data regarding this region's market. A glimpse reveals the entirety, with nearly 200 listed enterprises. Neon's economy evidently surpasses numerous nations. Neon's economic standing ranks just below that of the Western United States, having outstripped the Soviet Union's GDP by the late 1970s. Presently, the second and first nations remain united, with the second nation producing approximately 160,000 civilian export vehicles annually, an astonishing figure. Such a formidable production system has been surpassed by Neon, showcasing the strength of its economic structure. However, collaborating with Neon poses challenges, as their standards are stringent, particularly concerning consumables, which must adhere strictly to their demands. Naturally, this results in significantly higher prices. Li Shuyang resolved to meet with this Neon merchant, recognizing that few would consider importing vegetables from Longhua at this juncture. All right, when you come to collect the goods next time, I will accompany you to Shanjiang. Li Shuyang affirmed with a nod. He also needed to settle debts and saw this as a fortuitous opportunity to meet the Neon businessman. As long as profit could be garnered, Li Shuyang was willing to set aside many of his demands, indifferent to the merchant's origins, especially considering Neon's advanced production lines. If he could introduce even a couple, it would yield substantial profits. Failure to reach an agreement would not be detrimental, as Li Shuyang's business primarily revolved around wholesale. Understood. Lin Shen nodded, then proceeded to the department store to purchase several bottles of the finest Fingio, bringing the exquisite liquor to Ma Kuei. The group engaged in lively conversation over drinks, reflecting on the current transformations. One cannot perceive the changes without exposure to the outside world. However, frequent visits to developed regions reveal significant market shifts. For instance, Siam, which once relied solely on imports for advanced home appliances, has now begun exporting them at competitive prices. And deliveries to Siam are exempt from tariffs, incurring only service fees. Li Shuyang returned to Li Family Village, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Rows of unfinished brick houses lined the roads leading into the village, with craftsmen brought in from other villages working diligently to ensure the families could move into their new homes by year's end. Li Shuyang arrived at Daiwanzi, a vast flatland extending to fertile fields in the neighboring village. The land owned by the residents of Li Family Village primarily consisted of this area, while the mountainous terrain of Banpo and the fields adjacent to the village paled in comparison. Once, Daiwanzi could be viewed in its entirety from the neighboring village. Now, it is filled with greenhouses, and only from the slopes can one fully appreciate this expanse. Uncle. A group of young individuals preparing to head home approached Li Shuyang with smiles, respectfully offering him cigarettes from their pockets. When did you ever see me smoking? Li Shuyang jested. While he did purchase cigarettes, it was solely for others' use. At times, it served as a means to garner information or ask for directions. Without them, one might find it challenging to get by. Is there a specific reason for your return today, uncle? A 17 or 18-year-old lad inquired, looking at Li Shuyang. Nothing in particular, just came to take a look, Li Shuyang replied, shaking his head. The situation has yet to take shape, and naturally, Li Shuyang would not act without purpose. Even if this area were to become a vegetable base in the future, he would ensure that the villagers of Li family village would not suffer losses. The procurement of vegetables by Neon is merely a facade. Their true intention is to establish the vegetable base they desire, adhering strictly to their specifications from sowing to harvest. Those involved in greenhouse vegetable cultivation essentially find themselves toiling within the confines of the greenhouse day in and day out. After a brief stroll, Li Shuyang made his way to the water plant, where he had funded the establishment of a children's playground. Although referred to as a playground, it is quite modest, featuring merely 2 rows of seesaws, a ping-pong table, and a few scattered swings. This rudimentary playground manages to attract numerous children daily, who play until dusk before returning home. Initially, Li Shuyang had been bothered by the unsightly heap of stones in the area, prompting him to take action. Not far from the playground lies the water plant, where several trucks are parked, ready to be filled with water. Inside, the workers are bustling about, their faces glistening with sweat, yet they wear expressions of remarkable joy. Upon spotting Li Shuyang, Li Xingye hastily approached him. "Old ancestor," Li Xingye said, leading Li Shuyang into the office and handing him the delivery slip from the water plant. "I haven't come to supervise you. I merely wish to observe the changes in the village. I trust you to handle matters effectively." Li Shuyang waved his hand, declining to take the slip. "Thank you for your trust. I shall not betray it," Li Xingye replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. Were it not for Li Shuyang's intervention, it is uncertain whether he would have even found a wife, likely still toiling in the small fishing village for his grandmother's family. Reflecting on this, Li Xingye felt his eyes welling with emotion. Is a mere token of trust worthy of tears? A man does not weep lightly. Brighter days lie ahead, Li Shuyang said, rising to pat Li Xingye on the shoulder. Recognizing that Li Xingye was indulging in fanciful thoughts again, Li Shuyang departed the water plant, reassured by Li Xingye's watchful presence. Just as he was about to head back, he noticed a young man with a limp, dressed in tattered clothing, preparing to fetch water for his home. While his attire was indeed shabby, it appeared particularly dismal against the backdrop of the new clothes worn by the villagers of Li family village. Has Minghai's family not engaged in any livelihood? Li Shuyang inquired of Li Minghai, who had followed him to see him off from the village. "I don't know. I have no time to concern myself with their affairs," Li Minghai replied, shaking his head. Zhang Dashan's reputation in the village is notorious, aside from their immediate family. No one is inclined to associate with them. Li Shuyang shook his head, pondering how foolish the Zhang family truly was. While they possessed a knack for causing trouble, they lacked the ability to provide a good life for their kin. "Uncle, are you contemplating lending them a hand simply because they are struggling now? You must not forget how they treated you when they were in power," Li Minghai remarked, noticing Li Shuyang's gaze fixed on Zhang who, mistakenly assuming his sympathy, was overflowing. "Not at all. Their survival is irrelevant to me, and I am not so magnanimous as to overlook past grievances for their benefit. Zhang Dashan once wished for my demise," Li Shuyang replied as he walked. The tasks assigned by Zhang Dashan were grueling, and had it not been for Li Shuyang's exceptional strength, an ordinary person would have long since collapsed. Many elders, as they age, become hunched and deformed, a testament to the hardships endured in their youth. Li Shuyang found it somewhat amusing. If only they redirected their scheming tendencies to more constructive endeavors, they would not have arrived at such a state. After the widow Zhang's house was returned, the Zhang family now resided in a mud-walled dwelling. Before the father and son emerged from their past, their wife had been able to sustain herself through labor. Now, with Zhang Dashan incapacitated and Zhang Hu disabled, all household responsibilities weighed heavily upon her shoulders, leading to an increasingly dire situation. In truth, they yearned for a breakthrough, yet their mindset remained misaligned. Li Shuyang had declared he would not accept their vegetables. Could they not cultivate and sell to the Zhang family at a mere penny per pound? They could then transport their produce to the dock for a small profit. When Li Shuyang had not raised his prices for vegetable procurement, they had sold for less than a penny per pound. Presently, the market also offered vegetables at a similar price, saving them transportation costs. Even with their physical limitations, they could still grow vegetables. They merely feared others profiting from their labor. In such circumstances, the most effective means of resolution is a balance of sacrifice and gain. The best course of action is to sell at low prices since there is no loss for them. When Li Shuyang had gone hunting with Li Zhuang, he was acutely aware that the black market price for any meat was $1 per pound. So why sell for 50 cents? Because that market was not one the brothers could navigate. While others selling small goods had to hide, the black market operated openly. If the brothers had not sold to Shun Wuya and instead set up a stall in the black market, they would have been lucky to last 5 minutes before their goods were confiscated. Not only would they not make a profit, but their very freedom would also be at risk. In situations where resolution seems impossible, the best strategy is to conserve one's strength and ensure one's own sustenance. Li Shuyang's doc had specified that it would not accept vegetables from Zhang Dashan's family, yet it did not state that it would refuse all with the surname Zhang. Thus, witnessing the Zhang family's plight evoked a hint of amusement in Li Shuyang. Uncle, just be aware of it. I fear you may soften your heart. It is best to steer clear of such petty individuals who do not show mercy in their rise to power, Li Minghai said, relieved by Li Shuyang's words. He was most afraid that Li Shuyang would repay malice with kindness, feeling compelled to assist the Zhang family, which would surely leave many in the Li family feeling as if they had swallowed a fly. In Li family village, Li Shuyang was akin to a deity. His words commanded respect and obedience. You worry too much. Had I been of your age, I would have long since enjoyed a life of ease, Li Shuyang jested. Li Minghai, still keen on wandering through the village's greenhouses, would admonish anyone who did not adhere to Li Shuyang's directives, particularly those who secretly applied fertilizer. Such instances had only occurred once or twice, yet the fear of sudden inspections from Xiangjiang, testing for pesticide residues in past vegetables, loomed large. Should they be blacklisted, their flourishing business would wither away. Consequently, in each village, Li Shuyang employed a couple of upright elders to oversee operations. In Li family village, he had enlisted Li Minghai and Elder Gu. Elder Gu was affectionately referred to by Li Shuyang's siblings as Gu Leoi, while others of similar age addressed him as Elder, and the younger ones would call him Uncle at most. At the Gu family residence, a group was gathered around the dining table. Second uncle. Today Li Shuyang returned to the village. The eldest of the Gu family announced to the elders present. Indeed, one must learn to be content. In the past, even earning a mere few dozen dollars a year was sufficient to get by. Now, a family can earn nearly $200 to $300 a month and still desire more. He has already shown considerable generosity towards our family. During our trip to the dock, they prioritized collecting our vegetables. Our family holds no obligation towards the Li family, so they should not entertain thoughts of taking advantage. Upon hearing his eldest nephew's words, Gu Eryi discerned the underlying intentions. It was merely a matter of observing that all the workers hired by Li Shuyang were relatives of the Li clan, and the Li family, now thriving, had become the subject of envy. The household chores, such as gardening, could easily be managed by the women, while the able-bodied men could earn a little extra at the water factory or the docks. However, once one opens their mouth, it becomes a significant debt of gratitude, and such debts are notoriously difficult to repay. Following Li Minghai around the village, merely for the sake of tending to the greenhouse vegetables, for a mere 14 yuan a month, was already a considerable favor. Gu Eryi had yet to devise a means to repay this favor, while the others in the household grew increasingly restless. Had they offered assistance when Li Zhuang and Zhou Lan were struggling to make ends meet? Would the Li family not remember such kindness? Ignoring past hardships, they now sought to reap the benefits without effort, as if the world were rife with handouts waiting to be seized. Though Gu Eryi spoke with a calm demeanor, his words resonated with clarity. One should not expect him to approach Li Shuyang for employment. He could not afford to lose face. For Li Shuyang, securing a job for his uncle was not a daunting task. A simple word from him would suffice. While it was true that they had not cared for the Li siblings in the past, it was a time of hardship for their own family. Was it not easy for Li Shuyang, with his substantial business, to accommodate a few extra hands? Gu Bing looked at his uncle, puzzled, and remarked that although they had not provided care for Li Shuyang and his siblings, his uncle had indeed supported Li Zhuang. If his uncle were to speak up, it would undoubtedly work, and they would all secure jobs. Such shamelessness. His business is his own affair. What relevance does it hold for you? Did you contribute to his success? I do not wish to hear any more of this topic. Refrain from coming to me about it in the future. With that, Gu Eryi set down his utensils and turned to return to his room. In a village where Li Shuyang resided, it was hardly a mystery what the Gu family's situation entailed. Why then did he not invite them to work? It was because when matters arose, it was always the Li family members who rushed to assist, whether it was repairing houses or cultivating personal plots. During Li Shuyang's time working in Jing City, Wang Mingran was unable to manage these tasks at home. It was the Li clan's members who competed with the Wang brothers for the work. Human nature is such that kindness is remembered, and those who treat others well are weighed in the heart. When Zhou Lan had requested a few of the Gu brothers to help Li Shuyang with house repairs, it was just before Li Shuyang's impending marriage. The Gu brothers, feeling exhausted from their labor, had shaken their heads in refusal. Li Minghai had merely heard that Zhou Lan did not invite him, yet he quietly organized the repairs with his own crew. Chapter 191. The New Year approaches. Li Shuyang walked over to his motorcycle, but paused again. What is wrong, uncle? Li Minghai inquired, puzzled as to what Li Shuyang needed to discuss. How is your family's business? Is the monthly income substantial? Li Shuyang asked Li Minghai. At the docks, Aside from the 20 or so individuals working in Li Shuyang's warehouse who had access to a cafeteria, other warehouses were gradually adopting the same model. This had a significant impact on Li Dan and the others. Li Minghai reported with a smile that they were now making about 10 yuan a day. When we first opened, we barely earned a few yuan a day, but now it has stabilized, with both families earning over 10 yuan each day. That is satisfactory. If Li Dan decides he no longer wishes to engage in business, he can come work at my warehouse. In the future, we may need to appoint someone to oversee the vegetable operations in Li Family Village, Li Shuyang hinted to Li Minghai. This upcoming collaboration with the Hong Kong and Neon companies was nearly certain. The procurement from other regions could not compare to what could be brought back from here, provided the pricing was right. Li Minghai understood Li Shuyang's intentions, suggesting that Li Dan should spend some time learning management at the warehouse so he could directly step into the role when the opportunity arose. That sounds excellent. I will go to the city today and inform him, and have his wife ask her sister to assist with the business, Li Minghai replied cheerfully. Previously, there had been concerns about the sustainability of the business, which is why Li Shuyang had not encouraged Li Dan to resign. After all, the benefits for workers in the future were quite valuable. If the business did indeed fail, how could Li Shuyang compensate for the losses incurred? While Li Dan and Li Zhuang might not fully grasp the future benefits, Li Shuyang certainly did. Now that the timing was right, he felt confident in the business's prospects as long as he maintained a low profile and avoided recklessness. With his connections in Hong Kong, he anticipated that business would continue to transition smoothly into the new millennium, at which point he would be poised to engage in the competitive world of commerce. As long as everyone rallied behind Li Shuyang, he would undoubtedly ensure they were well taken care of. Li Shuyang mounted his motorcycle, while Li Minghai watched him ride away from the playground. Li Minghai felt that Li Shuyang's concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Nowadays, whether it be the Li family or others in the village, who did not hope for Li Shuyang's continued success, with a monthly income of 200 yuan, they had already earned 400 yuan before the new year. In the past, the approach of the new year meant settling debts, whether owed to the collective or others, large or small. The eve of the new year was always a time of worry, as adults would often wear frowns, lamenting the challenges of the festive season. If the debts were not cleared by the year's end, it was likely that the following year would bring even more obligations. Yet now, with the new year still ahead, everyone eagerly anticipated its arrival, looking forward to the few cherished days of rest when families could gather for a reunion dinner. New clothes and shoes were already being prepared for the children, even for the less favored daughters, as every child deserved a new outfit. No family wanted to be seen with their children in tattered clothing, as it would bring shame to their faces. Shortly after Li Shuyang departed, those at the water factory and greenhouse began returning home, preparing for dinner. After their meal, they gathered at the playground for a meeting. Li Minghai's voice rang out, leaving everyone puzzled. It had been quite some time since the village had convened a meeting, but they quickly finished their meals and hurried to the playground. Winter nights fell early, and though it was only 7 o'clock, visibility was already dwindling. A solitary yellow light illuminated the playground, connected to the electricity from the water factory. This morning, the office summoned me for a meeting, which focused on expanding educational opportunities and the necessity for school-aged children to attend school. Do not come to me with excuses about unfinished household chores or burdens too heavy to bear. Our village has produced 2 university graduates, soon to be entering the workforce, both of whom are young women, Li Mei and Li Min, who have emerged from our village. The benefits of education for children are manifold. I need not elaborate. Just as you struggle to calculate how much to charge for vegetables at the docks, you are equally blind when it comes to what vegetables are needed at the warehouse. Why? Because you are willfully ignorant and unwilling to let your children escape the paths you tread, instead sending them to school. Our household income is not insignificant. Should another university graduate emerge, the ancestral grave must surely be rejoicing, Li Minghai declared with a commanding voice. Isn't the ancestral grave already smoldering? A young man quipped. At once, Li Minghai's expression darkened, and he approached the young man, delivering a fist to his face. I am speaking of serious matters here. And you stand there grinning like a fool. You wouldn't recognize a single character if your life depended on it, and you still dare to smile. After reprimanding the young man for a few moments, Li Minghai returned to the platform. The community genuinely remembered the importance of education. They were oblivious to the specific vegetables needed monthly at the warehouse and the fluctuating prices of those vegetables. Each time, they had to rely on the Yongli or the elderly literate individuals to help read the promotional materials, which they had carelessly repurposed as toilet paper. Upon realizing the significance of those brochures, they shamelessly returned to the dock to request another copy. As for the topic of university, aside from a handful of families, the general sentiment was that completing middle school sufficed. What does building a school have to do with us? Zhang Dashan inquired of Li Minghai. Of course, it has nothing to do with your family, as you have no children of school age, Li Minghai retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Dashan. His words left Zhang Dashan speechless. At his age, most people already had grandchildren. However, Zhang, who was not only disabled, but also bore a poor reputation, and his family struggled financially, making it difficult for him to find a wife. Initially, when people heard it was from the Li family village, their smiles were radiant. But upon realizing it was from Zhang Dashan's household, they shook their heads with fervor. Nowadays, in the countryside, people enjoyed gossiping about each other, especially during this entertainment-deprived period. The wives from Li family village would return to their parental homes and spill all the village's happenings. The Zhang family's reputation had tarnished to the neighboring county. Hearing this prompted hearty laughter from the crowd, surprised by their leader's unexpected humor. Building a school is everyone's concern. The town offers little in subsidies. So to provide our children with a better educational environment, each family should contribute a little towards the school's construction. After some calculations at the office, it was determined that the contribution would not be substantial, with each household expected to contribute no more than a few dozen yuan. Li Minghai continued to address the matter at hand. Why must each family contribute so much? The crowd gazed at him in confusion. They needed to understand that the school would not merely be constructed on the old site of the original brigade. It was decided to build it near several nearby villages. If it remained at the brigade, villages like Huang Nipo would require hours of walking, making it nearly impossible for children to attend school, let alone for adults to rise early. Not only our village must contribute, but neighboring villages will also need to pitch in, Li Minghai explained. With nearly 2,000 households in the brigade, each contributing a few dozen yuan would suffice for the town to avoid subsidies and complete the construction, especially with the nearby villages eager to contribute. However, those from the more distant villages, requiring an hour or two of walking, would not be so willing. To accommodate all villages, travel distance had to be a consideration. Li Minghai patiently elaborated on this point. In Jing City, Li Shuyang observed truckloads of winter bamboo shoots arriving at the dock. Why don't they wash them? It makes it harder for Lin Xin to sell them, Wang Mingran reproached as she opened a bag of bamboo shoots. You see, they look fresher with a bit of soil on them. That's what buyers prefer. If you let them come and dig for themselves, the price would be even higher. Li Shuyang chuckled. Wang Mingran was bewildered by Li Shuyang's reasoning. How could digging them up personally lead to a higher price? If she were to bring workers to pick them from the fields, they would cost less than a penny per pound. People aren't fools, she thought, rolling her eyes at Li Shuyang, dismissing the logic behind his approach. Now that the bamboo shoots had reached the warehouse, washing them seemed wasteful of labor and time. Ma Colleen had been making the round trips between Xiangjiang and Jing City, averaging 6 days for each journey, and with the ship arriving tomorrow, they would not be able to catch up. In truth, these bamboo shoots were not excessively dirty. The villagers feared Li Shuyang might accuse them of using mud to weigh down the scales. However, he forbade them from washing or peeling the shoots, leaving them only to do their best to remove the dirt by hand during selection. The taste of spring bamboo shoots and winter bamboo shoots was similar. Yet some people favored winter bamboo shoots, believing their slow growth in winter resulted in lower yields, unlike the abundant spring shoots, which proliferated rapidly, sprouting and aging within days if not harvested promptly. Winter shoots often failed to emerge at all, perishing in the soil by the end of winter. Harvesting winter bamboo shoots was indeed a skilled task, and those living near bamboo groves had experience. During hard times, winter shoots were a viable food source, albeit unappetizing in excess. Yet winter bamboo shoots remained one of the few fresh vegetables available in winter. Hidden under the soil, these shoots were difficult to find, even for the most experienced gatherers. The shoots grew along the bamboo roots, which aligned with the direction of the bamboo leaves. Thus, by following the orientation of the leaves and roots, they could often uncover several shoots from a single root. Consequently, they could gather hundreds of pounds of winter bamboo shoots in a day, and if the entire family participated, 200 to 300 pounds were not unattainable. However, once the month passed, the winter bamboo shoots would vanish, typically rotting underground. Occasionally, they could be found, but their yield was minimal, with those without other work gathering them to dry and brew soup. The Huang family was overjoyed. Huang Chuier's elder brother, accompanied by several children, earned 4 yuan in a single day. Previously, their household income relied solely on meager crop yields and assistance from Huang Chuier's side, who helped with vegetable planting and delivery to Jing City. With just over 20 days remaining, I will strive to earn 70 yuan this month, so all of you can wear new clothes and carry new backpacks, he said, looking at his children with pride. The families of the 10th Brigade rejoiced, astonished that Li Shuyang had not deceived them. These seemingly undesirable items could indeed be exchanged for money. Moreover, payment was immediate upon weighing, with no delays. Unlike their previous experiences in the brigade, where the lack of funds meant wages were deferred, Li Shuyang understood the allure of cash on the spot. Had he promised payment at the end of the month, Many would have participated, though perhaps with less enthusiasm, as their understanding of the item's value was limited. Initially, the entire family would be involved, but after 10 days without seeing money, motivation waned, with children merely sent to the bamboo grove to help out. However, once they received their payments, their attitudes transformed. Before dawn, they would set off with torches toward the bamboo grove, extinguishing them upon arrival to enjoy breakfast while awaiting the first light to begin work. Regret filled the air as they lamented leaving early the previous day, wondering if they could have harvested 100 pounds more. The 7- and 8-year-old children trailed behind their parents, aware that money meant food at home, their faces beaming as they carried the bamboo shoots back. McKay and Lin Shen arrived simultaneously. As McKay gazed upon the fresh bamboo shoots in the warehouse, his back molars began to show, for such delectable bamboo shoots would surely be snatched up by the vendors in Hong Kong and Singapore. "Lee, my dear brother, you certainly have your ways," he remarked, as the mere sight of these fresh bamboo shoots was enough to whet one's appetite. With a cheerful demeanor, McKay approached Li Shuyang, casting a glance at the other vegetables, which also appeared remarkably fresh. Boxes of electronic products were being unloaded from the ship. These were goods already sold, and Mr. Shun had claimed nearly half of the electronic items. It seemed many had vanished, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the surrounding provinces. The volume of goods flowing through Mr. Shun's operations was substantial, with several trucks arriving daily from various locations. Li Shuyang was aware that their procurement from Mr. Shun was significantly more lucrative than from his own side. The products were all from Siam, offered at considerably lower prices. McKay handed the order to Li Shuyang and smiled, noting that the products from Siam closely resembled those from Neon, with some even bearing similar names. It was only upon closer inspection that the differences became apparent. Li Shuyang nodded in acknowledgement. By evening, all goods at the dock were loaded, and Li Shuyang, with a suitcase in hand, followed Lin Shun towards Hong Kong. Watching Li Shuyang depart, Wang Mingran shook her head, puzzled as to why he did not deposit his money in the bank, insisting instead that stock market interest rates were superior. As she observed the cargo ship slowly departing from the harbor, she turned back to her office, only to find Li Mei waiting with her 4 little ones, awkwardly scratching their heads. Had they gotten into trouble? A glance at Li Mei's expression made Wang Mingran realize that one of her children had undoubtedly misbehaved. "Well, sort of," Li Mei replied with an embarrassed smile. Chapter 193. The Art of Tai Chi. What happened? "Tell me," Wang Mingran inquired of Li Mei, curious about what mischief her children had caused, as they all appeared rather downcast. "While helping someone in Zhouzhuang with cattle, we lost a cow. We searched from morning till night, thinking we would never find it. Just when we were about to return to the village for help, the cow returned to the barn on its own," Li Mei recounted with a laugh. Her nephews and nieces were quite manageable in the city, but once back in the countryside, they became like untamed wild horses, finding everything novel and wanting to meddle in everything. Today, the children, eager to borrow a cow for their toys, initially found it amusing, but soon lost interest, tossing the rope aside and wandering off. It was only when the cow herder came asking about the cow that they remembered to search for it. "As long as we found it, that's what matters. If not, I would have had to give them a good talking to," Wang Mingran jested, noting that a cow was only worth a few hundred yuan, a loss she could afford, yet she didn't want her children to perceive it as trivial. Many families relied on that one cow for their livelihood. Sometimes, a good scare was necessary for them to learn. "You're lucky your father is not home tonight. You will reflect on your actions while kneeling. Otherwise, when your father returns, I will certainly have a serious discussion with him." Although Wang Mingran wore a smile, the children found her expression more frightening than encountering a ghost. 3 days swiftly passed, and Li Shuyang finally arrived in Hong Kong. He instructed Lin Shun to first take him to the stock exchange, where he withdrew a portion of the funds from his account, which, when combined with the cash he carried, was just sufficient to settle his debts with Siam. He then proceeded to reinvest the remaining funds into the 2 stocks he held. The 2 stocks in his account appreciated by 1 Hong Kong dollar, albeit at a painfully slow pace, explaining their status as the pariahs of the stock market. The Siam manager's expression darkened upon seeing Li Shuyang arrive to settle his debt. He had initially borrowed 700,000 USD, but was now repaying just 470,000 USD, effectively receiving a gift of 230,000 USD from Siam Bank. To lend money only to incur a loss of several hundred thousand was untenable. If such instances multiplied, the bank would surely face ruin. Li Shuyang's demeanor remained stoic and unchanging, as if he were in complete control of the situation. After leaving Siam Bank, the bank manager promptly made his way to the stock exchange, inquiring with a close colleague about the stocks Li Shuyang held. Upon learning that Li Shuyang possessed currency and real estate stocks, the Siam manager displayed a look of surprise. Neon stocks were quite popular in the market, particularly those related to Sony and other electronic companies. However, Both real estate and currency stocks were shunned due to their sluggish growth and considerable risks, especially as they had shown little to no appreciation over the past 3 years. A rise of 1 or 2 Hong Kong dollars was negligible in the eyes of investors. After extensive inquiries, it appeared that few had heard of Li Shuyang. At that moment, Li Shuyang entered the Neon Investment Building, guided by Lin Shun to the office of Mr. Yamamoto. Mr. Yamamoto is my supplier. He is the only one who can provide you with what you need. Lin Shun introduced as the three took their seats. Mr. Li is indeed a remarkable young man. It seems he is not yet 30 and has already secured a substantial advantage in the Hong Kong vegetable market, Yamamoto praised. Typically, when a prominent figure offers compliments, one would feel elated, yet Li Shuyang responded with a modest smile. My small business pales in comparison to Mr. Yamamoto's stature. Neon Investment Group boasts numerous real estate holdings in Hong Kong and nearly 20 banks. Their influence spans across most industries, including entertainment. For instance, many songs in Hong Kong are covers of Neon originals, and they rank among the top 3 in music production globally. As the second largest business worldwide in the 1980s, Neon faced no rival except the United States, which held advantages only in heavy industry, while light industry was suffocated. Home appliances and electronics were almost monopolized by Neon and Hans Cat, while heavy industry faced competition from Hans Cat. Consequently, the United States devised a plan to continuously inflate the currencies of these two nations to bring prices to an equilibrium, thus creating a fair competitive space for its own goods. Otherwise, it would not only be Neon signing agreements. Hans Cat was also a party, but they managed to elevate their industrial economy several levels within this agreement, reviving an initially stagnant economy. Therefore, Li Shuyang spoke no falsehood to the investors at Neon. His business was merely a drop in the ocean. Even if he earned tens of thousands of dollars in a month, it would be insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Flattery was merely a superficial courtesy. Li Shuyang's tone was neither subservient nor ingratiating, as he had no need to curry favor with Neon Investment. Mr. Li is far too humble. When I was your age, I was merely a lowly employee. While you have already become a major player driving the economy, Yamamoto observed, intrigued by this young man before him. Neon possessed extensive intelligence. They were well aware of the current business climate in Longhua. Presently, almost all factories there were state-owned, with private enterprises, aside from Li Shuyang, barely emerging. The fact that Li Shuyang seized the opportunity to capture the market while Great Britain considered withdrawing from Hong Kong, aggressively selling his resources, demonstrated his remarkable foresight. Currently, individuals from Great Britain and Hong Kong were shorting their equity markets, seeking to return home or to the West with their limited capital for development. Otherwise, it is unlikely that the Kowloon warehouse enterprises would relinquish their holdings. While it may appear that the Chinese have triumphed, in truth, the intention behind raising their shareholding to such heights is to eventually let go. Numerous plots of land have begun to be auctioned. Who did they originally belong to? If not to Great Britain, they are seizing the opportunity to extract every last drop of profit before the transfer period arrives. The intelligence from Neon indicates that Li Shuyang has been navigating back and forth between the two locations, utilizing his identity in Hong Kong, and aside from Lin Shun, he has another associate who is currently vying for the Singapore market. The Singapore market is embroiled in disputes with Malaysia, leading to restrictions not only on freshwater, but also on vegetables. It is rare for someone from Longhua, lacking intelligence and global connections, to make such astute judgments about the situation. However, it remains a mystery why he has chosen to invest in the two least favored stocks in Neon, when there are numerous flourishing stocks in the market. His actions cannot be regarded as a significant economic stimulus, but rather as a modest means to sustain a livelihood. Merely small-scale endeavors. Seeing that the other party was not addressing the matter at hand, Li Shuyang decided to engage in a game of Tai Chi with him, as he had already accomplished the purpose of his trip to Hong Kong. Chapter 194, A Pleasant Cooperation. Lin Shun, standing by, was utterly bewildered by the conversation between the two, as the two strangers seemed in no hurry to discuss business. Instead, they began to flatter one another. Lin Shun felt compelled to tell Li Shuyang, "Brother, please do not waste time. If you wish to expand the business, you must secure the contract." Yet, Lin Shun remained unaware that in dealings with large enterprises, the first party to express a desire for cooperation often finds themselves at a disadvantage, as the other side raises their demands. In such business, even lavish dinners and drinks might not earn a favorable reception, since the other party was not in a rush. Li Shuyang felt no urgency either. With a substantial sum of money poised to soar in the stock market, he merely needed to maintain his current business. If opportunities arose, that would be splendid. If not, he would not force the issue. Yamamoto and Li Shuyang began discussing their perspectives on the world, which eventually led back to Neon. "I wonder what Mr. Li thinks of our Neon?" Yamamoto in no way inquired, glancing at Li Shuyang as he poured him another cup of tea. Li Shuyang understood the implication behind the question. whether he harbored animosity towards neon, and whether he had any thoughts on the neon market or a desire to participate. To the bone, Li Shuyang replied with a smile. As those 4 words escaped his lips, the atmosphere turned palpably awkward, with Lin Shin casting an incredulous look at Li Shuyang. We are here to discuss business, and you tell him you despise him. This partnership seems to have reached its end. After a brief silence, Yamamoto in no way suddenly burst into laughter, for there was not a trace of change on Li Shuyang's face. From the moment he entered, Yamamoto had been quietly scrutinizing Li Shuyang. Unlike others, Li Shuyang did not exhibit surprise, envy, or greed. He confronted the issue without pretense, articulating his thoughts candidly, which, at the very least, showcased his authenticity to Yamamoto. Lin Shun was bewildered, wondering whether the man before him was enraged or simply amused, as he laughed so heartily. And what else? Yamamoto continued, seeking further insight, as someone who discerned the global situation so clearly could not be driven solely by hatred. Neon indeed possesses admirable qualities in its industrial sector, particularly its advanced transportation systems such as the high-speed rail. Its talent cultivation is commendable as well. However, Neon has a fundamental flaw. Its population exceeds its land, necessitating reliance on imports for grains and essential goods. Li Shuyang remarked nonchalantly. Yamamoto's gaze towards Li Shuyang began to shift. He acknowledged the truth in Li Shuyang's statements. Neon's industrial strength is undeniable. Having established high-speed rail as early as 1964 and possessing an industrial chain for aircraft carriers for many years. In terms of talent development, Neon ranks 10th in the world for Nobel laureates. Furthermore, Li Shuyang's observation regarding Neon's population outstripping its land resources was accurate. Over 85% of the food must be imported, prompting Neon to invest in numerous land-rich farms to secure its food supply. It became clear why Li Shuyang had not mentioned any potential cooperation. He was confident that he would be the one to initiate it. For Li Shuyang, having access to the markets in Hong Kong and Singapore was already sufficient to gradually amass wealth. Meanwhile, Neon needed to continue investing in more farms to ensure that the supply of food and vegetables in its market would remain stable. Thus, from the outset, Li Shuyang had not anticipated success and did not harbor hopes for cooperation. He merely came to observe. Mr. Li, would you be interested in joining our company? I can guarantee you a managerial position. With your insights and vision, it would not take long for you to occupy my current role. Yamamoto in no way extended an olive branch. Not interested. I'd rather be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Li Shuyang waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Li, do you not wish to hear about the compensation? Yamamoto pressed, unwilling to give up. After conversing with Li Shuyang for some time and listening to his analyses of the surrounding areas, including developed Western nations, Yamamoto believed that Li Shuyang would surely achieve great things. Even without visiting these places for research, Li Shuyang was aware of their challenges. Should he guide investment directions, he would undoubtedly bring greater benefits to the group. The message had been made clear. Li Shuyang shook his head. Having finished his tea, he stood up to take his leave. Mr. Li, there is no need to rush. Tonight, I will treat you to dinner, and we can discuss cooperation further. Yamamoto rose with a smile. Upon hearing that the other party had finally mentioned business, Li Shuyang sat down once more. Mr. Li, how many vegetables can you produce in a month? Yamamoto brewed another pot of tea, seemingly enjoying it immensely. That is uncertain. It depends on how much Mr. Yamamoto requires. And we can make adjustments accordingly, Li Shuyang replied thoughtfully. Currently, many parties are interested in the vegetable business, and as long as the word gets out, countless individuals would be willing to cultivate. Mr. Li, are you aware that we have specific quality requirements for our vegetables? Yamamoto continued, refilling their cups. Li Shuyang understood that the Neon side would impose numerous requirements, including sending personnel for supervision and conducting irregular inspections on the vegetables to ensure their safety before shipment. As long as the price is right, any assurance can be fulfilled. Li Shuyang smiled at Yamamoto in no way. Do not expect too much while offering a low price. You get what you pay for. If you desire something for a meager cost, does that mean labor costs are irrelevant? Li Shuyang felt it necessary to set a precautionary tone, indicating that if the final price was unreasonable, he would not bother to engage further. The size of the company did not compel Li Shuyang to cater to them. Naturally, considering Mr. Li's situation, I will ensure that Neon workers do not supervise the operations. I suggest we have staff from Hong Kong take on that role instead, Yamamoto proposed, recognizing the potential risks for Neon personnel, who will cover the initial investment costs. Li Shuyang inquired once more. What would the price be if we cover it, and what would it be if Mr. Li were to shoulder it? Yamamoto was not in a hurry to settle on a price, and Li Shuyang was well aware of vegetable prices in Hong Kong. Though he was uncertain about the situation in the capital, Li Shuyang proposed that he would cover the initial cost, which was 3 Hong Kong dollars higher, while they would match the pricing of their competitors. He directed his gaze towards Yamamoto, clarifying that he was referring to the wholesale price delivered to Hong Kong. They would provide the upfront investment, but the contract must span no less than 5 years. After contemplating for a moment, Yamamoto responded, "Then let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration." As Li Shuyang rose to extend his hand, sealing their agreement with Yamamoto, it was evident that this arrangement would significantly alleviate the financial burden on the farmers involved in vegetable cultivation. The materials for the plastic film greenhouses would not require them to incur debt, and once the contract was signed and the goods arrived in Jing City, vegetable planting could commence without delay. However, the contract's finalization would not be immediate, as certain details necessitated careful negotiation between both parties. Chapter 195, Cooperation 2. After some details were ironed out at the Neon Investment Company, the contract was swiftly printed in triplicate, one for Li Shuyang, one for the Neon Investment Company, and a third to be filed with a notary to guard against potential breaches. The pricing of the vegetables would fluctuate according to market conditions, specifically referring to the Jing City market, which was gradually evolving into a developing urban center. Prices were bound to rise, and no one could predict what vegetable prices would be 2 years hence. Neon would supply vegetable seeds and fertilizers, although they could also utilize agricultural fertilizers available in Jing City. Nevertheless, for the sake of their food safety, Neon typically preferred to provide their own fertilizers and pesticides, accompanied by professional guidance personnel. That evening, Yamamoto took Li Shuyang to the Hilton Hotel, one of the few high-end establishments in Hong Kong, conveniently located near the Neon Investment Company, both situated within the central business district. Dining with individuals of such stature often proved cumbersome, and Li Shuyang patiently endured nearly 2 hours of fine dining. "Mr. Li, what are your thoughts on red wine?" Yamamoto inquired, as he had a bottle of premium red wine uncorked for their enjoyment. Li Shuyang sampled it, only to candidly reveal that he held little interest in red wine, white wine, or beer. To him, those who cherished wine treated it as a treasure, while those who did not regarded it merely as a beverage. He found himself unable to feign sophistication, as his knowledge of wine was scant. After tasting, he remarked nonchalantly, "Mr. Li is indeed straightforward and genuine." Yamamoto chuckled in response. He mused that all high-end brands were merely products of capitalistic forces, exacerbated by vanity, and that even a well-made stinky tofu could surpass some 5-star signature dishes in taste. The reason such humble fare remained uncelebrated was due to its low price and lack of marketing. The production of any type of wine, as long as it was decent, could be halted and later proclaimed as a limited edition, once favored by emperors. If a few wealthy individuals promoted it, that wine would be hailed as an authentic, exclusive royal banquet vintage, akin to how diamonds are currently revered. People cling to the belief that these items are worth their price, even unto death. Aside from gold, a hard currency, most other commodities serve merely as tools for vanity in times of prosperity. Furthermore, the nascent Forbes list in the United States has left many wealthy individuals wary, fearing exposure to extortion and blackmail. Yet, as the Forbes list gained prominence, many felt compelled to spend exorbitantly just to grace the magazine's cover, often inflating their assets to secure a higher ranking, as wealthier individuals attract more collaboration opportunities each day. Is a magazine cover truly worth that price? Observing Li Shuyang's selective eating habits, Yamamoto perceived a certain fastidiousness in his culinary preferences. "Mr. Li does not fancy the cuisine here?" he inquired. "I have little interest in Western cuisine. I prefer my food either cooked or raw." Li Shuyang nodded in agreement. Although Yamamoto had only spent a day in Li Shuyang's company, he found himself genuinely admiring him. He had entertained many guests, including celebrities. Yet this young man not only dismissed cutlery but also opted for chopsticks, displaying his distaste for the food openly without any pretense of enjoyment. Yamamoto himself had a fondness for Japanese cuisine, as the local flavors nurtured the people. "Next time, we should visit a Chinese restaurant. There are many excellent options here," Yamamoto proposed, noting that if Li Shuyang continued to find the seemingly elegant fare unpalatable, he might very well toss down his chopsticks in frustration. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Yamamoto," Li Shuyang acknowledged, setting down his chopsticks. After departing from the Hilton, Yamamoto instructed the driver to first take Li Shuyang back to Sham Shui Pa. Lin Shun, elated, was counting the money in his hands, having secured a business deal that earned him a $5,000 bonus. "Brother Li, you'll be heading to Jing City tomorrow. Do you have any unfinished business here?" Lin Shin inquired upon seeing Li Shuyang's return. "Most matters have been settled," Li Shuyang replied with a nod. In the future, ships bearing the neon flag would transport their initial investments to Jing City's docks, including steel frames, plastic film, and equipment for vegetable inspection. Aside from the warehouse land resources, which Li Shuyang would need to address, the remaining logistics would be managed by them. With Neon's economy experiencing explosive growth and a per capita income of 11,000, the demand for quality food was naturally high. particularly in Neon's capital. The bustling commercial streets generated staggering revenues daily, underscoring the financial prowess of the Neon Investment Group. If all expenses were to fall on Li Shuyang, vegetable prices would certainly rise. As Li Shuyang boarded the cargo ship back to Jing City, he shook his head, pondering when flights directly connecting Jing City and Hong Kong would commence. However, until the new airport in Hong Kong was completed, he hesitated to board any flights, as Kai Tak Airport was perilous for takeoffs and landings. Presently, the most convenient means of travel between the two locations remained via ship. Upon arriving at the Jing City docks, Li Shuyang was greeted by Wang Minggran, who awaited him on shore with a cheerful smile. Exhausted, Li Shuyang disembarked from the cargo vessel, and Wang Minggran took the items he had brought from Hong Kong. "When will the mountain goods from the family's youngest sibling be loaded onto the ship?" she asked, eyeing the gifts Li Shuyang had brought for everyone. "Is there an issue with the warehouse's capacity?" Li Shuyang questioned, puzzled, as the number of individuals storing mountain goods was limited, and the warehouse constructed by Wang Yongjun and Zhou Zhuang was quite spacious, capable of holding at least 30 tons of goods at once. The current collection of mountain products was merely a preparatory measure for villagers to profit from their harvest in the coming autumn. "It's not that." The youngest sibling merely wanted to inquire, as he has already advanced a considerable amount of money, and there should be some revenue from sales. Wang Minggran replied with a smile. "I'll have the youngest sibling send some over shortly. Let Lin Shun and Ma Kuei take a look. They need to open the market before we can load the ship," Li Shuyang considered, noting that Wang Yongjun was perhaps becoming a bit anxious, fearing that Li Shuyang might see losses and hastily push goods out. This was also to stabilize the staff working there, reassuring them that the items collected could be sold at any time without concern over timely salary payments. Li Shuyang proceeded to the warehouse where winter bamboo shoots were stored, only to find it nearly empty. "Has there been an issue with the winter bamboo shoots?" He turned to Wang Guoqing and inquired. "Two ships have been dispatched from the Machina side, leaving the remaining cargo entrusted to Lin Shun by his younger sister. The goods from that side will not arrive until tonight, but the quantity will gradually diminish as the lunar month approaches, with only about 10 days until the 12th month. Wang Guoqing promptly replied, "Did you not mention that you were going over to negotiate a partnership? How did it go?" Wang Minggran, recalling the matter at hand, turned to Li Shuyang and inquired. In the office, Li Shuyang leaned back in his chair, contemplating this issue. The cargo ship was expected to reach Jing City by tomorrow at the latest. The production and transportation speed of the Neon region is quite brisk, particularly concerning agricultural products like grains and vegetables, which are held in high esteem. As long as Yamamoto sends the required goods back home, they will arrive in Jing City at the earliest possible pace, with personnel already arranged to display the Hong Kong flag. The negotiations have been finalized. Although the specifics regarding the monthly vegetable supply were not disclosed, the demands from that side will be communicated in advance. Whether it pertains to fertilizers, seeds, or training inspections, they will send their own representatives. At the very least, the area encompassing Li Village and Zhou Village will be contracted, with an office building to be constructed in close proximity to the two villages. "How is Li Dan progressing? Should we have the elder brother assist him?" Li Shuyang asked Wang Minggran while massaging his temples. "Li Dan has been here for nearly 10 days, diligently studying, yet time remains too short." And Wang Minggran merely shook her head without responding. "Zhou Village no longer belongs to our town. Would our town be pleased with us establishing a vegetable greenhouse there?" Wang Minggran recalled Li Shuyang's earlier statement regarding the construction of a greenhouse base in Zhou Village and found it somewhat troublesome, considering it is not part of the same commune. "My choice of whom to collaborate with and which village to partner is my prerogative. I have never stated that I must select partners within our town," Li Shuyang retorted, casting a glance at Wang Minggran. The decision-making power rests in Li Shuyang's hands, not in anyone else's. Currently, the greater the export volume at the dock, the higher Jing City's revenue, and as long as Li Shuyang acts judiciously without inflating prices, Jing City hopes for his continued expansion. As for which village he prefers to collaborate with, it is entirely his freedom. Even if that means partnering with the distant Huang Ing Ao, no one would question it. Villages collaborating with Li Shuyang have begun road construction, ensuring that tractors can operate smoothly. These villages, having earned some income, have also learned to economize on labor costs. A tractor can transport far more produce than their traditional carts. This has also significantly contributed to the economic revenue of Jing City as transportation hub, especially since Jing City has created numerous job opportunities relying on the dock. With increased wealth, rural households are inclined to invest in building homes, thereby stimulating the struggling brick and cement factories. This is not merely a few households constructing, but rather an entire township engaged in large-scale orders that can sustain numerous workers. With newfound riches, the propensity to spend has revitalized the inventory of goods in Jing City. After clarifying the recipients of the gifts for Wang Minggran, Li Shuyang hurried back to Li village. It is imperative to commence the handover, dismantling all the plastic film and preserving it for transport to other villages yet to establish partnerships. The plastic and steel needed for Li village and Zhou village are sourced from Neon, and it is essential to complete this before spring arrives to avoid hindering next year's vegetable business. Upon returning to the village, Li Shuyang sought out Li Minghai, who was earnestly advising a young man. "Uncle," Li Minghai greeted upon seeing Li Shuyang. "What is going on?" Li Shuyang inquired, noticing that he did not recognize the young man squatting on the ground. With a sigh, Li Minghai recounted the situation. The youth is a junior high school student from Li village, akin to Li Yongli, who married a young, educated woman before the college entrance examination. After she left to pursue her studies, he felt the shame of losing her and subsequently withdrew from society. The family relied heavily on two elderly members. And on the day Li Shuyang departed from Jing City, the young man's father tragically fell while gathering firewood in the mountains. Tomorrow marks the 7th day since his passing. Presently, while every household in Li village is thriving, his family struggles. However, being part of the Li family, the villagers often lend a helping hand. The vegetables from his family are delivered to the dock with assistance from the community. Li Minghai was attempting to encourage him to move on, to rise and uphold his family's legacy. Li Shuyang approached the youth and delivered a sharp slap to his face. "As a son, you fail to honor your parents. As a man, you shirk your responsibilities. What pride do you have left?" Li Shuyang thundered. This action startled Li Minghai, and the youth's mother was brought to tears at the sight. However, as one of the oldest ancestors in Li village, no one deemed Li Shuyang's actions inappropriate. It is only fitting to educate the younger generation who lack understanding and guide them toward the right path. The youth, seemingly unfazed, stared blankly at Li Shuyang before lowering his head again. "Do you believe it's shameful that your wife left you, that you cannot hold your head high in Li village? Have you considered your parents? They are aging and will not be able to support the family for long. Life is not so easily defeated by a single setback. One must learn to take up and let go. Before you achieve success, you have no dignity. What you perceive as face is worthless in the eyes of others. Your departed wife, upon seeing you in this state, would only feel relieved that she left a coward like you. You can only gain face through hard work and success. No one will care about your past, and the dignity of those who have not succeeded is akin to dog excrement. Even the great Han Xin suffered humiliation. You merely lost a wife. Once you achieve success and wealth, will you not be able to find another?" Li Shuyang continued, striking the youth's face as he spoke. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped, astonished by how unyielding their uncle was in disciplining others. "Look at her, your mother who bore and raised you. See how aged she has become. Can you afford to languish for a few more years? She has only a few years left to wait for you to gather yourself. 30 years ago, one saw respect between father and son. 30 years later, the son must respect the father. You must rise up." Li Shuyang dragged the youth before his mother, expressing his anger. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. With the father gone, the greenhouse vegetables could hardly be sustained by an elderly woman alone. Moreover, daily care was required for the greenhouse vegetables, and it would be unrealistic to expect continuous assistance from others. A few times is kindness, but over time, who would continue to help? Take your time to think. Today, the greenhouses in Li village will begin to be dismantled, and new tasks will be assigned. If you are ready, come to the ancestral hall. If not, there is no need for you to plant, as your absence will not be missed. After conveying his message, Li Shuyang signaled to Li Minghai to head toward the ancestral hall. Upon hearing that the greenhouses would be dismantled, the villagers felt a surge of anxiety, akin to ants on a hot pan, and hurriedly followed Li Shuyang toward the ancestral hall.